Xiao Ruochen traversed to a different realm, a land adorned with enchanting beauties and ethereal beings, possessing the legendary reincarnation sacred body, embarking on a myriad of extraordinary paths against his mentors. Chapter 0, crossing into another world, In the Xuanwu continent, within the opulent estate of the Xiao family in Sanyue City, a young man, swathed in bandages and pallid as a ghost, lay quietly upon a sumptuous bed. Am I not dead? Xiao Ruochen slowly opened his eyes, a look of bewilderment etched upon his face. He could only recall indulging in lavish services at Juanhao Club. At that pivotal moment, a frantic knock echoed from outside, startling him into hiding behind the air conditioning unit on the balcony. In an unforeseen twist, he lost his footing and plummeted from the 36th floor. Is it possible? Surviving such a height? Shaking his head, Xiao Ruochen sought to ascertain whether this was merely a dream. At that instant, a searing agony surged from the depths of his soul, as if it were being violently torn into countless fragments. Subsequently, a torrent of memories surged into his mind, vivid and profound, akin to a meticulously painted canvas, as though he had lived through them himself. Damn, I actually crossed over. Upon integrating the memories, astonishment flooded Xiao Ruochen's countenance that he found himself in a world called Xuanwu Continent, a realm dominated by the pursuit of martial cultivation. In this world, the strong reigned supreme, where everything was dictated by power, wealth, authority, and beauty, elements that drove humanity to madness, were all inherently tied to formidable strength. Legends spoke of those who mastered cultivation to such an extent that they could soar through the skies on swords, effortlessly severing heads from miles away, and even transcending to become extraordinary beings. The body he had inhabited bore his name as well. Xiao Ruochen, at the tender age of 15, he was the young master of the Xiao family in Sanyue City, once celebrated as the foremost prodigy. Just days prior, while training in the Sanyue Mountains, he had valiantly fought against a formidable beast of the Xian realm to protect his fiancée. Although he succeeded in slaying the ferocious creature, his dantian suffered catastrophic damage, relegating him to the status of a feudal person in the eyes of others. Damn it, my luck is abysmal. Others cross over as princes or heirs of powerful clans. Yet here I am, reduced to a waste. Xiao Ruochen's expression reflected his despondency and frustration. In this ruthless world where martial prowess was revered, a damaged dantian meant he would forever be a mere idle young master, living a life of mediocrity. At that moment, the bloodstains on his bandages inadvertently brushed against a black orb hanging from his neck. In an instant, a dazzling golden light enveloped him completely, and before he knew it, his body vanished from the room. What on earth is this place? Gazing at the enigmatic space around him, a shiver ran down Xiao Ruochen's spine, a chill ascending from his core. After countless years, I have finally awaited the emergence of the reincarnation sacred body. At that moment, a voice, both ancient and resonant, echoed through the air. Suddenly, a distinguished middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority, appeared before Xiao Ruochen without warning. Are you human or ghost? Startled by the sudden arrival, Xiao Ruochen instinctively recoiled, fear etched across his visage. Fear not, young one. I am but a fragment of my essence, the middle-aged man intoned with a deep voice. A soul fragment? Xiao Ruochen was taken aback, unable to fathom that such a vivid presence was merely a piece of soul. Time is of the essence. Will you take me as your master? The middle-aged man inquired solemnly. Take you as my master? A flicker of doubt crossed Xiao Ruochen's face. My dantian is ruined. Can I truly cultivate again? Rest assured, I shall restore your dantian, but you must begin your cultivation anew, the middle-aged man replied with measured calm. Disciple Xiao Ruochen pays respects to master, Xiao Ruochen said, hastily kneeling in reverence. It was evident that this middle-aged man was no ordinary individual. With such a master to guide him, perhaps he could indeed rise to greatness in this foreign realm. Rise, the middle-aged man smiled benevolently. To find a reincarnation sacred body as a successor before my essence fades is indeed fortunate. Now, I shall impart my legacy to you through a transmission of souls. How much you comprehend will depend on your own fortune. With that, he pointed, unleashing a brilliant golden light that swiftly penetrated Xiao Ruocheng's brow. Ah! As the light entered, Xiao Ruocheng cried out in agony, overwhelmed by the deluge of memories that surged within him, as if his mind were on the brink of exploding. About 15 minutes later, when Xiao Ruocheng opened his eyes again, he had fully integrated the memories imparted by the middle-aged man. Through the recollections, he learned that his master was named Lin Tianyang, a master of unparalleled prowess in both alchemy and formations in the divine realm. Due to a treacherous ambush by his disciple and a woman, he tragically perished within the reincarnation pearl space to prevent his life's work in alchemy from fading into oblivion. Lin Tianyang had, at the moment of his demise, condensed a fragment of his soul. Yet, as the reincarnation pearl was an ancient artifact, few could gain its recognition, which had led to Lin Tianyang's failure to find a successor for millennia. Had Xiao Ruocheng not appeared today, his legacy would have been lost forever. "Master, what has happened to you?" Xiao Ruocheng asked with concern, noticing that Lin Tianyang's form was gradually fading, as if he might dissolve into the cosmos at any moment. "Enough. My soul fragment can barely hold on. I shall now restore your Dantian. Your future path will depend on your own efforts." With that, Lin Tianyang transformed into a pure white energy that swiftly entered Xiao Ruocheng's Dantian. Instantly, a warm, gentle energy filled his Dantian, rapidly repairing it. Half an hour later, when Xiao Ruocheng opened his eyes, excitement and exhilaration danced upon his features. His Dantian was completely restored. "Master, if I ever reach the divine realm, I will surely avenge you," Xiao Ruocheng vowed with unwavering determination. Although Lin Tianyang had completely dissipated, to Xiao Ruocheng, he was no different from the parents who had given him life. Without Lin Tianyang, he would have been destined to live as a worthless person, scorned in a world that revered martial prowess. Reincarnation technique, may it not let me down. The reincarnation technique is the most exalted divine skill residing within his mind, perfectly attuned to his unique constitution. Should he successfully cultivate the reincarnation technique, his rate of absorbing spiritual energy would surpass that of ordinary cultivation methods by several hundredfold. Thereafter, Xiao Ruocheng sat cross-legged, fully engrossed in his practice as he began to diligently cultivate according to the principles of the technique. Chapter 0. Su Qingyan. This marked his inaugural foray into cultivation after his transmigration, and thus he approached it with utmost seriousness. However, a sense of frustration enveloped Xiao Ruocheng as he labored for a full 3 hours, only to realize he had made no discernible progress. "Could it be that I am utterly useless?" Xiao Ruocheng exhaled a heavy sigh, his face betraying his discontent. "Blast it all. I refuse to believe I cannot succeed in this endeavor." Gritting his teeth, he resumed his training with renewed diligence. As time swiftly passed, another 2 hours slipped by. Suddenly, a vortex erupted within Xiao Ruocheng's body, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him like a mighty tide. First layer of the Xian-Tu realm. Third layer of the Xian-Tu realm. Fifth layer of the Xian-Tu realm. In less than 3 hours, Xiao Ruocheng's cultivation ascended from the first to the fifth layer of the Xian-Tu realm. Even the injuries he had carried previously had completely healed. "Brother, you may rest easy. From this day forth, I shall become you, and you shall become me. I vow to care for your fiancé well." After his breakthrough, Xiao Ruocheng suddenly opened his eyes, a confident light shining within them. Initially, he had felt discontented upon transmigrating into a seemingly useless body. However, with the legacy bestowed upon him by Lin Tianyang, his future now brimmed with promise. How could I have forgotten about martial techniques? A glimmer flickered in Xiao Ruocheng's eyes. While cultivation methods form the foundation for practitioners, martial techniques are equally indispensable. For instance, among practitioners of the same level, the one with a superior cultivation method will inherently possess greater combat prowess. After sifting through his thoughts, Xiao Ruocheng ultimately chose a martial technique named Breaking the Void Fist and another called Starlit Steps. Subsequently, he removed the bandages from his body and commenced his training within the space of the reincarnation pearl. A night passed in the blink of an eye. When dawn broke the following day, he had already attained proficiency in these two martial techniques, though merely at the introductory level, in the low-tier realm of Xuanwu continent. These techniques were more than adequate. Afterward, Xiao Ruocheng exited the reincarnation pearl space and approached the dressing table, scrutinizing his new physique. It must be said that this body was undeniably handsome, with striking features and a sculpted visage. Particularly, his melancholic gaze could easily drive countless women to madness were he to exist in his previous life on Earth. Not bad. I look quite dashing. Xiao Ruochen nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the aesthetic appeal of his new form. Goodness, this lad appears so refined, yet his size is astonishing. By chance, Xiao Ruochen caught sight of a particular aspect of himself, and his face instantly registered shock. In his previous life, he had viewed his fair share of Western adult films. Yet, even when compared to those individuals, he found himself not lacking at all. Indeed, he might even surpass them. At that moment, the door was abruptly pushed open, and a young girl clad in a delicate pink gown, her countenance pure and innocent, entered, carrying a bowl of medicinal soup. "Ah, young master, why are you not wearing trousers?" she exclaimed in shock, quickly averting her gaze, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. She had never anticipated that her master would engage in such behavior. "Ahem, Xiao, why did you not knock?" Xiao Ruochen said, his face awash with embarrassment, hastily covering himself with his hands before diving into the covers. "Young master, how could I know you were awake? I placed the medicine on the table. Do remember to take it," Xiao urged before swiftly exiting the room. Goodness, this is truly embarrassing, Xiao Ruochen thought, utterly speechless. He had merely been checking himself, only to be caught by the maid. Afterward, he changed into a clean outfit and departed his residence. Xiao Ruochen intended to procure some medicinal herbs, allowing him to concoct elixirs and swiftly enhance his cultivation. He understood that in this world, where martial prowess reigns supreme, lacking formidable strength leaves one vulnerable to humiliation. Jubao Pavilion, the largest commercial establishment in Songyue City, was rumored to be backed by a premier merchant association, making even the 4 prominent families of the city wary of offending it. "Ruochen, what brings you here?" As Xiao Ruochen appeared at the entrance of Jubao Pavilion, a strikingly beautiful girl with alabaster skin and a graceful figure, accompanied by a tall and poised young man, walked out. Upon seeing Xiao Ruochen, the girl's voice held a note of surprise, though she quickly regained her composure. "Is it forbidden for me to come?" Xiao Ruochen replied with a faint, elusive smile. The young lady before him was named Su Qingyan, and it was for her protection that he had sacrificed his own cultivation. "Xiao Ruochen, who would have thought that after a few days apart, you would find yourself reduced to someone with a ruined dantian? How unfortunate," remarked the young man, who held a folding fan, a smirk playing on his lips. This individual was Ji Juanhao, the young master of the Ji family in Songyue City. "Ji Juanhao, have you forgotten the incident of your kneeling 2 years ago?" Xiao Ruochen scoffed. He and Ji Juanhao had always been at odds, and 2 years prior, a confrontation had led to Ji Juanhao kneeling before him in defeat, solidifying their enmity thereafter. "Xiao Ruochen, you seek death." Ji Juanhao's expression darkened with fury, and with a swift motion of his right hand, he struck towards Xiao Ruochen with a slap. The memory of that humiliating kneeling incident had been a thorn in his side, and the mere mention of it ignited his rage. Xiao Ruochen reacted swiftly, retreating just in time to narrowly evade the strike. Ji Juanhao ceased this, just as Ji Juanhao was about to make another move. Su Qingyan's figure suddenly stood in front of Xiao Ruochen. "Xiao Ruochen, for Miss Su's sake, I shall not hold you accountable today for your incompetence." Seeing Su Qingyan blocking his path, Ji Juanhao refrained from attacking further, but the murderous intent on his face was unmistakable. "Who is the incompetent? You will soon find out," Xiao Ruochen replied, a hint of disdain lacing her tone. "Master Ji, I have matters to discuss with Ruochen, so please excuse us," Su Qingyan said with a cold voice. "Then I shall take my leave," Ji Juanhao responded, revealing a warm smile before turning to depart. "Ruochen, let us go over there. I have something to convey," Su Qingyan remarked, her tone frosty, evoking a feeling of distance. "All right." Xiao Ruochen's brow instinctively furrowed, as the chill in Su Qingyan's words unsettled him. The Su Qingyan of yore would always dazzle him with her radiant smile, her gentle and endearing nature stirring a sense of affection within him. Yet, the present Su Qingyan felt so distant and cold, rendering him almost unacquainted with her. Subsequently, the two arrived at a picturesque artificial lake. "What do you wish to discuss?" Xiao Ruochen asked, gazing at the distant sky with a serene demeanor. "Ruochen, I thank you for your care over the years. I do not wish to dwell on the past. Your dantian is ruined, and our paths are destined to diverge. Please sign this annulment letter, Su Qingyan said. Her voice tinged with indifference as she produced a red letter of annulment from her pocket and handed it to Xiao Ruochen. Although the past had once stirred feelings within her for him, now that he was rendered useless, she could not entrust her future to someone so incapacitated. An annulment? Ha! Su Qingyan, you truly possess a ruthless heart. Were it not for my rescuing you, you would have perished in the Tsangyue Mountains 3 days ago. Xiao Ruochen smirked coldly. In that moment, he felt a twinge of pity for the former Su Qingyan, for a woman so grounded in reality was hardly worth his sacrifice. Ruochen, I admit that the annulment may seem unfair to you, but with your Dantian ruined, our futures are inevitably separated. I hope you can accept this reality, Su Qingyan said. Her delicate brows slightly furrowed, her tone unyieldingly cold. Haha, a splendid saying, separated by realms. Su Qingyan, do you truly think me so easily bullied? Xiao Ruochen sneered, tearing the marriage contract into shreds. What will it take for you to agree to the annulment? Su Qingyan's voice turned noticeably frigid as displeasure flickered across her face. An annulment is possible, but I have a condition, Xiao Ruochen said, a wicked smirk playing on his lips as his fiery gaze roamed over Su Qingyan. What condition? Su Qingyan asked coldly. Let me have 3 days with you. Rest assured, I shall return your freedom after that. Xiao Ruochen's eyes glinted with a hint of aggression. You. Su Qingyan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She had not anticipated that the typically refined and gentle Xiao Ruochen would utter such words. What is wrong with me? Xiao Ruochen let out a cold laugh and remarked, over the years, I have invested quite a sum in you. Haven't I? Just a few days ago, I even sacrificed my Dantian for you. Shouldn't you offer some form of compensation? Xiao Ruochen, I had initially believed you to be a man of integrity. But it seems you are quite different from my expectations, Su Qingyan retorted, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. Who I am does not require your judgment. If you wish to annul our engagement, you must be prepared to pay the corresponding price. Xiao Ruochen replied dismissively before turning on his heel and heading towards the treasure pavilion. He held no fondness for a woman like Su Qingyan. His refusal to agree to the annulment stemmed primarily from a desire not to let her off too easily. After all, the former Xiao Ruochen had sacrificed much for her, and to permit her to dissolve their engagement without consequence would be excessively lenient. Scoundrel! As she watched Xiao Ruochen's retreating figure, Su Qingyan's face turned pale with fury. Esteemed sir, how may I assist you? Upon entering the treasure pavilion, a tall and graceful female attendant approached him. I require a pill furnace and some medicinal herbs. Xiao Ruochen replied, handing over a prepared list. Sir, we possess all the herbs you seek, though I must warn you, the prices may be rather steep. The attendant responded politely after glancing at the list. What is the approximate cost of these herbs? Xiao Ruochen inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. After another glance at the list, the attendant stated, the total for these herbs would amount to approximately 40,000 gold coins. And the pill furnace? Xiao Ruochen asked in a low voice. The prices for pill furnaces vary significantly. The cheaper ones range from 20 to 30,000 gold coins, while the more expensive can reach into the hundreds of thousands. The attendant smiled as she explained. Ahem. Xiao Ruochen coughed lightly, feeling somewhat awkward. I can manage the cost of these herbs. But are there any more affordable pill furnaces available? More affordable pill furnaces, you say? The attendant pondered for a moment. Yes, please follow me to the second floor. Under the attendant's guidance, Xiao Ruochen ascended to a storage room on the second floor of the treasure pavilion. This pill furnace is available for only 2,000 gold coins. Should you be interested, you may take it at any time. The attendant indicated towards a dark, rusty relic in the corner. What on earth is this? Xiao Ruochen approached the dilapidated furnace, and after surveying it for a moment, he felt an impulse to curse. The furnace was covered in rust, clearly having been neglected for a long time. After a brief hesitation, Xiao Ruochen ultimately decided to purchase the worn-out furnace. Although it was old, with a thorough cleaning, it could still serve its purpose. After completing the transaction, Xiao Ruochen packed the rusty furnace and the herbs into a prepared storage bag and departed from the treasure pavilion. He refrained from entering the reincarnation pearl space, primarily to avoid drawing attention. Although storage bags hold significant value, they pale in comparison to storage rings and other spatial treasures. Oh, isn't that the prodigy of Tsangyue City, Xiao Ruochen? As Xiao Ruochen stepped out of the treasure-gathering pavilion, A voice dripping with sarcasm reached his ears. A young man clad in white brocade, sporting an exaggerated expression, approached him. What an insufferable brat. A hint of a playful smile tugged at the corners of Xiao Ruocheng's lips. Through his memories, he recognized the individual as Zheng Fanjian, the third young master of the Zheng family, one of the four prominent families of Tsangyue City. Not long ago, Zheng Fanjian had teased his maid, Xiao Xue, only to receive a severe beating from him in return. TSK, Xiao Ruocheng, I never imagined you would find yourself in such a predicament. Zheng Fanjian circled around Xiao Ruocheng, his face a mask of derision. Good dogs don't block the way. Xiao Ruocheng's expression darkened. He had anticipated that a simple outing for supplies would result in repeated provocations. Oh, reduced to a worthless state, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. A sneer of contempt graced Zheng Fanjian's face as he stepped closer to Xiao Ruocheng, disdain dripping from his words. Xiao Ruocheng, you can't truly believe you're still the greatest genius of Tsangyue City, can you? Furious, Xiao Ruocheng retorted inwardly, wishing ill upon him. Just as Zheng Fanjian continued his mockery, Xiao Ruocheng suddenly executed a swift kick to his groin. At that moment, he could no longer endure the taunts. Thud. With a sharp sound reminiscent of a breaking egg, Zheng Fanjian let out a piercing scream. He crumpled to the ground, hands desperately clutching his groin. His face contorted with confusion and despair. Attached is the cultivation hierarchy of this narrative. Xian disciple, Xian practitioner, Xian master, Xian spirit, Xian sect, Xian king, Xian emperor, Xian sovereign, Xian saint, Xian ancestor, Xian immortal, Xian deity. Chapter 0. The Zheng family, you little bastard. How dare you ambush me? Just wait. I swear I won't rest until I destroy you. Zheng Fanjian's cheeks twisted in pain, yet his eyes glinted with malice. You dare to act tough. Xiao Ruocheng shouted coldly, delivering a brutal kick to Zheng Fanjian's head. Thud. The air was filled with cries of distress as, in mere moments, Zheng Fanjian was reduced to a pitiful state. Remember this well. Even if my dantian is crippled, I am not someone of your ilk who can provoke me. Xiao Ruocheng sneered, and after delivering his parting words, he turned to leave. It had been a close call. Had Zheng Fanjian not been careless and lost his fighting ability from the kick, the outcome might have been different. How utterly despicable of Xiao Ruocheng. In that instant, all onlookers wore expressions of shock. No one anticipated that the usually upright and modest Xiao Ruocheng would resort to such despicable tactics as the yin-leg maneuver. Upon returning to the Xiao family, he immediately sequestered himself within his chamber, quietly slipping into the realm of the reincarnation pearl. What followed was the alchemical process. As long as he could concoct the gathering Xian pill, he would be able to elevate his cultivation to the Xian realm in a short span of time. For the time being, he would have to make do. After cleansing the black cauldron he had purchased, a satisfied smile graced Xiao Ruocheng's face. The cauldron appeared somewhat antiquated, but it was perfectly suitable for alchemy. Drawing upon the knowledge of alchemical techniques stored in his mind, he skillfully sorted the newly acquired herbs and placed some kindling beneath the alchemical furnace. Currently, his cultivation level was still too low to summon true fire, so he had to rely on the kindling for his alchemical work. Once he reached the Xian realm, he would be able to wield true fire, making the alchemical process considerably more convenient. After meticulously preparing all the herbs, Xiao Ruocheng expertly cast them into the black cauldron. At this moment, he was intensely focused, albeit with a hint of nervousness. Despite possessing countless memories of alchemical practices, this was his first attempt at refining a pill. After a brief period of acclimatization, his technique grew increasingly proficient, and he began to control the heat with greater precision. Half an hour swiftly passed. A rich, fragrant aroma wafted from the alchemical furnace, and a glimmer of joy illuminated Xiao Ruocheng's face. He knew the pill had been successfully refined, though he was uncertain of its quality. With a surge of excitement, he approached the black cauldron, eagerly lifting its lid. To his astonishment, he had produced a high-grade gathering yuan pill. A look of exhilaration spread across his face. He had not expected that his first batch would yield such a premium result. Pills are categorized into 4 levels: primary, intermediate, advanced, and supreme, with supreme pills offering the most remarkable effects and no adverse side effects. With the experience from his initial batch, Xiao Ruocheng's technique had clearly improved, each movement becoming more refined. He proceeded to concoct another batch of pills, and upon opening the black cauldron, a satisfied smile blossomed on his face. After refining all the herbs into pills, he found himself in possession of an impressive 50 supreme gathering yuan pills. Just then, a knock resounded at the door, accompanied by the voice of the maid, Xiao Ruochen. Young master, it's not good. The Zeng family has sent someone. Master requests your presence in the reception hall. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruochen hastily exited the reincarnation space and made his way toward the Xiao family reception hall. He was well aware that this was undoubtedly related to the matter of Zeng Fanjian. In the reception hall, the high-ranking members of the Xiao and Zeng families faced off, the atmosphere thick with tension. At that moment, Zeng Fanjian lay quietly on a stretcher, his expression one of utter despair. Xiao Tianya, if you do not surrender the worthless Xiao Ruochen today, do not blame me for turning against you. An elderly man with a grim expression and graying hair, his eyes glinting with cold fury, stood before him. This man was Zeng Yuhui, the head of the Zeng family and the grandfather of Zeng Fanjian. Zeng Yuhui, are you certain that Zeng Fanjian was incapacitated by my grandson? The expression on Xiao Tianya's face revealed his skepticism. Naturally, he did not believe Zeng Yuhui's words. His grandson had only lost his cultivation 3 days prior. How could he possibly have been a match for Zeng Fanjian? Xiao Tianya, I am not in the mood for jest. Your despicable grandson. He resorted to a sneak attack to ruin my grandson's future. If you do not hand him over today, do not blame the Zeng family for being impolite. Zeng Yuhui's tone was frigid, his sharp gaze radiating an icy menace. Grandfather. At that moment, Xiao Ruochen entered the reception hall. Ruochen, Zeng's family head claims that you have ruined Zeng Fanjian's future. Is there any truth to this? Upon seeing Xiao Ruochen, Xiao Tianya displayed a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated his grandson's swift recovery. Just days ago, he had visited, and Xiao Ruochen had been bedridden, barely clinging to life. There is some truth to it, but Zeng Fanjian provoked me first, and I was compelled to retaliate. Xiao Ruochen spoke up. You little wretch. It was you who ambushed me. Zeng Fanjian roared, his face contorted with rage. Xiao Ruochen ignored Zeng Fanjian and respectfully addressed Xiao Tianya, saying, Grandfather, the situation is as follows. This fool deliberately blocked my path and incessantly mocked me. I could no longer endure it, which is why I retaliated. He then recounted the events in detail. Xiao Tianya, this scoundrel has admitted to ambushing my grandson. If you do not provide an explanation today, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Zeng Yuhui spoke coldly. Zeng Yuhui, your foolish grandson intentionally provoked mine. I have not demanded an explanation from your family, which should be considered a courtesy. How dare you come here and ask me for one? A glimmer of coldness flashed in Xiao Tianya's eyes as a powerful aura emanated from him. Xiao Tianya, are you truly prepared to wage war against the Zeng family over this worthless individual? Zeng Yuhui's eyes glimmered with malice. Zeng Yuhui, whether or not to go to war is up to you. However, I must make it clear, I have only this one grandson. If even a single hair on his head is harmed, I will ensure that every descendant of your Zeng family, without exception, is eradicated. You may test my resolve if you dare. Xiao Tianya bellowed, his piercing gaze imbued with lethal intent. Xiao Tianya, you. Zeng Yuhui's face twisted in fury. Grandfather, allow me to handle matters concerning the younger generation. Just then, Zeng Fanjian struggled to rise from the stretcher. Xiao Ruochen, if you are willing to fight me to the death, I assure you, my family will overlook your ambush. Chapter 5. A visit to the Lord's mansion. How shameless you are. To challenge a person whose dantian has been destroyed, despite being at the 9th level of the Xian disciple realm. Surely, you are the most brazen individual across the entire Xuanwu continent. Xiao Ruochen scoffed, her tone laced with disdain. However, since you wish to issue a challenge, I shall grant you the opportunity. 3 days hence, at the central challenge platform of Songyue City, we shall engage in a battle to the death. Chener, do not accept his challenge. Xiao Tianya quickly interjected. Do not worry, grandfather. I shall act with discretion. Xiao Ruochen replied, her eyes gleaming with confidence. Although she was not yet a match for Zeng Fanjian, the situation might be different in 3 days. After all, she possessed 50 gathering Xian pills, and if consumed entirely, they would be sufficient to elevate her to the 8th level of the Xian disciple realm. By that time, even against a practitioner at the 1st level of the Xian realm, Xiao Ruochen felt assured of victory. She trained in a divine level technique. If she lacked the capacity for such a challenge, it would be better to perish. Very well, you have spoken. I shall allow you 3 more days of life. Zeng Fanjian gritted his teeth, a frigid murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. Cherish your remaining time wisely. At that moment, astonishment flickered across the faces of the onlookers, none expecting Xiao Ruochen to genuinely accept the challenge. Xiao Tianya, this time no one is coercing your grandson to the stage of life and death, should he perish. You cannot blame the Zeng family. Zeng Yuhui sneered, and with that, he departed alongside the Zeng family. Master, given that Xiao Ruochen's Dantian is destroyed and he has brought such calamity upon our clan, it may not be fair to allow him to continue as the young master. Spoke the sixth elder, Xiao Qinghua, stepping forward. Master, while Xiao Ruochen is your only grandson, the fact remains that his Dantian is ruined. Our Xiao family can ensure him a life of luxury, but the position of young master must be reassigned, echoed the eighth elder, Xiao Wenbin. Master, both Elder 6 and Elder 8 present valid points. Although Xiao Ruochen is exceptionally gifted, his Dantian is irreparably damaged, and it seems unlikely he can lead our Xiao family to greatness, remarked the eldest elder, Xiao Tianming, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Indeed, you all make compelling arguments. Xiao Tianya furrowed his brow slightly. Let us do this. In half a month's time, during the ranking battle of the 4 great families of Tsangyue City, the young master position will be determined by the rankings of our youth. What say you? Though he wished to retain the position for his grandson, the reality of Xiao Ruochen's circumstances necessitated a change in leadership. Master, your wisdom is evident. The eldest elder, Xiao Tianming, exhibited a subtle smile. His grandson, Xiao Ruochen, had already achieved the 4th level of the Xian realm and was undeniably the foremost talent of the Xiao family. Thus, in his eyes, the position of young master belonged solely to his grandson. Very well, you may all take your leave, commanded Xiao Tianya, waving his hand. Yes, master. As the esteemed elders achieved their objective, they respectfully clasped their fists in salutation and departed from the reception hall. Chinner, why did you accept Zeng Fanjian's challenge? With the other elders having left, Xiao Tianya inquired with a grave demeanor. Grandfather, my Dantian is not truly wasted, Xiao Ruochen replied, channeling her energy to reveal her cultivation at the 5th level of the Zhen Tujing. Given that the Zuan Tujing represents the initial stage of cultivation, and her internal energy was remarkably scarce, it was generally difficult for others to discern 1's level of cultivation without engaging in combat. How is this possible? A look of astonishment crossed Xiao Tianya's face, for he had personally verified that his grandson's Dantian was indeed damaged. Grandfather, my Dantian has merely sustained some impact. It is not utterly shattered, Xiao Ruochen explained with a smile. Splendid. A look of relief washed over Xiao Tianya's face, and he continued, even if your Dantian is intact, with your current level of cultivation, it may be quite challenging to defeat Zeng Fanjian. Do not worry, grandfather. I am currently in a phase of rapid recovery. In 3 days, I am confident I will restore my power to the 8th level of Zhen Tujing. By then, I will undoubtedly triumph over Zeng Fanjian, Xiao Ruochen declared, her face radiating confidence. Zeng Fanjian is at the 9th level of Zhen Tujing. Are you certain you can prevail against him? Xiao Tianya asked, his expression serious. Of course I am confident. If you doubt me, grandfather, you may personally test my combat prowess in 3 days, Xiao Ruochen responded with a smile. Very well. Xiao Tianya nodded, then added sternly, in 3 days, if your combat abilities do not meet my expectations, you shall forfeit the opportunity for this life and death battle. Rest assured, grandfather, I will not disappoint you, Xiao Ruochen replied with unwavering confidence. Master, Lord Su has arrived, and it seems he has brought quite a number of items. At that moment, the butler, Xiao Feng, hurried in. Su Jinghong, and he has brought many things. A flicker of confusion crossed Xiao Tianya's face before he instructed, quickly, invite him in. Old Master Xiao, I have come uninvited today. I hope you will forgive me. Just then, a poised and dignified middle-aged man entered alongside a stunningly beautiful young woman. The newcomers were none other than Su Jinghong, the lord of Tsangyue City, and his daughter, Su Qingyan. Lord Su, you are being too courteous. May I inquire the purpose of your visit today? Xiao Tianya's expression darkened as he noticed that Su Jinghong had brought the betrothal gifts originally sent by the Xiao family. Old Master Xiao, I have come today to annul the engagement of my daughter. After taking a delicate sip of tea, Su Jinghong stated. Bang! Su Jinghong. Because Chun'er risked her Dantian to save your daughter, and now, with less than 3 days' time, you dare to come here to annul the engagement. Xiao Tianya slammed his hand on the table, his countenance darkening to an ominous shade that sent chills down one's spine. Old Master Xiao. The initial intent behind the union of our two families was to unite two prodigies. Hence the engagement contract we signed included a stipulation. If either child fails to reach the 9th level of the Xian realm by the age of 18, this marriage shall be rendered completely void. Su Jinghong produced the original engagement document and remarked, indeed, annulling the engagement would tarnish the Xiao family's reputation. Please, Old Master Xiao, feel free to propose any terms. As long as they are not excessive, I shall acquiesce. Chinner, what are your thoughts on this matter? Xiao Tianya's expression was grim. The reason for the union was indeed to bring together two exceptionally gifted children, which is why both families added that clause to the engagement contract to protect their offspring's interests. Chapter 6. Annulment. Su Qingyan, bring forth the annulment document. A faint, cold smile graced Xiao Ruocheng's lips as she extended her hand towards Su Qingyan. Humph. Su Qingyan scoffed, handing over the newly drafted annulment document. You wish to dissolve the engagement? I shall facilitate your request. Xiao Ruocheng smirked, altering a few words on the document before inscribing a large character for annulment. Take this. From now on, our ties are severed, and we shall meet as strangers. Upon finishing her words, Xiao Ruocheng tossed the annulment letter to Su Qingyan. Xiao Ruocheng, you, a person with a shattered dantian, have no standing to issue an annulment to me. Su Qingyan's beautiful eyes flashed with indignation, her flawless visage turning pale with anger. Su Qingyan, you will soon discover whether I possess the right or not. In no time, you will realize just how foolish your actions today have been. Xiao Ruocheng spoke with a cold edge in her tone. Xiao Ruocheng, dreaming of making me regret this? You are merely a waste with a broken dantian, Su Qingyan replied, her eyes glinting with disdain. Qingyan, do not be disrespectful, Su Jinghong interjected, furrowing his brow. He then clasped his fists and continued, Old Master Xiao, since the engagement has been annulled, I shall take my leave. We may have the opportunity to converse again. In truth, he had initially held some hope for Xiao Ruocheng. But with her dantian now destroyed, the engagement could not possibly continue. After all, his daughter was merely 15 years old and had already attained the 5th level of the Xian realm, with a promising future ahead. After returning the original engagement gifts, Su Jinghong departed the Xiao residence with Su Qingyan. Chinner, do not dwell on this. I will arrange a new match for you that will undoubtedly surpass Su Qingyan in beauty by 100-fold. Xiao Tianya gently patted Xiao Ruocheng's shoulder. Grandfather, you need not worry about my affairs. I promise to find you several lovely granddaughters-in-law in the future, Xiao Ruocheng replied, her face blooming with a sunny smile. Regarding Su Qingyan's broken engagement, he remained indifferent, for within his mind resided a supreme legacy. In the future, what kind of woman could he not acquire, should he desire? Ah, young lad, this is your assertion. In your generation, you must ensure your grandfather is blessed with 10 great-grandsons. A rare smile graced Xiao Tianya's face. His lineage had never been particularly prosperous, and he had initially hoped that his son, Xiao Junling, would bless him with several grandsons. However, to his dismay, Xiao Junling had suddenly vanished. Fortuitously, before his disappearance, he had brought back Xiao Ruocheng. Otherwise, his line might have faced extinction. Forget 10, 20 would pose no challenge. Xiao Ruocheng chuckled. You cheeky boy, always amusing your grandfather. Hurry back and resume your cultivation. Strive to recover your prowess swiftly. Xiao Tianya laughed heartily. Seeing that Xiao Ruocheng was unharmed, he felt a sense of relief. Grandfather, I shall take my leave now, Xiao Ruocheng said before turning to depart the reception hall. Simultaneously, news of Xiao Ruocheng's duel with Zheng Fanjian and the dissolution of his engagement with Su Qingyan spread rapidly throughout Songyue City. Have you heard? Xiao Ruocheng and Zheng Fanjian are set to face off in a life-and-death battle in 3 days. No way. Wasn't Xiao Ruocheng's dantian destroyed? How could he possibly agree to such a duel? Your information seems rather outdated. It is said that this afternoon, Xiao Ruocheng launched a surprise attack, rendering Zheng Fanjian incapacitated. Subsequently, the head of the Zheng family sought an explanation from the Xiao family, leading to Zheng Fanjian challenging Xiao Ruocheng to a life-and-death duel. Goodness, how cunning of Xiao Ruocheng. Yet, with his dantian destroyed, his chances in this duel seem grim. Who knows? We shall see when the time comes. At this moment, the entirety of Songyue City buzzed with speculation, countless individuals engaged in fervent discussions about the matter. Even Su Qingyan, upon learning this news, felt a profound sense of astonishment. She could hardly fathom that the always upright Xiao Ruochen would resort to such underhanded tactics. What astonished her even further was Xiao Ruochen's audacity to accept Zhang Fanjian's challenge despite his ruined dantian. In that instant, she felt a strange unfamiliarity with Xiao Ruochen. Within the realm of the reincarnation pearl, Xiao Ruochen sat cross-legged, extracting all the Juxian pills he had just refined, consuming them one by one. As the pills entered his body, an incredibly pure energy surged within him, prompting him to swiftly operate the reincarnation art and commence the fervent process of refinement. Under his meticulous cultivation, waves of pure energy transformed into profound qi, spreading throughout his meridians. Soon, his cultivation began to ascend rapidly. Sixth layer of the profound disciple realm. In less than 3 hours, Xiao Ruochen's cultivation had risen to the 6th layer of the profound disciple realm, having consumed 5 pills by this point. He then retrieved more pills and continued his consumption. Time flew by, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Xiao Ruochen's cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of the 7th layer of the Xian-Tu realm, a mere step away from the 8th layer. "Break!" he bellowed, channeling all the energy within him as he surged fiercely towards the barrier of the 8th layer. In that instant, Xiao Ruochen finally elevated his cultivation to the 8th layer of the Xian-Tu realm. Feeling the formidable power coursing through him, a glimmer of confidence radiated from his eyes. Subsequently, he discovered a divine sword technique named Burning Heaven within his mind, and he diligently began to practice it. As time swiftly passed, it was now the 3rd day. Through Xiao Ruochen's fervent study, the Burning Heaven sword technique had been successfully cultivated to an introductory level. It was time to venture forth. A spark of confidence shone in Xiao Ruochen's eyes, although his cultivation was merely at the 8th layer of the Xian-Tu realm. He felt assured he could triumph even against practitioners at the 1st layer of the Xian realm. After a brief tidying up, Xiao Ruochen exited the reincarnation pearl space. "Young master, the master requests your presence," came the voice of the maid, Xiao Shui, from outside. "I shall go at once," Xiao Ruochen nodded, making his way towards Xiao Tianya's residence. "Chun'er, do you have confidence for today's battle?" Upon Xiao Ruochen's arrival, Xiao Tianya inquired solemnly. Naturally, he did not wish for his grandson to perish in the arena. "Grandfather, won't you find out by trying?" A confident smile graced Xiao Ruochen's face. "Good lad. I will now suppress my cultivation to the 1st layer of the Xian realm. If you can repel me, I shall not obstruct you from this life and death battle today," Xiao Tianya declared, subsequently restraining his cultivation. "Grandfather, I shall make my move. Do be cautious," Xiao Ruochen warned, launching a sudden and powerful punch that tore through the air, the fierce momentum surging towards Xiao Tianya. Observing this, Xiao Tianya countered with a punch of his own, meeting Xiao Ruochen head-on. With a resounding boom, Xiao Ruochen stood firm, unyielding, while Xiao Tianya was forced to retreat 3 to 4 paces. "Haha, good lad. You have not disappointed your grandfather," Xiao Tianya exclaimed with a hearty laugh, his expression one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that his grandson, with merely the 8th layer of the Xian-Tu realm, could unleash strength rivaling that of the Xian realm. "Grandfather, the time for the life and death battle approaches. We should hasten to the arena. Otherwise, the Zheng family may think I fear them," Xiao Ruochen suggested. "Very well, I shall accompany you," Xiao Tianya replied with a smile. Thus, accompanied by the members of the Xiao family, Xiao Ruochen proceeded towards the central arena of Sanyue City. The city was particularly lively that day, especially near the central square, where throngs of people surged, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. Even the Su family of the city lord's mansion, along with the Wang family, one of the 4 great clans, sent numerous individuals to witness the event. At this moment, Zheng Fanjian stood in the center of the arena, his long sword in hand, with a grim expression clouding his features. Over the past 3 days, he had nearly reached the brink of despair. Even his fiancée chose to annul their engagement upon learning of his predicament. After all, no one wishes to marry a eunuch incapable of fulfilling his duties. Could it be that Xiao Ruochen dares not to show up? Who could know? Having been rendered incapable, it would be quite normal for him to feel apprehensive. At that moment, many spectators began to murmur among themselves. Just then, Xiao Ruochen, accompanied by members of the Xiao family, made a grand entrance at the city center arena. "Look, Xiao Ruochen has arrived. This fellow indeed possesses a certain bravado," despite his incapacitation. He still dares to ascend the life and death stage. The arrival of Xiao Ruochen instantly enlivened the atmosphere, as countless eyes turned toward him. Chapter 7. The battle of life and death begins. Xiao Ruochen, come forth to meet your demise. A chilling voice emanated from the arena, as a ferocious glint of malice flickered in Zheng Fanjian's eyes, resembling a predator poised to devour its prey. How audacious! Since you are so eager to embrace death, I shall grant you that mercy. A scornful smile graced Xiao Ruochen's face as he leisurely ascended the stage. You little wretch! Today I shall rend you to pieces to assuage my wrath. Zheng Fanjian's eyes radiated a bone-chilling, murderous intent, instilling fear in the hearts of those present. Enough of your prattle. If you intend to strike, do so swiftly and spare us the delay. Xiao Ruochen, sword in hand, exuded a cold and piercing aura, as if capable of freezing his adversary in place. You little wretch, to be on the brink of death, yet remain so arrogant. With a furious roar, Zheng Fanjian propelled himself forward with lightning speed, launching a fierce strike at Xiao Ruochen, his sword imbued with an overwhelming intent to kill. Damn it, perish! Xiao Ruochen snorted disdainfully, deftly springing into the air, skillfully evading Zheng Fanjian's onslaught. Simultaneously, he unleashed a swift strike with his sword. A torrent of invisible and searing sword energy slicing through the air toward Zheng Fanjian's neck. How can this boy's swordplay be so swift? Faced with Xiao Ruochen's lightning-fast attack, a flicker of fear crossed Zheng Fanjian's eyes. In a flurry of panic, he hastily raised his sword to block. Yet his reaction proved a fraction too slow. With a crisp sound of slicing air, a barely perceptible line of blood appeared on Zheng Fanjian's throat. Your dantian has not been destroyed. A look of utter disbelief washed over Zheng Fanjian's face. Upon uttering these words, he collapsed heavily to the ground, his eyes filled with unbridled resentment. Could it be that Xiao Ruochen had not been rendered incapable? In that moment, a profound silence enveloped the scene, as expressions of utter astonishment graced the faces of all present, their countenances resembling those who had glimpsed a ghost. Impossible! His dantian had clearly been shattered. Not far away, on the elevated platform, Su Qingyin's face was marked by extreme shock, her eyes brimming with confusion and disbelief. She simply could not fathom why Xiao Ruochen, whose dantian was ostensibly ruined, still possessed the cultivation of the 8th layer of the Xian disciple realm. Die, you little bastard! At that moment, a furious roar pierced the air, and a shadowy figure, swift as lightning, charged towards Xiao Ruochen on the arena. Xing Yukai, you are courting death. Xiao Tianya bellowed, his form slicing through the air like a sharp sword, surging toward Xing Yukai with tremendous speed. Boom! With a deafening crash, Xing Yukai, before even reaching Xiao Ruochen, was sent flying backward like a kite severed from its string. Uft! You old wretch! Xing Yukai spat a mouthful of blood, and before he could utter another word, he collapsed into unconsciousness. Zheng Yuhui, I warn you, keep your fool of a son in check. If he dares to lay a hand on my grandson again, do not blame me for being merciless and ruthless. A chilling glint flickered in Xiao Tianya's eyes. Xing Youcai's earlier actions had irrevocably crossed his threshold, and should there be another offense, he would not hesitate to unleash a bloodbath. Xiao Tianya, do you truly believe the Zheng family fears you? Zheng Yuhui's eyes gleamed with a ferocious, murderous intent, his anger seemingly capable of tearing Xiao Tianya to shreds. Zheng Yuhui, spare me your theatrics. If you are dissatisfied, we could engage in a life-and-death duel. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Xiao Tianya regarded Zheng Yuhui with disdain, his expression replete with provocation. Xiao Tianya you. Zheng Yuhui's face turned a shade of iron, devoid of color. He was acutely aware of his own strength. Over the years, Xiao Tianya's prowess had consistently overshadowed him. In a genuine fight to the death, he held no confidence whatsoever. Zheng Yuhui, the death match was initiated by your family. Look at your current frantic state. Could it be that you cannot bear to lose? Xiao Tianya sneered, his face a mask of scorn and derision. Xiao Tianya, we shall see. Zheng Yuhui, consumed by rage, his chest heaving violently, uttered a final threat before departing with his family in a huff. Without absolute assurance, Xing Yuhui was unwilling to provoke an all-out conflict. After all, in Songyue City, there were 4 prominent families, and should the Zheng and Xiao families engage in battle, the ultimate beneficiaries would merely be the other 2 families, a scenario Xing Yuhui wished to avoid at all costs. Chinner, let us return. A smile of excitement illuminated Xiao Tianya's face. The more he observed his grandson, Xiao Ruochen, the more he found him endearing. Xiao Ruochen nodded, following Xiao Tianya as they made their way back toward the Xiao family's residence. Meanwhile, the news of Xiao Ruochen's recovery spread throughout Sanyue City with astonishing swiftness, as if it had sprouted wings. Within the Xiao family, in Xiao Ruochen's courtyard, Xiao Tianya displayed a benevolent smile, his eyes brimming with anticipation and affection. Chinner, with merely a month remaining until the Cold Heaven sect's recruitment ceremony, you must devote yourself to your cultivation during this time. Strive to restore your prowess to the level of a mystic practitioner. I shall personally accompany you to the Cold Heaven sect. Rest assured, grandfather, I shall exert every effort. I am confident that I will succeed in the recruitment ceremony, Xiao Ruochen replied, imbued with self-assurance. From Xiao Tianya's gaze, he discerned a glimmer of earnest expectation. Thus he resolved to attend the Cold Heaven sect, which piqued his interest greatly. The Cold Heaven sect, one of the 4 premier sects in the Eastern Province, is renowned for nurturing prodigious talents, each young aspirant possessing extraordinary gifts, having traversed into this world where martial prowess reigns supreme. Xiao Ruochen's ultimate dream was to pursue the path of immortality. Achieving this lofty ambition, however, necessitated abundant resources. Despite possessing an inexhaustible wealth of inheritance in his mind, the scarcity of resources in Sanyue City hindered his rapid advancement. After all, many precious spiritual herbs, artifacts, and various rare resources were virtually unattainable in such a small locale. Confidence is paramount. I shall not disturb your cultivation further. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me, Xiao Tianya stated before departing from Xiao Ruochen's residence. Over the ensuing days, Xiao Ruochen diligently practiced within the reincarnation pearl space. Time and resources were what he lacked the most, given sufficient of both. He possessed unwavering confidence in ascending to the pinnacle of this world. Simultaneously, a fierce commercial rivalry between the Zheng and Xiao families commenced in earnest. Both families launched vigorous assaults within their respective domains, and encounters resulting in conflict among the younger generations became commonplace. Fortunately, the situation remained within manageable bounds. On this particular day, Xiao Ruochen concluded his seclusion and resolved to enhance his practical combat abilities by embarking on a field training expedition to the Sanyue mountain range. In a world rife with intense competition, practical experience was of paramount importance. Subsequently, he altered his attire, stealthily departing from the Xiao family and making his way towards the Sanyue mountain range, located outside the city. The Sanyue mountain range, the largest mountain expanse near Sanyue City, boasted towering peaks and lush greenery, teeming with wild beasts and ancient trees that reached the heavens. Countless spiritual herbs and rare treasures flourished in abundance, rendering the Sanyue mountain range a revered training ground for countless mercenaries and adventurers. Though this place brims with countless opportunities, it is equally fraught with various crises. One must not only guard against the ferocious beasts that roam, but also remain vigilant against those unscrupulous humans who may harbor ill intentions. In such an environment rife with uncertainty, humans can sometimes prove to be more perilous than the very beasts themselves. Chapter 8. The yellow sparrow lurks behind. Upon entering the Sanyue Mountains, Xiao Ruochen instantly adopted a heightened state of alertness. Since his arrival in this world, this marked his first venture out for training, thus a twinge of anxiety lingered within him. Rustle, rustle. At that moment, from the depths of the shadowy forest nearby, a faint rustling sound emerged, followed by the emergence of a massive gray rat, its enormous eyes glinting with a fierce, bloodthirsty aura, fixated intently on Xiao Ruochen. What a colossal rodent! Startled by the sudden appearance of this giant rat, Xiao Ruochen did not retreat. Instead, he gripped his silver moon sword firmly, his gaze filled with caution as he regarded the monstrous creature. Despite its intimidating appearance, the giant gray rat's strength was approximately at the 9th level of the Xiantian realm, making it a manageable foe for Xiao Ruochen given his current prowess. His surprise stemmed from the fact that this was his first genuine encounter with a living beast since his transmigration. Roar! The gray rat emitted a deafening shriek, its large eyes darting around as it scanned for any potential dangers. Once assured of its surroundings, it lunged towards Xiao Ruochen without hesitation, seeking its own demise. A glint of ferocity flashed in Xiao Ruocheng's eyes as he swung his silver moon sword with great force, unleashing a sharp blade of light that cleaved toward the gray rat with tremendous momentum. The rat, however, reacted swiftly. Sensing an acute threat at the very moment Xiao Ruocheng struck, it deftly attempted to dodge to the side. Yet, it was ultimately a fraction too slow. The silver moon sword, with its dazzling arc, swiftly cut through its throat. With the gray rat dispatched, Xiao Ruocheng continued his training in the Tsungyue Mountains, wielding the silver moon sword. This initial experience of successfully hunting a beast allowed him to gradually acclimate to his surroundings. He began to deliberately seek out creatures of comparable strength for fierce battles, honing his agility and martial skills. Should he encounter an overwhelmingly powerful beast beyond his capability to confront, he would not hesitate to evade at the first opportunity. For his purpose in this expedition was to train, not to meet a futile end. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had elapsed. After enduring hundreds of breathtaking battles for survival, Xiao Ruocheng underwent a profound transformation in his demeanor. The once slightly melancholic gaze now radiated with an unwavering determination and depth. Simultaneously, following 5 grueling days of rigorous training, his cultivation successfully ascended to the 9th level of the profound disciple realm. Moreover, the martial skills and agility he had mastered witnessed a remarkable enhancement. Suddenly, an intense commotion erupted nearby, the sounds of fierce combat piercing the air. Driven by instinctual curiosity, Xiao Ruocheng cautiously concealed himself within the dense forest, stealthily making his way towards the source of the tumult. To his astonishment, he discovered the repugnant duo, Ji Juanhao and Su Qingyan, fervently attacking a ferocious, bloodthirsty demon wolf. To his amazement, not far behind the bloodthirsty demon wolf, Xiao Ruocheng spotted an exceptionally rare Xianling ginseng. In that fleeting moment, he comprehended the motivation behind Ji Juanhao and Su Qingyan's relentless assault on the creature. This precious treasure was something he felt compelled to seize for himself. A resolute gleam flickered in his eyes. He was determined not to let such a rare opportunity slip away. With utmost concentration, Xiao Ruocheng suppressed his aura and cautiously maneuvered towards the rear of the bloodthirsty demon wolf. The Xianling ginseng, a highly coveted celestial herb, contained remarkably pure energy capable of elevating a cultivator in the profound realm by an entire minor level if consumed. It was evident why Ji Juanhao and Su Qingyan regarded the allure of the Xianling ginseng as immense. At this moment, the trio was fully engrossed in a frenzied battle, their eyes clouded with the fervor of combat. Both Ji Juanhao and Su Qingyan had reached the 5th level of the profound realm, while the bloodthirsty demon wolf possessed formidable combat prowess, making it challenging to determine a clear victor in the short term. Xiao Ruocheng lay in quiet anticipation amidst the foliage, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike. The battle raged on, and after several hundred exchanges, Su Qingyan and Ji Juanhao gradually began to gain the upper hand. With a thunderous roar, the bloodthirsty demon wolf suddenly pivoted and darted into the nearby thicket. Realizing it could not protect the Xianling ginseng, and facing the peril of potential demise if the fight continued, it reluctantly chose to flee. Witnessing the retreat of the bloodthirsty demon wolf, Su Qingyan and Ji Juanhao finally exhaled in relief. At this moment, the mystical energy within them had nearly been exhausted. If the bloodthirsty demon wolf could endure just a little longer, the final outcome would indeed be difficult to predict. I am grateful to both of you for driving away the bloodthirsty demon wolf. I shall not hesitate to take the mystic spirit ginseng with me. Suddenly, Xiao Ruocheng's figure appeared like a ghost, swiftly snatching the mystic spirit ginseng from the ground before vanishing in the blink of an eye. Xiao Ruocheng, you scoundrel! Su Qingyan exclaimed, her graceful figure immediately taking flight as she hurried in the direction where he had disappeared. The significance of the mystic spirit ginseng to her was self-evident. She certainly did not wish to watch it be easily taken from her grasp. Xiao Ruocheng, you are courting death. In that moment, Ji Juanhao's fury erupted. He hastily employed his technique to pursue Xiao Ruocheng. You two wretches think you can catch up to me? Perhaps in your next life. Xiao Ruocheng sneered, his speed swift as lightning, especially amidst the intricate labyrinth of the forest, where his agility reached its zenith. How can this rascal be so fast? Watching Xiao Ruocheng's rapidly receding figure, Su Qingyan's brows furrowed tightly, disbelief etched across her face. She had never anticipated that Xiao Ruochen, merely at the 9th layer of the mystic disciple realm, could execute such exquisite techniques. After a fierce chase, Xiao Ruochen's silhouette completely vanished into the depths of the forest. "You little brat, don't let me catch you one day." Ji Juanhao panted heavily, gazing at the spot where Xiao Ruochen had disappeared, his eyes glimmering with a chilling, murderous intent. Had he been at his peak, he would have been absolutely confident in catching up to Xiao Ruochen. However, after the recent fierce battle, he lacked the energy to continue the pursuit. "Young Master Ji, since the mystic spirit ginseng has been taken by Xiao Ruochen, I shall take my leave." Su Qingyin's voice was cold, and without a backward glance, she departed the scene. "You ungrateful wretch. One day I shall make you submit beneath me," Ji Juanhao thought, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes as he watched Su Qingyin leave without hesitation. Initially, he had intended to seize an opportune moment to win over Su Qingyin during this excursion, but to his dismay, she had given him no chance whatsoever. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruochen felt an unusual lightness in his heart. With the mystic spirit ginseng in his possession, should he successfully break through to the mystic realm, he could utilize it to ascend to the 2nd layer of the mystic realm. At that point, no one in the 4 great families would pose a threat to him. In the days that followed, Xiao Ruochen diligently cultivated in the Zhanyue mountain range, ruthlessly slaying any demon beasts he could defeat. When encountering formidable demon beasts that he could not overcome, he adeptly utilized his techniques to evade them. Chapter 9. The ranking battle begins. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. For 3 consecutive days, Xiao Ruochen engaged in fierce battles against various demonic beasts within the Zhanyue mountain range, enduring countless life and death trials. Through this brutal refinement, his cultivation finally became more rounded, allowing him to successfully approach the threshold of the Xian realm. At this moment, Xiao Ruochen sat cross-legged within the space of the reincarnation pearl. As the reincarnation technique continuously circulated, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed irresistibly drawn towards him, gathering in pure strands that he absorbed into his being, rapidly transforming into Xian power. At this juncture, Xiao Ruochen's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Xian disciple realm. "Break for me," he bellowed, determination etched across his face. As he summoned all of his Xian power, surging forth like a tumultuous tide crashing against the barrier of the Xian realm. With a sudden breakthrough to the 1st layer of the Xian realm, Xiao Ruochen's eyes flew open, a brilliant light shooting forth like a shooting star streaking across the night sky, dazzling and fierce. "Xianling Ginseng, I hope you do not disappoint me," he murmured, his voice soft, yet brimming with anticipation. Without hesitation, he produced the Xianling Ginseng and swallowed it in one gulp. As it entered his body, an overwhelming wave of pure spiritual energy flooded through him, so potent that it felt as if it might burst him apart. "Ah!" Xiao Ruochen cried out in agony, the veins on his forehead standing out sharply like twisting earthworms, his body coursing with threads of blood, and his skin flushed crimson, giving him the sensation of impending explosion. In this moment of crisis, he urgently activated the reincarnation technique, frantically channeling his energy to refine the surging power within. As this pure energy was gradually refined, his cultivation began to skyrocket. Boom, boom, boom. Mid-stage of the 1st layer of the Xian realm. Late stage of the 1st layer of the Xian realm. Pinnacle of the 1st layer of the Xian realm. In less than 2 hours, Xiao Ruochen's cultivation surged from the initial stage of the 1st layer of the Xian realm to its peak with unstoppable momentum. "Break for me," he roared, his voice filled with unwavering resolve. Then, he exerted all his Xian power against the barrier of the 2nd layer of the Xian realm, launching a fierce assault. At this moment, Xiao Ruochen finally broke through to the 2nd layer of the Xian realm. The spiritual energy of the Xianling Ginseng within him was completely refined. Feeling the immense Xian power coursing through him, a joyful smile spread across Xiao Ruochen's face, radiant like the warm and brilliant sunlight of spring. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction with his training amidst the trials of the Zhanyue mountain range. When he first arrived, he was merely at the 8th layer of the Xian disciple realm, but now he had ascended to the 2nd layer of the Xian realm. Such a remarkable pace of cultivation, if made public, would undoubtedly stir up a tempest. During this time, Xiao Ruochen's mastery of the burning heaven sword technique, the starry step, and the void-breaking fist has seen substantial enhancement. Although Xiao Ruocheng's cultivation level remains at the second layer of the profound realm, he is confident that he could defeat even those at the sixth layer. This confidence stems not only from his ascended cultivation, but also from the combat skills and experience he has honed through practical encounters. It is time to return. A subtle smile, imbued with confidence and composure, graced Xiao Ruocheng's lips. With only 2 days remaining until the ranking battle of the 4 great families in Songyue City, he must hasten his return. Subsequently, Xiao Ruocheng exited the reincarnation pearl space and made his way toward Songyue City. After a day, Xiao Ruocheng finally returned to the Xiao family. "Chener, you have finally returned." Upon seeing Xiao Ruocheng, the heart of Xiao Tianya, which had been in suspense, finally found solace. A smile of relief blossomed on his wrinkled face, his eyes filled with concern and joy. "Grandfather, I was training in the Songyue mountain range, which caused a slight delay in my return." Xiao Ruocheng recounted his various experiences in the mountain range, detailing battles with ferocious beasts and his breakthroughs in cultivation. Haha. In just 10 short days, your cultivation has surged from the 8th layer of the profound disciple realm to the 2nd layer of the profound realm. It appears my grandson possesses the potential of a profound emperor. Xiao Tianya's hearty laughter echoed, resonating with pride and elation for his grandson. "Grandfather, broaden your horizons. The profound emperor is merely a stepping stone for me," Xiao Ruocheng replied with a smile, his eyes sparkling with confidence, as if envisioning himself standing at the pinnacle of power. With the divine inheritance in his mind, he was assured of his future. He held enough confidence to aspire even towards the realm of the profound deity. "Impudent boy, do not boast. If you reach the realm of the profound king, I shall awaken from my dreams with a smile." Xiao Tianya chuckled, stroking his beard. Though he jested, he firmly believed in Xiao Ruocheng's boundless potential. "By the way, tomorrow is the ranking battle of the 4 great families. Do you have confidence?" Xiao Tianya's expression turned serious, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Ruocheng. "Rest assured, grandfather, there can only be one champion, and that title belongs solely to your grandson," Xiao Ruocheng declared, his eyes radiating a fierce confidence that seemed capable of illuminating the entire world. "Confidence is good. You must be weary. Go and rest well." A loving smile graced Xiao Tianya's face, his eyes brimming with care for Xiao Ruocheng. Upon returning to his quarters, Xiao Ruocheng once again entered a state of cultivation. He understood that although he had made significant breakthroughs, he could not afford to be complacent with the impending ranking battle of the 4 great families approaching. The following morning arrived. Xiao Ruocheng meticulously attended to his grooming, donning an exquisite new attire of white brocade that exuded luxury. His thick, lustrous hair was elegantly tied up, with 2 strands gracefully cascading down his forehead, swaying gently in the breeze. Coupled with his eyes, deep and star-like, he appeared as a paragon of refinement and charm, reminiscent of a noble gentleman. Today, the city of Songyue was abuzz with excitement, as the arena in the central square was surrounded by a throng of spectators, all eagerly anticipating the commencement of the ranking battle among the 4 esteemed families. This day held monumental significance for Songyue, as it marked the event where the 4 prominent families would engage in a competition that would dictate the allocation of resources for the next decade. Hence, the implications of this ranking battle were profound, fundamentally influencing the future development of these families. In Songyue, the 4 families each held dominion over distinct territories, with the Su family being the most powerful, traditionally holding the position of the city lord. Historically, the family that secured the first rank in the battle would gain control over 4 streets, the second rank over 3, the third over 2, and the family that ranked last would only be granted governance over a single street. While it may seem trivial to manage a few streets, the profits derived from such control, particularly from the bustling central avenues, were immeasurable. The rules of the ranking battle were straightforward. Each family would dispatch 5 young prodigies, and rankings would be determined through a lottery system. The event was open to the public, consistently attracting countless spectators during each competition. Under the leadership of Xiao Tianya, Xiao Ruocheng and his entourage made their grand entrance into the central square of Songyue. "Cheng'er, today, the outcome of this ranking battle is of little consequence, but you must prioritize your safety," Xiao Tianya advised, his gaze filled with concern and care. "Grandfather, you need not worry. I am no fool. If I cannot win, I shall not engage them head-on," Xiao Ruocheng replied, a playful glimmer in his eyes. "By the way, grandfather, If I were to eliminate the members of the Zhang and Ji families, would you be able to shield me? He jested, a mischievous smile dancing on his lips. In other regions, such matters might be fraught with peril, but in Songyue, there was a sense of security that his grandfather would protect him against any repercussions. A confident expression adorned Xiao Tianya's aged visage, a testament to his faith in his family's strength. Then I shall rest easy, Xiao Ruochen remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Just then, he sensed two piercing gazes fixated upon him. He swiftly turned to see Zheng Fanhan from the Zheng family and Ji Juanhao from the Ji family, their expressions icy and laced with malevolence. Fools! It would be wise not to provoke me, Xiao Ruochen thought with a smirk of derision. In regard to Zheng Fanhan and Ji Juanhao, he regarded them with indifference. Given his current prowess, eliminating these two posed no significant challenge. If you find this appealing, feel free to add it to your bookshelf. Chapter 10. Swiftly defeating Zheng Fanhan. As time flowed like a gentle stream, the members of the four prominent families soon assembled. At this moment, the patriarchs of these families congregated on the elevated platform before the arena, fervently deliberating the rules for the ranking battles. After a brief interlude, the city lord, Su Jinghong, stepped forward and announced that this ranking contest would be conducted through a draw. He then invited all participating contestants to ascend the stage for the drawing. As Su Jinghong's voice faded, the younger generation of the four families eagerly took to the stage to draw lots. In no time, everyone had completed the draw, with Xiao Ruochen drawing the number 16. At this juncture, Su Jinghong ascended the platform once more and proclaimed with resounding clarity, "The first round of challenges will commence, determining the top 10 for this ranking battle. The second round will then determine the champion and the rankings of each family." With the first round of challenges underway, the initial contestants to enter the arena were number 1 and number 2, hailing from the Su family and the Ji family, respectively. After an intense confrontation, the Su family contestant emerged victorious in this duel. The second contest featured numbers 3 and 4. Upon hearing the names, Xiao Ruochen of the Xiao family and Zheng Fanxi of the Zheng family promptly stood, their gazes ignited with palpable tension. Both possessed cultivation at the second level of the profound realm, compounded by the long-standing enmity between the Zheng and Xiao families. Thus, upon stepping onto the arena, they unleashed their most formidable powers, each strike lethal and neither willing to yield an inch. After a grueling battle, Xiao Ruochen narrowly triumphed over Zheng Fanxi. Before long, it was time for the third match, featuring Xiao Ruochen from the Xiao family and Ji Juanhao from the Ji family. Xiao Ruochen, I advise you to step down obediently. With your abilities, you stand no chance against me, Ji Juanhao declared with an air of arrogance, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Ji Juanhao, there are no cowards among the Xiao family who would submit without a fight. If you wish for me to vacate the arena, you will need to demonstrate your prowess. Xiao Ruochen retorted with a cold snort, unhesitatingly launching a powerful punch toward his opponent. What a stubborn fool, Xiao Ruochen thought, utterly speechless. He had not anticipated that Xiao Ruochen would be so obstinate, recklessly charging forward despite knowing he was outmatched. Since you are so lacking in discernment, do not blame me for being ruthless. Ji Juanhao's eyes glimmered with a chilling light as he swiftly reached out with his right hand, firmly grasping Xiao Ruochen's wrist, and then forcefully twisted it. Crack! With a sharp crack, Xiao Ruochen's arm was brutally twisted. Just as he prepared to concede, Ji Juanhao landed a heavy punch squarely on his mouth, swiftly seizing his other arm. Snap! In the blink of an eye, all 4 of Xiao Ruochen's limbs were mercilessly broken, and he was subsequently kicked off the stage. Cousin Ruochen, are you all right? Seeing this, Xiao Ruochen leaped up and caught Xiao Ruochen just before he hit the ground. I'm fine. I've embarrassed you all. Xiao Ruochen trembled in pain. Yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a sound. It's all right. Rest well. I will avenge you. Ji Juanhao shall surely meet his end today. An icy glint of murderous intent flickered in Xiao Ruochen's eyes as he carefully laid Xiao Ruochen on a stretcher. The challenge continued unabated. Soon, it was Xiao Ruoyang's turn. Facing Zheng Yuding from the Zheng family, whose cultivation was on par with his own, both at the 4th level of the Xian realm. After a fierce battle, Xiao Ruoyang managed to knock Zheng Yuding off the stage with a resounding slap. By this point, the competition had ignited fierce emotions among the younger generations of the 4 great families, and the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. At last, It was Xiao Ruochen's turn to take the stage, and his opponent was the Zheng family's young master, Zheng Fanhan. In that moment, the tension in the air reached its zenith. Xiao Ruochen, if you have the guts, let us engage in a fight to the death. As Xiao Ruochen stepped onto the platform, an overwhelming killing intent surged in Zheng Fanhuan's eyes. Zheng family head, you would do well to counsel your foolish grandson, otherwise, you may find yourself mourning a lost child. Xiao Ruochen chose to disregard Zheng Fanhan, directing his gaze towards Zheng Yuhui on the high platform. Xiao Ruochen, should you manage to defeat Fanhan, I shall hold no grudge against you. Zheng Yuhui scoffed, his cold gaze emanating an icy, murderous aura. If you insist on sending a white-haired man to mourn a black-haired one, I shall grant your wish. A cold smile curled at the corners of Xiao Ruochen's mouth as he drew his longsword, fixing a frigid stare on Zheng Fanhan. You truly seek your own demise. If even your grandfather wishes for your death, what are you waiting for? You little brat, you court death. Zheng Fanhan seethed with rage, swinging his spear violently. The spear's shadow surged forth like a raging dragon, swift as lightning, aimed directly at Xiao Ruochen. You think you can kill me? Xiao Ruochen laughed coldly. In an instant, he activated the starry step, leaping into the air. With a swift motion of his silver moon sword, a beam of white sword light cleaved through the air, striking precisely at Zheng Fanhuan's wrist. Clang! The spear clattered to the ground as terror flooded Zheng Fanhuan's eyes, and he staggered backward in shock. At this moment, was it too late to escape? Xiao Ruochen sneered disdainfully, empowered by the starry steps. His figure flickered like a bolt of lightning as he unleashed 4 sword lights in an instant. The speed of these sword lights was so swift that Zheng Fanhan had no time to react. With a series of hissing sounds, Zheng Fanhuan's limbs were severed in an instant. Ah! Zheng Fanhan let out a series of anguished cries, staring in despair and terror at his severed limbs. He could hardly fathom that he was utterly powerless before Xiao Ruochen. Good heavens, Xiao Ruochen was astonishingly formidable, even at his peak. It would have been impossible to defeat Zheng Fanhan so effortlessly. At this moment, the atmosphere was charged with shock. None could have anticipated that Xiao Ruochen would so easily incapacitate Zheng Fanhan. Even Ji Juanhao, not far away, exhibited a deep-seated apprehension in his eyes. Meanwhile, Su Qingyan from the city lord's mansion turned pale as a ghost, a flicker of regret stirring within her. She simply could not comprehend how Xiao Ruochen, whose Dantian had been destroyed, managed to recover in just a matter of days, emerging with even more terrifying combat prowess. Please don't kill me, Zheng Fanhan pleaded. Desperate for his life, though his limbs were lost, who would willingly embrace death if survival was still an option? You wish to live? Very well. I shall grant you that, Xiao Ruochen retorted coldly, lifting his silver moon sword with a swift motion. Ah! Zheng Fanhuan's cries echoed again as a chunk of flesh was violently expelled from his groin. In that moment, he realized he was utterly finished. Though his limbs were gone, he at least had his 5th limb intact. Living out his days as a useless glutton didn't seem so bad, but now, even that had been taken from him. What meaning did life hold now? With despair consuming him, he bit down on his own tongue, ending it all. Chapter 11. The Challenge to Ji Juanhao, you little beast. Today I shall grind you into dust. Zheng Yuhui roared in a frenzy, his figure soaring like a great rock as he lunged toward Xiao Ruochen on the arena. At this moment, Zheng Yuhui was utterly enraged. Both of his grandsons had perished at the hands of Xiao Ruochen. If he could endure this, he might as well become the fabled Ninja Turtles. Grandfather, kill this old fool. Xiao Ruochen reacted with remarkable swiftness, executing his movements to the utmost as he dashed toward the direction of the Xiao family. Zheng Yuhui, you're truly courting death, Xiao Tianya thundered, positioning himself like a lightning bolt cleaving through the heavens, instantly blocking Xiao Ruochen's path. He unleashed a powerful punch, sending forth an invisible and formidable wave of force toward the oncoming Zheng Yuhui. Xiao Tianya, today I shall witness the extent of your capabilities. Zheng Yuhui, unwilling to concede, unleashed a powerful palm strike from midair, its ferocity akin to surging waves, ceaseless and tumultuous. A formidable and wild force emanated from him, cascading forth relentlessly. Boom! The two immense powers collided with a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, sending Zheng Yuhui hurtling back several dozen yards before he barely managed to regain his footing. In stark contrast, Xiao Tianya remained unmoved, landing firmly on the arena. Zheng Yuhui, heed my warning. Should you dare to lay a hand on my grandson again, I shall eradicate your entire lineage. Xiao Tianya's eyes blazed with fury, a powerful murderous intent glimmering within their depths. Zheng Yuhui, we shall see. To obliterate the Zheng family, you lack the requisite strength. A tinge of malice flickered in Zheng Yuhui's gaze, yet he ultimately refrained from further aggression. The recent fierce clash had left him severely wounded, and standing here was already the pinnacle of his endurance. Zheng Yuhui, do not feign bravado before me. You are acutely aware of your own condition. If you continue your prattling, I might just end you with a single strike. A tempestuous aura of killing intent radiated from Xiao Tianya. You, Zheng Yuhui, seething with rage, could no longer suppress the blood surging within him and coughed violently. Lord Xiao, Master Zheng, let us temper our tempers. The ranking battle must proceed. Su Jinghong hastily intervened, mindful of his role as the city lord and the presiding host of this contest. Out of respect for Lord Su, I shall not hold this against you today, Xiao Tianya scoffed, descending from the stage. At that moment, the crowd was awash with astonishment, none having anticipated the sheer ferocity of Xiao Tianya's prowess, which reached such breathtaking heights. Grandfather, your display was utterly magnificent. Xiao Ruochen beamed, showering praise. You little rascal. When did you become such a troublemaker? Xiao Tianya retorted, exasperated. Grandfather, I cannot be blamed. They have come to bully me. Should I cower like a turtle? Xiao Ruochen replied with a smile. I harbor no ill will towards you. Prepare yourself well for the upcoming ranking battle and strive for an admirable position, Xiao Tianya advised. Rest assured, grandfather, there shall be only one champion in this ranking battle, and that will be me. A confident smile graced Xiao Ruochen's face. Confidence is key, Xiao Tianya said with a warm, benevolent smile. By the way, grandfather, if I were to eliminate Ji Juanhao, would you be able to shield me? Xiao Ruochen inquired. If you eliminate him, then so be it. Anyone who dares to harm my Xiao family shall not be spared, Xiao Tianya responded coldly. In his youth, he was known for his fiery temper. Now, though advanced in years, he remains unwavering in his resolve to defend the Xia family against any adversary. Consequently, he has become one of the most revered and cherished patriarchs in the history of the Xia family. With grandfather's words, I feel reassured, Xiao Ruochen remarked with a smile. The first round of challenges concluded swiftly, with the Xia, Su, and Ji families each securing 3 individuals in the top 10, while the Zheng family managed to place only one in the ranks. Thus, the Zheng family was firmly relegated to the last position in this ranking battle. At this juncture, the competition for the top 10 officially commenced. According to the rules, each participant was required to engage in 9 battles, with the highest win rate determining the ultimate champion. Listen well, you 3. Each of you must compete in 9 matches. If you encounter an insurmountable opponent, do not force yourselves. Safeguarding your health is paramount, Xiao Tianya earnestly advised. Yes, Patriarch, Xiao Ruochen and Xiao Ruoyang respectfully acknowledged. As the ranking battle commenced, the atmosphere surged to a crescendo. Xiao Ruochen sat quietly in the audience, patiently awaiting his turn. After a quarter of an hour, it was finally his moment. His opponent was Ji Junkai from the Ji family. To Xiao Ruochen's surprise, his adversary chose to concede outright. The challenges continued, and soon Xiao Ruochen achieved 7 consecutive victories, most of which were due to opponents opting to surrender. At this point, 3 competitors in the top 10 were on winning streaks: Xiao Ruochen, Su Qingyan, and Ji Juanhao. Finally, in the 8th match, Xiao Ruochen faced Ji Juanhao. Xiao Ruochen, for years you've overshadowed me. Today, I shall demonstrate who the true genius of Tsangyue City is. Ji Juanhao sneered, his aura suddenly surging as he revealed his cultivation at the 6th level of the Xian realm. At that moment, astonishment flickered across many faces, as few had anticipated Ji Juanhao's concealed strength. Since you possess such confidence, shall we engage in a life-and-death battle? Xiao Ruochen's lips curled into a provocative smile. Although Ji Juanhao had reached the 6th level of the Xian realm, Xiao Ruochen remained undeterred. He was confident in his ability to defeat Ji Juanhao in a true life-or-death contest. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Ji Juanhao's eyes glimmered with a chilling intent. Grandfather, my duel with Ji Juanhao is purely a personal affair. Should misfortune befall me, I hope the Xia family refrains from seeking revenge. Xiao Ruochen turned to his grandfather. Understood, The Xia family consents, Xia Tianya replied solemnly. And you, Ji Juanhao? Xiao Ruocheng's gaze was icy as he regarded Ji Juanhao. Should I ultimately vanquish you? It would be pointless for the Ji family to stir trouble thereafter. Humph, do you think you can? Ji Juanhao sneered contemptuously, then turned his gaze toward the direction of the Ji family. Grandfather, should I meet an unfortunate demise in this life and death battle, I hope the Ji family will refrain from seeking vengeance on my behalf. Agreed, the Ji family consents to this, replied an elderly man with graying temples and a face etched with wrinkles. This man was none other than Ji Hong, the head of the Ji family. At that moment, the crowd erupted in astonishment. No one had anticipated that this ranking battle would witness two life-and-death confrontations. Chapter 12. The Fanflies, Su Qingyan. Who do you believe will triumph in this life-and-death struggle? Is there any doubt? It must be Ji Juanhao. His cultivation has already reached the 6th level of the Xian realm, while Xiao Ruochen is merely at the 2nd level. The disparity is monumental, is it not? Even without my saying, I trust you all can comprehend this. The spectators exchanged whispers, their discussions rife with speculation. The majority harbored little hope for Xiao Ruochen, given the stark difference in their cultivation levels. Xiao Ruochen, today I shall make you aware that daring to challenge me is the gravest miscalculation of your life. A look of utter disdain crossed Ji Juanhao's face. Let us not dawdle. I possess neither the time nor inclination to converse with one on the brink of demise. In an instant, the silver moon sword in Xiao Ruochen's grasp was unsheathed, its piercing brilliance radiating an unsettling chill. Since you are so eager to meet your end, allow me to oblige you. A glint of cold light flickered in Ji Juanhao's eyes as he swung his battle blade with ferocity, unleashing a torrent of fierce energy aimed directly at Xiao Ruochen. Faced with Ji Juanhao's savage assault, Xiao Ruochen remained vigilant. He employed the starlight step, transforming into a resplendent streak of light, evading the formidable strike in the blink of an eye. Bang! The blade struck nothing but air, unwavering. Ji Juanhao unleashed another flurry of strikes, his attacks relentless and tumultuous like crashing waves, ceaselessly surging toward Xiao Ruochen. After deftly dodging several blows, Xiao Ruochen suddenly soared into the air, executing a graceful spin while the silver moon sword cleaved through the air, creating a dazzling display. Confronted with Xiao Ruochen's exquisite swordsmanship, Ji Juanhao's expression shifted to one of seriousness. He swung his long blade with force, raising it defensively before him. Clang! A sharp metallic clash resonated as both Xiao Ruochen and Ji Juanhao were propelled backward, retreating a good 7 to 8 paces. Xiao Ruochen, today you are undoubtedly destined for death. Ji Juanhao bellowed, leaping high into the air, his battle blade sweeping outwards, an overwhelming battle spirit engulfing the entire arena. Heavenly flame technique. In a flash of malevolent light in Xiao Ruochen's eyes, he leapt high like a bolt of lightning, his silver moon sword whirling with alarming speed. A razor-sharp sword aura seemed poised to rend the very air as it accurately struck at Ji Juanhao's wrist in an instant. Clang! Before Ji Juanhao could react, his right hand, along with his battle blade, clattered to the ground. In this moment of dire crisis, he retreated explosively, frantically retrieving a long sword from his storage pouch. A futile struggle, Xiao Ruochen sneered coldly, executing the stellar step to its utmost, his body transforming into a swift beam of white light as he charged toward Ji Juanhao. Swish! The sound of sword energy slicing through flesh suddenly echoed, and Ji Juanhao's left hand fell to the ground once more. Ack! He let out a piercing scream of excruciating pain, his once confident eyes now filled with despair and terror. Xiao Ruochen, I have lost. Faced with this life-or-death predicament, Ji Juanhao dashed toward the edge of the arena, believing that escaping the platform would guarantee his survival. Whoosh! A cruel smile played on Xiao Ruochen's lips as he abruptly flicked his wrist, sending the silver moon sword flying like a lightning bolt. Swish! Just as Ji Juanhao was about to descend from the platform, Xiao Ruochen's sword pierced through his back with deadly precision. How could I perish here? A flicker of extreme unwillingness flashed in Ji Juanhao's eyes as his body fell heavily from the stage, utterly devoid of life. Xiao Ruochen, a chilling, bone-deep murderous intent rose in Ji Hong's eyes. He had not anticipated that the grandson he had painstakingly nurtured would meet his end upon this very arena. Master Ji, is there something amiss? Xiao Ruochen inquired innocently. You are indeed remarkable. Ji Inhong's tone was icily frigid, his gaze fixated on Xiao Ruochen with unyielding intensity. Why do you stare at me so, Master Ji? Could it be that you cannot bear to lose? Xiao Ruochen feigned a look of fright while internally bracing himself. Of course, I can endure defeat. Ji Inhong ultimately suppressed the seething rage within him. After all, with so many onlookers present, a public reversal would not only render him the laughingstock of Tsangyue City, but could also ignite a deadly feud between the Ji and Xiao families. Then I shall rest easy, Xiao Ruochen declared, turning to exit the stage with nonchalance. In that moment, the arena fell into a profound silence. All present left in stunned disbelief. None had anticipated that Xiao Ruochen, at the second level of the Xian realm, could so effortlessly slay Ji Juanhao, who was at the sixth level. An utterly astonishing feat. The battle continued unabated. In mere moments, it was once again Xiao Ruochen's turn. This time, his opponent was Su Qingyan. Xiao Ruochen, your Dantian is clearly not damaged. Why didn't you inform me? A flicker of resentment passed through Su Qingyan's eyes. Had she known earlier that Xiao Ruochen's Dantian remained intact, she would undoubtedly have refrained from severing their engagement, for they once shared a sincere bond. We are not acquainted. Why should I tell you? Xiao Ruochen retorted with a cold laugh. Xiao Ruochen, you? A fleeting, barely perceptible anger crossed Su Qingyan's beautiful visage. She hadn't anticipated Xiao Ruochen's transformation to occur so swiftly. Reflecting on the past, whenever she felt downcast, Xiao Ruochen would go to great lengths to amuse her. However, the current Xiao Ruochen struck her as profoundly unfamiliar, and this sudden, drastic change stirred a sense of loss within her heart. Enough of this banter. If you aren't going to fight, then leave at once, Xiao Ruochen stated with an icy tone. He held no favorable impression of Su Qingyan, for he was no longer the Xiao Ruochen of old. Don't think that because you defeated Ji Juanhao, I will fear you, Su Qingyan pouted playfully, then abruptly struck towards Xiao Ruochen with a palm. Although she was well aware that she was no match for him, she could not bring herself to concede outright. Since you are so oblivious to the situation, do not blame me for being ruthless, Xiao Ruochen scoffed, and in an instant, his figure moved like a specter, delivering a resounding slap. Smack! With the sharp sound of the slap echoing, Su Qingyan emitted a heart-wrenching scream, her body soaring off the stage like a kite with its string severed. You scoundrel! Touching her swollen cheek, resentment flickered in Su Qingyan's beautiful eyes. She had never anticipated such mercilessness from Xiao Ruochen. Out of respect for Su City Lord, I have shown mercy, Xiao Ruochen remarked dismissively before descending from the stage. Goodness! Xiao Ruochen is truly lacking in compassion. At that moment, the onlookers wore expressions of utter astonishment. None could have foreseen that the once golden couple would devolve into such animosity. Chapter 13. Encountering an ambush. At this moment, Su Jinghong felt a tumult of emotions. He had initially believed that with Xiao Ruochen incapacitated, the championship of this ranking battle would undoubtedly belong to the Su family. However, to his astonishment, just after his daughter severed her engagement, Xiao Ruochen had risen once more, claiming victory in the ranking battle with absolute superiority. At this juncture, a twinge of regret surfaced within Su Jinghong. Had he disregarded his daughter's wishes, Xiao Ruochen would still have been the Su family's prodigious son-in-law. After Xiao Ruochen descended from the stage, he was met with a warm welcome from the entire Xiao family, and even the elder, who had initially hoped for his grandson to win the position of family head, wore an expression of excitement. After several prominent families signed the resource allocation document, they departed from the city square. That evening, the Xiao family hosted a grand banquet. Securing first place in the ranking battle signified that the Xiao clan would experience a prosperous decade ahead. With an ample supply of resources, the younger generation of the family could rapidly enhance their cultivation. In the Xiao family's main courtyard, Xiao Tianya spoke, "Chen in half a month, the Cold Sky sect will hold its recruitment ceremony. Tomorrow, I shall personally accompany you to the sect. Grandfather, I prefer to go alone, given the current circumstances. If the family lacks your oversight, it could lead to significant troubles," Xiao Ruochen replied earnestly. "That is out of the question. It is too perilous for you to venture alone." Xiao Tianya furrowed his brow slightly. "Rest assured, grandfather, I will exercise caution, and I am now grown. I cannot remain sheltered under your wing forever," Xiao Ruochen asserted seriously. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Tianya solemnly replied, "Very well. However, You must disguise yourself when you leave. You must not be recognized. The Xiao family had just claimed victory in the ranking battle, and many matters required his personal attention. Grandson understands. Xiao Ruochen nodded. He then retrieved a handwritten manual of cultivation techniques from his pocket and presented it to Xiao Tianya, saying, "Grandfather, this is a set of techniques I stumbled upon during my training outside. Please take it and try to cultivate with it." Cultivation techniques? A glimmer of curiosity flashed across Xiao Tianya's face as he accepted the manual. Upon glancing at the contents, he was instantly captivated. Moments later, astonishment spread across his features. Such exquisite techniques. "Chen'er, where did you acquire this?" "I found it in a cave within the Tsangyue mountain range." Xiao Ruochen casually replied. "Impossible. These techniques are far too precious. You must cultivate them yourself," Xiao Tianya insisted, returning the manual. "Grandfather, I have memorized the incantations of this technique long ago. Please take it and cultivate with peace of mind." Xiao Ruochen smiled. "Very well, then I shall take it for cultivation," Xiao Tianya said, a look of gratitude gracing his face. He then turned serious, adding, "Chen'er, when you are out in the world, strive to remain low-key. Until your strength has improved, do not engage in reckless bravado. If you encounter unavoidable disputes, either refrain from striking or, if you must, strike with overwhelming force, leaving no opportunity for your opponent to recover. Do not worry, grandfather. Without your protection, I shall have no choice but to keep a low profile." Xiao Ruochen chuckled, "Then return early and rest. I shall not accompany you tomorrow," Xiao Tianya sighed. He felt a twinge of reluctance towards his grandson, who had never been apart from him since childhood. "Grandfather, do not worry. Once I achieve progress in my cultivation, I will certainly return to visit you." Xiao Ruochen respectfully bowed and then departed from Xiao Tianya's residence. Upon returning to his own quarters, Xiao Ruochen began his alchemical practices. In this instance, he sought to concoct a poisonous smoke pill, a potion intended for self-defense. Once it detonates, a toxic mist envelopes the area within 100 paces, rendering visibility nearly impossible, thus making it an essential elixir for survival. Naturally, Xiao Ruochen also aspired to create more advanced pills. However, in the small locale of Tsangyue City, locating the requisite herbs proved nearly impossible. The following morning, as dawn broke, Xiao Ruochen donned a black long robe and a wide-brimmed hat, quietly departing through the back entrance of the Xiao residence. He felt a twinge of reluctance toward the Xiao family. Since his arrival in this world, he had sensed the affection bestowed upon him by Xiao Tianya, and his soul had long since merged with that of the original Xiao Ruochen. Thus, in his heart, he had already come to regard the Xiao family as his own. In less than a quarter of an hour, Xiao Ruochen arrived outside Tsangyue City. "Young master, this is the blazing steed prepared for you by the master." As he stepped out of the city, a middle-aged man approached, leading a magnificent fiery horse. "Thank you, Uncle Su." Xiao Ruochen expressed his gratitude with a cupped fist, then mounted the steed and galloped toward the horizon. The blazing steed, a type of magical beast, is exceptionally gentle and is regarded as a popular means of transport across the Xuanwu continent. As he rode the fiery horse, a surge of exhilaration welled within him. To ride a magical beast, to revel in the pursuit of justice and vengeance, this was the world of immortal heroes he envisioned. Tsangyue City lay a great distance from Hantian's sect. If he were to walk, given his current cultivation, it would take at least a month. However, on the blazing steed, he could reach his destination in merely 10 days. Thus he felt no urgency. 3 days swiftly passed. One day, while traversing a dense forest, Xiao Ruochen suddenly halted, an instinctual warning informing him of the immense peril lurking within. His ability to sense danger was primarily influenced by the surrounding environment. As he journeyed, the sounds of birds and insects had filled the air, but upon entering this particular region, an eerie silence prevailed, indicating something was amiss. For the sake of safety, Xiao Ruochen altered his course, deciding to retrace his steps and circumvent the forest. "You little wretch, today I shall reduce you to ashes." However, just as he turned his mount, Zheng Yukai appeared, leading over 10 practitioners at the Xian realm, blocking his path. "Zheng Yukai?" Xiao Ruochen's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor growing increasingly solemn and grave. It was important to note that Zheng Yukai had already attained the 9th level of the Xian realm. Should he choose to confront him head-on, victory would be out of reach. Moreover, with a dozen allies of the same realm at his side, The consequences of being encircled would be dire. You little wretch, today I shall see who can save you. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As the dense woods behind Xiao Ruochen stirred once more, a dozen figures emerged, led by none other than Ji Juanhao's father, Ji Weidong. Do you really think you can take my life? Think again. Xiao Ruochen scoffed, unperturbed in the face of such dire straits. With unwavering resolve, he leaped from the back of the blazing steed, his form akin to a bolt of lightning, dashing towards the thicket on his left. Surrounded and besieged, the only escape lay within the woods to his left. Once he entered, his superior agility would make his escape a relatively simple feat. Chapter 14. Hantian Sect. To think you would attempt to flee at the brink of death. Just then, from the depths of the left thicket, surged forth a cadre of practitioners, each at the 7th or 8th tier of the Xian realm, brandishing long blades and emanating an aura of palpable menace, blocking Xiao Ruochen's path. Damn it! Xiao Ruochen bellowed, unleashing a flurry of poison smoke pills. With a resounding boom, the pills exploded, enveloping the area in thick smoke and toppling numerous trees. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ruochen darted into the adjacent thicket and executed his escape techniques with fervor. Witnessing this, Zheng Yukai and Ji Weidong hastened towards the direction where Xiao Ruochen had vanished. You wretched brat, you will not escape today, Ji Weidong roared, pursuing Xiao Ruochen closely. Ji Weidong, Zheng Yukai, you two fools, await your doom. I will undoubtedly annihilate both your families. A chilling light flickered in Xiao Ruochen's eyes as he spoke, then hurled another poison smoke pill behind him. With another thunderous explosion, amidst the swirling toxic haze, he maximized his agility and vanished into the forest within mere breaths. What now? As Xiao Ruochen disappeared without a trace, Zheng Youcai's countenance darkened considerably. What else can we do? We must search for him. Unless we find this wretched brat, neither of our families will ever know peace. Ji Weidong's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. He had never anticipated that, amidst such a multitude, Xiao Ruochen could successfully evade capture. Consequently, Ji Weidong and Zheng Yukai, along with their respective entourages, began a meticulous search through the thicket. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruochen had already traveled hundreds of miles away. He consulted his map, confirming his direction, and pressed onward towards the Hantian sect without respite. With merely 12 days remaining until the sect's disciple recruitment ceremony, and now without his steed, he understood that relentless travel was imperative to arrive in time. Otherwise, he would have to wait until the following year for another opportunity. In order to successfully attend the disciple recruitment ceremony of the Cold Heaven sect, Xiao Ruochen pushed his agility to its utmost limits. Although he was without the blazing steed, he bore no grievances, for it presented him with a rare opportunity, an exquisite chance to refine his skills. Once he mastered the starry step to a minor success, his speed would experience a monumental qualitative leap, rendering this technique indispensable in both combat and critical moments of escape. At that moment, Ji Weidong and Zheng Yukai floundered like headless flies, aimlessly searching through the thicket for traces of Xiao Ruochen. Suddenly, an aged figure appeared before them without warning. His sharp gaze was as fearsome as that of the Grim Reaper, instilling dread and trepidation. Old Master Xiao, how could you be here? Ji Weidong and Zheng Yukai trembled uncontrollably in the presence of the unexpectedly appeared Xiao Tianya, utterly unprepared for this confrontation. Why I am here is of little consequence. What matters is that today, you shall both meet your end. Xiao Tianya's voice was chillingly cold, emanating an aura of overwhelming terror. Xiao Tianya, should you dare to take our lives, the Ji and Zheng families will never let this go. Your Xiao family will face catastrophic repercussions. Zheng Yukai feigned composure as he spoke. To threaten me when death is imminent. How audacious, Xiao Tianya sneered, his figure transforming into a wraith as he instantaneously appeared before Zheng Yukai, seizing his throat with a swift grip. With a sharp crack, Zheng Youcai's pupils widened in shock before gradually dimming as he succumbed to the void of death. Old Master Xiao, spare me. Ji Weidong fell to his knees in terror. Dare to lay hands on my grandson, and death shall be your inevitable fate, Xiao Tianya declared, reaching forward and drawing Ji Weidong closer with an invisible, formidable force, before twisting with brutal strength. Morning, the path ahead must be traversed by you alone. After dispatching Ji Weidong and Zheng Yukai, Xiao Tianya quietly vanished into the thicket, sparing the other members of these two families from his wrath. Time flew like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 12 days had passed. Under the relentless effort of Xiao Ruochen, he finally arrived at the Grand Plaza of the Cold Heaven sect. The Cold Heaven sect is one of the 4 premier sects in the Eastern state, revered as the pinnacle of martial arts in the hearts of countless young aspirants. Nestled among a range of undulating mountains, its picturesque scenery and rich spiritual energy create a realm reminiscent of a celestial paradise, captivating all who behold it. As one of the 4 esteemed sects of the Eastern state, each time the Cold Heaven sect hosts its disciple recruitment ceremony, it incites a fervent wave of enthusiasm, drawing tens of thousands of young individuals eager to participate in the entrance examination. Certainly, the entrance examination for the Hantian sect is exceedingly rigorous. Firstly, candidates must not exceed the age of 18. Secondly, their cultivation must not fall below the Xian level. Age and cultivation are merely the fundamental prerequisites for entry. But the most crucial aspect lies in testing the spiritual root. Should one's spiritual root aptitude be below the 5th rank, even if the initial 2 criteria are met, the Hantian sect would resolutely reject the candidate. Consequently, despite the multitude of young aspirants vying for admission, the likelihood of successfully joining the Hantian sect is exceedingly slim, with barely 1 in 10 achieving this honor. Nevertheless, countless youths remain fervently drawn to the sect. At this moment, the square at the Hantian sect's mountain gate has already gathered a crowd of over 70 to 80,000 individuals, all young prodigies hailing from various cities in the Eastern state. I never expected the beauty of the Hantian sect to be of such sublime quality. It seems my journey here was well worth it. Xiao Ruochen sat in a secluded corner, keenly admiring the graceful and ethereal female disciples of the Hantian sect. Xiao Ruochen. Just then, a familiar voice reached his ears. He swiftly turned to see Su Qingyan accompanied by a youth clad in white, standing behind him. Su Qingyan. Xiao Ruochen's expression remained as tranquil as water, revealing no emotional fluctuations. He harbored no fondness for Su Qingyan. Qingyan, who is this? Inquired the youth in white. This is Xiao Ruochen, our Tsangyu City's foremost genius. Su Qingyan's lips curled into a faint, elusive smile. Second layer of Xian level. The top genius of Tsangyu City? Miss Qingyan, you must be jesting, the white-clad youth chuckled softly. Wang Linxian, do not underestimate him. Although his cultivation is merely at the 2nd layer of Xian level, his true combat prowess is certainly not inferior to yours, Su Qingyan remarked, her smile revealing a hint of amusement. That one, his true combat strength is on par with mine. Wang Linxian shook his head, a contemptuous expression crossing his face. Qingyan, we hold no deep animosity, but should you continue to provoke, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Xiao Ruochen's eyes glinted with a frigid chill. Chapter 15. The Disciples of Miscellaneous Duties. Xiao Ruochen. When have I ever provoked? Su Qingyan pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Whether you have provoked or not, you know best in your heart. Xiao Ruochen shot her a cold glance before striding towards the crowd. Hey, stop right there. At that moment, Wang Linxian swiftly positioned himself in front of Xiao Ruochen, his gaze betraying a hint of icy hostility. Is there something you wish to discuss? Xiao Ruochen replied icily. Apologize to Miss Su. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. Wang Linxuan's tone was exceptionally frigid, laced with arrogance. A cold smile crept across Xiao Ruochen's lips. After a brief moment, he uttered 2 words, foolish brat. You insolent wretch, you are courting death. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Wang Linxuan's eyes as he abruptly swung his right hand, unleashing a force akin to a ferocious beast breaking free from its cage, radiating a powerful and fierce aura. Observing this scene from a distance, Su Qingyan's lips curled into a faint smile, yet she showed no intention of intervening. Damn it! A hint of sternness crossed Xiao Ruochen's face as he sharply waved his right hand, his punch slicing through the air with formidable force, instantly colliding with Wang Linxuan's outstretched hand. With a resounding crack, the 2 powerful forces clashed, producing a crisp sound, and both Xiao Ruochen and Wang Linxian were forced to retreat several meters. How can this kid possess such strength? Wang Linxuan's face darkened to an extreme as he felt a slight tremor in his right hand, which he had concealed behind his back. At that moment, he sensed that his right hand had gone numb, losing all sensation. With such meager strength, you dare to flaunt yourself and bring shame upon yourself? Xiao Ruochen sneered disdainfully before turning away to blend back into the crowd. The disciple recruitment ceremony was about to commence, and he had no desire to continue this altercation. "You'd better wait for me, you little brat," Wang Linxian thought, as a chill of murderous intent flickered in his eyes while watching Xiao Ruochen's retreating figure. Soon, the disciple recruitment ceremony officially began. Welcome everyone to the Hantian sect's recruitment ceremony. This event is divided into 2 rounds. The first round tests age, cultivation level, and talent. The second round involves an entrance trial. Should you successfully pass both stages, you will be fortunate enough to become an outer disciple of the Hantian sect. At that moment, a middle-aged man, elegantly dressed in the robes of a Hantian sect elder, stepped forward. This individual was Lin Tianqing, an outer elder of the Hantian sect. Now, the recruitment ceremony is officially underway. All candidates participating in the assessment, please form an orderly line. During this period, any noise or disturbance will result in disqualification from the assessment. As Lin Tianqing's words echoed, all the candidates dutifully formed a long queue. Fortunately, there were over 20 testing stations. Otherwise, with the attendance of 70 to 80,000 individuals, the testing could have taken days to complete. The first round of testing progressed swiftly. The Hantian sect possessed a mysterious testing stone. Candidates merely needed to place their hands upon it to accurately measure their bone age, cultivation level, and the quality of their spiritual roots. Yimo's Hang, 16 years old, cultivation level, second layer of the Xian realm, spiritual root, level 6, qualified. Hanli, 18 years old, cultivation level, first layer of the Xian realm, spiritual root, level 1, disqualified. As testing commenced, a palpable tension enveloped the crowd. Each individual anxious that their spiritual root grade would not meet the standards. Wang Linxian, 16 years old, cultivation level, 6th layer of the Xian realm, spiritual root, level 7, qualified. Su Qingyan, 15 years old, cultivation level, 6th layer of the Xian realm, spiritual root, level 9, qualified. When Su Qingyan's spiritual root grade was announced, it instantly drew the attention of all present, and countless envious gazes were cast upon her. At this moment, Su Qingyan wore an expression of haughty arrogance, casting a provocative glance at Xiao Ruochen as if to flaunt her superiority. Xiao Ruochen, however, exhibited no change in his demeanor, not even deigning to look her way. The testing soon turned to him, and he felt no trepidation regarding his innate talents, for he was the legendary reincarnation sacred body. As Xiao Ruochen placed his hand upon the testing stone, it emitted a faint glimmer of light. Xiao Ruochen, aged 15, was assessed at the second level of the Xian realm with a useless spirit root, a failure. Ha! A useless spirit root dares to participate in the assessment. It is utterly disgraceful. At that moment, a chorus of derisive laughter erupted throughout the venue. We are ultimately not of the same world. Su Qingyan let out a soft sigh. For some inexplicable reason, hearing that Xiao Ruochen was a waste of spirit root did not bring her any joy. A useless spirit root. Senior, could it be that the testing stone is malfunctioning? Xiao Ruochen furrowed his brow, utterly unable to comprehend how he could possibly be deemed a waste. Young man, the heaven crystal stone cannot be mistaken. You should return home. Lin Tianqing interjected. Can a useless spirit root not cultivate? Xiao Ruochen's expression darkened slightly. Of course, a useless spirit root can cultivate, but the Xian realm will be your terminus. Advancing beyond that will be extraordinarily arduous, Lin Tianqing stated with an air of indifference. My fate is mine to dictate, not to be governed by heaven. Even as a useless spirit root, I shall ascend to the pinnacle. Xiao Ruochen clenched his teeth, his eyes reflecting an unwavering determination. What a bold declaration. Lin Tianqing stroked his beard, admiration flickering across his face. Young man, I greatly appreciate your spirit. If you are willing, I can recommend you to the Servants' Institute. The Servants' Institute? A flicker of confusion crossed Xiao Ruochen's countenance. Indeed, Lin Tianqing nodded. While the work at the Servants' Institute is somewhat taxing, if you can break through to the Xian Master realm before the age of 20, you may still become an inner disciple. Thank you, Senior. The Servants' Institute will suffice. Xiao Ruochen bowed politely. He did not take the result of the spirit root test to heart. After all, he was the legendary reincarnation sacred body. If he truly were a waste, Lin Tianyang would never have taken him as a disciple. Very well, I shall have someone escort you to the Servants' Institute. I hope you do not disappoint me. Lin Tianqing then summoned a steward to guide Xiao Ruochen to report to the Servants' Institute. TSK, TSK, TSK. Kid, I never expected you to be a worthless fool. It seems I truly overestimated you. As Xiao Ruochen passed by Wang Linxian, a mocking smile graced the latter's face. Idiot. Xiao Ruochen muttered under his breath. Worthless fool, just you wait. A chilling glint flickered in Wang Linxian's eyes. Xiao Ruochen paid him no heed and followed the steward as they made their way toward the Servants' Institute. For him, becoming a servant disciple was not entirely unacceptable. As long as he could break through to the realm of a mystic master, he could eventually ascend to an inner disciple. Not long after, Xiao Ruochen arrived at the Servant Academy, and after a series of registrations, he successfully obtained the identity token of a servant disciple. Hey, over there are a few buckets of clothes. Go wash them, and afterwards, scrub the pots in the kitchen. A tall, imposing youth approached him with an arrogant demeanor as soon as Xiao Ruochen stepped into the academy. Wash them yourself. I have no time for that, Xiao Ruochen retorted coldly, turning without hesitation towards the area designated for nurturing spiritual beasts. His tasks at the Servant Academy had already been assigned by the task steward, which involved caring for the spiritual beasts. Other duties were simply not within his realm of responsibility. Stop right there, the plump youth barked, swiftly moving to block Xiao Ruochen's path. I don't care what your status is at home. In this Servant Academy, you must obey me, understand? You are merely a servant disciple. Why should I listen to you? A mocking smile curled at the corners of Xiao Ruochen's lips. You little brat. It seems you completely fail to grasp the situation. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you might really think you're a genius. The overweight youth's eyes glinted with malice as he swung his hand to deliver a harsh slap towards Xiao Ruochen. His cultivation had already reached the 7th level of the mystic realm, but due to his 4th level spiritual root, he had chosen to remain as a servant. To hell with you, Xiao Ruochen bellowed, his right hand shooting out swiftly to grip the plump youth's wrist with precision, then delivering a forceful kick to his abdomen. Bang! The overweight youth let out a pitiful scream, his body soaring through the air like a kite with its string cut, landing several meters away. How dare you put on airs in front of me? Xiao Ruochen seized a brick from beside him and unleashed a flurry of blows upon the overweight youth. The plump youth cried out in agony, hastily covering his face with his hands, shouting, Brother, please, stop hitting. Let's talk this over. Have you had enough? After a relentless barrage, Xiao Ruochen finally ceased his assault. I submit. Just stop. The overweight youth begged for mercy, his head now resembling a swollen mess, leaving no room for defiance. If you wish to act tyrannically in the Servant Academy, that is your business, but it is best not to provoke me, understood? A frosty tone laced Xiao Ruochen's words as he lightly patted the youth's cheek. Understood. The plump youth quickly assured, Boss, you can rest easy. No one will dare to provoke you in the Servant Academy from now on. What is your name? Xiao Ruochen cast a glance at the overweight youth. My surname is Xiong, and as the eldest in my family, I am affectionately referred to as Xiongda, the hefty youth said with utmost respect. Indeed, the name is quite fitting. Xiao Ruochen scrutinized Xiongda's physique and then remarked, From this day forth, I shall be the leader of the servants' hall. Find me the finest chamber available, and take good care of my spirit beast. Otherwise, do not blame me for loosening your bones. Rest assured, esteemed leader, I will ensure that the care of the spirit beast is managed flawlessly, Xiongda promptly replied, eager to avoid further punishment. At that moment, a considerable number of servant disciples had gathered, their faces displaying profound astonishment. No one had anticipated that the notoriously arrogant Xiongda would be so thoroughly trounced by a newcomer. It is worth noting that Xiongda had already attained the 7th layer of the profound realm, with a spirit root reaching the 4th level, making him an unparalleled figure within the servants' hall, and a match for most was out of the question. What are you staring at? Come over and greet your leader. Xiongda glared ferociously at the onlookers. Leader. The other servants hastily called out to Xiao Ruochen, eager to avoid Xiongda's wrath. Subsequently, Xiao Ruochen inquired about the rules of the Han Tian sect and various matters concerning the servants' hall. After gaining a clear and thorough understanding of everything, a hint of joy appeared on Xiao Ruochen's face. Despite their lowly status, the servants enjoyed decent benefits, receiving a spirit stone each month. Although it may seem modest, a single spirit stone could fetch at least 100,000 gold coins if sold. In a place like Sanyue City, Even possessing 100,000 gold coins might not guarantee the purchase of a spirit stone. Spirit stones are imbued with substantial spiritual energy, invaluable to cultivators, while gold coins merely function as currency lacking intrinsic worth. In the ensuing days, Xiao Ruochen diligently cultivated within the servants' hall, while Xiongde arranged for others to manage the care of his spirit beast. 7 days swiftly passed. After arduous training, Xiao Ruochen successfully advanced to the 3rd layer of the profound realm. It seems I must find a way to earn some contribution points, Xiao Ruochen murmured softly. In the Han Tian sect, contribution points hold significant importance. Many precious spiritual herbs, profound techniques, exquisite weapons, and numerous valuable items require contribution points for exchange. With this thought in mind, Xiao Ruochen made his way to the task hall of the Han Tian sect. What is this servant doing here? Surely, he is not here to accept tasks. As soon as Xiao Ruochen stepped into the task hall, he immediately drew the attention of several outer disciples. Unfazed by the curious gazes directed at him, Xiao Ruochen casually selected a few tasks and approached the registration desk. Are you a servant disciple? Elder Gongsun Han cast a glance at Xiao Ruochen's identity token, revealing a look of astonishment on his face. Indeed, senior, Xiao Ruochen replied humbly, bowing respectfully. Young man, with your current cultivation, it seems rather challenging for you to complete these tasks. Gongsun Han scrutinized Xiao Ruochen carefully. The difficulty of these tasks required at least the 7th level of the Xian realm, yet this young man was merely at the 3rd level, leading Gongsun Han to doubt his ability to successfully fulfill the assignments. Rest assured, senior, since I dare to undertake this task, I possess absolute confidence. A glimmer of conviction shone in Xiao Ruochen's eyes. Very well, if you are so confident, I shall grant you this opportunity. A faint smile graced Gongsun Han's face as he proceeded to register Xiao Ruochen. Thank you, senior. Xiao Ruochen expressed his gratitude politely before exiting the task hall. As he stepped out, a mocking voice echoed from ahead. What does a mere servant like you do in the task hall? It was Wang Linxian, who approached with an air of superiority. Why does it concern you, scoundrel? Xiao Ruochen retorted with a cold smirk. You worthless fool. How dare you contradict an outer sect disciple? Wang Linxian bellowed, his expression radiating arrogance. If you have rabies, seek treatment immediately. Be careful not to bite others, or you may find yourself beaten to a pulp. Xiao Ruochen's lips curled into a slight sneer. With that, he sidestepped and continued on his way, showing no interest in engaging with such a mindless rabid dog. You're asking for trouble. Wang Linxuan's eyes glinted with malice as he raised his leg to deliver a fierce kick to Xiao Ruochen's back. Chapter 17. An unexpected encounter by the heavens. A flash of coldness erupted in Xiao Ruochen's eyes. At that moment, his anger ignited completely. Though he typically refrained from provoking trouble, it did not imply that he feared conflict. Wang Linxuan's repeated provocations had pushed him to the brink. If he continued to endure, he would surely become a target for bullying. In an instant, his body moved with agility as his right hand unleashed a devastating punch, the force of which carried an overwhelming energy, as if it aimed to obliterate the very air before him. How can this servant disciple possess such formidable strength? At that moment, many outer sect disciples watching were collectively struck with disbelief. With a resounding crack, two immense forces collided, producing a crisp sound of bone fracturing. Wang Linxuan's body flew backward like a kite with its strings severed, landing in a disheveled heap. My leg. A look of incredulity filled Wang Linxuan's eyes. He could hardly believe that a single punch had shattered his right leg. Xiao Ruochen's figure darted like a bolt of lightning, swiftly rushing towards the fallen Wang Linxian, unleashing a furious barrage of punches. Thud, thud, thud. How dare you act so arrogantly? How dare you bite indiscriminately? Should I ever lay eyes on you again, I shall ensure your demise. Xiao Ruochen's methods were exceedingly brutal. In mere moments, he transformed Wang Linxuan's visage into that of a pig, knocking out all his teeth. You little bastard, just wait. I'll never let you off. A glimmer of sinister malice shone in Wang Linxuan's eyes. A brain-dead fool, reduced to this state, still dares to act superior. Xiao Ruochen seized Wang Linxuan's head with a fierce grip, forcing it into a nearby water basin. Gurgle! Wang Linxian thrashed wildly. Yet his struggles proved futile. At that moment, he truly sensed the breath of death. Moments later, just as Wang Linxian was on the brink of losing consciousness, Xiao Ruochen yanked him out. If you dare provoke me again, I shall undoubtedly end your life." A glint of ferocity danced in Xiao Ruochen's eyes. After uttering these words, he swiftly stripped Wang Linxian of his storage ring before departing the scene. Xiao Ruochen possessed a slight understanding of the rules of the Hantian sect among disciples. As long as there were no significant casualties, the higher-ups generally refrained from interference. After all, this was a world where martial prowess reigned supreme. It was a survival of the fittest, and such was the case in the Hantian sect. Only the most outstanding disciples would garner the sect's attention. Xiao Ruochen vowed, "I shall not be human if I do not eliminate you." As he gazed at Xiao Ruochen's retreating figure, an icy, bone-chilling murderous intent surged within Wang Linxian. Damn! This lowly disciple is far too formidable. Indeed, it seems his cultivation is merely at the third level of the profound realm, yet his combat prowess is astonishing. Many passing outer disciples wore expressions of utter shock. No one had anticipated that a mere servant disciple possessed such formidable strength. Upon exiting the Hantian sect, Xiao Ruochen plunged into the Dongxian mountain range located behind the sect. The Dongxian mountain range is the largest mountain range in the East State, home to a plethora of rare spiritual herbs and countless ferocious beasts. Consequently, it has become the ideal training ground for disciples of the Hantian sect. The sect's establishment at the periphery of the Dongxian mountain range was primarily to facilitate training for its disciples. A powerful sect must ensure that its disciples do not grow up coddled like fledglings. Once inside the Dongxian mountain range, Xiao Ruochen diligently undertook the tasks assigned by the sect while striving to hone his combat skills. Along the way, he engaged fiercely with any beasts of comparable strength, while skillfully evading those he could not defeat. 2 days swiftly passed. On this day, Xiao Ruochen arrived at a secluded and tranquil lakeside. Observing the sanguine aura surrounding him, he resolved to cleanse himself thoroughly. Thus, he shed his garments completely and leaped into the lake. Splash! Suddenly, a visage of unparalleled beauty emerged from the water's surface without any forewarning. It was a breathtaking maiden, her lustrous black hair swaying gently in the water like a freshly bloomed lotus. Her exquisite form, as pale as snow, was laid bare before Xiao Ruochen. Caught off guard, he found himself suspended in midair, unable to return to safety. With a tremendous splash, he landed directly upon the maiden. By sheer coincidence, his hands rested upon her ample bosom. "How audacious! I shall have your head," she exclaimed, her delicate features transforming into a mask of icy fury. An overwhelming aura of lethal intent radiating from her. With a swift motion, she struck, her palm connecting fiercely with Xiao Ruochen's chest. Boom! Blood spewed forth from Xiao Ruochen as he was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the shore, his ribcage fracturing instantly. "What a calamity!" he gasped, his face turning ashen as he endured the excruciating pain in his chest. Desperately, he plunged into the dense forest behind him, fleeing with all his might. He could distinctly sense that the maiden's strength was far beyond his current capabilities. "You lecher! Should our paths cross again, I shall not spare you." The chilling menace in her voice lingered as she watched Xiao Ruochen's retreating figure. Running bare for miles, he eventually found a cave and stealthily entered the space of the reincarnation pearl. "What a stroke of bad luck," he muttered through clenched teeth, the agony from his broken ribs causing cold sweat to trickle down his brow. Were it not for his indomitable will, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness. Afterward, Xiao Ruochen began to cultivate the reincarnation technique, focusing on mending his injuries. After an entire day of recuperation, his wounds were finally healed. How could I forget that fool's storage bag? At that moment, it dawned on him to empty Wang Linxian's storage bag entirely. To his astonishment, he found 10 inferior spirit stones within. The excitement on his face was palpable. He had never anticipated such a fortune. Though merely 10 stones, for someone at the third layer of the Xian realm, it represented a considerable treasure. With these spirit stones, he was filled with unwavering confidence that he could break through to the 4th layer of the Xian realm. Subsequently, Xiao Ruochen activated the reincarnation technique and began to fervently absorb the spiritual energy contained within the spirit stones. As the reincarnation technique continuously operated, streams of exceptionally pure spiritual energy were drawn into his body, causing the meridians within him to grow more resilient and expansive. Sensing the increasing influx of spiritual energy, Xiao Ruochen commenced the process of refinement. Soon, his cultivation soared rapidly, reaching the late stage of the third layer of the profound realm, then ascending to the pinnacle of the third layer. Upon refining 8 spirit stones, his cultivation successfully attained the peak of the third layer of the profound realm. Chapter 18. The Trading Marketplace. At this juncture, Xiao Ruochen produced the remaining 2 spirit stones and, without hesitation, activated the reincarnation technique, engaging in frenzied refinement. With the successful refinement of the final 2 spirit stones, Xiao Ruochen finally approached the threshold of the 4th layer of the profound realm. Breakthrough, he whispered fiercely, channeling all the spiritual energy within him in a desperate bid to surge into the 4th layer. The moment the barrier shattered, an overwhelming force surged throughout his body. He had reached the 4th layer of the profound realm. Indeed, the reincarnation sacred body is extraordinary. After successfully breaking through, Xiao Ruochen abruptly opened his eyes, a wave of uncontrollable excitement illuminating his face. Through Lin Tianyang's memories, Xiao Ruochen understood that a typical practitioner at the profound realm could only refine a maximum of half a spirit stone per day, exceeding that could potentially harm their meridians and jeopardize their foundation. The reason Xiao Ruochen could refine such a plethora of spirit stones was closely tied to his unique constitution. The reincarnation sacred body, as a legendary supreme physique, was incomparable to that of ordinary individuals, particularly regarding the refinement of spirit stones, which imposed no limitations whatsoever. Soon after, Xiao Ruochen exited the reincarnation pearl space and hurried unceasingly towards the Cold Sky sect. A day later, he returned to the task hall of the Cold Sky sect. Upon submitting all his tasks, Gongsun Han exhibited an expression of profound astonishment. "Little one, I truly did not anticipate that within just a few days your cultivation would ascend to the 4th layer of the profound realm," Gongsun Han remarked, his face reflecting sheer disbelief. He could hardly fathom that a mere disciple could break through a minor realm in such a brief span. It is well known that the aptitude of miscellaneous disciples is typically quite poor. Normally, a disciple with a 4th-grade spiritual root would require at least 6 months to progress from the 3rd to the 4th layer of the profound realm. In contrast, a 1st-grade spiritual root disciple might need several years to achieve a similar breakthrough. Your praise is unwarranted, esteemed senior. I merely experienced a stroke of luck in my breakthrough," Xiao Ruochen humbly replied. "You little rascal, do not feign modesty in my presence," Gongsun Han chuckled, stroking his beard. "By the way, what grade is your spiritual root?" Cough cough. Xiao Ruochen gently cleared his throat, awkwardly stating, "Waste spirit root." "Waste spirit root?" Gongsun Han exclaimed in shock. "Little one, you cannot be deceiving me. How could a disciple dare to deceive you?" Xiao Ruochen replied, "During the entrance examination, I truly possessed a waste spirit root." "Impossible. A waste spirit root is a natural deficiency. Achieving the 1st layer of the Xian realm is already exceedingly rare," Gongsun Han remarked, his expression laden with confusion. "This disciple is uncertain as to the reason," Xiao Ruochen admitted sheepishly. "Regardless of whether you possess a waste spirit root, if your heart remains steadfast, the pinnacle of martial arts is not beyond your reach," Gongsun Han said with a faint smile. "Thank you for your guidance, senior," Xiao Ruochen replied respectfully, bowing deeply. After departing from the mission hall, Xiao Ruochen made his way to the Spirit Herb Pavilion, intending to exchange all his contribution points for medicinal materials. For only then could he concoct the Xianling Dan. With the Xianling Dan in hand, he could swiftly elevate his cultivation. Upon emerging from the Spirit Herb Pavilion, Xiao Ruochen's expression turned to one of deep frustration, as his contribution points were woefully insufficient, yielding merely enough materials for a single batch of elixirs. "It seems I must devise a way to earn more contribution points," he mused, falling into deep contemplation. After a moment, he finally conceived a plan: to sell elixirs. For only through this could he rapidly accumulate the necessary contribution points. Upon returning to the servants' quarters, Xiao Ruochen directly entered the space of the reincarnation pearl. This time, he was to refine the Xianling Dan, and with only enough materials for a single batch, he could not afford any mistakes. Otherwise, his hard-earned contribution points would be utterly squandered. This time, he approached the alchemical process with utmost caution, each movement executed with precision. Once all the materials were sorted, he carefully placed them into the black cauldron, igniting the true fire to commence the refining process. It was his first attempt at creating the Xianling Dan, and he felt a tinge of nervousness. Half an hour later, a wonderfully pure aroma of medicinal essence wafted from the black cauldron. Xiao Ruocheng's excitement surged as he cautiously opened the cauldron. Upon seeing the formed Xianling Dan within, his face instantly lit up with exuberance. A superior Xianling Dan, he exclaimed. He then gently placed the batch of Xianling Dan into a pre-prepared vial, hoping it would fetch a good price. May it sell for a handsome sum. He silently wished, before leaving the reincarnation pearl space and making his way towards the outer sect trading market. The outer sect trading market served as a crucial venue for disciples of the Han Tian sect to engage in transactions. Here, a dazzling array of rare treasures, martial techniques, and medicinal materials could be found in abundance. Certainly, the items for sale here are predominantly rudimentary weapons and techniques. Anything of higher caliber would seldom be brought to this market. To avoid drawing attention, Xiao Ruocheng donned a conical hat and set up a simple stall with a table. Premium Xianling pills, 5,000 contribution points each, first come, first served, he proclaimed, placing a sign to indicate the price. His voice resonated through the vicinity, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Indeed, genuine premium Xianling pills. Only 10 available. Don't miss out. He held one pill aloft. My goodness, these are truly premium Xianling pills. I'll take 2, exclaimed a robust youth. I also desire 2, called out another young man, fanning himself with a folding fan. In less than a moment, all 10 of the Xianling pills in Xiao Ruocheng's possession were sold out. By the heavens, it seems I must raise the price tomorrow, he muttered to himself, astonished by the popularity of the pills. Subsequently, he departed from the trading market and made his way back to the spirit medicine pavilion. From this batch of pills, he amassed 50,000 contribution points, having invested merely 10,000, resulting in a net gain of 40,000. Do not underestimate this sum. Typically, an outer sect disciple would need at least 2 months to earn such a total through tasks. Yet, he managed to accumulate this wealth in a single day, greatly enhancing his spirits. Upon arriving at the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, Xiao Ruocheng exchanged all 50,000 contribution points for spirit medicines. Over the next few days, he continued to sell pills at the outer sect trading market, and his earnings grew exponentially. Chapter 19. The defeat of Wang Linyu. 7 fleeting days passed. Within this week, Xiao Ruocheng accumulated over 1 million contribution points. Additionally, his cultivation successfully ascended to the 5th layer of the Xian practitioner realm. To ensure he possessed ample means of self-preservation, he practiced a technique known as blood escape during these 7 days. This escape method, once invoked, would deplete 70% of his vital energy instantaneously. However, it would simultaneously increase his speed tenfold. Thus, Xiao Ruocheng vowed not to employ the blood escape unless absolutely necessary. For the depletion of such significant energy would require at least half a month to recover, barring the use of substantial healing pills. One day, Xiao Ruocheng visited the treasure pavilion, spending 200,000 contribution points to acquire a high-grade Xian-level Qingling sword and a similarly ranked demon dragon staff. Now that he had reached this level of cultivation, lacking weapons would put him at a considerable disadvantage in battle. Previously, the Silver Moon sword was merely an ordinary weapon, lacking in combat effectiveness, which compelled Xiao Ruocheng to exchange it for 2 superior weapons. In this world, weapons are categorized into various ranks: yellow, profound, earth, heaven, spirit, sect, king, emperor, sovereign, saint, and divine. Are you Xiao Ruocheng? As soon as Xiao Ruocheng entered the servants' courtyard, he was surrounded by a group of outer disciples. The leader among them was a tall, coldly charismatic young man named Wang Linyu, a genius ranked among the top 10 in the outer sect of the Hantian sect. Following closely behind him was his younger brother, Wang Linxian. At that moment, some passing servant disciples, upon witnessing the confrontation, hastily retreated into the courtyard, eager to avoid any collateral damage. That's me. What's it to you? Xiao Ruocheng replied with a disdainful smile, unafraid, his gaze unwavering as it met Wang Linyu's. Despite Wang Linyu's cultivation reaching the 9th layer of the profound realm, Xiao Ruocheng regarded him with indifference. After a period of rigorous training, his reincarnation technique had advanced from the entry level to the minor achievement stage, enhancing his ability to challenge opponents beyond his rank. Now, even facing a practitioner of the 9th layer of the profound realm, he felt confident in his ability to contend. Xiao Ruocheng, how dare you act so arrogantly before my brother? No one can save you today, Wang Linxian said coldly. Let me make this clear. If you kneel and slap yourself 100 times while apologizing to my brother, I might let you off the hook. Wang Linyu's tone was frigid, his piercing gaze radiating a chilling aura. Fool. A slight smile of contempt curled at the corners of Xiao Ruocheng's lips. What arrogance! A mere servant dares to provoke me. If I don't incapacitate you today, you might truly believe you are invincible. Before he could finish, Xiao Ruocheng moved like a bolt of lightning, unleashing a devastating punch that struck Wang Linyu squarely in the face. Bang! Ah! Wang Linyu screamed in agony, his body hurtling backward like a kite with its strings severed, spitting out a tooth in the process. Take that for your arrogance. Seizing the moment, Xiao Ruocheng wielded his demon dragon staff with the ferocity of a tiger pouncing on its prey, delivering a flurry of strikes upon Wang Linyu. In less than 2 breaths, Wang Linyu was left utterly disfigured, his head resembling that of a pig. You little brat, you seek death. At this point, Wang Linyu's underlings finally reacted, brandishing their clubs and charging at Xiao Ruocheng. Get lost. A fierce glint ignited in Xiao Ruocheng's eyes as he surged into the throng, staff in hand. With each swing of his staff, a wave of formidable force swept through the crowd, his technique both cunning and brutally powerful, leaving a trail of fallen bodies in his wake. Bang! 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 In that moment, the air was filled with cries of despair, as Xiao Ruocheng descended upon the outer disciples like a tiger among sheep, unleashing a relentless barrage of blows. In a mere moment, a dozen outer disciples were all toppled to the ground by him. These outer disciples, possessing cultivation levels around the 7th layer of the profound realm, were naturally no match for Xiao Ruocheng. You little bastard, you are dead for daring to ambush me. Wang Linyu glared at Xiao Ruocheng with venomous eyes. How dare you? Xiao Ruocheng's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness as he swung the demon dragon staff and charged forward once more. At this moment, Wang Linyu had regained his composure and, seeing Xiao Ruocheng rushing towards him, drew his battle sword to meet him. In that instant, Wang Linyu had completely lost his mind. A renowned genius within the top 10 of the outer court was being beaten to a pulp by a mere servant. If he did not eliminate his opponent today, he would become a laughingstock in the outer court. However, Wang Linyu was already injured, his true combat power diminished. The moment he struck, Xiao Ruocheng moved like a specter, effortlessly evading his sword, and then landed a heavy blow on his wrist. Crack! With a sharp sound of bone snapping, Wang Linyu's right hand was instantly shattered, followed by another strike to his legs. Oh! A series of agonizing screams reverberated throughout the servants' courtyard, causing the outer disciples who had accompanied Wang Linyu to flee in terror. This is what you get for biting indiscriminately. Having dealt with Wang Linyu, Xiao Ruocheng advanced towards Wang Linxian, swinging his staff for another relentless assault. Xiao Ruocheng, please, don't hit me. At that moment, Wang Linxian was utterly terrified, dropping to his knees and begging for mercy. Only now did he realize the futility of his pleas. Xiao Ruocheng's face was cold and menacing as he brought the staff down upon Wang Linxian's limbs. Crack! Oh! Wang Linxian emitted a series of desperate cries, his body succumbing to the pain and fainting. Xiao Ruocheng, how could you? Unbeknownst to him, Su Qingyan had appeared at the entrance of the servants' courtyard, her face filled with disbelief. She could hardly fathom how Xiao Ruocheng's strength had surged so dramatically in just 10 days. Su Qingyan, I warn you, our past is behind us. If you dare to provoke me again, I will make you regret it. In that moment, Xiao Ruocheng resembled an enraged beast, his body lunging towards Su Qingyan, seizing her by the neck. Xiao Ruocheng, let me go? This has nothing to do with me. Feeling the constriction at her throat, Su Qingyan struggled futilely. Get lost. With a flick of his right hand, Xiao Ruocheng flung Su Qingyan away. You bastard. Su Qingyan crashed to the ground, her beautiful face marred by anger. She could not believe that Xiao Ruocheng had become so unrecognizable. Goodness, this servant is incredibly fierce. At this moment, a considerable crowd had gathered, their faces reflecting astonishment. No one had anticipated that a mere servant disciple could single-handedly topple a group of outer disciples, one of whom was even Wang Linyu, ranked among the top 10 in the outer sect. Not far away, in a nearby pavilion, Elder Lin Tiansheng of the outer sect wore an expression of disbelief. He had never imagined that the servant disciple he had inadvertently taken under his wing would experience such rapid advancement in cultivation. What astonished him even more was the terrifying capability of this disciple to challenge those beyond his level. Chapter 20. Setting up a stall for healing. Have you heard? Wang Linyu was incapacitated by a servant disciple. Is that even possible? Can a servant disciple be that formidable? I wouldn't deceive you. This news has spread throughout the entire outer sect. It is said that the servant disciple is newly arrived, possessing merely the 5th layer of the Xiantu realm. Yet his combat prowess is exceedingly fearsome. Surely, it cannot be exaggerated to such an extent. At this moment, the news of Xiao Ruochen's dismantling of Wang Linyu reverberated like a tempest throughout the outer sect, inciting endless discussions and speculations among countless individuals. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruochen was setting up his stall at the trading market of the outer sect. Supreme Detoxification Pill, 1,000 contribution points each. Life-Saving Artifact, Poison Smoke Pill, 500 contribution points each. Supreme Breast Enhancement Pill, 1,000 contribution points each. Strength Enhancing Root Pill, 2,000 contribution points each. Introducing a must-have elixir for practitioners. I love a matchstick. Only 998. Furthermore, I am the reincarnation of an ancient medical sage, specializing in curing various perplexing ailments of the world. Xiao Ruochen promptly hung a brand new sign in front of his stall and began to shout loudly. His decision to sell these peculiar and assorted pills was born out of necessity. Just moments prior, when he went to exchange for spiritual herbs, the elder at the herbal pavilion informed him that the materials for the Xianling pill were temporarily unavailable and that he would need to wait some time for replenishment. To continue earning contribution points and spirit stones, Xiao Ruochen had no choice but to sell these eccentric pills while also offering his services to treat ailments. Under Xiao Ruochen's enthusiastic promotion, his stall quickly became surrounded by onlookers eager to witness the spectacle. I'll have a detoxification pill, proclaimed a confident young man. I'll take 2 breast enhancement pills, said a veiled young woman who approached. I love a matchstick, bring me 10, called a boy with an air of mischief. I need a strength-enhancing root pill, a robust man, whose head was completely wrapped, stepped forward. Goodness, one must not judge a book by its cover. Xiao Ruochen couldn't help but reflect, yet he proceeded to sell the pills to the man. At this juncture, Xiao Ruochen's business was thriving remarkably, within mere moments. Almost all the medicinal pills in his possession had been sold. Are you certain you can treat various perplexing ailments? Just then, a tall and handsome young man approached. Absolutely. Xiao Ruochen replied with unwavering confidence. He could discern that this young man's overall health was commendable. If one were to pinpoint a concern, it would be that his endurance in matters of intimacy was somewhat lacking. Cough, cough. The striking youth glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention before lowering his voice to a whisper. I tend to finish rather quickly. Do you have a remedy to help me last longer? Indeed, I have a solution, Xiao Ruochen said, a faint smile gracing his lips. How rapid would you say you are? 1 breath. The distinguished young man admitted, slightly embarrassed. 1 breath. Xiao Ruochen exclaimed, astonished, before continuing. It will cost you 2,000 contribution points or 5 spirit stones, and I assure you, you'll be cured. Are you quite certain you're not deceiving me? The youth questioned, filled with skepticism. Business is built on trust. If I were to mislead you, how could I treat others in the future? Xiao Ruochen replied earnestly. Very well. Here are the 5 spirit stones. How do you plan to treat me? The young man said, displaying remarkable straightforwardness as he handed over the stones. Remove your upper garment. I shall administer a needle to your back and provide you with a prescription that guarantees your recovery. After stating this, Xiao Ruochen produced a set of pre-prepared silver needles. All right. The youth nodded and promptly removed his shirt. Although it was Xiao Ruochen's first time performing acupuncture, his technique was exceptionally deft, inherited from Lin Tianyang. Moments later, the young man felt an intense warmth enveloping him, and even certain areas began to stir, indicating that Xiao Ruochen's needlework had taken effect. Thank you, divine healer. The youth exclaimed with gratitude. This is the prescription I have prepared for you. Procure the ingredients from the Spirit Herb Pavilion and follow the dosages listed, Xiao Ruochen said, handing the prescription to the young man. Divine healer, do you believe my leg injury can be healed? Can the toxins from my back be expelled? Soon. A crowd gathered at Xiao Ruochen's stall, seeking his medical expertise, and he tirelessly attended to their ailments, all the while his collection of spirit stones continued to grow. Upon returning to the disciplinary courtyard, Xiao Ruochen entered a state of seclusion once more. With a significant accumulation of resources at his disposal, he prepared to advance his cultivation with vigor. Entering the reincarnation space, he laid out all his spirit stones and activated the reincarnation technique to begin refining them. During this period, he had amassed over 300 spirit stones, a sum that represented a substantial fortune for practitioners at the mystic realm level. Ordinary practitioners at the Xian practitioner level typically require over a year to refine more than 300 spirit stones. However, Xiao Ruochen is an exception. Endowed with the reincarnation sacred body and practicing a divine-level technique, his refining speed far surpasses that of ordinary individuals by hundreds of times. Naturally, due to his reincarnation sacred body, the amount of spirit stones he requires for breakthroughs is also more than tenfold compared to ordinary practitioners. As the spirit stones are gradually refined, the meridians in Xiao Ruochen's dantian continuously expand, feeling the surge of powerful Xian energy coursing through him. Xiao Ruochen promptly mobilizes the energy within and strives toward the sixth layer of the Xian practitioner realm. With each powerful impact, minute cracks soon appear in the barrier of the sixth layer. Break! Xiao Ruochen roars, launching an all-out final assault on the sixth layer. At this moment, he successfully breaks through to the sixth layer of the Xian practitioner realm, though his spirit stones have been completely exhausted. What a rapid consumption of spirit stones! Xiao Ruochen couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. As the legendary reincarnation sacred body, the demand for spiritual energy grows increasingly immense with each advancement in cultivation. Subsequently, Xiao Ruochen exits the reincarnation space and makes his way toward the task hall, intending to undertake more missions and hone his combat skills. You must be Xiao Ruochen. Just as he steps out of the disciplinary courtyard, a youth clad in a cream-colored brocade robe approaches him, an air of arrogance unmistakably present on his face. Behind him, 5 or 6 lackeys follow, all possessing cultivation levels around the 7th or 8th layer of the Xian practitioner realm. Is there something you need? Xiao Ruochen furrows his brow slightly, sensing that their intentions are less than benign. I've heard you have supreme elixirs for sale. I have come today to discuss a collaboration with you, the youth in white states, his words laced with an undeniable arrogance. His handsome features emanating an air of superiority and disdain. Not interested. A chill permeates Xiao Ruochen's voice as he turns without hesitation, unwilling to engage with such a pompous and disrespectful individual. Stop. The expression of the youth in white suddenly turns severe, and his lackeys pounce forward like hungry tigers, quickly surrounding Xiao Ruochen. Don't think that just because you've incapacitated that waste, Wang Linyu, you are invincible. My offer to discuss collaboration is a tremendous favor to you. Do not mistake courtesy for weakness. The youth's tone drips with scorn and contempt. Perhaps your mind is greatly troubled, Xiao Ruochen replies, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. He is not one to instigate trouble willingly. However, if the other party actively approached him seeking a confrontation, he would not hold back. You reckless fool. The young man in white instantly became engulfed in fury, swiftly swinging his arm to strike at Xiao Ruochen's cheek. He never anticipated that a mere servant disciple would dare to confront him so audaciously. A brazen fool. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Xiao Ruochen's eyes as the demon dragon staff appeared in his grasp, and he forcefully brought it crashing down upon the opponent's right hand. The blow was as swift as lightning, imbued with overwhelming strength. Crack! With the resounding snap of a bone. The young man in white emitted a scream of excruciating pain, his wrist shattered on the spot. Damn servant! Dispose of him! The young man in white roared in rage, drawing a stick and charging furiously at Xiao Ruochen. Simultaneously, several of his underlings drew their weapons and launched a fierce assault against Xiao Ruochen. In the face of their onslaught, Xiao Ruochen snorted disdainfully and wielded his staff to counterattack the young man in white. His movements were remarkably swift and agile, and his staff techniques were exquisite, each strike radiating a piercing brilliance. Bang! 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 Within mere moments, the young man's subordinates were swiftly dispatched to the ground by Xiao Ruochen. I'll teach you a lesson. After dealing with the others, Xiao Ruochen directed a tempestuous barrage of attacks towards the young man in white. The latter's strength was evidently superior to Wang Linyu's, yet even so, he paled in comparison to Xiao Ruochen. In the face of Xiao Ruochen's ferocity, the young man attempted to resist, only to find himself utterly outmatched. Bang! Bang! In less than no time, the young man in white was left battered and bruised. You little wretch, do you know who I am? A venomous glint flickered in the young man's eyes, as a renowned genius ranked third in the outer sect. He could not endure being so humiliated by a mere servant disciple. Who are you? What does it matter to me? Keep whining, and I'll end you. Xiao Ruochen yanked the storage ring from the young man's possession and then kicked him forcefully away. Subsequently, he turned and made his way toward the task hall. My goodness, Xiao Ruochen is incredibly formidable. I can't believe even Yang Kuan is no match for him. Many passers-by exhibited expressions of utter astonishment. It was known that Yang Kuan was a genius ranked third in the outer sect. Who would dare believe that he was utterly powerless before Xiao Ruochen? Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes? Upon returning to the task hall, Xiao Ruochen casually accepted several tasks before departing from the Cold Heaven sect. Upon entering the Dongxian mountain range, a sense of vigilance enveloped him. His current cultivation was still too low, and remaining alert at all times was essential for his safety. The Dongxian mountain range is immensely vast, with peaks that rise and fall in a breathtaking cascade, and it teems with ferocious beasts, posing dangers far beyond those of the diminutive Sanyue Mountains. In the ensuing days, Xiao Ruochen embarked on a frenzied spree of slaughter within the Dongxian Mountains. He chose to engage in life-or-death battles against any beast of comparable strength. Cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. One must either advance or regress. And this is particularly true for combat prowess. Only through enduring various life and death trials can one acquire the formidable ability to challenge foes beyond one's level. At this moment, a stunningly beautiful figure descended from the skies, landing gracefully before Xiao Ruochen. She was a breathtaking young girl, possessing a cherubic visage and ample bosom that could make countless hearts flutter. Her cold, piercing eyes were captivating and reminiscent of an ethereal ice lotus, untouched by the mundane world, embodying both nobility and elegance. Remember, you have not seen me. The girl cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Ruochen before vanishing into the nearby thicket. Suddenly, a crisp sound of wind slicing through the air echoed, and a tall, remarkably handsome young man appeared above Xiao Ruochen's head. This individual exuded an overwhelming aura of power that induced a sense of dread and trepidation. His sharp gaze akin to a keen blade, dissuading anyone from meeting his eyes. Did a girl in pink pass by here? The young man looked down at Xiao Ruochen, his fierce stare rendering any thought of resistance futile. Yes, just moments ago, a girl in pink flew over my head. She appeared to be injured. Xiao Ruochen feigned an expression of fear and anxiety. Where did she flee? The young man's voice was as cold as steel, sending chills down one's spine. Towards the direction of Hantian's sect. It has been but a brief moment since she passed. Xiao Ruochen indicated towards the Hantian sect. In an instant, the young man unleashed a sword strike with the swiftness of a specter and then sped away like a shooting star towards the Hantian sect. Faced with this astonishing display of martial prowess, Xiao Ruochen sensed the looming specter of death. He desperately attempted to evade. Yet his speed felt painfully slow in the presence of that terrifying sword energy. The sword energy sliced through the air like lightning, leaving a deep gash across Xiao Ruochen's chest. He coughed up blood, his body propelled backward like a withered leaf. At that moment, the sword energy had cleaved open his abdomen, his internal organs beginning to spill forth, staining the earth with crimson. He lay quietly in the pool of his own blood, his feeble breaths flickering like a dying candle in the wind, teetering on the brink of extinguishment. Damn it, I do not wish to die. Despite feeling an overwhelming despair, Xiao Ruochen clung to the hope of survival. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he painstakingly gathered his internal organs, then activated the reincarnation technique, attempting to mend his grievous wounds. However, due to excessive blood loss and the severity of his injuries, he soon succumbed to a state of unconsciousness. Even in his comatose state, his reincarnation technique continued to operate autonomously. I am so sorry, it is all my fault. At that moment, a girl with youthful beauty and ample bosom stumbled forth from the underbrush, her exquisite eyes filled with guilt. Chapter 22. Ling Yuhan. The girl was named Ling Yuhan, a core disciple of the Han Tian sect and one of its renowned three beauties. The youth who had pursued her, named Dongfang Ling, was a prodigy of the sect and its saintly son, destined to become the future submaster. During a joint mission, Dongfang Ling had covertly laced her food with aphrodisiac, and she had barely managed to escape. Ling Yuhan slowly crouched down, placing her delicate, snow-white hand near Xiao Ruochen's nose. To her astonishment, he still had a breath. The realization of that faint breath elicited an expression of sheer surprise on her face. She had never expected that, despite being nearly cleaved in two. He could still cling to life. With her brows slightly furrowed, she suddenly felt a wave of unbearable heat coursing through her body. Without a moment's hesitation, she embraced Xiao Ruochen and swiftly soared deep into the Dongxian mountain range. She was acutely aware that returning now would mean being captured by Dongfang Ling, especially given her current poisoned state. Barely moments after Ling Yuhan's departure, Dongfang Ling returned, his gaze dark as he beheld the bloodstain upon the ground. Vile wretch. His expression was so grim it seemed he could weep. He then began a frantic search throughout the Dongxian mountain range. As time passed, his countenance grew increasingly grim. Ling Yuhan flew with Xiao Ruochen in her arms, soon arriving at a secluded cave. To her astonishment, the gaping wound on Xiao Ruochen's abdomen had miraculously begun to clot, and his breathing had gradually stabilized. Yet, due to the severity of his injuries, he showed no signs of awakening. At that moment, a charming blush adorned Ling Yuhan's cheeks as she circulated her energy to combat the aphrodisiac within her. However, despair washed over her as she found that no matter how she exerted herself to dispel the poison, the yin-yang He-Huan San within her showed no signs of abating. Gazing at Xiao Ruochen's remarkably handsome face, she found herself drawn closer. She reached out with her slender, snow-white hand to gently caress his cheek. No, this cannot be. He will die? A final flicker of lucidity flashed through Ling Yuhan's mind. Moments later, her gaze settled upon Xiao Ruochen's right hand. 2 hours slipped by. Thank goodness he has not awakened. Seeing that Xiao Ruochen remained unconscious, Ling Yuhan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the toxins within her had been entirely dispelled. She produced a pristine white silk handkerchief and meticulously wiped it across Xiao Ruochen's hand. Subsequently, she retrieved a bottle of healing ointment and gently applied it to his wounds. As she gazed upon Xiao Ruochen's chiseled visage, a fleeting blush graced Lin Yuhan's exquisite cheeks. Recalling her earlier actions, she felt an overwhelming urge to bash her head against a wall. Throughout her life, she had never laid a hand on any man. Yet she had just stolen a kiss from a stranger, using his hand in the process. Once assured that the cave posed no danger, Lin Yuhan quietly exited, wishing to avoid confronting the awakened Xiao Ruochen. However, before leaving, she sealed the cave to prevent any monstrous beasts from intruding. Time passed, and Xiao Ruochen gradually regained consciousness. His abdominal injuries fully healed. However, his sternum remained fractured, a result of the opponent's sword having cleaved through it. Recovering within 2 days was an arduous task. I am still alive. A hint of relief spread across Xiao Ruochen's face. Seeing his own organs exposed had plunged him into despair, yet fueled by an indomitable spirit. He had activated the reincarnation technique and miraculously survived. Why is there a handkerchief in my hand? A look of confusion crossed Xiao Ruochen's face as he brought it closer to his nose, detecting a peculiar scent. Confirming he was alone in the cave, Xiao Ruochen stealthily entered the reincarnation space. He then consumed several healing pills, dedicating himself to restoring his body. Time flew by, and 3 days slipped away in an instant. By now, Xiao Ruochen's injuries had completely healed. By the heavens, if I do not vanquish you, I shall never consider myself human. He suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp gaze infused with an icy murderous intent. Since his arrival in this world, he had never faced such a significant loss. Thus, no matter the cost, he was determined to exact his revenge. With that resolve, Xiao Ruochen departed the cave and resumed his training in the Dongxian mountain range. On this particular day, as he was preparing roasted meat, a thunderous roar of a beast erupted nearby. He turned to see a massive, blood-soaked golden flame sacred lion charging towards him with ferocity. The beast was immensely large, its bloodthirsty eyes instilling dread, and its gaping maw exuded a nauseating stench of blood. Faced with the menacing advance of the golden flame sacred lion, Xiao Ruochen wasted no time and darted into the nearby thicket. The lion's strength was comparable to that of a third-tier Xian master, making it exceedingly difficult for him to defeat it with his current abilities. As Xiao Ruochen fled, the golden flame sacred lion let out a furious roar and lunged at him. What the hell? Has this beast gone mad? A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Xiao Ruochen's eyes as he leaped into the air, wielding the Qingling sword with a sudden, forceful strike. A brilliant sword aura surged forth, aimed directly at the golden flame sacred lion. Despite the formidable strength of this beast, Xiao Ruochen discerned that it was clearly in a wounded state. Should a true contest ensue, he felt he possessed a fair chance of victory. Clang! The Qingling sword met the lion's skull with a sharp metallic sound, inflicting minimal damage. In retaliation, the golden flame sacred lion swept its massive claw, radiating a ferocious energy, aiming directly at Xiao Ruochen. Swift as lightning, he deftly evaded to the side, aware that a direct confrontation with such power could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he opted for a strategy of attrition, seeking to exhaust the beast's stamina. After several exchanges, Xiao Ruochen noted the lion's scales were remarkably resilient. His sword strikes upon the beast yielded little harm, while the exertion was increasingly taxing on him. At that moment, he spotted a long gash on the lion's abdomen, a clear indication that it had previously engaged in battle, sustaining injuries. With this newfound knowledge, he resolved to exploit this vulnerability, pressing his advantage by targeting the wound with relentless assaults. As the battle raged on, the golden flame sacred lion seemed to sense Xiao Ruochen's intent, instinctively guarding its injured area. Yet, fueled by determination, Xiao Ruochen grew bolder. Having identified the lion's weaknesses, its joints and abdomen were devoid of scales, rendering them susceptible to his strikes. Roaring fiercely, the golden flame sacred lion turned to retreat into the depths of the forest. At this level, such magical beasts had developed an intelligence comparable to that of humans. And after numerous rounds of combat, the lion recognized the futility of overcoming its adversary in its current state of injury. Continuing the fight could lead to its demise. However, blinded by a bloodlust, Xiao Ruochen was unwilling to let it escape. With a flash, he dashed towards the lion's hind leg joint, delivering a precise strike. Slicing through flesh, a deep gash appeared on the lion's left hind leg, blood gushing forth from the wound. The golden flame sacred lion let out a furious roar, its bloodthirsty eyes reflecting a tempestuous fury. It lunged at Xiao Ruochen, jaws agape, intent on devouring him. Enraged by the previous injuries dealt by both a man and a woman, it had now reached the peak of its wrath. Seeing that Xiao Ruochen's cultivation was rather low, he intended to vent his anger on him. But to his surprise, Xiao Ruochen's combat prowess proved to be remarkably formidable. Die beast! Xiao Ruochen instantly unleashed the burning sky sword technique, and two strands of blinding sword energy shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at the eyes of the golden flame sacred lion. With a crisp sound of piercing, two streams of blood erupted from the lion's pupils. Roaring in fury, the blinded golden flame sacred lion became wildly aggressive, emitting a series of frenzied howls as it began to rampage in all directions. Observing this, Xiao Ruochen skillfully maneuvered to launch continual assaults against his opponent. Deprived of its sight, the golden flame sacred lion stood no chance against Xiao Ruochen, and within moments, its limbs were severed, crashing heavily to the ground. Subsequently, with a single stroke, Xiao Ruochen severed its head. Completing his task, he gutted the lion and found a white demon core within. Young man, relinquish the demon core, and I shall allow you to leave. A chilling voice echoed at that moment. A man and a woman appeared in unison. The man was handsome and imposing, his piercing gaze radiating an air of superiority. To Xiao Ruochen's astonishment, the woman was none other than Su Qingyan. I killed the golden flame sacred lion. Why should I give it to you? Xiao Ruochen replied with a haughty tone, his handsome face darkening significantly. Despite the young man's unfathomable strength, he was reluctant to part with the demon core. For not every beast possessed one. Only those that reached a certain level of cultivation could condense such a core. Moreover, the demon core was exceptionally valuable, useful for alchemy and aiding in cultivation. Seeking death, a glimmer of cold light flashed in the young man's eyes as he casually waved his right hand, unleashing a massive force that struck Xiao Ruochen's chest like a bolt of lightning. A sharp crack resounded as Xiao Ruochen was sent flying, crashing violently against a nearby ancient tree. Xiao Ruochen, this golden flame sacred lion was severely injured by senior brother Su 3 days ago. Your victory was merely a result of his strength, Su Qingyan stated, her tone laced with arrogance. I advise you to hand over the demon core willingly. Out of our acquaintance, I might intercede on your behalf. Her eyes sparkled with pride, her beautiful face exuding an unmistakable air of disdain. If this senior brother desires it, I shall grant it to him. Xiao Ruochen gritted his teeth, retrieving several poison smoke pills from his pocket and swiftly tossing them towards the young man. In that instant, his figure transformed into a shadow of blood, vanishing into the dense forest behind him. Boom, boom, boom. Young man, you seek death. A fierce glint flashed in Sui Yang's eyes as he, along with Su Qingyan, swiftly pursued Xiao Ruochen, propelled by the explosions of the poison smoke pills. He never anticipated that a mere cultivator at the Xian realm would dare to flee after enduring a single strike from him. At that moment, Xiao Ruochen resembled a shadow of blood, racing through the depths of the Dongxian mountain range with unparalleled speed. However, despair washed over him as he realized that, despite pushing his speed to its limits, the young man surnamed Su relentlessly pursued him, effortlessly dragging Su Qingyan along. This revealed that the opponent's cultivation had ascended to a terrifying level. Moreover, Xiao Ruochen's blood escape technique could not be maintained indefinitely. If he exceeded a certain duration without respite, it would drain all the blood from his body, inflicting severe harm upon him as a cultivator. You cannot escape, brat. Sui Yang's eyes glinted with a chilling resolve. Hand over the demon core, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. Not a chance. I would rather swallow it than give it to you. A glint of madness surged in Xiao Ruochen's eyes as he produced the golden flame Sacred Lion's demon core and swallowed it whole. Instantly, a surge of pure spiritual energy flooded his body, raging like a tempest. Xiao Ruochen swiftly activated the reincarnation technique, fervently refining the energy within. Although demon cores could assist in cultivation, they were typically absorbed at a leisurely pace. Xiao Ruochen's reckless act of consuming it directly was unprecedentedly audacious. For an ordinary person, ingesting a demon core would result in catastrophic consequences, as their bodies could not withstand the energy contained within. Yet, as the energy within him escalated, Xiao Ruochen's speed surged to a new echelon. In the blink of an eye, he had outpaced Su Yang, vanishing into the depths of the dense forest. Unbelievable. You better not let me encounter you again. Sui Yang's eyes shimmered with icy fury. At that moment, he was truly enraged. As a talent ranked among the top 10 in the inner sect, being outmaneuvered by a mere 6th-layer Xian realm brat right under his nose was an utter humiliation. Senior brother Su, it's just a demon core, let it go. Upon witnessing Xiao Ruochen's escape, Su Qingyan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Although she deliberately maintained a haughty demeanor before him, it was merely to affirm that her earlier decision was indeed correct. Deep down, however, she did not wish to see Xiao Ruochen come to harm, as they had grown up together and shared a bond. Rest assured, junior sister Su, I will procure another demon core for you later. Sui Yang replied with a calm demeanor, yet beneath his tranquil exterior lay a resolute intent. Should he encounter Xiao Ruochen again, he would ensure that the latter paid a heavy price. Chapter 24, Yonglinger. In truth, Xiao Ruochen had not fled far. He merely sought refuge in a concealed cave, swiftly entering the realm of reincarnation. At this moment, Xiao Ruochen sat cross-legged, fully engrossed in the intense process of refining the inner core of the golden flame Sacred Lion within him. As the inner core was gradually refined, his cultivation began to ascend at an astonishing pace. Soon, he encountered the formidable barrier of the 7th layer of the profound realm. With all his might, he channeled every ounce of profound energy within him and recklessly surged toward a breakthrough into the 7th layer. Boom, boom, boom. At that instant, Xiao Ruochen successfully transcended the confines of the 7th layer, and simultaneously, his internal injuries were completely healed. Fortunately, he had refined the inner core of the golden flame Sacred Lion in time. Otherwise, the injuries he sustained and the significant loss of vitality would have rendered him utterly incapable of combat for an extended period. Following his breakthrough, Xiao Ruochen hastened his journey toward the Han Tian sect, having mostly accomplished the tasks he undertook during this arduous training. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction regarding the results of his endeavors. Although the journey was fraught with challenges, he had ultimately succeeded in surpassing his cultivation level. 3 days later, Xiao Ruochen returned to the Han Tian sect without incident. Upon re-entering the task hall, he submitted the tasks he had previously accepted one by one. Young lad, I never expected your cultivation to advance so swiftly. The expression on Elder Gongsun Han's face was one of astonishment and disbelief. He vividly recalled when Xiao Ruochen first came to accept tasks, his cultivation was merely at the 3rd layer of the profound realm. Now, less than a month later, he had ascended to the 7th layer, a staggering rate of advancement that could rival even the most renowned prodigies. During my recent tasks, I fortuitously acquired a mysterious fruit, which led to my breakthrough. Xiao Ruochen replied humbly. Fortune is indeed a facet of strength. I look forward to the day you become an inner disciple. Gongsun Han responded with a smile of approval. I shall not disappoint Elder Gongsun's expectations. Xiao Ruochen said with a respectful clasp of his fists before departing from the task hall. This young man is extraordinary. It seems our Han Tian sect is poised to unveil another super prodigy, Gongsun Han mused, stroking his beard with a knowing smile as he watched Xiao Ruochen's retreating figure. Meanwhile, in the servant courtyard, a formidable figure named Xiongda was being held down by a group of outer disciples. Where's that brat? A stunningly beautiful woman with an icy demeanor, named Yang Linger, coldly glared down at Xiongda. She was the sister of Yang Kuan. How would I know? Xiongda retorted angrily, clearly irritated. You dare to talk back? Yang Kuan, seething with rage, raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Xiongda's face. Since the day he was brutally beaten by Xiao Ruochen, he has been ceaselessly scheming to exact his revenge. However, ever since that incident, Xiao Ruochen seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth, which only intensified the fury burning within him. Yang Kuan, you foolish mutt. Why not confront the one who struck you instead of bullying me? Xiongda bellowed, his eyes ablaze with righteous indignation. You insolent brat. How dare you speak so boldly? Yang Kuan's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with a chilling glint. Gripping a wooden club, he lunged at Xiongda's right hand with the ferocity of a starving tiger pouncing on its prey. The force behind the strike was tremendous. Should it connect, Xiongda's bones would surely shatter in an instant. At that critical moment, a razor-sharp beam of energy shot forth like lightning, striking precisely at Yang Kuan's wrist. Crack! A piercing sound of fracture echoed as Yang Kuan let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, the club slipping from his grasp as his wrist sustained grave injury. Release him. At that moment, Xiao Ruochen appeared as if descending from the heavens. His gaze was piercing, his cold eyes sharp like arrows, sweeping over the outer disciples who held Xiongda down. That fierce glare seemed to penetrate the very souls of those present, instilling a fear that rendered them unable to meet his eyes. Faced with Xiao Ruochen's formidable gaze, the outer disciples instinctively released their hold on Xiongda. How dare you harm the brother of my Yongling? A chilling reprimand resonated from the crowd, followed by the graceful figure of a young woman stepping forward. I did strike him. What will you do about it? A smirk curled at the corners of Xiao Ruochen's lips, his aggressive gaze shamelessly appraising the young woman's ample form. Indeed, Yang Linger was strikingly beautiful, her alluring curves evoking endless desires in men. Detestable servant, you are courting death. Faced with Xiao Ruochen's brazen scrutiny, Yang Linger's brows furrowed in anger, her once beautiful eyes now shimmering with fury. With elegant poise, she raised her jade hand, unleashing a formidable palm strike aimed squarely at Xiao Ruochen's cheek. The energy surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, clearly indicating that Yang Linger had reached the level of a master. At that moment, all eyes turned to Xiao Ruochen with pity, as though they were witnessing a fool marching towards his own demise. Of all the provocations, why choose to confront an inner disciple? This is nothing short of self-sabotage. As Yang Linger launched her attack, a confident smile played upon Xiao Ruochen's lips. With a swift motion of his right hand, a torrent of powerful energy erupted, effortlessly dissipating Yang Linger's palm strike. You indeed possess some skill, but let us see if you can withstand another blow. Yang Linger scolded sharply, her figure as light as a swallow, her steps ethereal, soaring high like a celestial maiden from the heavens. With a palm strike that bore the might of thunder, she instantly aimed at Xiao Ruochen. Not daring to exhibit even the slightest negligence, Xiao Ruochen moved with the swiftness of a phantom, simultaneously unleashing a piercing punch. The wind from his fist howling like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, charging towards Yang Linger. Having attained the third level of the profound master realm, Yang Linger posed a formidable challenge for Xiao Ruochen, who was still at a lower level. With a resounding crash, the two immense forces collided violently, causing both Xiao Ruochen and Yang Linger to stagger back several steps. Yet, they did not relent. In an instant, they surged forward like shooting stars, launching fierce assaults upon each other once more. Their strengths were evenly matched, making it exceedingly difficult to determine a victor in a short span of time. As the battle intensified, each move and technique they executed was imbued with tremendous power and exceptional skill, leaving the onlooking disciples in awe. Remarkably, how could this lowly servant possess such formidable strength? Yang Linger grew increasingly alarmed. As the fight progressed, she felt that Xiao Ruochen's abilities were unfathomable, akin to an abyss with no bottom. She could hardly comprehend how a mere servant disciple could wield such terrifying power. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Ruochen and Yang Linger had exchanged dozens of blows, yet the stalemate persisted, with neither gaining an advantage. Suddenly, Yang Linger raised her right leg sharply, like a scorpion striking, delivering a swift and vicious kick aimed at Xiao Ruochen's groin. This move was exceedingly treacherous and venomous, akin to a hidden arrow assault, making it nearly impossible to defend against. A direct hit could lead to a disastrous fate. Damn it, this ruthless woman is truly merciless. Faced with Yang Linger's sudden and malicious attack, Xiao Ruochen reacted with lightning speed. He deftly evaded her flying kick, moving like a wraith, while simultaneously striking forcefully at her back. Sensing the impending danger from behind, Yang Linger quickly turned around, realizing too late that Xiao Ruochen's attack was already in motion, landing squarely upon her ample chest. However, at the critical moment, he withdrew 90% of his force. Goodness, soft and ample. This was the fleeting thought that raced through Xiao Ruochen's mind in that split second, prompting him to deftly pinch. He then swiftly retreated, maintaining a prudent distance from her. "You shameless lecher, I will kill you." Yang Linger unsheathed her sword in an instant, her beauty striking yet as cold as frost, her eyes glinting with a piercing, lethal intent. Xiao Ruochen silently acknowledged the gravity of his situation, fully aware that he had inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest. He swiftly drew his dragon staff and engaged in a fierce battle with Yang Linger. At that moment, the scene was electrifying. Yang Linger's attacks were lethal, while Xiao Ruochen refrained from using deadly force, conscious of his status as merely a low-ranking disciple. If he were to accidentally kill an inner sect disciple, the repercussions would be dire. "Stop!" A solemn and authoritative voice thundered, echoing like a clap of thunder. Almost immediately, a robust middle-aged man appeared as if conjured from thin air, his presence commanding. With a swift motion of his right hand, he forcefully separated Xiao Ruochen and Yang Ling, who were locked in combat. The newcomer was none other than Elder Lin Tiancheng of the Outer Sect. "Elder Lin, you arrived just in time. This madwoman has come to stir trouble in the servants' quarters." Xiao Ruochen spoke first, his voice tinged with resentment. "Filthy rogue, dare you utter another word?" Yang Linger retorted, her exquisite face flushed with indignation, resembling a blooming peach blossom, vibrant and alluring. "Enough. Cease this bickering," Lin Tiancheng declared in a steady and resounding tone. "Yang Linger, as an inner sect disciple, do you not find it beneath your dignity to bully others in the servants' quarters?" "Elder Lin, this shameless brat dares to bully my brother and is utterly disrespectful. Am I not entitled to teach him a lesson?" Yang Linger's voice was sweet, yet laced with fury. "Yang Linger, spare me your theatrics. If you possess true courage, let us settle this on the life and death platform right now." Xiao Ruochen's expression was as cold as ice, his eyes emanating a palpable chill, as if he could freeze anyone in an instant. The repeated provocations from his opponent were becoming increasingly intolerable. In the Cold Heaven sect, engaging in private brawls that result in the death of an inner sect disciple would indeed bear severe consequences. However, a fair duel on the life and death platform typically went unchallenged by the sect's higher-ups. "You." Yang Linger's face paled, devoid of color like unblemished rice paper, momentarily rendering her speechless. After their earlier exchange, she had gained a rough understanding of Xiao Ruochen's capabilities, and if it came to a true life-or-death battle, she was far from certain of her victory. "What will it be? Will you accept this life-and-death challenge, or not? If not, then get lost." Xiao Ruochen's voice was chilling, his gaze sharp with a lethal intent. He was no delicate flower. Should she persist in provoking him, he would show no mercy simply because she was a woman. "Silence. This matter ends here. Should anyone dare to make a commotion again, do not blame me for being ruthless," Lin Tiancheng said, his expression grave and his tone severe. "Filthy rogue, wait for me. This is far from over." Yang Linger shot Xiao Ruochen a fierce glare with her stunning eyes before turning on her heel and departing the servants' quarters without a backward glance. "Good lad. I never expected that within a mere month, you would ascend to the 7th tier of the mystic realm." Lin Tiancheng's face bore a hint of astonishment. He could not fathom the astonishing speed at which Xiao Ruochen had advanced. This is all thanks to your esteemed guidance, Xiao Ruochen replied with utmost respect. He felt an immense gratitude towards Lin Tiancheng, had it not been for the latter's exceptional decision to admit him into the miscellaneous department. His cultivation would not have progressed so swiftly. Haha, if you continue to grow, it will bring honor to me as well. I look forward to the day when you become an inner sect disciple. Lin Tiancheng laughed heartily. That day shall come swiftly. A confident smile graced Xiao Ruochen's face. Confidence is commendable, yet you would do well to remain humble. You have only just joined the sect, and already you have offended several parties, Lin Tiancheng remarked, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. I do not wish to provoke trouble, yet wherever a genius treads, they inevitably shine brightly, inciting jealousy. Xiao Ruochen replied with a hint of vanity. You little rascal, quite self-satisfied, aren't you? Well then, I shall take my leave, Lin Tiancheng chuckled, shaking his head as he departed from the miscellaneous department. Lin Tiancheng held great expectations for Xiao Ruochen. After all, to ascend from the 2nd tier to the 7th tier of the mystic realm in such a short span was a feat that even the most formidable prodigies could scarcely match. Xiongda, are you all right? Xiao Ruochen hurriedly helped Xiongda to his feet, a trace of concern etched on his face. Boss, I am fine. Xiongda replied with a simple smile, his face radiating admiration. To him, Xiao Ruochen now resembled a deity. Take these spirit stones, cultivate diligently, and strive to become an inner sect disciple as soon as possible. Xiao Ruochen retrieved several spirit stones from the reincarnation space and handed them to Xiongda. Thank you, boss. Xiongda exclaimed gratefully as he accepted them. I will certainly work twice as hard. Subsequently, Xiao Ruochen made his way to the herbal pavilion, meticulously selecting and exchanging for various alchemical materials. He intended to concoct some elixirs for sale and offer his healing services, thereby rapidly accumulating spirit stones and contribution points. With ample resources, Xiao Ruochen was confident in swiftly advancing his cultivation to the alchemist realm. After successfully exchanging for various herbs, Xiao Ruochen eagerly entered the reincarnation space and commenced his alchemical endeavors. Chapter 26. The Wang Family's Revenge in East Forest City, within the Wang family estate. A middle-aged man with a countenance as dark as a stormy sky and eyes sharp as a hawk sat in the position of the family head, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect without the need for anger. This man was Wang Guxian, the patriarch of the Wang family. Before him lay 2 stretchers, neatly arranged, upon which lay his 2 sons, Wang Linyu and Wang Linxian. Father, I swear I will tear that little wretch to shreds. Wang Linyu's eyes glittered with venomous hatred akin to that of a viper. Father, we absolutely cannot let that little wretch go unpunished. Wang Linxian hastily echoed. After their limbs were shattered, the 2 brothers had become the laughingstock of the outer sect of the Cold Sky sect, a humiliation they found impossible to endure. Damn it, I had warned you to cultivate diligently and to act with discretion, yet you insisted on competing with others. Now, even your elder brother has suffered this cruel fate. Wang Guxian, the head of the Wang family, glared furiously at Wang Linxian. What is the meaning of your reprimanding them when your own sons have been so grievously harmed? At that moment, a woman adorned in luxurious garments, radiating opulence, gracefully entered the room. The reason these 2 scoundrels have become what they are is due to your indulgence, Wang Guxian bellowed. Is it wrong for me to pamper my own sons? Will you stand by them or not? The woman, her brows furrowed in ire, retorted loudly. Enough. This is the last time. If you dare to cause trouble outside again, do not expect to return to me. A chilling coldness glimmered in Wang Guxian's eyes, as he turned to 2 nearby guards. Black Hawk. Yes, master. One of the guards, a robust man whose stature resembled that of an iron tower and whose aura was as unfathomable as an abyss, responded respectfully. You must swiftly go to the Cold Sky sect. Once that boy leaves, immediately incapacitate him and bring him back, ensuring that the Cold Sky sect remains unaware. Wang Guxian's voice was frigid. The only reason he dared to act against Xiao Ruochen was that Xiao Ruochen was merely a servant disciple. Had he been an outer disciple, even with 100 times more courage, he would not have dared to act. After all, the treatment of servant disciples and outer disciples in the Cold Sky sect was worlds apart. Yes, master, the middle-aged man bowed in acknowledgement. In the days that followed, Xiao Ruochen consistently sold pills at the outer sect's trading market while also tending to the ailments of others. After amassing a considerable amount of resources, he entered a state of seclusion. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Through nearly frenzied cultivation, Xiao Ruochen successfully broke through to the 9th layer of the Xian practitioner realm. However, his accumulated resources were now completely exhausted. During this month, he also practiced a technique known as the 10,000 illusions technique. This technique, a top-tier art of disguise, could, when mastered to its highest realm, allow one to transform into any appearance at will, even altering the very bones of one's body as desired. Xiao Ruochen pursued this secret technique primarily for his own safety, as it could prove to be a crucial means of survival in critical moments. On one particular morning, Xiao Ruochen emerged from the cycle of reincarnation and made his way to the task hall. After a month of arduous training, he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. Continuing in seclusion would yield little further progress, prompting him to seek experience outside. Through the memories imparted by Lin Tianyang, Xiao Ruochen deeply comprehended that only through the trials of life and death could one's cultivation be rapidly elevated. Upon returning to the task hall, Xiao Ruochen calmly selected several missions and, without hesitation, departed from the Cold Sky sect. His initial objective was the Wild Wolf mercenary group, which had long been entrenched in the eastern Xian mountain range. This mercenary group was notorious, not only for their frequent appearances in the eastern Xian mountain range, but also for their brazen raids on innocent villages. Thus, the Cold Sky sect had issued this task. Naturally, Xiao Ruochen was not the sole disciple to accept this mission. The ultimate completion standard hinged on who could claim the head of the Wild Wolf mercenary group's leader. Ordinarily, Xiao Ruochen would not qualify for this task, as the leader's cultivation had reached the 4th layer of the profound master realm, a privilege reserved for inner sect disciples. However, upon witnessing Xiao Ruochen's confident demeanor, Gong Sunhan deliberately assigned the mission to him. This young man truly was an anomaly, having swiftly broken through to the 9th layer of the profound warrior realm. As Gong Sunhan observed Xiao Ruochen's retreating figure, a profound astonishment washed over his face. No sooner had Xiao Ruochen stepped beyond the mountain gate of the Cold Sky sect than he was beset by an inexplicable sensation of being watched, as though a specter were closely trailing him. His instincts clearly informed him that he had become the target of someone's gaze. Nevertheless, Xiao Ruochen remained unfazed. For the Cold Sky sect was nestled within a landscape of undulating mountains, surrounded by dense and shadowy forests. If he truly wished to flee, his pursuer would find it challenging to capture him. Not far behind Xiao Ruochen, a middle-aged man with eyes as cold as a frigid pond fixed his gaze upon him, following at a measured pace. This man was the Black Hawk sent by the Wang family of Donglan City. Unperturbed, Xiao Ruochen made his way toward the eastern Xian mountain range. As he approached a thicket of lush foliage, he suddenly darted into the bushes like a streak of lightning, vanishing without a trace in an instant. What a cunning boy! When the middle-aged man arrived at the spot where Xiao Ruochen had disappeared, his expression darkened ominously, akin to the sky before a tempest. Despite believing he had been sufficiently cautious, he had not anticipated that the other party would detect him. Beneath a nearby stone, the reincarnation pearl lay quietly ensnared. At that moment, Xiao Ruochen was intently observing the external situation within the reincarnation space. He was nearly certain that this middle-aged man had been dispatched by the Wang brothers. Although he had offended many recently, the only ones with the motive to send someone to assassinate him were these two brothers. After the middle-aged man departed, Xiao Ruochen exited the reincarnation space and cautiously lurked behind him. Xiao Ruochen discerned that the middle-aged man's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the profound master realm. With his current strength, it was nearly an impossible feat to vanquish his opponent outright. However, should he employ a sneak attack, the situation would be quite different. Xiao Ruochen's agility was exquisite. He adeptly concealed his aura to the utmost degree, rendering him undetectable to the middle-aged man. Strange, where has this brat vanished to? Black Hawk's expression darkened, as if it could drip with water. As a formidable practitioner of the 6th level of the profound master realm, the fact that a mere youth of the 9th level of the profound realm had eluded him would be utterly humiliating if it were to spread. He scoured the Dongxian mountain range meticulously for an entire day, yet failed to uncover any trace of Xiao Ruochen, which left him profoundly frustrated. That night, while Black Hawk rested against a tree, a sharp and violent sword aura suddenly descended from above with tremendous force. That wretched brat, it's you. Confronted with Xiao Ruocheng's ambush, Black Hawk's eyes momentarily flickered with a glint of fear, as if he had encountered the most fearsome specter. He never anticipated that Xiao Ruocheng would dare to launch a sneak attack against him. Nonetheless, being a seasoned warrior at the 6th level of the profound Master Realm, Black Hawk possessed formidable crisis response capabilities. At the instant the fierce sword aura struck, he swiftly brandished his sword to deflect it. Hiss! Seeing Black Hawk attempt to block, Xiao Ruocheng's sword aura slid deftly, like a nimble viper, instantly targeting the opponent's wrist. Clang! "Oh, you little wretch, I will kill you." Black Hawk screamed in a harrowing tone as his wrist, which held the sword, was severed, akin to a branch lopped off a tree, and fell to the ground. However, as a battle-hardened warrior, his reflexes were incredibly sharp. With his left hand, he quickly retrieved another sword from his storage pouch and leapt into the air like a phantom, pouncing at Xiao Ruocheng with the ferocity of a starving tiger. World incineration. Xiao Ruocheng bellowed with fury, his voice resonating like thunder, deafening in its intensity. This technique, world incineration, emanated an ancient and formidable aura, overwhelming Black Hawk like a relentless tide. The sword aura was exceedingly sharp, as if an unparalleled divine weapon had manifested, threatening to rend the air into shreds, its power instilling a profound sense of dread. How can this lad possess such terrifying strength? Faced with Xiao Ruocheng's extraordinarily fierce strike, a fleeting look of horror crossed Black Hawk's face. He simply could not fathom how a mere youth at the 9th level of the profound realm could unleash such an awe-inspiring sword aura. At this moment, the Black Hawk found himself with no retreat, compelled to grit his teeth and wield his longsword, charging at Xiao Ruocheng with the ferocity of a cornered beast. The clash of their weapons resonated with a deafening metallic sound. The residual force of Xiao Ruocheng's sword energy descended upon the Black Hawk's arm with the weight of a mountain, an unstoppable force that severed his limb in an instant. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the Black Hawk, akin to a slaughtered pig, as blood gushed forth like a fountain, painting a horrific scene. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ruocheng unleashed another devastating strike, mercilessly cleaving off the Black Hawk's remaining arm. With that, the Black Hawk was utterly stripped of his combat capability. "Speak. Who sent you?" Xiao Ruocheng demanded, gripping the Qingling's sword, his gaze as frigid as ice, exuding an aura that deterred any daring to meet his eyes, as if he could effortlessly penetrate all lies and facades. "Little brat, dream on if you think you can pry information from me," Ahu retorted dismissively, disdain evident in his eyes. "Refusing to speak, are you? Then allow me to demonstrate what it means to flay and strip flesh," Xiao Ruocheng declared ominously. His countenance hardened as he commenced the gruesome act upon the Black Hawk. "Ah, you demon!" The Black Hawk screamed, his voice a cacophony of anguish. Terror etched in his eyes. "What's the matter? This is merely the beginning." A cold smile crept upon Xiao Ruocheng's lips. "Don't kill me, I'll talk." The Black Hawk, now utterly broken, trembled, his eyes filled with fear and despair. "Who sent you?" Xiao Ruocheng's voice remained icy. "It was the Wang family from Donglin City who dispatched me. I beg you spare me." The Black Hawk pleaded in agony. "Donglin City's Wang family. I shall annihilate you all in due time." Xiao Ruocheng's eyes glinted with a chilling light as he swung his sword, swiftly severing the Black Hawk's neck. After dispatching the Black Hawk, Xiao Ruocheng exhaled softly, feeling an almost debilitating drain on his inner energy. The technique he had just employed, the annihilation of heaven and earth, was immensely powerful, representing his utmost capability. However, it exacted a heavy toll on his energy reserves. Given his cultivation level, he had reached his limit, hence the sensation of nearly being depleted. With the Black Hawk dealt with, Xiao Ruocheng retrieved the storage pouch from his fallen adversary and swiftly vacated the scene. The atmosphere was saturated with blood, an invitation for formidable beasts. Given his drained energy, remaining in such a perilous location would be tantamount to courting death. Thus he hastened to find a safe haven to recuperate. Upon locating a secure spot, Xiao Ruocheng quietly entered the reincarnation space and consumed several recovery pills to restore his energy. Half an hour later, aided by the returning Xiandan, Xiao Ruocheng finally restored himself to peak condition. He then opened the storage bag of the Black Eagle, where he discovered 300 spirit stones and some rudimentary martial techniques. How impoverished! Xiao Ruocheng couldn't help but curse under his breath. These 300 spirit stones were utterly insufficient for him, to achieve a breakthrough. As his cultivation advanced, the number of spirit stones required for each breakthrough had grown to an astonishing figure, rendering these paltry 300 stones mere drops in the ocean for him. Upon leaving the reincarnation space, Xiao Ruochen made his way towards the area frequently inhabited by the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps. After half a day, he arrived at the edge of a canyon. What a handsome lad! At that moment, a robust and fierce-looking middle-aged man suddenly burst forth from the thicket, followed closely by 7 or 8 men wielding long knives. The moment they appeared, they encircled Xiao Ruochen entirely. Feigning a look of sheer terror, Xiao Ruochen discerned that these individuals were most likely members of the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps, as their attire bore the emblem of a black wolf. However, he refrained from immediate confrontation. The leading middle-aged man's cultivation had only reached the 3rd layer of the Xian Master Realm, while those behind him were merely at the 1st layer. For Xiao Ruochen, dispatching these individuals would be a trivial task. Yet, if he were to eliminate them so easily, locating the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps would become exceedingly difficult. Thus, he resolved to feign weakness and accompany them back, intending to seize the opportunity when they reached their lair. According to the task's information, the leader of the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps was named Wild Wolf, with a cultivation level at the pinnacle of the 4th layer of the Xian Master Realm, flanked by 2 vice-captains, both at the initial stages of the 4th layer. "Take him back," commanded the burly middle-aged man, waving his hand, and his subordinates swiftly restrained Xiao Ruochen. "Boss, this guy is utterly broke. His storage bag is empty," one of the underlings reported after inspecting Xiao Ruochen's bag, revealing its complete emptiness. "No matter, this kid looks like a pretty boy. If we bring him back to the 2nd captain, the rewards will surely not be scant." The fierce man's eyes gleamed with greed. Chapter 28. Rescuing the Fair Maiden. "Just wait. I will make sure to eliminate you beasts," Xiao Ruochen vowed silently. Under the guidance of several members of the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps, he soon arrived at an exceedingly steep mountain. Although this peak did not pierce the heavens, its sheer cliffs instilled a sense of dread, and its treacherous terrain made it an ideal hideout for bandits. Upon entering the mountain, Xiao Ruochen observed that sentinels were strategically positioned around, indicating that he had indeed reached the stronghold of the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps. After a meticulous observation, Xiao Ruochen discerned that the mercenaries predominantly possessed cultivation levels at the 9th tier of the Profound Realm, with only a scant few having attained the status of Profound Masters. Individuals like the formidable middle-aged man, who had reached the 3rd tier of the Profound Master Realm or higher, were virtually non-existent in this place. Just then, an intense cacophony of combat erupted from a palace atop the mountain. A strikingly beautiful young woman, her figure alluringly voluptuous, darted out of the palace like a shooting star, closely pursued by a sinister-looking, tall, middle-aged man, none other than the leader of the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps, known as the Wild Wolf himself. "Ha ha ha, my dear lady. With such meager power, do you truly believe you can annihilate my Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps? Such delusions are laughable," he cackled malevolently. "I advise you to surrender willingly and entertain me. Perhaps I may spare your life." At that moment, the members of the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps encircled the young woman like ravenous wolves descending upon their prey. Even those escorting Xiao Ruochen halted in their tracks. "It's her." A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Ruochen's face. He had never anticipated that the young woman before him was Yang Linger. Under the relentless assault of the Wild Wolf, Yang Linger was forced into retreat, her situation becoming increasingly precarious. Despair etched across her face. She felt utterly hopeless. After a month of rigorous training, Yang Linger had successfully broken through to the 5th tier of the Profound Master Realm, believing the Wild Wolf to be merely at the 4th tier, which emboldened her to undertake this task alone. However, upon arriving at the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps, she was jolted by the realization that the Wild Wolf's cultivation was not the 4th tier as stated in the records, but rather an authentic 6th tier of the Profound Master Realm. "Damn it, this intelligence is erroneous." Xiao Ruochen's expression darkened, as if overshadowed by ominous clouds, his demeanor shifting to one of grave seriousness. He had never anticipated that the Wild Wolf's cultivation had reached the 6th tier of the Profound Master Realm. Given his current abilities, the prospect of confronting the Wild Wolf directly was nearly insurmountable, especially considering this was the headquarters of the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps, with a cadre of subordinates at his disposal. In an instant, Yang Linger was struck down, her body soaring towards Xiao Ruochen like a kite severed from its string. Damn it, I must act. Faced with this unforeseen crisis, Xiao Ruochen resolved to rescue Yang Linger, for they were comrades. With this thought, he swiftly broke free from his restraints, drew the Qingling's sword, and, akin to a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, launched into a frenzied slaughter against the members of the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps. Xiao Ruochen's sudden onslaught plunged the scene into chaos. Seizing the moment, he hurled dozens of smoke bombs at the Wild Wolf. With a series of explosive detonations, the area was engulfed in a thick haze, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Xiao Ruochen moved like lightning, swiftly reaching Yang Linger's side and lifting her into his arms as he dashed down the mountain. You seek death, the Wild Wolf roared, pursuing them with the ferocity of a famished predator. At this moment, Xiao Ruochen executed his agility to perfection, continuously tossing smoke bombs behind him. In mere moments, he brought Yang Linger to the foot of the mountain, plunging into the dense thicket. You little brat, I won't let you escape. The Wild Wolf's expression darkened to an extreme as he arrived at the base, only to find Xiao Ruochen's figure had vanished without a trace. Xiao Ruochen, it's you. A flicker of surprise crossed Yang Linger's flawless face. Having been engulfed in despair, she never expected that in this life-and-death moment, her savior would be none other than Xiao Ruochen. Are you surprised? Is it unexpected? As they fled, a subtle smile played at the corners of Xiao Ruochen's mouth. You scoundrel, could you possibly change the position of your hands? Yang Linger's face instantly turned frosty. Ahem, my apologies. I was running too hastily and lost awareness. Xiao Ruochen replied, his expression one of embarrassment. He had never anticipated that his hand had inadvertently found its way to the inner thigh of Yang Linger. You scoundrel, you did that on purpose. Yang Linger rebuked, her beautiful eyes revealing an unmistakable annoyance. Having grown up, she had never been taken advantage of by any man. And now this rogue had dared to trespass upon her private space. Yang Linger, your words lack merit. After all, I am your savior. Once they reached safety, Xiao Ruochen set her down, adding, by the way, how could you be so bold as to venture alone to the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps? I thought they only had a 4th-tier Xian master, but that fellow turned out to be at the 6th tier. Yang Linger replied, her face clouded with frustration, and you, Xiao Ruochen, have quite the audacity to accept such a task alone. I based my decision on the information provided by the mission hall, which stated that the Wild Wolf only possessed a 4th-tier cultivation level. Xiao Ruochen explained with a smile. Xiao Ruochen, are you truly a Flirting? A flicker of uncontrollable curiosity crossed Yang Linger's eyes, as if she had discovered a rare treasure. Since their last encounter, she had developed a keen interest in this humble disciple and had conducted a discreet investigation into his background. Learning that Xiao Ruochen had ascended from the 2nd tier of the Xian realm to the 7th in just a month left her profoundly astonished. What surprised Yang Ling even more was that another month had passed, and Xiao Ruochen had once again broken through, now reaching the 9th tier of the Xian realm. In that moment, her admiration for his talent was overwhelming. She could hardly believe that such remarkable cultivation potential could be deemed vain, for it was simply beyond comprehension. What do you think? With a slight lift at the corners of her mouth, Xiao Ruochen revealed a faint smile, one that seemed to harbor boundless depth, eluding easy comprehension. Do not feign profundity in front of me. Are you truly a waste spirit root? Yang Linger chided playfully. I am not entirely certain. During the entrance examination, I was indeed deemed a waste spirit root, Xiao Ruochen replied. Yet, he was acutely aware that he could not possibly be a waste spirit root, for he was, after all, the legendary reincarnation sacred body. If he were truly a waste spirit root, Lin Tianyang would never have accepted him as a disciple. Nor could he have advanced so swiftly. Chapter 29. The Unspoken Understanding with Yang Linger. Xiao Ruochen, thank you for saving me. Yang Linger smiled gently, her expression as warm and captivating as the spring sun, filled with genuine gratitude towards Xiao Ruochen. Is a mere thank you all that is warranted? Shouldn't there be a more tangible expression of appreciation? Xiao Ruochen's lips curled into a mischievous grin, his gaze unabashedly fixed on Yang Linger. One could not deny Yang Linger's beauty. Particularly, her alluring figure was enough to ensnare one's heart and hold one's gaze captive. You rogue, do you expect me to offer myself in gratitude? Yang Linger retorted, her beautiful eyes rolling dismissively at Xiao Ruochen. a blend of indignation and a hint of subtle shyness flickering within her gaze. I did not utter such words, yet should you truly wish to offer yourself, I would not object, Xiao Ruochen teased, amusement dancing across his face. By the way, what are your plans moving forward? Yang Linger hastily shifted the topic, attempting to mask her embarrassment. Naturally, we shall annihilate the Wild Wolf mercenary group, Xiao Ruochen declared without hesitation, his tone imbued with resolute determination. Are you truly unafraid of death? The Wild Wolf possesses strength at the 6th tier of the profound master realm, Yang Linger exclaimed, her expression one of incredulity. And what of it? Although I may not best him in a direct confrontation, I am confident in my ability to launch a surprise attack, Xiao Ruochen asserted, confidence radiating from him as if everything lay within his grasp. After all, the Black Eagle was also at the 6th tier of the profound master realm and had been dispatched by his ambush. Thus, he felt assured of his chances against the Wild Wolf, whose strength was comparable. Can I accompany you? I wish to witness firsthand how you defeat him, Yang Linger said, her eyes sparkling with excitement, her voice brimming with anticipation, as if she could hardly wait to witness the impending battle. You may come, but you must not act recklessly. All offensive strategies must adhere to my command, Xiao Ruochen instructed solemnly, an undeniable firmness in his voice. No problem, Yang Linger readily agreed, her resolute demeanor reflecting her determination. Let us rest for a day. Tomorrow, we shall engage in other tasks. Once the Wild Wolf mercenary group lowers their guard, we will strike, Xiao Ruochen proposed, his gaze reflecting deep contemplation. Subsequently, he casually dispatched a few low-level demon beasts, then simply prepared a barbecue and began to feast. I never expected you possessed culinary skills, Yang Linger exclaimed in surprise. She was astonished at how delicious the roasted meat made by Xiao Ruochen was, the flavor leaving her utterly impressed. Such a simple task. Don't tell me you can't do it, Xiao Ruochen chuckled, a hint of pride gracing his face. I truly cannot. Whenever I venture out, I usually bring some provisions in my storage pouch, Yang Linger replied, her face flushed with embarrassment, which only added to her charm. In the ensuing days, Xiao Ruochen and Yang Linger embarked on a fervent killing spree in the East Xian mountain range. They collaborated seamlessly to complete tasks and vanquish demon beasts. As time progressed, they cultivated a remarkable combat synergy. After spending several days together, Xiao Ruochen discovered that Yang Linger was not as difficult to get along with as he had initially thought. Her earlier hostility was primarily due to his confrontation with her brother. Xiao Ruochen, I wish to spar with you, Yang Linger declared with fervor, her hair tied up high, clad in a snug outfit that radiated vitality and grace. Is that truly necessary? Xiao Ruochen replied awkwardly, a hint of hesitation shadowing his expression. Are you looking down on me? Yang Linger playfully protested, her demeanor adorably fierce. Despite Xiao Ruochen's formidable prowess, she felt she was not significantly inferior. Given what you've said, we've spent several days together, and I know your strength better than anyone. If it comes to a real fight, neither of us would gain the upper hand. Xiao Ruochen humbly stated, his tone sincere. Being a girl, Yang Linger felt that if they were to spar, he might hesitate in his approach. After all, one could not strike the chest, nor the hips, and certainly not the face. What kind of sparring would that be? Humph, do you think I'm a woman? So you don't want to fight me? Yang Linger retorted, her expression tinged with discontent. Coughing awkwardly, Xiao Ruochen responded, if you genuinely wish to battle, let us seek out some powerful demon beasts. Realizing Xiao Ruochen was unwilling to engage with her, Yang Linger reluctantly acquiesced. In the following days, the two continued to hunt demon beasts in perfect harmony. After several days of practical training, Xiao Ruochen reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Xian practitioner realm, just a step away from the Xian master realm. Let us go. We shall confront the wild wolves. Xiao Ruochen's eyes glinted with a chilling intensity, his gaze seemingly capable of freezing everything in its path. Are you truly confident? Yang Linger inquired earnestly, concern etched in her eyes. She was well aware of the wild wolves' prowess, so when Xiao Ruochen suggested confronting them, she felt a twinge of worry, especially since her cultivation was only at the 5th level of the Xian master realm, whereas the wild wolves had already reached the 6th level. If we ambush them, it should pose little trouble. Xiao Ruochen's voice was deep and resolute. But you need not fret, even if we cannot defeat them. I am confident I can ensure your safe retreat. How do you plan to launch a surprise attack? Yang Linger inquired with a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. With our combined prowess, there exists a reasonable chance of vanquishing the wolf, should it be a 2-on-1 confrontation. However, the presence of numerous subordinates complicates matters significantly. Xiao Ruochen replied solemnly. Thus, I intend to eliminate a few of the lesser minions first, instilling a sense of panic among them, before we seek the opportunity to slay the wolf. That is an excellent idea. We can first eradicate this pack of beasts, Yang Linger declared, her eyes aflame with murderous intent, as though she yearned to annihilate every member of the wolf mercenary corps, given their strength. As long as they did not encounter the wolf himself, the other members of the mercenary group would stand no chance against them. To avoid drawing attention from the wolf mercenary corps, Xiao Ruochen and Yang Linger meticulously concealed their presence and stealthily approached the direction of their adversaries. Yang Linger, you shall initiate the attack from the left, while I shall strike from the right simultaneously. Should we encounter the wolf, we must retreat immediately. We cannot afford to linger in battle, Xiao Ruochen advised gravely, his expression one of utmost seriousness. Rest assured, I will not engage recklessly, Yang Linger asserted with a determined nod. Subsequently, Xiao Ruochen quietly maneuvered to the right, and at the agreed-upon moment, launched a ferocious assault on the guards of the wolf mercenary corps. With their formidable combat prowess, apart from the wolf himself, the other members of the mercenary group were virtually no match for them. Consequently, when they struck, the members of the wolf mercenary corps found themselves utterly powerless to resist. Swiftly reduced to chaos and disarray, the two ascended towards the peak, leaving a trail of blood and severed limbs in their wake, the scene both grotesque and harrowing. Such audacity, daring to intrude upon the headquarters of my wolf mercenary corps. At that moment, a roar echoed from above, and a white figure, akin to a bolt of lightning, charged towards Xiao Ruochen's position. Retreat. Xiao Ruochen whistled sharply and immediately fled downhill, tossing a few smoke bombs behind him. Simultaneously, Yang Linger swiftly followed in his wake. Within mere breaths, both vanished into the depths of the dense forest. Chapter 30. The Annihilation of the Wolf Mercenary Corps Search. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the earth, I demand that we unearth these 2 rascals. The sight of the corpses strewn about ignited a chilling fury within the wolf, a coldness that seemed capable of freezing the very air around him, reminiscent of a malevolent specter emerging from the abyss. The wolf mercenary corps had never suffered such a substantial loss since its inception, and thus, the wolf was prepared to spare no expense in capturing his foes, even if it required a dire toll. In the ensuing days, the members of the wolf mercenary corps scoured the Tsangyue mountain range like ravenous wolves, relentlessly searching for any trace of Xiao Ruochen and Yang Linger. However, to their profound disappointment, Xiao Ruochen and Yang Linger vanished as if they had been spirited away, leaving no trace behind. In truth, they had not departed. Rather, they lurked like phantoms near the wild wolf mercenary group, poised to strike, their forms elusive as shadows, ever ready to deliver a fatal blow to their adversaries. Under the relentless onslaught of the two, the members of the wild wolf mercenary group fell like lambs to slaughter, utterly defenseless, their numbers dwindling with alarming rapidity. In less than a week, thousands of wild wolf mercenaries became mere specters, their demise a scene drenched in blood and horror. At this juncture, the entire wild wolf mercenary group was engulfed in a palpable sense of dread, as some cowardly members, akin to lost dogs, chose to abandon the group, fearing they might be the next to perish. Brother, what shall we do now? These 2 specters haunt us, never confronting us directly. If this continues, we shall be annihilated, voiced the second-in-command, Crow, his expression grim and heavy with foreboding, as if the apocalypse were nigh. Indeed, brother, perhaps we should retreat while we still can? Pursuing them aimlessly could provoke the Hantian sect, and the consequences would be dire, echoed the third-in-command, Wild Dog, his tone steeped in trepidation and disquiet. Withdraw. Wild Wolf gritted his teeth, ultimately issuing the retreat order, his voice imbued with resignation and reluctance. He understood that the losses were irretrievable if they continued this futile pursuit. The wild wolf mercenary group might face utter collapse and annihilation. Not far off, perched atop a colossal tree, Xiao Ruochen and Yang Linger closely observed the movements of the wild wolf mercenary group. It seems they are about to retreat. What should we do next? Yang Linger's voice betrayed a hint of anxiety, her exquisite visage etched with concern. Fear not. They are numerous and cannot easily evade us. Once we have eradicated the others, We will join forces to eliminate Wild Wolf, and our mission shall be accomplished, Xiao Ruochen replied, his countenance radiating confidence. As if everything lay within his grasp, his gaze resolute and composed. Isn't this rather cruel? Yang Ling'er furrowed her delicate brows, her beautiful face reflecting her reluctance. She had never taken so many lives before. These individuals are akin to beasts, committing arson, murder, and pillage without remorse. Countless innocent lives have perished at their hands. Our actions are but a means of delivering justice and rectifying wrongs. Xiao Ruochen's voice turned frigid, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve, brimming with a fervent sense of justice. Your argument holds some merit, Yang Ling'er remarked thoughtfully, her luminous eyes blinking as the turmoil within her heart eased slightly. Subsequently, the two once more vanished like phantoms, stealthily advancing towards the Wild Wolf mercenary group, their figures akin to silent assassins in the cloak of night. Under the command of the wolf, the members of the Wolf Mercenary Corps began to slowly retreat to the outskirts of the eastern Xin Mountains, foolishly hoping to evade the spotlight and avoid being picked off one by Xiao Ruochen and his companions. However, in the ensuing days, the Wolf Mercenary Corps could not escape the fate of ambush. Their death toll rose daily, and a looming shadow of fear perpetually enveloped them. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. With the successive assassinations carried out by Xiao Ruochen and Yang Ling, the number of the Wolf Mercenary Corps had dwindled to just over 100. You little bastards. I will ensure your bodies are torn to shreds. At this moment, the wolf had lost his sanity, his furious roar echoing through the valley. He furiously abandoned the retreat and commanded the members of the Wolf Mercenary Corps to hold their ground, lying in wait for Xiao Ruochen's arrival. What shall we do now? Xiao Ruochen? Yang Ling'er asked gravely, her tense expression betraying her inner turmoil. We have already executed enough ambushes. Tonight we shall launch a full-scale assault and annihilate them in one fell swoop. The cold glimmer in Xiao Ruochen's eyes was as sharp as a blade, his resolute demeanor leaving no room for doubt. Through this period of slaughter, his ability to challenge those above his level had also significantly improved. With Yang Ling'er's assistance, the eradication of the wolf was not entirely impossible. You can't be serious? Yang Ling'er felt a twinge of apprehension, a flicker of hesitation passing through her beautiful eyes. Am I jesting? Xiao Ruochen's gaze was unwavering, as firm as granite, as he stated, you will go to assassinate the third commander, while I will deal with the second commander. When the wolf emerges, I will hold him off. You must quickly eliminate the others and then come to support me. Are you certain you can withstand it? Yang Ling'er furrowed her brows slightly, her heart filled with concern. It should not be a major issue. If it truly becomes unbearable, I will signal, and we will retreat together, Xiao Ruochen replied calmly, his tone imbued with confidence. All right, then let us proceed as you say. Yang Ling'er nodded. Though still anxious, she chose to place her trust in Xiao Ruochen. That night, Xiao Ruochen and Yang Ling'er stealthily approached the area where the Wolf Mercenary Corps was stationed. Like phantoms, at that moment, the wolf was resting with his eyes closed, while the second Commander Crow and the third Commander Wild Dog patrolled the camp's perimeter vigilantly with several subordinates. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Ruochen, swift as a cheetah and fierce as the wind, launched a lethal attack on the second Commander Crow. Simultaneously, Yang Ling'er, equally unwilling to be outdone, struck with the ferocity of a drawn blade, targeting the third Commander Wild Dog. Both Crow and Wild Dog were at the initial stage of the fourth layer of the mysterious Master Realm. Confronted with the surprise assault from Xiao Ruochen and Yang Ling'er, they reacted instantly. Clang! The two powerful forces collided with a thunderous crash, and the sword in Crow's hand was immediately sent flying. Hiss! At this moment, Xiao Ruochen seized the opportunity, his long sword sweeping through the air with a sudden ferocity. A sharp blade of energy, enveloped in a dazzling brilliance, sliced through the raven's throat like a bolt of lightning. Meanwhile, Yang Ling'er displayed unparalleled swordsmanship. Within merely 2 exchanges, she cleaved the Wild Dog's head cleanly from its body. In that instant, the scene erupted into a cacophony of wails, blood staining the earth, and the members of the Wolf Mercenary Corps were thrown into disarray. You little bastards! I shall slay you today? A furious roar erupted, and the wolf lunged at Xiao Ruochen with the predatory ferocity of an eagle. Yang Ling'er, I will hold off the wolf. You must swiftly deal with the others. With his words barely spoken, Xiao Ruochen wielded his Qingling sword, striking directly at the wolf. The wolf had already reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of the profound master realm, making it exceedingly difficult for Xiao Ruochen to confront him head-on with his current strength. However, Xiao Ruochen was undaunted, for engaging with a formidable opponent of the wolf's caliber represented a rare opportunity for practical combat experience. He understood that only through the crucible of life and death could one enhance their ability to challenge adversaries beyond their level. The path of future cultivation would then stretch ever further. Chapter 31. Slaying the wolf. Be careful, Yang Linger warned, her battle sword slicing through the air, summoning a fierce gale as she charged at the surrounding mercenaries with reckless abandon. Her form was agile, reminiscent of a fierce lioness, exuding an aura of formidable might. Having reached the 5th level of the profound master realm, she found her opponents, mostly at the early stages of the same realm, to be utterly defenseless before her. With each strike, Yang Linger unleashed a torrent of sharp sword energy, her blade shimmering as if capable of rending the very air. Her movements flowed like water. Her techniques brutal. Those mercenaries who dared to resist were swiftly consumed by her blade. Faced with Yang Linger's relentless onslaught, the members of the Wolf Mercenary Corps were gripped by terror, their faces paling, eyes wide with fear. Soon, they were fleeing in disarray, casting aside their armor in their panic. On the other side, Xiao Ruochen and the wolf engaged in a fierce battle. The wolf's imposing stature resembled a small mountain, radiating a tremendous sense of oppression, his cultivation far surpassing that of Xiao Ruochen. The disparity in their levels was so vast that Xiao Ruochen found himself retreating under the relentless assault. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his breath quickening, yet his gaze remained steadfast, devoid of any hint of retreat. Fortunately, Xiao Ruochen's agility was remarkable, akin to a wraith, making it difficult for the wolf to pin him down. Moreover, his swordsmanship was exceedingly refined, each move imbued with clever variations. It would not be a simple task for the wolf to subdue him in a short span of time. "You little bastard, I will see who can save you today," the wolf suddenly bellowed, his voice booming like thunder, reverberating throughout the space. The battle blade in his hand was unleashed with a thunderous force, radiating a cold, glimmering light that seemed poised to cleave the very world in twain. His blade's edge was razor-sharp, capable of rending all asunder. Akin to the tumultuous waves of a roaring sea, surging relentlessly towards Xiao Ruochen. The sheer power distorted the air around him. Wrath of the heavens. Faced with the wild wolf's frenzied assault, Xiao Ruochen did not falter. He let out a low growl, his voice brimming with tenacity and valor. As he soared into the air like an arrow released from its bow, he swiftly executed a move known as Wrath of the Heavens, and a resplendent beam of light erupted from the Qingling's sword, slicing through the heavens like a bolt of lightning, aimed fiercely at the wild wolf. The brilliance was dazzling, infused with Xiao Ruochen's resolve and fury. Clang! A deafening sound reverberated, as if shattering eardrums. Xiao Ruochen was propelled backward over 10 paces before he barely regained his footing. His arm tingled from the shock, blood surging tumultuously within his chest. In contrast, the wild wolf merely retreated 2 or 3 paces before lunging towards Xiao Ruochen once more. His gaze was filled with murderous intent, as if vowing not to relent until Xiao Ruochen lay lifeless at his feet. "Yang Linger, hurry! I can barely hold on." Xiao Ruochen's voice rang out urgently, like a battle drum, and before he finished speaking, he brandished his sword and charged at the wild wolf once more. He understood that retreat was not an option. Only through steadfastness could he hope for survival. "Just hold on a little longer. I will be there soon," Yang Linger responded, her pace of slaughter increasing, as fierce as a tempest. Her eyes were focused and resolute, her sword tirelessly reaping the lives of their foes. The battle raged on, time slipping away like sand through an hourglass, each moment fraught with tension and peril. The wild wolf's expression grew increasingly grave, as if shrouded in frost. He could not fathom how a mere 9th-level practitioner could possess such formidable combat prowess. In this moment, the conflict reached a fever pitch. Though Xiao Ruochen was battered and bruised, his gaze remained unwavering, steely and resolute, gritting his teeth and holding firm. He knew that Yang Linger was nearing the climax of her own battle. If he could endure just a moment longer, they would form an unassailable encirclement to confront the wild wolf together. Boom! At that instant, Xiao Ruochen and the wild wolf clashed palms, and he felt an overwhelming force propel him backward, his body crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. "You little brat, meet your end." The wild wolf roared, brandishing his battle blade and pouncing upon Xiao Ruochen like a ravenous beast. His eyes gleamed with cruelty and excitement, as though he could already envision Xiao Ruochen falling beneath his blade. Swish! In an instant, a sharp sword light, as swift as lightning, sliced through the air towards the wild wolf. This sword light was unleashed by Yang Linger, who at that moment had dispatched all members of the mercenary group. Faced with the astonishing strike from Yang Linger, the wolf-like figure swiftly evaded, like a ghost slipping through the shadows, abandoning his assault on Xiao Ruochen. He understood that while he could potentially slay Xiao Ruochen, the cost of enduring Yang Linger's formidable counterattack could lead to dire consequences, possibly even death. Such a price was far too steep for him. With Yang Linger joining the fray, Xiao Ruochen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, he had no time to rest, for he knew the battle was far from over. He swung his sword once more, charging towards the wolf. Xiao Ruochen was acutely aware that Yang Linger alone lacked the strength to withstand the wolf's onslaught. Only by combining their strengths did they stand a chance. How can this little brat possess such terrifying power? At that moment, the wolf felt a growing sense of dread. A seasoned warrior who had faced countless foes, he had never encountered a challenger of such exceptional caliber. A flicker of unease stirred within him. "Old fool, weren't you just boasting? Let us see you try that again." With Yang Linger's support, Xiao Ruochen's attacks flowed seamlessly, his sword striking in relentless waves towards the wolf. Each slash imbued with formidable force and unwavering resolve. Through their time together, Xiao Ruochen and Yang Linger had developed an exceptional combat synergy, leaving the wolf with little opportunity to retaliate. He found himself increasingly overwhelmed, his frustration mounting as the battle raged on. As the conflict persisted, the wolf gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Against the two harmoniously coordinated youths, he could scarcely find a chance to escape. He realized that his speed could not match Xiao Ruochen's. Once one of them managed to restrain him, the other would be quick to lend support. Consequently, the wolf found himself ensnared in a precarious predicament. "You little brats, do you truly intend to eradicate me?" A fierce glint sparked in the wolf's eyes. And in that moment, he resolved to fight to the death, a mix of despair and madness swirling within his gaze. "I shall indeed eradicate you. What will you do about it?" Xiao Ruochen unleashed the burning sky sword technique, relentlessly attacking the wolf with ruthless precision. Meanwhile, Yang Linger played her part admirably, effectively restraining the wolf's movements. "You wish to kill me? Then embrace death." The wolf growled ominously, disregarding Yang Linger's onslaught as he lunged directly at Xiao Ruochen. He decided to gamble everything on eliminating Xiao Ruochen first. "You think you can contend with me? You're delusional." A hint of disdain curled at the corners of Xiao Ruochen's mouth as he swiftly evaded to the side. In a direct confrontation, although Xiao Ruochen could not match the wolf in strength, he was faster, and the wolf struggled to keep pace with him. In an instant, Yang Linger erupted with formidable energy, her sword slicing through the air with lethal precision, striking the wolf squarely in the back. Blood gushed forth like a torrent. "Wretched beast! Perish!" The wild wolf let out a furious howl, abruptly twisting its body as the blade in its hand gleamed ominously, viciously slashing towards Yang Linger. Its movements were swift and ferocious. "Heavenly Flame's absolute mark." Xiao Ruochen shouted coldly. The Qingling's sword, imbued with radiant and dazzling sword energy, arrived first, instantly cleaving into the wild wolf's right arm. With a crisp sound, the wolf's armed right limb fell to the ground like a severed kite, issuing a heart-wrenching scream. Its face contorted in agony, reflecting unbearable pain. With a glint of madness in its eyes, the wild wolf suppressed its excruciating torment and unleashed a violent palm strike towards Yang Linger, its power formidable. This brutal force surged like a cataclysmic wave, engulfing Yang Linger in an instant. A thunderous crash echoed as her body was hurled like a stone, crashing against a nearby ancient tree, rendering her incapacitated. At the same time, Xiao Ruochen swept the Qingling's sword, which flashed like a shooting star, swiftly slicing through the wild wolf's throat. After vanquishing the wild wolf, Xiao Ruochen hurriedly rushed towards Yang Linger, his heart brimming with concern, fearful that she might suffer grievous injuries. Chapter 32. "What are you doing, you rascal?" "Yang Linger, how do you feel? Are you all right?" Xiao Ruochen asked with genuine worry, cautiously cradling Yang Linger in his arms. I won't die. I just need a few days to recover, Yang Linger managed to say. But immediately, a spurt of fresh blood uncontrollably erupted from her lips, stark against her pallid complexion. Take this healing pill first. We must find a safe place to recuperate, Xiao Ruochen urged anxiously. Swiftly retrieving a healing pill from his storage bag and offering it to her lips, before securely lifting her into his embrace. Are you foolish? What about the spoils of war? Yang Linger, though weak, still managed to chide him. Even in such a critical moment, he was still preoccupied with the loot. Xiao Ruochen chuckled helplessly but quickly set about gathering all the spoils from the battlefield, even deliberately severing the wild wolf's head and carefully stowing it away in his storage bag. Afterward, he tightened his hold on Yang Linger and hastened his steps, departing from the site of the fierce battle like a gale. Half an hour later, they arrived at a secluded cave, nestled deep within the forest and surrounded by dense vegetation, making it difficult to discover without deliberate searching. At this moment, Yang Linger had succumbed to unconsciousness due to her severe injuries, her eyes tightly shut, her complexion resembling that of paper. Xiao Ruochen hurriedly took out a reclining chair from his storage space, gently placing Yang Linger upon it. Watching her in her unconscious state, his heart twisted in anguish. Hey, Yang Linger, wake up! Xiao Ruochen softly called out, his voice laced with urgency and concern. He was acutely aware of the severity of Yang Linger's injuries, which left no room for hesitation. Resolutely, he steeled himself, determination flashing in his gaze. Gently, he began to remove Yang Linger's upper garment. Upon witnessing the grievous wounds adorning her body, he involuntarily inhaled sharply. He had not anticipated the extent of her injuries. Her body bore multiple severe traumas. Her skin bruised and swollen, and several meridians within her were severed, an undoubtedly fatal affliction for a practitioner. I am not trying to take advantage of you, Xiao Ruochen murmured softly, as if seeking solace in his own words. He cautiously picked up a clean cloth and delicately wiped the bloodstains from her body, his movements tender and meticulous, as though any misstep might cause her pain. Subsequently, he retrieved his meticulously crafted restorative ointment and evenly applied it to her wounds. It must be said, Yang Linger possessed a figure that could only be described as exquisite. Her skin was as smooth and delicate as jade, and despite her injuries, the alluring essence of youth lingered in the air, stirring one's heart. In a state of drowsy confusion, Yang Linger felt herself enveloped in a warm and comforting dream. Suddenly, a soft moan escaped her lips, and in that half-conscious state, she sensed hands gently resting upon her chest, the touch both tender yet oddly disconcerting. You scoundrel! At that moment, Yang Linger abruptly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Xiao Ruochen's large hands applying the ointment to her chest, a flash of indignation crossed her face, her eyes brimming with anger and embarrassment. Cough, cough. Yang Linger, please do not move. I am merely applying medicine. Xiao Ruochen feigned a serious demeanor, striving to present himself as a seasoned and esteemed healer devoted to his craft. Who permitted you to do this? Yang Linger's body trembled slightly with fury. Having never even held a man's hand throughout her life, she felt justifiable outrage at Xiao Ruochen's audacity. Stop being stubborn. Your injuries are grave. If not treated promptly, they could lead to more serious consequences. Xiao Ruochen's expression grew grave, his eyes reflecting an undeniable seriousness. Are you certain you can heal my wounds? Yang Linger furrowed her brow, skepticism evident in her gaze. She was all too familiar with the state of her body. Rest assured, in a while, I shall administer a few acupuncture needles. As long as you rest well for 2 days, I guarantee you will recover fully. Xiao Ruochen continued, his hands still diligently tending to her wounds. Why do you keep applying ointment to my chest? Yang Linger's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Vibrant and tempting. This is my unique method of promoting blood circulation through massage. I trust you will not question my professional expertise. Xiao Ruochen stated with a serious demeanor. Do you not feel a warmth enveloping your entire body? How could I not feel warm when you are continuously pressing on me? Yang Linger retorted, somewhat exasperated. After all, she was a normal girl, and being handled in such a manner would naturally elicit a response. Have you not noticed that your injuries are gradually healing? Xiao Ruochen shook his head in mild disbelief at Yang Linger's reaction. Indeed, it seems I am recovering, Yang Linger remarked, her expression shifting to one of surprise after pausing to truly sense her body. She could feel the chaotic energy within her slowly stabilizing, Her condition was indeed improving. Close your eyes and rest well. I will continue the massage for another half an hour, and by then, any stagnant blood will be completely dissipated, facilitating the flow of your meridians. Xiao Ruochen said with utmost focus and seriousness. Another half hour? Are you certain you are not trying to deceive me? Yang Linger playfully protested. At that moment, the pressure from the massage was becoming overwhelming, and she feared how her body might react if it continued for an additional half hour. We have faced life and death together as comrades. Do you truly doubt my character? Xiao Ruochen feigned a somber expression, attempting to appeal to her emotions. Very well, I shall trust you this once, Yang Linger conceded, biting her lip, ultimately closing her eyes. Despite her trepidation, she chose to place her faith in Xiao Ruochen. As the half hour swiftly passed, Xiao Ruochen retrieved a box of golden needles. These needles glimmered with a cool light in the dim cave, seemingly imbued with mysterious powers. With skilled precision, he inserted each needle into the major acupoints on Yang Linger's body. Miss Linger, I will return to remove the needles in 1 hour. During this time, please remain still, he gently instructed after placing all the needles. Understood, Yang Linger nodded slightly, her eyes still tightly shut, feeling both shy and anxious. At that moment, she felt a desperate urge to escape, realizing that such a sensitive area of her body had been pierced by a needle. Xiao Ruochen then sat cross-legged nearby, focusing on healing his own injuries sustained in the recent fierce battle. The cave was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the soft sounds of their breathing. An hour passed in a blend of tension and tranquility. When Xiao Ruochen finally opened his eyes again, he was pleasantly surprised to find that nearly 50% of his own injuries had healed, a testament to his solid training and unique healing methods. He gently rose and approached Yang Linger, carefully removing each golden needle with tenderness. Your meridians have been successfully connected, with just 2 more days of rest. You should be well on your way to recovery. After saying this, Xiao Ruochen turned and exited the cave, providing Yang Linger with a moment of solitude. Oddly enough, why does it feel a bit more spacious in here? Gazing at her ample bosom, a hint of surprise flickered across Yang Linger's face. Although she was already quite voluptuous, she felt as if her figure had become even more pronounced. In the ensuing days, Yang Linger remained in the cave, diligently tending to her injuries, while Xiao Ruochen vigilantly kept watch outside, alert to the surrounding sounds. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. At last, Yang Linger emerged from the cave, her spirit rejuvenated. Her injuries had completely healed, and her face regained its former rosy glow, radiating vitality. Miss Linger, here is the head of the wild wolf. You should take it back to complete your task, Xiao Ruochen said, presenting the wolf's head to Yang Linger. What about you? Yang Linger inquired, astonished. She had not anticipated that Xiao Ruochen would entrust such a significant task item to her. I'm not particularly concerned about that contribution value. Xiao Ruochen replied with a subtle smile, a hint of nonchalance in his expression. He then produced a storage bag and handed it to Yang Linger, saying, by the way, during the cleanup, I managed to gather a total of 10,000 spirit stones. Let us split them evenly, 5,000 each. Just give me 4,000. Yang Linger hesitated for a moment before deciding to take only 4,000 spirit stones, not wishing to take too much advantage of Xiao Ruochen. What are your plans next? Will you return to the sect, or continue your training outside? Xiao Ruochen asked with a smile, concern evident in his gaze. I intend to return to complete my task first. Shall we go back together? Yang Linger replied softly, her tone unwittingly laced with anticipation. I believe I am on the verge of a breakthrough, which may require me to delay for a few days, Xiao Ruochen stated candidly. After enduring numerous life and death battles, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Xian practitioner realm, just a step away from the Xian master realm. Then do proceed with your breakthrough. I shall assist you in protecting the law, Yang Linger said with a charming smile. Chapter 33, Second Layer of the Xian Master Realm. Subsequently, Xiao Ruochen and Yang Linger found a cave where they began to focus on their cultivation. Through intense battles and rigorous training, Xiao Ruochen's cultivation had been honed to an exquisite perfection. This time, he was determined to make a decisive leap and break through to the Xian Master Realm. For upon successful breakthrough, he would be able to utilize the 6,000 spirit stones in his possession to elevate his cultivation to the second layer of the Xian Master Realm. Within the cave, Xiao Ruochen and Yang Linger each occupied a corner, undisturbed by one another, fully immersed in the enchanting world of cultivation. At this moment, Xiao Ruochen sat cross-legged, exuding a tranquil presence akin to that of an ancient Buddha in meditation. He fervently channeled the cycle of reincarnation, the pure and potent energy within him swirling like a tempestuous tornado, recklessly wreaking havoc as it relentlessly assailed the formidable barrier of the Xian Master Realm. With the continuous operation of the technique, the energy within Xiao Ruochen surged like tumultuous waves, ceaselessly crashing. After several persistent impacts, a minuscule crack, barely perceptible, appeared in the barrier of the Xian Master Realm. "Break for me." At this critical juncture, Xiao Ruochen bellowed, summoning all his energy in a final, frenzied assault on the barrier. Xian Master Realm, first layer. In that moment, an immense energy filled the cave with a thunderous roar. Upon breaking through, Xiao Ruochen meticulously arranged all his spiritual stones around him and resumed the cycle of reincarnation, beginning to refine them with fervor. This guy is truly extraordinary. He has broken through to the Xian Master Realm so swiftly. Yang Linger, who had been engrossed in her own cultivation, was abruptly awakened by Xiao Ruochen's overwhelming momentum. She never anticipated that his speed of refining spiritual energy would be so astonishingly rapid. At this moment, Xiao Ruochen was entirely focused on the refinement of the spiritual stones. As each stone was refined, the accumulation of spiritual energy within him grew increasingly substantial, and his channels widened, becoming ever more unobstructed. Soon, his cultivation began to ascend at a remarkable pace. Mid-stage of the first layer of the Xian Master Realm. Late stage of the first layer of the Xian Master Realm. Pinnacle of the first layer of the Xian Master Realm. In less than 3 hours, Xiao Ruochen's cultivation soared to the pinnacle of the first layer of the Xian Master Realm. Now, he was wholly absorbed in the operation of his technique, while carefully sensing the barrier of the second layer of the Xian Master Realm. Uncertain how much time had passed, a sudden clarity surged within him, prompting him to unleash all his energy in a frantic dash towards the second layer of the Xian Master Realm. Crack! The second layer of the Xian Master Realm. At that moment, Xiao Ruochen successfully broke through to the second layer, with only 1,000 spiritual stones remaining in his possession. After the breakthrough, Xiao Ruochen slowly opened his eyes, a radiant confidence emanating from them. "You truly are a peculiar being." Yang Linger's face displayed sheer astonishment. Initially, she had thought that Xiao Ruochen reaching the Xian Master Realm was already quite impressive, only to find that he had effortlessly ascended to the second layer. "You are not so bad yourself." Xiao Ruochen smiled lightly, his demeanor relaxed. "Please, my half-step breakthrough pales in comparison to your achievements." Yang Linger replied with a resigned shake of her head. In truth, her half-step breakthrough was already a rapid pace for an ordinary person. "Your cultivation is higher than mine. It is only natural that your breakthroughs would be swifter," Xiao Ruochen said with a smile, his tone filled with reassurance. "Indeed, you have now transcended to the realm of the Xian Master, and it is the perfect time for you to assess the inner disciples," Yang Linger remarked, her gaze imbued with a hint of anticipation. "Yes," Xiao Ruochen nodded. "Miss Linger, could you step outside for a moment? I wish to take a bath inside." After his breakthrough, he had expelled numerous impurities from his body, rendering his clothes quite foul, which left him feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. "Why should I leave? I've seen you completely. Can I take a look again?" Yang Linger playfully pouted, her exquisitely sculpted lips curving mischievously. "Since you wish to see, I shall oblige." Xiao Ruochen replied with a charming smile, removing his upper garment to reveal his robust physique and perfectly chiseled form, laid bare before Yang Linger. "What a handsome fellow!" Yang Linger thought to herself, a subtle blush creeping onto her flawless cheeks as she beheld Xiao Ruochen's impressive build. "How do you find my looks and physique? Is this your preferred type?" Xiao Ruochen asked, a hint of pride dancing at the corners of his mouth. "You're decent looking, and your physique is commendable. But you are rather smooth-tongued, which isn't quite my taste," Yang Linger responded, pouting slightly, though a flicker of confusion passed through her eyes. "My lower half is even more perfect. Would you care to see? Perhaps it might change your mind," Xiao Ruochen teased, his lips curling into a mischievous grin as he feigned the act of removing his trousers. "Not interested. You take your time bathing. The air here isn't very pleasant." "I'll step outside for some fresh air," Yang Linger said, and like a startled rabbit, she swiftly exited the cave. Xiao Ruochen washed briefly, donned a clean outfit, and then leisurely stepped out of the cave. The two then hurriedly made their way toward the cold heaven sect. 3 days swiftly passed. On this day, Xiao Ruochen and Yang Linger finally returned to the Cold Heaven sect. Xiao Ruochen, I hope you can set aside any grievances between you and my brother, Yang Linger expressed, her demeanor tinged with a hint of regret. I have not held on to it. I was almost on the verge of forgetting it, Xiao Ruochen replied with a smile, radiating a sense of tranquility. I must take my leave, and I look forward to seeing you become an inner disciple soon, Yang Linger said with a radiant smile, gracefully turning toward the inner sect. She possesses a certain charm when she is not being willful, Xiao Ruochen mused, a faint smile gracing his lips as he watched her retreating figure before making his way toward the mission hall. Isn't that Xiao Ruochen? Indeed, it is him. How peculiar. Why is he walking alongside Yangling? Weren't they bitter rivals before? Indeed, they appeared rather intimate just now. As soon as Xiao Ruochen and Yang Linger departed, whispers began to circulate in the plaza of the Cold Heaven sect. As the tale spread, the rumors quickly spiraled out of control. Eventually, rumors circulated about the absurd incident of Xiao Ruochen and Yang Linger sharing a kiss in the square at the mountain gate. A matter so outrageous it was almost beyond belief. After accepting his mission at the task hall, Xiao Ruochen made his way toward the inner gate assessment hall. His cultivation had now transcended to the realm of Xian Master, qualifying him for admission as an inner disciple. Within the Cold Heaven sect, the treatment afforded to disciples of varying ranks differed immensely. The chores assigned to the outer disciples were burdensome, yet their benefits were meager, eliciting a sense of pity. In contrast, the lives of outer disciples appeared considerably more comfortable, with substantial monthly rewards. As for the inner disciples, they enjoyed privileges of a higher order, including private courtyards, free access to the library, and dedicated mentorship from esteemed masters, a status far surpassing that of the outer disciples. The core disciples occupied an even loftier position. It is noteworthy that within the Cold Heaven sect, there were over 20,000 outer disciples, 8,000 inner disciples, yet a mere 1,000 core disciples. Chapter 34. Assessment of the Inner Gate. Are you a miscellaneous disciple? An elderly man, his hair graying and expression stern, regarded Xiao Ruochen with disbelief. He found it hard to fathom that a miscellaneous disciple could, within a mere 2 months, ascend to the second layer of Xian Master, a rate of advancement that was nothing short of astonishing. Indeed, Senior, Xiao Ruochen replied respectfully. What level is your spiritual root? The elder inquired with curiosity. I possess a waste spiritual root, Xiao Ruochen stated candidly. A waste spiritual root? A flicker of astonishment crossed the elder's face as he shook his head. That is impossible. How could a waste spiritual root reach the Xian Master realm in such a short span? I was indeed tested as a waste spiritual root, Xiao Ruochen affirmed earnestly. The inner gate assessment is in 7 days. During this time, solidify your cultivation and remember to come for the assessment, the elder said, concluding the conversation and registering Xiao Ruochen's details. Thank you, Senior. Xiao Ruochen politely bowed and then turned to leave the assessment hall. This lad is remarkable. Observing Xiao Ruochen's departing figure, the elder stroked his beard, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Upon returning to the miscellaneous disciple quarters, Xiao Ruochen entered the reincarnation space to continue his closed-door cultivation. Atop a mountain rich in spiritual energy, a strikingly handsome young man emerged from a palace. He was Chun Yinxiao, a core disciple of the Cold Heaven sect. Welcome back, Senior Brother Chun. A youth clad in the robes of a core disciple greeted him respectfully. Li Yaoming, how has Linger been lately? Chun Yinxiao asked nonchalantly. Senior Brother Chun, there have been some developments regarding Miss Linger, Li Yaoming hastily replied. What has happened? Please share, Chun Yinxiao inquired, his brow furrowing with curiosity. This. Li Yaoming hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Speak freely, Chun Yinxiao urged, his tone firm. The situation is as follows. Miss Linger has recently become the subject of rumors involving a disciple of menial rank, Li Yaoming whispered. What rumors? Chun Yinxiao inquired calmly. It is said that some time ago, when Miss Linger returned from a task, she was seen kissing this menial disciple in the plaza at the mountain gate. Li Yaoming cautiously explained. Surely this is mere slander. Given Miss Linger's character, how could she possibly take a fancy to a menial? Chun Yinxiao interjected. I investigated this matter and confirmed it to be gossip. However, it is true that Miss Linger and that boy appeared quite close upon their return, and many witnessed it. Li Yaoming stated. Who is this boy? Chun Yinxiao's voice remained remarkably calm, yet an icy aura emanated from him. instilling a sense of dread. "Brother Chun, I have the details on this boy right here for your perusal," Li Yaoming offered, handing over a small booklet. Chen Yunxiao accepted the booklet and scrutinized it closely. After a moment, he coldly remarked, "This boy is no ordinary individual. In just 2 months, he has advanced from the second layer of the Xian practitioner realm to the second layer of the Xian master realm. It is no wonder he has caught Miss Linger's attention. Should I intervene and teach him a lesson?" Li Yaoming respectfully proposed. "Break his legs, a warning will suffice." Chen Yunxiao replied with an icy tone. "Understood, Brother Chun," Li Yaoming affirmed respectfully. At this moment, Xiao Ruochen was diligently cultivating within the reincarnation space. In order to enhance his capacity for challenges beyond his level, he discovered a soul martial technique known as the soul extinction blade within his mind. Previously, he had refrained from practicing it due to his insufficient cultivation level and soul strength. Now, having reached the second layer of the Xian master realm, Xiao Ruochen's soul strength barely met the criteria for practicing this soul martial technique. He sat cross-legged, earnestly studying the incantations of the soul extinction blade. This technique not only serves as a martial skill for the soul, but also as a method for cultivating the soul itself. Continuous practice not only increases soul strength, but also enhances the lethality of the soul extinction blade. 7 days swiftly passed, and after countless iterations of study, Xiao Ruochen finally mastered the basics of the soul extinction blade. Although he had only reached the introductory level, deploying it unexpectedly during a critical moment in battle could catch an opponent off guard, exposing a potentially fatal flaw. Upon leaving the reincarnation space, Xiao Ruochen made his way once again towards the inner courtyard assessment hall. Today marked the monthly assessment day for inner disciples of the Hantian sect. Any disciple who had advanced to the Xian master realm could participate in the assessment. The inner assessment was quite straightforward. One must traverse the Copper Man Alley within a specified time. Today, there were as many as 20 participants for the inner assessment. As Xiao Ruochen stepped into the assessment hall, he immediately drew the attention of the crowd, primarily due to his attire as a menial disciple. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached Xiao Ruochen's ears. He beheld Su Qingyan, her steps ethereal as she gracefully approached, a hint of pride gracing her features. "Is there something you need?" Xiao Ruochen shot a cold glance at Su Qingyan, yet inwardly he was taken aback. He had not anticipated her swift ascension to the realm of the Xian master. However, he held no fondness for a woman as pragmatic as Su Qingyan. "Xiao Ruochen, I didn't expect you to advance to the Xian master realm so quickly," Su Qingyan remarked in astonishment. "We are not of the same ilk. It would be best if you refrain from unnecessary greetings," Xiao Ruochen replied icily. "Xiao Ruochen, we have grown up together, and now we find ourselves within the same esteemed circle. Cannot your demeanor be a touch more amiable?" Su Qingyan retorted with an icy tone. "Should you wish for me to adopt a more favorable attitude towards you, it will only be possible under one condition," Xiao Ruochen said, a teasing smirk playing at the corners of his lips. "What condition?" Su Qingyan inquired, arching a delicate brow. "I have treated you fairly in the past. If you allow me 3 days of indulgence, I shall overlook our previous grievances," Xiao Ruochen replied, a mischievous grin illuminating his expression. "You scoundrel! How have you devolved into this?" A flicker of frost crossed Su Qingyan's face as she glared fiercely at him. She could scarcely comprehend how the once cultured and gentle Xiao Ruochen had transformed into this. "Well, perhaps you should consider my proposal," he suggested, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. "Leave me be." Su Qingyan seethed, her temper flaring. In truth, she was equally astonished by Xiao Ruochen's cultivation speed. During this period, she had encountered numerous fortuitous opportunities that had elevated her to the Xian master realm. Yet, she had not expected Xiao Ruochen to also break through to the Xian master realm, and at that, to the second layer. Chapter 35. Ancient Tiangu River. At that moment, Elder Su Wenshan of the assessment hall emerged with a steady gait. His sharp gaze swept across the assembly, and he proclaimed loudly, "Today marks a significant day for the intersect assessment. Follow me now to the Copper Man Alley." With that, he swiftly departed the hall. Seeing this, Xiao Ruochen dared not hesitate and promptly followed suit. Soon, the group arrived at the foot of a towering peak. The Copper Man Alley lay within a deep cave at the base of the mountain, featuring 2 exits. At present, the crowd stood at the left exit of the Copper Man Alley, while the other exit was situated at the opposite end of the peak. At the mountain's base, A considerable number of disciples had gathered to observe, with several inner sect elders also arriving with anticipation to witness the event. Su Wenshan stood before the assembly, his voice resonating like a bell as he declared, "We shall now commence the challenge of the Copper Man Alley. All participants enter through this entrance. You have but 2 hours. Should you fail to navigate the Copper Man Alley within this time, you shall forfeit your chance to become an inner sect disciple." As Su Wenshan's voice faded, 20 spirited young individuals hastened towards the entrance of Tongren Alley. Upon entering, they encountered a labyrinth of intricate passageways, each participant randomly assigned to a corridor. Only those who could successfully navigate their way out within 2 hours would pass the assessment. The moment Xiao Ruochen stepped into Tongren Alley, he was immediately confronted by a first-tier copper man of the Xian Master realm. However, he regarded this obstacle with indifference. For in light of his current prowess, these first-tier copper men were hardly worth noting. In less than a moment, he effortlessly dispatched 7 or 8 of them. Half an hour later, he arrived at a vast hall. At the center stood an enormous copper man, exuding a terrifying oppressive force that threatened to overwhelm him. Had it not been for Xiao Ruochen's ironclad will, he might have been compelled to kneel before its might. This colossal figure did not attack him. Instead, it loomed like a majestic mountain, standing immobile. At that moment, a graceful maiden with exquisite, pure features emerged from another passage. It was Su Qingyan. As she entered the grand hall, her knees buckled slightly, nearly causing her to collapse. Yet, she quickly composed herself, striving to stand tall. Observing this, Xiao Ruochen was taken aback. He understood the weight of the copper man's pressure well, and it was evident that most first-tier Xian master practitioners would struggle to endure such formidable force. The fact that Su Qingyan could withstand it indicated her extraordinary talent. Xiao Ruochen gradually made his way towards the passage behind the copper man, aware that this was a crucial hurdle in the assessment. Only by successfully passing this monumental figure could he truly achieve success. Su Qingyan, noticing his movement, hastily followed suit. Soon after, 18 other young men and women emerged from the various passageways, all succumbing to the overwhelming pressure and collapsing to the ground as they entered the hall. "We must crawl out quickly, or we won't make it to the inner door when time runs out," shouted a youth sprawled on the floor. Upon hearing this, the others struggled to crawl towards the passage behind the copper man, while Xiao Ruochen moved with remarkable speed, with Su Qingyan closely trailing behind. The rest could only inch forward on their bellies. "Xiao Ruochen, I didn't expect you to be so adept at hiding your true strength," Su Qingyan remarked sarcastically, laboring to keep pace with him. Since their engagement was annulled, she felt as though he had transformed entirely, with his talents and willpower surpassing what they once were. "Su Qingyan, you follow your sunny path, and I shall traverse my solitary bridge. I advise you not to provoke me," Xiao Ruochen replied, his eyes flashing with a cold light, as he quickened his pace towards another exit of Tongren Alley. He had no desire to engage with a woman like Su Qingyan. An hour later, Xiao Ruochen emerged first from the Copper Man Alley, closely followed by Su Qingyan. "Congratulations on becoming inner disciples of the Hantian sect," Elder Su Wenshan remarked, a smile of admiration illuminating his face. He had not anticipated that the champion of the inner sect assessment would be claimed by Xiao Ruochen. Subsequently, Su Wenshan meticulously registered both Xiao Ruochen and Su Qingyan. As time gradually passed, more individuals began to exit the Copper Man Alley. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had elapsed, and only 18 individuals had successfully completed the assessment within the designated time frame. Xiao Ruochen truly proved to be remarkable. To pass the inner sect evaluation as a mere outer disciple is indeed a rare achievement in the annals of Hantian sect. Indeed, it is said he has been a disciple for less than 2 months. The disparity is astonishing, leaving one to wonder about his training methods. In that moment, numerous onlookers among the outer disciples displayed expressions of profound envy. "Congratulations on your successful completion of the inner sect assessment. Please wait here for a moment. The elders from each peak will arrive shortly to select disciples. Whether or not you are chosen depends on your fortune," Su Wenshan stated with solemnity. The inner sect of Hantian sect comprises 7 major peaks: Hantian Peak, Qingyan Peak, Qingtian Peak, Tianluo Peak, Xiantian Peak, Yinu Peak, and Damling Peak. As time slowly progressed, the responsible elders from each peak gradually arrived at the selection venue. These elders, filled with anticipation, prepared to select promising talents from among the disciples to join their respective peaks. This lad possesses a waste spirit root. Observing Xiao Ruochen, the elders of the major peaks shook their heads in disappointment. Some among them had initially intended to select Xiao Ruochen, given his demonstration of exceptional willpower during the assessment. However, upon reviewing his background, they discovered that he was, in fact, burdened with the fabled waste spirit root, which instantly extinguished their interest. A waste spirit root signifies a bleak future for cultivators, resulting in an excruciatingly slow cultivation speed and little hope for future accomplishments. Although Xiao Ruochen had displayed remarkable cultivation speed in the Xian realm, these elders held little faith in his potential in the Xian master realm. Seeing no one choose him, Xiao Ruochen felt no regret. His mind was imbued with the inherited memories of Lin Tianyang, rendering external guidance unnecessary. His primary intent in coming to Hantian's sect was solely to acquire cultivation resources. As one disciple after another was selected, soon only Xiao Ruochen remained in the assessment hall. Suanshan, are there any successful disciples today? Just then, a figure exuding an intimidating aura appeared in the assessment hall. The newcomer was none other than Gu Tianhe, the master of Danling Peak. This individual was passionately devoted to the path of alchemy, earning him the moniker Crazy Gu. Although Danling Peak held the esteemed position of one of the 7 main peaks of Hantian's sect, it had never recruited new disciples, thus becoming the least populated peak in the sect. Reporting back to the esteemed Master Gu, there happens to be a disciple here. Su Wenshan spoke with deference, gesturing towards Xiao Ruochen. Let this young one be the one. Master Gu Tianhe assessed Xiao Ruochen briefly, then grasped him and soared swiftly towards Danling Peak. In a mere moment, the ethereal Gu Tianhe had brought the youthful Xiao Ruochen to a mountain, rich in spiritual essence, resembling a celestial paradise. Upon this peak, one could discover a plethora of rare and precious medicinal herbs. My young friend, what is your name? Gu Tianhe inquired as he led Xiao Ruochen to an exquisite little courtyard at the summit. Disciple Xiao Ruochen, he replied respectfully, bowing in a manner both humble and courteous. Gu Tianhe nodded slightly and continued, I require an alchemical apprentice by my side. Do you possess any knowledge of medicinal herbs? Given that he was in need of an alchemical assistant, he hoped that the boy had some understanding of herbs, as this would facilitate his subsequent teachings greatly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruochen immediately responded with utmost respect, Master, I have harbored a profound interest in herbal knowledge since childhood and have even managed to concoct some low-tier elixirs. He understood that this was a rare and fortuitous opportunity. If he could earn Gu Tianhe's favor, he would not need to worry about spiritual herbs for a considerable time. You can refine elixirs? Do you comprehend the consequences of deceiving me? Gu Tianhe asked, his brow furrowing in skepticism. His doubt stemmed primarily from Xiao Ruochen's tender age. With a serious demeanor, Xiao Ruochen replied, I am indeed capable of refining certain elixirs, Master. If you doubt my words, I can demonstrate my abilities on the spot. Very well. Since you assert such, I shall grant you the opportunity. Gu Tianhe led Xiao Ruochen into a nearby alchemy room and said, Here lies a set of low-tier Xian Dan herbs. If you can successfully concoct a basic Xianling pill, you shall become the alchemist of Danling Peak. Then I shall humbly showcase my skills. Xiao Ruochen responded graciously, proceeding to meticulously sort the herbs. His movements were remarkably adept, flowing smoothly like a gentle stream. As he skillfully manipulated the blazing flames and carefully placed the herbs into the alchemical furnace. It seems I have stumbled upon a treasure, Gu Tianhe thought, his eyes gleaming with delight at Xiao Ruochen's proficient technique, akin to discovering an extraordinarily rare gem. Before long, a batch of exquisite Xianling pills, emanating an enticing fragrance, was freshly produced. Xiao Ruochen gently lifted the lid of the alchemical furnace and said, Master, please take a look. An exquisite Xianling pill. Gu Tianhe's expression reflected profound astonishment. The distinction between an extraordinary elixir and an ordinary one is of a fundamentally immense nature, regardless of whether they are primary, intermediate, or advanced elixirs. While they exhibit similar effects to a certain extent, they inevitably possess subtle imperfections. However, if consumed excessively over a prolonged period, not only will the anticipated ideal results remain unattainable, but there is also a significant risk of incurring immeasurable damage to the practitioner's martial foundation. In stark contrast, supreme elixirs are entirely different. No matter the quantity consumed, They nourish the body in an exceedingly gentle manner, causing not even the slightest harm to the practitioner's foundation. Thus, supreme elixirs are undeniably the pinnacle of treasures among elixirs, especially for those practitioners who ardently pursue the ultimate mastery of martial arts, rendering them exceedingly rare and precious. Good lad, from this moment forth, you shall be my disciple of Danling Peak, exclaimed Gu Tianhe, his face brimming with excitement. As he gazed upon Xiao Ruochen, he found himself increasingly fond of the 15-year-old prodigy, a master alchemist of exceptional caliber. With proper guidance, the future of this young talent appeared boundless. Should he flourish, he might even elevate the Hantian sect to become the preeminent superpower in the Eastern Province. Master, may I inquire how many individuals reside at Danling Peak? Xiao Ruochen asked curiously, having yet to encounter anyone else besides Gu Tianhe since his arrival. Not many. I have 2 other disciples and a granddaughter. Making a total of 5 of us, Gu Tianhe replied slowly. Master, what will my responsibilities entail at Danling Peak? Xiao Ruochen inquired. Our peak also has alchemical tasks. As a second-tier supreme alchemist, you are required to refine 10 batches of elixirs each month, a fundamental obligation of the sect. Of course, there is compensation for alchemy. You will earn 10,000 contribution points for each batch, Gu Tianhe stated gravely. Can I accept private commissions? Xiao Ruochen scratched his head and asked. Certainly. The sect's task is 10 batches, and if you have spare time, you may assist others in refining additional elixirs. As for remuneration, you may negotiate amongst yourselves. Gu Tianhe responded. I understand, Master, Xiao Ruochen replied respectfully. This is my communication talisman. Should you have any inquiries regarding alchemy in the future, feel free to reach out to me at any time, Gu Tianhe said, handing Xiao Ruochen a talisman radiating a mysterious light. That courtyard over there will be your residence from now on. As long as you fulfill the monthly task of 10 batches, you may arrange your time freely. Thank you, Master, Xiao Ruochen expressed his gratitude. Very well, go tidy up your courtyard, Gu Tianhe gestured dismissively. With a respectful bow, Xiao Ruochen withdrew and made his way to his new abode. It was an elegant and unique little courtyard, with a cliff looming directly in front and ancient, towering trees flanking both sides, their spiritual energy so abundant that it felt almost tangible. The environment was exquisitely serene and delightful, making it an ideal sanctuary for cultivation. After a brief tidy-up, Xiao Ruochen settled into the courtyard. In the days that followed, he devoted himself to diligent cultivation on the Danling Peak. Amidst his training, he occasionally found time to refine some elixirs, leading a rather carefree and tranquil life. On this particular day, a tall and graceful maiden, possessing an ethereal beauty, appeared at the summit. Her name was Gu Yunxi, the sole granddaughter of Gu Tianhe, and the only female alchemist of the Hantian sect. Child, what brings you here to visit your grandfather today? Gu Tianhe chuckled heartily, his laughter resonating with warmth and affection. Grandfather, I heard that a 15-year-old alchemist has recently arrived at Danling Peak. Is it true? Gu Yunxi inquired with curiosity, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. Indeed, it is true. This child's talent for alchemy is remarkable, far surpassing your abilities at the age of 15, Gu Tianhe remarked, stroking his beard, his face alight with admiration. Stronger than I was at 15? Gu Yunxi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Where is he? I must see for myself. Head towards the courtyard at the edge of the cliff. You can find it for yourself, Gu Tianhe replied with a smile. I am eager to ascertain whether this young lad is truly as formidable as you claim, Gu Yunxi declared, hastening towards the courtyard where Xiao Ruochen resided. Having accompanied her grandfather in alchemical pursuits since childhood, she found it hard to believe that a mere 15-year-old could exceed her prowess at that age. Moments later, Gu Yunxi arrived outside Xiao Ruochen's courtyard and gently knocked on the door. Upon hearing the knock, Xiao Ruochen emerged from his chamber and opened the door with a gentle motion. Scoundrel, let's see where you think you can escape this time. Gu Yunxi's countenance abruptly darkened, as if shrouded by frost, an invisible pressure emanating from her in waves. Senior sister, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Xiao Ruochen's eyes flickered with a fleeting hint of panic, yet he quickly regained his composure, feigning astonishment. Scoundrel, do not attempt to disguise yourself, Gu Yunxi sneered, her delicate hand sweeping through the air, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming force like a tempest aimed straight at Xiao Ruochen. With a resounding crash, Xiao Ruochen felt as though he had been struck with great force. A searing pain tore through his chest, and he was sent flying backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against an ancient, sturdy tree in the courtyard. "Senior sister, let us discuss this calmly," Xiao Ruochen hastily interjected, feeling his blood surge chaotically, the agony in his chest almost unbearable. "Young man, do you acknowledge your transgression in taking advantage of me?" Gu Yunxi's tone turned icy, as if a frigid wind had swept through the air. "Senior sister, I genuinely did not realize you were in the water at that time," Xiao Ruochen replied, his expression innocent, though tinged with a hint of distress. "While it is understandable that you were unaware of my presence in the water, what prompted you to touch me?" In Gu Yunxi's eyes lingered a chilling aura akin to frost, an invisible yet palpable wave of lethal intent emanating from her being. "Senior sister, I truly acted without malice," Xiao Ruochen stammered, embarrassment etched upon his face, regretting his instinctive squeeze from earlier. "Without malice, is it?" Gu Yunxi let out a cold, mocking laugh, her delicate fists clenching as she advanced towards Xiao Ruochen, each step exuding a disquieting pressure that made the heart race. "What do you intend to do, senior sister? Please, don't act recklessly. If you come any closer, I shall call for help." As Gu Yunxi approached with deliberate menace, Xiao Ruochen instinctively retreated, his complexion paling in fear. "Go ahead and scream. Even if you were to cry out until your throat was raw. No one would come to your aid today," Gu Yunxi sneered, a hint of derision curling at the corners of her lips. With a sudden, swift motion, she unleashed a punch that struck Xiao Ruochen's handsome face with the speed of lightning. Bang! He cried out in agony, his right cheek swelling grotesquely, resembling a steamed bun. "Senior sister, please calm down. I truly did not mean to take advantage of you," Xiao Ruochen lamented inwardly, feeling utterly helpless. He wished to resist, yet the disparity in their powers rendered him defenseless, leaving him at her mercy. Still daring to argue? Gu Yunxi's eyes widened with fury as she swung her fists with the ferocity of a tempest, raining blows upon him. Bang! 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 Oh! In that moment, the courtyard echoed with his heart-wrenching cries, a sound that sent chills through the air. "You wretched woman, just you wait. I will have my revenge." Xiao Ruochen cursed silently, one hand shielding his face while the other desperately protected his groin, a picture of utter disgrace. Half an hour later, aside from his groin, nearly every part of Xiao Ruochen's body bore the marks of her assault, bruised and battered beyond recognition. What on earth is happening with those two? Gu Tianhe watched in bewilderment from a distance, though seeing that his granddaughter did not strike with lethal intent, he refrained from intervening. "You little brat. Remove your hand and let me have a kick. We shall consider this matter settled," Gu Yunxi seethed, her anger unabated as she noticed Xiao Ruochen's persistent defense of his groin. "You insolent woman, do not push your luck," Xiao Ruochen roared, his eyes aflame with indignation. Had he not been outmatched, he would have relished the opportunity to subdue Gu Yunxi, for never had he felt so utterly humiliated. "If you want to allow me to kick you, then tell me, having taken such liberties, how do you intend to compensate me?" Gu Yunxi's gaze was sharp, laden with pressure. "Perhaps I could take responsibility?" Xiao Ruochen retorted, his tone laced with defiance. "You wish." Gu Yunxi's voice was frigid as she declared, "You must agree to one condition, and I shall let the matter of your offenses slide." "What is it?" "Speak," Xiao Ruochen replied, his expression clouded with frustration, brows furrowed tightly. "When I think of it one day, I shall inform you." Gu Yunxi's eyes flickered as a plan formed in her mind, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. "Very well, but it must be within my capabilities," Xiao Ruochen replied solemnly, his expression grave. Of course, Gu Yunxi readily assented. She was genuinely astonished by Xiao Ruochen's rapid progress. Upon their initial encounter, he had been a mere ant at the third layer of the Xian realm. Yet, merely 2 months had passed, and Xiao Ruochen had astonishingly ascended to the second layer of the Xian Master Realm. This remarkable rate of advancement was indeed hard to fathom and almost unbelievable. After Gu Yunxi departed, Xiao Ruochen consumed several healing pills and then stealthily entered the reincarnation space. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. At this moment, Xiao Ruochen had reached the pinnacle of the second layer of the Xian Master Realm, just a step away from the third layer. He sat cross-legged, channeling the surging energy within him, which crashed like a tumultuous tide as it relentlessly surged towards the third layer of the Xian Master Realm. With each powerful impact, the barrier to the third layer began to yield slightly, and his dantian and the extraordinary meridians within him widened, becoming increasingly unobstructed. Boom, boom, boom. The barrier of the third layer of the Xian Master Realm was finally breached. In this breathtaking moment, Xiao Ruochen's cultivation reached a breakthrough, filling his heart with joy and exhilaration. His rapid advancement was primarily attributed to the assistance of the Xian Master Pills. During this time, he had accrued a considerable amount of contributor points through alchemical tasks, allowing him to exchange for numerous ingredients for the Xian Master Pills. After his breakthrough, Xiao Ruochen greeted Gu Tianhe and then made his way towards the outskirts of the Hantian sect's mountain range. Now that he had become an inner disciple, it was only natural to return home, especially since nearly 3 months had passed since he had last been there. However, before heading home, Xiao Ruochen planned to visit Donglin City, first to see if he could find a means to obliterate the Wang family. He was one to repay enmity, and given that the Wang family had previously dispatched assassins to take his life, he could not simply let them off the hook. "You are Xiao Ruochen." Just moments after stepping out of Danling Peak, an icy and piercing voice echoed in his ears. A young man, clad in the robes of a core disciple with eyes sharp as a hawk, menacingly blocked his path. This individual was none other than the core disciple, Li Yaoming. "What business do you have, senior brother?" Xiao Ruochen inquired, his brow furrowing slightly as he heightened his vigilance. His instincts warned him that the individual before him was exceedingly dangerous, causing his heart to tighten. "Brat, Yang Linger is a woman favored by senior brother Chen. Today, I shall cripple your limbs. Should you dare appear before Yang Linger again, you shall face the consequences." Li Yaoming's eyes glinted with a chilling malice that sent shivers down one's spine. "I thought you were someone significant. Turns out you are merely a dog by someone else's side." A faint, disdainful smile curled at the corners of Xiao Ruochen's lips as he silently prepared for defense, the energy within him beginning to surge. Unaware of the impending danger, Li Yaoming's eyes glinted with cold intensity as he thrust his right hand forward, unleashing a torrent of terrifying energy accompanied by a violent wave, hurtling towards Xiao Ruochen with the force of a tempest. Soul Destruction Blade. In the very instant Li Yaoming made his move, Xiao Ruochen swiftly executed a soul martial technique, brandishing his demon dragon staff to meet the oncoming palm with formidable force. Chapter 38. The Enraged Li Yaoming. Boom. Caught off guard, Li Yaoming felt as if his very soul had been struck, his movements momentarily frozen. However, he quickly regained his composure. Crack. In that fleeting moment, the demon dragon staff descended upon his arm with the weight of a mountain, shattering his bones into fragments. "Ah, you little brat, I shall end your life," Li Yaoming roared, lunging towards Xiao Ruochen with the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountain. This time, he spared no effort, unleashing his full power. Faced with the fury of Li Yaoming, Xiao Ruochen moved with ghostly speed, racing towards Danling Peak like a whirlwind. With Li Yaoming having reached the second level of the Xianling realm, Xiao Ruochen knew he was no match, and after landing a decisive blow, he chose to flee without hesitation. Is this truly happening? Li Yaoming's right hand had been shattered by Xiao Ruochen. Such a notion seemed utterly outrageous. Many onlookers among the disciples displayed expressions of shock. None could have anticipated that Xiao Ruochen would so easily break Li Yaoming's hand. It is essential to note that Li Yaoming was not an ordinary individual. He had already been an inner disciple of the Hantian sect 3 years prior, his talent incomparable to that of the average person. That such a prodigy had his hand broken by Xiao Ruochen was beyond belief. Who could trust such a reality without witnessing it firsthand? Xiao Ruochen's speed was akin to lightning, yet Li Yaoming's was even swifter, racing towards him like a shooting star. In a matter of moments, he positioned himself directly in front of Xiao Ruochen. "You insolent brat. Keep running." The glint in Li Yaoming's eyes flickered with a chilling light, as if he could freeze a person in place. At that moment, his fury erupted like a volcano. To have his hand broken by a mere third-level Xian master was a disgrace he could not bear. Should this incident spread, his reputation would be utterly tarnished. "Esteemed senior, please remain calm. Let us discuss this amicably. Here are some premium healing pills. I humbly ask you to accept them." Xiao Ruochen spoke with feigned humility, retrieving several poisonous smoke pills from his hand and respectfully tossing them towards Li Yaoming. "You little brat. You think these mere healing pills will spare you? You must be dreaming." Boom. Before Li Yaoming could finish his retort, the smoke pills exploded instantaneously, enveloping the scene in a thick, billowing haze that obscured the sky. Li Yaoming's hair stood on end, resembling a porcupine in the aftermath of the blast. The once fair cheeks were now charred black as coal, presenting a most disheveled appearance. However, Li Yaoming had not sustained any real injuries. He merely looked somewhat untidy on the surface. "You little wretch, do not let me encounter you again." When Li Yaoming emerged from the smoke, the scene was already devoid of Xiao Ruochen's presence. "Damn it, just wait. I shall eventually tear you to pieces." At that moment, Xiao Ruochen had already departed from the Cold Heaven sect, racing tirelessly towards the direction of Donglan City. Simultaneously, news of the core disciple Li Yaoming's defeat at the hands of Xiao Ruochen spread like wildfire throughout the Cold Heaven sect. In the core area, at Chun Yunxiao's residence, disappointment was etched across his face. "Yaoming, after following me for so many years, you cannot even handle a mere third-tier Xin master. I truly wonder what purpose your existence serves in this world. Brother Chun, I was merely caught off guard by that little brat. Rest assured, if I encounter him again, I shall make him pay dearly." Li Yaoming responded in a low voice. "I grant you one final opportunity. If you fail to deal with him this time, you shall no longer accompany me." Qin Yunxiao replied coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Li Yaoming. "Brother Qin, you need not worry. This time, I will leave him no chance," Li Yaoming said respectfully. At Yang Linger's residence, her brother Yang Kuan exclaimed, "Sister, that Xiao Ruochen is simply monstrous. It's only been a short while, and he has already advanced to the third tier of Xin Master. His talent surpasses your imagination. You must not provoke him again." Yang Linger cautioned. "Sister, you can't possibly have developed feelings for that Xiao Ruochen, have you?" Yang Kuan asked, astonished. "Mind your own business," Yang Linger replied coldly, shooting him a glare. "You have just entered the inner sect. Focus on your cultivation and avoid offending others." "I understand," Yang Kuan said, lowering his head. After 3 days of travel, Xiao Ruochen finally arrived at Donglan City. To evade detection by the Wang family, he employed the Thousand Faces illusion technique to disguise himself as a middle-aged man. Once inside the city, he immediately sought lodging at the most luxurious inn. His next task was to gather intelligence. If he intended to exact revenge on the Wang family, it was imperative to know both himself and his adversary. Otherwise, rash actions could lead to significant peril. After a day of inquiries, Xiao Ruochen had gleaned a general understanding of the Wang family's situation. The most formidable member was the patriarch, Wang Guxian, who had reached the pinnacle of the first tier in the Xian spirit realm. Following him was the family's eldest elder, Wang Jinlong, who had attained the 9th tier of Xian master. The other elders of the Wang family were generally at the 8th tier of Xian master. Given Xiao Ruochen's current strength, annihilating the Wang family was not entirely out of reach. Having broken through to the 3rd tier of Xian master, his combat prowess was now comparable to that of a 9th tier Xian master. Should he deploy the Soul Extinction Blade, he stood a reasonable chance of slaying a practitioner at the 1st tier of the Xian spirit realm. With a fierce determination, Xiao Ruochen's eyes glimmered with a chilling intent to kill. The Wang family had crossed a line by sending assassins after him, and he was resolute in avenging this affront. Under the cover of night, he stealthily infiltrated the Wang residence, unleashing a ruthless massacre upon the family's elite and youthful prodigies. As the bloodshed continued unabated, a heavy stench of blood permeated the air, waking countless members of the Wang family from their slumber. The following morning, in the Wang family's council hall, the patriarch Wang Guxian sat despondently in his seat, resembling a dog bereft of its master. His gaze fell upon the numerous lifeless bodies strewn within the hall, and despair filled his heart. The annihilation of the clan's leadership foretold the imminent decline of the Wang family in Donglan City. Wang Guxian racked his brain, unable to fathom who possessed the audacity and strength to obliterate the Wang hierarchy in a single night. "Father, could it be Xiao Ruochen?" Wang Linyu ventured quietly. "Impossible. That boy cannot possibly wield such power," Wang Guxian replied, shaking his head. Though he had entertained doubts about Xiao Ruochen, the thought was swiftly dismissed upon considering the latter's cultivation level. "Father, the boy's combat prowess defies conventional understanding. It is said he possesses the strength to contend across several realms. Furthermore, Black Hawk has been absent for so long without a word. Does that not strike you as odd?" Wang Linyu spoke, his tone laced with anxiety and concern. If it is indeed that boy, Then you too will be eternal pariahs of the Wang family. Wang Guxian glared coldly at his two sons, his eyes brimming with anger and disappointment. The suggestion from his son ignited a foreboding feeling within him, hinting that this calamity could very well be the doing of Xiao Ruochen. Wang Guxian, what do your children have to do with this? A richly dressed middle-aged woman interjected, her face contorted with fury and dissatisfaction. Had you not indulged these two scoundrels, the Wang family would not be in such dire straits. Wang Guxian retorted coldly, his voice resonating like a chilling echo from the depths of the abyss. Patriarch of the Wang family, is it not too late for regret now? Just then, a mocking yet severe voice drifted in from outside the hall, slicing through the oppressive silence like a frigid wind, sending shivers down spines. Soon after, Xiao Ruochen entered the grand hall with an air of unhurried confidence, his presence exuding an intangible pressure. Xiao Ruochen, it is you. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the eyes of Wang Linyu and his brother ignited with venomous hatred, their gazes as fierce as flames. I warned you not to provoke me. Are you now experiencing the consequences? A cold smirk crept across Xiao Ruochen's lips, filled with derision and disdain. You insolent wretch, how dare you slay members of the Wang family? Today, I shall make you understand the meaning of suffering beyond death. Wang Guxian's voice was chilling, his sharp eyes glimmering with a frigid malice, as if he wished to rend Xiao Ruochen into 1,000 pieces. Huh. The head of the Wang family, truly a frog at the bottom of a well. No wonder your clan has fallen into such decline under your leadership. A look of utter disdain filled Xiao Ruochen's eyes, regarding Wang Guxian as nothing more than a trivial jester. Despite Wang Guxian's cultivation reaching the first level of the Xianling realm, in a life-or-death struggle, the outcome remained uncertain. You bastard, perish. Wang Guxian's gaze flickered with murderous intent as he launched himself towards Xiao Ruochen with the swiftness of a thunderbolt, driven by an unyielding resolve to kill. Even though the upper echelons of his family lay in ruin, to Wang Guxian, capturing Xiao Ruochen and seizing the opportunities he possessed rendered all sacrifices trivial. You fool, Xiao Ruochen sneered slightly, propelling himself forward with a powerful push of his foot, transforming into a streak of white light as he dashed towards the Wang siblings, his speed breathtakingly swift. He had come for vengeance, and before dealing with Wang Guxian, he needed to incapacitate these two brothers. Scoundrel, do not harm my son. A middle-aged woman, wielding a longsword, surged toward Xiao Ruochen, her face twisted with ferocity and determination. Her eyes brimmed with a chilling murderous intent. In her view, the mere third level of the Xian master realm of Xiao Ruochen could not possibly withstand her strike. Die Yuich! With a fierce sweep of his Qingling sword, Xiao Ruochen unleashed a move known as the Rage of the Blazing Sky, sending forth a violent wave of energy that surged toward the woman's throat, its momentum akin to a cataclysmic tide. How can this boy possess such strength? Faced with Xiao Ruochen's ferocious sword aura, the middle-aged woman felt a flicker of fear. She aimed to evade, yet realized it was already too late. Reluctantly, she raised her sword to block the lethal attack. With a swift motion, she was a moment too late. Xiao Ruochen's sword energy cut through her throat like a shooting star, its speed leaving no time for response. Blood spewed forth from the woman as disbelief clouded her eyes. Her pupils gradually lost focus, and her body collapsed lifelessly to the ground, the scene chilling to the bone. You little bastard! I shall rend you limb from limb. Witnessing his beloved wife slain, Wang Guxian roared in anguish. Swinging his blade with furious intent toward Xiao Ruochen, his voice laden with boundless rage and sorrow. His swordsmanship was fierce and wild, the blade radiating a sharp, murderous aura, as if intending to cleave the very air itself, instilling terror in all who beheld it. Beside him, the Wang Linxian brothers displayed expressions of fear, their faces as pale as parchment as they hastily retreated towards the hall's exit. To kill me, you are not worthy. A flicker of murderous intent ignited in Xiao Ruochen's eyes as he nimbly evaded Wang Guxian's strike, his movements light and agile. At that moment, the Qingling sword in his hand suddenly thrust forth, emanating a glimmer of icy white light as it swiftly aimed for Wang Guxian's heart. Moving with the swiftness of a gale, clang! Wang Guxian abruptly swung his battle blade in a horizontal arc, clashing fiercely with Xiao Ruochen's Qingling sword, producing a deafening resonance. The instant the two weapons collided, sparks flew, resembling a magnificent display of fireworks. After the strike, Xiao Ruochen's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, hastily dashing towards the palace's exit. The Wang brothers were his designated targets, and he certainly could not allow their escape. Witnessing Xiao Ruochen's relentless pursuit, Wang Guxian roared in fury, "You wretched brat, are you seeking death?" Gripping his battle blade tightly, he stormed after him, ablaze with rage. However, despair engulfed Wang Guxian as Xiao Ruochen's speed mirrored that of a racing arrow, vanishing from his sight in an instant, leaving him in the dust. In mere moments, Xiao Ruochen positioned himself before the Wang brothers, a hint of mockery dancing in his eyes. "Where do you think you are going? Do you require my assistance for the journey? Xiao Ruochen, I implore you, spare my life." Wang Linyu, terrified, dropped to his knees, his body trembling uncontrollably, his voice laced with dread. "Fear not. Given your commendable attitude, I shall grant you a reprieve." Xiao Ruochen scoffed coldly, instantly unleashing several waves of sword energy from the Qingling's sword, severing the limbs of the Wang brothers with ruthless precision. Even their dantians were mercilessly pierced on the spot. His intent was unmistakable, to ensure these brothers lived in perpetual terror for eternity. Their anguished screams filled the air, resonating hauntingly. "Ah, you wretched brat, I will kill you." An enraged roar echoed as Wang Guxian charged at Xiao Ruochen like a furious lion, his imposing demeanor suggesting he intended to devour him whole. With his wife slain, son incapacitated, and the upper echelons of his family annihilated, Wang Guxian had succumbed to madness, resembling a beast bereft of reason. The other members of the Wang family dared not advance, fully aware that they were ill-equipped to partake in such a formidable clash. "I have stated before, you lack the qualifications to kill me." Xiao Ruochen sneered dismissively, his movements fluid as he executed the burning heaven sword technique to its zenith. Waves of fierce sword energy surged forth like relentless tides, sweeping towards Wang Guxian with overwhelming grandeur. As the battle raged on, both combatants were consumed by their bloodlust. Yet, Xiao Ruochen retained a clear mind, adeptly maneuvering to seek a decisive opportunity for a lethal strike, his demeanor exuding an aura of control over the unfolding chaos. Although he found himself slightly at a disadvantage at that moment, he refrained from employing the soul-extinguishing blade, recognizing that engaging with an opponent like Wang Guxian would significantly enhance his combat prowess. In the blink of an eye, the two had engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging hundreds of blows. Although Xiao Ruochen remained at a disadvantage, Wang Guxian found it no easy task to eliminate him. How could this little beast possess such formidable strength? Wang Guxian's expression darkened. Despite his apparent upper hand, he realized he could not defeat Xiao Ruochen in the short term. Chapter 40. The Great Change in Songyue City. Wang Guxian's heart brimmed with confusion and astonishment. How could a mere third-tier practitioner possess such profound and pure energy? On the other hand, Xiao Ruochen grew increasingly exhilarated amidst the fierce skirmish. Furthermore, as the battle progressed, his movements became more agile and unpredictable, and his swordsmanship gradually attained greater finesse. As time slipped away, the initially disadvantaged Xiao Ruochen began to turn the tide, matching Wang Guxian blow for blow. Filled with confidence, Xiao Ruochen believed that as long as he maintained this state, he could emerge victorious even without resorting to his ultimate trump card. In an instant, the two clashed again for several hundred rounds. Just then, Xiao Ruochen seized an opportunity, wielding his sword with all his might. In a flash, the sword's brilliance shone like a rainbow piercing the sun, its fierce energy slicing through the air towards Wang Guxian. Faced with such a ferocious onslaught from Xiao Ruochen, a glimmer of deep apprehension flickered in Wang Guxian's eyes. In a moment of desperation, he swiftly raised his blade above his head in an attempt to parry the fatal strike. Embrace your demise. In a split second, Xiao Ruochen's right leg shot out like lightning, delivering a powerful kick straight toward Wang Guxian's chest. The force was immense and the speed blinding. In the blink of an eye, it struck Wang Guxian squarely, sending him hurtling backward. With the momentum on his side, Xiao Ruochen's eyes gleamed coldly. He unleashed a devastating move, the Heavenly Flame's Annihilation, slicing with such ferocity that the sword's energy resembled a meteoric flash, severing Wang Guxian's right hand that clutched the blade. "Ah!" Wang Guxian cried out in agony, turning to flee in terror. At that moment, he was overcome with despair, fully aware that if he did not escape, he would have no chance of survival. Thinking of fleeing at death's door? Xiao Ruochen scoffed, swiftly launching his Qingling's sword, which emitted a dazzling light that pierced through Wang Guoxian's body like a rainbow. Poof! Wang Guoxian spat out a mouthful of blood, slowly turning to face Xiao Ruochen with a gaze filled with bitterness. Moments later, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Father! Witnessing this scene, the Wang brothers, Wang Linxian and his sibling, were engulfed in despair and regret. Particularly Wang Linxian, who lamented deeply why he had provoked Xiao Ruochen. Overwhelmed with remorse, he slammed his head against the floor, losing consciousness on the spot. Ha ha ha. Xiao Ruochen, may you meet a wretched end. One day, your demise shall surpass ours in tragedy. Wang Linyu emitted a sorrowful laugh, then forcefully struck his head against the stone pillar behind him. In a world governed by the survival of the fittest, should I ever perish at the hands of another, I shall have no cause for complaint. Xiao Ruochen declared with a calm demeanor that bore a trace of resolve. Subsequently, he commenced his plundering of the Wang family estate. As for the aged, weak, and vulnerable within the Wang household, Xiao Ruochen refrained from taking their lives. After all, he was no ruthless killer. After thoroughly looting the Wang residence, he set forth towards Sanyue City. At the Su family mansion in Sanyue City, the mayor, Su, was engaged in a grave discussion. Mayor Su, have you contemplated the matter at hand? Zheng Yuhui spoke solemnly. You must deliberate carefully. We have enlisted Sun Jindong for this venture. Should you choose not to participate, we shall not compel you, Ji Yinhong added coldly. Su Jinghong fell into deep thought, and after a moment, he responded, the Su family shall join the fray. However, upon the successful completion of this endeavor, we must secure 40% of the spoils. Upon hearing this, Ji Yinhong and Zheng Yuhui's expressions darkened, leading them to deliberate further. Moments later, Ji Yinhong declared, it is settled. 10 fleeting days passed. On this day, Xiao Ruochen finally arrived at Sanyue City. Gazing upon this familiar city, a warm sensation stirred within him. After all, it was the place where he had spent his formative years. Upon entering the city, he discovered chaos reigning. Pedestrians fled in all directions, and the once bustling streets lay in disarray. Observing the turmoil, Xiao Ruochen furrowed his brow and hastily intercepted a middle-aged man, inquiring, Good sir, what on earth has transpired? You are Xiao Ruochen? The man exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, do you know me? Xiao Ruochen replied, puzzled. You must flee at once. The other 3 prominent families are currently hunting your Xiao clan. The middle-aged man hastily retreated into the distance, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Damn it! Xiao Ruochen's fury ignited in an instant. He unsheathed his Qingling sword, his figure darting like a bolt of lightning toward the direction of the Xiao family estate. At this moment, the Xiao family faced a life-or-death crisis. Under the relentless assault of the 3 major families, the high-ranking members of the Xiao clan were suffering severe losses. Retreating one after another, Xiao Tianya stood resolutely against 4 assailants, his body battered and bruised, yet he showed no signs of yielding. The situation for the other members of the Xiao family was equally dire. Fortunately, their unity allowed them to endure thus far. Su Jinghong, Sun Jindong, we hold no grievances against you from the past, nor any grudges in recent times. Why have you allied with them to annihilate my Xiao family? Xiao Tianya's eyes burned with indignation. Head of the Xiao family, in this world, there exists no everlasting friendship, only eternal interests. I advise you to surrender. Perhaps you may yet be granted the mercy of an intact corpse, Su Jinghong retorted coldly. In truth, he did not wish to annihilate the Xiao family. However, with the presence of Zheng Jia and Ji Jia, who had summoned the formidable Sun Jindong from the Xianling realm, he felt compelled to align himself with them. Otherwise, should the Xiao family be eradicated, the Su family would gain nothing in return. Even if I were to perish today, none of you shall have it easy. A fleeting madness flickered across Xiao Tianya's eyes as he disregarded Sun Jindong's onslaught and lunged directly at Zheng Yuhui and Ji Yinhong. Even in death, he intended to take 2 down with him. That was his final resolve. Since you seek your own demise, I shall grant your wish. Sun Jindong replied with a cold laugh, instantly launching a palm strike towards Xiao Tianya's back. Old fool, you court death. A thunderous roar echoed, followed by a fierce strike that shot towards Sun Jindong like a meteor. Being a practitioner of the Xianling realm, Sun Jindong swiftly sensed the impending danger and abandoned his attack on Xiao Tianya. redirecting his efforts towards the oncoming blow. Crack! A sharp sound of bone breaking resonated, and Sun Jindong let out a cry of agony, his face contorted in pain. He had not anticipated the immense power of that strike. With Sun Jindong no longer restraining him, Xiao Tianya effortlessly dispatched Zheng Yuhui and Ji Yinhong. In that instant, Su Jinghong delivered a powerful punch to Xiao Tianya's back, sending him hurtling away. Chapter 41. I am not acquainted with your daughter Su Jinghong. Today I shall annihilate your entire lineage. The furious roar of Xiao Ruochen reverberated through the heavens. His figure surged forward like an enraged ancient beast, charging at Su Jinghong with the force of a landslide. The overwhelming aura he exuded seemed capable of crushing everything in its path, causing the very ground to tremble with each step he took. In that moment, Xiao Ruochen was genuinely enraged. His eyes burned with a fierce fire, as if he intended to incinerate the entire world. His face twisted in fury, every muscle taut, emanating an inexhaustible killing intent. Xiao Ruochen, since you have walked into your own trap, prepare to meet your end. A glint of cold, venomous malice flashed in Su Jinghong's eyes. His lips curled into a sinister smile, as though he could already envision Xiao Ruochen lying defeated at his feet. With matters having escalated to this point, Su Jinghong realized there was no retreat. The only course left was to eradicate the Xiao family entirely, ensuring no lingering worries remained. His heart brimmed with resoluteness and ruthlessness, resolved to confront Xiao Ruochen in a battle to the death. Morning, flee. The heavily injured Xiao Tianya struggled to rise. His body stained with blood and his clothing in tatters, yet his gaze radiated unwavering determination. He dashed towards Su Jinghong, striving to afford Xiao Ruochen a glimmer of hope. Xiao Tianya, do you take me for invisible? Sun Jindong scoffed, his voice booming like thunder in the air. He wielded the long blade with the ferocity of a tempest, obstructing Xiao Tianya's passage. The blade glimmered with a chilling radiance, each swing accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. In that moment, despair filled Xiao Tianya's eyes. He gazed toward Xiao Ruochen, his heart heavy with helplessness and anguish. He understood that he might no longer be able to do anything for Xiao Ruochen and could only pray for his safety. With a resounding clang of metal colliding, Su Jinghong's body was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the floor and instantly rendered incapable of fighting. He rolled a few times before coming to a halt, blood spurting from his mouth. Su Jinghong coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face etched with disbelief. Impossible. How could you be so strong? In that moment, terror and confusion filled his gaze, unable to comprehend that he had been defeated by Xiao Ruochen in a single move. Su Jinghong, just wait and see how I shall deal with you. In Xiao Ruochen's eyes, flames of fury seemed to blaze, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surging forth. His voice was as frigid as ice, instilling a deep sense of dread. Almost immediately, he shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, racing towards Sun Jindong. The young master has returned. Everyone, follow me to slay these beasts. Annihilate them entirely. With Xiao Ruochen's arrival, the tide of battle shifted drastically. His presence was akin to a beacon of hope, illuminating the darkness enveloping the hearts of the Xiao clan. The members of the Xiao family, emboldened and invigorated, surged forward with renewed vigor, launching a fierce offensive against the three great clans. Confronted by the relentless advance of Xiao Ruochen, Sun Jindong's expression changed drastically, his face paling to a ghostly hue as cold sweat beaded upon his brow. At that moment, dread consumed him. Without hesitation, he abandoned Xiao Tianya and fled in disarray, desperately seeking distance. He knew he was no match for Xiao Ruochen, and to linger would mean certain death. Having no deep-seated enmity with the Xiao family, he could not justify sacrificing his life for trivial gains. At that moment, his heart brimmed with fear and regret, lamenting his involvement in the conflict. Yet, he gravely underestimated Xiao Ruochen's speed. In the instant he turned to flee, the Qingling sword in Xiao Ruochen's hand rushed forth like lightning, piercing through his heart from behind. The swiftness of the blade left him no time to react. With a soft hiss, Sun Jindong's eyes gradually dulled, disbelief etched across his features. His lips trembled slightly as he attempted to utter something, but no sound escaped him. He could hardly fathom that he would meet his end here. Beside him, Xiao Tianya wore an expression of shock, his mouth slightly agape, eyes wide with astonishment. He could scarcely believe that in just a few months' absence, His grandson had acquired such astonishing prowess. The formidable strength filled him with both surprise and pride. Resolved, Sun Jindong and Xiao Ruochen charged directly towards the members of the three prominent families. His figure glided through the crowd like a wraith, effortlessly weaving among them. As his long sword danced in the air, spilling forth crimson blossoms. At that moment, Xiao Ruochen resembled an insatiable machine of slaughter. Wherever he went, rivers of blood flowed, and severed limbs scattered like autumn leaves. His gaze was frigid and devoid of compassion, consumed by a singular thought: vengeance for the Xiao clan. The sword art of the burning heaven was executed with unparalleled mastery. With each step he took, lives were extinguished. His swordplay resembled a tempest, rendering resistance futile. In mere moments, the members of the three families found themselves fleeing in all directions, their faces twisted with terror and desperation, stripped of their earlier arrogance and hubris. At this juncture, Ji Yinhong and Zheng Yuhui were engulfed in boundless fear and despair, their bodies trembling as though the apocalypse were upon them. They could scarcely fathom that the outcome would be so harrowing. Just as they attempted to rise and escape, Xiao Ruochen's sword, akin to the scythe of death itself, swiftly severed their legs. The action was precise and unhesitating. Having accomplished this, Xiao Ruochen darted like lightning towards the upper echelons of the three families, unleashing a frenzied massacre upon them. His form appeared as an elusive specter, impossible to capture. In an instant, blood drenched the ground, and the entire Tsungyue city echoed with wails of anguish. The horrific cries sent chills down spines, as though one were plunged into the depths of hell. Before long, the leaders of the three prominent families lay lifeless in pools of their own blood, none spared, all ruthlessly slain. Their bodies sprawled grotesquely across the ground, creating a gruesome tableau. As for the remaining members of the three families, Xiao Ruochen refrained from delivering the final blow, instead entrusting them to the elders of the Xiao clan. He understood that most of them were mere pawns, manipulated by the higher-ups of their families, not inherently wicked beings. Xiao Ruochen, for the sake of Qingyan, I beseech you to spare my life. Su Jinghong knelt, his face awash with remorse. Sweat and blood mingled upon his visage, rendering him a pitiful sight. Su Jinghong, do not attempt to invoke our past acquaintance. I am scarcely familiar with your daughter. Xiao Ruochen's eyes glinted with a chilling light, his voice devoid of warmth, as if it emanated from the depths of the abyss. Head of the Xiao family, considering the long-standing ties between our families, if you grant me my life, I would willingly relinquish all that belongs to the Su clan. Su Jinghong shifted his gaze toward Xiao Tianya, his eyes brimming with desperation. Desire to live? Very well. A cold smile curled at the corners of Xiao Ruochen's lips, a smile that instilled dread. He drew forth the demon dragon staff and mercilessly began to pound at Su Jinghong's limbs. In mere breaths, Su Jinghong's limbs were reduced to a pulp, and his dantian was shattered on the spot. The excruciating pain elicited blood-curdling screams from Su Jinghong. Ah, Xiao Ruochen, may you suffer a most wretched fate. His cries echoed with despair, his voice hoarse as if he had exhausted his final ounce of strength. Unknowable creature, Xiao Ruochen spat in anger, thrusting the demon dragon staff into Su Jinghong's mouth and violently twisting it, reducing his tongue to a bloody pulp, a sight too gruesome to behold. Subsequently, with the same merciless approach, he rendered Zheng Yuhui and Ji Yinhong's limbs, dantian, tongues, and eyes utterly useless, intent on making their existence a living hell. After completing his grim work, Xiao Ruochen unceremoniously discarded the three in the central square of Tsungyue City. Good heavens, is Xiao Ruochen truly that terrifying? Indeed, it had only been 3 months since he had single-handedly obliterated the three prominent families, a feat that left everyone astounded. The Xiao family seemed poised to soar to unprecedented heights. With a prodigious talent like Xiao Ruochen, their ascendance was inevitable. When Su Jinghong, Zheng Yuhui, and Ji Yinhong lay abandoned in the square, the news detonated in Tsungyue City like a thunderclap, igniting a tempest of commotion. People gathered in droves, their hearts filled with shock and dread at the sight of the once mighty family leaders reduced to such a pitiful state. In that moment, astonishment swept through the crowd, and whispers surged like tidal waves. Initially, as the three families clashed, many believed the Xiao family was doomed, destined for annihilation. However, the outcome was utterly unexpected. Now, all began to reassess the strength of the Xiao family. their regard for Xiao Ruochen tinged with reverence and curiosity. In the days that followed, the Xiao family mobilized entirely, swiftly seizing control of the three families' enterprises in Songyue City. They executed their tasks with remarkable organization and efficiency. Once everything was in order, Xiao Tianya announced a grand 3-day banquet to honor their fallen kin. The feast was a vibrant affair, filled with laughter and merriment. At this moment, the Xiao family basked in the zenith of their glory within Songyue City. Their stature had risen to unprecedented heights, capturing the attention of all. Other smaller families in Songyue City, along with numerous clans from neighboring towns, flocked to curry favor with the Xiao family. The impetus for their eager approach was none other than Xiao Ruochen himself. Today, he was not only an inner disciple of the Hantian sect, but also possessed formidable strength rivaling that of the Xianling realm. Such an extraordinary talent naturally became the object of desire for numerous families seeking to align themselves with his lineage. Indeed, many clan leaders even brought their most outstanding daughters, hoping for matrimonial alliances with the Xiao family. For these families, even the prospect of their daughters becoming concubines would be an immense honor if Xiao Ruochen consented. The Xiao family graciously accepted these overtures, recognizing the tremendous benefits they would confer upon their development. Regarding the matter of marriage, Xiao Ruochen resolutely chose to decline. His heart was solely devoted to cultivation and revenge, showing no interest whatsoever in romantic entanglements. Chapter 42. Encounter with Li Yaoming in the following days. Xiao Ruochen remained quietly at the Xiao residence, taking the opportunity to impart his knowledge of cultivation to the younger generation of the family. To expedite the growth of the clan, he selflessly entrusted all the cultivation techniques he had recently acquired to Xiao Tianya. However, he had no intention of sharing the divine-level techniques that resided in his mind, as their dissemination could lead to unimaginable consequences and potentially bring catastrophic risks to the Xiao family. After leaving some cultivation resources for his grandfather, Xiao Ruochen departed from the Xiao household without hesitation. 10 days swiftly passed. On this day, Xiao Ruochen finally arrived at the Dongxian mountain range. As soon as he traversed the canyon before him, he would successfully return to Hantian's sect. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him, a man clad in black with a bamboo hat, riding a fiery steed, approaching him at a leisurely pace. Xiao Ruochen furrowed his brows, his heart instantly alert, and he became acutely vigilant. Xiao Ruochen, this time, let's see where you run. In an instant, the man swiftly removed his hat, revealing a pair of sharp eyes that radiated a chilling aura, as if they could freeze a person on the spot. This man was none other than Li Yaoming, the one whom he had previously injured by breaking his right hand. So it is Senior Brother Li. How is your hand healing? Xiao Ruochen feigned familiarity, a faint smile gracing his lips. Xiao Ruochen, let me not say that I haven't given you a chance. I only have one question for you. Do you wish to live or die? Li Yaoming's voice was chillingly cold, akin to the frigid winds of winter, his piercing gaze emanating an icy glint that sent shivers down one's spine. Is that even a question? Who would choose death if they could live? Xiao Ruochen replied hastily, his expression reflecting his urgency. You managed to elevate from the second layer of the Xian realm to the third layer of the Xian master realm within just 2 months. Surely, you must possess some secret. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Li Yaoming's mouth, filled with greed and calculation. What do you mean? Xiao Ruochen's brows knitted slightly, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion. If you divulge the secret behind your rapid advancement in cultivation, I shall spare your life today. A glimmer of cold, killing intent flickered in Li Yaoming's eyes, an invisible pressure emanating from him, making the surrounding air feel heavy. Ah, so it's about this matter. Why didn't you say so earlier? You nearly made my heart race. Xiao Ruochen exhaled softly, saying, the reason I have progressed so swiftly is primarily due to a box I obtained. What sort of box? Li Yaoming's voice quivered with excitement, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Here it is, this box. Xiao Ruochen retrieved a chest filled with toxic smoke pills, declaring, I discovered this chest in a cave within the Dongxian mountain range, containing hundreds of cultivation manuals. It is through the practices contained herein that I have achieved such rapid advancement. Brat, I advise you to refrain from any tricks. Li Yaoming warned coldly, his gaze brimming with menace. Senior Brother Li, in your presence, how could I dare to play tricks? Xiao Ruochen replied with utmost respect, his demeanor exuding humility. Open the chest, Li Yaoming commanded in a tone thick with urgency. Very well, Xiao Ruochen nodded, gently lifting the lid. However, in a fleeting moment when the lid obscured the contents, he discreetly transferred several unwanted manuals into the chest, concealing the toxic smoke pills beneath them, before gradually turning the opening towards Li Yaoming. Senior Brother Li, behold, this chest of manuals is what I acquired from the Dongxian mountain range. And it is precisely these teachings that have facilitated my swift progress, he said, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Throw the chest over here, Li Yaoming urged, his voice tinged with impatience. Senior Brother Li, I can offer you these manuals, but you must spare me. Otherwise, I shall detonate this chest, Xiao Ruochen declared, brandishing a toxic smoke pill, his eyes reflecting a flicker of resolve. Brat, if what lies within is indeed valuable, I shall certainly grant you clemency. A faint, enigmatic smile curled at the corners of Li Yaoming's lips. He had already devised a plan. Once he obtained the manuals, he would eliminate Xiao Ruochen without a trace of mercy. Senior Brother Li, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? Xiao Ruochen feigned concern, his face shadowed with anxiety. Stop the nonsense. If I say I will spare you, then I shall, but continue to prattle and believe that I won't hesitate to end you, Li Yaoming replied, his tone laced with irritation, his expression filled with fury. Then I shall place my trust in you. Here it goes. Xiao Ruochen closed the chest and swiftly hurled it towards Li Yaoming, but in that very moment, he infused a surge of spiritual power into the chest. As the chest sailed through the air, excitement flickered in Li Yaoming's eyes. Just as he prepared to catch it, he sensed an imminent danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped to the side. Boom! A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted as hundreds of toxic smoke pills detonated, propelling Li Yaoming's body several dozen feet away, crashing heavily onto the ground. Although a single toxic smoke pill lacked significant lethality, the combined force of hundreds was undeniably formidable. At that moment, Li Yaoming's attire was reduced to tatters, his hair singed to near oblivion, rendering him a pitiful and disheveled sight. The scene was engulfed in swirling dust and chaos, a tempest of debris filling the air. Curse it, perish! A flicker of fierce light flashed in Xiao Ruochen's eyes as he swiftly unsheathed the Qingling sword, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow that lunged towards Li Yaoming with the speed of lightning. At that moment, Li Yaoming was evidently in a state of injury. If he were to regain his composure, escape for Xiao Ruochen would become exceedingly difficult. You little bastard, I shall skin you alive, Li Yaoming roared, hastily raising his sword to parry the impending attack. Clang! Hiss! Although Li Yaoming managed to block Xiao Ruochen's initial strike, he was ultimately a moment too slow for the second, resulting in a long gash across his chest, blood flowing profusely from the wound, a scene both shocking and ghastly. Fueled by his advantageous position, Xiao Ruochen unleashed the heavenly flame sword art to its utmost potential, a relentless wave of sword energy assailing Li Yaoming with unyielding ferocity. Clang! Clang! Under the onslaught of Xiao Ruochen's formidable assault, Li Yaoming found himself retreating repeatedly, utterly defenseless. In less than a moment, several sword marks marred his body. This predicament primarily arose from the initial shock of the toxic smoke bomb, compounded by Xiao Ruochen's refusal to grant him a moment's respite, thus thrusting him into a passive stance. However, as a formidable practitioner of the third layer of the Xianling realm, Li Yaoming quickly steadied himself and began to retaliate. You little bastard, if I do not skin you alive today, I shall not be called Li Yaoming. The fire in his gaze was palpable, his furious expression as if he sought to devour Xiao Ruochen whole. Consumed by rage, he reflected on the unprecedented humiliation he had suffered at the hands of Xiao Ruochen. Prior to this encounter, he had never experienced such a defeat. The last incident of having his hand broken was one thing, but to be bombarded and wounded by several strikes was intolerable. Chapter 43, The Enraged Su Qingyan. You fool, do you think you can kill me? I believe you have yet to awaken. A scornful smirk graced Xiao Ruochen's lips, filled with disdain and mockery. With a fierce swing of his battle sword, he unleashed the wrath of the heavenly fire, akin to a volcanic eruption, hurling towards Li Yaoming with a momentum capable of obliterating everything in its path. You little bastard. You are seeking your own demise. Li Yaoming seethed, his fury reaching a boiling point, his wrathful visage seemingly intent on consuming Xiao Ruochen. At that moment, Xiao Ruochen seized an opportunity, executing a soul extinction blade, while simultaneously sweeping the Qingling sword with the swiftness of a gale, radiating a dazzling brilliance as it streaked across the sky towards Li Yaoming's throat, its speed akin to lightning, leaving one breathless. Despite Li Yaoming's preparations against Xiao Ruochen's soul attack, his body involuntarily succumbed to a brief paralysis, as if ensnared by a binding spell. When he regained his senses, the Qingling sword was already hurtling towards his throat like a bolt from the blue, and in that life-or-death moment, he hurriedly raised his sword to block, his movements appearing exceedingly rushed. As Li Yaoming wielded his sword to parry, Xiao Ruochen's swordplay suddenly transformed, resembling a dragon emerging from the sea, striking with a dazzling arc that forcefully cleaved into the wrist of his foe. The power was overwhelming, akin to a mountain collapsing. With a sharp, crystalline sound of the blades slicing through the air, Li Yaoming let out a piercing wail, his voice echoing through the heavens. His sword-bearing wrist fell limply, akin to a marionette with severed strings, blood gushing forth like a fountain from the wound, painting a scene both gruesome and terrifying. Realizing he was no match for Xiao Ruochen after sustaining such an injury, Li Yaoming, like a stray dog, turned to flee in a pitiful manner, his figure appearing exceedingly disheveled. Even in the face of imminent death, he dared to entertain thoughts of escape. Xiao Ruochen bellowed in fury, his figure darting forward like lightning, instantly pursuing Li Yaoming with a speed reminiscent of an arrow released from its bow. Weakened by his prior injuries, Li Yaoming could not hope to match Xiao Ruochen's pace. In mere moments, Xiao Ruochen loomed before him like an insurmountable mountain, blocking his path. "Xiao Ruochen, I am a disciple of Qin Yinxiao. If you dare to harm me, no one will come to your aid," Li Yaoming exclaimed, terror etched across his face, his body involuntarily retreating, his steps trembling. He could scarcely fathom that he, a practitioner of the Xianling realm, would be defeated by one of merely the Xian master realm. Such humiliation was beyond bearing. "Damn it, even when death is at hand, you dare to threaten me." A cold glint flashed in Xiao Ruochen's eyes as he swung his Qingling sword with ferocity, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp sword energy that swiftly severed Li Yaoming's limbs with precision and decisiveness. "Ah, you wretched little bastard, you shall not die well. Brother Qin will ensure you pay for this." Li Yaoming's screams echoed in despair, his gaze filled with venomous hatred, as if he wished to curse Xiao Ruochen to death. "Even at the brink of death, you still have the audacity to speak defiantly." A chilling smile crept onto Xiao Ruochen's lips as he retrieved a vial of exquisite fragrant liquid from the cycle of reincarnation, pouring it over Li Yaoming without hesitation. He then settled comfortably, awaiting the unfolding of the spectacle with an air of appreciation for the impending drama. The exquisite fragrant liquid was a peculiar elixir, possessing a lethal allure for snakes, insects, and rodents. If applied to a corpse, it wouldn't be long before a swarm of venomous snakes or vermin would arrive. True to expectation, within a quarter of an hour, Li Yaoming's body was overrun with venomous snakes and crawling creatures, a sight so horrifying it defied direct gaze. "Ah, even in death, I will not spare you." Li Yaoming's cries were deafening, as though he aimed to rend the very sky, filled with despair and agony. "Enjoy your slow demise." Xiao Ruochen's disdain deepened into a smirk as he turned his back and strode towards the Hantian sect, completely unfazed by the curse of a dying man. His silhouette was resolute and unwavering. Half an hour later, Xiao Ruochen finally returned to the Hantian sect. "Xiao Ruochen, I will kill you." Suddenly, an enraged voice pierced the air, and a graceful figure wielding a long sword charged toward him, exuding an aura of unrelenting malice. The assailant was none other than Su Qingyan. 10 days prior, she had received the shocking news that the Su family had been annihilated by Xiao Ruochen, with her father, Su Jinghong, unable to escape his fate, having his limbs and dantian destroyed, reduced to a mere shell of a man. This revelation struck Su Qingyan like a bolt from the blue. She could scarcely believe the truth of it, and the devastating blow drove her to the brink of madness. Su Qingyan, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Xiao Ruochen's eyes. He had not anticipated her swift ascension to the 4th tier of the Xian Master Realm, a realization that stirred his caution. At that moment, a flicker of murderous intent ignited within him, for Su Qingyan's extraordinary talent sent a shiver of foreboding through his being. During this period, he had acquired numerous inheritances and opportunities, elevating his own cultivation to the 3rd tier of the Xian Master Realm. However, The terrifying potential exhibited by Su Qingyan, if allowed to flourish, would undoubtedly spell disaster for the Xiao family. With this thought, Xiao Ruochen moved like lightning, his left hand suddenly delivering a resounding slap. With a sharp crack, Su Qingyan was sent flying, a mouthful of blood spilling from her lips. Her once exquisite face now marred and swollen, presenting a pitiful sight that evoked sympathy. Su Qingyan, your father sought to annihilate my Xiao family. I merely returned the favor. If you truly desire vengeance, you may challenge me to a life-and-death duel at any time. Xiao Ruochen's gaze glinted with a chilling light, his eyes icy and penetrating. Here, in the Han Tian sect, open slaughter of fellow disciples was a grave offense. Thus, he could only provoke Su Qingyan, hoping she would initiate a death match, granting him the opportunity to slay her without consequence. Xiao Ruochen, you possess a cruel heart. Su Qingyan's eyes glowed with resentment, her gaze as if capable of inflicting 1,000 cuts upon him. Su Qingyan, in terms of cruelty, you are no less than I. Xiao Ruochen retorted with a hint of disdain, his voice cold. Had I not saved you back then, you would have perished in the Zhongyue mountain range. From the moment you severed our engagement, we became strangers. Your family's downfall is the result of your father's own misdeeds. Should you persist in this entanglement, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Xiao Ruochen, I, Su Qingyan, vow that one day I will eradicate the entire Xiao family, she declared through gritted teeth, her stunning eyes radiating boundless enmity, her expression forever etched with the desire to remember Xiao Ruochen, then perish. Xiao Ruochen scoffed, his hand gripping the Qingling's sword as he lunged for her throat, his movements devoid of mercy. In that instant, he could no longer afford to consider the consequences. Even at the risk of severe punishment from the sect, he was determined to eliminate this woman, because he perceived a glimmer of determination and resolve in Su Qingyan's eyes. He realized that if she were to grow stronger, she could potentially bring about catastrophic consequences for the Xiao clan, perhaps even becoming his lifelong adversary. Cease this at once. Suddenly, a commanding voice resonated, followed by an overwhelming force that propelled Xiao Ruochen away as if swept by a tidal wave. An elder, clad in the robes of a long-standing member, with a formidable demeanor, stood protectively in front of Su Qingyan. This was none other than Chen Mujue, the esteemed elder of the Cold Sky sect's inner court. Xiao Ruochen, I hereby issue a grave warning. Within the sect, the taking of life or the crippling of one's cultivation is strictly forbidden. Failure to heed this will result in severe repercussions from the sect, Chen Mujue declared, his tone leaving no room for dissent. In truth, he had been present nearby all along. Had Xiao Ruochen not intended to deliver a fatal blow, he would not have intervened in the conflict between disciples. Chapter 44. The battle for the ranking list. The disciple has acted impulsively. I beseech your forgiveness, esteemed elder. Xiao Ruochen bowed respectfully, a hint of regret shadowing his expression. The sudden appearance of Chen Mujue made it abundantly clear to Xiao Ruochen that he had irrevocably lost the chance to eliminate Su Qingyan. Very well, disperse, Chen Mujue said with a gentle wave of his hand, his countenance serene. Xiao Ruochen, the vendetta of my clan is one that cannot be overlooked. One day, I shall ensure you pay a grievous price for your actions. Su Qingyan's face was as pale as a ghost, her chest heaving violently, her eyes brimming with boundless resentment, as if she yearned to consume Xiao Ruochen whole. Su Qingyan, consider yourself fortunate that you are in the Cold Sky sect. Otherwise, you would already be a lifeless corpse. Xiao Ruochen's eyes glinted with a chilling malice. With that, he turned without hesitation and strode purposefully back to his residence on Danling Peak. In the days that followed, Xiao Ruochen immersed himself in rigorous cultivation on Danling Peak, occasionally dedicating time to alchemy. He understood that in this realm fraught with competition and peril, only by continually enhancing his strength could he survive and ultimately realize the aspirations that resided within his heart. Within the core disciple area, there stood a mountain teeming with abundant spiritual energy. Chen Yinxiao was wholly engrossed in his sword practice, each movement imbued with formidable power, the wind from his blade howling and stirring the surrounding leaves. Senior Brother Chen, dire news. At that moment, an inner sect disciple rushed in, urgency etched upon his face. What has transpired? Chen Yinxiao halted his practice immediately, turning to fixate his gaze on the inner disciple. Not far from the mountain gate, a skeletal remains was discovered in a nearby gorge. Based on the clothing and items found, It is presumed to be senior brother Li Yaoming. The inner disciple spoke quickly. Unable to meet Chen Yunxiao's penetrating gaze, his head bowed. It seems this fellow is more formidable than anticipated. A glacial fury flickered in Chen Yunxiao's eyes as his hands instinctively tightened around the hilt of his sword. He was acutely aware that the demise of Li Yaoming was inextricably linked to Xiao Ruochen, for it was Li Yaoming whom he had dispatched to confront Xiao Ruochen. Brother Chen, that lad is now an alchemist at the Damling Peak. If we rashly act against him within the sect, the repercussions could be severe, spoke a cautious inner disciple, lifting his gaze to Chen Yunxiao, his eyes brimming with concern. What of it if he is an alchemist? If I were to incapacitate him, I would merely face some form of punishment, Chen Yunxiao replied, his expression betraying a hint of cold, merciless intent. You are to keep a close watch on him. Should he leave the Damling Peak, notify me at once. Yes, Brother Chen, the inner disciple promptly acquiesced before hastily retreating. Half a month slipped by like a fleeting shadow. At this moment, Xiao Ruochen had successfully advanced to the 4th level of the Xian Master Realm. To further enhance his combat prowess, he resolved to make his way to the Earth-ranking martial arena. The Earth-ranking martial arena was specifically established for the inner disciples of the Hantian sect, where they could compete in the Earth-ranking battles to earn more spirit stones and contribution points. For every victory achieved in these battles, participants were rewarded with generous prizes. To enter the Earth-ranking battles, disciples were required to pay either 100 spirit stones or 2,000 contribution points per match. Victors could claim the spirit stones or contribution points of their opponents, though the sect would retain 10% as a fee. Despite this, countless inner disciples were willing to engage in fierce battles for the sake of ranking, for the Earth ranking represented a unique honor. Particularly, those ranked higher were more likely to garner the sect's attention and cultivation, thereby receiving greater resources and opportunities. Xiao Ruochen's desire to participate in the Earth-ranking battles was primarily to hone his practical combat skills. He understood that only through constant engagement in battle could one effectively enhance their capability to challenge beyond their limits. Merely retreating into seclusion for arduous training was not a sustainable strategy. The accumulation of practical experience was of paramount importance. After a journey of half an hour, Xiao Ruochen finally arrived at the Earth-ranking martial arena. Situated within the inner sect's plaza, he felt as though he had stepped into an underground fighting arena. The plaza was teeming with people, vibrant and bustling, with everyone radiating excitement, their cheers and encouragement echoing through the air. Elder, I wish to participate in the Earth-ranking battle, Xiao Ruochen stated with unwavering determination as he approached the registration desk. 4th level of the Xian Master Realm. Elder Lu Yunfan, overseeing the Earth ranking, expressed a hint of surprise. Are you certain you wish to engage in the ranking battle? Absolutely, Xiao Ruochen affirmed with resolute conviction, showing no sign of hesitation. You may register under your true name or a pseudonym. The choice is yours. Elder Lu Yunfan retrieved writing materials, preparing to record his entry. Then I shall use a pseudonym. Xiao Ruochen pondered momentarily before declaring, let us go with 9,527. Very well, I have already registered you. Your first opponent is Chung Kuan, and you shall take the stage in half an hour. Lu Yunfan swiftly completed the registration for Xiao Ruochen and handed him a token. Subsequently, Xiao Ruochen made his way to the arena, intently observing the fierce battles unfolding before him. Upon careful scrutiny, he discerned that those participating in the Earth ranking challenge possessed cultivation levels of at least the 6th layer of the Xian Master Realm. It was indeed a rarity for someone like Xiao Ruochen, who was merely at the 4th layer of the Xian Master Realm, to partake in such a challenge. To provide a conducive competitive environment for the inner disciples, the higher-ups of the Hantian sect meticulously crafted 10 arenas, assigning specific elders to oversee and manage them. As one of the 4 major sects in the eastern state, the Hantian sect's management approach is distinctly unique, with the leadership fervently encouraging competition among disciples. They firmly believe that only through intense rivalry can the most exceptional disciples emerge, ultimately becoming formidable powerhouses. For a sect to thrive and endure, it must be supported and guided by top-tier experts. The Hantian sect's ability to stand tall for millennia in the eastern state is precisely due to this effective management philosophy. Having thoroughly grasped the rules of the challenge, it was soon Xiao Ruochen's turn to take the stage. To avoid drawing excessive attention, he donned a black mask before ascending the platform. Could it be? This fellow cannot be attempting to amuse us, Can he? A mere fourth layer of the Xian Master Realm dares to contest in the Earth ranking. As soon as Xiao Ruochen stepped onto the stage, the surrounding crowd erupted in derisive laughter and scorn. Bet on 95-27 to win, 10-1. Bet on Cheng Kuan to win, 1-10. A youth clad in azure garments began to shout loudly from below the arena. I bet 1,000 spirit stones on Cheng Kuan. I bet 1,500 spirit stones on Cheng Kuan. Good heavens, I bet 10,000 contribution points on Cheng Kuan. I refuse to believe he can lose this time. With the youth's declaration, the crowd hastily began placing their bets. However, a staggering 99% of the spectators chose to wager on Cheng Kuan without hesitation. Witnessing that nearly everyone had placed their bets on Cheng Kuan, the azure-clad youth's expression darkened considerably. In truth, he himself did not hold much faith in 95-27. As Cheng Kuan had already reached the sixth layer of the Xian Master Realm and had recently triumphed over Xie Sun, who was at the pinnacle of the sixth layer. To him, it was inconceivable that 9,527 could defeat Cheng Kuan. Yet as the bookmaker, he had no choice but to proceed with the betting. I bet 500 spirit stones on myself, Xiao Ruochen declared, unhesitatingly placing his entire sum on his own victory. Young man, I must admire your courage. To challenge the Earth ranking with merely a fourth layer of the Xian Master Realm is indeed audacious. At that moment, a young man with a disheveled appearance and a bald head ascended the arena, his gaze reflecting a hint of disdain and scorn. This individual was Cheng Kuan. Chapter 45. 99 consecutive victories. Let's get this over with. I don't have time to waste, Xiao Ruochen remarked, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. His eyes emanated an air of fearlessness and confidence, as though his opponent was utterly inconsequential. What an arrogant little brat. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. Cheng Kuan scoffed, his figure darting forth with the swiftness of lightning, unleashing a powerful palm strike towards Xiao Ruochen. His movement was sharp and decisive, infused with immense strength and fury, as if he intended to annihilate Xiao Ruochen with a single blow. The force behind this strike was formidable, akin to a mighty avalanche, unstoppable in its momentum. Any practitioner at the fourth tier of the profound master realm would likely be incapacitated for at least half a month if struck. The powerful gust of wind generated by the strike whistled through the air, creating a sharp, piercing sound. Observing this, Xiao Ruochen's right hand shot forward like a tempest, swiftly grasping Cheng Kuan's wrist with precision akin to lightning. Then, he unleashed a kick akin to a cannonball, a surge of ferocious leg strength erupting like a volcanic explosion as it struck Cheng Kuan squarely in the chest, propelling him into the air. That kick seemed to contain boundless power, erupting in an instant. Bang! Ah! Cheng Kuan cried out in agony, his body soaring like a severed kite, crashing heavily onto the ground beneath the arena, instantly losing consciousness. He rolled a few times before lying still, completely devoid of awareness. Good heavens, this is absurd. The crowd gasped in disbelief at Cheng Kuan's performance. Is that scoundrel Cheng Kuan merely putting on a show? I've truly lost everything this time. At that moment, the atmosphere was rife with astonishment, as all present wore expressions of incredulity. Their eyes widened, mouths agape as if they had witnessed the most astonishing spectacle imaginable. It is important to note that, in the profound master realm, those capable of challenging opponents beyond their tier are exceedingly rare. Yet today, this 95-27 had, with devastating force, triumphed over Cheng Kuan by overcoming two minor tiers, a feat that seemed utterly unfathomable to the spectators. They had anticipated a battle of equal strength, or at the very least, that Cheng Kuan would gain the upper hand. However, the outcome far exceeded their expectations. Once the shock subsided, the crowd erupted in furious denunciations aimed at Cheng Kuan. Their faces were filled with anger and disappointment, as if they were venting all their frustrations upon him. In stark contrast, the young man in the azure attire found himself in the best spirits. Having profited immensely from this bout, he wore an exuberant smile, his eyes glimmering with avarice, as though a mountain of gold lay before him. Xiao Ruochen, too, was in high spirits, having wagered merely 500 spirit stones and won 5,000. This unexpected fortune was undoubtedly a delightful surprise for him. Brother, what exactly is your strength? Do enlighten me. The young man in splendid attire approached Xiao Ruochen, whispering with eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation, as if he sought an astonishing revelation from him. I am not entirely certain, Xiao Ruochen thought, naturally unwilling to divulge his capabilities, for how else could he amass spirit stones? A mysterious smile graced his visage, rendering him inscrutable. Moments later, Xiao Ruochen ascended the arena once more. This time, his adversary was a practitioner at the 7th level of the profound spirit realm. The opponent was tall and imposing, exuding an overwhelming aura that instilled a formidable sense of pressure. Hurry and place your bets. By 95-27, 10-1. Bet on Yunche. 1-10. The young man in azure silk shouted again, his voice resonant and urgent, as if urging everyone to hasten their wagers. In an instant, the atmosphere was ignited, with the crowd fervently placing bets as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. Their faces were alight with excitement and anticipation, as if this gamble held the power to alter their fates. I bet 5,000 spirit stones on Yunche. I wager 20,000 on Yunche. Goodness. I have only 10 spirit stones left. This time I will bet on Yunche. I refuse to believe I will lose again. Just as in the previous match, no one wagered on Xiao Ruochen's victory. After all, the disparity in their cultivation levels was too vast, and no one believed Xiao Ruochen could triumph against an opponent 3 realms above him. If this ends in loss, it would be a significant setback. The young man in splendid attire lamented, his face reflecting his apprehension, for the stakes were indeed high this time. I bet 5,000 on myself to win. Xiao Ruochen placed his wager of 5,000 spirit stones, viewing it as a surefire investment. His gaze was resolute and confident, as if he had already glimpsed the dawn of victory. Brother, you are truly a good man. The young man in splendid attire beamed at Xiao Ruochen's bet, secretly praying for him to perform another miracle. Kid, I must say, you are indeed unexpected, but upon meeting me, your good fortune has come to an end. If you wisely retreat now, you may spare yourself some pain. Yunche's lips curled into a slight smirk, unabashed disdain evident on his face. His eyes were filled with contempt and derision, as if Xiao Ruochen were but a trivial ant in his sight. Xiao Ruochen, disinterested in further banter, moved with the swiftness of lightning, brandishing his demon dragon staff with the ferocity of a tempest as he charged towards Yunche. His movements were rapid and fierce, embodying an unstoppable momentum. What an arrogant boy! Yunche scoffed, his sword resembling a dragon emerging from the sea. Imbued with a piercing sword energy that struck towards Xiao Ruochen's wrist in a flash, the blade glinting with a chilling light, as if capable of cleaving through all. Although Yunche's speed was remarkable, Xiao Ruochen's swiftness surpassed it, his form streaking across the sky like a meteor. In the moment when Yunche's sword was about to strike his wrist, he abruptly twisted his right hand, the dragon staff crashing down upon Yunche's wrist with the force of a mountain upon an egg. Simultaneously, he delivered a kick that struck his opponent's chest like a cannonball. The sheer power seemed capable of obliterating everything, erupting in an instant. With a sharp crack, followed by agonized cries, Yunche's wrist shattered. His body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, rendered unconscious midair. Pain and despair etched across his face. He appeared unable to fathom his own defeat. At that moment, the atmosphere in the arena felt frozen in time, enveloped in a profound silence. The expressions on the faces of the onlookers were rife with disbelief. None could accept the reality unfolding before them. Their eyes fixated on the arena as if ensnared by an enchantment. What an absurdity! Even staged fights aren't conducted like this. Indeed, I had the last 10 spirit stones. Just like that, they were squandered. At this moment, a chorus of discontent filled the air, with many succumbing to despair, their faces reflecting a profound sense of hopelessness and frustration. Yet, Xiao Ruochen felt an overwhelming sense of elation. This victory had directly bestowed upon him 50,000 spirit stones. With this newfound wealth, he was confident that refining his cultivation would enable him to break through to the 5th level of the profound master realm. In the subsequent battles, Xiao Ruochen continued his triumphant streak, achieving an astounding 10 consecutive victories. Each duel showcased his unparalleled strength and skill, transforming every encounter into a captivating performance that left the audience in awe. During this period, a youthful figure clad in azure garments adjusted the odds against Xiao Ruochen, shifting from an initial 10-1 to the current 1-10. He recognized that Xiao Ruochen's prowess had far exceeded his expectations. Failing to revise the odds further would result in catastrophic losses. Xiao Ruochen's next opponent was a practitioner at the 9th level of the profound master realm. This individual exuded a chilling aura, his gaze cold and formidable. Is this guy even human? Could he be concealing his true power? Regardless, I shall place my bets on him and strive to recover my losses swiftly. After several consecutive defeats, the crowd finally regained their composure and began to place their bets on Xiao Ruochen. Their hearts brimmed with anticipation, hoping he would once again work miracles and deliver substantial returns. In the following days, Xiao Ruochen firmly established himself in the arena, and as the battles continued, his winning streak skyrocketed to 99 victories. Remarkably, none of his opponents could withstand even a single strike from him during this impressive run. Each of his strikes was akin to a thunderous force, instantly vanquishing his opponents and leaving onlookers in awe. Concurrently, after 99 battles, Xiao Ruochen amassed a considerable wealth of spirit stones and contribution points, leading to a swift accumulation of riches and a continuous enhancement of his prowess. However, the young man clad in azure silk, having suffered 20 consecutive defeats, fled in despair like a lost dog. He found himself utterly incapable of continuing this game. As each round culminated in defeat, who could endure such humiliation? Even when he adjusted the odds for Xiao Ruochen to 50-1, it failed to deter the crowd from wagering on him. His heart was filled with despair and helplessness, prompting him to escape from this heart-wrenching place. In the core disciple area, at the residence of Chun Yunxiao, an inner sect disciple hurriedly entered, his face etched with urgency and anticipation. Where is he now? Chun Yunxiao's eyes flickered with a cold glint. His voice was deep and frigid, as if it emerged from the depths of the abyss. He is currently at the Earth-ranking martial arena, the inner disciple replied. He had been stationed at Danling Peak, trailing closely behind Xiao Ruochen since the moment he departed. Very well. A hint of chilling malice glimmered in Chun Yunxiao's eyes as he turned to leave his abode, his figure vanishing like a specter in an instant. In Chapter 46, the Earth-ranking martial arena thrummed with life, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. It appears I must venture to the heaven-ranking martial arena. Xiao Ruochen mused inwardly as he surveyed the scene before him. He had arrived with great anticipation, yearning to find a worthy adversary to engage in a fierce contest. Yet, he was met with disappointment, for none of the inner sect disciples possessed the strength to truly challenge him. Nonetheless, thanks to his string of victories, he had accrued a significant amount of spirit stones, rendering this endeavor not entirely futile. As he was lost in thought, a woman descended upon the stage like an ethereal being, with a visage of unparalleled beauty, a graceful figure, and an elegance reminiscent of a celestial goddess. Every movement exuded an extraordinary charm. By the heavens, it is her. A flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao Ruochen's face beneath his mask. He had never anticipated encountering Su Qingyan in such a setting. To his further astonishment, he discovered that Su Qingyan had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the profound master realm. Next match, 95-27 versus Su Qingyan, a booming voice announced. Bet on 95-27 to win, odds 1-1. Bet on Su Qingyan to win, also 1-1. Place your bets quickly. At that moment, the young man in azure silk re-emerged, shouting fervently to attract attention. Now this is a spectacle to behold. It's a showdown of titans. Someone in the crowd exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, Su Qingyan is the holder of a remarkable 99 consecutive victories, and 9,527 currently shares this impressive record. Who among them will surpass the 100-win mark? One curious individual inquired. That is difficult to predict. Both have been annihilating their opponents with a single strike during their winning streak, and only through competition will we discover who can achieve that milestone, someone cautiously analyzed. I believe Su Qingyan has the greater probability of victory. She is currently the most talented disciple in the inner sect, and it is said that many core disciples cannot match her prowess. Given the strength of 9,527, it may prove challenging for him to overcome her. An ostensibly experienced individual expressed his opinion. You make a valid point. Perhaps we should place our bets on Su Qingyan. I'm just about to break even, and I hope to earn a little more this time around. Someone chimed in, their words brimming with anticipation for Su Qingyan. In an instant, the atmosphere buzzed with fervent discussion, and countless individuals began to place frenzied bets. 95-27. Quite an intriguing name. I hope you do not disappoint me, Su Qingyan remarked, her voice cool and her expression radiating unwavering confidence. her beautiful eyes glimmering with resolute determination. "Will you disappoint me? You will find out if you try," she added, causing Xiao Ruochen to immediately heighten his vigilance. He understood well that Su Qingyin's current strength was formidable, and any moment of carelessness on his part could lead to dire consequences. After all, in this vast and competitive world, he was not the only genius. With a command from the steward overseeing the arena, Su Qingyin's form dashed forth like lightning, racing toward Xiao Ruochen in an instant. Her speed was such that her movements were nearly imperceptible. Only a fleeting shadow could be discerned. Realizing this, Xiao Ruochen adeptly sidestepped, effortlessly evading her fierce attack. At the same time, he clenched his right fist, channeling all his strength into a powerful punch that surged forth like a cannonball. The force of the wind roaring as it hurtled toward Su Qingyin's chest. "Fool, you are courting your own demise," Su Qingyin exclaimed sharply, her reflexes astonishingly swift as she arched her body backward like a drawn bow, evading his punch with remarkable finesse. In an instant, her left leg whipped toward Xiao Ruochen's groin with the ferocity of a tempest, a movement executed with ruthless precision. By the heavens, this woman is truly fierce. Xiao Ruochen could not help but exclaim as he swiftly retreated like a gust of wind. He retaliated with a kick, his right foot striking out like a hammer, colliding forcefully with Su Qingyin's left leg. With a resounding bang, both combatants were propelled backwards several feet. However, being powerful individuals, they quickly surged forward again like arrows released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged a flurry of blows, each strike aimed with lethal intent. Yet, neither gained the upper hand. Su Qingyin and Xiao Ruochen exhibited remarkable synergy, opting for close-quarters combat without the use of weapons, engaging in a fierce struggle. How has this woman trained? How has her cultivation advanced so swiftly? Xiao Ruochen felt increasingly alarmed as he fought. With his current strength, he was already comparable to an average practitioner at the second level of the Xianling realm. However, despite Su Qingyin only being at the 9th level of the Xian Master realm, her combat prowess was equally formidable. Of course, Xiao Ruochen had yet to unleash his full potential. His exquisite swordsmanship and mysterious soul techniques remained unutilized. Nonetheless, this did not imply that Su Qingyin lacked her own hidden trump cards. After all, both were engaged in close combat, and neither had resorted to weapons or their ultimate techniques. Who exactly was this person, and how could their combat capability be so extraordinary? Su Qingyin was equally astonished. Ever since encountering her master, her cultivation had skyrocketed, and among her peers, she had never been bested by anyone apart from Xiao Ruochen. She never anticipated that this individual, designated 9527, could exert such immense pressure upon her. At this moment, the two continued their close-quarters engagement, each clash of fists and palms creating a fierce gust of wind that seemed capable of obliterating the other in an instant. The arena was enveloped in dust and chaos, the intensity of their battle rendering the scene incredibly spectacular and breathtaking. Just then, Su Qingyin unleashed a powerful palm strike, radiating a dazzling light that shot towards Xiao Ruochen's chest like a meteor. In response, Xiao Ruochen leaped forward with the swiftness of lightning, his speed astonishing. Observing this, Su Qingyin retaliated with a fierce kick, channeling all her Xian energy, causing the air to seem as though it had been torn apart. Facing Su Qingyin's formidable kick, Xiao Ruochen swiftly transformed his right hand into a claw, firmly grasping her slender leg. Though her leg appeared delicate and soft, the force it contained was remarkably fearsome. A typical practitioner at the second level of the Xianling realm would likely be sent flying upon impact. "Let go of me," Su Qingyin exclaimed with a playful pout, propelling her left leg upward to strike at Xiao Ruochen's head. He instinctively raised his left hand to block, but the sheer ferocity of her kick unleashed a violent shockwave that knocked his mask askew. "Xiao Ruochen, it's you." Su Qingyin's countenance turned icy, a wave of murderous intent emanating from her eyes. Xiao Ruochen, disinterested in further conversation, moved like lightning, delivering a swift palm strike aimed at her dantian. The speed of his attack was blinding, leaving Su Qingyin no time to react. Just as his palm was about to connect with her dantian, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from it. With a thunderous bang, Su Qingyin's body was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, soaring off the stage. Fortunately, Su Qingyin possessed formidable strength. In the instant before her descent, She executed a graceful maneuver, softly landing upon the ground. Xiao Ruochen, the enmity of our clans is irreconcilable. One day, I shall make you pay in blood for your transgressions. A chilling malice glimmered in Su Qingyan's exquisite eyes, her voice brimming with hatred. Su Qingyan, I await you at Danling Peak. Should you feel aggrieved, you may challenge me to a life-and-death battle at any moment. Xiao Ruochen's expression darkened considerably. Having spoken, he left the arena without hesitation. At that moment, he felt as if his right hand were numb. Just moments prior, he had been confident that with a single strike, he could shatter Su Qingyan's dantian. Yet at the critical moment, a terrifying force erupted from within her, shattering the essence of his attack. Xiao Ruochen discerned that the power contained within Su Qingyan was clearly not of her own making. Chapter 47. Ling Yuhan's Assistance Master. I wish to slay him. Su Qingyan silently resolved. In truth, you need not oppose him. His fate is inscrutable. If nothing unforeseen occurs, the Xuanwu continent is certainly not his final destination. Should you form a bond with him, it would greatly benefit you. A clear, melodious voice resonated within Su Qingyan's mind. But he is my family's nemesis, she retorted, a hint of reluctance gracing her features. I have stated before, Su Jinghong is not your biological father, and you share no blood ties with the Su family. The enchanting voice echoed once more. Then who are my true parents? Su Qingyan pondered within. Now is not the time for you to know. If one day you ascend to the higher realms, I shall reveal it to you, the voice articulated. I care not. I must ensure that scoundrel pays the price. Su Qingyan gritted her teeth in determination. Alas, the melodious voice sighed softly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Meanwhile, news of Xiao Ruochen's 100 consecutive victories in the arena spread rapidly throughout the entire Hantian sect, igniting fervent discussions among the countless bystanders. I can't believe this lad is actually Xiao Ruochen. Indeed, he is extraordinarily talented. The first time I heard of him, he was merely a servant disciple, yet, in just 3 or 4 months, he has ascended to such heights. At that moment, the arena was abuzz with astonishment. All present bore expressions of shock, none having anticipated that the servant disciple they once looked down upon would rise to such an admirable stature. After departing from the arena, Xiao Ruochen made his way toward the Su Ling Tower. Just then, a youth clad in a purple robe, his countenance as frosty as ice, approached him directly. This individual was none other than Su Yiyang, a newly appointed core disciple. Previously, at the Dongxian mountain range, after Xiao Ruochen had slain the golden flame sacred lion, both he and Su Qingyan had appeared, attempting to seize Xiao Ruochen's demon core. You little brat, let's see where you think you can run today. Su Yiyang's face was shrouded in a chilling aura, as if he intended to devour Xiao Ruochen whole. As a suitor of Su Qingyan, he was acutely aware that this was an opportune moment to display his affections. Thus, he resolved to teach Xiao Ruochen a harsh lesson. Fool. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Xiao Ruochen's lips as he casually uttered these 2 words, seemingly mocking Su Yiyang's arrogance. In a fit of rage, Su Yiyang roared, raising his hand to deliver a fierce slap towards Xiao Ruochen. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Ruochen's right hand shot out like a gale, swiftly seizing Su Yiyang's wrist with precision, before twisting it violently. A sharp crack echoed through the air as Su Yiyang's right hand contorted grotesquely, resembling a twisted pretzel, followed by a blood-curdling scream that erupted from his lips. Damn you! Seizing the moment, Xiao Ruochen delivered a kick with the force of a cannonball, striking Su Yiyang squarely in the groin. With a resounding thud, Su Yiyang's body was sent hurtling backward like a kite, with its string severed, crashing heavily to the ground. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, his eyes filled with despair and malice. You little bastard, I will have you torn to shreds. Su Yiyang's gaze was venomous, akin to that of a viper, as if he wished to flay Xiao Ruochen alive. You foolish mutt. Xiao Ruochen brandished a stick, charging forward like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, unleashing a torrential barrage of blows. Thud 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 ah. In an instant, the air was filled with cries of anguish, echoing relentlessly. Within moments, Su Yiyang was left unrecognizable, his appearance grotesquely transformed into that of a pig's head. My heavens, is Xiao Ruochen truly this brutal? Indeed, who would have thought that even the core disciple could not match him? By this time, a crowd had gathered, their faces etched with astonishment as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. What an audacious lad! daring to incapacitate a core disciple in public. Just then, a frigid voice pierced through the air, reaching Xiao Ruochen's ears. A young man clad in luxurious white robes approached, his gaze chillingly severe. He emanated an aura of terrifying intensity, imposing as a mountain, instilling a palpable sense of dread. Danger. This individual radiated extreme peril, far beyond the likes of Li Yaoming. This was the immediate impression Xiao Ruochen had upon seeing him. Boy, are you Xiao Ruochen? Chen Yunxiao's face was as cold as frost, his demeanor exceptionally stern. A powerful presence emanating from him like turbulent waves, making it difficult to look him in the eye. Who are you? Xiao Ruochen inquired coldly, his heart brimming with caution. You killed Li Yaoming, didn't you? Chen Yunxiao's eyes were sharp as swords, piercing directly through Xiao Ruochen. What? Li Yaoming was killed by Xiao Ruochen? All eyes in the vicinity turned towards Xiao Ruochen. This senior brother, though one may indulge in unrestrained feasting, one must not release gas indiscriminately. Brother Li is a core disciple. With my meager cultivation, how could I ever hope to defeat him? Xiao Ruochen's voice was frigid, laced with a hint of haughty disdain. Such matters, he would never admit to. Wantonly slaughtering fellow disciples would invite severe punishment. To dare argue in front of me. A glint of cold light flashed in Chen Yunxiao's eyes as his right hand shot forth like lightning, unleashing a dazzling surge of profound energy. This force surged forth like a raging dragon emerging from the sea, imbued with an overwhelming ferocity that bore down upon Xiao Ruochen with the weight of a mountain. Faced with such an immense threat, Xiao Ruochen remained undaunted. A glimmer of steely resolve flickered in his eyes as he unleashed a powerful punch. An unparalleled force that shot forth like a cannonball, colliding head-on with Chen Yunxiao's profound energy. Boom! Due to the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. At the moment of their clash, Xiao Ruochen felt as if struck by lightning. His body was sent hurtling backward like a kite with its string cut. Spitting out a fountain of blood upon hitting the ground, his gaze remained unwavering, resolute as steel, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. What an arrogant young man! Do you dare to defy me? Seeing Xiao Ruochen bold enough to maintain eye contact, a chilling murderous intent flickered in Chen Yunxiao's eyes. He swung his hand fiercely, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, unleashing a torrent of palm energy that surged forward once more toward Xiao Ruochen. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze swept in, followed by a stunning figure appearing like lightning before Xiao Ruochen. With a graceful wave of her jade hand, an unparalleled force surged forth like a tidal wave toward Chen Yunxiao. Boom! With a resounding crash, Chen Yunxiao's body was propelled backward like a missile, crashing heavily against a nearby boulder, instantly losing his combat ability. Chapter 48, A Life and Death Challenge. Chen Yunxiao, how far you have fallen. A core disciple of the seventh layer of the profound spirit realm stooping to bully an inner sect disciple. Sharing a sect with scum like you is a humiliation for me. Ling Yuhan's voice was icy, her exquisite eyes betraying a hint of disdain. She stood tall and graceful, her white garments fluttering in the wind, resembling a celestial being descended to earth, yet her brow was slightly furrowed in anger. Ling Yuhan, this is my affair. What right do you have to meddle? Chen Yunxiao's eyes widened in fury, flames of rage burning within, struggling to rise from the ground, tattered and disheveled. He still maintained a cold glare at Ling Yuhan, attempting to preserve the last shred of his dignity. I find you displeasing, what of it? A chill glimmered in Ling Yuhan's eyes as her tone turned resolute, showing no mercy to Chen Yunxiao. You can bully those weaker than yourself. Why should I not bully you? You. Chen Yunxiao trembled with rage, just about to retort when as soon as the words left his lips, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from him, staining the ground before him. Chen Yunxiao, I declare this. Should I ever witness you bullying the inner disciples again, I shall strike you every time we meet. A glint of cold light flickered in Ling Yuhan's eyes, her sharp gaze seemingly capable of inflicting 1,000 cuts upon Chen Yunxiao. Having spoken, she turned to Xiao Ruochen, her tone softening instantly. Are you all right? Thank you. Senior sister, I am fine. Xiao Ruochen replied politely, hastily retrieving a healing elixir from his robe to consume. At that moment, his heart brimmed with gratitude. Never having anticipated that his savior would be the very girl he had once sheltered in the Dongxian Mountains. How did you incur his wrath? Ling Yuhan inquired, a trace of curiosity and confusion evident in her beautiful eyes. I am uncertain. Perhaps he has contracted rabies. He seems to bite anyone he encounters, Xiao Ruochen responded innocently, his expression pure yet resigned. Uft. Ling Yuhan was amused by Xiao Ruochen's words, her laughter blooming like spring flowers, rendering her irresistibly charming. You little wretch, you seek death. Chun Yunxiao, already seething with rage, felt his eyes glint with a chilling murderous intent upon hearing Xiao Ruochen's words. Had it not been for Ling Yuhan's presence, he would have been tempted to strike Xiao Ruochen down immediately. Chun Yunxiao, if you are a man, let us engage in a life-and-death duel in 2 months at the arena, Xiao Ruochen challenged, his eyes gleaming with defiance, unwavering in his gaze. You insolent boy, are you certain you wish to invoke such a duel? Chun Yunxiao's eyes were filled with disdain. To him, Xiao Ruochen was merely a minor character at the 4th level of the profound master realm, while he himself had already ascended to the 7th level of the profound spirit realm. The disparity between them was akin to an impassable chasm. Simply answer whether you accept or decline. Xiao Ruochen's voice was cold and resolute, devoid of any hint of retreat. Insolent boy, since you insist on courting death, I shall oblige. Cherish your remaining time. Chun Yunxiao's eyes glimmered with a sinister intent. With that, he turned and swept away. Having reached the 7th level of the profound spirit realm, he deemed Xiao Ruochen's challenge as futile, akin to striking a rock with an egg, a path to self-destruction. Seeing Xiao Ruochen challenge Chun Yunxiao to a life-and-death duel left Ling Yuhan astonished. A complex expression crossed her beautiful eyes, clearly surprised by Xiao Ruochen's audacity. However, she did not intervene. Rather, a slight sense of anticipation arose within her. After all, the first time she encountered Xiao Ruochen, he was merely at the 6th level of the profound master realm. Now, merely 2 months later, he had ascended to the 4th level of the profound master realm. Such a terrifying rate of advancement was indeed astonishing. Thank you, Senior Sister Ling, for your assistance, Xiao Ruochen said, cupping his fists in a gesture of respect, his face radiating genuine gratitude. Is it merely a verbal expression of gratitude? Ling Yuhan smiled gently, her beautiful eyes sparkling as if hinting at something. Perhaps she recalled the events that transpired within the cave. Her exquisite visage flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of the twilight sky, mesmerizing to behold. Perhaps the junior brother should offer himself in devotion? Xiao Ruochen jested, a mischievous glint in her eyes. You audacious rascal. How dare you take advantage of your senior sister? Ling Yuhan shot her a playful glare, appearing adorably vexed. Her charmingly petulant demeanor evoked a sense of tender affection. Oh, come now, Ling's sister, I was merely jesting. If you have time, allow me to treat you to some delicacies at the herbal cuisine hall, Xiao Ruochen suggested with a smile, attempting to ease the slight awkwardness. No, thank you. The prices at the herbal cuisine hall are exorbitant. Ling Yuhan shook her head, inquiring, can you cook for yourself? Her expectant gaze seemed to await a gratifying reply. Of course. If you don't mind, I can prepare grilled monster meat for you, Xiao Ruochen replied confidently, her smile unwavering. Very well, let us proceed over there. It is quite tranquil, and the scenery is delightful. Ling Yuhan indicated a lovely hill not far away. Indeed, Xiao Ruochen nodded, her heart brimming with anticipation. The two then strolled towards the quaint hill. This secluded spot was renowned for its breathtaking beauty, often frequented by young couples seeking to appreciate the landscape and engage in intimate conversation. Suddenly, a bewitchingly enchanting female voice emanated from the nearby thicket. From a distance, the rustling of the grass suggested a rhythmic movement. Oh dear, Xiao Ruochen exclaimed awkwardly, Ling's sister. Let us barbecue over there. A faint blush colored his cheeks as his gaze shifted evasively. Agreed. Ling Yuhan promptly nodded, her flawless cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson, akin to a ripe apple, eliciting an irresistible urge to take a bite. They continued onward. However, to Xiao Ruochen's dismay, after walking a mere 2 miles, they encountered no fewer than 7 or 8 couples. Some were embracing passionately, while others were engaged in flirtatious whispers, creating an unmistakably amorous atmosphere. Reluctantly, they settled on a grassy expanse at the base of the hill to commence their barbecue. The lush green lawn, caressed by a gentle breeze, wafted the fragrance of blooming flowers. Xiao Ruochen skillfully arranged the tables and chairs, setting up the barbecue stand, while retrieving various ingredients and seasonings from his storage ring. He adeptly began grilling the meat, slicing the monster flesh into even thin pieces, marinating them with special seasonings, and placing them on the grill. constantly turning to ensure each piece was evenly cooked. As the flames danced, the monster meat gradually transformed into a golden hue, releasing an enticing aroma. Ling sister, who was that person pursuing you in the Dongxian mountain range the other day? Xiao Ruochen asked solemnly, his brow furrowed as he flipped the meat. Are you still intent on seeking revenge against him? Ling Yuhan observed Xiao Ruochen with keen interest, a glimmer of mockery dancing in her eyes. She mused to herself, this young lad possesses quite the audacity. Regardless of his formidable strength, I shall surely avenge that grievous blow from his sword. Xiao Ruochen's gaze turned frigid, akin to a frozen pool, emanating a subtle yet palpable aura of menace. His grip on the roasting fork tightened, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. The disparity in your cultivation levels is insurmountable. I strongly advise you to abandon this reckless notion. Ling Yuhan sighed, her voice laced with concern. She wished to deter Xiao Ruochen from plunging into perilous circumstances driven by impulse. Who exactly is he? What is his current level of cultivation? Xiao Ruochen inquired earnestly, his brow furrowed in seriousness, his determination evident in his unwavering gaze, as if he would not relent until he received an answer. Since you seek to know, allow me to enlighten you, she replied. His name is Dongfang Ling, the holy son of the Cold Heaven sect, currently at the first level of the profound realm. Ling Yuhan's voice, though soft, struck Xiao Ruochen like a hammer, resonating deep within his heart. Upon hearing this revelation, Xiao Ruochen felt a heaviness settle in his chest. His brows knitted tighter, and his expression transformed to one of icy solemnity. He never anticipated that his adversary would be the holy son of the Cold Heaven sect, a figure of immense power and profound lineage. What? Are you frightened? Ling Yuhan observed Xiao Ruochen with a half-smile, attempting to detect any trace of hesitation in his demeanor. Fear? What have I to fear? Merely the holy son of the Cold Heaven sect. Although I may not be able to vanquish him at present, I am confident that within half a year, I shall surpass him, Xiao Ruochen retorted, a slight smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Having narrowly escaped disembowelment at his hands previously, he was resolute in avenging that transgression. By the way, senior sister Ling, why was that fellow pursuing you last time? Xiao Ruochen inquired curiously, seeking to divert the conversation and alleviate the tension. He is my senior brother. We were originally meant to venture out for training together, but unexpectedly, he drugged me. Ling Yuhan's eyes flashed with cold fury as she recounted the incident, brimming with anger and disappointment. Goodness, that fellow is utterly despicable, Xiao Ruochen exclaimed, incredulous at the notion that a senior brother could commit such a shameless act against his junior sister. Let us not dwell on that. Your roasting skills are quite impressive. Who taught you? Ling Yuhan took a delicate bite of the roasted beast meat, her face lighting up with surprise. The succulent, juicy texture and unique aroma elicited her admiration. New Oriental, Xiao Ruochen replied casually. If senior sister Ling enjoys it, you are welcome to visit me at Danling Peak anytime. All right, it's a deal, Ling Yuhan smiled, her radiant grin in the sunlight resembling a blossoming flower, captivating and lovely. The two indulged in the delectable fare while engaging in lively banter, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Chapter 49. The Ethereal Tower. You mentioned you are at Danling Peak? A flicker of surprise crossed Ling Yuhan's face. Her beautiful eyes filled with perplexity. Could it be that you are skilled in alchemy? Indeed. I am an alchemist from Danling Peak. Does it not appear so? Xiao Ruochen replied, a confident smile gracing his lips, radiant as the sun. Really? You mustn't be boasting. Ling Yuhan expressed skepticism, her brow furrowing slightly as she scrutinized Xiao Ruochen, as if hoping to discern the truth from his demeanor. If you choose not to believe, so be it. Xiao Ruochen chuckled helplessly, shrugging his shoulders while focusing on roasting the demon meat on the rack. All right, I believe you, Ling Yuhan said with a charming smile, akin to flowers blooming in spring, vibrant and captivating. By the way, Chen Yunxiao is a core disciple of the 7th layer of the Xianling realm. In 2 months, you are to engage in a life-and-death duel with him. Do you truly feel confident? Her eyes reflected concern, a blend of surprise and worry regarding Xiao Ruochen's decision. How can one know without trying? Xiao Ruochen replied nonchalantly, as if this were merely an ordinary spar rather than a life-threatening contest. He held a measure of confidence regarding the impending battle with Chen Yunxiao. Currently, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 4th layer of the Xian Master Realm. with a breakthrough to the 5th layer imminent. Moreover, the challenges faced in the underground training arena had equipped him with abundant resources. Once he breaks through, he could leverage these resources to ascend to the 7th layer of the Xian Master Realm. Subsequently, after a period of cultivation in the Void Spirit Tower, it would take no more than 2 months for him to elevate his cultivation to the 9th layer of the Xian Master Realm, potentially even reaching the Xianling Realm. At that juncture, with his secret weapon in hand, slaying Qin Yunxiao would not be a daunting task. I must admit, I find myself somewhat eager for this, Ling Yuhan said, her face radiating anticipation, her beautiful eyes shimmering with light. However, should you truly kill Qin Yunxiao, there may be some complications. Her tone grew serious, her brow slightly furrowing. Why do you say that? Xiao Ruochen inquired, halting his movements and regarding Ling Yuhan with earnest attention. Qin Yunxiao's master is the leader of Qingtian Peak, known for his fierce protectiveness. If you were to kill Qin Yunxiao, you would likely face his retribution, Ling Yuhan said. Her brow knitted with concern. She understood well the temperament of the Qingtian Peak leader. Should anything happen to his disciple, he would not let it go lightly. Could he truly confront me personally? Xiao Ruochen mused, a slight frown creasing his forehead. Though a flicker of worry stirred within him, he maintained his composure. Within the sect, he would not dare to act against you. But should you venture outside, the situation may become precarious, Ling Yuhan cautioned, her expression fraught with worry for Xiao Ruochen's safety. As long as he refrains from acting against me within the sect, there is nothing to fear, Xiao Ruochen replied calmly, his gaze resolute, radiating unwavering determination. He resolved to concentrate on enhancing his strength in preparation for the impending life-and-death duel. After indulging in some roasted meat, the two engaged in further conversation before departing from the small hill. However, prior to their departure, they exchanged communication talismans to facilitate future contact. How audacious is Xiao Ruochen? Not only has he incapacitated Sui Yang, but he also dares to challenge senior brother Qin Yunxiao. Though this fellow possesses considerable talent, his intellect seems rather lacking. To think he could defeat Qin Yunxiao within 2 months is nothing short of delusional. Meanwhile, the news of Xiao Ruochen's crippling of Sui Yang and his deathmatch challenge to Qin Yunxiao swiftly spread throughout the Han sect, inciting much speculation among countless individuals. Some deemed Xiao Ruochen excessively arrogant and reckless, while others admired his bravery, eagerly anticipating a miraculous outcome. At that moment, Xiao Ruochen had arrived at the Suling Tower, the prized possession of the Han sect, said to be a supreme artifact left behind by the sect's inaugural leader. The tower soared into the clouds, emanating a mysterious radiance that imparted a sense of solemn grandeur. The Suling Tower consists of 9 levels, each harboring a formidable oppressive force capable of tempering one's willpower and physical strength, while simultaneously enhancing the success rate of breakthroughs. Of course, access to the Suling Tower requires a substantial contribution value for training within its confines. Upon reaching the registration desk of the Suling Tower, Xiao Ruochen presented his identity token to the elder guarding the tower. After paying the requisite contribution value for 10 days of training, he stepped into the tower's space with great anticipation. The moment he entered the first level of the Suling Tower, an overwhelming oppressive force bore down upon him, akin to a mountain crashing down. If not for his robust physical constitution, an ordinary disciple would likely have collapsed under such pressure. Who was this individual? His physical prowess and willpower are remarkably strong. This lad is Xiao Ruochen, a recent addition to the sect. Is it possible? Can a new disciple possess such high cultivation? Disciples training on the first level wore expressions of astonishment. They turned to observe Xiao Ruochen with curiosity, their hearts brimming with confusion and admiration. Unfazed by their gazes, Xiao Ruochen sought out a secluded corner, where he began training with the void-breaking fist. Practicing martial arts under the oppressive weight would effectively hone both his physique and fortitude. Training within the Suling Tower incurs a daily cost of 10,000 contribution points. So Xiao Ruochen was reluctant to squander time. As he practiced his fist techniques, he meticulously contemplated the laws of power within the tower. Each strike he delivered was imbued with unwavering resolve and fearless courage. After half an hour, having fully acclimated to the oppressive pressure of the first level, Xiao Ruochen ceased his training and proceeded to ascend to the second level of the Suling Tower. This individual's adaptability is truly remarkable. An inner disciple displayed a look of astonishment on his face, his gaze unwaveringly following Xiao Ruocheng's figure. "I believe he is merely courting his own misfortune. Just wait. In less than a quarter of an hour, that lad will surely come tumbling down." Another inner disciple wore a scornful smile, convinced that Xiao Ruocheng was merely putting on a facade of strength. Most of these individuals had already reached the 9th level of the profound master realm, yet even so, they could only cultivate on the 1st level of the illusory spirit tower. In contrast, Xiao Ruocheng, at the 4th level of the profound master realm, audaciously aspired to ascend to the 2nd level, an endeavor deemed nearly impossible in the eyes of the others. As he continued to climb higher, the oppressive force within the illusory spirit tower intensified. Xiao Ruocheng operated the reincarnation technique, tirelessly resisting the mounting pressure. Each step proved arduous, yet he resolutely persevered. A formidable cultivator must possess not only immense profound energy, but also unwavering physical strength. After approximately 15 minutes, Xiao Ruocheng finally ascended to the 2nd level of the illusory spirit tower. However, the moment he stepped onto the 2nd level, a wave of pressure, several times greater than that of the 1st level, surged toward him like a relentless tide. The overwhelming force quickened his breath. It was time for a breakthrough. A glint of sharp determination flickered in Xiao Ruocheng's eyes. He swiftly assumed a meditative position, flowing seamlessly through the reincarnation technique to withstand the tower's oppressive might. Concurrently, he summoned the profound energy within him, surging forth like a tumultuous ocean wave, fiercely assaulting the 5th level of the profound master realm. Through diligent practice over time, Xiao Ruocheng's cultivation had become as smooth and polished as finely crafted jade, making the breakthrough a relatively manageable feat 5th level of the profound master realm. After several powerful attempts, Xiao Ruocheng gloriously achieved his breakthrough. A formidable aura radiated from him, and the surrounding spiritual energy flocked toward him. This fellow is astonishingly powerful. How could he break through so swiftly? Some disciples cultivating on the 2nd level of the illusory spirit tower wore expressions of disbelief, as if witnessing an extraordinary event. Their eyes brimmed with admiration and envy. Following his breakthrough, the pressure on Xiao Ruocheng diminished abruptly, akin to a deflated balloon. He then resumed his practice of martial techniques. Cultivating martial skills in such a pressure-laden environment proved to be remarkably effective, prompting Xiao Ruocheng to cherish every moment spent in this realm. As time gradually passed, Xiao Ruocheng's martial skills became increasingly refined, particularly his starry steps, which had evolved into an even more unpredictable form. After spending 5 hours on the 2nd level, Xiao Ruocheng resolutely set his sights on ascending to the 3rd level of the illusory spirit tower. Compared to the 2nd level, the oppressive force of the 3rd level of the void spirit tower is even more terrifying, and the disciples practicing here are noticeably fewer than those on the 2nd level. Upon entering the 3rd level of the void spirit tower, a ferocious wave of pressure surged toward Xiao Ruocheng like a tidal wave. This immense force felt akin to an invisible beast, clawing and lunging at him. Confronted by this overwhelming pressure, beads of sweat, the size of soybeans, quickly formed on Xiao Ruocheng's forehead, cascading down and soaking his garments. At this moment, his legs involuntarily trembled, as if they might buckle beneath him at any moment. Were it not for his ironclad will, he would likely have been forced to the ground, motionless under the weight of this pressure. Xiao Ruocheng's gaze radiated determination. Devoid of any semblance of retreat, he exerted himself to circulate the reincarnation technique, his internal energy flowing like a roaring river, while simultaneously executing the breaking void fist. Each movement executed with tempestuous ferocity. With every punch, a gust of wind accompanied the strike, echoing loudly. As he practiced the fist technique fluidly and repeatedly, Xiao Ruocheng gradually acclimated to the oppressive weight of the 3rd level. His breathing steadied, and his movements became increasingly graceful. 2 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. Under Xiao Ruocheng's fervent training, his martial skills surged forth, akin to a phoenix undergoing rebirth. Each movement encapsulated greater strength and deeper mysteries. His body's resilience became as unyielding as rock, seemingly forged from tempered steel, impervious to the erosion of any storm. Simultaneously, Xiao Ruocheng's cultivation saw remarkable advancement. The ever-increasing flow of energy within him bestowed even greater power. After spending 5 hours on the 3rd level, he resolutely pressed onward to the 4th level, his figure steadfast and resolute, devoid of hesitation or fear. The higher one ascends the void spirit tower, the more formidable the oppressive force becomes. For countless years, no one from the Cold Heaven sect has successfully reached the 9th level of the void spirit tower. This tower stands as an unconquerable peak, testing the strength and will of every disciple. The oppressive force of the void spirit tower is intricately linked to each individual's cultivation. The higher the cultivation, the greater the intensity of the pressure faced, while those of lower cultivation encounter significantly less. After an arduous hour of climbing, Xiao Ruochen finally succeeded in stepping into the 4th level of the void spirit tower. Time, like a fleeting horse, passed swiftly, and 5 days had gone by in an instant. At this moment, Xiao Ruochen had ascended to the 8th level of the void spirit tower. With the powerful pressure of the tower aiding him, his cultivation successfully broke through to the 6th level of the profound master realm. His aura grew increasingly potent, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy toward him. Look, the 8th level of the void spirit tower has lit up. At this moment, outside the ethereal spirit tower, the air was filled with lively chatter and excitement, as all eyes were drawn like spotlights to the 7th level. Those gazes brimmed with astonishment, curiosity, and anticipation. Since the moment Xiao Ruochen ascended to the 7th level, the crowd gathered outside the tower had swelled like a rolling snowball, eager to uncover the identity of this enigmatic figure who had reached such heights. For countless years, those who had managed to ascend to the 7th level were none other than the pinnacle geniuses of the Cold Heaven sect. Now, with someone having reached the 8th level, it was only natural that they would become the focal point of everyone's attention. Could it be Senior Brother Dongfang? Impossible. I just checked the registry at the ethereal spirit tower, and his name wasn't there. Then who could it be? In an instant, the scene was abuzz with speculation and discussion, intertwining voices of conjecture filling the air, and even several high-ranking members of the Cold Heaven sect were present, their expressions grave, their gazes reflecting a mix of concern and intrigue towards this mysterious disciple. At this moment, Xiao Ruochen was drenched in sweat, the veins on his body protruding like coiling dragons, each throbbing vein seemingly narrating the immense pressure he was enduring. Yet he continued to grit his teeth and persevere, each breath appearing laborious yet resolute. After 7 days of rigorous training, Xiao Ruochen had not only broken through to the 6th level of the profound master realm, but his ability to challenge opponents beyond his level had also seen notable improvement. With his current prowess, he felt confident to confront a practitioner at the 5th level of the profound spirit mirror. To further enhance his physical strength, Xiao Ruochen resolved to ascend to the 9th level. Adjusting his state to its peak, he resolutely advanced towards the 9th level of the ethereal spirit tower. With each step he took upwards, the oppressive force loomed over him like a mountain, intensifying with every ascent. Each movement seemed to drain him of all his energy. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Ruochen climbed painstakingly like a snail, every step tugging at the hearts of countless onlookers. Look, he asked, starting to climb again. Do you think he can reach the 9th level? The chances are slim. Since our sect's establishment, no one has ever ascended to the 9th level. Outside the ethereal spirit tower, the cacophony of voices continued unabated, each remark laced with skepticism and awe, yet none of it could sway Xiao Ruochen's steadfast resolve. After 2 hours, Xiao Ruochen finally placed one foot onto the 9th level. At that moment, he felt as though his body was nearing its limits. Had it not been for his unwavering willpower, an ordinary person would have surely fallen by now. I refuse to believe I cannot ascend. Xiao Ruochen gritted his teeth, channeling all the profound energy within him into his other foot. With a resounding thud, he successfully placed his other foot on the 9th level of the ethereal spirit tower. However, the moment Xiao Ruochen stepped into the 9th level, an overwhelming force akin to a torrential wave surged forth, instantly pinning him to the ground. The sheer weight of this pressure made him feel as though his very organs were being crushed. Under such immense strain, Xiao Ruochen found even the slightest movement to be exceedingly arduous, as if he bore an insurmountable burden. Silently, he activated the reincarnation technique, painstakingly channeling the profound energy within him. Each thread of energy flowed with great difficulty, yet he refused to relinquish his resolve. After half an hour, Xiao Ruochen gradually rose to his feet, braving the mountain-like pressure as he began to move slowly. Each step felt as though he were wading through a quagmire, demanding tremendous effort. As time progressed, his pace gradually quickened, his body akin to a sluggish snail, laboriously advancing under the oppressive weight. To his astonishment, the 9th level of the Void Spirit Tower not only bore formidable pressure, but the spiritual energy was also exceptionally pure. As he continued to circulate his technique, Xiao Ruochen's body transformed into a voracious black hole, fervently absorbing the spiritual energy of the 9th level. The energy streamed into him ceaselessly, nourishing his meridians and dantian. Concurrently, his cultivation soared like a rocket, from the late stage of the 6th level of the profound master realm to the peak of the 6th level. In less than 3 hours, his cultivation broke through to the pinnacle of the 6th level, just a step away from the 7th. At this moment, Xiao Ruochen steadied his emotions and channeled all his profound energy, launching himself fiercely towards the barrier of the 7th level. Boom! The 7th level of the profound master realm. In that instant, Xiao Ruochen's cultivation finally broke through. As the breakthrough occurred, a powerful aura erupted from him, dispersing the surrounding pressure. Once he attained the 7th level, the terrifying weight of the pressure significantly eased. Subsequently, he continued to practice various martial arts techniques. Wang Heng, do you know who is inside? A tall, strikingly handsome young man approached the Void Spirit Tower, his gaze sharp as an eagle, exuding a formidable presence. This individual was none other than Dongfang Ling, the holy son of the Cold Sky sect. Previously, he had only reached the 8th level and was astonished that someone could ascend to the 9th today. His heart brimmed with curiosity and a hint of reluctance. Brother Dongfang. Those who emerged said that the one who reached the 8th level is an inner disciple named Xiao Ruochen. A youth named Wang Heng promptly replied. Xiao Ruochen? Dongfang Ling furrowed his brow, a look of skepticism crossing his face. When did the inner sect acquire such a remarkable talent? His eyes reflected confusion and disbelief. He had only joined the sect for a little over 4 months, yet it was said that his talent was exceptionally outstanding. Although he was only at the 4th level of the profound master realm, his combat prowess rivaled that of core disciples, earning him immense fame both within and outside the sect. Wang Heng elaborated. The cultivation realm of the Xian master is comparable to that of a core disciple. Surely, you jest? Dongfang Ling's face was etched with disbelief, feeling that this was nothing short of a fanciful tale. This matter is something I have only just learned. Wang Heng paused before continuing. It is said that this young man shares a rather amicable relationship with Sister Ling. Oh, pray, elaborate further. Dongfang Ling's expression instantly darkened, as if a frost had settled upon his features, a chilling aura flickering in his eyes. A surge of inexplicable jealousy and anger welled up within him. Not long ago, he had clashed with Chun Yunxiao, and it was Sister Ling who intervened and saved his life. Subsequently, they had ventured to Fairy Mountain together. Wang Heng spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flashed in Dongfang Ling's eyes, a frigid killing intent emanating from him. He silently vowed to make this Xiao Ruochen pay dearly. Chapter 51. Encountering Dongfang Ling again in a pavilion not far from the Zuling Tower of the Hantian sect, an elderly man with white hair and beard, exuding an ethereal presence, gazed intently at the 9th level of the tower. His gaze was profound and distant, as if capable of penetrating through layers of obstruction to perceive all within. This man was none other than Nan Gongjue, the supreme elder of the Hantian sect. Beside him stood Gongsun Han, an elder from the mission hall. This young man is indeed remarkable. Nan Gongjue stroked his beard, the snow-white strands fluttering gently in the breeze. His deep-set eyes sparkling with a brilliance akin to a shooting star across the night sky, resplendent and striking. Master, I have witnessed his growth firsthand. Gongsun Han slightly bowed, his expression one of utmost respect. For months ago, he was merely a miscellaneous disciple at the Xian realm, toiling daily for scant cultivation resources. Yet now, he possesses the strength to rival core disciples. Such terrifying talent. If he continues to develop, how could our Hantian sect not rise? Gongsun Han's voice was filled with emotion and anticipation. Could it be that this young man possesses the legendary Earthgrade spiritual root? A hint of doubt crossed Nan Gongjue's face, his brows furrowing slightly as he sank into contemplation. Master, should we not use a higher-grade Earthgrade stone to reassess him? Gongsun Han ventured cautiously, his gaze fixed intently on Nan Gongjue, awaiting his reply. There is no need for that. A fleeting glimmer of unusual light appeared in Nan Gongjue's eyes, vanishing almost instantaneously. Elusive and hard to capture. Keep a close watch on this young lad. ensure he does not encounter any mishaps within the sect. His tone was calm, yet the weight of his concern was evident. Understood, Master. Gongsun Han replied respectfully. Master, this young man is set to engage in a life-and-death battle with Chen Yunxiao. Should we intervene? A trace of worry shadowed Gongsun Han's face, seemingly concerned for Xiao Ruochen's safety. Why should we intervene? Nan Gongjue responded with a serene demeanor, his voice tranquil and unperturbed, as if this were merely a trivial matter. This life-and-death battle was initiated by him. If even Chen Yunxiao could not be vanquished, what right would he have to bear the hopes of the Han Tian sect's ascendants? Nan Gongjue's gaze was resolute, revealing a profound trust and expectation for Xiao Ruochen. At this moment, Xiao Ruochen resembled a statue, quietly seated in the 9th level of the Void Spirit Tower. Surrounding his body were over 300,000 spirit stones, radiating a brilliant light akin to countless shimmering stars. These spirit stones were won by him in the earth-ranking martial arena. Each stone contained abundant spiritual energy, serving as a vital resource on his path of cultivation. At this juncture, he intended to leverage these spirit stones to achieve a breakthrough to the 8th level of the Xian Master Realm. Xiao Ruochen closed his eyes tightly, his expression grave, as he executed the reincarnation technique, causing the Xian energy within him to whirl like a vortex. With each spirit stone refined, the spiritual energy within him surged like a tumultuous tide, accumulating ever more. The immense spiritual energy surged through his meridians, as if determined to shatter all barriers. His meridians and dantian expanded, resembling an expansive ocean capable of harboring greater Xian energy. At this moment, he summoned all his Xian energy, crashing against the barrier of the 8th level of the Xian Master Realm like a flood breaching its dam. Each impact reverberated like crashing waves, producing a series of thunderous roars. After numerous assaults, a minute crack appeared on the barrier of the 8th level, spreading gradually like a spider's web. Break for me. Xiao Ruochen growled softly, his voice brimming with determination and resolve. The 8th level of the Xian Master Realm. At last, through his relentless effort, the barrier shattered instantaneously, and he successfully ascended to the 8th level of the Xian Master Realm. Yet, he did not cease. He continued to refine the spirit stones. Following his breakthrough, his cultivation soared like a rocket. Mid-8th level of the Xian Master Realm. Late 8th level of the Xian Master Realm. Pinnacle of the 8th level of the Xian Master Realm. Boom, boom, boom. Upon entering the 10th day of the Void Spirit Tower, his cultivation finally reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of the Xian Master Realm, a mere step away from the 9th level. By this time, the spirit stones in his possession had been completely refined. It was time to depart. Xiao Ruochen abruptly opened his eyes, a piercing brilliance shooting forth from them, as if capable of piercing through all darkness and illuminating the entire world. After this period of arduous cultivation, his physical strength had nearly reached saturation, making further enhancement in the short term exceedingly difficult. To conceal his true cultivation level, Xiao Ruochen utilized the reincarnation pearl to mask his aura, presenting only the 5th level of the Xian Master Realm to the outside world. The reincarnation pearl emanated a mysterious glow, perfectly concealing his presence. Subsequently, Xiao Ruochen made his way down from the Void Spirit Tower. His steps were resolute and powerful, each stride imbued with confidence and composure. He felt a sense of satisfaction with the fruits of his arduous training. Although his cultivation had only reached the 8th layer of the profound Master Realm, he harbored the conviction that he could triumph over practitioners of the 7th layer of the profound Spirit Realm. After all, during this period, he had significantly enhanced his martial skills, thereby elevating his capacity for challenging opponents beyond his own level. Of course, if he encountered exceptionally gifted top-tier geniuses, the situation would be quite different. After all, the combat prowess of practitioners at the same level varied greatly. Some with superior talents, or those who practiced more advanced techniques, would naturally possess greater strength. Look, he is coming out. Isn't that Xiao Ruochen? Wow. I can't believe it's really him who ascended to the 9th layer of the illusory spirit tower. As Xiao Ruochen emerged from the tower, he instantly captured the attention of the crowd, sparking a flurry of discussion, with astonished expressions etched on everyone's faces. Countless eyes were fixated upon him, as though witnessing a miracle. Xiao Ruochen, two melodious voices, as enchanting as celestial music, rang out. Their sound flowed like a clear mountain spring, delightful and intoxicating. There appeared Gu Yunxi and Ling Yuhan, approaching gracefully as if they were fairies descending to earth, their movements light and their forms exquisite. Their skirts fluttered in the breeze, akin to blooming flowers, captivating all who beheld them. Senior Sister Ling, Senior Sister Gu, what brings you here? Xiao Ruocheng's face registered surprise, as if he could hardly believe his eyes. His gaze flickered between the two, filled with bewilderment. He never anticipated such a gathering outside the illusory spirit tower. Nor did he expect Gu Yunxi and Ling Yuhan to be present. We heard someone ascended to the 9th layer of the illusory spirit tower. So we came to take a look, but we never imagined it would be you, Ling Yuhan said, her lips parting to reveal a hint of astonishment in her charming voice. Her stunning visage resembled a meticulously crafted work of art, leaving onlookers in awe. Xiao Ruochen, you truly are full of surprises, Gu Yunxi remarked softly, admiration glimmering in her beautiful eyes. Her gaze, as clear as autumn waters, was intently fixed on Xiao Ruochen, as if she sought to see through to his very essence. Though she was aware of his exceptional talent, she had not anticipated his ascent to the 9th layer of the illusory spirit tower. Geniuses always evoke a sense of wonder, do they not? Xiao Ruocheng's lips curled into a slight smile, a proud expression gracing his face, as if he were proclaiming his triumph to the world. That smile radiated like the sun, moving those who witnessed it. Humph, flatter you once, and you become quite pleased with yourself, Gu Yunxi playfully chided, her endearing demeanor stirring emotions in those around her. She slightly pouted, yet her eyes sparkled with mirth. Ah, dear junior brother, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Just then, a hearty laugh rang out. As the sun rose in the east, Dongfang Ling approached with a smile, exuding an effortless grace as his garments billowed in the wind, embodying an extraordinary demeanor. His smile appeared warm, yet it bore an invisible weight, suggesting that everything lay within his control. However, Xiao Ruochen keenly detected a subtle hint of malice lurking within his gaze, a danger so deeply concealed that only his astute perception could unveil it. Dongfang Ling, what brings you here? Ling Yuhan's voice sliced through the air like a chilling breeze as she unhesitatingly shielded Xiao Ruochen behind her. Her posture was upright, reminiscent of a protective hen, resolute and courageous. Observing this, Xiao Ruochen felt a flicker of warmth within. He had not anticipated Ling Yuhan's steadfast resolve to guard him. Junior Sister Ling, this talented junior brother of yours is merely here to extend a greeting. Why must you be so tense? Dongfang Ling's smile remained radiant, yet an elusive glimmer flickered in his eyes. This senior brother, the sword you wielded that day remains etched in my memory. One day, I shall return that blade to you, Xiao Ruochen stated with a tranquil demeanor, his expression revealing no emotion. Having sworn vengeance against Dongfang Ling for that fateful strike which nearly claimed his life, he was resolute in his determination to not let him escape unscathed. With that, he gently brushed past Ling Yuhan. As a man, he could not allow a woman to stand in his way. You truly are arrogant. However, the conceited seldom endure long, Dongfang Ling remarked, a frigid glint appearing in his eyes, instilling a sense of impending doom. Chapter 52. The Grand Elder, this senior brother. I cannot predict how long I shall live, Xiao Ruochen replied languidly, his tone laced with barely concealed mockery. But one thing is certain, my life shall undoubtedly outlast yours. His words, though casually stated, carried an implicit challenge. Seeking death, are we? Dongfang Ling retorted, fury igniting within him at Xiao Ruochen's audacity. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful strike with his right hand, sending forth a fierce gust of energy, akin to a dragon surging from the sea, its force unyielding as it barreled towards Xiao Ruochen's chest. The air itself seemed to tear apart in the wake of the oncoming wind, producing a sharp, whistling sound. Seeing this, Xiao Ruochen's eyes narrowed, and he retaliated with a swift punch, akin to a tempest unleashed. His formidable strike, infused with a terrifying primal energy, surged forth to meet Dongfang Ling's assault. The might of Xiao Ruochen's punch was overwhelming, as if it contained boundless strength, poised to clash with the ferocious gust. Dongfang Ling, cease your actions. Just as their forces were about to collide, two clear and melodious voices rang out in unison. Beside them, Ling Yuhan and Gu Yunxi moved with the swiftness of lightning, swiftly placing themselves in front of Xiao Ruochen and launching a punch towards Dongfang Ling. Their actions were rapid and resolute, clearly indicating their desire to shield Xiao Ruochen from harm. In light of this, Xiao Ruochen had no choice but to retract his fist, lest he inadvertently injure Ling Yuhan and Gu Yunxi. With a thunderous roar, Ling Yuhan and Gu Yunxi were sent flying like kites severed from their strings, their delicate forms appearing utterly vulnerable against the overwhelming force. "Are you both all right?" Xiao Ruochen, witnessing the scene, hurriedly embraced the two women, concern etched across his features. His gaze was anxious as he held them tightly, fearing that they might sustain even greater injuries. On the other side, however, Dongfang Ling remained unmoved. He stood with an air of arrogance, as if the earlier collision had left him unscathed, his countenance still adorned with a haughty disdain. "You little brat. In the Hantian sect, if I wish to kill you, no one can save you," Dongfang Ling declared coldly, a menacing aura emanating from him. In an instant, he darted forward like a bolt of lightning, a blur of motion as he charged towards Xiao Ruochen. His speed was ghostly, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon Xiao Ruochen. "Stop!" Suddenly, a commanding voice resounded. Just as Dongfang Ling was about to reach Xiao Ruochen, Gongsun Han appeared like a flash of lightning, interposing himself before Xiao Ruochen. With a resounding crash akin to thunder, Dongfang Ling was violently repelled, staggering backwards several paces before managing to regain his balance. "Gongsun Elder." Xiao Ruochen shows blatant disregard for the sect's rules and dares to mock this holy son. "Do you truly intend to obstruct me?" Dongfang Ling's expression darkened, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, fixed intently on Gongsun Han. His gaze was rife with fury and indignation, reminiscent of an enraged beast. Were he merely facing an ordinary elder, Dongfang Ling would hardly have regarded him with any seriousness. However, Gongsun Han was far from ordinary. He was not only one of the 10 elders of the Hantian sect, but also a disciple of the Supreme Elder, a figure of significant stature and formidable strength. Even though Dongfang Ling held the esteemed title of Holy Son, he was reluctant to provoke Gongsun Han without just cause. Dongfang Ling. Xiao Ruochen is a prodigious disciple of the Hantian sect, and he has now ascended to the 9th level of the Su Ling Tower. According to the sect's regulations, disciples who reach the Su Ling Tower are afforded privileges akin to those of a Holy Son. In other words, Xiao Ruochen's current standing within the Hantian sect is on par with yours. Gongsun Han's voice resonated like a mighty bell, echoing outside the Su Ling Tower. His tone was firm and authoritative, leaving no room for doubt, and every person present heard him clearly. "Xiao Ruochen, in less than 2 months, you will face your life and death battle with Qin Yunxiao. Out of respect for Elder Gongsun, I shall not impose any difficulties upon you today. I hope you will cherish the remaining time you have," he concluded. Dongfang Ling gazed at Xiao Ruochen with a frigid expression, his tone tinged with disdain. After speaking, he turned and departed the scene, casting not a single glance back at Xiao Ruochen. In Dongfang Ling's estimation, Xiao Ruochen stood no chance against Qin Yunxiao, given the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. Moreover, with Gongsun Han present today, Dongfang Ling was acutely aware that he could never kill Xiao Ruochen. How audacious of Xiao Ruochen to provoke senior brother Dongfang. Indeed, while his talent is commendable, such arrogance may hinder his future growth. Yet, one cannot overlook that many top-tier experts were anything but modest in their youth. At this moment, the disciples gathered outside the Su Ling Tower displayed expressions of astonishment, clustering together in groups to engage in fervent discussion. Their gazes alternated between Xiao Ruochen and the direction in which Dongfang Ling had departed, their minds swirling with various speculations and doubts. "Thank you, Elder Gongsun," Xiao Ruochen said, arms crossed, bowing with a grateful expression. His eyes were sincere, and his tone resonated with appreciation for Gongsun Han's assistance. "You, young man, indeed possess remarkable talent, yet your knack for attracting trouble is unparalleled," Gongsun Han remarked, stroking his beard with a hint of exasperation. His face bore a trace of helplessness, yet it was overshadowed by admiration and concern for Xiao Ruochen. Xiao Ruochen sighed in resignation, his face a portrait of innocence. "Elder Gongsun, this cannot be blamed on me. I have been quite low-key. Yet it seems that even in tranquility, the winds of jealousy stir. Exceptional individuals always attract envy." His words were laced with self-deprecation, yet brimming with confidence. Uft. Gu Yunxi and Ling Yuhan couldn't help but laugh aloud. "You're quite vain, you know that?" Gu Yunxi replied, her expression one of playful exasperation. "Do you even realize who Dongfang Ling is? How dare you provoke him?" Her tone carried a hint of reproach, though it was laced with concern for Xiao Ruochen. This truly isn't my fault. I was simply honing my skills in the Dongshin mountain range when this fellow, without any provocation, nearly cleaved me in two with his sword. Should I have smiled upon him instead? Xiao Ruochen lamented, recalling the incident with lingering anger. Enough, young one. Accompany me at once. My master wishes to see you, Gongsun Han said in a solemn tone. Upon witnessing Gongsun Han's serious demeanor, a wave of curiosity and apprehension surged within Xiao Ruochen. Your master? He exclaimed in astonishment, never having anticipated that Gongsun Han's master would wish to meet him, his mind racing with conjectures about the elder's intentions. Xiao Ruochen, you must hurry, Ling Yuhan urged. Elder Gongsun's master is none other than the Grand Elder. Oh, Elder Gongsun, let us make haste. Xiao Ruochen responded eagerly. Under Gongsun Han's guidance, Xiao Ruochen ascended a magnificent and towering peak. This peak soared into the clouds, standing majestically amidst surrounding mountains, resembling a brilliant pearl that shone luminously in the heavens, casting forth dazzling rays of light. The silhouette of the mountain peaks is both distinct and perilous, resembling a colossal giant standing tall and surveying the world below. At the pinnacle of these mountains, a quaint little courtyard quietly stands, seemingly a secluded paradise untouched by the outside world. The architectural style of the courtyard is ancient and elegant, crafted from wood, harmoniously blending with the surrounding natural landscape. Directly in front of the courtyard lies a pristine lake, reflecting the verdant mountains around it, akin to a natural ink wash painting. Breathtakingly beautiful, invoking a sense of yearning for an ethereal realm. At this moment, within a quaint and graceful pavilion by the lake, an elderly man with flowing white hair, exuding an aura of otherworldliness, is engrossed in a game of chess. This venerable elder, named Nangongju, is the esteemed Grand Elder of the Cold Sky sect, renowned far and wide. His hair and beard, resembling silver threads, frame a face marked by wrinkles, yet the contours still hint at youthful handsomeness. Clad in a flowing white robe, he appears as though he could ascend into the wind at any moment. Master, Xiao Ruochen has arrived, Gongsun Han reported softly. His demeanor respectful and humble, the sound of his voice resonating clearly in the tranquil atmosphere. Dismiss yourself. Let the young one remain, Nangongju commanded without turning, waving his hand with a calm authority that brooked no contradiction. Yes, master, Gongsun Han replied respectfully, slowly retreating. Young one, do you know how to play chess? Nangongju inquired, turning his gaze toward Xiao Ruochen, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. His expression was gentle, as if he could perceive the innermost thoughts of the youth. The junior knows a thing or two, Xiao Ruochen responded with a slight bow, maintaining a composed demeanor despite a flutter of nerves within. Have a seat. Join me for a game, Nangongju said, a faint smile gracing his lips. The warmth of his smile eased Xiao Ruochen's tension. Senior, simply playing chess lacks excitement. Shall we wager a little? Xiao Ruochen suggested with a subtle smile. Taking a seat directly opposite Nangongju, a mischievous glint in his eyes, exuding confidence in the impending match. In his previous life, aside from his fondness for women, Xiao Ruochen's greatest passions were Go and fishing. Particularly in Go, he possessed exceptional skill and enjoyed considerable fame among the populace of Huaxia. Thus, he harbored no doubt that Nangongju would not best him. Chapter 53. The Eastern Xian Tournament. Xiao Ruochen understood well that Nangongju's prowess was unfathomable, making him the strongest individual he had ever encountered. Should he have such a formidable ally backing him, he would undoubtedly command respect within the Cold Sky sect, able to navigate his path without fear of challenge. Young lad, you are the first in many years to dare propose a wager in a chess match with me. Nangongju stroked his beard, a glint of interest sparking in his eyes. Now, tell me, what do you wish to wager? Senior, if I emerge victorious, from this day forth in the Cold Heavens sect, you must protect me, Xiao Ruochen declared earnestly, his expression grave. Very well, I shall agree. Nangongju replied with a spirited affirmation. Just remember, if you lose, do not resort to underhanded tactics. Xiao Ruochen chuckled, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Would I ever be so dishonorable? Nangongju huffed, his face reddening with indignation. It was a slight against his dignity that a mere junior would accuse him of such trickery. Thus commenced an exhilarating and suspenseful match of chess between the two. At the outset, Nangong Ju pressed forward with an unyielding assault, his strategy fierce and relentless. In contrast, Xiao Ruochen opted for a defensive approach, well aware that the essence of Go lies in strategic encirclement rather than mere capture. A meticulously crafted position often grants one greater control over the game than blindly seizing pieces. Nangong Ju's prowess in chess was remarkable. Each move he made was steeped in profound intricacies and hidden calculations. Yet, the prodigious talent of Xiao Ruochen allowed him to deftly counter every attack. Before long, he successfully turned the tide, launching a counteroffensive that left Nangong Ju retreating in disarray. "This game does not count. Let us start anew," Nangong Ju declared, abandoning the dignity befitting a master and resorting to a display of petulance. "Very well, let us begin afresh," Xiao Ruochen responded nonchalantly, a serene smile gracing his face. As he rearranged the pieces, he inwardly mused, "Since you refuse to accept defeat, I shall indulge you in another battle until you are thoroughly convinced." In the subsequent rounds, Nangong Ju suffered 3 consecutive defeats. Xiao Ruochen's chess skills flowed with the grace of a river, his momentum like a fierce gale, leaving Nangong Ju powerless, merely staring in disbelief. "You little rascal, who taught you such extraordinary chess skills?" Nangong Ju inquired, irritation evident in his tone, ultimately resigning to defeat. He could not fathom how a mere 15-year-old could possess such mastery. "I have been captivated by chess since childhood, dedicating considerable effort to its study," Xiao Ruochen humbly replied. "With the stakes acknowledged, from this day forth, I shall protect you within the Cold Heaven sect, but there is one condition you must agree to," Nangong Ju stated with a serious demeanor. "Please, senior, go ahead," Xiao Ruochen responded respectfully, his focus unwavering. "You must defeat Dongfang Ling within 6 months and represent the Cold Heaven sect in the Eastern Xian tournament," Nangong Ju asserted, his voice low and resolute. "The Eastern Xian tournament? What does that entail?" Xiao Ruochen queried, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. The Eastern Xian tournament is a pinnacle event for the younger generation of the Eastern continent, held only once every 3 years. Should you secure a place in the top 10, the rewards will be beyond your imagination, Nangong Ju elucidated, a hint of anticipation in his tone. "What rewards?" The mere mention of benefits ignited Xiao Ruochen's enthusiasm, his eyes alight with excitement. The Eastern Xian tournament is a grand contest organized by the Eastern Xian Empire, with participants not exceeding the age of 22. The top 10 geniuses will be granted the opportunity to cultivate in the Eastern Mystic Pool, with the champion receiving an additional prize of a spirit-gathering ginseng, Nangong Ju elaborated. "Senior, what exactly is the Eastern Mystic Pool?" Xiao Ruochen inquired with great curiosity. The Eastern Mystic Pool is a sacred place for the younger generation of the Eastern Mystic Empire, opened only once every 3 years. If you manage to enter and cultivate there, you will likely advance at least one minor realm, Nangong Ju explained patiently. "Senior, while I am indeed interested in participating in the grand competition, is it not overly ambitious to expect me to defeat Dongfang Ling within 6 months?" Xiao Ruochen expressed his concerns, furrowing his brow. "Since you joined the sect, I have been closely observing your every move. Given your rate of growth, not only will defeating Dongfang Ling within 6 months be feasible, but breaking into the top 10 of the Eastern Mystic competition should pose little difficulty," Nangong Ju remarked, sipping his tea with an air of tranquility. "Senior, if you could grant me a year, I am confident I could overcome Dongfang Ling and secure an impressive position for Hantian sect in the Eastern Mystic competition. However, 6 months is indeed rather pressing," Xiao Ruochen stated earnestly, his gaze resolute. "Of course, if you were to broaden your perspective and provide me with ample resources, not only could I aim for a top 10 finish, but securing the championship might not be out of reach." "You impudent brat. After all this talk, it turns out you are simply seeking resources," Nangong Ju retorted with a hint of exasperation. "Senior, if you wish for the horse to run, you must first feed it some fodder," Xiao Ruochen replied, somewhat exasperated. "Moreover, investing resources in me is, in essence, a form of indirect investment." "What do you mean by indirect investment?" Nangong Ju inquired, stroking his beard with curiosity. "Senior, consider this. When I am still in my infancy, you provide resources to aid my growth. If one day I become the foremost figure on the Xuanwu continent, Hantian sect will also gain immense renown across the land," Xiao Ruochen asserted with conviction. "At that time, All the talents across the continent will take pride in joining Hantian's sect, and you, as the discerning mentor, will be revered as a sage throughout the Xuanwu continent. Goodness, with your talent for grandiloquence, it is a pity you are not a fortune teller, Nangongju chuckled, stroking his beard. Now speak plainly. What is it that you truly desire? I require resources that can swiftly enhance my cultivation. You may decide what to provide. Xiao Ruochen said eagerly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. This is a drop of celestial essence. I have been reluctant to use it. Take it, Nangongju said, producing a small milky bottle with a pained expression and presenting it to Xiao Ruochen. Senior, you are exceedingly generous. The Eastern Mystic competition concerns the honor of our Hantian sect. Even without your encouragement, I would fight unreservedly for the glory of our sect. Your gift is indeed too extravagant, Xiao Ruochen responded, feeling a mix of gratitude and surprise. Xiao Ruochen's gaze was resolute, and his countenance reflected a deep reverence for the honor of his sect alongside a profound sense of responsibility. Upon finishing his words, he promptly stowed the small vial into the reincarnation space. This drop of heavenly spirit liquid was exceedingly precious to him. Once he ascended to the Xianling realm, he would be able to refine it, thereby elevating his cultivation by an entire minor realm. The shameless old man had encountered many of his kind, but one as brazen as you was truly a rarity. Nangongju remarked with a touch of exasperation. Youngster, the benefits have been bestowed upon you. Should you fail to secure a commendable ranking, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Rest assured, senior, I shall exert my utmost efforts in the Eastern Xian Grand Competition, Xiao Ruochen replied with solemnity. Even if Nangongju had not spoken, he would still endeavor with all his might to achieve a good position, for the rewards of the Eastern Xian Grand Competition were undeniably enticing. Take this communication talisman. Should anything arise, you may reach out to me at any time, Nangongju said, producing a talisman and handing it to Xiao Ruochen. Thank you, senior. Xiao Ruochen replied respectfully with a bow. Very well, return to your cultivation. Nangongju waved his hand dismissively. Disciple takes his leave. With that, Xiao Ruochen departed from the mountain peak where Nangongju resided, hastening towards Danling Peak. Chapter 54. Assassination Simultaneously. The astonishing news of Xiao Ruochen ascending to the 9th level of the Void Spirit Tower spread throughout every corner of the Hantian sect like wildfire. On Qingtian Peak, nestled within a serene and tranquil courtyard, Chun Yunxiao sat leisurely, savoring the tea in his hands. Suddenly, an inner sect disciple rushed in, disregarding formalities, and exclaimed urgently, Senior Brother Chun, I just received word that Xiao Ruochen has ascended to the 9th level of the Void Spirit Tower. What? That fellow actually reached the 9th level? How is that possible? Chun Yunxiao exclaimed in shock, slamming his palm onto the table, causing a crack to form instantly. His previously handsome visage now twisted in disbelief. This is indeed true, the inner sect disciple said hastily, fearing Chun Yunxiao might doubt him. Moreover, that brat was exceedingly arrogant. He even clashed with the Holy Sun. He clashed with Dongfang Ling. Chun Yunxiao's expression reflected astonishment as he furrowed his brows and inquired, what happened afterward? The Holy Sun attempted to strike him down, but he was timely rescued by Ling Yuhan and Gu Yunxi, the inner sect disciple detailed. This brat is utterly reckless, daring to provoke Dongfang Ling. He truly knows no bounds. A hint of disdain flickered in Chun Yunxiao's eyes as he scoffed. Has his cultivation made any progress in these days? Yes, that lad has advanced a minor realm. He is now at the 5th layer of the Xian Master Realm. The inner sect disciple quickly replied. Let him revel for a while longer, when the time comes. I shall ensure he finds himself in a position where he cannot escape death nor life. In Chun Yunxiao's eyes flickered a chilling glint of murderous intent, a gaze that seemed capable of inflicting 1,000 tortures upon Xiao Ruochen. After a brief pause, he inquired, by the way, where is Yonglinger? Currently, there is no news of her. I have heard she has ventured to an ancient relic, the inner sect disciple replied cautiously. Keep a close watch on her. The moment she returns, inform me immediately, Chun Yunxiao commanded, a sinister light gleaming in his eyes, for he had entirely lost his patience. In his heart, he plotted that once Yonglinger returned, he would go to any lengths and employ any means necessary to claim her for himself. At this moment, his thoughts darkened further, as if he had succumbed to a frenzied obsession. Within the grand hall of the Hantian sect, a middle-aged man, whose presence was as profound as a deep abyss and whose gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, sat with an air of solemn authority in the main seat. This man was Dongfang Hao, the sect master of Hantian. "Father, we have just received news that the elder has summoned Xiao Ruochen," Dongfang Ling reported, his tone respectful as he lowered his head, avoiding direct eye contact with Dongfang Hao. "Humph. That old fool nurtures Xiao Ruochen merely to have him compete with you for the position of the young sect master. Yet, his ambition is doomed to fail." Dongfang Hao's eyes glimmered with a coldness that seemed capable of freezing the very air around him, instilling an involuntary shiver of fear. "Father, shall I find an opportunity to eliminate that brat?" A fleeting spark of murderous intent flashed in Dongfang Ling's eyes, his hands clenching unconsciously, betraying his inner fury and bloodlust. "Nonsense. Your sole duty is to cultivate diligently. You need not concern yourself with other matters," Dongfang Hao reprimanded sharply, his voice echoing throughout the hall, causing the walls to tremble slightly. "Yes, father," Dongfang Ling replied respectfully, though a sense of reluctance brewed within him. He dared not defy his father's command. "Shadow." Dongfang Hao spoke coldly, his tone devoid of any emotion. "Master," a figure clad in black materialized in the hall like a specter, his appearance abrupt and without warning, as if he had been concealed within the shadows all along. "Monitor that boy. The moment he steps outside the sect, eliminate him immediately. I want every one of that old fool's protégés to meet their end." Dongfang Hao's voice was frigid, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth, his deep-set eyes betraying a hint of treacherous malice. Over the years, in his relentless pursuit of power against the elder, he had ruthlessly eradicated 5 of the elder's disciples. His elaborate schemes and unscrupulous methods were all aimed at securing the position of young sect master for his own son. "Yes, master," the shadow replied respectfully, his form flickering before vanishing from the hall as silently as he had appeared. In the days that followed, Xiao Ruochen dedicated himself to profound cultivation at Danling Peak. The serene and tranquil environment of Danling Peak, rich in spiritual energy, provided an exceptional setting for his training. In his leisure time, Xiao Ruochen would occasionally engage in alchemical tasks. This not only assisted him in enhancing his alchemical skills, but also allowed him to accumulate resources and contribution points. The master of Danling Peak, Gu Tianhe, displayed great care and affection towards Xiao Ruochen. Gu Tianhe was fully aware of Xiao Ruochen's extraordinary talent. Recognizing him as a rare prodigy, he often came personally to guide Xiao Ruochen in alchemy, imparting his years of knowledge and experience without reservation. Although Xiao Ruochen's alchemical prowess had already reached an extraordinary level, even surpassing that of Gu Tianhe's ancestors, he did not refuse Gu Tianhe's goodwill. He understood the elder's earnest intentions and respected his fervent dedication. Additionally, Gu Tianhe suggested that he could help Xiao Ruochen avoid the life-and-death battle with Chen Yunxiao. But Xiao Ruochen graciously declined. He held on to his pride and convictions, unafraid of any challenge and unwilling to evade the battles that were rightfully his own. As time slipped away, 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, through relentless training day and night, Xiao Ruochen had ascended to the 8th layer of the profound master realm. He could distinctly feel a thin barrier standing before him, and with just a little more effort, he could break through. Seated in the training chamber, he continuously circulated the reincarnation technique, channeling his internal spiritual energy in a fervent surge towards the 9th layer of the profound master realm. Boom, boom, boom. The spiritual energy roared within him, colliding against the barrier. At last, through his unwavering perseverance, the barrier was shattered, and his cultivation successfully advanced to the 9th layer of the profound master realm. A powerful force surged within him, filling him with an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. Subsequently, Xiao Ruochen departed from Danling Peak, making his way toward the task hall. He intended to venture into the East Xianshan mountain range to undertake tasks while honing his practical combat skills. After all, he believed that a true powerhouse must possess not only profound cultivation, but also rich combat experience and the ability to adapt under pressure. Upon exiting the Hantian sect, Xiao Ruochen journeyed deep into the East Xianshan mountain range. With a long sword slung across his back, he moved with a light step, his eyes brimming with vigilance and anticipation. However, unbeknownst to Xiao Ruochen, the moment he stepped out of the Hantian sect, a shadow-like figure, ghostly in nature, stealthily followed him. expertly concealing its presence to the extent that even someone as perceptive as Xiao Ruochen remained oblivious. Upon entering the depths of the East Xianshan mountain range, Xiao Ruochen continuously sought out formidable beasts to engage in combat. In each battle, he exerted his utmost effort, pushing his learned martial techniques and spells to their limits. Xiao Ruochen was acutely aware that the path of cultivation was akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, they regress. And this was especially true for practical combat skills. Only through enduring various life and death trials could one possess the extraordinary ability to challenge opponents of higher levels. Whoosh! Suddenly, Xiao Ruochen felt an ominous presence, followed closely by the sharp sound of an arrow slicing through the air. The noise was piercing and shrill, as if it could tear the atmosphere apart. In a moment of peril, Xiao Ruochen moved like lightning, leaping aside just in time to evade the swiftly approaching arrow. The projectile grazed his body, whipping up a fierce gust that stung his cheek painfully. "You little brat, you do possess some skill," a cold voice echoed, revealing a figure cloaked in black, appearing like a specter atop a massive tree. This man, known as Shadow, held a longbow. His gaze fixated on Xiao Ruochen like an eagle locking onto its prey. His eyes were devoid of warmth, akin to one observing a creature on the verge of death. "Who are you?" Xiao Ruochen's expression turned grave as he rapidly plotted his escape route in his mind. His instincts screamed that this masked man was exceedingly dangerous. The only reason he had evaded that initial arrow was due to the assailant's intent to toy with him, rather than a genuine desire to end his life. However, Xiao Ruochen remained composed. Despite the black-clad man's formidable prowess, the complex terrain of the mountains offered him a chance to flee. "Want to know who I am? Go to hell and ask the king of hell," Shadow replied with a cruel smile, drawing his bowstring with a creaking sound. The lethal arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning aimed directly at Xiao Ruochen. The arrow carried a palpable aura of death, instilling a sense of unavoidable doom. Instinctively, Xiao Ruochen darted to the side. A sharp twang pierced the air as an arrow struck his shoulder, piercing through and sending him crashing to the ground from the sheer force of the impact. "Damn it," he cursed under his breath, acutely aware of the dire situation. Without hesitation, he executed the blood escape technique, transforming his body into a streak of crimson light, darting like a flash towards the depths of the mountains. He understood that confronting his foe was futile. His best course of action was to flee. Chapter 55. The rhythm of opportunity. The young man possesses such remarkable secret arts. A flicker of surprise crossed Shadow's eyes, mingled with an unmistakable greed. He resolved, no matter the cost, to uncover the secrets hidden within this extraordinary individual. In his mind, such a wondrous technique, if harnessed for himself, would undoubtedly elevate his own power to new heights. Yet, to his astonishment, despite pushing his speed to the utmost limit, he could not close the gap between them, and the distance continued to widen. At that moment, Xiao Ruochen's complexion had turned ashen, devoid of color. He had already extracted the arrow from his shoulder, yet the wound continued to seep black blood, exuding a pungent and repulsive odor. It was evident that this arrow was laced with a deadly poison. As Xiao Ruochen fled, he did not forget to consume several detoxification pills. However, the blood escape technique he was employing made it exceedingly difficult to completely purge the toxin from his system. At that moment, the vital energy within him was rapidly depleting, while the poison relentlessly gnawed at his body. "Boy, you cannot escape." The Shadow's voice was icy, tinged with a hint of mockery. It echoed through the forest like a death knell from the depths of hell. He had no doubt that Xiao Ruochen could not elude him, for his black spirit poison was not easily countered. In all his past experiences, none who had been afflicted by this poison had survived. Xiao Ruochen did not look back. He continued to dash frantically deeper into the dense woods. His garments rustled fiercely in the wind, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He had to evade his pursuer before his vital energy dwindled to 50%. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Yet, he remained somewhat untroubled, for he felt he had nearly shaken off his pursuer. Once he escaped the reach of the opponent's consciousness, he could seize the opportunity to enter the reincarnation space. His last resort for survival. How has he not succumbed to the poison yet? As the distance between them widened, the Shadow's expression grew increasingly grim. His brow furrowed, eyes brimming with confusion and anger. He had not anticipated that Xiao Ruochen, having been struck by his black spirit poison, could endure for so long. This exceeded his expectations, intensifying the murderous intent within him. Damn it, just wait. A cold smirk graced Xiao Ruochen's lips as he produced dozens of toxic smoke pellets, which he promptly hurled behind him. Boom. With the explosion of the smoke pellets, the forest was instantly engulfed in a thick cloud of fog. The noxious black smoke rapidly spread, enveloping everything in its vicinity. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Ruochen accelerated his escape. Moments later, he finally evaded the shadow's consciousness detection. To conserve his vital energy, he ceased employing the blood escape technique and instead resorted to agile movements to flee. Half an hour later, Xiao Ruochen arrived at a concealed cave, shrouded by dense vegetation, making it nearly impossible to detect without careful observation. Without hesitation, he slipped into the reincarnation space, carefully burying the reincarnation pearl within the earth. At this juncture, what Xiao Ruochen needed most was healing and detoxification. The arrow from the shadow had inflicted significant injury, and if he did not recover promptly, he would remain in peril amid the treacherous mountains. After consuming several detoxification pills, Xiao Ruochen began to circulate his energy to expel the poison. With his eyes tightly shut and brow furrowed, veins protruding on his forehead, he channeled his spiritual power, engaging in a fierce battle against the toxin within. From the aura emanating from the shadow, he discerned that the opponent's cultivation had at least reached the second level of the profound sect. Confronting such a formidable adversary with his current strength appeared to be an insurmountable challenge. He was acutely aware that he must expedite the enhancement of his abilities to adequately prepare for any impending crises. With the aid of the detoxification elixir, within the span of 2 hours, the toxins coursing through Xiao Ruochen's body were entirely eradicated. He exhaled a long breath, and his complexion gradually regained a hint of its former rosy hue. The next step was to tend to his injuries. Xiao Ruochen retrieved a vial of flesh repair ointment and gently applied it to the grievous wound on his shoulder. The gash was so deep that the bone was visible, a sight both shocking and ghastly. The moment the ointment made contact, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him. He gritted his teeth, stifling any sound of discomfort. Then, he settled into a meditative posture, activating the cycle technique to continuously mend the injury on his shoulder. 3 days later, Xiao Ruochen emerged from the cave, his spirit invigorated. His wounds had fully healed, and even the vitality he had previously expended had been restored. A resolute gleam sparkled in his eyes, and he radiated life and energy. Suddenly, a colossal serpent's tail swept through the air like a bolt of lightning, striking toward Xiao Ruochen with unparalleled force. The sheer power of the tail leveled the surrounding trees in an instant. Stunned, Xiao Ruochen's body had yet to react before he was hurled away by a tremendous shockwave. Thud! He coughed up a mouthful of blood as his body collided with a nearby stone wall, rendering him unconscious on the spot. At that moment, high above the Dongxian mountain range, a figure as ethereal as a celestial being, a woman of unmatched beauty, wielded her sword with grace, fiercely striking at a 9 heavens profound python. Clad in a flowing white gown that billowed in the wind, she resembled a divine goddess descended from the heavens. Her skin was as pale as snow, her features delicately sculpted like a masterwork of art, each contour perfectly defined. The determination and courage gleaming in her enchanting eyes captivated all who beheld her. Her swordsmanship was extraordinarily fierce. The sword energy ravaged the mountains, shattering boulders and obliterating flora in its wake. Each strike of her sword contained immense power, as if it could sever mountains and rivers. The 9 heavens profound python, however, was undeterred, unleashing its massive tail in retaliation, flattening all trees in its path. Its colossal form towered like a mountain, its scales glinting with a chilling luminescence, and every attack exuded an aura of cataclysmic devastation. Fortunately, the fierce battle between the woman and the python swiftly moved away from the vicinity. Otherwise, Xiao Ruochen would have faced a dire fate. Murong Yun, surrender the ice lotus, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness, threatened the 9 heavens profound python, its voice laced with an unnerving chill. Its eyes burned like flames, fixating intently on Murong Yun. Jitangshan, the Xianbing lotus lies within my grasp. If you desire it, come and take it. Murong Yun's voice was as cold as ice, her stunning eyes radiating an aura of sanctity that was inviolable, akin to a biting gale that deterred any approach. Her stature was upright, resembling an insurmountable peak. If you seek death, then I shall grant you that wish." Jutangshan emitted a deafening roar, its massive maw opening wide as it lunged once more at Murong Yun. The black mist it exhaled swiftly enveloped the surroundings, infused with deadly toxins and corrosive force. Undeterred by Jutangshan's assault, Murong Yun showcased her exceptional agility, deftly evading its strikes. Her form danced like a specter, vanishing from sight in an instant, leaving Jutangshan's attacks to meet only empty air. Simultaneously, her swordsmanship reached its zenith. Each swing of her blade was accompanied by resplendent brilliance and fierce sword energy, compelling Jutangshan to proceed with caution. In that moment, the clash between the two, one human and one serpent, intensified to a fever pitch. Each exchange was laced with a lethal intent, and the overwhelming shockwaves of their confrontation toppled trees in their vicinity. The mountains trembled, and the earth quaked, as if heralding the impending apocalypse. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. By then, both Murong Yun and Jutangshan were consumed by fury, their bodies marred with numerous wounds. Yet neither displayed any inclination to retreat, relentlessly launching attacks upon one another. "Beast, perish!" Murong Yun cried out, her figure shooting forth like an arrow released from a bow. Leaping into the air, with a swift motion of her right hand, a talisman soared forth like a meteor, cutting through the air with brilliance. Buzz! The talisman emitted a thunderous hum as it was flung, transforming into a sharp bolt of lightning that surged towards Jutangshan with blinding speed. Tiangang Talisman. A flicker of fear crossed Jutangshan's eyes. It attempted to evade, only to find itself feeling as though it were ensnared. The formidable aura emanating from the talisman instilled a sense of impending death. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, Jutangshan's heart was pierced by the talisman, its visage turning pale as paper. Its colossal body trembled violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. "Wretched creature, even if I, Jutangshan, perish today, you shall not find solace." A glimmer of madness ignited in Jutangshan's eyes as it swung its massive tail, its scales resembling a torrential downpour of swords, raining down upon Murong Yun. Faced with Jutangshan's desperate counterattack, a flicker of apprehension crossed Murong Yun's countenance. Yet, she did not falter. Instead, she gritted her teeth, preparing to confront this final onslaught. In this life and death moment, she summoned all her inner strength, coalescing a solid protective barrier around her. Clang, 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 hiss. Despite Murong Yun's successful defense against the majority of Jiutong Tian's scale attacks, a small shard of scale unfortunately grazed her skin. "Huh, Murong Yun, you have been struck by my fatal blood poison. If you do not engage with a man within half an hour, you shall meet your demise." Jiutong Tian proclaimed with a triumphant laugh, before his body crashed heavily to the ground, lifeless. Chapter 56. Murong Yun Damn Beast. A fleeting chill swept across Murong Yun's stunning visage. She had never anticipated such ferocity in Jiutong Tian's final counterattack. After storing Jiutong Tian's corpse in her spatial ring, Murong Yun settled into a cross-legged position, concentrating intently on expelling the blood poison from her body. However, the moment she began to channel her energy, Jiutong Tian's fatal blood poison erupted within her. A seductive moan escaped Murong Yun's lips as she could no longer suppress the desires raging within her. In desperation, her gaze fell upon the unconscious Xiao Ruochen nearby. Murong Yun realized that in this desolate mountain range, the only one capable of saving her was this young man lying in a stupor. With that thought, she swiftly flew towards Xiao Ruochen. "He still breathes." Upon confirming that Xiao Ruochen still had a pulse, a profound sense of relief washed over Murong Yun's face. She quickly gathered him into her arms and, with a swift motion, darted towards a nearby cave. Once inside the cave, Murong Yun retrieved a reclining chair from her spatial ring and carefully placed Xiao Ruochen upon it. She then administered a healing pill to him, mindful that he was injured. Should anything happen mid-treatment, it would spell great trouble. Having completed her preparations, she eagerly began to remove Xiao Ruochen's garments. Yet, when she attempted to unfasten his trousers, she found herself at a loss for how to do so. In her frantic state, she resorted to using her mystical powers to utterly shred Xiao Ruochen's trousers. At that moment, a significant dilemma presented itself to Murong Yun. Given that Xiao Ruochen was unconscious, his body was evidently in a dormant state. With no other options, Murong Yun was forced to acquiesce to the reality of the situation. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruochen was immersed in an ineffably delightful dream. Within this enchanting realm, a female technician from Juanhao Club was providing him with special services. Time seemed to slip away until he suddenly felt someone embracing him and kissing him. What the? Xiao Ruochen abruptly opened his eyes. Disbelief etched on his face as he beheld the scene before him. Shaking his head as if to ascertain whether he was dreaming, he wondered, is it a man? Murong Yun raised her head passionately, her voice laced with temptation, her eyes shimmering with a hint of allure and defiance. She extended her delicate, fair hand, gently encircling Xiao Ruochen's neck, and softly blew a breath against his ear. In the face of such tantalizing provocation, Xiao Ruochen instantly felt a surge of heat coursing through his body. Without hesitation, he embraced Murong Yun and fervently kissed her. In that moment, an atmosphere of flirtation and allure enveloped the cave. A day swiftly passed, and the two remained entangled in their ambiguous intimacy. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck the back of Xiao Ruochen's head, and he fell into unconsciousness. Gazing at the unconscious figure of Xiao Ruochen, Murong Yun's delicate hand swiftly tightened around his throat. Damn it, she thought, her eyes glinting with a chilling, murderous intent. The temperature within the cave dropped precipitously, instilling a sense of dread. Fortunately, as Xiao Ruochen lay in a state of unconsciousness, the terrifying pressure alone could have suffocated him. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Murong Yun ultimately refrained from delivering a fatal blow. After all, Xiao Ruochen was innocent, and he was her first man. More importantly, he was undeniably handsome, making it difficult for her to bring herself to kill him. Casting a lingering glance at Xiao Ruochen, Murong Yun slowly rose to her feet. Despite having dispelled the toxins from her body after a day of exertion, her legs still trembled slightly. It was astonishing how someone who appeared so demure could exhibit such intensity. A glance at Xiao Ruochen's lower half caused her exquisite cheeks to flush crimson. The memory of her actions from the previous day filled her with embarrassment. As a renowned top-tier powerhouse of the Xuanwu continent, she never imagined that her first experience would occur in this remote eastern state, especially with someone who seemed merely 15 or 16 years old. The thought of it left her feeling profoundly ashamed and vexed, particularly since her age could easily qualify her as this young man's ancestor. Oh no, this boy is on the verge of self-destruction, she suddenly realized, noting the feverish heat radiating from Xiao Ruochen, his veins visibly protruding. Undoubtedly a consequence of her maiden force. Recognizing the situation, Murong Yun swiftly cast a spell, reclaiming 99% of the Yin energy she had inadvertently left within him, retaining only a trace of it in his body. This boy is, indeed, the legendary reincarnation saint body. If you ever manage to grow, I shall aid you in reaching the pinnacle of the continent, Murong Yun murmured softly. She dressed herself, casting a deep glance at Xiao Ruochen before gracefully departing the cave. Time passed, and when Xiao Ruochen awoke once more, he found himself alone, devoid of Murong Yun's presence. Upon noticing a trace of blood beneath him, a faint smile crept across his lips. Suddenly, an extraordinarily pure essence of Yin energy surged within him, inducing a sensation as if he might burst with power. Xiao Ruochen hastily settled into a cross-legged position, commencing the process of refining the energy within him. Through the memories imparted by Lin Tianyang, he understood that the primordial Yin force coursing through his veins was an exceedingly rare and coveted essence. This primordial Yin energy was not simply a gift of virginity. It could only be harnessed through attaining a certain level of cultivation. A mere mortal, regardless of their purity, could not condense such a force. It was, of course, Xiao Ruochen's unique physique that enabled him to absorb this energy. After all, the reincarnation sacred body was a legendary entity. As the primordial Yin force was continuously refined, Xiao Ruochen's cultivation began to soar dramatically. He ascended through the ranks of the Xian Master Realm, from the 9th mid-stage to the late stage, and ultimately to the pinnacle of the 9th layer. In less than 2 hours, his cultivation surged to the zenith of the 9th layer. At this point, only 10% of the primordial Yin energy had been refined, signaling the potential for him to challenge the higher realms of Xianling. Xiao Ruochen persisted in refining the primordial Yin force while activating the reincarnation technique, channeling all his Xian power like a tempest, relentlessly assaulting the barriers of the Xianling realm. With each powerful strike, the barriers began to show subtle cracks. Boom, boom, boom. As he broke through to the first layer of Xianling, Xiao Ruochen suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp glint radiated from them, akin to a piercing sword, emanating confidence. At that moment, he had refined merely 30% of the primordialine force. To avoid wasting this energy, he continued refining using the reincarnation technique. Soon, his cultivation began to ascend fervently once more, from the mid-stage of the first layer of Xianling to the late stage, and ultimately to the peak. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the Xianling realm, Xiao Ruochen's eyes flew open, and a fierce brilliance shot forth from them. Breakthrough! He roared. He surged forth to the second layer of Xianling, then to the third layer, advancing with unstoppable momentum. At last, the primordialine force within him was completely refined. Chapter 57. Slaying the Shadow by Heavens. How did my undergarments end up like this? Xiao Ruochen gazed at the tattered remnants strewn upon the ground, his expression betraying a deep sense of frustration. He had never anticipated that Murong Yun would be so fervent as to shatter his garments into pieces. Yet, the thought of her unparalleled beauty coaxed a sly smile to his lips. Such a breathtakingly beautiful woman had once shared a past with him, a reality he had never dared to contemplate in his earlier years. Subsequently, Xiao Ruochen calmly retrieved a brand new pair of trousers from the cycle of reincarnation and adeptly donned them. In the ensuing days, he diligently executed his tasks within the eastern Xian mountain range while simultaneously honing his combat skills. 10 days slipped by like fleeting shadows, and after enduring numerous trials, his cultivation became as steadfast as rock. Concurrently, his martial prowess and agility steadily advanced. By the heavens, I shall uncover your true identity. Xiao Ruochen's gaze turned icy, imbued with a lethal intent as he darted toward the periphery of the eastern Xian mountain range like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. He had resolved to eliminate the shadow, fully aware that the latter had attained the second level of the Xianzong realm, yet he regarded this fact with utter disdain. Despite his own cultivation being merely at the third level of the Xianling realm, his actual combat strength was comparable to that of the second level of the Xianzong realm. Should a confrontation arise, he was utterly confident he could vanquish his opponent in a single blow. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the eastern Xian mountain range, the shadow awaited patiently. Even after Xiao Ruochen had narrowly escaped previously, he understood that the latter would inevitably return. All he had to do was bide his time. You audacious brat. This time, there will be nowhere for you to flee. A gleam of barely concealed excitement flickered in the shadow's eyes. After such a long wait, he had feared that Xiao Ruochen might have succumbed to his poison, yet here he was, alive and well. Did I ever indicate an intention to flee? A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Xiao Ruochen's lips, his piercing gaze akin to a razor-sharp sword, dissuading anyone from daring to meet his stare. Such arrogance. Today, you shall experience the true meaning of suffering. A chilling malice glimmered in the shadow's eyes as he surged toward Xiao Ruochen like a bolt of lightning, his hand raised to deliver a crushing blow with the speed of a tempest. He was determined to capture Xiao Ruochen alive, for only then could he seize the legacy that resided within him. Just you? In the face of the shadow's thunderous assault, a contemptuous smile flitted across Xiao Ruochen's face. With a swift motion, he unleashed the Qingling sword, its blade slicing through the air with the brilliance of lightning, a formidable force aimed directly at the shadow. How could this brat advance so rapidly? The shadow's face registered profound astonishment, struggling to comprehend how Xiao Ruochen's cultivation could have surged in such a remarkably brief span of time. However, the shadow, being a practitioner of the second level of the profound sect, responded with remarkable swiftness. His blade swept forth with the ferocity of thunder, the chilling blade energy accompanied by a tempestuous force, fiercely clashing against Xiao Ruochen's sword aura. Clang! The two weapons collided violently, igniting a dazzling shower of sparks as each combatant unleashed their ultimate techniques, relentlessly launching fierce assaults upon one another. Xiao Ruochen's swordsmanship was exquisite, executing the heaven-burning sword technique in an unending torrent, akin to a relentless tide, continuously striking towards the shadow. You insolent brat. Even if you have ascended to the third level of the profound spirit realm, today you are undoubtedly doomed. A chilling glint of murderous intent flashed in the shadow's eyes as his body surged forward like a mighty eagle, unleashing a barrage of ferocious attacks upon Xiao Ruochen. Old fool, do you truly believe you can take my life? I reckon you are still in a dream. Xiao Ruochen scoffed coldly, cleverly utilizing the advantage of his agility to counterattack the shadow. Although he initially found himself at a disadvantage, as the battle wore on, he gradually steadied his footing, reaching a stalemate with the shadow. As time progressed, their conflict intensified, both combatants blinded by a primal rage, resembling two ferocious beasts relentlessly assaulting one another. Yet, their strengths were evenly matched, making it no trivial task to vanquish the other swiftly. In contrast, the shadow grew increasingly apprehensive, while Xiao Ruochen seemed to embody the spirit of a war god, gaining momentum with each passing moment. His movements were ghostly and ethereal, his swordplay as fierce as a tempest, each strike executed with consummate mastery. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged thousands of blows, with Xiao Ruochen gradually gaining the upper hand. This lad is truly enigmatic. I must report to the sect master without delay. The shadow's face darkened like the bottom of a pot as he suddenly flickered, darting away like a shooting star. Now you wish to flee? It is far too late. A cold smile crept across Xiao Ruochen's lips as he moved with the swiftness of lightning and the ferocity of a tempest, launching a lethal strike towards the shadow's back. This sword strike was overwhelming, radiating a blinding brilliance, imbued with the cataclysmic force of thunder. Faced with Xiao Ruochen's deadly assault, the shadow had no choice but to retaliate with a formidable blade energy. The two resumed their fierce clash. Die, you little wretch! The shadow roared, leaping into the air, unleashing a sharp and radiant blade energy, imbued with a bloodthirsty aura that swept towards Xiao Ruochen in an instant. Soul Annihilation Blade. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Ruochen unleashed a powerful soul attack, an invisible force of spiritual energy crashing into the shadow's sea of consciousness. The shadow emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his gaze instantly becoming vacant and dazed. A flicker of fierce light appeared in Xiao Ruochen's eyes as his agile form darted forward, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, swiftly seizing the shadow's right hand. How is this possible? The shadow awakened abruptly, terror etched across his features. He could hardly fathom that his most formidable strike had been so effortlessly neutralized by his opponent, his wrist firmly ensnared. There is nothing impossible in this world. With a cold sneer, Xiao Ruochen unleashed a powerful punch, a torrent of violent energy crashing against the shadow's chest like tumultuous waves. Crack! Accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering bones, the shadow's body was propelled backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. At that moment, fear was palpable on the shadow's face as he gazed incredulously at Xiao Ruochen. He could not comprehend how, in just a few short days, he had been bested by Xiao Ruochen, who had evidently ascended to the third level of the Xianling realm. What baffled the shadow even further was that he himself was a practitioner of the second level of the Xianzong realm, yet found himself utterly powerless before Xiao Ruochen. To him, Xiao Ruochen's ability to challenge those beyond his level was nothing short of astonishing. Speak, who sent you? A glint of icy resolve flickered in Xiao Ruochen's eyes, a chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Chapter 58. The battle of life and death commences. Want to know? Go to hell and ask me. The shadow's lips curled into a sinister smile, one that seemed to stem from the depths of the abyss, sending shivers down the spine. With that, his eyes rolled back, and in an instant, he foamed at the mouth, convulsing momentarily, clearly having poisoned himself to death. Humph. Do you think that by dying, you can escape the consequences? Xiao Ruochen's brows knitted tightly, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. With a scoff, he smirked disdainfully, placing his hand upon the shadow's head, initiating the soul-searching technique. This technique was an exceedingly rare secret art, had it not been for Lin Tianyang's inherited memories. Xiao Ruochen would never have been able to master it. A faint glow emanated from his palm as strands of mysterious power gradually seeped into the shadow's mind. Moments later, the shadow's memories were thoroughly extracted by Xiao Ruochen. Damn, this fool of a sect leader lacks vision. Xiao Ruochen's countenance darkened considerably as he cursed through gritted teeth. After meticulously sifting through the shadow's memories, his expression grew so grim it seemed as if it could drip with water. He never anticipated that the one who sought to assassinate him was actually the leader of the Hantian sect. The insidious plot behind this revelation sent a chill down his spine. After much deliberation, Xiao Ruochen resolved to return to the Hantian sect. He contemplated informing Nangong Ju of this matter, to see if the latter would be willing to ensure his safety. If Nangong Ju was willing to protect him, he would remain at the Han Tian sect. If not, he would have no choice but to depart. After all, in this world fraught with crises and calculations, survival is paramount. Subsequently, Xiao Ruochen retrieved the Shadow's storage ring and hastily made his way back to the Han Tian sect. Along the journey, his heart was heavy with contemplation on how to confront the impending situation. Only 20 days remained until the life-and-death battle with Chun Yunxiao, and in the days that followed, he resolved to immerse himself in cultivation at the Han Tian sect. He understood well that only by continuously enhancing his strength could he hope to secure his place in this perilous world. 3 days later, Xiao Ruochen returned to the Han Tian sect and visited Nangong Ju's residence once more. "Senior, you must protect me," he exclaimed, his face a tapestry of anger and grievance. However, he concealed the fact that he had slain the Shadow, merely stating that he had fortuitously encountered a formidable beast, which enabled his escape. How outrageous! To dare repeatedly attempt to assassinate one whom I hold in high regard. Nangong Ju's eyes ignited with an overwhelming murderous intent upon hearing Xiao Ruochen's words. His gaze was as frigid as ice, and the temperature around them plummeted instantaneously, as if they had entered the depths of winter. "From today forth, you shall cultivate by my side. I shall see how he dares to assassinate you again," Nangong Ju declared coldly. "That would be splendid. With your protection, I can finally breathe easy." Xiao Ruochen sighed in relief. The weight on his heart finally lifted. He knew that as long as he had Nangong Ju's shield, he was momentarily safe. In the days that followed, Xiao Ruochen diligently cultivated on Nangong Ju's peak. The abundant spiritual energy and serene environment made it an ideal place for cultivation. Nangong Ju held great expectations for the young disciple, often taking time to offer guidance on his training. Under Nangong Ju's meticulous instruction, Xiao Ruochen's path to cultivation was significantly streamlined. After breaking through to the Xianling realm, the pace of his advancement noticeably slowed. If the Dantian of the Xian Master realm resembled a meandering brook, then that of the Xianling realm was akin to an expansive lake. To fill the Dantian with xuanqi and ascend to a higher realm required a considerable accumulation of time. Of course, possessing top-tier, extraordinary treasures could alter the equation. Xiao Ruochen was not in a rush, having recently shattered several realms. A subsequent breakthrough in the near future seemed nearly impossible. Thus, he resolved to refine his cultivation, ensuring that his foundation became even more robust, enabling him to venture further in the future. He understood that on the path of cultivation, haste leads to setbacks. Only through steady and deliberate progress could one aspire to reach greater heights. As time flowed quietly like a gentle stream, the day of Xiao Ruochen's life and death duel with Chun Yunxiao arrived. On this day, Ling Yuhan and Gu Yunqi also ascended to Nangong Ju's peak. "Xiao Ruochen, perhaps you should reconsider going. With your current level of cultivation, stepping onto the life and death stage would surely mean your demise." Ling Yuhan's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of concern dancing in her eyes. Her voice, gentle yet urgent, was laden with care for Xiao Ruochen. "Indeed, Xiao Ruochen, you are our alchemist at Danling Peak. Without your presence, no one dares to confront the situation." Gu Yunqi also spoke, her gaze equally imbued with worry. "Do you truly harbor such little faith in me?" A bittersweet smile tugged at the corners of Xiao Ruochen's lips. He felt a sense of helplessness, yet understood that their apprehension stemmed from genuine concern for his well-being. "Xiao Ruochen, your talent is indeed remarkable, but at this moment, you cannot possibly contend with Chun Yunxiao. I believe it would be wise for you to refrain from participating," Ling Yuhan asserted with unwavering sincerity. "You are right, Ruochen. Perhaps you are unaware that Chun Yunxiao has already ascended to the 8th level of the Xianling realm. With your current cultivation at the 7th level of the Xian Master realm, your chances of victory against him are nearly non-existent," Gu Yunqi added, her tone filled with urgency. "Rest assured, I will not be defeated," Xiao Ruochen replied with a resigned smile. "I am no fool. Would I willingly march to my demise?" His eyes sparkled with resolute determination, exuding an unmatched confidence. With that, he strode toward the life and death arena of the Han Tian sect, his steps firm and powerful, devoid of hesitation or retreat. Upon witnessing this, Ling Yuhan and Gu Yunqi hastily followed suit. During this period, Xiao Ruochen had concealed his true cultivation level, only revealing the 7th level of the Xian Master realm to the outside world, which was why Ling Yuhan and Gu Yunqi believed he stood no chance against Chun Yunxiao. The life and death arena of the Hantian sect served as a platform for resolving grievances. When disciples encountered irreconcilable conflicts, the arena became their sole means of resolution. While the Hantian sect did not prohibit conflicts among disciples, it strictly forbade lethal outcomes or the crippling of one another's cultivation. However, within the life and death arena, no such restrictions applied, for once one entered, regardless of status, the opponent bore no responsibility should they be slain. Today's life and death battle attracted countless onlookers, and a throng of spectators gathered around the arena. Xiao Ruochen truly possesses audacity. How long has he been a disciple? To dare challenge Chen Yunxiao. One disciple shook his head, incredulity etched upon his face. Indeed, it is said that merely 2 months prior, he was at the 4th level of the Xian Master Realm. With such a level of strength, he still dares to challenge Chen Yunxiao. One wonders who instilled such courage in him. Another disciple chimed in, their eyes brimming with disdain. In that moment, the arena buzzed with chatter. For today's life and death battle, scarcely anyone placed their bets on Xiao Ruochen. After all, the disparity in cultivation levels was stark. As a core disciple, Chen Yunxiao's prowess was unfathomable, having reportedly reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of the Xianling realm. In contrast, Xiao Ruochen's cultivation, prior to the duel, languished at the 4th level of the Xian Master Realm. The chasm between their strengths could not be overstated. Thus, it was only natural that few held any hope for Xiao Ruochen's success. At this moment, Chen Yunxiao firmly stood at the center of the arena, wielding his sword, its blade glimmering with a chilling radiance, as if it could sever all that stood before it. His stature resembled that of a pine tree, proudly erect amidst the gaze of the crowd, his expression imbued with confidence and arrogance. Regarding the impending life and death battle, Chen Yunxiao dismissed it entirely, convinced that Xiao Ruochen could never hope to triumph over him. Surely, Xiao Ruochen wouldn't dare to show up, would he? Inquired an intrigued disciple. It would be quite natural for him not to come. After all, preserving one's dignity is far preferable to losing one's life. Another disciple chuckled. Their sentiments resonated, and many nodded in agreement. The atmosphere was vibrant, with countless individuals engaged in fervent discussions about the life and death duel. Look, Xiao Ruochen has arrived. Suddenly, a stir rippled through the crowd as a man and 2 women emerged from the throng. The newcomers were none other than Xiao Ruochen, Ling Yuhan, and Gu Yunqi. Xiao Ruochen, are you certain you wish to challenge Chen Yunxiao to a life and death battle? Approached a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, his demeanor grave. This man was Chen Kowen, the elder in charge of the life and death arena, his gaze scrutinizing Xiao Ruochen with a hint of skepticism and bewilderment. I am certain, Xiao Ruochen replied earnestly, clasping his fists together, his eyes resolute, betraying no sign of retreat or hesitation. Very well, since you are both willing, please sign this life and death agreement. Chen Kowen declared, producing a pre-prepared document. Chapter 59. The Brutal Execution of Chen Yunxiao. Swish. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ruochen and Chen Yunxiao swiftly inscribed their names upon the document, their strokes embodying their unwavering determination, devoid of doubt or fear. With the agreement signed, let the battle commence, Chen Kowen stated expressionlessly before turning to descend from the arena. His figure exuded decisiveness, seemingly indifferent to the outcome of the impending clash. Those wishing to place bets, do so swiftly. Wager on Chen Yunxiao to win at 20-1. Bet on Xiao Ruochen at 30-1. At that moment, a striking young man, donned in the attire of a core disciple, vociferously called out. His words reverberated through the crowd, imbued with a fervent enthusiasm. I bet 10,000 spirit stones on Chen Yunxiao. I bet 50,000 spirit stones on Chen Yunxiao. I bet 1,000 spirit stones on Chen Yunxiao. Instantly, the scene erupted with excitement as a multitude began to place their wagers, shouts rising and falling in a fervent crescendo, the atmosphere electric. However, the majority opted to stake their fortunes on Chen Yunxiao. In their eyes, his prowess far surpassed that of Xiao Ruochen, rendering this battle devoid of suspense. I bet 10,000 spirit stones on Xiao Ruochen. I, too, bet 10,000 spirit stones on Xiao Ruochen. 2 melodious voices chimed in, belonging to Gu Yunqi and Ling Yuhan. Their tones resonated with unwavering conviction and trust as they unhesitatingly placed their spirit stones on Xiao Ruochen. I purchased 20,000 spirit stones from Xiao Ruochen. Suddenly, Su Qingyan emerged from the crowd, her gaze icy as she fixed her eyes on Xiao Ruochen. Xiao Ruochen, do not dare to perish, for your life belongs to me, she declared, her tone imbued with a complex tapestry of emotions, both hatred and a subtle hint of anticipation. I have stated before, should you wish to slay me, feel free to challenge me to a life-and-death battle at any moment. Xiao Ruochen shot a cold glance at Su Qingyan, his eyes devoid of any fear, before turning to the core disciple presiding over the auction. I shall buy myself for 20,000 spirit stones. In truth, Xiao Ruochen yearned to acquire more, yet the recent demands of his cultivation had been exorbitant, rendering these 20,000 spirit stones his sole possession. Xiao Ruochen, to dare challenge me will be the gravest error of your life, and your ignorance shall ultimately cost you your existence. Qin Yunxiao sneered, a glimmer of disdain evident in his eyes, a chilling aura of murderous intent radiating from him. His gaze resembled that of one observing a dying man, filled with contempt and arrogance. Goodness! I never anticipated Qin Yunxiao had broken through to the 8th tier of the Xianling realm. The spectators, feeling the formidable presence emanating from Qin Yunxiao, were visibly astonished. His overwhelming aura loomed like an invisible mountain, stifling the breath of those around him. Come on, if you're going to strike, do it swiftly. I have no patience for your posturing, Xiao Ruochen retorted, a hint of disdain in his tone, his eyes brimming with provocation, undeterred by Qin Yunxiao's imposing presence. Since you are so eager to meet your end, I shall oblige, Qin Yunxiao scoffed, brandishing his sword for a sweeping strike aimed directly at Xiao Ruochen. His movement was as swift as thunder, the sword's momentum cutting through the air as if to cleave Xiao Ruochen in twain. In response, Xiao Ruochen summoned the demon dragon staff into his palm, his figure darting forward like a flash of lightning, crashing towards Qin Yunxiao. At that moment, his aura surged forth, revealing his cultivation at the 3rd tier of the Xianling realm for all to witness. Clang! How can this rascal possess such formidable strength? With a resounding clash, Qin Yunxiao was sent staggering back 7 or 8 paces, his arm trembling uncontrollably, shock etched across his face, as if he had witnessed something utterly inconceivable. He had never anticipated that Xiao Ruochen's power would be so ferocious. The earlier strike felt like Mount Tai crashing down upon him, numbing his wrist nearly to the point of losing sensation. My heavens! Xiao Ruochen has indeed broken through to the 3rd tier of the Xianling realm. His rate of cultivation is astonishing. At that moment, every onlooker stood agape, their mouths agape and eyes wide, unable to fathom how Xiao Ruochen could achieve such a breakthrough in such a brief span of time. You little brat. You possess some skill, but today, your demise is inevitable. A glint of cold light flickered in Qin Yunxiao's eyes as he leaped forward like an arrow, his sword slicing through the air with a dazzling brilliance, imbued with a chilling aura of lethal intent, instantly lunging towards Xiao Ruochen. Although his previous strike had yielded no advantage, he refused to concede defeat to this unremarkable youth. His pride forbade him from acknowledging his own frailty, let alone being bested by someone of such obscure standing in front of an audience. I was merely toying with you. Did you truly believe yourself a genius? Xiao Ruochen scoffed, brandishing his demon dragon staff, unleashing a fierce wave of staff energy that surged forth like a tempest or a tumultuous tide, driven by a ferocious momentum, akin to a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. His eyes brimmed with confidence and disdain, as if mocking Qin Yunxiao's overestimation of his own capabilities. Impossible. How can this little brat be so formidable? A flicker of fear crossed Qin Yunxiao's face in response to Xiao Ruochen's violent assault. That fear rapidly spread, distorting his countenance. Clang! The clash of their weapons echoed with a deafening resonance. The residual force of Xiao Ruochen's staff energy was unstoppable, crashing through Qin Yunxiao's defenses like a raging torrent, striking him squarely in the chest. Crack! A sharp sound of bones fracturing reverberated as Qin Yunxiao's body was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. His sternum shattered under the impact, rendering him entirely devoid of combat capability. He crashed heavily to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. Do not kill me. Fear etched across Qin Yunxiao's face. My master is the Lord of Qingtian Peak. If you dare to harm me, he will not let you go. His voice trembled, laden with desperation and dread. Do not think that merely being the Lord of Qingtian Peak will spare you, even if your master were the sect leader. Today you would undoubtedly meet your demise. A flash of icy determination glinted in Xiao Ruocheng's eyes as he swiftly wielded the demon dragon staff like a bolt of lightning. Bang! With a sharp crack, Chun Yunxiao's head exploded like a crushed watermelon, his brain scattering like shattered tofu across the ground, creating a scene so gruesome it elicited nausea. Silence enveloped the arena. In that moment, the surroundings felt utterly still, with all eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Their minds seemed to freeze, unable to comprehend the reality before them. Damn it, I've truly lost everything this time. Moments later, the crowd erupted into chaos. Those who had wagered on Chun Yunxiao's victory turning pale, lamenting their misfortune. Their faces were etched with regret and fury, as if they had lost everything dear to them. Not far away, Su Qingyin's expression darkened like stormy waters. She had believed her training pace sufficient, yet upon witnessing Xiao Ruocheng's prowess, astonishment washed over her features. Her eyes burned with jealousy and resentment, as the flames of anger blazed within her heart. At this very moment, the most elated individuals were undoubtedly Ling Yuhan and Gu Yunxi. Each had wagered 10,000 on Xiao Ruocheng, anticipating a return of 300,000 spirit stones based on a 30-to-1 payout ratio, thus reaping a bountiful reward. Their faces radiated excitement and joy, brimming with pride for Xiao Ruocheng's triumph. Xiao Ruocheng, who would have thought that in just 2 short months, you would surpass to the 3rd layer of the Xianling realm? Suddenly, a voice, cold and piercing, echoed through the air. It was Dongfang Ling, gliding towards them with a light step, his gaze glittering with a chilling malice that sent shivers down the spine. What is there to be surprised about? I am not like some feckless fools who have stagnated in their cultivation for 2 months. A slight, sardonic smile curled at the corners of Xiao Ruocheng's lips as he met Dongfang Ling's gaze fearlessly, a hint of mockery evident in his eyes. His tone was casual yet derisive, as if he were belittling Dongfang Ling's incompetence. Xiao Ruocheng, since you are so arrogant, would you dare to engage in a spar with me, the Holy Sun? Dongfang Ling's eyes glimmered with provocation. He had already set his sights on eliminating Xiao Ruocheng. Unable to tolerate the latter's meteoric rise from the 4th layer of the Xian Master Realm to the 3rd layer of the Xianling Realm in merely 2 months. Such an astonishing rate of advancement was beyond Dongfang Ling's comprehension. Thus, he could not allow Xiao Ruocheng to continue flourishing. I have little interest in sparring. I have a peculiar habit. I either do not step onto the arena, or if I do, it is a fight to the death. A smirk played on Xiao Ruocheng's lips. Should Dongfang Ling truly dare to face him in the arena, he would not hesitate to extinguish his opponent. His eyes were resolute and cold, radiating an unsettling aura. Xiao Ruocheng, if you seek a battle to the death, then the Holy Sun shall grant you your wish. A glimmer of icy menace flashed in Dongfang Ling's eyes, his gaze akin to the frost of a harsh winter, instilling fear. However, since you have just fought, I shall not take advantage of you. Tomorrow morning, we shall meet at the arena for our fateful encounter. With that, Dongfang Ling turned and departed from the arena without waiting for a response, his demeanor resolute and haughty, as if this impending battle was nothing more than a trivial game to him. Foolish wretch, if you seek death, I shall oblige. A glint of cold light flickered in Xiao Ruocheng's eyes, as if it could freeze everything before him. His heart brimmed with fury and determination. Now that the challenge had been issued, there was no reason for him to retreat. The immediate priority was to seek out Nangong Ju and hear his counsel. If Nangong Ju was indeed willing to protect him, then he would have little to fear in this life-and-death duel. After all, within the confines of the Cold Sky sect, Dongfang Ling's background and strength were formidable, and without a powerful ally, it would be arduous for him to emerge unscathed from this confrontation. Is Xiao Ruocheng out of his mind? How dare he challenge Brother Dongfang? Expressions of disbelief adorned the faces of all present. Their eyes were filled with astonishment and confusion, as if they had witnessed something exceedingly absurd. Although Xiao Ruocheng had triumphed over Chun Yunxiao of the 8th layer of the Xianling realm, no one believed he could possibly defeat Dongfang Ling of the Xianzong realm. After all, Dongfang Ling was universally acknowledged as the foremost genius of the Hantian sect, with combat prowess that far surpassed his peers at the same level. His talent and strength were evident throughout the sect, excelling in both martial arts and battle experience. Even Ling Yuhan and Gu Yuxi were rendered speechless by Xiao Ruocheng's audacity. They stared wide-eyed at his figure, their hearts brimming with complex emotions. They had never anticipated that Xiao Ruochen would dare to challenge Dongfang Ling to a life-and-death duel. Such bravery and determination were truly remarkable. In a corner beneath the arena, Xiongde gazed at Xiao Ruochen with admiration. His eyes sparkled with fervor and pride, as if he believed Xiao Ruochen's decision was the most valiant act in the world. In contrast, Sui Yang's face was etched with despair. Ever since Xiao Ruochen had rendered him a eunuch, he had spent each day fantasizing about revenge. Witnessing Xiao Ruochen's terrifying combat ability today, Sui Yang felt utterly hopeless, realizing that vengeance in this lifetime was beyond his reach. The hatred and anger he once harbored transformed into an overwhelming void of despair and helplessness. Simultaneously, Sui Yang's resentment towards Su Qingyan intensified. Had it not been for her, he would not have suffered such humiliation at the hands of Xiao Ruochen. He had expected that after his downfall, Su Qingyan would visit him out of concern. But reality proved far more cruel than he had imagined. Since being incapacitated by Xiao Ruochen, Su Qingyan had completely vanished from his sight. The woman who had once stirred his heart chose to abandon him mercilessly when he needed care the most, leaving him engulfed in bitterness and anguish. You intend to engage in a life-and-death battle with Dongfang Ling? Upon hearing Xiao Ruochen's intentions, Nangongju's face immediately registered shock. His eyes were filled with incredulity, as if he had heard the most fantastical tale. Senior, I have a life-and-death grudge with him. If I manage to kill him, will you protect me? Xiao Ruochen inquired solemnly. His expression was serious and resolute, his gaze fixed intently on Nangongju, hoping for an affirmative response. Are you certain you can kill Dongfang Ling? Nangongju asked gravely, scrutinizing Xiao Ruochen's expression and demeanor for any hint of uncertainty. If he is merely at the first layer of the Xinzong realm, he will undoubtedly perish in tomorrow's duel. Even if he is at the second layer, I still possess a 60% chance of defeating him. Xiao Ruochen's voice resonated with confidence and determination, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Very well, as long as you have faith, I shall ensure your safety. Nangongju stroked his beard and declared, Tomorrow, I shall personally attend the scene, ensuring that no one can harm you. His tone was resolute and powerful, providing Xiao Ruochen with a comforting assurance. Thank you, esteemed elder, Xiao Ruochen replied with a respectful bow, his heart brimming with gratitude. Knowing that with Nangongju's support, he possessed greater confidence for the impending life-and-death battle. Very well, go rest now, Nangongju gestured with a wave of his hand. Speaking in a kind manner, his gaze held a glimmer of expectation and encouragement, hoping for Xiao Ruochen to perform miracles in the forthcoming contest of survival. Yes, esteemed elder. Xiao Ruochen responded and began to make his way back to his lodgings. His steps were firm and purposeful as he commenced preparations for the battle ahead. Dongfang Hao, you have slain 3 of my beloved disciples. It is time for you to pay in blood for your debts. A chilling glint flickered in Nangongju's eyes, as if the light could pierce through all darkness, reaching the innermost depths of the human heart. His voice was low and filled with wrath, echoing like a curse emerging from the abyss. Over the years, he had cultivated 3 exceptionally gifted disciples. His eldest disciple, once poised to inherit the position of sect leader, was ambushed and killed during an external training mission 30 years ago. It was a dark night when his eldest disciple set forth on a hopeful journey, only to never return. When Nangongju received the tragic news, his heart was rent with anguish, vowing to uncover the perpetrator and avenge his disciple. Subsequently, he devoted himself to nurturing a second disciple, only for that disciple to also meet an untimely and mysterious demise. What was supposed to be a routine task became the path of no return for his disciple. Nangongju was once more engulfed in profound sorrow, beginning to suspect that unseen hands were orchestrating these tragedies. Ultimately, the position of sect leader fell into the hands of Dongfang Hao. Consumed with resentment and fury, Nangongju believed that these occurrences were too coincidental, convinced that Dongfang Hao harbored unspeakable secrets within this turmoil. Later, Nangongju dedicated himself to the training of a 3rd disciple, the most talented of all, who was destined to inherit the sect leader position, barring unforeseen circumstances. Yet, fate proved cruel, and this disciple also perished during an expedition to an ancient ruin, a place shrouded in mystery and danger. When Nangongju learned of this devastating news, he was nearly brought to his knees. In his utter despair, Nangong began to investigate the causes of his disciples' deaths. He expended countless hours and efforts, leaving no stone unturned. After years of relentless inquiry, he discovered that the deaths of his 3 disciples were intricately linked to Dongfang Hao. This revelation struck him like a thunderbolt, igniting a fierce fury within him. He resolved to no longer remain silent. Dongfang Hao would surely pay the price for his transgressions. As Xiao Ruochen made his appearance, Nangong perceived a chance for redemption. This time, he resolved, regardless of the cost, to eliminate Dongfang Hao and avenge his 3 disciples. As the esteemed elder of the Han sect, Nangong naturally wished for its prosperity. Thus Xiao Ruochen became a focal point of his cultivation efforts. During this period, he frequently offered guidance to Xiao Ruochen. Despite the unparalleled inheritance residing within Xiao Ruochen's mind, he did not reject Nangong's benevolence. He understood that in this ruthless realm of cultivation, every bit of assistance could enhance one's chances of survival. Upon returning to his abode, Xiao Ruochen cautiously extracted the drop of heavenly essence bestowed upon him by Nangong. He held immense regard for the imminent battle of life and death, Dongfang Ling. As the saint son of the Han sect, undoubtedly wielded numerous formidable techniques. Furthermore, as the sect's foremost prodigy, Dongfang Ling's true prowess was certain to surpass that of ordinary practitioners of the same realm. To secure victory, Xiao Ruochen resolved to refine this drop of heavenly essence and advance to the 4th layer of the Xianling realm. This would significantly enhance his odds in combat. Gently twisting the bottle cap, an extraordinarily pure spiritual energy emanated from within, enveloping him in a sensation of unparalleled comfort and ease. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Ruochen swallowed it whole. The moment the drop of heavenly essence entered his body, a heart-wrenching scream escaped his lips. He felt as though his body were on the verge of being torn apart, his veins bulging like coiling dragons. As torrents of pure spiritual energy surged violently beneath his skin. Clearly, the magnitude of this energy was overwhelming. If he could not refine it promptly, he risked exploding from within. Xiao Ruochen was acutely aware of the consequences of directly consuming the heavenly essence, yet emboldened by his legendary reincarnation sacred body. He dared to take the risk. Only by doing so could he maximize the essence's efficacy. Gritting his teeth, he bore the excruciating pain that felt as if countless ants were gnawing at him, his complexion paling as beads of sweat rolled ceaselessly from his forehead. Nevertheless, his gaze remained resolute, devoid of any retreat or hesitation. He activated the reincarnation technique, fervently refining the essence with the ferocity of a tempest. As the energy within him was gradually refined, his meridians felt as though they were expanding into a surging river, each channel enduring immense pressure and impact. Once the energy transformed into Xuanli, his cultivation soared like a rocket. Midway through the 3rd layer of the Xianling realm, Xiao Ruochen sensed his strength continuously augmenting, exhilarated by the sensation of breakthrough. Approaching the later stages of the 3rd layer, his aura grew increasingly formidable, seemingly compressing the surrounding air with his might. Finally, he reached the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of the Xianling realm. Xiao Ruochen's body emanated a formidable radiance, signifying a breakthrough in power. In less than 2 hours, his cultivation soared to the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of the Xianling realm, akin to the sun rising in the east. He summoned all the Xuanli within him and began to surge towards the 4th layer of the Xianling realm like a flood breaching a dam. The 4th layer of the Xianling realm. Xiao Ruochen felt the immense transformation that accompanied this elevation, as if his body had undergone a profound rebirth. Midway through the 4th layer of the Xianling realm, his aura deepened, reminiscent of ancient mountains housing boundless strength. As he approached the latter stages of the 4th layer, his eyes sparkled with confidence and joy. He recognized that he was one step closer to success. By the time Xiao Ruochen achieved the pinnacle of the 4th layer, dawn had arrived on the 2nd day. At this moment, the energy within him had been completely refined, akin to a tranquil lake. Sensing the immense power within him, reminiscent of a vast ocean, his eyes gleamed with a starlit confidence. He rose to his feet, stretched his body, and prepared himself for the impending battle of life and death. Chapter 61. The Great Battle against Dongfang Ling. At this moment, the Han sect appeared calm on the surface. Yet beneath the tranquility lurked tumultuous currents, much like a placid lake concealing a raging whirlpool. The upper echelons of the sect were acutely aware that a covert struggle for power and interests unfolded between the elder and the sect master. Some eagerly chose sides, attempting to gain advantages in this power struggle, while others opted to observe, waiting for the situation to clarify in order to make the most advantageous decision for themselves. The arena for today's life and death battle was bustling with excitement, echoing with the clamor of voices, akin to a pot of boiling water. Disciples crowded around the arena, creating a barrier so dense that even a fly would struggle to enter. Do you think Xiao Ruochen can create a miracle and defeat senior brother Dongfang? A disciple inquired curiously, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Have you lost your mind? Do you even know who senior brother Dongfang is? He is the most talented disciple of our Hantian sect in nearly a century. Given Xiao Ruochen's current cultivation level, I doubt he could withstand even a single strike from him. Another disciple scoffed, disdain etched on his face. That is not entirely fair. Xiao Ruochen has never suffered a defeat in his journey thus far. Moreover, he possesses an extraordinary ability to challenge those above his level. His previous match against Chen Yunxiao serves as ample proof. A supporter of Xiao Ruochen argued passionately, his voice tinged with excitement. With your judgment, it would be best for you to stay out of this and spare us the embarrassment. If you had any insight. Your Zhu Rong wouldn't have eloped with Song Xiaozhen next door, retorted the scoffing disciple, a malicious smile playing on his lips. How dare you say that again? The provoked disciple's eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead, resembling an enraged lion. I stand by my words. What of it? The opponent showed no signs of weakness, puffing out his chest in a provocative manner. Beneath the arena, two young disciples were locked in a fierce argument, resembling fighting cocks, their faces flushed and voices escalating, drawing the attention of their peers. However, most merely glanced before redirecting their focus to the impending life and death battle. Look, Xiao Ruochen has arrived. As Xiao Ruochen approached the vicinity of the life and death platform, the atmosphere erupted with excitement, countless gazes converging upon him like a spotlight. Among these eyes were curiosity, skepticism, anticipation, and even disdain and mockery. Xiao Ruochen, do you possess confidence? Gu Yunxi and Ling Yuhan approached, their expressions betraying a hint of inquiry. Gu Yunxi's eyes reflected concern, while Ling Yuhan's demeanor was more solemn. Fear not. No one on the life and death stage has yet managed to overcome me. A glint of confidence shimmered in Xiao Ruochen's gaze, reminiscent of the most brilliant star illuminating the night sky, casting light upon his resolute visage. Xiao Ruochen, you must not underestimate your opponent. Although Dongfang Ling is merely at the first layer of the Xianzong realm, his true combat prowess exceeds that of an average second-layer practitioner. I suspect he may be concealing his true cultivation. Ling Yuhan's delicate brows knitted together, her expression grave. Even if he were at the second layer of the Xianzong realm, he is doomed to perish today. A spark of confidence radiated from Xiao Ruochen's eyes. It was not blind, but rather rooted in the experience and strength he had accrued through numerous life and death battles. Now, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the fourth layer of the Xianling realm, and he was confident in his ability to triumph against a practitioner of the third layer of the Xianzong realm. Xiao Ruochen, come forth and meet your demise. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated, as if emerging from the depths of the abyss, laden with an icy aura. A remarkably handsome young man, with profound eyes, descended onto the arena like a great rock spreading its wings. His physique was agile, and his movements exuded strength and confidence. The newcomer was none other than Dongfang Ling. His expression bore arrogance and disdain, as if he perceived Xiao Ruochen merely as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Fool, since you seek death so fervently, let us see if you get your wish. A glimmer of cold, murderous intent flickered in Xiao Ruochen's eyes, and in an instant, he leaped onto the stage with the speed of lightning, his form ghostly and swift. He stood poised before Dongfang Ling, their gazes locking, and the air crackled with tension. Xiao Ruochen, considering your considerable talent, I shall offer you one last chance. If you kneel, admit your faults, and pledge eternal loyalty to me, I shall spare your life today. Dongfang Ling's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, an invisible pressure emanating from him, akin to a mountain pressing down, seeking to force Xiao Ruochen into submission. You are an idiot. Given the circumstances, you still choose to play act. I truly wonder how someone with your intellect came to be the Holy Sun. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of Xiao Ruochen's lips. his gaze brimming with mockery, as though he were observing the antics of a jester. Even when death loomed, his arrogance remained unshaken. Just wait until this holy sun dismantles your bones, piece by piece. Then we shall see if your laughter persists. Dongfang Ling's eyes glimmered with a cold light, astonished by Xiao Ruochen's audacity. Throughout his upbringing within the ranks of the younger generation of the Hantian sect, no one had dared to provoke him in such a manner. In that moment, he silently vowed to torment Xiao Ruochen to the brink of death, rendering him unable to escape his plight or find solace in demise. If mere boasting could secure victory, you would have long been invincible. Xiao Ruochen chuckled mockingly, his face radiating scorn, his tone casual, entirely dismissive of Dongfang Ling's threats. At that moment, an imposing figure surged towards them like a meteor from afar, landing with great grace upon the elevated platforms surrounding the arena. The arrival of this figure stirred a tempest, causing the garments of those nearby to flutter wildly. The newcomer was none other than Dongfang Hao, the sect master of Hantian's sect. His presence instantly thickened the atmosphere, infusing it with tension and gravity. Behold, the sect master. At the sight of Dongfang Hao, the disciples and elders surrounding the arena bowed respectfully, their voices a harmonious chorus imbued with reverence. Quite a lively scene indeed. Suddenly, a voice, aged yet powerful, echoed through the air, as if transcending time itself, imbued with boundless wisdom and authority. An elderly man, with a benevolent visage, appeared like a specter upon the high platform not far from the arena. This was Nangong Ju, the revered Grand Elder. His emergence altered the atmosphere once more. Salutations, Grand Elder. Upon his entrance, the high-ranking members of Hantian's sect rose in unison, bowing respectfully. Their movements were synchronized, betraying no hint of negligence. As the highest-ranking individual of Hantian's sect, Nangong Ju's stature was akin to that of a mountain, unassailable. Even Dongfang Hao was compelled to show deference in his presence. A single word or glance from Nangong Ju could incite a tremendous upheaval within the sect. Grand Elder, it is unexpected that you would take an interest in the contest among the younger generation, Dongfang Hao remarked with a sheepish smile, an awkward expression gracing his features. I find myself with a moment of leisure, and thus I thought to observe, Nangong Ju replied, stroking his beard nonchalantly. His eyes were profound and tranquil, concealing the true depths of his thoughts. Who could have anticipated both the sect master and the Grand Elder would be present? This battle of life and death is surely destined to be extraordinary. One disciple whispered, his voice laced with astonishment and uncertainty. Is that even a question? Brother Dongfang is the sect master's son, and it is said that Xiao Ruochen has caught the Grand Elder's eye. The power struggles among the higher echelons are beyond the comprehension of mere junior disciples like us. Another disciple chimed in, his gaze filled with awe and trepidation. You are indeed correct. The power struggles among the higher echelons bear little significance to us disciples. Regardless of who wields authority, our status remains unchanged. A rather rational disciple remarked, his eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness and confusion. Around him, the other disciples engaged in hushed whispers, their voices rising and falling like the cicadas in the summer heat. At that moment, Elder Chen Kuiwen, resembling a great bird, abruptly appeared upon the arena. His movements were light and graceful, as if he were dancing in the air. Dongfang Ling, Xiao Ruochen, do you both truly wish to engage in a life-and-death battle? Chen Kuiwen's voice resonated with authority, akin to an echoing bell. Absolutely. Dongfang Ling and Xiao Ruochen replied in unison, their tones resolute and unwavering, devoid of any hesitation. Since you have chosen this path of confrontation, let it commence. With that, Chen Kuiwen leaped gracefully from the arena, his actions exuding elegance and charm that left onlookers in awe. Xiao Ruochen, in consideration of your inferior cultivation, I shall grant you 3 strikes, Dongfang Ling said, his gaze tinged with disdain, as if he were observing a mere ant. He possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities. Just last night, with the unwavering support of his father, Dongfang Hao, he had ascended to the 2nd tier of the Xianzong realm, with his combat prowess far surpassing that of his peers. He believed that even if he stood still, Xiao Ruochen could not inflict a single wound upon him. Do you truly intend to allow me 3 strikes? Xiao Ruochen's lips curved into a slight smirk, a glint of cunning sparkling in his eyes, as if he were plotting some devious scheme. By my word, I shall grant you 3 strikes, Dongfang Ling declared, his eyes gleaming with arrogance and pride, radiating an air of invincibility. Master, Grand Elder, and esteemed elders, since Dongfang Ling insists on granting me 3 strikes, should I inadvertently defeat him, you would not hold me accountable, would you? Xiao Ruochen raised an eyebrow, casting a challenging glance towards his master, Dongfang Hao. His tone dripped with provocation, as if daring the authority of the entire Hantian sect. The life and death arena is a place for our Hantian sect disciples to resolve disputes. Regardless of who perishes here, the higher-ups of the sect hold no power to intervene. Dongfang Hao's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotional warmth. Then I shall proceed without worry. Before Xiao Ruochen's words faded, he vanished like a specter, his speed akin to a flash of lightning slicing through the air, and in the blink of an eye, he launched a powerful punch towards Dongfang Ling. This punch was ferocious, akin to a tiger descending the mountain, carrying with it the weight of thunderous might. The momentum was overwhelming, and the fierce punch surged forth like a roaring tide, sweeping towards Dongfang Ling with an unstoppable force. The howling winds generated by the punch seemed capable of tearing apart any obstruction. Why does this fellow's momentum seem so terrifying? Faced with the overwhelming force of Xiao Ruochen, who charged towards him like a bolt of lightning, Dongfang Ling's expression turned gravely serious in an instant. Yet, having already issued his challenge, any attempt to retreat now would result in immense humiliation. At that moment, he was filled with regret, but found himself caught in a predicament from which there was no escape. In this critical juncture, Dongfang Ling's right hand shot out with remarkable speed, akin to an electric dragon lunging towards Xiao Ruochen's fist. Originally, he had no intention of defending himself. However, upon sensing the imminent threat to his life, he ultimately opted for defense, solely to preserve his own safety. With a resounding crash and a sharp crack, a distinct sound of bone fracturing echoed as Xiao Ruochen's fierce punch shattered Dongfang Ling's arm. The sheer force of the impact was insurmountable, sending his body flying like a kite severed from its string. Die! Xiao Ruochen's cold, piercing command resonated, reminiscent of a judgment from the depths of hell. He swung his demonic dragon staff and charged at Dongfang Ling, his speed so astonishing it was almost illusory. In that moment, Dongfang Ling managed to react, enduring the excruciating pain as cold sweat poured from his forehead. A sharp sword materialized in his palm, and he prepared for a final stand, his eyes filled with reluctance and fear. With a clang, as Xiao Ruochen unleashed his ferocious assault, Dongfang Ling felt a numbing sensation in his arm as an overwhelming force surged through the sword, sending it flying from his grasp. Immediately following, a fierce strike from the staff, akin to a flash of lightning, descended upon his head with such velocity that he had no time to react further. In a moment of desperation, Dongfang Ling raised his hand to shield his head. Crack! Oh! His scream was chilling, akin to the wail of a slaughtered pig, sending shivers down the spine. The battle, having unfolded in just 2 exchanges, had rendered his arms utterly useless. Despair clouded his face, and his eyes were vacant. He could hardly fathom how a practitioner of the Xianling realm could possess such formidable combat prowess, far beyond his expectations. Dongfang Ling, only 2 exchanges. What was the purpose of drawing your sword? Xiao Ruochen, wielding the demonic dragon staff, regarded Dongfang Ling with a mocking glint in his eyes, as if deriding his incompetence and betrayal of trust. I concede. Dongfang Ling grit his teeth, forcing those 3 words through clenched jaws. Ultimately, he chose to surrender, fully aware that he was no match for Xiao Ruochen. Continuing the fight would undoubtedly lead to his demise. At that moment, his dignity lay in ruins, and his heart brimmed with regret and fear. Fool, this is a battle of life and death. Do you take it lightly? Xiao Ruochen scoffed, his derisive laughter steeped in disdain and mockery. In a flash, he struck Dongfang Ling's left leg with his staff. Crack! Oh! A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air, causing Dongfang Ling's visage to contort in agony, his features merging into a grotesque mask of anguish. His body collapsed onto the ground, emitting a series of pitiful, anguished howls that pierced the soul. Xiao Ruochen, you have already triumphed. It is time to cease. A chilling, cutting voice resonated from the platform above, where Dongfang Hao's gaze, as frigid as ice, bore down on Xiao Ruochen with an intensity that suggested a murderous intent lurking in its depths, as if he wished to rend Xiao Ruochen into 1,000 pieces. Master, you clearly stated that in a life and death battle, no one has the right to interfere. Have you so swiftly forgotten your own words? Xiao Ruochen retorted with a cold smirk. Is it because he is your son that you seek to wield your power to intimidate me into sparing him? At that moment, Xiao Ruochen resolved to stand his ground, his eyes unwavering and devoid of fear. He was fully prepared to employ the blood escape technique should Dongfang Hao make a move. Of course, he intended to eliminate Dongfang Ling before his departure, regardless of the cost. Impudent, Dongfang Hao bellowed, his voice booming like thunder, reverberating through the air with deafening resonance. A chilling aura of murderous intent surged from his eyes, his piercing gaze forbidding any direct confrontation, as if it could freeze one's very soul. With a sudden, forceful swing of his right hand, Xiao Ruochen unleashed an unparalleled strike, akin to a cannonball, that crashed into Dongfang Ling's other leg. The sheer force shattered the bone instantly. Crack. You little bastard, I will ensure you are torn to shreds. Dongfang Ling screamed in excruciating pain, his eyes filled with a venomous hatred that seemed capable of manifesting into a tangible force, threatening to consume Xiao Ruochen. Master, do not terrify me, otherwise. The club in my hand may just find its way to his skull. Xiao Ruochen's gaze was sharp as a blade, unyielding and fearless as he met Dongfang Hao's stare. His expression was resolute, devoid of any hint of trepidation, as if he had cast aside the very notion of life and death. At this moment, the arena fell into an eerie silence, all present frozen in disbelief at the unfolding scene. They were astounded by Xiao Ruochen's audacity and determination. How brazenly he dared to provoke the master. You seek death. A glimmer of lethal intent flashed in Dongfang Hao's eyes as he darted forward like lightning, charging at Xiao Ruochen with a speed that was as swift as the wind, catching everyone off guard. The overwhelming pressure of his presence seemed to solidify the surrounding air. In an instant, a terrifying wave of oppressive force descended upon them, followed by the sudden appearance of Nangongju, like a specter, standing before Xiao Ruochen. His arrival was akin to an unyielding barrier, intercepting Dongfang Hao's lethal assault. With a thunderous crash, Dongfang Hao was sent hurtling backward, his body flying several dozen feet before he barely managed to regain his footing. His expression darkened considerably, clearly having suffered a significant setback in this encounter. Dongfang Hao, as the leader of the sect, resorting to petty difficulties against a talented disciple merely due to the defeat of your son, is an act of utter baseness that tarnishes the honor of our Han-Tian sect. I hereby announce that, effective immediately, you are stripped of your position as sect leader and cast out from Han-Tian. Nangongju's voice rang out with a chilling clarity, resonating like a thunderous bell, instilling fear in the hearts of all present. A formidable aura emanated from him, his gaze betraying a hint of irresistible authority. Nangongju, had you uttered such words a decade ago, they might have carried some weight, but today you are unworthy. A glimmer of cold disdain flickered in Dongfang Hao's eyes, his tone laced with scorn and provocation. Originally, had you chosen to withdraw from Han-Tian, I would have spared your life. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. In an instant, the benevolent visage of Nangongju transformed, revealing a chilling intent. With a sudden flash, a radiant beam surged forth, hurtling towards Dongfang Hao. Resplendent and imbued with formidable power, Nangongju's betrayal of the sect deserves punishment. Let us all join together to eliminate him. Dongfang Hao scoffed, leading the charge against Nangongju, his voice replete with seduction and menace. With his command, the Peak Masters, Dugobo of Qingtian Peak, Luo Tianya of Qingyun Peak, and Mu Wansheng of Shantian Peak, immediately lunged towards Nangongju. Are you plotting rebellion? How dare you lay hands on the elder? Gu Tianhe bellowed, his voice brimming with fury and authority, surging forward with unwavering resolve. Lu Yunyun, the master of Yinu Peak, promptly followed suit, aligning herself with the elder, her eyes radiating unwavering determination. Only Zhu Jianfeng, the master of Tianluo Peak, chose neutrality, standing aside with a complex expression, lost in thought. What is happening? At that moment, all observing disciples bore expressions of bewilderment, utterly taken aback that a life-and-death battle among disciples had escalated into a conflict among the sect's upper echelons. Their eyes shimmered with astonishment and fear. In the interest of self-preservation, the disciples hastily retreated, for this was a battle of the higher-ups, and the younger generation wished to avoid entanglement. They dispersed like a tide, leaving a chaotic battlefield behind. Die! Xiao Ruochen shouted fiercely, striking Dongfang Ling's head with a staff. With a resounding crack, Dongfang Ling's head burst open like a ripe watermelon, propelling towards Dongfang Hao in midair. The gruesome scene sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Chapter 0. The Great Change of the Sect, you wretched creature, seeking death. Dongfang Hao erupted with fury, his enraged roar reverberating like rolling thunder across the battlefield, causing a painful ringing in everyone's ears. His eyes blazed with a fiery wrath as he abandoned his assault on Nangongju and, like a tempest, charged toward Xiao Ruochen. The speed was so astonishing that it conjured a tempest, sending chills down one's spine. To dare to be distracted while engaging with me is akin to courting one's own demise. Nangongju's gaze was as piercing as lightning, imbued with an air of authority and resolve. His hand movements were fierce, reminiscent of crashing waves against the shore, containing boundless power that instantly sent the master of Qingtian Peak, Dugu Bo, flying. Subsequently, Nangongju moved with the swiftness of lightning. His actions were so rapid that they were nearly imperceptible, leaving only a fleeting shadow as he unleashed a deadly palm strike towards Dongfang Hao's back. This strike was formidable, radiating blinding brilliance, as if it sought to rend the very air itself, causing the surrounding space to tremble under the weight of such immense force. Feeling the menacing aura of death approaching from behind, Dongfang Hao was taken aback. The chilling intent sent shivers down his spine. He was acutely aware that if he did not turn to defend himself, even if he managed to eliminate Xiao Ruochen, he would still be grievously injured by Nangongju, with the possibility of losing his life on the spot. At that moment, chaos reigned at the scene. The clamorous cries of battle and the clashing of weapons intertwined, immersing one in a hellish atmosphere. Despite being outnumbered, Nangongju's side maintained a decisive advantage, steadily suppressing Dongfang Hao. As a top-tier powerhouse of the Hantian sect, Nangongju had reached the pinnacle of the second layer of the Xianwang realm. Each of his strikes emanated a cataclysmic force that instilled fear in the hearts of his opponents. In contrast, Dongfang Hao was merely at the early stages of the second layer of the Xianwang realm, and the disparity in strength gradually became evident in the fray. The other peak masters were also at the first layer of the Xianwang realm, and faced with Nangongju's overwhelming pressure, they appeared somewhat beleaguered. In that moment, Nangongju resembled a ferocious beast descending from the mountains, relentlessly driving Dongfang Hao and Dugu Bo into retreat. Their faces were pale, sweat pouring down like rain. Yet they gritted their teeth in defiance. Meanwhile, Gu Tianhe and Lu Yunyun were locked in a fierce confrontation with Luo Tianya and Mu Wansheng, with neither side able to secure a decisive advantage. The four figures intertwined, their techniques sparkling, each collision unleashing waves of energy. Dongfang Hao, how dare you show disrespect to the elder? Today, I shall cleanse the sect. Zhu Jianfeng, the master of Tianluo Peak, observed the situation tilting in favor of the elder. After weighing the pros and cons, he swiftly drew his sword and charged towards Dongfang Hao. He understood that failing to take a stance at this moment could lead to a nosedive in his status within the Hantian sect, should Nangongju emerge victorious. For the sake of his future, he chose to act without hesitation. With Zhu Jianfeng joining the fray, the tide of battle swiftly turned, plunging Dongfang Hao's side into dire straits. At that instant, Lu Yunyun, the master of Yunu Peak, let out a commanding cry, her palm powers surging forth, sending Mu Wansheng, the master of Xiantian Peak, hurtling away. In a flash, as Mu Wansheng was about to land, a streak of white light appeared, accompanied by a sharp sword aura, severing his head in an instant. The assailant was none other than Xiao Ruochen, whose movements were precise and unencumbered, devoid of any hesitation. The young lad indeed lives up to the expectations of the esteemed elder. On the countenance of Lu Yunya, the master of Jade Maiden Peak, a glimmer of admiration emerged, her gaze brimming with recognition and appreciation for Xiao Ruochen. Yet, she swiftly turned her attention towards Luo Tianya, the master of Qingyun Peak, charging forth with an indomitable spirit, offering him no respite. Nangongju, Xiao Ruochen, await your doom. One day, I shall reduce you to mere fragments. Realizing the dire nature of the situation, Dongfang Hao understood that all hope was lost. With a sharp exclamation, he retreated rapidly, darting towards the entrance of Hantian's sect with astonishing speed. transforming into a streak of light in a desperate attempt to escape the unfavorable battlefield. He had believed that his breakthrough to the second level of the Xianwang realm endowed him with the strength to rival Nangongju. However, the reality of the confrontation unveiled the vast chasm in their power, leaving him disheartened and ultimately opting for flight. Nangongju's expression darkened severely at the sight of Dongfang Hao's retreat. He had not anticipated such a cowardly choice. A flicker of resentment and fury flashed in his eyes as he clenched his fists, determined to capture his adversary. Dongfang Hao, you wretched creature. Luo Tianya and Dugu Bo, witnessing the unfolding events, wore expressions of despair. Their eyes mirrored terror and helplessness, as if the apocalypse had descended upon them. They were taken aback by Dongfang Hao's abrupt abandonment, leaving them to face the onslaught, akin to mere cannon fodder. Their hearts brimmed with bitterness and indignation, for they had remained steadfastly loyal to him throughout the years, only to be callously forsaken at a critical juncture. With Dongfang Hao no longer a hindrance, Luo Tianya and Dugu Bo fell swiftly under the assault of Nangongju and his allies, meeting their demise in a matter of moments. Blood splattered across the ground, staining it crimson. The time for tidying up the aftermath had arrived, and Nangongju convened an assembly of the sect's higher-ups, intent on reinstating order within the sect to prevent such occurrences in the future. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruochen returned to his dwelling, immersing himself once more in his cultivation. He was acutely aware that his strength remained insufficient and that relentless effort was imperative for advancement. With merely 4 months remaining until the Eastern Xian Grand Competition, he resolved to elevate his cultivation to the 6th level of the Xianling realm, ensuring his preparedness. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for complacency. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this particular day, Xiao Ruochen felt a surge of formidable power within him, his meridians expanding as spiritual energy converged. He promptly assumed a meditative position, plunging into fervent cultivation. After a day of intensive practice, he successfully ascended to the 5th level of the Xianling realm. Senior, I am prepared to return home for a while. Upon his return from seclusion, Xiao Ruochen arrived at the peak where Nangongju resided and expressed his desire to visit home. With merely 3 months remaining until the East Xian Grand Competition, he yearned to see his grandfather, for upon his next return, he could not ascertain when that would be. Go ahead, just be cautious on your journey. Nangongju assented to Xiao Ruochen's decision, albeit with a reminder to prioritize his safety. The younger generation will heed your advice, Xiao Ruochen affirmed with a resolute nod. Subsequently, he exchanged farewells with Gu Tianhe, Gu Yunxi, and Ling Yuhan, informing them of his intention to return home. Xiao Ruochen, I believe it would be prudent for you to refrain from going home for the time being. The threat posed by Dongfang Hao has not yet been alleviated, and departing from the sect could place you in grave danger, Ling Yuhan remarked, her delicate brows furrowing in concern, her gaze replete with care. Unwilling to see Xiao Ruochen embroiled in peril. Rest assured, he won't easily detect my presence, Xiao Ruochen replied, exuding confidence. Just be careful, Ling Yuhan said softly, her tone imbued with reluctance and affection. Xiao Ruochen smiled and nodded, then turned to depart. Quietly, he left his residence and utilized the illusory transformation technique to alter his appearance, wishing to avoid drawing attention and incurring unnecessary trouble. After departing from the Hantian sect, Xiao Ruochen set off towards Tsangyue City. Now possessing cultivation at the Xianling realm, he was capable of short-distance flight. To enhance his speed, he resumed practicing a technique known as the skyward technique, a martial art designed to minimize wind resistance and maximize flight velocity. Ordinary cultivators at the Xianling realm could typically soar only a few hundred zhang, but with the skyward technique, the distance he could cover was vastly superior, rivaling even those of the Xianwang realm in terms of speed. As he journeyed, Xiao Ruochen diligently practiced the skyward technique, fully engrossed and intent on elevating this martial skill to greater heights. After a fortnight, Xiao Ruochen finally returned to Tsangyue City. The familiarity of this city enveloped him in warmth and nostalgia. Master, the young master has returned. As he stepped into the Xiao family estate, the servants exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards the family courtyard with palpable excitement. Ruochen, my cousin, you've returned. Xiao Ruojuan and several other Xiao family members in the midst of their training approached him, their faces radiant with smiles and their eyes brimming with anticipation. Cousin Ruojuan, it has been too long, Xiao Ruochen greeted warmly, then produced some precious elixirs from his hand to distribute among his kin. Top-tier elixirs. Xiao Ruochen and the younger generation of the Xiao family were instantly illuminated with joy, their eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. They had never encountered such precious elixirs before, and each of them expressed their gratitude with palpable excitement. Subsequently, Xiao Ruochen made his way to his grandfather's residence, resolved to stay for a month this time, as he was uncertain when he would return again. Chapter 64. Return to the family. Seeing that everything in the family was well, Xiao Ruochen's heart, which had been heavy with worry, finally found solace, allowing him to exhale a long sigh of relief. During his absence, he had been deeply concerned about the safety of his family. After all, Su Qingyan's extraordinary talent was indeed alarming. Should she become determined to seek revenge against the Xiao family, he felt utterly unprepared. Xiao Ruochen's return enveloped the entire Xiao family in an atmosphere of joyous celebration. The elder, Xiao Tianya, jubilantly announced a 3-day feast for the entire clan to commemorate Xiao Ruochen's homecoming. Simultaneously, other small families in Sanyue City, along with prominent clans from nearby cities, arrived bearing substantial gifts to extend their congratulations upon hearing the news of his return. The heads of these families were as shrewd as monkeys, adept at reading the room. When one is basking in glory and success, they would eagerly flock to ingratiate themselves, showering one with flattery, as if one were their sole lifeline. However, at the first sign of crisis, they would scatter like the plague, and even take delight in kicking one while down. This is the cruel and pragmatic nature of humanity, a truth that Xiao Ruochen had long since recognized. Despite the opportunistic families arriving to offer their congratulations, Xiao Ruochen did not dismiss them, but rather reciprocated with courtesy, providing appropriate gifts in return. To issue a subtle warning, he adeptly showcased his formidable strength, ensuring these families understood that the current Xiao family was no longer the easy target they once were. In the days that followed, Xiao Ruochen remained in the Xiao family. During his leisure, he patiently instructed the younger generation in their cultivation paths, imparting his insights and techniques without reservation. Morning, you have grown into adulthood, and it is time to share something with you. Xiao Tianya sighed softly, a rare look of melancholy gracing his kindly face. Grandfather, what is it? Xiao Ruochen inquired, pouring a fragrant cup of tea for him, his expression one of curiosity. Actually, your father and mother have not passed away, Xiao Tianya said, taking a gentle sip of tea, his voice steady and slow. Then where have they gone? Xiao Ruochen's tone remained as tranquil as still water. From childhood, he was solely raised by his grandfather, Xiao Tianya. In his memories, the figures of his father and mother had never graced his life. When your father brought you back, you were merely half a month old. Xiao Tianya sighed once more and continued, who is your mother? In truth, your grandfather has never laid eyes upon her. He only knows that her surname is Qiao and that she hails from the central divine continent. Before your father departed, he proclaimed his intent to seek out your mother in central divine and has not returned since. A glimmer of nostalgia and concern danced in Xiao Tianya's gaze. Rest assured, grandfather, as long as they still live, no matter the distance, I shall certainly bring them back, Xiao Ruochen asserted with unwavering determination, his voice steady and resolute. If I can locate them, that would be ideal. If not, it matters not. In your heart, nothing is more significant than my safety and happiness. A benevolent smile spread across Xiao Tianya's face, imbued with profound affection for Xiao Ruochen. My grandson will undoubtedly find them. Xiao Ruochen's tone grew increasingly steadfast, as if he had sworn an unbreakable oath. He then entrusted Xiao Tianya with precious cultivation techniques and an abundance of training resources. Time passed quietly, and a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Xiao Ruochen prepared to leave the Xiao family. With only a month and a half remaining until the Eastern Xian Grand competition, he needed to return to the Han Tian sect in advance to make thorough preparations. Standing at the gate of Sanyue City, he cast a lingering glance at the familiar city, his heart awash with emotions. Afterward, he turned and swiftly raced towards the direction of the Han Tian sect. After a relentless half-month journey, Xiao Ruochen finally returned to the Han Tian sect. Throughout the lengthy travel, he did not squander a single moment. Instead, he diligently honed his cultivation, rendering it remarkably solid and refined. The skyward technique he practiced had reached a minor success, significantly enhancing his strength. Simultaneously, his cultivation had breached the limits of the 5th level of the Xianling realm, leaving him merely a step away from the 6th level. Xiao Ruochen, you have finally returned. In 10 days, we shall set off for the Eastern Xian Empire. Gu Yunxi and Ling Yuhan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him return safely, their previously anxious hearts now at ease. After all, Xiao Ruochen was the seed candidate for the Hantian sect in this Eastern Xian Grand competition. Without his participation, the sect might find itself at the bottom of the rankings among the 5 great powers. What's this? Just over a month apart, and you missed me so much? A teasing smile played on Xiao Ruochen's lips. Who would think of you? Gu Yunxi pouted, her expression adorably charming and imbued with a captivating allure. If a ghost were to miss me, I wouldn't mind at all, Xiao Ruochen chuckled, a glimmer of mischief flickering in his eyes. Impudent lad, at such a tender age. I did not expect you to possess a rather mischievous disposition. Beware lest the female specter drain your vitality, Ling Yuhan jested with a smile. How many men can claim to be devoid of such desires? Xiao Ruochen laughed heartily, her face radiating an air of nonchalance. The trio sat together, indulging in tea while eagerly exchanging insights on their cultivation experiences and sharing their reflections and realizations from their practices. Subsequently, they each returned to their respective abodes, making the final preparations for the impending Eastern Xian Grand Tournament. In the days that followed, Xiao Ruochen diligently immersed herself in her training within the reincarnation space. 8 days swiftly elapsed, and on this particular day, she finally confronted the bottleneck of the 6th layer of the Xianling realm. After numerous relentless attempts, Xiao Ruochen successfully broke through, elevating her cultivation to the 6th layer of the Xianling realm. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a series of crisp knocks resonated from outside Xiao Ruochen's courtyard. She quickly composed herself and tidied her surroundings before departing the reincarnation space in haste. Xiao Ruochen, the Eastern Xian Grand Tournament commences in 20 days. The Elder has summoned us to gather at the Mountain Gate Square tomorrow morning, Gu Yunxi's voice called from outside. Are we departing so soon? Is the Eastern Xian Empire far away? Xiao Ruochen inquired curiously as she opened the door. The tournament is held in the Eastern Xian Empire, and given the considerable distance from our Cold Heaven sect, we must set out 20 days in advance, Gu Yunxi patiently elucidated. Senior Sister Yunxi, how many participants will compete in this Eastern Xian Grand Tournament? Xiao Ruochen continued to ask with curiosity. This time, 5 major factions will participate: the Eastern Xian Empire, Cold Heaven sect, Yinsha Palace, Tianjin sect, and Mo Yun sect, Gu Yunxi detailed, noting that the Eastern Xian Empire would have 40 participants, while each of the 4 major sects would contribute 20. Senior Sister Yunxi, do you have any information on the contestants from the other factions? Xiao Ruochen inquired with a serious expression. Since she was to partake in the Eastern Xian Grand Tournament, it was imperative to understand her opponents thoroughly. Only with such knowledge could she devise appropriate strategies and ensure victory in battle. Certainly. Here is the compiled information I have prepared for you, detailing the participants from the Eastern Xian Empire and the other 3 major sects, Gu Yunxi offered, presenting a finely crafted jade slip to Xiao Ruochen. Upon receiving the jade slip, Xiao Ruochen immediately focused her attention and began to examine its contents meticulously. The information within was comprehensive and detailed, even including clear and accurate accounts of significant relationships among key figures within the Eastern Xian Empire. As a grand exchange competition among the talented youths of the 5 major factions of the Eastern State, the Eastern Xian Grand Tournament has long been regarded as a pinnacle event in the hearts of the younger generation. For nearly a millennium, champions of the Eastern Xian Grand Tournament have predominantly emerged from the Eastern Xian Empire, being the most formidable force in the Eastern State. The Eastern Xian Empire holds an unparalleled status. A description of its dominance as covering the sky with one hand is not an exaggeration. Even the combined might of the 4 major sects would find it nearly impossible to vanquish the Eastern Xian Empire. The following morning, Xiao Ruochen followed Gu Yunxi and Ling Yuhan as they made their way toward the Grand Plaza of the Hantian sect. At that moment, a colossal mystic vessel rested in the plaza, flanked by a group of spirited young men and women, all poised and vibrant. These youths were the representatives of the Hantian sect, set to compete in the Eastern Xian Grand Tournament. As Xiao Ruochen arrived at the plaza, he felt an unusual gaze upon him. Chapter 0, Eastern Xian Empire, Su Qingyan. Upon recognizing the owner of that penetrating stare, Astonishment flickered across Xiao Ruochen's face. His expression seemingly frozen, eyes wide open in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom how Su Qingyan's cultivation had ascended so rapidly. At that moment, Su Qingyan wore a countenance of profound gloom, her once exquisite features now shrouded in a veil of despair. Her stunning eyes glimmered with a chilling malevolence, as if wishing to carve Xiao Ruochen into 1,000 pieces. The intensity of her gaze was reminiscent of frost in the depths of winter, instilling an involuntary shiver. During her time away, she had faced countless perils, which had led to her swift advancement in cultivation. Yet, upon her return to the Hantian sect, she was confronted with the shocking news of Xiao Ruochen's victory over Dongfang Ling, a revelation that struck her like a thunderbolt, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of defeat. Although her cultivation had reached the Xianzong realm, she harbored no absolute confidence in a confrontation with Xiao Ruochen. After all, he had previously bested her in the 9th layer of the Xian Master realm when she was only at the 4th layer. A defeat that left an indelible shadow in her heart. In the face of Su Qingyan's frigid gaze, Xiao Ruochen remained unfazed. His demeanor was as tranquil as still water, regarding Su Qingyan as nothing more than a trivial breeze. He had resolved in his heart that should this woman dare to strike at him again, he would show no mercy, without an ounce of hesitation or softness. At that moment, Nangongju approached, followed by several elders of the Hantian sect. Under the elders' guidance, all the participating youths of the Eastern Xian Grand Tournament boarded the mystic vessel. The vessel was immense and resplendent, emanating an enigmatic glow, as if it were an artifact from ancient times. Xiao Ruochen found a seat by the window, a gentle breeze caressing his face, bringing a refreshing coolness. Gu Yunqi and Ling Yuhan settled beside him, both adorned with soft smiles, reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring. Observing Xiao Ruochen flanked by 2 stunning beauties, many of the young participants cast envious glances, their eyes brimming with desire and jealousy, lamenting their own lack of such fortune. The mystic vessel sailed swiftly, powered by spirit stones. Theoretically, as long as there were sufficient spirit stones, it could soar endlessly. These spirit stones radiated a brilliant light, continuously supplying formidable energy to the vessel. Indeed, the consumption of spirit stones by the Xianzhou is exceptionally rapid, making it an unsustainable expense for the average individual. Consequently, under normal circumstances, the various factions refrain from utilizing the Xianzhou for transportation unless absolutely necessary, for it represents an exorbitant expenditure. As 10 days swiftly passed, a grand and magnificent city emerged before the eyes of the onlookers. This city resembled a colossal fortress, standing proudly upon the earth, exuding an air of majesty and enigma. It was none other than the imperial capital of the Eastern Xian Empire, its towering walls reaching for the heavens, as if connecting with the skies above. Constructed from a rare metal known as starry Xian iron, these walls have withstood the ravages of time for millennia, remaining as robust as ever. From a distance, it appeared akin to a divine dragon coiled upon the land, radiating an aura that demanded respect and evoked trepidation. Flight within the Eastern Xian city is strictly prohibited. Any unauthorized incursion would be deemed a provocation against the Eastern Xian Empire, with dire consequences. Thus, the party from the Cold Heaven sect halted 10 miles from the city, securing the Xianzhou within their storage rings. Led by Nangongju, they proceeded towards the Eastern Xian Imperial City. As the sole superpower of the Eastern State, the Eastern Xian Empire occupies the most fertile region, surrounded by the 4 major sects, akin to stars encircling the moon. These sects are interdependent yet competitive, collectively shaping the spiritual landscape of the Eastern State. Typically, significant exchanges among the factions occur within the Eastern Xian city, renowned for its comprehensive facilities, formidable defenses, and rich cultural heritage steeped in history. Upon entering the city, a series of classical buildings unfolded before them like exquisite scrolls, each edifice boasting unique architectural styles, intricate carvings, and breathtaking beauty, transporting one back to ancient times. The Eastern Xian city thrived with bustling crowds, merchants enthusiastically hawking their wares, and powerful cultivators, all contributing to the city's distinctive charm. The lively scenes dazzled the senses, immersing one in a dreamlike realm. Welcome, Senior Nangongju, to the Eastern Xian Empire. As they stepped into the Eastern Xian city, a squadron of armored guards approached with synchronized precision and an imposing presence. Leading them was a robust middle-aged man, exuding a sharp gaze and an upright posture that conveyed the aura of a seasoned warrior. This individual, named Lu Jianfeng, was the commander of the Eastern Xian Empire's Imperial Guard. His voice resonated powerfully, filled with respect. "Commander Lu, it is an honor," Nangong Ju replied, a hint of displeasure stirring within him, though he maintained a courteous demeanor. His countenance remained serene, yet a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed his eyes. As the esteemed elder of the Hantian sect, he arrived with his disciples to partake in the Eastern Xian Grand Competition. It was expected that at least a prince from the Eastern Xian Empire's royal family would come to receive them. Instead, only a commander had graced their presence, a clear indication of disdain towards the Hantian sect. Although Nangong Ju felt a sense of dissatisfaction, he restrained himself and adhered to the essential courtesies of the occasion. "Please, Senior Nangong," Lu Jianfeng said, slightly bowing while gesturing an invitation. Before long, a pair of opulent beast-drawn carriages approached, resplendently adorned and exuding an air of nobility. "Oh, is that not Elder Nangong?" Came a mocking laugh from the city gate, laced with sarcasm and disdain. An elder with graying hair and a stern demeanor approached, his steps steady, eyes sharp, emanating a formidable presence. Behind this elder trailed more than 20 vibrant and spirited youths, each brimming with confidence and pride. The newcomer was none other than Lu Shangtao, the leader of the Tianjin sect. "Ah, it is Master Lu," Nangong Ju acknowledged with a calm expression, his voice steady yet his gaze betraying a hint of vigilance. "Elder Nangong, are these the disciples of your Hantian sect?" Lu Shangtao's lips curled slightly, his tone tinged with mockery as his eyes scanned the Hantian disciples, filled with contempt. Indeed, Nangong Ju's expression darkened slightly, clearly detecting the derision in Lu's tone. His gaze intensified, as if attempting to see through Lu's facade. "Elder Nangong, it is not that I look down upon your Hantian sect, but if your disciples possess only this level of strength, it seems your sect may find itself at the bottom of this Eastern Xian Grand Competition," Lu Xingtao remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips, a flicker of mockery evident in his eyes. "Master Lu, one ought not to speak too soon. Should your Tianjin sect end up at the bottom, it would indeed be a grand embarrassment," Nangong Ju retorted, stroking his beard with a hint of ironic amusement. His voice radiated confidence, unaffected by the provocation. "Ha ha, Elder Nangong, surely your Hantian sect hasn't run out of capable individuals?" Lu Xingtao laughed heartily, then turned his gaze towards Xiao Ruochen, as if he had discovered a new land, saying, "Look at this little fellow, only at the 6th layer of the Xianling realm. And you've brought him along as support? Isn't that rather irresponsible? If this little one were to perish in the competition, how would you justify that?" His eyes brimmed with disdain and mockery, as if Xiao Ruochen were merely an inconsequential presence. "Senior, do not underestimate others. My strength is quite formidable. If it comes to a fight, your Tianjin sect disciples may not stand a chance against me," Xiao Ruochen replied, feigning innocence. The disciples of the Tianjin sect behind Lu Shangtao erupted in derisive laughter, their mirth echoing in the air, replete with scorn and disdain. "Young man, since you possess such confidence, why not engage in a friendly spar with me?" A youth of remarkable bearing and haughty demeanor stepped forth from the ranks of the Heavenly Sword sect, a glimmer of disdain dancing in his eyes. This individual was none other than Zhou Xianong, the prodigious core disciple ranked 20th in the sect. "Since this lad is so self-assured, why not allow them to spar? It would also serve to strengthen the bonds among our 4 great sects," proposed Lu Xingtang, stroking his beard with a smile. His gaze was filled with anticipation, as if he awaited the spectacle of the Cold Heavens sect's misfortune. "A friendly contest among the youth would be quite agreeable," remarked Nangong Ju with an air of indifference. "Ruochen, be cautious." He held firm confidence in Xiao Ruochen's combat prowess, believing wholeheartedly that he could meet this challenge head-on. "Understood," Xiao Ruochen nodded, stepping forward with unwavering determination, devoid of any trace of trepidation. Lu Xingtang's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had not anticipated Nangong Ju's acquiescence. Even the commander of the guards, Lu Jianfeng, exhibited a look of astonishment. At this moment, the onlookers instinctively cleared a space for the two to engage in their contest. "Young man, in consideration of your lower cultivation level, I shall allow you 3 moves. If you can force me back a single step, Then this spar shall be deemed your victory, Zhou Xianong declared, his tone laced with condescension. His arms crossed over his chest, his eyes radiating disdain. Having reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier of the profound spirit realm, his physical defenses surpassed those of his peers, and he doubted that Xiao Ruochen, at the 6th tier, could breach his defenses. He was confident in his ability to effortlessly counter Xiao Ruochen's attacks, eager to impart a lesson in humility. Are you certain you wish to grant me 3 moves? Xiao Ruochen's lips curled into a slight smirk, his expression enigmatic. His gaze was resolute and piercing, fixed intently upon his opponent. I am a man of my word. If we are to engage, let us proceed swiftly. I have no desire to squander time on a mere waste, Zhou Xianong proclaimed with arrogance, his head held high, as if to showcase his unparalleled nobility. His eyes bore a hint of disdain, viewing Xiao Ruochen as nothing more than an insignificant insect to be crushed at will. How audacious of you to act so boldly, Xiao Ruochen thought to himself with a cold smile. Drawing a deep breath, he sought to steady his mind before advancing toward his adversary. His steps were measured and powerful, each one seemingly imbued with an invisible pressure. What on earth does this young man intend to do? The onlookers were taken aback, their eyes wide and mouths agape, unable to fathom the unfolding scene. I shall make but a single move. Should you withstand it, then I shall concede my defeat. Xiao Ruochen's voice was cold and resolute, as if it were not merely a simple challenge, but an oath that could not be violated. With your mere 6th tier cultivation in the profound spirit realm, do not even think of breaking my defense with just 1 strike. I could stand here and allow you to attack me 100 times, and you would still fail to breach my barrier. Zhou Xianong sneered disdainfully, his smile brimming with contempt and mockery toward Xiao Ruochen. He stood there with unwavering confidence, his defensive barrier shimmering with a dazzling brilliance, as if to demonstrate his superiority to Xiao Ruochen. Xiao Ruochen ceased speaking, his gaze transforming into one of piercing intensity. Suddenly, he swung his right hand with force, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that sliced through the air, leaving a lingering shadow akin to a sharp sword, instantly tearing apart Zhou Xianong's defensive barrier. The overwhelming force seemed capable of obliterating anything in its path, striking Zhou Xianong squarely in the face. A crisp and resounding sound reverberated through the air, reminiscent of a heavy hammer striking the hearts of the onlookers. Zhou Xianong spat out a mouthful of blood, the crimson liquid tracing a stark arc through the air, a sight most alarming. A cry of anguish escaped his lips, filled with both pain and disbelief, as his body flew through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground in the vicinity of the Tianjian sect disciples. At that moment, the crowd erupted into chaos. Everyone was left dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. No one had anticipated that Zhou Xianong, known for his formidable defense, would be so easily sent flying by a mere 6th tier novice in the profound spirit realm. It was utterly inconceivable, challenging the limits of their belief, especially for Lu Xingtang, the leader of the Tianjian sect, whose expression was as dismal as a frostbitten eggplant. He had intended to seize this opportunity to humiliate the Hantian sect, elevating his own faction in the eyes of the crowd. Instead of achieving that, he found himself humiliated, a true case of misfortune begetting further misfortune. You audacious brat! How dare you strike my face? Zhou Xianong struggled to rise from the ground, his visage marred by cold malice. His right cheek was a gruesome sight. Bloodied and grotesquely contorted, the bone beneath caved in, rendering him horrifying to behold. You never specified that striking the face was off limits, Xiao Ruochen replied innocently, his expression betraying no awareness of wrongdoing. Besides, there are still 2 more strikes. I assure you, I won't hit your face this time. His tone carried a hint of mockery, seemingly intent on further provoking Zhou Xianong. You. Zhou Xianong's expression darkened with fury, his body trembling slightly with rage. He realized he had underestimated Xiao Ruochen, and he was uncertain if he could withstand another 2 strikes. Weren't you the one who said I could have 3 strikes? Xiao Ruochen sneered contemptuously, his smile laced with derision. I have only used 1 so far. You wouldn't dare to go back on your word, would you? His words pierced Zhou Xianong's heart like arrows. You insolent brat. I admit I underestimated you. Let us engage in a fair duel, Xuan coldly declared, attempting to reclaim his dignity. Coward. Xiao Ruochen let out a derisive laugh, the sound echoing in the air, piercingly harsh. He then turned to the master of the Heavenly Sword sect, addressing him. Esteemed senior, your disciples truly disappoint. Their skills are lacking, yet they insist on flaunting themselves. Most disheartening is their inability to accept defeat. Xiao Ruocheng's voice rang out loud and clear, ensuring that every individual present could hear him distinctly. Ruocheng, do not be disrespectful, Nangong Ju admonished, though a faint smile played upon his lips. While ostensibly rebuking Xiao Ruocheng, he felt immense satisfaction with the latter's performance. Lu Xingtong's face turned ashen upon hearing this, but he quickly regained his composure. Taking a deep breath to suppress the fury within, he stated, "It seems I was indeed mistaken. Young one, this round is a loss for the Heavenly Sword sect." Though his voice remained calm, the underlying bitterness and anger were palpable to all. "Esteemed senior, your words are misguided. A loss is a loss, and one cannot claim it as your own defeat." Xiao Ruocheng replied with a serene smile, exuding confidence and composure. "Should any of your disciples wish to spar with me, I hope they refrain from posturing, lest they find themselves unable to accept defeat once more." His words sparked yet another uproar, inciting further ire among the members of the Heavenly Sword sect. Gu Yunxi and Ling Yuhan couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Their amusement felt jarringly out of place amidst the tension, amplifying the awkwardness for the Heavenly Sword sect. Others gazed in wide-eyed astonishment, utterly unprepared for Xiao Ruocheng's audacity to provoke even the master of the sect. Admiration and concern swirled within them, uncertain of what astonishing act he might undertake next. "You insolent brat, since you are so arrogant, I shall take you on, a girl of innocent appearance." At the first level of the Xianzong realm, stepped forward. Her voice was crisp and resonant, filled with indignation and challenge. This was Lu Xingtong's daughter, Lu Feier, a prodigy ranked 10th among the core disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. Her beautiful visage flushed with anger, rendering her even more captivating. "I must declare in advance, during our sparring, some bumps are inevitable. Should you lose, do not blame me for taking advantage." Xiao Ruocheng smirked, a hint of mischief glimmering in his eyes. "You think you can defeat me? You must still be in a dream," Lu Feier scoffed, her face radiating disdain and mockery. In her eyes, Xiao Ruocheng was merely an inexperienced youth, utterly incapable of being her rival. "And if you were to lose? Do not blame me for taking advantage then." Xiao Ruocheng spoke with a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing, his gaze appraising Lu Feier as if evaluating something of great significance. "Humph. Should you manage to best me, I shall not hold it against you, my lady." A fleeting shadow of frost passed over Lu Feier's flawless visage, her eyes brimming with unwavering determination and confidence. She could not fathom the possibility of losing to this arrogant young man before her. Out of respect for the fairer sex, "I shall grant you 3 moves." A faint smile graced Xiao Ruocheng's lips, imbued with self-assurance and composure. "You insolent brat, you seek your own demise," Lu Feier retorted, indignant at being belittled by a mere 6th-tier cultivator of the Xianling realm, a slight she could scarcely endure. In a flash, she transformed into a blur, launching a kick aimed directly at Xiao Ruocheng's groin. She had encountered arrogance before, but never had she met someone so brazen. At that moment, her resolve crystallized. She would ensure that this impudent youth paid a steep price for his arrogance. "By heavens, this woman is truly ruthless," Xiao Ruocheng thought to himself, though his facade remained calm. As Lu Feier's swift and fierce kick approached, a smirk of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. Just as her delicate leg was about to make contact, he swiftly clamped his legs together, ensnaring her slender limb with ease. His legs tightened around her right leg like a vice, rendering her struggles futile. "One move," Xiao Ruocheng sneered, a provocative glint in his eyes. "Perverse rogue, perish," Lu Feier exclaimed, executing a sweeping kick with her left leg aimed at his waist. "Second move." Xiao Ruocheng remained unperturbed, his right hand shot out. Seizing her left leg with a firm grip, Lu Feier attempted to break free, but her legs felt as though they were caught in a trap, her efforts in vain. At that moment, disbelief etched itself on the faces of the onlookers. Lu Feier was a Xuanzi realm cultivator, while Xiao Ruocheng was merely a 6th-tier Xianling realm practitioner. A disparity in cultivation levels that was glaringly obvious. Yet, he managed to repel her attacks with such ease that it was astonishing. "You insolent wretch. Let us see what you will use to defend yourself this time," Lu Feier cried, raising her delicate hand to unleash a mighty strike towards Xiao Ruocheng. In a swift motion, he extended his left hand, capturing her left wrist, while his right hand lifted her leg, hoisting it onto his shoulder. In that moment, with her left leg ensnared and her right leg draped over his shoulder, their posture appeared exceedingly intimate, inviting a myriad of thoughts. By heavens, this fellow is audacious beyond belief, truly a model for our generation. Many male disciples of the Cold Sky sect expressed astonishment, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. In their hearts, they felt both admiration and envy towards Xiao Ruochen, admiring his courage and strength, while envying his close proximity to Lu Feier. After 3 moves had passed, a faint, cold smile graced Xiao Ruochen's lips, a smile brimming with the joy of victory. Scoundrel, perish! Lu Feier's only unconstrained right hand swiftly struck towards Xiao Ruochen's face. Chapter 67. Shopping utterly absurd. A hint of coldness flickered in Xiao Ruochen's eyes, his gaze as chilling as a frozen abyss, instilling a sense of dread. His right hand promptly released its grip on her leg, the motion clean and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. Without a moment's pause, he unleashed a powerful palm strike. The fierce gust of wind carrying an overwhelming force that crashed into Lu Feier's chest like a surging wave. Bang! A dull thud reverberated through the air as Lu Feier's body was sent hurtling backward, like a kite severed from its string, her figure tracing a helpless arc in midair. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect rushed to catch her, their faces etched with anxiety and concern, their eyes reflecting anger towards Xiao Ruochen. Puffed. Lu Feier coughed up a mouthful of blood, which transformed into a shocking mist in the air. Her once flawless cheek now bore a hint of indignation, her eyes filled with disbelief and humiliation. At that moment, it felt as if her chest were about to explode with fury. She never imagined that as a formidable expert at the profound realm, she would be bested by a mere youth at the 6th layer of the spirit realm, and worse still, that she would possess no power to resist against his assault. Nangong Taishang remarked with a sardonic tone, tinged with bitterness and jealousy. It seems I have indeed underestimated your Cold Heaven sect. Although this lad possesses commendable talent, his cultivation remains regrettably low. If he is your trump card, I fear your Cold Heaven sect will once again find itself at the bottom of the rankings this year. A disdainful smile lingered on his face, an attempt to mask his inner unease. Leader Lu, do not speak too soon. Should you be struck down again, it would be quite the embarrassment. Nangong Ju displayed a faint smile, radiating confidence and composure. Since you are so confident, let us wait and see. Lu Xingtong's expression darkened, resembling a sky shrouded in ominous clouds. His eyes flickered with rage and resentment, silently vowing to ensure the Cold Heaven sect faces dire consequences at the Eastern Xian competition. Though he still had disciples at the 3rd layer of the profound realm, they were the seed candidates of the Heavenly Sword sect, and for now, he preferred to keep them hidden to avoid being targeted and studied by other sections. Haha, Leader Lu has arrived. I have failed to welcome you properly. At that moment, a middle-aged man adorned in a luxurious gold-trimmed robe, with an imposing presence, approached on a golden-armored steed. The majestic golden-armored demon horse exuded an imposing aura, its hooves stirring the wind, while the middle-aged man radiated an extraordinary presence that commanded respect. The newcomer was none other than Su Xiaotian, the king of heaven's protection from the Eastern Xian Empire. His laughter was hearty and unrestrained, imbued with the demeanor of a sovereign. Your Excellency, the king of heaven's protection, you are too kind. I have only just arrived myself. Lu Shangtang replied with a hearty laugh, casting a glance at Nangong Ju, his face adorned with a triumphant smirk. In that moment, he seemed to have found a pillar of support, bolstering his confidence. It turned out that the esteemed elder Nangong had also made his appearance. Su Xiaoyan's face broke into a genuine smile, his gaze lingering on Nangong Ju for a brief moment, tinged with respect and courtesy. As I have also just arrived, I shall not delay your time any further, Nangong Ju stated, leading the party from the Cold Sky sect to board the beast cart prepared by Lu Jianfeng. His countenance remained calm, yet his heart brimmed with helplessness and disappointment. It was evident to him that the Eastern Xian Empire held the Cold Sky sect in far less regard than other sects, and remaining in this place would only bring further embarrassment. The beast cart moved forward slowly, the sound of its wheels turning seemingly narrating the solitude of the Cold Sky sect. Under the guidance of the commander of the Imperial Guards, Lu Jianfeng, the party arrived at the royal villa situated in the eastern part of the city. This villa boasted expansive grounds, surrounded by lush trees and fragrant blossoms. Its opulent decoration featured pavilions and towers artfully arranged, with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, serving as the designated retreat for esteemed guests of the Eastern Xian Empire. After escorting the Cold Sky sect to the villa, Lu Jianfeng turned and departed, his figure swiftly vanishing from sight without a trace of lingering sentiment. Observing this, Nangong Ju could not help but let out a soft sigh. His eyes were filled with concern and reflection. Indeed, the Cold Sky sect had fallen into obscurity over the years, and in comparison to the other three major sects, the disparity in strength had become increasingly pronounced. In former times, when the Cold Sky sect attended the Eastern Xian Grand Competition, the empire would dispatch figures of princely stature to personally welcome them, and even the accommodations would be attended to with great care. During those times, the Cold Sky sect was held in high esteem and received lavish treatment. However, this time, the Eastern Xian Empire had merely sent a commander of the imperial guards to receive them, and not a single maid was appointed to serve in their villa. This stark contrast in treatment left him feeling profoundly disheartened and helpless. In the coming days, let us remember to act with humility. Your cultivation, compared to the prodigies of the other three major sects, is still somewhat lacking. Hence, unless absolutely necessary, avoid conflict at all costs. Nangong Ju advised with a serious expression, his voice deep and powerful, filled with concern for his disciples. The disciples understood. They responded respectfully, their gazes resolute and expressions grave, fully aware of the significance and challenges posed by this Eastern Xian Grand Competition. Elder, if someone provokes me first, may I retaliate? Xiao Ruochen asked sheepishly, a playful yet stubborn glint in his eyes. As long as one is not of royal blood, should any other sect provoke you, feel free to retaliate. Should any trouble arise, I shall take full responsibility. Nangong Ju spoke solemnly, his gaze imbued with trust and support. Then I can rest easy. Xiao Ruochen replied with a smile, his face radiating confidence and courage. Very well, you all may retire for the night, Nangong Ju declared, waving his hand to signal everyone to disperse. Upon returning to his chamber, Xiao Ruochen indulged in a soothing hot bath, the warm water providing immense relaxation for both body and spirit. Just as he was preparing to enter the reincarnation space, a series of crisp knocks echoed from the door. Sister Yuhan, Sister Yunqi, have you missed me so soon? A subtle, mischievous smile crept onto Xiao Ruochen's lips, his tone laced with teasing lightness. Junior brother Ruochen, it's a rare opportunity to visit Dongxian City. Let us venture out and explore. Gu Yunqi blinked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Since two lovely ladies wish to shop, I would be delighted to accompany you. Xiao Ruochen replied with a gentle smile, his gaze filled with warmth and acceptance. As a newcomer to the grand city of Dongxian, he too yearned to witness its wonders. This city brims with mystery and the allure of the unknown, igniting a desire within him to discover more. After bidding farewell to Nangong Ju, the trio departed from the royal estate. Their figures appeared particularly vibrant and youthful under the sun, exuding vitality. Dongxian City thrived in prosperity. With martial arts flourishing, one could find numerous powerful practitioners scattered throughout. Some moved hurriedly, others strolled leisurely, while some engaged in martial sparring on the streets, and others browsed treasures in shops. As the three walked along the bustling streets, they immediately drew the gaze of countless passers-by, primarily due to the stunning beauty of Gu Yunqi and Ling Yuhan. Their allure shone like brilliant stars against the night sky, making them impossible to overlook. With the company of these two enchanting, ethereal women, it was difficult not to attract attention. The eyes of the onlookers shimmered with awe and admiration, and even a hint of envy and desire. The streets of Dongxian City stood in stark contrast to those of Tsangyue City, resembling two entirely different realms. Though Tsangyue City also hosted practitioners, it remained a realm of mortals, bustling with noise and vibrancy. The pace of life there was relatively slow, with people more focused on the mundane joys of daily living. In contrast, Dongxian City truly belonged to the realm of practitioners. It was lined with shops offering an array of goods essential for cultivation, such as weapons, spiritual herbs, techniques, and materials for crafting. Every item exuded an aura of mystery, captivating the attention of many cultivators. Shopping is a woman's innate desire, and with Xiao Ruochen's company, Ling Yuhan and Gu Yunqi fully embraced their feminine nature. flitting between various shops, selecting items that caught their fancy. Xiao Ruochen, unperturbed, diligently trailed behind the two ladies. A perpetual smile gracing his visage as he carried their bags and attended to their needs, embodying the role of a gallant protector. The trio strolled leisurely until they arrived at the Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce, the largest trading institution in East Xian City. Its edifice rose majestically, akin to a fortress standing resolutely at the heart of the city. It is rumored that the branches of the Xuanwu Chamber are scattered across the vast expanse of the Xuanwu continent, bolstered by formidable powers. Thus, a legend persists throughout the continent. The Xuanwu Chamber is as steadfast as iron, while empires flow like water. Regardless of the rise and fall of dynasties, the Xuanwu Chamber remains unyielding. Its presence is an eternal emblem, witnessing the ebb and flow of the continent's fortunes. Even though the Xuanwu Chamber in East Xian City is merely a branch, few dare to provoke it, not even those of royal lineage, who tread lightly in its vicinity. Its authority and influence resonate deeply, instilling a sense of reverence. The Xuanwu Chamber offers an abundance of resources, with an array of cultivation materials one could scarcely imagine. Theoretically, as long as one possesses sufficient spirit stones, any desired resource for cultivation can be procured. It resembles a treasure trove for practitioners, catering to a myriad of needs and desires. Even items not in stock can be obtained through tasks directed at other branches, or even across the entire Xuanwu continent, provided one is willing to pay a handsome sum of spirit stones. With ample wealth, anything is possible. Esteemed sir, how may I assist you? Upon entering the chamber, a slender female attendant approached, her face adorned with a professional smile, her eyes brimming with enthusiasm and anticipation. We shall browse for now and seek you out when needed. Xiao Ruochen replied, his tone gentle and courteous. Of course, please take your time. The attendant gestured politely, stepping aside, ever ready to serve. As Xiao Ruochen led the two women through the Xuanwu Chamber, he was awestruck by the plethora of luxurious goods. Their exorbitant prices a stark reminder of the opulence and harsh realities of the cultivation world. Soon, they found themselves in the area designated for spirit herbs. Chapter 68. Jisin herb. At that moment, a wild grass emanating a fragrant aroma captured Xiao Ruochen's attention. Amongst the array of precious herbs, this unassuming plant stood out due to its distinctive scent, instantly drawing his focus. The Jisin herb, an exceedingly rare spirit medicine, possesses the remarkable ability to heal soul injuries and significantly enhance an individual's soul strength. However, due to the scarcity of soul martial arts in the world, few delve into their study and mastery, leaving the true value of the Jisin herb largely unrecognized. To the average observer, the Jisin herb is merely a common medicinal plant known for its calming properties, aiding individuals in quieting their minds for cultivation. Its unremarkable appearance and obscure benefits render it an ordinary aid for most practitioners. Yet, does this gentleman hold an interest in the Jisin herb? The female attendant approached once more, her face adorned with a professional smile, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Indeed, how much for this Jisin herb? Xiao Ruochen inquired casually, his tone unremarkable, as if he were merely asking about an everyday item. This Jisin herb can assist practitioners in achieving tranquility and significantly enhance their cultivation efforts. If the gentleman desires it, he may acquire it for merely one spirit stone, the attendant enthusiastically introduced, sensing Xiao Ruochen's interest. Her melodious voice sought to convey the intrinsic value of the herb. I am well aware of its effects. It merely aids in calming the mind for cultivation. 1,000 spirit stones is far too extravagant, Xiao Ruochen replied, shaking his head. His gaze remained steady upon the attendant, attempting to negotiate a more reasonable price. Sir, please propose a price, and I shall consult with the shopkeeper. The attendant maintained her amicable demeanor, unaffected by his haggling. I will offer 500 spirit stones. Xiao Ruochen gestured with his hand, his expression resolute, brimming with confidence in his bid. That price is rather steep. The attendant chuckled lightly. It is a substantial sum. Why not inquire with your shopkeeper? Please do consult your shopkeeper, Xiao Ruochen urged. Kind sir, please wait a moment while I seek the shopkeeper. The attendant responded before swiftly making her way to the counter of the Xuanwu Trading Association. After a brief interval, she returned, Sir, 500 is acceptable. Her smile remained intact, satisfied with the impending transaction. Very well, Xiao Ruochen nodded, then proceeded to pay 500 spirit stones. He carefully cradled the jisun herb in his hands, scrutinizing it with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. I shall take this jisun herb, Xiao Ruochen declared just as a haughty voice pierced his ears. The tone was sharp and grating, imbued with an air of undeniable arrogance. Moments later, a stunningly beautiful young lady, exuding grace, approached, flanked by a throng of admirers. She moved with a lightness of step, her countenance reflecting an elevated sense of superiority, as if the world ought to revolve around her. This was none other than Zhou Quanjin, the saintess of the Yinsha Palace. Draped in a magnificent gown that billowed with the breeze, her noble aura was further accentuated. Esteemed lady, this jisun herb has already been purchased by this gentleman, the attendant stated with unwavering composure, her voice resolute and unyielding despite the stature of the newcomer. Young man, I desire this mist jisun grass. Name your price. Zhou Quanjin spoke with an air of arrogance, casting a frigid glance at Xiao Ruochen. Her gaze was rife with disdain and contempt, as if she regarded Xiao Ruochen as nothing more than an inconsequential figure. Sister Yunqi, Sister Yuhan, let us depart. Xiao Ruochen, unfazed by her provocations, turned his attention to Gu Yunqi and Ling Yuhan. A serene expression adorned his face, as if the unfolding scenario bore no relevance to him. Indeed, Gu Yunqi and Ling Yuhan nodded in agreement, for they had no desire to stir up trouble unless absolutely necessary. Subsequently, the trio made their way toward the exit of the Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce. Stop right there. Just as Xiao Ruochen stepped out of the Xuanwu Chamber, a chilling voice rang out, filled with anger and menace, as if it sought to engulf him. A youth clad in an opulent azure robe, strikingly handsome, blocked his path. The boy's countenance was imbued with arrogance, and his eyes reflected an air of superiority. At this moment, Zhou Quanjin also sauntered out of the northern Xin chamber, flanked by several youths who encircled Xiao Ruochen. What, do you intend to force a purchase? Xiao Ruochen scoffed, his eyes devoid of fear as they swept over the gathered crowd. You must be disciples of the Hantian sect. Today, I am in a generous mood and do not wish to make things difficult for you. Apologize to Miss Zhou at once and hand over the jisun grass willingly, and I shall allow you to leave, the azure-clad youth proclaimed with an air of condescension, his tone laced with threats and intimidation, attempting to coerce Xiao Ruochen into submission. If you wish to be a sycophant, no one shall stop you, but do not provoke me. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. A glint of cold light flickered in Xiao Ruochen's eyes, emanating an aura of chilling ferocity. What a presumptuous young man. If I do not teach you a lesson today, you may truly believe yourself a genius, the azure-robed youth bellowed, his form darting forward like a serpent, launching a palm strike toward Xiao Ruochen. His movements were swift and vicious, the wind of his strike whistling with formidable force. How audacious! Xiao Ruochen's eyes flashed with cold light, his left hand shooting out like lightning to seize the youth's right hand, twisting it with a decisive motion. His actions were clean and unhesitating. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed sharply, sending chills down the spine. Ah! The azure-clad youth cried out in agony, terror etched across his features, his face contorting in response to the excruciating pain. His body trembled violently, as if he were enduring immense suffering. Boom! Go to hell. Eat dirt. Xiao Ruochen's right leg struck like a bolt, delivering a powerful kick to the youth's abdomen, sending him flying through the air. His movements were swift and powerful, executed with remarkable ferocity. How audacious to dare harm a disciple of the Yinsha Palace. Upon witnessing this, several other disciples from the Yinsha Palace swiftly directed their attacks towards Xiao Ruochen, their faces contorted with rage, as if intent on delivering him to his demise. Foolish boy, courting death. A glint of cold light flashed in Xiao Ruochen's eyes as he summoned the demon dragon staff from the reincarnation space and charged towards the disciples of the Yinsha Palace. His figure was akin to a bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight in an instant. Bang! 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 Xiao Ruochen moved with astounding speed, weaving through the crowd like a fleeting shadow. His demon dragon staff swung with a fierce wind, each strike imbued with immense power. The air was filled with anguished cries as within mere breaths, the disciples of Yinsha Palace found themselves toppled to the ground, each one suffering grievous injuries. Their appearances utterly pitiful. Their bodies writhed on the ground, moaning in agony. You little brat, you seek death. Zhou Quanjin shouted furiously. her form striking like lightning as she unleashed a sword strike directly at Xiao Ruochen. Her swordsmanship was sharp, the blade's aura radiating with formidable might. As she executed her strike, a dazzling sword energy flickered forth, imbued with a chilling coldness that evoked dread in all who beheld it. That sword energy seemed capable of rending the very air, reaching Xiao Ruochen in an instant. "You foul wench, do you truly believe I will not strike a woman?" Xiao Ruochen retorted coldly, his figure darting forth as the demon dragon staff lashed out towards Zhou Quanjin like a bolt of lightning. His movements were decisive and resolute, devoid of hesitation. Faced with the overwhelming force of Xiao Ruochen's strike, a flicker of apprehension crossed Zhou Quanjin's eyes. She swung her long sword, shimmering with brilliant light, meeting Xiao Ruochen's staff head-on. Clang! The clash of their weapons erupted in a shower of brilliant sparks, the sound deafening. Zhou Quanjin felt a jolt in her arm, and her sword was forcibly wrenched from her grasp. The sheer force was unbearable, sending her weapon flying. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Ruochen executed a swift, horizontal kick that carried a tempestuous energy, striking Zhou Quanjin squarely in the face. His movements were rapid and powerful, leaving her no opportunity to react. Zhou Quanjin emitted a pained scream as her once beautiful visage was instantly caved in by Xiao Ruochen's kick, blood gushing forth, rendering her appearance tragically dismal. Her body tumbled through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. "You little brat, have the courage to reveal your name." Upon hitting the ground, Zhou Quanjin glared venomously at Xiao Ruochen. Her voice was laced with fury and hatred, wishing nothing more than to see him tortured 1,000 times over. She could hardly believe that as a practitioner of the second level of the Xianzong realm, she had been sent flying by a mere 6th-level practitioner of the Xianling realm. For her, this was an immense humiliation. How foolish. Could she not have sought the truth herself? Xiao Ruochen let out a cold laugh. Having said that, she swiftly pulled the astonished Gu Yunqi and Ling Yuhan away from the scene. His figure quickly vanished into the crowd, leaving only Zhou Quanjin and others seething with anger and resentment. "You wait." Gazing at Xiao Ruochen's retreating silhouette, a malevolent glint flickered in Zhou Quanjin's sunken cheeks. Her eyes brimmed with hatred and a fervent desire for revenge. As the saintess of the Yinsha Palace, she had never endured such a significant loss throughout her life, having always been cherished as a precious jewel. Yet now, she had been so ruthlessly humiliated and harmed by Xiao Ruochen. Deep within, she vowed to make this Xiao Ruochen pay a heavy price. No matter the cost, she would ensure that Xiao Ruochen regretted today's actions. Chapter 69. The grand competition is about to commence. "Ruochen, you truly dared to act against her?" That Zhou Quanjin is reputed as the most beautiful woman of the Yinsha Palace. Gu Yunqi exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Xiao Ruochen. In that moment, she re-evaluated Xiao Ruochen, astonished that he had been so brutal in the face of such beauty. "What is she compared to you? She pales in comparison." Xiao Ruochen chuckled nonchalantly, his demeanor relaxed as if the earlier incident were merely a trivial matter. "How come I never realized how sweet your words could be?" Ling Yuhan smiled charmingly, her grin as warm and captivating as the spring sun. "How do you know my words are sweet? You didn't sneak a kiss while I was asleep on the Xianzhou, did you?" Xiao Ruochen teased, a mischievous smile dancing on his lips. "Perish the thought. Who would want to kiss you?" Ling Yuhan retorted playfully, her cheeks slightly flushed, yet her eyes sparkled with mirth. The trio continued their banter, the atmosphere light and joyous. They weaved through the streets, sunbeams casting golden shadows upon them. Soon, they returned to their residence at the royal villa. "Have you heard?" Just outside the Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce, Zhou Quanjin of the Yinsha Palace was soundly beaten by a disciple of the Hantian sect. A man clad in a gray robe whispered to his companion, "You must be joking. Zhou Quanjin is the saintess of the Yinsha Palace, rumored to have reached the 2nd level of the Xian sect. Her true combat prowess rivals that of an average 3rd-level Xian sect practitioner. How could a disciple of the Hantian sect possibly be her match?" The other man responded incredulously, his eyes wide as if he had heard the most outrageous tale. "This incident has already spread throughout Dongxian City. It must be true. They say that lad's cultivation is only at the 6th level of the Xianling realm." The gray-robed man asserted confidently. "The 6th level of the Xianling realm? Are you jesting with me?" Unable to contain his astonishment, a companion exclaimed loudly, his voice brimming with disbelief. In that moment, The news of Xiao Ruochen's overwhelming defeat of the Yinsha Palace disciples spread through Dongxian City like wildfire, igniting fervent discussions among the populace. Everywhere, from bustling streets to tea houses and taverns, people engaged in animated conversations about this event. Yet, most remained skeptical, dismissing it as mere rumor. After all, how could a disciple at the 6th level of the Xianling realm possibly triumph over a master of the Xianzong realm? Within the royal estate of the Yinsha Palace, an elderly man with a commanding presence sat in the main seat, his expression dark and foreboding. His gaze, sharp as a sword, deterred anyone from meeting his eyes. This man was Zhou Shenghan, the master of the Yinsha Palace. Zhou Quanqin and the other disciples who had clashed with Xiao Ruochen stood trembling in silence nearby, their faces pale and expressions tense, as if awaiting a severe judgment. "Grandfather, that boy is truly peculiar. I was no match for him," Zhou Quanqin lamented, her head wrapped in a large bandage, appearing rather disheveled. Her voice carried a mixture of grievance and indignation, and memories of that encounter filled her with lingering fear and rage. To think that someone at the 6th level of the Xianling realm could defeat Zhou Shenghan's countenance darkened further, his brows furrowed tightly, and his eyes flickered with sparks of fury. He could hardly fathom that his granddaughter, the esteemed saintess of the Yinsha Palace, had been bested by someone of such inferior cultivation. "Yes, grandfather, that fellow possesses an immense reservoir of Xuanli. Perhaps only our senior brother could contend with him," Zhou Quanqin replied, her expression grave. "It appears that the Hantian sect came prepared this time." Zhou Shenghan's brows knitted tightly, and a cold, piercing light emanated from his eyes as he declared, "Qin Xiao, you are a prodigy of the Yinsha Palace. If you encounter this young man, be sure to teach him a lesson in humility." His voice was frigid, laced with a palpable intent to kill. "Rest assured, master, I shall ensure he pays dearly," responded a robust young man with unwavering resolve, exuding confidence and charisma. "Do not underestimate him," Zhou Shenghan cautioned, nodding, his gaze deep and solemn. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruochen found himself immersed in the cycle of reincarnation, engrossed in the process of refining the rare Xine herb. This extraordinary herb was known to assist in soul cultivation, and its refinement required a unique approach. Utilizing his formidable soul power, Xiao Ruochen enveloped the Xine herb, the energy surrounding it akin to a delicate mist that gradually permeated every intricate texture of the herb. With methodical precision, he began the refining process. His demeanor focused and earnest, beads of sweat forming on his brow, yet his gaze remained resolute. As time quietly slipped away, the energy contained within the Xine herb gradually diminished, its once radiant glow fading until it was drawn like a gentle stream into the depths of his soul. Xiao Ruochen could sense his soul steadily expanding, an exhilarating surge of power coursing through him. After 2 hours, he abruptly opened his eyes, their gaze sharp and piercing as if capable of penetrating the very essence of a soul. The brilliance within them radiated formidable strength and unwavering confidence. It was evident that his spiritual prowess had significantly escalated. The enhancement of his soul's intensity signified that his spiritual martial arts would wield greater might, like a tiger gaining wings, enabling him to deliver a lethal blow in battle. As he sensed the transformations within, his heart brimmed with anticipation and resolve. Time passed imperceptibly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. At last, the day of the Eastern Xian Grand Competition had arrived. Xiao Ruochen rose early, washed and donned his attire, his eyes shimmering with steadfast determination, before making his way to the main hall of the secluded residence. Today marked the commencement of the Eastern Xian Grand Competition, where each participant was encouraged to give their utmost. Should they encounter insurmountable foes, surrender was an option, with personal safety paramount. Nangong Ju's expression was solemn as he earnestly advised, his gaze sweeping over each disciple, imbued with concern and expectation. The disciples understood, responding with a respectful chorus, their voices resonating with resolve and courage. Subsequently, under Nangong Ju's guidance, the members of Hantian sect excitedly proceeded towards the Royal Martial Arena at the heart of Eastern Xian City. This grand competition was divided into 2 rounds, the first being a brutal elimination stage, and the second a ranking battle for the top 10. Only those who distinguished themselves in the first round would qualify for the second, vying for ultimate glory and status. Half an hour later, The Hantian sect arrived at the royal martial arena. The arena sprawled expansively, akin to a boundless sea, its boundaries seemingly infinite. At its center stood an imposing combat platform, towering and majestic, emanating an aura of authority. The atmosphere in the royal arena was electric, teeming with throngs of spectators. They had gathered from all corners of the Eastern Xian Empire, some eager to witness the brilliance of youthful prodigies, others there to rally support for their respective sects. The representatives of the four major sects had nearly all arrived, each occupying distinct sections, forming four distinct factions. The disciples within each faction bore serious expressions, their eyes filled with anticipation and tension. As a pinnacle event for the younger generation of the Eastern continent, the Eastern Xian Grand Competition consistently attracted countless talented youths eager to witness miracles unfold and to see the rise of a new generation of powerhouses. The significance of the Eastern Xian Grand Competition was immense, as it not only served as a premier gathering for the youth, but also as a critical arena for the major sects to vie for prestige and resources. The outcomes of each competition would directly influence the future development and standing of the respective sections. Once the rankings of the Eastern Xian Grand Competition are determined, the Eastern Xian Empire will assume a pivotal role, distributing the interests of the four major sections. The higher the ranking of a faction, the greater the resources and territorial influence it shall acquire. Over the years, the Cold Sky sect has found itself in an embarrassing position at the bottom, with its domain being the smallest among the four sections. Due to its continual low ranking, the Cold Sky sect has gradually declined, with countless talents overlooking it when choosing their sections. After all, individuals tend to favor those sects that are powerful and resource-rich, hoping to receive superior training and development therein. It is essential to understand that for a formidable sect to thrive in the long term, it must continually attract exceptional talents. Only in this manner can the sect rise as the sun at dawn, maintaining its strength. Presently, the Cold Sky sect stands at a critical juncture. If it continues to linger at the bottom, it may plummet like a meteor, falling out of the ranks of the four major sects. In the region of the Sky Sword sect, the master, Lu Xingtang, gazed with a cold demeanor at a remarkably handsome youth and sternly instructed. Should you encounter any disciples of the Cold Sky sect, eliminate them without mercy. As you command, master, the young man replied respectfully, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination as if he were already prepared for battle. This individual was none other than Lu Yunfan, the foremost genius of the Sky Sword sect, and the future submaster of the sect. He exuded a formidable aura, radiating confidence, as if he could already envision the dawn of victory. In the shadowy domain of the Yinsha Palace, an ominous atmosphere prevailed. Listen well, all of you. Should you encounter any disciples of the Cold Sky sect, execute them without exception. The master of the Yinsha Palace, Zhou Shenghan, spoke with a chilling voice, imbued with boundless murderous intent. His gaze flickered with a cruel light, as if he sought to exterminate every disciple of the Cold Sky sect. Yes, master. The disciples of the Yinsha Palace responded in unison, their voices resonating with obedience and bloodlust. Chen Xiao, should you encounter that young man, do not underestimate him, Zhou Shenghan warned gravely. His eyes filled with anticipation and trust as they rested upon Chen Xiao. Rest assured, master, even if he possesses formidable strength, he is merely a practitioner of the Xianling realm. Should I cross paths with him, I shall ensure he pays a heavy price, Chen Xiao replied respectfully, his eyes sparkling with confidence. Simultaneously, the Demon Cloud sect made a similar decree, vowing to show no mercy to the disciples of the Cold Sky sect. Their leader's gaze was somber as he issued a death order to his disciples. For only in this manner could the Cold Sky sect be completely expelled from the ranks of the four major sections. When that time arrives, the additional benefits and territories shall be wholly theirs to seize. Chapter 70. The targeted Cold Sky sect. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a green embroidered robe, exuding an imposing presence, ascended the martial stage. His steps were steady and powerful, each stride seemingly carrying an invisible weight. He exuded a profound aura, akin to surging waves. While his deep-set gaze dissuaded any from meeting his eyes directly, an invisible pressure emanated from him, rendering the entire martial arena silent. This individual was none other than Su Xiaotian, the guardian king of the Eastern Xian Empire, and simultaneously, the most powerful prince within the realm. His imposing figure stood tall and upright on the martial platform, resembling an insurmountable mountain. From the energy he projected, Xiao Ruochen discerned the unfathomable depth of Su Xiaotian's strength. The formidable fluctuations of his aura left Xiao Ruochen in quiet awe, surpassing even that of the esteemed elder Nangongju. "Welcome, everyone, to the Eastern Xian Grand Tournament, which I shall personally preside over," Su Xiaotian proclaimed, his voice resonant and authoritative, echoing throughout every corner of the arena. This tournament would once again be conducted in 2 rounds. The first round would follow an elimination format, while the second would feature a battle for the top 10. "Now, let the tournament commence, and all participants please come forth to draw lots." As Su Xiaotian's words faded, all the prodigies participating in the tournament ascended the martial platform. Their figures were agile and brimming with vitality, their eyes sparkling with anticipation and anxiety. A total of 120 competitors were present, 40 from the Eastern Xian Empire and 20 each from the 4 major sections. On the martial platform, the contestants approached to draw lots in a tense and solemn atmosphere. Ultimately, Xiao Ruochen drew number 60. He glanced at the number in his hand, his expression calm. Yet his mind was occupied with thoughts of the impending battle. Once the drawing was complete, the contestants returned to the area beneath the platform. They either gathered in small groups, whispering amongst themselves, or sat in solitude, mentally preparing for the competition. At that moment, a eunuch from the Eastern Xian Empire stepped onto the platform, his voice sharp and loud as he announced, "Contestants 1 and 2, please take the stage for your duel." As the battle commenced, Xiao Ruochen's expression gradually turned grave. He focused intently on the 2 combatants, discreetly analyzing their techniques and strengths. The disciples of the 4 major sects did not concern him, for his true combat prowess was already comparable to that of a 5th-layer Xian sect practitioner, rendering him nearly invincible among the talents of the sections. He was confident in his ability to meet the challenges posed by the 4 major sections. However, upon witnessing the brilliance of the Eastern Xian Empire's talents, he realized that securing victory would not be an easy feat. The weakest among the Eastern Xian Empire's prodigies had reached the 3rd layer of the Xian sect, with some exceptional royal disciples attaining the 6th layer. Esteemed elder, the strength of the Eastern Xian Empire is formidable. With the capabilities of our 4 major sects, entering the top 10 seems nearly impossible, Xiao Ruochen remarked, his brow furrowed with concern. The current batch of talents from the Eastern Xian Empire was indeed formidable, and Nangongju, stroking his beard, wore a serious expression, his tone tinged with resignation. "Rest assured, esteemed senior, surpassing the talents of the other 3 major sects is utterly within our grasp," Xiao Ruochen declared with unwavering determination and confidence. His ultimate ambition was to seize victory. Merely eclipsing the other sects would render this grand competition devoid of meaning for him. As the battles unfolded, disciples from the Cold Sky sect soon took the stage. In the next match, Lai Fu from the Cold Sky sect would face Chong Wei from the Heavenly Sword sect. The eunuch presiding over the Eastern Xian Empire announced loudly, his voice echoing across the martial arena. Upon hearing his name, Lai Fu leapt into the air, landing firmly on the platform. His expression was grave, his eyes radiating resolve. "Lai Fu, I advise you to withdraw quietly. Otherwise, should a confrontation arise, do not blame me for my ruthless nature," Chong Wei warned, an icy glint flickering in his eyes, instilling dread. His tone was haughty and laced with provocation. Lai Fu's countenance grew solemn. He sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from his opponent. His cultivation was only at the early stage of the 9th layer of the profound spirit realm, while Chong Wei had reached the pinnacle of the same realm. If a true battle ensued, he had little confidence in overcoming his adversary. Nevertheless, surrendering without a fight was not an option for him. Clenching his fists, he braced himself for the arduous battle ahead. Ultimately, the 2 engaged in combat, their figures intertwined, each move executed with precision, illuminating the arena with dazzling brilliance and fierce momentum. After several exchanges, Chong Wei seized an opportunity, swiftly delivering a fatal blow that severed Lai Fu's neck, causing blood to spurt forth like crimson petals cascading to the ground. The gruesome spectacle elicited gasps from the onlookers below. "Disciples of the Cold Sky sect, do not overestimate yourselves without strength, or this shall be your fate," Chong Wei taunted, casting a scornful glance at their section before descending from the platform, his face adorned with pride and arrogance. as if to flaunt his dominance over the Cold Sky sect. "Scoundrel, may fate keep me from encountering you," Gu Yunqi seethed, her delicate features pale, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury. At that moment, she yearned to rush onto the stage and exact vengeance on Chong Wei. "Yunqi, remain calm. When the time comes and we face disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, we shall repay this grievance," Xiao Ruochen said, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes as he gently patted Gu Yunqi's shoulder, offering soft reassurance. "Indeed," Gu Yunqi nodded, her gaze icily fixed on the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, silently vowing to avenge Lai Fu. The battles continued, and soon it was Ling Yuhan's turn to take the stage. She ascended gracefully, resembling a celestial being as she stepped onto the platform. Her cultivation had advanced to the first layer of the profound sect realm, and her opponent was similarly at the same level. The atmosphere was charged with tension as they stood facing each other. After hundreds of exchanges, Ling Yuhan executed a masterful sword technique, and with a brilliant flash of light, she cleaved her opponent's arm, blood splattering in the aftermath. Ultimately, she emerged victorious in this contest. The forthcoming battles were exceptionally intense, each one stirring the heart with its fervor. The other three major sects seemed to be conspiring against the Hantian sect whenever they encountered a disciple from Hantian. They seized the opportunity to strike mercilessly. Consequently, by the end of the morning, 2 disciples from Hantian had perished and 3 others were grievously injured. Faced with such adversity, the members of Hantian's sect were engulfed in fury. At that moment, Xiao Ruochen discerned a hint of a pattern. This was evidently a targeted assault on Hantian's sect. Nevertheless, he inwardly vowed to ensure they would pay a steep price for their actions. Soon, it was Su Qingyan's turn to take the stage, her opponent being Chun Junjie from the Mayan sect. Upon realizing his adversary was a woman, Chun Junjie initially intended to jest, a frivolous smile adorning his face. However, when the battle commenced in earnest, he quickly recognized the grave error of his assumptions. Merely one exchange into the combat, a crimson line appeared across Chun Junjie's throat. He had no time to react before his consciousness began to fade, and he collapsed onto the arena floor. At that moment, the audience was struck with astonishment. No one had anticipated that this seemingly enchanting woman possessed such formidable combat prowess. All eyes turned towards Su Qingyan, filled with awe and respect. How had this enchantress honed her skills? Xiao Ruochen mused silently, his visage betraying a look of surprise. He had not expected Su Qingyan's growth to accelerate so rapidly. It was worth noting that Chun Junjie had attained the 3rd level of the Xian sect and was regarded as the 2nd most talented disciple of the Mayan sect. After vanquishing Chun Junjie, Su Qingyan cast a cold glance at Xiao Ruochen before descending from the arena. That fleeting gaze sent a shiver down Xiao Ruochen's spine. "Do you have a conflict with junior sister Qingyan?" Ling Yuhan inquired, curiosity flickering in her beautiful eyes as she awaited his response. "I am her family's nemesis," Xiao Ruochen replied calmly, his expression devoid of any tremor, as if recounting an affair utterly detached from himself. "Ah, you annihilated her family?" Both Ling Yuhan and Gu Yunqi displayed expressions of shock, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Xiao Ruochen. "Indeed," he nodded, offering no further elaboration. "You must tread carefully. Junior sister Qingyan's talent is not inferior to yours. Recently, I sparred with her and was defeated in a single move," Ling Yuhan remarked, her face reflecting dismay as memories of that encounter still lingered with trepidation. "Junior brother Ruochen, why did you annihilate her family?" Gu Yunqi inquired with genuine curiosity, her gaze filled with confusion. "They conspired with 2 other prominent families to eradicate my Xiao clan, but I managed to return just in time." Xiao Ruochen recounted the sequence of events, naturally omitting any mention of his prior engagement to Su Qingyan. "Ah, I see," Gu Yunqi sighed softly, momentarily at a loss for words. She gazed at Xiao Ruochen, her heart brimming with sympathy. Chapter 71. A forceful kill of Lu Yongyan. The next match features the Cold Sky sect's Xiao Ruochen against the Yinsha Palace's Lu Yongyan. At that moment, the high-pitched and fervent voice of the host reverberated throughout the arena. "Junior Ruochen, be cautious," Lin Yuhan urged softly, her face etched with concern. "Fear not," Xiao Ruochen replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips, radiating an air of composure and confidence. In a sudden burst of energy, he leaped into the air, his figure elegant and poised. Resembling a transcendent nobleman, gracefully landing on the stage, eliciting gasps of admiration from the audience. "You little brat, daring to touch a member of my Xiao palace. It seems you possess some talent. I wonder if you dare to engage me in a life-and-death battle?" Lu Yongyan's eyes gleamed with a chilling light, his expression laced with provocation, his tone dripping with arrogance. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." Xiao Ruochen's countenance turned as cold as ice, his voice imbued with a palpable murderous intent that sent shivers down the spine. It is crucial to note that Lu Yongyan's cultivation was merely at the third level of the profound realm, and with Xiao Ruochen's formidable strength, dispatching him would be a trivial task. "What an arrogant young man! I shall see what grounds your audacity," Lu Yongyan roared, his voice thunderous. In a flash, a black spear materialized in his hand, radiating a chilling aura. With a powerful push from his feet, he shot forth like a swift arrow, a dazzling white light surging towards Xiao Ruochen with the force of thunder, the spear's shadow slicing through the air, emitting a piercing whistle that was spine-chilling. Xiao Ruochen's eyes blazed with an unyielding murderous spirit, instilling fear in those who beheld him. Suddenly, his long sword was drawn, a glint of cold light flashing forth. The star-step technique activated, his tall figure flickered like a specter, leaving behind an illusory afterimage in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a formidable sword chi burst forth, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, its speed unparalleled, akin to lightning streaking across the sky, catching Lu Yongyan completely off guard. In an instant, this sword chi surged towards Lu Yongyan's neck with the ferocity of a tempest. How could this young man's sword chi be so swift? A jolt of fear surged within Lu Yongyan, spreading throughout his entire being. His eyes widened as he desperately attempted to evade, but to his horror, his movements felt agonizingly slow before the onslaught of the fierce sword chi, akin to a tortoise's pace, utterly unable to contend with it. In a heartbeat, a sharp sound echoed, the blinding sword chi, entwined with a resplendent glow, flashed past Lu Yongyan's throat like a shooting star. Following that, a crisp, ear-piercing sound of skin tearing echoed, as Lu Yongyan's throat was suddenly sliced open, a long, deep gash erupting, and warm, crimson blood gushed forth like a spring, painting a scene both gruesome and terrifying. How could I perish here? Lu Yongyan's pupils gradually lost their luster, his gaze becoming hollow and devoid of spirit, his face etched with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that he would meet his demise here, even lacking the opportunity to plead for mercy or concede. In this moment, his heart was filled with regret and resentment. If time could be reversed, he would never have dared to challenge his opponent to a life-and-death battle. The atmosphere was suffocatingly silent, akin to death itself. The onlookers wore expressions of utter shock, unable to comprehend that the second-ranked genius of the Xiao Palace had been vanquished in an instant by a disciple of the Han sect. What was more astonishing was that this disciple, with a mere cultivation level of the 6th layer of the Xianling realm, had achieved such an extraordinary feat. Who would dare to believe it if they had not witnessed it with their own eyes? This completely upended their understanding of capabilities in surpassing realms. In Dongzhou, someone capable of battling even a single minor realm above their own was already considered a super genius. Individuals like Xiao Ruochen were simply unheard of and unseen. As Xiao Ruochen descended from the arena, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. Whereas on Earth, people idolize celebrities, in the Xuanwu continent, the reverence is reserved solely for strength. When one possesses formidable power, respect follows them wherever they go. Junior brother Ruochen, that sword strike was magnificent. Gu Yunxi transformed into a smitten admirer, her face radiating admiration, reflecting on their first encounter when Xiao Ruochen was merely a third-layer disciple of the Xian realm. She marveled at how, in less than a year, his prowess had far surpassed her own. "Senior sister Yunxi, I actually have a more impressive side," Xiao Ruochen replied, a hint of mischief dancing in his smile, rendering him particularly charming. "Then show us," Ling Yuhan said with a radiant smile, her expression blooming like spring flowers. Equally astonished by Xiao Ruochen's rapid growth. "Come to my room tonight, and I'll give you a proper demonstration," Xiao Ruochen said with a playful grin, his eyes sparkling with cunning. "You rogue," Ling Yuhan and Gu Yunxi chided playfully, their exquisite cheeks flushing a deep crimson, akin to ripe apples. Fully aware of Xiao Ruochen's insinuations. "What are you two thinking about?" Xiao Ruochen shook his head in exasperation, saying, "In truth, I possess a top-secret staff technique that serves as my trump card. Generally, I do not showcase it to others. However, since you are my dearest friends, I'd like to reveal it to you in my room to prevent prying eyes. I did not expect your thoughts to be so impure. Scoundrel, you are the one who is impure. Do you think we are unaware of your intentions? Ling Yuhan retorted, her expression a mix of anger and amusement as she shot Xiao Ruochen a glare. Haha, I was just joking. Xiao Ruochen laughed heartily, his mirth resonating freely. As evening fell, the first day of the Dongxian Grand Competition came to a close. The Han Tian sect had sent 20 participants, yet only 4 advanced to the top 60. Xiao Ruochen, Su Qingyan, Ling Yuhan, and Gu Yunqi. To Xiao Ruochen's astonishment, among the 40 participants from the Eastern Qian Empire, 38 advanced to the next stage. In contrast, the other 3 major sects each had only 6 members progressing. Tomorrow's event will feature a competition to narrow down the 60 to 30, so do ensure you rest well tonight. Nangong Ju wore a benevolent smile, his gaze imbued with concern. He was quite pleased with the results of the first day's matches. Historically, the first day of elimination rounds often saw only 2 or 3 from the Hantian sect advance, but this time, had succeeded, a promising start indeed. Under Nangong Ju's guidance, the members of the Hantian sect returned to their royal residence. Upon their arrival, a royal guard hastily delivered an invitation. It boldly announced the invitation for the 4 Hantian sect contestants who had made it to the top 60 to attend a grand banquet hosted by the 14th prince tonight. Ruochen, should we attend? Ling Yuhan inquired, her eyes searching Xiao Ruochen's for guidance. Let us go and see, he replied with a gentle and composed smile. Although he held little interest in such a monotonous gathering, believing that time would be better spent cultivating in the cycle of reincarnation, the upcoming competition spurred him to attend, allowing him to gauge the prowess of the royal talents, thereby knowing both himself and his opponents. You all go ahead. I have no interest, Su Qingyan declared, turning and retreating to her room, her demeanor somewhat aloof. Subsequently, Xiao Ruochen returned to his quarters. After freshening up, he donned an exquisite white robe, finely crafted from high-quality fabric, which accentuated his elegant demeanor. He styled his thick, long hair into a high bun, revealing a broad forehead, with a few wisps of hair cascading lightly at the sides, adding an air of nonchalance to his striking appearance. At that moment, Xiao Ruochen resembled an extraordinary gentleman, exuding a refined grace, with a handsome and delicate visage that seemed free of any flaw. Those unfamiliar with him might easily mistake this ethereal youth for a mere delicate scholar. As Xiao Ruochen stepped out of his room once more, the eyes of several female disciples from the Hantian sect sparkled with admiration. Even Su Qingyan, who stood not far away, couldn't help but take a second glance at him. What are you two staring at? Haven't you ever seen a handsome man? Xiao Ruochen quipped, the corners of his mouth lifting in a subtle smile, exuding confidence and flair. Chapter 72. The banquet. Ruochen, it's just a banquet, yet you've dressed up so elegantly. Are you hoping to charm the princess? Gu Yunqi teased lightly, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. She had always known of Xiao Ruochen's striking looks, but she was taken aback by how breathtakingly handsome he appeared after his careful preparation. Sister Yuhan, Sister Yushi, if I were truly to pursue a woman, it would undoubtedly be you two first, remarked Xiao Ruochen with a playful smile. Gu Yushi scoffed, her expression dripping with disdain as she retorted, Humph, I am not so easily swayed. At that moment, a beast carriage dispatched by the 14th prince arrived outside the royal villa where the Han Tian sect resided. The 3 of them boarded the opulent carriage, which swiftly conveyed them toward the residence of the 14th prince. As one of the most influential princes in the Eastern Qian Empire, the 14th prince held a significant position, primarily due to his mother, the reigning empress, whose powerful clan provided him with formidable support. Within moments, the carriage came to a smooth halt before the grand gates of the princess palace. After examining the invitation, the trio followed the attendants as they gracefully entered the estate. The residence was a paragon of luxury and elegance, surrounded by an outwardly serene ambience that concealed numerous hidden guards. Upon entering, Xiao Ruochen perceptively sensed several formidable consciousnesses swiftly scanning over him. Shortly thereafter, they arrived in a resplendent hall that exuded magnificence and grandeur, instilling a sense of reverence in all who beheld it. The hall was alive with vibrant song and dance, the sounds of stringed instruments filling the air as talented individuals from various powerful factions engaged in lively discussions, creating an extraordinarily fervent atmosphere. By the time Xiao Ruochen and his companions arrived, the elite from the other three sects had nearly all gathered, with an array of delectable dishes adorning the sides of the hall. The instant they stepped into the chamber, every gaze turned sharply toward them, particularly from the geniuses of the other three sects, whose eyes glinted with icy disdain, as if they wished to rend him asunder. Yet, Xiao Ruochen chose to disregard these hostile stares, maintaining an air of composure as he seated himself with Ling Yuhan and Gu Yushi in the designated area for the Han Tian sect. He could not help but feel a wave of emotion wash over him, recognizing that the younger generation of the Han Tian sect was considerably weaker in comparison to the other three sections. At that moment, a youth clad in a black embroidered robe, adorned with a golden crown edged in black, entered the hall. This individual stood tall like a pine, exuding a profound and restrained aura, his handsome visage graced with a subtle smile that radiated warmth akin to a spring breeze. Despite his seemingly genial demeanor, Xiao Ruochen keenly detected a perilous undertone emanating from him. The newcomer was none other than Su Tiance, the 14th prince of the Eastern Xian Empire. Upon the arrival of the 14th prince, all the geniuses of the other three sects bowed respectfully. Xiao Ruochen and his companions also rose and clasped their fists in acknowledgement. Yet they refrained from bowing as others did. The disciples of the Cold Heaven sect exhibit remarkable audacity. Upon encountering His Highness, the 14th prince, they failed to pay their respects. A disciple from the Demon Cloud sect stepped forward, loudly reprimanding them, his face a mask of fury and disdain. Is there something fundamentally wrong with your minds? If you wish to be sycophants, no one will stop you. Whether I choose to pay my respects is of no concern to you. Xiao Ruochen retorted with a hint of cold laughter, his tone unapologetically defiant. You truly possess great courage, daring to be so brazen before the 14th prince. Do you not hold the Eastern Xian Empire in any regard? The disciple from the Demon Cloud sect glared at Xiao Ruochen, his eyes wide with anger as he yelled, "Get lost. If you point at me again, don't blame me for breaking your hand." Xiao Ruochen's eyes turned icy as he shouted, exuding a fierce aura. "Arrogant brat, if you dare, let us engage in a battle to the death." The disciple from the Demon Cloud sect, incensed, sprang to his feet, his entire being radiating a tempestuous energy, prepared to confront Xiao Ruochen. "Everyone, please remain calm. We are all top talents from the Eastern Prefecture. It is rare for us to gather together. Why allow trivial matters to disrupt our harmony?" At that moment, the 14th prince, Su Tiance, stepped forward. A gentle smile graced his face, a smile that seemed capable of dissolving all disputes. However, when his gaze swept over Ling Yuhan and Gu Yunxi, a fleeting spark of fervor flickered in his eyes. Barely perceptible, he had never anticipated encountering such enchanting women at this banquet, and to meet two of them at once was beyond his wildest dreams. In that instant, Su Tiance resolved that regardless of the cost, he would claim these two women for himself, regarding Xiao Ruochen beside them with utter disregard. Surely this young gentleman is Xiao Ruochen from the Cold Heaven sect? Su Tiance's face radiated warmth, yet his gaze lingered momentarily on Ling Yuhan and Gu Yunxi. "I have met the 14th prince." Xiao Ruochen merely clasped his fists in salute, his demeanor as tranquil as still water. Su Tiance then turned his attention back to Ling Yuhan and Gu Yunxi, politely inquiring, "May I ask for the names of these two young ladies?" "Ling Yuhan, Gu Yunxi." The two women replied in cool, measured tones. Despite Su Tiance's handsome appearance and remarkable presence, the two remained highly cautious of strangers, typically refraining from excessive conversation with those they did not know well. Noticing their reticence, Su Tiance's brow furrowed slightly. He was taken aback to find that the esteemed 14th prince of the Eastern Xian Empire was being disregarded by two unfamiliar women. Though displeasure simmered within him, his countenance displayed no sign of discontent. Instead, he maintained his smile, greeting Xiao Ruochen and the two women once more before returning to his position of prominence in the Grand Hall. "I extend my gratitude to all for attending this banquet organized by this prince. It is a rare occasion for us to gather, so please feel free to indulge and drink. Should any of you wish to develop prospects in the Eastern Xian Empire, I assure you, I will not hesitate to offer my assistance." Su Tiance's voice resonated throughout the Grand Hall as he spoke aloud. "Your Highness, you are too modest. We must express our gratitude for the warm hospitality extended by the 14th prince." Should the prince require our assistance in the future, we shall undoubtedly respond without hesitation," declared a disciple of the heavenly sword sect, his face adorned with obsequiousness. The ensuing banquet was merely a gathering of prodigies from the prominent factions, exchanging insights on their cultivation experiences. Xiao Ruochen discerned that the 14th prince orchestrated this gathering of talents primarily to win hearts and attract gifted individuals, thereby amassing power and connections in preparation for his future bid for the throne. The members of the other three major sects lavished praises upon Su Tianzi when in his presence, while Xiao Ruochen, unfazed, indulged in the sumptuous feast. Initially, Xiao Ruochen had anticipated the attendance of royal prodigies at the banquet, hoping to gain a deeper understanding of them. However, he was surprised to find that only the talents from the four major sects were present, with none of the royal prodigies participating in the Eastern Xian Great Competition. "Ruochen, have you not eaten anything?" Ling Yuhan remarked, exasperated, as she observed Xiao Ruochen devouring his food with abandon. Throughout the banquet, he continued to eat incessantly. These delicacies are comprised of the finest beast meats, infused with numerous spiritual herbs, a rarity to find elsewhere. "You too should hurry and partake. Do not let it go to waste." As he spoke, Xiao Ruochen seized a beast's leg and began to gnaw on it voraciously. Given their feminine sensibilities, Gu Yunxi and Ling Yuhan could not possibly match Xiao Ruochen's unrestrained enthusiasm. By the conclusion of the banquet, nearly all the food on their table had been consumed by him, while the two ladies had only nibbled at a fraction of it. Chapter 73. Master Su Qingyan, thank you for your hospitality, 14th Prince. "I must take my leave," Xiao Ruochen said with a composed expression, cupping his fists in respect towards Su Tianzi before turning to exit the estate. Observing this, Ling Yuhan and Gu Yunxi, like graceful swallows, each took hold of one of his arms, their intimate demeanor drawing considerable attention as they strolled towards the estate's entrance together. A fleeting glimmer of barely perceptible malice crossed Su Tianzi's eyes. During the banquet, he had approached Ling Yuhan and Gu Yunxi to greet them. However, they had only exchanged a few perfunctory words with him, neglecting him otherwise. This affront deeply wounded his pride, which was typically so inflated. "Your Highness, shall we have someone bring them here?" inquired a middle-aged man, his presence formidable and his gaze ominous, his voice low and shadowy. "Do not act against them for now. We shall see what happens after the competition concludes," Su Tianzi replied, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Having never encountered a woman who dared to disregard him so, he silently vowed to possess both Gu Yunxi and Ling Yuhan at any cost. Upon returning to the royal villa of the Cold Sky sect, the three of them retreated to their respective chambers. As Xiao Ruochen was about to push open the door, an exquisite figure emerged from the adjacent room. What extraordinary encounter has this woman experienced? How could her cultivation have advanced so rapidly? A glance at Su Qingyan stirred a tempest within Xiao Ruochen's heart. His instincts warned him that Su Qingyan now exuded an aura of danger. He could not fathom why her cultivation had escalated so swiftly. It seemed as though her prowess improved qualitatively every few days. When departing from the Cold Heaven sect, Su Qingyan had only reached the first layer of the profound realm. Yet now, as Xiao Ruochen casually observed, she had astonishingly attained the second layer, leaving him in utter disbelief. Upon entering his room, Xiao Ruochen immersed himself in the cycle of reincarnation, beginning his training. With a rival like Su Qingyan, he dared not let his guard down. Meanwhile, Su Qingyan found herself by a tranquil lakeside. The water shimmered under the moonlight, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. With a frigid gaze and an elegant silhouette, she stood at the lake's edge like a celestial maiden, her garments billowing gently in the breeze. "Master, with my current strength, can I defeat him?" Su Qingyan murmured softly, her voice tender yet tinged with urgency and unease. "That is difficult to ascertain. Your strengths are closely matched. Should a confrontation arise, it may result in mutual destruction." A mysterious feminine voice echoed in her mind, cool and ethereal. "Master, how could this scoundrel's cultivation have surged so swiftly?" Su Qingyan's delicate brows furrowed, her beautiful visage betraying a hint of confusion and frustration. She could not comprehend why, despite her own rapid advancements, she could not easily vanquish him. Xiao Ruochen must have encountered some fortuitous event, allowing his cultivation to soar at such a pace. Furthermore, his physique is rather unique, according to my investigations. He appears to possess the fabled reincarnation sacred body. The voice patiently elucidated. What is the reincarnation sacred body? Su Qingyan inquired curiously, her enchanting eyes filled with uncertainty. I learned of the reincarnation sacred body from ancient texts. It is said to be one of the most enigmatic physiques in the universe. Those who possess it, once they mature, gain the ability to reincarnate. The voice continued gravely. Reincarnation? Su Qingyan's face displayed astonishment, her lips slightly parted. Does that mean he cannot be killed? At present, he certainly lacks such capabilities. Historical records indicate that upon reaching the legendary realm, the reincarnation sacred body would indeed grant the power of reincarnation. However, after reincarnation, one must begin cultivation anew, which means that he currently does not possess the ability to reincarnate. The voice clarified, filled with reverence for the unknown. Master, is it possible that Xiao Ruochen is a reincarnator? Su Qingyan's brows knitted tightly, her beautiful countenance etched with concern. It is not without possibility, and this is why I, as your master, do not permit you to confront him, for one cannot fathom the hidden cards such a person may possess. The cool, ethereal voice responded, imbued with caution. Regardless, I am determined to take his life and avenge my father, Su Qingyan declared resolutely, her eyes ablaze with the flames of vengeance. I have a brilliant strategy that not only has the potential to resurrect your Su family members, but may also enhance your cultivation significantly. It depends solely on your willingness to try. The cool voice continued, tinged with a hint of temptation. What does my master propose? Su Qingyan inquired, her face betraying her excitement, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. Xiao Ruochen is the legendary reincarnation sacred body. According to ancient texts, one possessing such a physique, upon reaching the mythical pinnacle of cultivation, can wield the power to reverse time and resurrect the deceased. If you engage in dual cultivation with him, it will not only accelerate your progress, but could also alter your fate. The cool voice elucidated, calm yet shrouded in mystery. Dual cultivation with him? Su Qingyan's expression shifted to one of disbelief. She had not anticipated that her master's brilliant plan involved her engaging in dual cultivation with Xiao Ruochen, a notion she found difficult to accept at that moment. I merely offer a suggestion. The choice ultimately lies with you, the cool voice stated, maintaining its placid tone. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyan fell into deep contemplation, her mind swirling with countless thoughts. After a moment, she spoke with unwavering conviction. No matter what, I must kill him. Even without him, I can still ascend to greatness. The following morning, Xiao Ruochen performed a brief morning routine before arriving at the manicured lawn in front of the royal villa. At that moment, the sun gently bathed the grass in warmth, the lush greenery swaying softly in the breeze. Today, the top 10 contenders of this grand competition will be determined. You four must exercise caution. Should you encounter an insurmountable opponent, remember to concede at the first opportunity. Do not act recklessly. Nangong Ju admonished gravely, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Ruochen and the others, filled with concern and worry. We shall remember, master. Xiao Ruochen and the others replied respectfully, their expressions solemn and resolute. Then, under Nangong Ju's guidance, the group set forth with determined strides toward the royal martial arena at the heart of Dongxian City. To Xiao Ruochen's surprise, along the way, Su Qingyan repeatedly cast furtive glances in his direction, her gaze as piercing as ice, making him feel disquieted and uneasy. What are her intentions? Xiao Ruochen mused warily, his brow furrowing slightly. Today, the royal martial arena was even more boisterous than the previous day, teeming with people, creating a scene of bustling excitement. The sounds of cheers and discussions intertwined, forming a spectacular ambience. When all the contestants had gathered, the host eunuch of the Dongxian Empire ascended the arena once more. Today's competition will determine the top 10 positions. Now, let us welcome Su Qingyan of the Han sect and Zhou Quanjin of the Yinsha Palace to the stage for their duel. The host, a eunuch, proclaimed loudly, his voice resonating throughout the entire arena through a magical artifact. Upon hearing her name, Su Qingyan descended upon the stage like a celestial being, her grace unparalleled, captivating the audience with her ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a fairy gracing the mortal realm, stirring the hearts of many. Her emergence instantly drew countless gazes. I advise you to concede gracefully, or else do not blame me for my ruthlessness, Zhou Quanjin declared, her voice as frigid as ice, with a flicker of jealousy igniting in her eyes. She had long harbored a lethal intent towards the disciple of Han Tian's sect. Her words were merely a tactic to dominate the atmosphere. "Do you think you can intimidate me?" Su Qingyan replied, her tone as cool as frost, her gaze betraying a hint of unabashed disdain, radiating formidable confidence and presence. "Vile wretch, since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige," Zhou Quanjin retorted, her voice sharp as she lunged forward, striking at Su Qingyan with a swift sword attack. The fierce sword energy surged forth, resembling a rainbow piercing the sun, cleaving through the air with a blinding brilliance that instilled fear in those who beheld it. "Humph!" Su Qingyan scoffed coldly, her laughter ringing clear and frosty, as if it could freeze the very air around her. Her enchanting eyes reflected a trace of scorn, akin to a snow lotus atop an icy peak, unattainable and meant to be admired from afar. In response to Zhou Quanjin's assault, Su Qingyan deftly pivoted, her movements as light as a swallow, evading the blow with the swiftness of lightning. Her actions flowed like water, exquisitely graceful, yet imbued with an elusive velocity. Simultaneously, she wielded her sword, its brilliance flashing ominously, imbued with lethal intent, sweeping towards Zhou Quanjin's throat like a tempest. The strike was as swift as lightning, vanishing in an instant, leaving Zhou Quanjin unable to react, a faint trace of blood appearing at her throat. This delicate crimson line foreshadowed the imminent approach of death. After executing her strike, Su Qingyan did not spare Zhou Quanjin a glance, as if her opponent were no more significant than an insignificant insect. With a decisive motion, she sheathed her sword, executing the action with remarkable efficiency, devoid of hesitation. She alighted gracefully, akin to a butterfly dancing through the air, landing lightly on the arena floor, her demeanor both elegant and imbued with an awe-inspiring detachment. Thud! Zhou Quanjin's body fell slowly, lifelessly, to the ground, producing a dull thud upon impact. Her eyes reflected disbelief, unable to accept her swift and uncomplicated defeat. Gradually, her gaze dulled, and she breathed her last. The light of life faded from her eyes, leaving behind a cold, lifeless form. In that moment, the entire arena was engulfed in shock. No one had anticipated that this pure and extraordinary maiden possessed such formidable combat prowess, effortlessly vanquishing Zhou Quanjin with a single strike. Previously, Xiao Ruochen's capability to challenge beyond his level was already remarkable. Unexpectedly, the Han Tian sect has produced another prodigy, Su Qingyan. This revelation has prompted a fresh understanding of the sect's prowess among the onlookers. Witnessing the murder of his beloved daughter ignited a tempest of murderous intent within Zhou Shenghan, the master of the Yinsha Palace. His gaze burned with an intensity akin to that of raging flames, as if he yearned to incinerate the entire world. At that moment, he was truly enraged. Had this not been the Eastern Xian Empire, he might have already unleashed his wrath upon Su Qingyan. Zhou Shenghan's fists were clenched tightly, the knuckles turning white from the strain, his body trembling slightly, a manifestation of his profound fury and anguish. The battle continued with fervor, and soon it was Ling Yuhan's turn to take the stage, facing a talented youth from the Eastern Xian Empire. The young man stood tall, exuding confidence and pride, a powerful aura emanating from him. Confronted by an adversary 2 minor realms above her own, Ling Yuhan decisively chose to concede. She was acutely aware of the disparity in their strengths. Engaging in combat would only lead to severe injury, or even jeopardize her life. A flicker of helplessness crossed her eyes, yet she swiftly regained her composure. Before long, Gu Yunxi made her entrance, facing another opponent hailing from the Eastern Xian Empire, one whose cultivation had reached the 4th layer of the Xian sect. Her opponent was imposing and exuded an intimidating presence, instilling fear in those who beheld him. Faced with such a significant gap in power, Gu Yunxi had no alternative but to concede. A hint of regret adorned her face, but she recognized it as a wise decision. She did not wish to suffer irreparable consequences due to a momentary impulse. After 2 hours, it was finally Xiao Ruochen's turn to compete. His opponent was Lu Yunfan from the Tianjin sect, a prodigy whose cultivation had attained the 3rd layer of the Xian sect. And he was not only the top talent of the sect, but also the young master. Dressed in resplendent garments and wielding a long blade, he radiated an impressive aura. "Boy, while your strength is commendable, your fortune ends here with me," Lu Yunfan declared, his countenance exuding a chilling coldness, standing like a deity of death upon the arena. As he drew his blade, its edge gleamed ominously, and his gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, inspired trepidation in all who dared to meet it. His eyes seemed to pierce through Xiao Ruochen, filled with disdain and provocation. Enough with the idle chatter. If you wish to fight, then let us engage. I have no time to waste on the dying, Xiao Ruochen responded, his expression icy, as if veiled by a millennium of frost, emanating a chilling aura of lethal intent. His voice was deep and resonant, brimming with contempt for Lu Yunfan. Such an arrogant fool, unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth, prepare to meet your demise. Lu Yunfan bellowed, his figure leaping into the air like a specter, his movements swift and fierce, accompanied by an overwhelming momentum. He unleashed the sky-splitting blade, its brilliance cutting through the air like a comet on a collision course with the moon, pressuring Xiao Ruochen with an immense force that seemed capable of cleaving the very heavens. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Xiao Ruochen's eyes as he leapt into the air with the swiftness of lightning. His long sword sliced through the air, resembling a meteor streaking across the sky, radiating a dazzling aurora, akin to a white rainbow piercing the sun, as it aimed for Lu Yunfan's throat. This strike was as rapid as a flash, the sword energy sharp and laced with a chilling intent to kill that sent shivers down one's spine. The sword aura seemed capable of penetrating all, leaving no avenue for escape. How could this fellow's sword energy be so swift? A surge of apprehension surged within Lu Yunfan as he hastily raised his sword to parry in that critical moment. A look of terror spread across his face, astonished by the ferocity of Xiao Ruochen's assault. Clang! The two weapons clashed, erupting in a shower of brilliant sparks, akin to fireworks, yet imbued with an ominous air of death. Hiss! Although Lu Yunfan's long blade managed to block Xiao Ruochen's war sword, the residual force of Xiao Ruochen's fierce sword energy swept through with the unstoppable might of a descending tiger, swiftly carving across Lu Yunfan's throat. The sword energy struck like a venomous serpent, sinking into Lu Yunfan's vital spot in an instant. How could this be? Lu Yunfan's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity, before his body uncontrollably crumpled to the ground, breathless. His eyes remained wide open, as if still voicing his unwillingness and astonishment. In that moment, the arena fell into a profound silence. All present were left agape, their faces etched with shock, as if they had witnessed a ghostly apparition. No one could fathom that such a terrifying sword strike could emanate from a mere sixth-layer practitioner of the profound spirit realm. The scene was utterly breathtaking, rendering spectators speechless. This lad had actually condensed sword intent. The King of Heaven, Su Xiaodian, displayed a flicker of surprise. Although he was aware of Xiao Ruochen's exceptional talent, he had not anticipated that the young man had cultivated sword intent. His gaze reflected a mixture of admiration and intrigue, deepening his interest in Xiao Ruochen. Meanwhile, the members of the Heavenly Sword sect wore expressions of utmost displeasure, their eyes directed at Xiao Ruochen imbued with a venomous glare reminiscent of the depths of the underworld. Were their glares capable of murder, Xiao Ruochen would have been reduced to a mere withered husk. Their fury and hatred threatened to spill over, yet they found themselves powerless to act. The sheer terror of Xiao Ruochen's ability to challenge those beyond his level was overwhelming. Indeed, were it not for the spectacle before their eyes, who would dare believe he was merely a sixth-layer practitioner of the profound spirit realm? In that moment, the crowd erupted into lively discussions, many onlookers gazing at Xiao Ruochen with unbounded admiration. Their voices rose and fell, imbued with awe and respect for him. Brother Xiao, your sword strike was simply breathtaking. After descending from the arena, the disciples of the Cold Heavens sect erupted in cheers, their faces aglow with excitement and pride. Reveling in Xiao Ruochen's victory, they felt genuinely elated by his achievements, their joy evident, as if they had tasted victory themselves. Soon, the top 30 of the grand competition was determined. After this intense round of confrontations, the Eastern Xian Empire successfully advanced 25 participants, while the Hantian sect had 2, and the other 3 major sects each had 1. The numerical disparity starkly illustrated the formidable prowess of the Eastern Xian Empire as compared to the relative weakness of the other sections. In light of such commendable achievements, Nangong Ju displayed a long-awaited smile. In recent years, the strength of the young disciples of the Han Tian sect had been in decline, consistently languishing at the bottom among the 4 major sects in the Eastern Xian competition. The remarkable feat of having 2 participants break into the top 30 was profoundly significant for the Han Tian sect. That smile was imbued with solace and hope, as if heralding the dawn of a resurgence for the Han Tian sect. In stark contrast, the leaders of the other 3 major sects wore expressions of utter gloom, their faces marred by jealousy and resentment, filled with disappointment and anger at their disciples' performances. Next came the advancement from 30 to 15, followed by the progression from 15 to 10, ultimately determining the top 10 of the competition. Soon, the matches to reduce 30 to 15 commenced. Xiao Ruochen quietly observed the fierce battles on the stage, his gaze focused as he analyzed his opponent's strengths and techniques. He lacked complete confidence in securing victory, for among the talents of the Eastern Xian Empire, several had already attained the 6th level of the Xianzong realm, rendering it nearly impossible for him to triumph over them with his current capabilities. Nevertheless, a resolute glimmer shone in his eyes, unwilling to concede easily. Undoubtedly, Xiao Ruochen would not surrender without a dire necessity, as winning the championship of the Eastern Xian competition was of paramount importance to him. Winning not only promised a spirit-gathering herb, but also the opportunity to cultivate in the Eastern Xian heavenly pool, a chance akin to a miraculous blessing, capable of elevating his prowess to an astonishing realm. Before long, it was Su Qingyan's turn to take the stage. This time, her opponent was a genius from the Eastern Xian Empire, whose cultivation had reached the 4th level of the Xianzong realm. "Qingyan, be cautious," urged Ling Yuhan and Gu Yunxi from below the stage, their voices laced with concern and anticipation. Su Qingyan nodded, gracefully ascending and landing steadily on the platform. Her gaze was unwavering, devoid of fear. She bore no ill feelings towards Ling Yuhan and Gu Yunxi, as they were all of the same sect. Her only animosity was directed towards Xiao Ruochen alone. Chapter 75. Advancing to the top 15, this young lady, while your abilities are commendable, you stand no chance against me. The prince, I advise you to concede, declared the genius from the Eastern Xian Empire, his tone dripping with innate arrogance, as if victory were already within his grasp. The individual in question is none other than Su Haoren, the son of the Heavenly King, clad in resplendent brocade garments, adorned with precious jade at his waist. He stands tall and handsome, exuding an air of nobility. Make your move. The voice of Su Qingyan is cold, laced with a hint of disdain, reminiscent of a frigid palace high above the heavens, icy and resolute. She presents herself with an elegant grace, akin to a pristine ice lotus untouched by the world's impurities, strikingly beautiful yet solitary in her pride. Her lovely visage resembles exquisite porcelain, pale and flawless, yet radiating an aura that dares approach. Be cautious, young lady. A slight smirk graces Su Haoren's lips, showcasing his suave demeanor. His smile is imbued with confidence and poise, as if this confrontation were merely a stage for him to display his charm. With that, he leaps into the air with the agility of a majestic eagle, swinging his sword towards Su Qingyan. The speed of his strike reveals that he is holding back, for in his estimation, a woman at the 2nd tier of the profound realm could hardly be his adversary. He is convinced that his strength is more than sufficient for an effortless victory. Thus he refrains from exerting his full power, hoping instead to impress Su Qingyan with his finesse. After all, who among men could remain unmoved by such a stunning beauty? He yearns to leave a favorable impression while triumphing over her. Observing his approach, Su Qingyan elegantly sweeps her sword, her movements light and graceful, yet brimming with inexhaustible strength. A brilliant arc of sword energy, radiating a dazzling light, strikes towards Su Haoren with lightning speed, almost too swift for the eye to discern. The sword energy cuts through the air like a comet, bearing an imminent threat. In that fleeting moment, a flicker of wariness crosses Su Haoren's face. He had not anticipated that this stunning woman would strike with such rapidity. A sense of astonishment swells within him, obliterating his previous condescension. In a critical moment, he hastily redirects his sword to intercept Su Qingyan's blade. His actions are frantic and disordered, completely abandoning his earlier composure. Though Su Qingyan is undeniably beautiful, Su Haoren is determined not to lose this important contest, as it is pivotal for his future standing within the Eastern Xian Empire. This victory is of utmost significance to him, He cannot afford to yield out of pity. Clang! The two weapons clash violently, sending forth a shower of brilliant sparks. The sparks, akin to a dazzling firework display, are imbued with an aura of peril. At the moment of their collision, Xiao Ruochen feels an immediate numbness in his arm, as the residual force of her sword energy propels him backward for several paces. Pain shoots through his arm, as though struck by a heavy hammer, causing him to lose his balance and retreat awkwardly. Before he can fully comprehend the situation, Su Qingyan strikes again, advancing towards him with lethal intent. Her movements were unceasing, akin to a relentless tempest. Faced with such an onslaught, Xiao Ruochen dared not be negligent. He unleashed a series of exquisite sword techniques. Wielding his long sword with a sweeping motion, the shadows of the blade flickered, glimmering with light as he endeavored to thwart Su Qingyan's assault. He prided himself on his swordsmanship, believing his talent rivaled that of anyone else. However, when Su Qingyan struck again, a look of astonishment crossed his face. With a swift motion, akin to a serpent darting from its den, Su Qingyan's long sword severed Xiao Ruochen's wrist and, in a flash, pierced his chest. The speed was akin to lightning, rendering him defenseless. Blood instantly stained Xiao Ruochen's chest, and his complexion paled dramatically. "You have lost." Su Qingyan's voice bore no tremor, as though all of this had been anticipated. "I have lost." Xiao Ruochen's voice quivered slightly, disbelief etched across his features. His eyes brimmed with disappointment and reluctance. Unable to fathom that his formidable cultivation at the 4th level of the Xianzong realm had succumbed to a woman at the 2nd level. The Han Tian sect truly breeds prodigies. Indeed, not only does it boast the likes of Xiao Ruochen, but now a genius like Su Qingyan has emerged. It seems the Han Tian sect is on the verge of rising to prominence. In that moment, the crowd erupted in murmurs, astonishment written across their faces. They exchanged whispers, lauding Su Qingyan's performance. How has this woman trained? Xiao Ruochen fell into contemplation, his gaze fixed intently on Su Qingyan, filled with intrigue and admiration. The battle raged on fiercely, and after an hour, it was finally Xiao Ruochen's turn to take the stage. This time, his opponent was Li Shangyang, the son of the prime minister from the Eastern Xian Empire. This individual had attained the 4th level of the Xianzong realm and was renowned among the younger generation of the Eastern Xian Empire as a formidable talent. "Xiao Ruochen, I concede that your talent is indeed remarkable, but against me, your journey in this competition ends here. I advise you to yield, lest you find yourself injured through my inadvertence," Li Shangyang declared arrogantly, his eyes brimming with disdain, completely dismissing Xiao Ruochen. Although Xiao Ruochen had previously showcased extraordinary capabilities in overcoming challenges beyond his level, Li Shangyang remained unconvinced of his ability to defeat him. After all, Li Shangyang had reached the 4th level of the Xianzong realm, while Xiao Ruochen lingered at the 6th level of the Xianling realm. The disparity in their cultivation was insurmountable. To him, the outcome of this battle was a foregone conclusion. "Make your move." In an instant, Xiao Ruochen's Qingling sword was drawn, resembling a streak of blue lightning, exuding a chilling aura and resonating with a deafening hum. His gaze was steadfast and fearless, as if he were fully prepared to embrace any challenge that lay ahead. Since he refused to concede, allow me to demonstrate what true genius is. Li Shangyang's demeanor was haughty, his voice chillingly cold, as a black spear suddenly materialized in his hand. This spear, entirely obsidian, resembled a dark dragon, measuring an impressive length of 10 feet, its tip razor-sharp, seemingly capable of piercing the very heavens, exuding a daunting aura of impending doom. His presence surged to its zenith, as if intent on utterly overpowering Xiao Ruochen. With the grace of a soaring bird, he leaped into the air, his spear thrusting forth with the ferocity of thunder, sweeping towards Xiao Ruochen like an unstoppable tidal wave. The might of his strike was formidable, as if it could obliterate any obstacle in its path. In the face of Li Shangyang's violent assault, a flicker of astonishment passed over Xiao Ruochen's face. He discerned that his opponent was no ordinary prodigy. His true combat prowess had evidently ascended to the 5th level of the Xianzong realm, surpassing even Xiao Ruochen, whom he had previously faced alongside Su Qingyan. Yet, despite this revelation, Xiao Ruochen felt no inclination to retreat. Instead, an even fiercer fighting spirit surged within him. In a ghostly manner, he swiftly sidestepped Li Shangyang's lethal thrust. His movements were agile and fluid, akin to leaves dancing in the wind, deftly evading the fatal strike. Almost immediately, his Qingling sword glimmered like a shooting star, radiating resplendent light as it aimed for his opponent's wrist with the swiftness of lightning. The brilliance of the sword was enchanting, yet it carried a lethal threat. Indeed, he possessed considerable skill. Li Xingyang's expression momentarily shifted with surprise. He had not anticipated Xiao Ruochen's ease in evading his attack, nor the rapid counterstrike that followed. With a swift flick of his spear, it whirled like a tempest, lunging towards Xiao Ruochen's torso as if a ferocious serpent. The ferocity of the strike intensified, seemingly destined to deliver a fatal blow. Seeing this, Xiao Ruochen executed the burning heaven's sword technique, deftly parrying Li Xingyang's thrust as if a swift serpent emerging from its lair. In the next instant, his left fist shot out like a tempest, the force akin to a tiger descending from the mountain, hurtling towards Li Xingyang's chest with unyielding momentum. His assault flowed seamlessly, devoid of any pause. How could this young man possess such terrifying speed and strength? A flicker of dread crossed Li Xingyang's eyes. He had never anticipated Xiao Ruochen's velocity to be so astonishing. A wave of unease began to swell within him. However, rather than retreating from Xiao Ruochen's advancing fist, he met it head-on with a counterstrike of his own, unwilling to be suppressed by Xiao Ruochen and resolved to alter the tide of battle through his own might. With a thunderous boom, the earth-shattering impact sent Li Xingyang reeling backward for dozens of yards, as if swept away by a tempest. The sound was deafening, shaking the very fabric of the universe. He felt as though a tempest raged within his chest, a bitter taste of blood rising in his throat. And it took him a considerable while to regain control over the tumult within him. His complexion turned pale, and his body trembled slightly. "Do you still wish to continue?" Xiao Ruochen spoke calmly, devoid of any hint of triumph, as if all of this were merely a commonplace occurrence. "You have won." Li Xingyang ultimately chose to concede. Despite his best efforts to suppress the urge to spit blood, he was acutely aware that he was no match for Xiao Ruochen. That previous strike had sent him flying back several dozen feet, nearly causing him to cough up blood, while Xiao Ruochen remained as steady as a mountain, unflinching. It was clear that his opponent's strength far surpassed his own. He understood that persisting would only lead to further humiliation. As Xiao Ruochen descended from the stage, the cheers of the disciples of the Cold Heaven sect reverberated throughout the martial arts arena like roaring waves. Their voices brimmed with excitement and pride, celebrating Xiao Ruochen's triumph. With the victories of Su Qingyan and Xiao Ruochen, the Cold Heaven sect had secured 2 positions among the top 15, while the other 3 major sects faced complete annihilation. This indicated that, in the current Eastern Xian competition, the Cold Heaven sect had surpassed the other 3 major sects, ranking just below the Eastern Xian Empire. This achievement filled the members of the Cold Heaven sect with immense pride and earned them newfound respect from the other sections. Chapter 76. Accusations at this moment. The leaders of the other 3 major sects wore expressions as dark as storm clouds, their faces grim to the point of appearing ready to drip with despair. Their visages contorted, seemingly shrouded by a thick veil of gloom. They could not fathom that the Cold Heaven sect, typically languishing at the bottom, had suddenly produced 2 super geniuses, both making it into the top 15. This outcome was entirely unexpected, leaving them in a state of profound shock and indignation. Congratulations on successfully entering the top 15. The competition concludes here today. In 2 days, we shall hold the battles for the top 10 and the championship. The king of the town, Su Xiaodian, rose, his voice resonant and authoritative, echoing throughout the martial arts arena. Subsequently, under the leadership of Nangong Ju, the members of the Cold Heaven sect joyfully returned to the royal villa, their faces alight with joy and pride, their steps light and buoyant. Within the villa occupied by the Yinsha Palace, the upper echelons of the other 3 major sects had gathered. An oppressive atmosphere pervaded the room, and each person's expression was grave. The Cold Heaven sect now stands supreme, and that little beast has even slain several of our geniuses. Can you all truly swallow this indignation? A fierce killing intent surged in the eyes of Zhou Hanshang, the master of the Yinsha Palace. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, seemingly capable of piercing through everything before him. Zhou Hanshang, if you have any thoughts, feel free to express them, spoke Lu Xingtang, the master of the Tianjin sect, his tone grave and his brow furrowed, his heart filled with resentment towards the Cold Heaven sect. In my view, we should not hesitate any longer. Let us eradicate the cold heaven sect directly. I wonder if you possess the courage to do so? Zhou Hanshang's eyes turned exceptionally cold, emanating an invisible aura of murderous intent. His tone was resolute and assertive, as if he had already made up his mind to eradicate the cold heaven sect. Have you considered the implications? If we were to annihilate the cold heaven sect, do you believe the Eastern Xian Empire would remain idle? The leader of the Demon Cloud sect, Gongsun Tai, spoke in a grave voice. His expression reflected concern, evidently apprehensive about the Eastern Xian Empire's stance. In truth, there is no need for your anxiety, with two such extraordinary prodigies emerging from the cold heaven sect. Do you think the Eastern Xian Empire would merely stand by and watch their ascent? Once we eliminate the cold heaven sect and generously allocate the majority of the spoils to the Eastern Xian Empire, they would undoubtedly be more than willing to support our endeavor, Zhou Shanghan remarked. A cunning glimmer danced in his eyes, as if he could already see the dawn of success. You make a valid point. However, to extinguish the cold heaven sect, we must deliberate carefully, leaving no room for error, Lu Shangtao responded solemnly. His gaze was profound, contemplating every potential issue that might arise. That young man and the girl have advanced their cultivation at such an astonishing pace. Do you not find it peculiar? A fleeting glint passed through Zhou Shanghan's eyes. Indeed, according to our intelligence, the young man and the girl have been with the cold heaven sect for less than a year, and their rapid progress must conceal a tremendous secret. A spark of insight flickered in Gongsun Tai's eyes. If my conjecture is correct, they have likely acquired some form of ancient legacy. Otherwise, their swift growth and ability to challenge those beyond their level would be utterly implausible. Lu Xingtao's tone brimmed with certainty, as if he had unraveled the mystery. It appears we must engage in thorough deliberation. A chilling glint of murderous intent flashed across Zhou Shanghan's face. His mind was already devising strategies to eradicate the cold heaven sect, seizing their secrets and resources. In that moment, the leaders of the three sects harbored their own clandestine ambitions, each hoping to reap the greatest benefits from this conspiracy while avoiding substantial risk. Upon returning to the royal residence, Xiao Ruochen quickly refreshed himself before heading directly to the Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce. His strides were firm and powerful, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He intended to try his luck at the Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce, hoping to procure some heavenly spirit liquid or spirit source fruits. With these two items, he could swiftly elevate his cultivation to the 7th layer of the Xianling realm. Only then would he have a solid chance of securing victory in the upcoming top 10 competition. The glory and substantial rewards of victory shone brightly in his mind, fueling his relentless pursuit. Of course, the heavenly spirit liquid is exorbitantly priced, and given Xiao Ruochen's current standing, it would be challenging to afford. However, he brushed this concern aside. As a top-tier alchemist, he could effortlessly sell a single alchemical formula for an astronomical sum. He was filled with confidence in his alchemical skills, believing that his formula would undoubtedly create a sensation at the Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce. Esteemed young sir, how may I assist you? Upon entering the Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce, a strikingly beautiful and statuesque female attendant approached him. Her face wore a professional smile, and a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in her eyes. I require Tianling liquid or Lingyuan fruit. I wonder if your Xuanwu chamber has any? Xiao Ruochen inquired in a low voice, his gaze fixed intently on the attendant, hoping to elicit a positive response from her. Esteemed sir, we currently do not have Tianling liquid, but we do possess a single Lingyuan fruit, albeit at a price. The attendant hesitated to articulate. Does your Xuanwu chamber accept alchemical recipes? A flicker of barely perceptible joy flashed in Xiao Ruochen's eyes as he posed the question, his heart ignited by a glimmer of hope, contemplating the exchange of a recipe for the items he sought. Indeed, we do. The attendant responded respectfully, her tone laced with curiosity. May I inquire what grade of recipe you wish to present? This is a recipe for a breaking king pill. You may have it appraised. Xiao Ruochen produced a pre-prepared recipe from his robe and handed it to the attendant. He felt no fear of her misappropriating his recipe, for the most crucial ingredient was intentionally omitted, ensuring that even if she attempted deceit, she could never concoct the breaking king pill. Please hold on a moment. Though the attendant lacked knowledge of alchemy, she recognized the recipe's intrinsic value and hurried towards the 2nd floor of the Xuanwu chamber. How outrageous! To dare deceive within my Xuanwu chamber. Moments later, a strikingly handsome middle-aged man clad in a crimson robe descended from the 2nd floor. His countenance was dark, and his eyes brimmed with fury and disdain. This man was Xiao Ruochen, a fourth-level alchemist of the Xuanwu chamber. Do you accuse me of deceit? Xiao Ruochen's expression darkened. He had never anticipated that the illustrious Xuanwu chamber would stoop to such disgraceful tactics as misappropriating his recipe. You insolent brat. This is clearly a counterfeit recipe. How dare you attempt to swindle within the Xuanwu chamber? You are utterly reckless. Xiao Ruochen's gaze was sharp and menacing, icy malice radiating from his eyes. To misappropriate my recipe is one thing, but to turn the tables and slander me as a fraud. It appears the Xuanwu chamber is not as formidable as its reputation suggests. A smirk of disdain graced Xiao Ruochen's lips, his gaze resolute and unwavering in the face of Xiao Ruochen's threats. What a brazen youth! To act defiantly within my Xuanwu chamber and speak so audaciously is to court death. Someone seize this boy. Show no mercy if he resists. Xiao Ruochen's cold eyes gleamed with lethal intent. He had already scrutinized the recipe and was convinced it was authentic. Upon discovering it was presented by a mere youth, his heart swelled with greed, vowing to claim the recipe for himself at any cost. His mind was consumed with avarice and selfishness, willing to resort to any means to achieve his desires. As Xiao Ruochen's words faded, several peak-level guards of the Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce surged forth like ravenous wolves, lunging fiercely at Xiao Ruochen. Their movements were swift and ferocious, as if they intended to subdue him in one fell swoop. Furious, Xiao Ruochen's eyes glinted with cold light. He darted towards Xiao Ruochen like a flash of lightning, moving with a speed that rendered the eye powerless to follow. In that moment, he was truly enraged. Having resolved to ensure that his adversary would pay a heavy price today, his wrath ignited. He was determined to claim his due justice. How audacious to act with such insolence within my Xuanwu chamber. When Xiao Ruochen saw Xiao Ruochen charging towards him, he remained unfazed, raising his palm to strike. A disdainful smile graced his lips, convinced that Xiao Ruochen's resistance was futile. In Xiao Ruochen's eyes, Xiao Ruochen was merely a cornered dog. Having reached the 5th level of the Xianzong realm, he dismissed any notion that Xiao Ruochen could inflict harm upon him, who was only at the 6th level of the Xianling realm. However, just as Xiao Ruochen's fist was about to make contact with his palm, Xiao Ruochen suddenly sensed an impending crisis. Yet, by then, it was too late to retreat. With a resounding crack, the sound of a bone fracturing echoed sharply in the quiet chamber, resembling thunder tearing through the sky. A chilling scream erupted, reverberating throughout the Xuanwu chamber. A cry so haunting it seemed to embody endless torment. Xiao Ruochen was sent flying, his body tracing an arc through the air, akin to a kite severed from its string, spiraling out of control. His arm had suffered a catastrophic fracture, a gruesome shard of bone protruding from his joint. A sight both horrifying and grotesque. The scene, drenched in blood, was unbearable to behold. Kill him! Xiao Ruochen bellowed in a frenzied rage as he crashed heavily to the ground. His features twisted in agony and fury, his gaze cold as a serpent, brimming with unrelenting malice. His voice was laced with murderous intent, as though he wished to tear Xiao Ruochen to shreds. How dare you continue to feign superiority? A glimmer of icy resolve flashed in Xiao Ruochen's eyes, his expression as sharp as a blade, filled with unwavering determination. Like a specter, he charged at Xiao Ruochen once more, his speed resembling a lightning bolt streaking across the night sky, ephemeral and fierce. Confronted by Xiao Ruochen's relentless advance, a flicker of fear crossed Xiao Ruochen's eyes, a fear of Xiao Ruochen's formidable power and the impending danger he faced. He hastily executed his evasive maneuvers, fleeing like a startled rabbit. His movements were frantic and clumsy, entirely devoid of the arrogance and confidence he had previously possessed. However, compared to Xiao Ruochen's speed, his was as insignificant as that of a tortoise. Xiao Ruochen moved with the swiftness of a gale, instantly closing the distance between himself and Xiao Ruochen. How audacious of you to harm someone within my Dongxin Chamber of Commerce. Suddenly, a voice, cold yet melodious, resonated through the air. It was crisp and enchanting, yet imbued with an irresistible authority. Almost immediately, a young woman of striking beauty and graceful stature appeared before Xiao Ruochen like a flash of lightning. Her presence was akin to a stunning vista, radiating an aura of reverence. The woman's fair, snow-like hand clamped around Xiao Ruochen's throat like a vice, seemingly delicate yet harboring immense strength, rendering him motionless. She was none other than Mu Wanqing, the president of the Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce. Her exquisite visage was paired with a demeanor as frigid as ice, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who dared approach her. "Young man, how do you wish to meet your demise?" Mu Wanqing's voice was chilling, as if echoing from the depths of the underworld. A palpable pressure emanating from her that evoked awe and discouraged any form of resistance. Her gaze was indifferent yet piercing, as if she could see through Xiao Ruocheng's very soul. "Is this how your Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce treats its guests?" Xiao Ruocheng's voice was equally frigid, cutting through the air like a bone-chilling wind, swiftly attracting a throng of onlookers to the Dongxian Chamber of Commerce. His tone was laced with fury and defiance, betraying no hint of fear. Though his throat was gripped, Xiao Ruocheng showed no signs of submission. His unwavering gaze locked onto Mu Wanqing, resolute and unyielding. "You insolent fool, do not accuse me of lacking reason. Speak, why did you assault someone within my Dongxian Chamber of Commerce?" As the crowd continued to swell, Mu Wanqing's expression darkened slightly. She understood that in the eyes of the public, it was imperative to resolve this matter judiciously to protect the reputation of the Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce. She was acutely aware that acting recklessly could tarnish their standing. Thus, she stifled her rising anger, seeking to comprehend the situation at hand. "President, this fellow brandished a counterfeit pill recipe, attempting to swindle us at the Dongxian Chamber of Commerce. When I exposed him, he became enraged and dared to strike me." Zhao Jian, suppressing the pain in his arm, hastily stepped forward, eager to deflect attention from his own deceit. What audacity! To come to the Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce and engage in such trickery. Indeed, but doesn't he look somewhat familiar? Wait, isn't that Xiao Ruocheng? It truly is Xiao Ruocheng. I never imagined he was of such character. I once regarded him as an idol. In an instant, whispers filled the air as the gathered spectators began to murmur and speculate. Their voices rose and fell, filled with astonishment and skepticism. "What more do you have to say, young man?" A glimmer of coldness flashed in Mu Wanqing's eyes, her gaze firmly fixed on Xiao Ruocheng, awaiting his response. "Your Xuanwu Merchants Association truly broadens one's horizons. I generously sold you the formula, yet your insatiable greed leads you to not only usurp it, but also attempt to slander me. As the leader of a merchant association, your blind favoritism towards your own makes one question whether anyone would dare to trade with you in the future." Xiao Ruocheng's tone dripped with derision. His voice was resolute and powerful, unflinchingly condemning the injustices of the Xuanwu Merchants Association. "Indeed, if you claim he sold a counterfeit formula, you ought to present undeniable evidence." "Exactly. Otherwise, who would be brave enough to sell you their formulas?" Xiao Ruocheng's words seemed to stir a tempest, igniting a chorus of dissent among the crowd. Their voices brimmed with skepticism and dissatisfaction, casting doubt upon the actions of the Xuanwu Merchants Association. "And what of that formula?" Mu Wanqing released Xiao Ruocheng, her gaze icy as it bore into Zhao Jian. Her eyes exuded an undeniable authority, sending a shiver down Zhao Jian's spine. "President, this brat possesses a counterfeit formula, and in a fit of rage, I destroyed it," Zhao Jian replied angrily. His expression appeared furious, yet internally he was consumed by fear and anxiety. Such a formula was worth its weight in gold. He certainly did not wish to part with it easily. Moreover, should the president discover his private appropriation of another's formula, the consequences would be dire. Thus, he resorted to fabricating lies in a desperate bid to evade the situation. "Since you have destroyed it, you have no evidence to claim my formula is false. I now demand compensation from your Xuanwu Merchants Association," Xiao Ruocheng declared, his tone firm and expression serious, showing no signs of retreat. "You insolent brat, that which I declare false is unequivocally false." Zhao Jian glared malevolently at Xiao Ruocheng, as if he wished to devour him whole. "You insist that the formula has been destroyed. Dare you present your storage ring for my inspection?" Xiao Ruocheng bellowed, his eagle-like gaze piercing like twin swords aimed directly at Zhao Jian. Why should I allow you to inspect my storage ring?" Zhao Jian's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible hint of panic. TSK, I suspect he is guilty of a guilty conscience," murmured some onlookers, reveling in the unfolding drama. It was shocking to discover that Zhao Jian, who appeared so respectable, was secretly engaging in such disgraceful conduct. A benevolent offer to sell a formula had been met with treachery, as he brazenly appropriated another's creation. Some spectators, eager for excitement, began to fan the flames of discord. Their voices dripped with sarcasm and ridicule, deepening Xiao Jian's embarrassment. Hand over the storage ring and storage bag, lest I have to repeat myself, President. Mu Wanqing turned her gaze toward Xiao Jian, her stunning eyes resembling shards of ice, exuding an unyielding chill that sent shivers down one's spine. Her voice resonated with authority and an irresistible force. It was evident to Mu Wanqing that Xiao Jian had most likely embezzled the alchemical formula. And with so many witnesses present today, if this matter were not handled appropriately, the reputation of the Xuanwu Merchant Association would plummet, jeopardizing years of hard-earned goodwill. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Jian appeared as though struck by lightning, his body involuntarily trembling, despair etched across his face. He understood that before Mu Wanqing, he had no chance of employing any trickery. She was no ordinary individual. This woman was decisive and harbored a deep-seated enmity towards wrongdoing. Should she discern his misappropriation of the client's formula, his fate would be dire. Under the immense pressure exerted by Mu Wanqing, Xiao Jian ultimately complied and surrendered his storage ring. At that moment, he could only hope that Xiao Ruochen would not locate the formula, for then he might retain a glimmer of hope. You search for it. Without hesitation, Mu Wanqing erased the consciousness imprint on the storage ring and casually tossed it to Xiao Ruochen. Her movements were swift and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. Xiao Ruochen, too, wasted no time. He immediately immersed the spirit stone into the storage ring and began to search meticulously. His expression was grave and focused, leaving no corner unchecked. However, disappointment soon washed over him as he scoured the storage space, failing to uncover the elusive formula. At that moment, his brow furrowed slightly, contemplating the possible hiding places Xiao Jian might have chosen for the formula. You little rascal, if you fail to find the formula, you will be the one slandering the alchemist of the Xuanwu Merchant Association. Xiao Jian spoke in a low voice. Deep down, he too felt a sense of urgency. If the opposing party truly found the formula, his demise would be imminent. Nevertheless, Xiao Ruochen paid him no heed and continued his search, firmly believing that the formula must be within Xiao Jian's storage ring, simply eluding his grasp. After a quarter of an hour, he finally discovered the formula he had pinned within an iron box. In an instant, his heart brimmed with both elation and fury. This formula belongs to me. What can the Xuanwu Merchant Association say now? Xiao Ruochen scoffed disdainfully, his gaze unwavering as he met Mu Wanqing's eyes. President, I was wrong. I beg you, spare my life. Xiao Jian, terrified and in a state of despair, collapsed to the ground upon the revelation of the formula. His body trembled incessantly, tears streaming down his face. In that moment, he realized his fate was sealed. Embezzling a client's formula was a grave offense in the Xuanwu Merchant Association. Now, all he could do was plead for Mu Wanqing's mercy. Chapter 78. Mu Wanqing, take him out and feed him to the dogs. Mu Wanqing articulated each word with chilling clarity, her voice resonating with a frigid intensity, as though emanating from the depths of the netherworld. Each syllable seemed to carry a piercing coldness, instilling fear in all who heard it. Before her words could fully escape her lips, she unleashed a powerful palm strike, a dazzling gust of energy that struck like lightning directly at Xiao Jian's lower dantian. The force of the blow was unparalleled, infused with Mu Wanqing's fury and resolve. A thunderous crash reverberated through the air, as if the very heavens trembled in response. Xiao Jian emitted a cry of agony, his body sent hurtling away, his dantian rendered utterly incapacitated. His screams echoed throughout the space, steeped in torment and despair. As Mu Wanqing's statement lingered in the air, a towering figure nearly 2 meters tall approached, a robust man exuding a chilling aura, akin to an iron fortress. With effortless ease, he seized Xiao Jian as one would a mere chick, carrying him away. Each of the giant's steps resonated with a heavy thud, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. President, I was wrong. I beg for your mercy. Xiao Jian's voice was rife with desperation, his face a mask of terror. At that moment, he was consumed by regret, lamenting his decision to conceal the alchemical formula within his storage ring. Had Xiao Ruochen not discovered it, he would have faced only minor repercussions. Xiao Jian was indeed deserving of his fate. To hoard another's formula and then turn around to accuse others was the height of shamelessness. Indeed, It was fortunate that President Mu was astute and decisive in eliminating such a parasite. Onlookers began to murmur their opinions, most expressing their approval of Mu Wanqing's actions. Their voices rose and fell, filled with the jubilance of justice being served. My dear sir, this incident is indeed a fault of our Dongxian Chamber of Commerce. Please, voice your demands, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill them within my capabilities. Mu Wanqing spoke earnestly, her gaze imbued with sincerity and regret, hoping to rectify the injustices Xiao Ruochen had faced within the chamber. I require a spirit origin fruit, Xiao Ruochen replied without hesitation, clearly stating his need. Present the spirit origin fruit, Mu Wanqing commanded, turning her gaze to a nearby female attendant. Her voice was crisp and decisive, carrying an undeniable authority. Yes, President. The attendant responded with utmost respect. She quickly approached, holding a wooden box with grace and urgency, not daring to delay. My dear sir, this spirit origin fruit shall serve as an apology from me. Mu Wanqing's voice rang out like a melodious nightingale, clear and pleasant. With that, she gracefully handed the wooden box containing the fruit to Xiao Ruochen, her actions radiating sincerity. Thank you, President. Observing Mu Wanqing's earnest demeanor, Xiao Ruochen politely expressed his gratitude. He bowed slightly, conveying his appreciation. It was evident to him that this woman possessed unfathomable strength, perhaps even surpassing that of the King of Heaven in the Dongxian Empire. He was reluctant to provoke such a formidable figure unless absolutely necessary. Xiao Ruochen was acutely aware that in this world, strength commanded respect, and offending the powerful could lead to unforeseen troubles. Young master, this platinum card is our guild's VIP card. With it, you can enjoy a 10% discount at any branch of the Xuanwu Guild across the Mystic Tortoise Continent. Mu Wanqing then produced another platinum card, delicately placing it before Xiao Ruochen. Her gaze held a glimmer of anticipation, hoping to convey her sincere apologies through this gesture. Good heavens, a platinum card. This individual truly has stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. The crowd was taken aback at Mu Wanqing's revelation of the platinum card, their expressions reflecting a mix of astonishment, envy, and jealousy. It is well known that while copper and silver cards from the Xuanwu Guild were relatively common, platinum cards were a rare find, though the discount may seem modest. For cultivators, the value of this platinum card was immeasurable. After all, cultivators relied heavily on resources, and possessing this card would allow them to benefit from substantial savings over time. The platinum card symbolized not only elevated status, but also significant advantages. One does not receive rewards without merit. Given your relatively amiable demeanor, allow me to kindly advise you. It would be wise to minimize the use of the Xianyang grass, as it may not only fail to aid you, but could also inflict devastating harm upon your body. Xiao Ruochen did not accept the platinum card offered by Mu Wanqing. After speaking, he turned and walked toward the exit of the Xuanwu Guild, his voice calm and resolute, devoid of any hesitation. Young master, please wait. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing hastily called out to Xiao Ruochen, her exquisite face turning pale in an instant. She had never anticipated that Xiao Ruochen could discern the extreme poison coursing through her veins. What further matters do you have, President? Xiao Ruochen inquired, his tone serene, his expression unchanged. The young master is able to perceive my condition. Might you possess a remedy? Mu Wanqing's countenance was animated. Her beautiful eyes filled with hopeful expectation as she gazed at Xiao Ruochen. Her eyes brimmed with longing and hope, as if she had grasped the last thread of salvation. Xiao Ruochen glanced at Mu Wanqing and, after a brief pause, replied, "Of course." His voice resonated with confidence, instilling an undeniable belief in his capabilities. As the president of the Xuanwu Guild, having such a formidable figure owe him a favor would undoubtedly prove advantageous. Young master, may I request a moment of your time? Mu Wanqing's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. She slightly inclined her body, gesturing for him to proceed. Since her childhood, she had endured the torment of the extreme poison, which particularly flared during the nights of the full moon, inflicting agony beyond human comprehension. Each episode felt akin to 1,000 arrows piercing her heart, rendering her existence a living hell. In an effort to suppress the extreme poison, Mu Wanqing resorted to consuming Xianyang grass every full moon, yet the results were far from satisfactory. The fleeting relief brought by Xianyang grass is utterly insufficient to counteract the agony inflicted by the toxins. particularly after her most recent ingestion of the herb. She found not only that the toxins remained unrestrained, but that her body had sustained actual damage, resulting in a regression of her cultivation. This realization enveloped her in profound despair and trepidation. Over the years, in her quest to expel the toxins from her body, her father had sought out renowned physicians across various lands, yet none had been able to devise a remedy. Those so-called divine healers, when confronted with her affliction, were rendered powerless. Moreover, they all reached a disheartening consensus. She would not see her 20th birthday. This harsh verdict weighed upon her like a heavy shackle, suffocating her spirit. In her helplessness, she took her leave without notice and journeyed to the remote Dongzhou, silently awaiting the arrival of death. Having lost all hope and despaired of life, she was momentarily rekindled by the news that Xiao Ruochen possessed a solution. This flicker of hope, like a candle's glow in the darkness, though faint, was enough to inspire her to rise once more. Xiao Ruochen nodded slightly, his expression remaining serene, yet his eyes conveyed a glimmer of determination. Subsequently, under Mu Wanqing's guidance, he ascended to the luxurious VIP room on the third floor of the Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce. The opulent decor of the room exuded an air of nobility and elegance. "My name is Mu Wanqing. How may I address you, young master?" she inquired, her voice soft and melodious, akin to a celestial hymn, soothing to the ears and imbued with warmth and kindness. "I am Xiao Ruochen," he replied, his tone steady and resonant, instilling a sense of unexplainable reassurance. "Master Xiao, are you certain you have a method?" Mu Wanqing fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Despite his confident assertions, doubt lingered in her heart. After all, she had consulted numerous top-tier physicians, yet none had succeeded in curing her. However, having reached this juncture, she felt compelled to grasp at any chance, however slim, that a miracle might occur. "Rest assured, if I were not entirely confident, with President Mu's influence, I would not dare to speak so boldly in your presence," Xiao Ruochen stated, his words imbued with conviction. "However, if you remain skeptical, I shall take my leave." "Very well. I choose to believe in you," Mu Wanqing declared after a moment of internal conflict. With no other options left, she was willing to take a chance, even if it was but a slender thread of hope. Ultimately, even in failure, she would face no greater loss. At that moment, her gaze reflected unwavering resolve and determination. "Master Xiao, may I inquire how you intend to proceed with the treatment?" Mu Wanqing asked softly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, laced with tension and anticipation. "President Mu, extend your hand, so that I may take your pulse and determine the most suitable treatment plan." Xiao Ruocheng's tone was imbued with earnestness and focus. His gaze, intense and professional, instilled confidence in those around him. Mu Wanqing nodded slightly. Subsequently, she extended her hand, as pale and smooth as jade, towards Xiao Ruochen. This hand was slender and elongated, its skin as pure as snow, resembling a delicate work of art. It was akin to the ethereal hand of a fairy birthed from a dream, its dainty fingers as pristine and flawless as fresh snow, glimmering with the luster of divine jade, breathtakingly beautiful. At the moment Mu Wanqing extended her hand, Xiao Ruocheng's breath caught in his throat. He could hardly fathom that a woman's hand could possess such captivating beauty. His own hand froze in midair, hesitating to draw near, lest his touch defile this exquisite charm. Chapter 79. Purging poison from Mu Wanqing. What are you waiting for? Mu Wanqing cast him a slightly reproachful glance, her watery eyes flashing with a hint of playful admonition as she gently urged him. Her melodious voice was like a soft spring breeze, tender yet undeniably insistent. Despite her esteemed position as the president of the Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce, she was still a girl barely 20. And being so intently gazed upon by a young man made her feel somewhat bashful, a faint blush creeping onto her fair cheeks. "Oh," Xiao Ruochen snapped back to reality, startled as if awakening from a beautiful dream. He quickly quelled the turmoil within him and delicately placed his hand upon Mu Wanqing's. His movements were cautious, as though handling an exceptionally rare treasure. The moment he touched her wrist, he was struck by the softness and silkiness of her skin, akin to the finest silk, sending a jolt through his fingers upon contact. Soon after, Xiao Ruochen began to channel his inner energy, diligently taking her pulse. Throughout this process, he occasionally shook his head, his expression grave, furrowing his brow as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Of course, His display was merely a ruse. Xiao Ruochen understood that if he were to heal her too easily, Mu Wanqing might not remember his kindness. Thus, he intended to ensure that she fully grasped the difficulty of her treatment. "Young Master Xiao, how is my condition?" Mu Wanqing asked anxiously, her voice trembling slightly. Her exquisite face now filled with worry and fear, akin to a child groping in the dark, yearning for a glimmer of light and hope. "If I am not mistaken, you possess an extremely keen constitution," Xiao Ruochen proclaimed in a deep, resonant tone, as if revealing a significant secret. He had never anticipated encountering an extremely keen body in this place. To understand, this rare constitution is exceedingly uncommon in the world. Women possessing such a physique cultivate at a pace that far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. It symbolizes an extraordinary talent, a unique gift bestowed by the heavens. However, due to the innate toxicity of the extreme Yin constitution, such women typically do not survive beyond the age of 20. This is a cruel curse, akin to the sword of Damocles hanging overhead, poised to descend and claim their lives at any moment. Yet, should fortune favor them with a solution, they are destined to evolve into formidable beings of unparalleled prowess. This would be a brilliance beyond the imagination of the ordinary, a glory standing atop the pinnacle of the world. What is the extreme Yin constitution? Mu Wanqing furrowed her delicate brows, her face a canvas of bewilderment, her beautiful eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and uncertainty. The extreme Yin constitution is an exceedingly rare physical trait, Xiao Ruochen explained in a solemn tone. His gaze was steadfast and focused, as if he aimed to etch this profound knowledge deeply into Mu Wanqing's heart. Those endowed with such a constitution cultivate at an extraordinary pace. Yet this gift carries a significant drawback. It inherently harbors extreme Yin poison, which manifests with each full moon. And ultimately, those possessing this trait seldom live beyond 20 years. Xiao Ruocheng's voice was grave and serious. "Does young Master Xiao possess assurance?" A thread of hope emerged in Mu Wanqing's voice, her autumn-like eyes glimmering with a faint light, a testament to her yearning for survival and anticipation of the future. In that moment, she began to place a modicum of trust in Xiao Ruochen, for the symptoms he described echoed those articulated by the esteemed physicians she had previously consulted, affirming that he had not deceived her. At this instant, her heart clung to a lifeline amidst the tumultuous sea. Though fragile, it was brimming with hope. There is indeed a chance for success, but President Mu must be prepared to make certain sacrifices, Xiao Ruochen stated with a solemn demeanor. "Speak freely, young Master Xiao." Mu Wanqing's delicate brows knitted slightly, her voice tinged with tension and unease, as if awaiting an unknown verdict. "I require an absolutely tranquil environment. There must be no disturbances while I purge the poison from you." Xiao Ruocheng's expression was grave, his gaze unwavering and focused, instilling confidence in his resolve. "There is a secluded chamber behind. Please, young Master Xiao, follow me." Mu Wanqing gracefully raised her hand in a gesture of invitation, leading Xiao Ruochen towards the secluded chamber with an elegant poise, reminiscent of a flower swaying in the breeze, beautiful and enchanting. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a uniquely designed chamber. "President Mu, please remove your garments," Xiao Ruochen stated with a serious countenance. His voice echoed in the quiet chamber, strikingly clear and resolute. "What?" Mu Wanqing momentarily faltered, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise and confusion. "President Mu, please remove all your garments." Xiao Ruochen spoke again, his tone resolute. "Are you jesting with me, sir?" Mu Wanqing's brows furrowed, her beautiful eyes flashing with icy light, her exquisite face shrouded in frost, emanating a piercing chill. "President Mu, could you perhaps remain calm?" Xiao Ruochen replied, his expression reflecting displeasure. "The human body possesses countless meridians. How can I administer acupuncture with you clothed?" His voice escalated, infused with urgency and seriousness. "Is there truly no other option?" Mu Wanqing's delicate brows knitted tightly, as it was an immense challenge for a pure and pristine woman to bare her body before a strange man. "Aside from the deadly 9 needles, there is no other means to dispel the extreme Yin poison within you," Xiao Ruochen stated gravely. "You should trust in the integrity of a healer. To me, you are merely a patient. If the toxins within you are not eradicated, you shall become nothing more than a skeletal beauty within a month." His tone was somber and earnest, sounding the final alarm. Had fate not brought him to her, in this Xuanwu continent. It was unlikely anyone else could resolve the extreme yin poison within Mu Wanqing. Yet, he had no intention of taking advantage of her. His current abilities were still too limited to perform acupuncture through clothing. Any misstep could lead to her demise. Hearing this, Mu Wanqing's brows slightly knitted together. Her teeth clenched, as if engaged in an intense internal struggle. After a moment, she spoke. "I trust you. I hope you do not disappoint me." There was a note of determination and resolve in her voice. As her words fell, her delicate blue gown cascaded like a waterfall, revealing her flawless and enchanting figure before Xiao Ruochen without reservation. It was a scene of poetic beauty, every inch of her skin as immaculate as jade, radiating an alluring sheen. This was a breathtaking form, devoid of any imperfection, with graceful curves, ample bosom, and a beautifully alluring silhouette, exuding an irresistible allure. Such beauty was beyond words, as if she were the most exquisite masterpiece crafted by the heavens. Truly, it was overwhelming. Her physique was astonishingly beautiful. Xiao Ruochen suppressed his desires, his breath quickening, heart racing. Once his inner turmoil subsided, he instructed, "President Mu, please lie down." Fortunately, his loose robes spared him from embarrassment. Especially at his age, when passions ran high, he endeavored to avert his gaze from Mu Wanqing's body, striving to maintain the professionalism and composure of a healer. Seeing that Xiao Ruochen did not linger on her form, Mu Wanqing inwardly approved and then reclined on the stone bed beside them. Her heart was a blend of shyness and anticipation. At the same time, a peculiar thought arose within her. Did her body truly hold no allure for this young man? Throughout her life, countless young heroes had pursued her. Even renowned warriors would momentarily be captivated by her presence. Yet before her, Xiao Ruochen displayed no hint of desire in his gaze, even as she stood before him, utterly exposed. This left her questioning her own charm. Xiao Ruochen steadied his restless heart, and then produced a set of golden needles, slowly advancing towards Mu Wanqing. "President Mu, relax your body and mind, and do not resist," he earnestly advised. His voice was deep and gentle, akin to soothing a startled fawn. Mu Wanqing tightly shut her eyes, responding softly, her body trembling slightly, betraying her inner tension and unease. Observing her reaction, Xiao Ruochen deftly grasped the golden needle, skillfully and swiftly applying it to the acupoints surrounding Mu Wanqing. In that moment, his movements flowed seamlessly, showcasing his remarkable medical expertise and exceptional skill. Once he completed the procedure, Xiao Ruochen activated the cycle technique, gradually expelling the extreme yin poison from Mu Wanqing's body through the needles. Veins bulged on his forehead, beads of sweat cascaded down, revealing the immense energy he expended. As she sensed the toxins within her body diminishing, a glimmer of joy appeared on Mu Wanqing's face. Her previously tense physique began to relax, as if she glimpsed the dawn of life. Though the pace of detoxification was slow, the reduction of toxins confirmed that he had not deceived her. Gratitude and hope filled her heart, yearning for a smooth resolution to this ordeal. As time passed, Mu Wanqing's skin gradually turned a deep shade of black, all the toxins in her body converging towards the surface, slowly oozing out along the golden needles. Mu Wanqing emitted a pained groan, as the toxins within her erupted in full force. The agony felt akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at her heart, rendering her nearly incapable of enduring it. Just a little longer, Xiao Ruochen urged, sweat beading on his forehead as he assisted Mu Wanqing in ridding her body of the poison, his own energy waning significantly. Yet, he gritted his teeth, refusing to relent, for Mu Wanqing's life and his promise were at stake. Chapter 80. The Other Side of Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing moaned in torment, her voice laden with anguish and suffering, nodding with great difficulty. At that moment, her complexion was as pale as paper, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, each droplet seemingly a testament to the pain she endured. Xiao Ruochen continued to channel the cycle technique, concentrating intently as he expelled the toxins from Mu Wanqing's body, thread by thread, through the golden needles. His expression was one of focused seriousness, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. However, he had underestimated the formidable power of the extreme yin poison within her. As the toxins erupted in full force, Mu Wanqing's skin, punctured by numerous needles, became an alarming shade of deep black. This obsidian toxin seemed to devour all light, rendering her appearance akin to that of a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell, truly terrifying. At that moment, every inch of her skin corroded by the poison narrated tales of agony and torment. One must commend Mu Wanqing's iron will. Despite her dire condition, she gritted her teeth, suppressing any sound. Her gaze radiated determination and endurance, as if she were engaged in a life-and-death struggle against this excruciating pain. 2 hours later, Xiao Ruochen withdrew the golden needles from Mu Wanqing, yet her skin still bore remnants of the toxins, stubbornly entrenched like a resolute enemy. President Mu, I must use my energy to expel the poison from your body, starting from your toes. This may involve some sensitive areas. I hope you can understand. Xiao Ruocheng's demeanor was grave, his gaze unwavering and sincere, devoid of any distractions. Very well. After all, you have seen all of me, Mu Wanqing replied, closing her eyes once more. Her voice carried a note of resignation and determination. Having reached this point, she could no longer afford to be overly concerned. Regardless of what should or should not be seen, this man had already laid eyes upon it all. A mere touch was nothing she could not endure. Of course, her acquiescence was largely due to Xiao Ruocheng's striking appearance. Had it been an elderly physician, she would have preferred to succumb to the poison rather than allow him to lay a finger on her. My apologies, Xiao Ruochen said as he settled onto the stone bed, gently pressing his hands on Mu Wanqing's head as if caressing a fine instrument, and began to channel his energy to gradually push the toxins downward. His movements were tender and focused, as if he were cradling the most precious treasure in the world. His hands glided over Mu Wanqing's forehead and nose, eventually resting near her lips. The moment his fingers made contact with her skin, a spark of electricity seemed to surge through both of their bodies. As the toxins were methodically driven downward, the poison on Mu Wanqing's head was soon entirely eradicated, and her breathtaking beauty blossomed anew like spring flowers. The allure that had been obscured by the toxins now re-emerged, captivating all who beheld it. At this juncture, Xiao Ruocheng's hands had reached her neck, his expression gravely serious, his body drenched in sweat. The damp fabric clung to him, revealing the weariness and dedication he felt in that moment. As Xiao Ruocheng's hand glided to her neck, seemingly intent on gradually expelling the toxins, Mu Wanqing felt a surge of anxiety. She was acutely aware that his hand was likely to descend to a more intimate area. At that moment, her heartbeat quickened involuntarily, and her breath became shallow. Just then, Xiao Ruochen paused briefly, swiftly extracting 2 golden needles and deftly inserting them into the area above her collarbone to prevent the toxins from spreading to her brain. His movements were as swift as lightning and executed with impeccable precision. I shall rest for a moment. He exhaled softly, taking a chi recovery pill and swallowing it, subsequently channeling his inner energy to restore his strength. His complexion appeared pale, and his eyes reflected weariness, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure. The exertion from expelling the toxins had drained him significantly, necessitating the restoration of his inner power to effectively eradicate the poison from Mu Wanqing's body. After half an hour, his inner energy had fully replenished. He returned to Mu Wanqing's side, grasping her arm, which was still tainted by toxins, and began to gently guide the poison toward her chest. Once her arms regained their former state, Xiao Ruochen hastily sealed her shoulders with the golden needles, preventing the toxins from spreading back into her limbs. The needles glimmered faintly, akin to guardians protecting Mu Wanqing. At that moment, her heart raced like a startled deer, fully aware of Xiao Ruocheng's imminent actions. For reasons unknown, although she felt a tinge of nervousness, there was also a flicker of anticipation. It was a complex swirl of emotions, interwoven with shyness, curiosity, and a certain indescribable yearning. Xiao Ruochen gradually placed his hand, firm and resolute, on Mu Wanqing's slender neck, channeling his inner energy to meticulously expel the toxins. His hand trembled slightly, betraying his own tension and unease. As his hand traveled downward, it soon reached the 2 ample areas. Mu Wanqing could no longer contain herself, letting out an alluring sigh that shattered the tranquility of the room. Xiao Ruochen remained focused on expelling the toxins, yet in this particularly soft area, the poison was exceedingly concentrated. He was compelled to press and knead forcefully, attempting to drive the toxins downward. In truth, Xiao Ruochen was equally tense. Despite the toxins enveloping Mu Wanqing, Her skin was remarkably soft and smooth. The sensation caused his heart to race and his breath to quicken. As the toxins in that area were eradicated, a breathtaking expanse of whiteness flooded his vision. In that instant, a captivating whisper escaped Mu Wanqing's crimson lips, resonating with an enchanting allure that seemed to emanate from the depths of her soul, brimming with an irresistible temptation. Goodness, how sensitive she is! Xiao Ruochen marveled inwardly. As a seasoned individual of the 21st century, he was undoubtedly aware of the gravity of the situation. However, he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, diligently expelling the toxins from his companion. It is worth noting that Mu Wanqing was no ordinary woman. Her prowess was profound and inscrutable, and she was resolute in her actions. The previous Zhao Jian had been disposed of with the same ease as one might discard refuse. Xiao Ruochen was keenly aware that provoking her would be unwise. Once the toxins had been entirely purged from Mu Wanqing's chest, Xiao Ruochen reluctantly withdrew his hand. At that moment, Mu Wanqing's exquisite visage resembled a ripened apple, flushed with vibrant hues. Her gaze was imbued with a blend of shyness and complex emotions, akin to an intricate tangle that was difficult to unravel. She stared intently at Xiao Ruochen, and only upon confirming that he exhibited no unusual reactions did she allow herself to breathe a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, Mu Wanqing felt a wave of frustration. Throughout her life, she had never engaged in any intimate actions with a man. Yet today, not only had she been laid bare before another, but her entire being had been thoroughly explored. Compounding her distress was the fact that her most vulnerable self had been unveiled before him, inciting a fleeting thought of silencing him for good. Nevertheless, the sight of Xiao Ruocheng's earnest dedication to detoxification dissipated such notions. As the toxins gradually retreated, they coalesced around Mu Wanqing's thigh. At this juncture, her anxiety heightened. Her body had remained in a state of acute tension. After all, she had never been touched by another, rendering her significantly more sensitive than the average individual. Her breathing quickened, her heart raced, echoing like a drum in her ears. At this moment, Xiao Ruochen produced a dagger, gently slicing the tip of Mu Wanqing's toe before continuing to channel his energy, gradually urging the toxins from her abdomen toward her thigh. The dagger glinted ominously in his grasp, each motion executed with utmost caution. President, Xiao Ruochen hesitated, acutely aware that he might soon need to venture into more intimate territory. It was imperative to forewarn her. The repercussions of inciting her wrath were beyond his capacity to bear. His voice wavered with uncertainty and trepidation. It's all right, proceed. I will not hold it against you, Mu Wanqing replied, her teeth clenched, her tone resolute as if she had steeled herself for the worst. Understood. Xiao Ruochen nodded, resuming his efforts to detoxify her. Sweat began to bead upon his forehead, yet his gaze betrayed no hint of retreat. However, what tormented him was that Mu Wanqing had wholly surrendered, her enchanting voice unabashedly resonating in his ears. The sound was akin to an incantation, incessantly assaulting his reason and defenses. Faced with such a predicament, Xiao Ruochen hastily invoked the tranquility mantra, striving to quell the tumultuous emotions surging within him. After all, we find ourselves at a critical juncture. Should we fail to eradicate the poison in one fell swoop, all would be lost, and the repercussions unimaginable. Xiao Ruochen's expression was grave as he continuously reminded himself to maintain composure. As the toxin gradually seeped out from the tips of his toes, Mu Wanqing's skin began to regain its natural hue. The flesh that had been ravaged by the poison was now revitalized, radiating with a healthy glow. Exhausted, Xiao Ruochen finally exhaled in relief as the last drop of toxin was expelled. At that moment, he felt nearly drained, every ounce of his mystical energy completely depleted. Slumped on the ground, he gasped for breath as if he had just endured a life-and-death battle. Chapter 81. A night at the spring pavilion. Just as Xiao Ruochen paused to catch his breath, Mu Wanqing suddenly sat up and wrapped her arms around his head. A moment later, as Xiao Ruochen felt on the brink of suffocation, Mu Wanqing forcefully pressed him onto the stone bed, her right hand sweeping through the air, instantly reducing his garments to ashes. President Mu, what are you doing? Xiao Ruochen was taken aback, never expecting to witness such a wild side of Mu Wanqing. However, before he could finish his thought, Mu Wanqing had already. In the face of such circumstances, Xiao Ruochen completely lost his rationality. As a youthful and impassioned man, if he could still hold back at this moment, he would no longer be a man. A day later. President Mu, wait a moment. I am on the verge of a breakthrough. At that instant, Xiao Ruochen realized that he was about to ascend to a new realm. Hastily rising to his feet to circulate his energy and begin his cultivation. You scoundrel! Mu Wanqing pouted, taken aback that he would choose to cultivate at such a pivotal moment. My cultivation has actually improved. A flicker of surprise crossed Mu Wanqing's face. She had not anticipated that within just one night's time, her cultivation would elevate from the 8th layer of the profound king realm to the 9th layer. Could it be that he possesses a unique constitution? At that moment, Mu Wanqing's gaze towards Xiao Ruochen began to brim with fervor. As for Xiao Ruochen, his cultivation had reached the extreme limit of the 6th layer of the profound spirit realm, merely a step away from the 7th layer. After repeated attempts, cracks began to form in the barrier of the 7th layer. Channeling all of his mystical energy, he surged towards the 7th layer with fervor. Boom, boom, boom. Upon breaking through, Xiao Ruochen suddenly opened his eyes, a confident glimmer shining forth. Just then, a fragrant breeze wafted in, and Mu Wanqing once again entwined herself around him. President Mu, it's been a whole day? Less chatter. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this point, Xiao Ruochen lay despondently on the stone bed. President Mu, you must take responsibility. After all, this is my first time. Is this not your first time, President? Mu Wanqing remarked with a hint of annoyance. So, you do not wish to take responsibility? Xiao Ruocheng's lips curled slightly, revealing a trace of an enigmatic smile. As long as you obediently comply, I wouldn't mind assuming responsibility. A faint, enchanting smile graced Mu Wanqing's lips as she extended her exquisitely beautiful hand, gently caressing Xiao Ruocheng's chin. Regarding the events of the previous night, Mu Wanqing felt no remorse. She was not a frivolous woman. The reasons behind her actions were multifaceted. Firstly, Xiao Ruochen had purged the toxins from her body, thus earning her gratitude. Furthermore, he had seen her in her entirety and touched her intimately. As a traditional woman, Mu Wanqing understood that she could never marry another man after such an encounter. Additionally, she found Xiao Ruocheng's appearance quite appealing, and his exceptional medical skills and innate talent were commendable. The notion of having such a man as her husband did not seem unjust to her. Moreover, she had indeed been stirred by Xiao Ruocheng's actions, leading her to throw caution to the wind and seize the moment. At worst, she would take responsibility afterward. This was Mu Wanqing's mindset at that time. Obey you? Xiao Ruochen replied, looking bemused. Are you planning to treat me like a kept man? What? Being my kept man would be a hardship for you? Mu Wanqing teased, her gaze sharp as she regarded Xiao Ruochen. Not at all. But if I were to be your kept man, we should at least discuss my compensation. Xiao Ruochen replied with a grin. What kind of compensation do you seek? Mu Wanqing retorted with irritation. Surely, a monthly allowance of at least 1 or 200,000 spirit stones would suffice for living expenses, Xiao Ruochen said, somewhat sheepishly. You must be dreaming. I've given you everything, and not demanding a betrothal gift is already a tremendous favor. How dare you ask for spirit stones? Mu Wanqing shot back. So, you intend to take advantage of me? Xiao Ruochen laughed. Indeed, I shall take advantage of you. What of it? Are you dissatisfied? Mu Wanqing smiled charmingly. I am indeed dissatisfied. Xiao Ruochen exclaimed as he pulled Mu Wanqing into an embrace and playfully began to tickle her. Giggle. You scoundrel. I shall tickle you to death today. As they playfully tussled, the bond between Mu Wanqing and Xiao Ruochen deepened. Xiao Ruochen felt a strong connection to Mu Wanqing. From any perspective, she was extraordinarily impressive, boasting not only the power of the Xianwang realm, but also breathtaking beauty. What man could remain indifferent to such a woman? They spent the entire day in affectionate banter, engaging in their shared pleasures while also discussing their lives. I must return. I have to participate in the grand competition tomorrow. Xiao Ruochen announced as he rose and began to dress. Here is 100,000 spirit stones. Take this for now. Mu Wanqing tossed a storage ring to Xiao Ruochen, teasingly exclaiming, I'm just joking. You actually gave it to me. Xiao Ruochen hurriedly returned the storage ring, insisting, I'm not in need of such spirit stones. Your current cultivation is still low, and you truly require these resources. There's no need to be so polite with me. Mu Wanqing, undeterred, slipped the ring onto Xiao Ruochen's finger and produced a diamond card, placing it into his pocket. A sudden sense of delight washed over Xiao Ruochen. The notion of being supported felt rather pleasant. This time, he refrained from rejecting her generosity, for Mu Wanqing was already his partner, and to refuse further would seem estranged. After bidding farewell to Mu Wanqing, Xiao Ruochen returned to his royal residence. Upon entering the villa, he encountered Ling Yuhan and Gu Yushi, junior brother Ruochen. "Where have you been all day? The Grand Elder has been searching for you." "I was just out for a stroll," Xiao Ruochen replied with a smile, omitting any mention of his overnight stay at the Xuanwu Merchant Association. "Could you at least inform us when you go out? Everyone was worried you had been captured by another faction," Gu Yushi remarked, suddenly catching a whiff of something. "Wait, why do you smell like a woman?" "Really? I didn't notice," Xiao Ruochen feigned a sniff. "Junior brother Ruochen, you definitely carry the scent of a woman. You weren't at a brothel last night, were you?" Ling Yuhan stepped back instinctively, her face contorting into a look of distaste. Chapter 82. 8th Layer of Xianling Realm. Ah, no wonder you didn't return all night. Gu Yushi's expression shifted to one of realization, her beautiful features illuminated with understanding. "However, junior brother Ruochen, you're still quite young and should focus more on your cultivation. I advise you to steer clear of such places." Her voice was soft and melodic, laced with genuine concern and counsel. As she finished speaking, Gu Yushi took a few steps back, maintaining a cautious distance, as if to emphasize the boundaries between them. Sighing in exasperation, Xiao Ruochen wore an expression of helplessness. He refrained from elaborating, knowing that explanations in such scenarios could complicate matters further. Once back in his quarters, Xiao Ruochen immediately entered a state of cultivation. He planned to utilize the spirit essence fruit in his possession to elevate his cultivation to the 8th layer of the Xianling realm. At that point, he would be fully confident in securing victory in the upcoming competition. The spirit essence fruit was a rare treasure that assisted cultivators in enhancing their levels without adverse effects, providing Xiao Ruochen with immense support. Sitting cross-legged, Xiao Ruochen exuded a serene and resolute presence, his breath measured and focused. He cautiously cradled the spirit origin fruit in his hand before swallowing it without a moment's hesitation. As the fruit entered his body, an incredibly pure energy surged within him, akin to a torrent breaching its dam, creating a terrifying sensation as if he were on the brink of explosion. This formidable energy rampaged through his being, seemingly intent on tearing him apart. Xiao Ruochen dared not delay for an instant. He swiftly activated the reincarnation technique, desperately seeking to refine this violent energy. In that fleeting moment, the veins on his forehead bulged, and sweat cascaded down like rain, revealing the immense pressure he was under. Typically, practitioners within the Xianling realm would never dare to consume an entire spirit origin fruit in one go, as the energy it contained was not only extraordinarily pure, but also exceedingly turbulent. Generally, they would opt to refine the fruit in small bites to ensure their safety and stable progression. However, Xiao Ruochen's audacious choice was a rarity, showcasing both his bravery and confidence in his own strength. As the energy from the spirit origin fruit was gradually refined and transformed into xuanqi, Xiao Ruochen's cultivation began to soar like a rocket. His aura intensified, stirring the air around him as though it were responding to his burgeoning power. Midway through the 7th layer of the Xianling realm, a potent force surged within him, propelling his cultivation ever upward. Advancing to the later stage of the 7th layer, that force grew increasingly turbulent, deepening and strengthening his aura. At the pinnacle of the 7th layer, his body radiated a dazzling light, as if yearning to break free from all constraints. In less than 2 hours, Xiao Ruochen's cultivation had ascended to the zenith of the 7th layer of the Xianling realm, an astonishing velocity that left onlookers awestruck. At this moment, he summoned all his xuanqi, unleashing it like a tempest against the boundary of the 8th layer of the Xianling realm. Boom, boom, boom. Resonating within him were the thunderous sounds reminiscent of the universe's inception. The 8th layer of the Xianling realm. Xiao Ruochen abruptly opened his eyes, and in an instant, his gaze pierced through the darkness like the dawn's first light. At that moment, he emanated a powerful aura that was impossible to ignore. The following morning, Xiao Ruochen quickly completed his morning rituals and departed from the reincarnation space. To avoid drawing excessive attention, he skillfully utilized the reincarnation pearl to shroud his true cultivation level like a gossamer veil, presenting only the 7th layer of the Xianling realm to the outside world. After all, to break through 2 minor realms in the span of 2 days was nothing short of astonishing. If others were to discover this, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation, potentially inviting unnecessary trouble and envy. Goodness, in just one day, he has already advanced to the 7th layer of the Xianling realm. Nangong Ju's face reflected shock, his eyes brimming with astonishment and admiration. The growth rate of Xiao Ruochen has been observed by him all along. Although he was already aware of his extraordinary talent, the speed of such breakthroughs is indeed rather remarkable. The junior's advancement is primarily attributed to his spirit fruit. Xiao Ruochen humbly remarked, "The spirit fruit. Your luck is truly exceptional." Nangong Ju's face revealed a hint of surprise, his gaze filled with admiration and envy towards Xiao Ruochen. "Since you have already surpassed your previous limits, there is a matter you must contemplate with utmost seriousness," Nangong Ju stated, his expression grave and his voice low and solemn. "Please, senior, continue," Xiao Ruochen responded, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he fixed his gaze intently on Nangong Ju, eager for his forthcoming words. In the Eastern State, the Eastern Xian Empire stands as the undisputed overlord. For countless years, the championship of the Eastern Xian Grand Competition has been firmly held by them. It is precisely for this reason that they offer such generous rewards. However, should you secure this championship, it may not necessarily bode well for you, Nangong Ju warned, his tone heavy with concern. "Will they revoke my rewards?" Xiao Ruochen's brow furrowed slightly, a wave of confusion and unease washing over him. "That is unlikely," Nangong Ju replied with a stern tone. "However, the Eastern Xian Empire will not easily allow you to claim these rewards. I suspect they will go to great lengths to recruit you, and should you refuse, you may face significant peril. What do you suggest I do, senior?" Xiao Ruochen pondered for a moment, his eyes reflecting contemplation and hesitation. "You have two choices," Nangong Ju responded after a brief reflection. "You may either forego the championship of this grand competition, or you may accept the offer from the Eastern Xian Empire." After a pause, he continued, "In my humble opinion, it would be wise to accept their offer, as it could greatly benefit your future development." Xiao Ruochen's brow furrowed further as he inquired, "If I accept the Eastern Xian Empire's invitation, does that imply a betrayal of the Hantian sect?" "Absolutely not," Nangong Ju explained hastily. "Even if you accept their recruitment, you will still remain a disciple of the Hantian sect. However, in a place like the Eastern Xian Empire, you must exercise caution and strive to avoid entanglement in the power struggles among the princes, lest you invite calamity upon yourself," Nangong Ju earnestly advised, his eyes brimming with concern and care for Xiao Ruochen. "I understand, senior," Xiao Ruochen replied resolutely. At this moment, he had already formulated a plan. He would strive to seize the championship title, for the rewards it offered were simply too tempting. As for the Eastern Xian Empire's recruitment, agreeing to it temporarily would not be unwise. Given his rapid advancement, he believed that in due time, he would rise to great heights. Who could then obstruct his path? Just then, Su Qingyan approached, her form graceful and ethereal, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Upon seeing Xiao Ruochen, a flicker of astonishment crossed her face, and a strong sense of crisis surged within her heart. She never anticipated that, after just one day apart, Xiao Ruochen's cultivation would once again experience a breakthrough. "Well, everyone has arrived. Let us embark on our journey." Upon seeing Su Qingyan, Nangong Ju smiled as he spoke. Subsequently, under Nangong Ju's guidance, the members of Hantian's sect made their way to the martial arts arena with great fanfare. Today marks a pivotal day in the grand competition, where the champion and the top 10 will be determined. The entire city was enveloped in an atmosphere of tension and excitement, as if a storm were on the verge of breaking. The martial arts arena at the heart of the city remained abuzz with chatter and fervor, as countless spectators gathered in anticipation of the crowning of the champion. "Look, Xiao Ruochen is here," a sharp voice rang out, instantly capturing everyone's attention. "Do you think he has a chance to break into the top 10? Someone curiously inquired. "I don't see any issues. I heard that yesterday at the Xuanwu Merchant Association, he defeated Zhao Jian, who is at the 5th level of the Xian sect, with just one move," a well-informed individual replied. "No way," another expressed skepticism, their face awash with astonishment. "It can't be false. This news has spread throughout the entire Dongxian city," the person insisted earnestly. "Wow, his ability to challenge above his level is simply outrageous," people exclaimed, filled with admiration and anticipation for Xiao Ruochen. When the Hantian sect arrived at the martial arts arena, they instantly became the focal point of the gathering, with everyone engaging in lively discussions. Their gazes were filled with curiosity and expectation, as if they were welcoming the arrival of a hero. Before long, representatives from the major factions had also arrived. Although the disciples from the other three major sects had been eliminated, they chose not to depart before the conclusion of the grand competition, as there would be distribution of benefits and resources post-competition. At that moment, the king of Zhentian, Su Xiaodian, ascended the martial arts platform. His gaze was as sharp as that of an eagle, seemingly capable of perceiving all. After surveying the surroundings, he proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Today's grand competition will reveal the top 10 and the ultimate champion. Now, I invite all participants to come up and draw lots." His voice was powerful and commanding, instantly silencing the arena as everyone held their breath in anticipation of the match's commencement. Chapter 83. Contest for the Championship. As Su Xiaoyan's words resonated like a thunderclap, that robust and forceful voice reverberated through the air, invigorating the top 15 contestants of the grand competition, who eagerly leaped onto the stage to draw lots. The atmosphere was charged with excitement and tension, with everyone's gaze fixed intently on the drawing process. In the end, Xiao Ruochen drew the number 8, while Su Qingyan drew number 10. According to the rules of this drawing, the draw numbers determined the initial rankings of the competition. To achieve a higher position, one must challenge upwards. This meant that each contestant had to utilize their strength and strategy within the limited 3 challenge opportunities to vie for a more favorable ranking. In this crucial contest for ranking, everyone understood the preciousness of opportunity. The final ranking will ultimately depend on one's personal prowess, intellect, and performance in the heat of the moment. After the draw concluded, the eunuch presiding over the competition strode onto the arena with measured steps. His voice resonated, powerful and clear, as he announced, "The championship and ranking battles will proceed according to the draw order. Now, I invite the contestant in position 15 to step forward for the challenge." As the eunuch's words echoed, a young man of the 5th level of the Xuanzong realm leapt onto the stage like a soaring eagle. His physique was agile, exuding a formidable aura. This individual was none other than Su Tianyu, the son of Duke Su Zishan of the Eastern Xian Empire. Upon ascending the stage, Su Tianyu's gaze was piercing, swiftly scanning his opponent before he decisively chose to challenge the 8th contestant, Xiao Ruochen. In Su Tianyu's estimation, his strength was sufficient to reach the top 10, while Xiao Ruochen's cultivation placed him at the bottom of that tier, making this challenge the most prudent choice. Contestant number 8, Xiao Ruochen, please take the stage to accept the challenge. The eunuch's voice thundered, reverberating throughout the arena. Upon hearing his name, Xiao Ruochen sprang into action, his movements crisp and decisive, landing firmly on the platform like a rock. He stood tall, his gaze unwavering, devoid of any trace of fear. "You would do well to surrender. Your cultivation is merely at the 7th level of the Xian spirit realm, and you stand no chance against me," Su Tianyu declared with an air of arrogance, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain, as though regarding Xiao Ruochen as nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. The condescending tone seemed to presage the inevitable outcome of their encounter. "Enough of this banter. If you're going to strike, do it swiftly," Xiao Ruochen replied with calm composure, his demeanor unruffled. His gaze towards Su Tianyu held a glint of mockery, akin to that of a spectator observing a mere jester. This nonchalance sparked a flicker of irritation within Su Tianyu. "Since you choose to disregard my warning, do not blame me for being merciless." Su Tianyu's eyes glinted coldly. In a flash, he launched himself into the air, his speed so swift that it left behind only an afterimage. Following this, a ferocious wave of energy surged forth like a volcanic eruption, its immense force causing the surrounding air to tremble. A chilling aura coalesced into a violent vortex, rushing towards Xiao Ruochen like a tempestuous sea wave. This strike clearly represented Su Tianyu's full might, aimed at securing a swift victory and forcing Xiao Ruochen to concede. Yet, in the face of Su Tianyu's overwhelming presence, Xiao Ruochen displayed no sign of trepidation. His gaze remained resolute, his stance as unyielding as a mountain, as though the formidable attack bore no impact on him. With a fist that struck like a thunderclap, he unleashed a radiant wave of energy, akin to a meteor slicing through the night sky, hurtling towards Su Tianyu. This powerful strike carried an unstoppable momentum, seemingly poised to shatter all obstacles in its path. Boom! Two forces collided with a thunderous roar, reverberating as if to rend the very heavens and earth asunder. The overwhelming impact caused the entire arena to tremble slightly, with dust swirling around, obscuring the scene from view. Su Tianyo's handsome visage turned ashen in an instant. He felt a heaviness in his chest, a wave of metallic taste surging up his throat like a tidal wave. He attempted to suppress this rising tide of blood and energy, but found it utterly impossible. In the next moment, his body was sent flying as if severed from its tether, soaring through the air in an arc before crashing heavily to the ground. How could you possibly be this strong? After hitting the ground, Su Tianyu spat forth a fountain of blood, his eyes brimming with disbelief. He never anticipated such a devastating defeat, unable to withstand even a single strike from his opponent. The extraordinary prowess of Xiao Ruochen in surpassing realms was astonishing. With such strength, he could easily rank among the top 5. At that moment, all onlookers were left dumbfounded, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. No one expected Xiao Ruochen to vanquish Su Tianyu with such ease. It is worth noting that, given Su Tianyo's strength, he undoubtedly possessed the capability to rank within the top 10 among the many competitors of the Eastern Qian Empire. Judging by his previous palm strike, he was indeed a rare talent among his peers. Had he not encountered a warrior like Xiao Ruochen, his final standing would surely have been within the top 10. The challenge continued, and soon it was the turn of the contestant with the 14th draw, a young man named Yang Kai. The son of a general from the Eastern Qian Empire, clad in a sleek black outfit and wielding a long sword, he exuded a gallant demeanor. After careful consideration, Yang Kai ultimately decided to challenge the 10th contestant, Su Qingyan. He possessed a clear understanding of his own abilities. Initially, he had intended to challenge Xiao Ruochen, but after witnessing the latter's defeat of Su Tianyu, he dismissed that notion entirely. After all, he considered himself slightly inferior to Su Tianyu, and challenging Xiao Ruochen seemed akin to seeking his own demise. Miss Su, out of respect for your gender, I shall grant you 3 moves, Yang Kai declared, a faint smile gracing his lips, imbued with a mixture of confidence and arrogance, as if victory were already assured. Then do take care, Su Qingyan replied, her voice as cold as ice. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, her long sword was drawn like a bolt of lightning, a dazzling sword energy shooting forth like a rainbow piercing the sun. Her movements were fluid and seamless, executed with precision and without a hint of hesitation. Faced with the lightning-fast advance of Su Qingyan, Yang Kai's eyes flickered with caution, and a pang of regret surged within him. He had never anticipated that Su Qingyan's swordsmanship would be so razor-sharp. If he truly allowed her 3 moves, he would undoubtedly face utter defeat. In this critical moment, Yang Kai decisively resolved to retaliate. He brandished his long sword with the swiftness of a gale, unleashing a fierce sword aura imbued with a chilling light, akin to a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, as it lunged fiercely towards Su Qingyan. More than the fear of failure and humiliation, Yang Kai was deeply concerned about securing a place in the top 10 rankings. Achieving a position within the top 10 would grant him the opportunity to cultivate in the Xiantian pool, along with an additional reward of abundant spirit stones. To lose his top 10 standing due to carelessness would indeed be a grave miscalculation. Clang! The 2 weapons clashed, producing a resonant sound of metal meeting metal. Yang Kai felt a surge of soreness and numbness in his arm, nearly losing grip on his longsword. He had not anticipated the sheer strength possessed by Su Qingyan. Nevertheless, he swung his sword once more towards her. Following their previous collision, he understood that overcoming her was beyond his capabilities. Yet, surrender was not an option, after all. He had boasted about granting her 3 moves. To concede at this juncture would utterly disgrace him. How shameless could Yang Kai be? Just moments ago, he had pretended to allow her 3 moves. Indeed, if one lacks the strength, there is no need to feign bravado. A number of spectators began to murmur among themselves, their faces betraying expressions of disdain. However, before their words could fully escape their lips, Su Qingyan's longsword, akin to a nimble serpent emerging from its lair, swiftly pierced Yang Kai's chest. With a graceful motion of her jade hand, a formidable force sent Yang Kai tumbling off the stage. Having completed this feat, Su Qingyan descended lightly, resembling a celestial being gracing the earth, as she floated down from the platform. Her movements were exquisite, her posture elegant, captivating all who beheld her. In an instant, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. No one had anticipated that Su Qingyan could vanquish Yang Kai so swiftly. Countless youthful onlookers now focused their gazes upon her, their eyes betraying an unmistakable fervor. Su Qingyan's beauty was indisputable. Her skin was as fair as snow, her eyes sparkled like stars, her brows arched like distant mountains, and her lips resembled ripe cherries. As her cultivation progressed, the aloof aura she emanated became increasingly enchanting, presenting an irresistible allure to the men present. She was akin to a snow lotus blooming atop a snowy peak, pure and enigmatic, evoking a desire to draw near, yet instilling a sense of reverence. Chapter 84. Unstoppable Force. This woman's martial arts are extraordinary. Xiao Ruochen's expression turned gravely serious as he fixed his gaze upon Su Qingyan, his wariness intensifying. He discerned that her swordsmanship was exquisite beyond measure. Each move and stance concealed profound mysteries, and the level of her technique was unfathomably high, even instilling a sense of danger within him. This perception of peril led Xiao Ruochen to reassess Su Qingyan's prowess. Although Xiao Ruochen and Su Qingyan decisively triumphed over their adversaries, they remained the targets of challenges in the subsequent 3 rounds. The competitors from the Dongxian Empire, being part of the same faction, naturally opted to challenge Xiao Ruochen and Su Qingyan given the 3 opportunities available. However, to everyone's astonishment, none of the Dongxian Empire's contestants could manage to conquer either Xiao Ruochen or Su Qingyan in the ensuing challenges. Xiao Ruochen, with his exceptional combat skills and profound strength, consistently neutralized his opponent's assaults, safeguarding his victories with undeniable superiority. Meanwhile, Su Qingyan, wielding her elusive swordsmanship, left her challengers utterly perplexed, rendering them powerless as they returned defeated beneath her blade. Soon it was Su Qingyan's turn to ascend the stage. The moment she stepped onto the platform, her gaze fixated intently on Xiao Ruochen, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, competition, vigilance, before she shifted her focus towards the contestants from the Dongxian Empire. Initially, Su Qingyan had contemplated challenging Xiao Ruochen, but after careful consideration, she relinquished the idea, fully aware that she lacked the absolute confidence to vanquish him. Understanding the depths of Xiao Ruochen's prowess, she recognized that a reckless challenge could jeopardize her subsequent matches. After much contemplation, under the watchful eyes of the audience, Su Qingyan ultimately decided to challenge contestant number 1. When she announced her intention, astonishment spread across the faces of the onlookers. Although they acknowledged Su Qingyan's formidable strength, they were taken aback by her audacity to challenge the first-ranked contestant. Contestant number 1 represented the champion, and even if she emerged victorious, she would still have to face the challenges posed by other prodigies from the Dongxian Empire. This was undoubtedly a path fraught with thorns, yet Su Qingyan resolutely embraced it. Contestant number 1 was a woman named Su Yunshin, a princess of the Dongxian Empire, whose cultivation stood at the 5th layer of the Xuanzong realm, marking her as one of the top-tier existences within her level. Most competitors of the same realm would think twice before daring to confront her. "You insolent girl. Daring to challenge this princess will be the gravest mistake of your life," Su Yunshin declared, her eyes flashing with a cold glimmer. She had anticipated that. As the most powerful woman in this tournament, she would garner immense admiration, but Su Qingyan's emergence had overshadowed her rightful glory, igniting a fierce desire for vengeance within her. Su Qingyan, undeterred, turned to the presiding eunuch, inquiring if they could commence. Her tone was calm, as though her opponent did not warrant further words. "The match begins," the presiding eunuch proclaimed loudly. "How dare you disregard this princess?" Su Yunshin retorted, her figure soaring gracefully as she unleashed a whip-like strike. This lash was swift, resembling a bolt of lightning, as it spiraled towards Su Qingyan's slender neck. The whip cut through the air with a fierce whoosh, as if it aimed to tear apart any obstruction in its path. In the face of Su Yunshin's rapid strike, Su Qingyan dared not be careless. She swiftly evaded the impending attack. Her form was as graceful as a butterfly in flight, effortlessly dodging the lethal blow. In the same motion, she swept her long sword, its blade gleaming with a dazzling cold light, aimed directly at Su Yunshin's chest. Yet, Su Yunshin was undeterred. In the instant the sword energy surged towards her, she leapt into the air, wielding her whip once more. The whip traced an arc in the air, colliding with the sword energy and producing a crisp sound. Compared to the previous contestants from the Eastern Xian Empire, Su Yunxin's prowess was evidently superior. However, despite this, she found herself at a disadvantage in their exchange. After 10 exchanges, Su Yunxin's expression darkened considerably. She had not anticipated Su Qingyin's strength to be so formidable. Even after exerting all her power, she had gained no upper hand. Beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, her breath growing labored. If this is all the strength you possess, then perhaps you should withdraw, Su Qingyin remarked with an air of aloofness, her tone laced with disdain. Her gaze radiated confidence and contempt, as if Su Yunxin were merely an insignificant adversary in her eyes. With her words barely fading, she darted forward like a bolt of lightning, charging towards Su Yunxin. Her speed was so extraordinary that her figure became nearly indistinguishable. Die, wretched girl! Su Yunxin's eyes flashed with cold fury as she once more attempted to ensnare Su Qingyin's neck with her whip. Consumed by a frenzied desire to defeat Su Qingyin, she disregarded all caution. Seeing this, Su Qingyin extended her delicate hand forward, grasping Su Yunxin's whip with remarkable strength, rendering Su Yunxin unable to break free. Then, a fierce sword energy surged forth, its brilliance piercing through Su Yunxin's chest. With a cry of anguish, Su Yunxin's complexion paled instantly, blood streaming from her chest, staining her garments crimson. With a powerful sweep of her right foot, Su Qingyin unleashed a violent gust, propelling her foot into Su Yunxin's chest and sending her flying. Su Yunxin's body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust that enveloped the air, presenting a pitiful sight. Lying there, she had lost all capacity to fight. Junior sister Qingyin, you are simply incredible. As Su Qingyin descended from the martial stage, the disciples of the Han Tian sect erupted in cheers, their faces alight with excitement and pride. Even Ling Yuhan and Gu Yunxi eagerly gathered around, showering praise upon Su Qingyin. In stark contrast, the contestants from the Eastern Xian Empire wore expressions of utter despondency. Their eyes were ablaze with fury and resentment. Historically, the Eastern Xian Empire had maintained an overwhelming dominance in grand competitions, yet in this edition, two competitors from other factions had infiltrated the top 10, marking an indelible disgrace for them. Soon, it was the turn of the contestant holding the 9th position to ascend the stage. This individual, named Su Tianxing, was the son of the Eastern Xian Empire's Dongling king, boasting a cultivation level at the 6th tier of the Xian sect, and was regarded as a seed contestant predicted to rank among the top 5 in this grand competition. With a leap that seemed to defy gravity, he landed on the arena like a gleaming sword, exuding a formidable aura. His gaze was filled with confidence and pride, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Come forth, Su Tianxing declared, his piercing eyes casting a cold glance at Xiao Ruochen below the stage, radiating a chilling light. It was evident that his intended opponent was Xiao Ruochen. Under normal circumstances, Su Tianxing would have preferred not to challenge the 8th-ranked contestant. But for the glory of the Eastern Xian Empire, he felt compelled to defeat Xiao Ruochen before moving on to challenge Su Qingyin. He understood that only by vanquishing these two outsiders could he uphold the dignity of the Eastern Xian Empire. Be careful, Ruochen, warned Ling Yuhan and Gu Yuxi. Concern etched on their faces. Their eyes were filled with worry, fearing that Xiao Ruochen might be harmed in this contest. Understood. Xiao Ruochen nodded, his expression remarkably calm, devoid of any fear or hesitation. In an instant, he flashed onto the arena. Young man, I must admit your talent is commendable, but against this air, your rank ends here. Su Tianxing's demeanor was haughty as he brandished his spear, a sharp aura emanating from him. The spear glinted coldly in the sunlight, instilling a sense of dread. Let us see your prowess then, Xiao Ruochen replied with a slight, icy smile. He swiftly executed his movement technique, creating an afterimage as he appeared before Su Tianxing in the blink of an eye, his speed rivaling that of a phantom. Su Tianxing, who had been preparing to deliver a few sharp retorts, was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Xiao Ruochen's swiftness, which caught him off guard. Nevertheless, as a formidable 6th-tier Xian sect cultivator, he reacted swiftly, thrusting his spear with blinding speed, a dazzling spear shadow surging forth like a bolt of lightning. This strike was not only rapid but also ferocious. Any 5th-tier Xian sect cultivator struck by it would likely face severe injury or death. This illustrated the depth of Su Tianxing's mastery in spear techniques. Facing Su Tianxing's fierce onslaught, Xiao Ruochen remained undaunted. He extended his right hand with a sudden, decisive movement. His palm, as unyielding as steel, instantly seizing the spear, thrust towards him. In the next moment, he unleashed a powerful punch, the force of his strike surging like a tidal wave towards Su Tianqing's chest. Chapter 85. The Great Battle with Su Qingyan. How can this young man possess such immense strength? A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Tianqing's eyes as he widened them in disbelief. He tugged forcefully at his spear, only to find it as immovable as a divine needle anchoring the sea. In desperation, he hastily swung his fist in retaliation. His expression was a mixture of urgency and tension, with veins bulging on his forehead, as if engaged in a final struggle. Boom! The deafening sound of collision reverberated, threatening to shatter eardrums. Crack! With a sharp sound of bone fracturing, Su Tianqing's arm broke, and his body flew backwards like a kite severed from its string. In midair, he spat a mouthful of blood, which glistened ominously under the sunlight. Before he could touch the ground, he lost consciousness, crashing heavily onto the earth and kicking up a cloud of dust. Silence enveloped the scene. Everyone was astounded by the sudden turn of events, mouths agape and eyes wide. They were rendered speechless. No one dared to believe what had transpired, not even the formidable Su Xiaodian, whose expression darkened like a stormy sea. His brows knitted tightly, forming a deep furrow, and his gaze was shrouded in foreboding. The talent of Xiao Ruochen had already alerted him to a sense of impending danger. Had it not been for the Eastern Xian Grand Competition, Su Xiaodian would have undoubtedly snuffed out Xiao Ruochen in his infancy. After all, a genius like Xiao Ruochen, once grown, could potentially destabilize the reign of the Eastern Xian Empire, a scenario he was most unwilling to witness. At this moment, his hands instinctively clenched, calculating his next move. It was now Xiao Ruochen's turn to challenge. He unhesitatingly cast his gaze upon Su Qingyan, calmly declaring, "Su Qingyan, it is time to settle this. If you seek revenge, come forth." His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Had it not been for Su Qingyan's incessant provocations, he would not have wished for a battle to the death. After all, they had grown up together as childhood friends, and reaching this point was not his desire. "Xiao Ruochen, since you are bent on your demise, I shall grant your wish." An icy aura erupted from Su Qingyan, her exquisite eyes gleaming like sharp blades. Fixating intently on Xiao Ruochen, her heart brimmed with hatred and fury, as if she yearned to consume him whole. In an instant, Su Qingyan darted forward, akin to a specter, swiftly ascending the platform with astonishing speed. Her form was lithe and agile, like lightning illuminating the night sky, instantly brightening the arena. As he witnessed Su Qingyan's uncanny agility, Xiao Ruochen's countenance grew graver, and to his astonishment, he realized Su Qingyan had already reached the third level of the Xian sect. He was inwardly astonished, but quickly regained his composure. However, at this juncture, Xiao Ruochen had no path left to retreat. Their grievances had long intertwined, leaving no room for resolution. If Su Qingyan continues to grow, she will undoubtedly become his greatest rival in this lifetime. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and prepared to face this fierce battle. Meanwhile, the people from the Eastern Xian Empire and the other three major sects wore enigmatic smiles. The internal strife within the Hantian sect was precisely what they had hoped to witness. They whispered among themselves, their eyes brimming with anticipation and schadenfreude. The enmity stemming from Xiaoqing's annihilation of her clan was irreconcilable. Today, she vowed to slay him. Su Qingyan's gaze was as sharp and resolute as a blade, and her long sword was drawn in an instant, resembling a stunning flash of light, a fleeting glimpse of dazzling sword radiance. At that moment, she exuded an icy aura of murderous intent, like a winter wind, piercing and chilling. In an instant, her cultivation surged like a volcanic eruption, soaring to the third layer of the Xian sect realm. Her momentum was overwhelming, as if she intended to utterly crush Xiaoqing. "Strike!" Xiaoqing's voice was frigid, and his Qingling sword was suddenly unsheathed, his piercing gaze akin to a sword poised for release, emanating a chilling aura. He stood tall, resembling an insurmountable mountain, ready to confront the tempest of Su Qingyan. "Die!" A glint of cold light shot from Su Qingyan's eyes. She swung her long sword, her figure like a shadow, swiftly charging toward Xiaoqing, the fierce sword energy in the air radiating a dazzling cold light that instilled fear. Her movements flowed like water. Her sword techniques were exceedingly sharp, imbued with a determination to kill. Xiaocheng's expression tightened, and he leaped into the air, his Qingling's sword sweeping outwards, the sword energy shining like starlight, exuding a fierce, murderous intent, dazzling and brilliant, as it countered Su Qingyan's onslaught. His actions were swift and decisive, devoid of hesitation. Clang! The two weapons clashed instantaneously, igniting brilliant sparks akin to fireworks. The resounding impact echoed, ringing in their ears. In a fleeting moment, the two exchanged hundreds of strikes. At that instant, the arena was filled with flashing sword shadows, cold light flickering, as waves of dazzling sword energy ravaged the stage, the air thick with an icy, murderous aura. Both combatants moved at an astonishing speed, overwhelming the spectators. Xiaoqing's agility was extraordinary, and his burning heaven sword technique was exquisite. Yet, even so, he found no advantage against Su Qingyan's formidable combat skills. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, but his gaze remained steadfast. Similarly, Su Qingyan's form was elusive, her swordsmanship enigmatic and unfathomable, each move brimming with variations that rendered defense nearly impossible. Suddenly, her long sword transformed into a streak of white light, soaring like a rainbow piercing the sun, leaving a brilliant trail in the void as it hurtled toward Xiaocheng with such speed that it left no time for reaction. Sword control technique. Xiaocheng was taken aback, instantly pushing his agility to the utmost, attempting to evade this strike. His body continuously shifted in midair, desperately seeking a safe haven. However, to Xiao Ruochen's utter dismay, Su Qingyan's sword seemed to be enchanted, relentlessly pursuing him as though it were a shadow. No matter how he dodged, it was futile. The sword appeared to possess a life of its own, relentlessly tailing him. With no means of escape, Xiao Ruochen made a swift decision to unleash his ultimate move, the heavenly incineration and world annihilation. He wielded his Qingling sword, which danced in the air like a dragon emerging from the sea, coalescing into a colossal phantom blade imbued with overwhelming murderous intent, striking down upon Su Qingyan's sword with the force of a mountain. In that moment, a resolute expression graced his face, for he had poured all his strength into this attack. With a resounding clash, Xiao Ruochen felt a surge of numbness in his arm, nearly losing his grip on the Qingling sword. Yet he successfully deflected Su Qingyan's swiftly approaching blade. Xiao Ruochen, today I shall slay you, Su Qingyan exclaimed, her graceful figure darting towards him like a specter, while her previously fallen sword returned to her hand in a flash, akin to lightning slicing through the night sky. Her gaze was filled with lethal intent, showing no sign of retreat. Is that all you've got? Xiao Ruochen scoffed, a fierce glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he unleashed the heavenly annihilation. The sword energy surged forth like a rainbow piercing the sun, accompanied by the howling sound of air being cleaved, aimed directly at Su Qingyan. At that moment, the arena was engulfed in a whirlwind of dust, their blades intertwining as both Xiao Ruochen and Su Qingyan became consumed by their bloodlust. They moved across the stage like the wind, each swing of their swords stirring up violent gusts, bewildering spectators. Their battle had reached a fever pitch, neither willing to concede an inch. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour passed, and they had exchanged thousands of blows, their combat intensifying. This level of combat is simply astonishing, an audience member exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, such prowess, and a typical 6th-tier Xianzong practitioner would likely be unable to withstand even a single strike, another echoed, his face a portrait of shock. Onlookers were left speechless, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. They had never anticipated that the clash between Xiao Ruochen and Su Qingyan would unleash such incredible might. Just then, Xiao Ruochen launched a soul attack, and his Qingling sword shot forth like an arrow, aimed at Su Qingyan's throat with blinding speed. However, to his astonishment, his infallible soul strike failed this time. Su Qingyan appeared completely unaffected, continuing her fierce assault. Unperturbed by Xiao Ruochen's soul attack, Su Qingyan unleashed her sword with the ferocity of a tempest, the blade's energy razor-sharp, reminiscent of a death god from the depths of the 9 hells, piercing through the air with chilling intent towards Xiao Ruochen's throat. Faced with her reckless onslaught, Xiao Ruochen hastily raised his sword to parry. As the battle intensified, the two combatants wielded their swords with lethal precision, each strike aimed at delivering a fatal blow. neither willing to yield even a fraction. Time slipped by unnoticed, and an hour passed in silence. At this moment, both Xiao Ruochen and Su Qingyan felt a twinge of fatigue, yet the thought of cessation was far from their minds. Their bodies had reached their limits, but their resolve remained steadfast. Faced with this predicament, Xiao Ruochen's expression darkened, akin to storm clouds gathering. The rapid progression of Su Qingyan's abilities had become a thorn in his side. He understood that failing to overcome her today would render future confrontations even more arduous. In this chapter, titled Su Qingyan's Reconciliation, it became increasingly clear to Xiao Ruochen that eliminating Su Qingyan would not be a simple task. He sensed an enigmatic and profound soul fluctuation emanating from her, a force entirely distinct from her original essence. It was an exceedingly subtle yet potent power, reminiscent of a colossal beast lurking in the shadows, poised to unleash its formidable might. Thus, Xiao Ruochen concluded that the soul attack he had unleashed moments earlier had surely been neutralized by this unfamiliar force. This revelation filled him with both caution and uncertainty regarding the origins and intentions of this mysterious soul. At that juncture, Xiao Ruochen evaded Su Qingyan's thrust and spoke in a low, serious tone. "Su Qingyan, with your capabilities, you cannot slay me. And to take your life would not be an easy feat. Why not engage in a meaningful dialogue?" His voice resonated with gravity, his gaze fixed intently on her, searching for any flicker of response in her expression. Having reached this impasse, Xiao Ruochen lost interest in continuing the fray. Prolonging the conflict would only lead to mutual destruction. Yielding no victor, especially with the hidden threat of Su Qingyan's mysterious soul lurking within her. He was unwilling to act on impulse and plunge himself into a more perilous situation. "What manner of discussion do you propose?" Su Qingyan's eyes glinted with cold fury as her sword continued its unrelenting assault upon Xiao Ruochen. Her movements were unwavering, as if she sought to unleash all her pent-up rage and hatred. "Su Qingyan, we once shared a bond. The annihilation of your clan was a consequence of your father's ambition to eradicate my Xiao family," he replied, parrying her strikes. "If you are willing to set aside this deep-seated enmity, articulate your demands, and within the bounds of my capabilities, I shall endeavor to fulfill them." His tone bore a hint of resignation and sincerity. He yearned for a resolution that could be achieved through peaceful means. For him, resolving their grievances without further violence would be the most favorable outcome. Xiao Ruochen understood well that hatred would only ensnare them in an endless cycle of suffering and conflict, whereas laying down their animosities might unveil a new path forward. "Come to my room tonight," Su Qingyan declared, and with the grace of a swan, she descended lightly, landing firmly beneath the arena. Her tone was icy and resolute, leaving Xiao Ruochen no opportunity for rebuttal. What exactly is this woman scheming? With furrowed brows and a grave expression, Xiao Ruochen was taken aback by the conditions presented. His heart brimmed with confusion and unease, pondering the hidden motives behind Su Qingyan's actions. As Su Qingyan voluntarily descended from the arena, Xiao Ruochen ultimately claimed victory in this grand competition. Subsequently, he stepped off the platform, consumed several recovery pills, and sat cross-legged to restore his internal energy. He needed to regain his peak condition swiftly, for further challenges awaited him. "Master, why is this scoundrel so powerful?" Su Qingyan pondered within herself. After their recent fierce battle, she comprehended that single-handedly, she could not defeat Xiao Ruochen. Without her master's assistance, she might have perished on the stage. A sense of unwillingness and anger filled her heart, astonished yet helpless before Xiao Ruochen's prowess. This young man, endowed with extraordinary talent and an incomprehensible fate, was virtually invincible among his peers. Thus, her defeat at his hands was entirely understandable. The melodious and cool voice echoed in Su Qingyan's ears, seemingly emanating from a distant horizon, imbued with a mysterious and elusive aura. "Master, why were my biological parents so cruel as to abandon me on the Xuanwu continent?" Su Qingyan inquired. Her eyes reflected confusion and loss, brimming with curiosity and doubt about her lineage. "Your biological parents did not forsake you. When your cultivation reaches the pinnacle of the Xuanwu continent, I shall reveal the reasons to you," the cool voice replied, imbued with a hint of reassurance yet underscored by unwavering certainty. "Is it truly possible for the reincarnation holy body to resurrect the deceased?" Su Qingyan mused. harboring a glimmer of hope to alter the tragedies that had transpired through her own efforts. Ancient texts do contain such records, though their authenticity remains uncertain, even to me. The voice resonated once more. This utterance filled Su Qingyan with anticipation, further solidifying her resolve to cultivate diligently. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Xiao Ruochen's energy was finally restored to its zenith. He slowly opened his eyes, their depths shimmering with unwavering determination, ready to embrace the forthcoming challenges. At last, it was time for contestant number 7 to ascend the stage. A youthful figure, strikingly handsome and exuding an extraordinary aura, descended onto the arena like an eagle taking flight. His movements elegant and confident, as if the entire world lay beneath his feet. His lithe form was imbued with grace, and his gaze, sharp as a sword, dared not be met easily. Within those eyes shone a pride and self-assurance, as though he possessed absolute confidence in his abilities. The individual in question is named Su Zongheng, the 18th prince of the Eastern Qian Empire, and he is widely regarded as the foremost contender for victory in the upcoming Eastern Qian Grand Tournament. Within the Eastern Qian Empire, he enjoys an esteemed reputation and is viewed as a paragon among the younger generation. Xiao Ruochen stepped forth to battle. A fierce determination ignited in Su Zongheng's eyes. His voice resonated powerfully, imbued with a spirit of challenge. As the 18th prince of the Eastern Qian Empire, Su Zongheng is innately combative, possessing a combat talent that far surpasses that of other cultivators within the same realm. From a young age, he has undergone rigorous training, engaging in countless battles, and has never tasted defeat. Initially, he believed that his participation in the Eastern Qian Grand Tournament would be little more than a formality, convinced that the ultimate championship would inevitably be his. However, upon witnessing Xiao Ruochen's formidable combat prowess, Su Zongheng's inner warrior spirit was thoroughly ignited. He yearned for a confrontation with a worthy opponent to substantiate his own strength. Upon realizing that Su Zongheng intended to challenge him, Xiao Ruochen's expression darkened, as if veiled by a frost. He had not anticipated that Su Zongheng's cultivation had already ascended to the 7th layer of the Qian sect realm. This revelation weighed heavily upon him, yet he did not falter. Undeterred, Xiao Ruochen moved with the swiftness of lightning, appearing on the platform in an instant. His presence akin to a specter that captivated the attention of all present. What if your cultivation has reached the 7th layer of the Qian sect realm? If I desire the championship of this tournament, none shall take it from me. Xiao Ruochen silently affirmed, a tumultuous battle spirit igniting within him. His heart brimmed with confidence and resolve, vowing not to yield easily even in the face of a formidable adversary. Xiao Ruochen, in this battle, I shall give it my all. I hope you will not disappoint me, Su Zongheng declared, swiftly drawing forth a heavy sword forged from dark iron. This sword, cloaked in a deep green hue, emanated a chilling hum through the air, reminiscent of a primal beast awaiting its bloodlust, exuding an aura that instilled dread. Clearly, this was a legendary weapon, its blade shimmering with a cold gleam that sent shivers down the spine. I too hope you will not let me down. Xiao Ruochen's gaze sharpened like a blade, radiating an overwhelming battle spirit. He focused intently on the heavy sword in Su Zongheng's grasp, internally bracing himself. It was evident to him that Su Zongheng's weapon was undoubtedly an earth-grade spiritual instrument, far superior to his own Qingling's sword. Should they clash directly, it would not take long for his Qingling's sword to shatter under the strain. Nevertheless, Xiao Ruochen remained undaunted. In the realm of skilled combatants, fairness is often a luxury, and one's weapon is merely an extension of their prowess. He understood that in battle, intellect and technique hold equal importance. To stand against Su Zongheng, Xiao Ruochen resolved to wield the Demon Dragon Staff. Although the Demon Dragon Staff and the Qingling sword belong to the same tier of spiritual instruments, the former clearly outweighed the latter. Moreover, the Dragon Staff is considerably longer. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. Thus, when facing Su Zongheng's formidable heavy blade, the Dragon Staff is evidently more suitable than the Azure Spirit Sword. As the officiating eunuch announced the commencement of the duel, Su Zongheng charged forth like a ferocious beast, wielding his battle blade with a momentum akin to a raging tempest, aiming a powerful strike at Xiao Ruochen. The force of his attack was akin to a torrential storm, imbued with overwhelming strength. In response, Xiao Ruochen swiftly executed his agile movements. meeting Su Zongheng's heavy blade with the deft finesse of the dragon staff. His actions were light and nimble, skillfully neutralizing the opponent's assault. The clash resonated with a sharp clang, and Xiao Ruochen gained a clearer understanding of Su Zongheng's prowess. The latter's combat capability was on par with his own, and his weapon's superiority posed a significant challenge. A sense of caution enveloped Xiao Ruochen as he recalibrated his strategy. To protect his dragon staff from damage, Xiao Ruochen unleashed the full extent of his staff techniques, continuously launching clever counterattacks against Su Zongheng. His movements flowed seamlessly, the staff technique exquisite, leaving no respite for his adversary. Su Zongheng, equally undeterred, exhibited a formidable blade technique, characterized by sweeping arcs that bore the force of an army. Each strike was imbued with immense power, seemingly capable of cleaving the very arena in twain. In that moment, the arena transformed into a battleground, where the flashes of blades resembled lightning and the shadows of the staff danced like a whirlwind, intertwining in a dazzling display. The fierce exchange of blade and staff conjured gusts of wind, sweeping across the stage like tumultuous waves. The atmosphere was charged with intensity, as both combatants vied for supremacy, neither conceding ground. The spectators held their breath, hearts racing, their eyes fixed on the arena, desperate not to miss a single thrilling moment. Su Zongheng, the leading figure of the Eastern Xian Empire in this competition, was undoubtedly powerful. However, he was utterly astonished to find Xiao Ruochen standing steadfast against his tempestuous onslaught, refusing to yield. A mixture of surprise and admiration flooded his mind, igniting his competitive spirit further. Having distinguished himself among the princes from a young age, he had never encountered a peer capable of sustaining a prolonged battle with him. Yet today, this Xiao Ruochen, despite being several years his junior, was able to exchange blows with him, causing Su Zongheng to question his own talent. Simultaneously, his fighting spirit surged, akin to a blazing flame, radiant and fierce. He resolved to hold nothing back, to unleash his utmost strength in a decisive confrontation with Xiao Ruochen. As the battle raged on, Xiao Ruochen's staff techniques became increasingly refined. While his stellar footwork reached its zenith, his form danced upon the arena, unpredictable as the twinkling stars, elusive and difficult to grasp. In the face of Su Zongheng's relentless onslaught, Xiao Ruochen maneuvered with remarkable agility. He adeptly leveraged the length of his demon dragon staff to launch continuous counterattacks. The staff seemed to come alive in his grasp, transforming into a black serpent, fiercely pouncing upon his adversary. At that moment, Su Zongheng wielded his battle knife like a silver dragon emerging from the sea, sweeping through the air with dazzling brilliance, akin to lightning cleaving the sky. Howling towards Xiao Ruochen, the fierce momentum of the blade carried an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if it sought to tear the very fabric of space asunder. The turbulent aura surged like a volcanic eruption, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it were on the verge of boiling. The entire arena was enveloped by this formidable force, rendering it difficult to breathe. Observing the situation, Xiao Ruochen soared through the air like a swift swallow, leaping aloft as he wielded his staff like a towering pillar, striking down with tremendous force in an instant. His movements were crisp and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. The overwhelming momentum seemed capable of shattering the heavens and earth. The fierce wind from his strike rushed forth like a mountain pressing down upon an egg, carrying a tempestuous wave akin to a tidal surge, crashing down upon Su Zongheng. In that moment, Xiao Ruochen appeared to embody the essence of a war god, exuding unparalleled might. A glint of cold light flashed in Su Zongheng's eyes as he suddenly revealed a golden compass in his left hand, suspended like a radiant sun, swiftly positioning it above his head. The compass emanated a mysterious glow, seemingly harboring boundless power. With a thunderous boom, the earth-shattering sound echoed as Xiao Ruochen was sent hurtling backwards like a meteor, retreating several paces, his face betraying a hint of astonishment. He had never anticipated that Su Zongheng possessed a defensive spirit artifact of such caliber, rendering his previous ferocious strike ineffective. Xiao Ruochen, you indeed possess some skill. Yet if this is all you can muster, you are destined to fail in today's grand competition, Su Zongheng proclaimed with unwavering determination. Wielding his battle knife with the ferocity of a war god, charging once more at Xiao Ruochen. His eyes brimmed with conviction and confidence, as if victory were already within his grasp. Humph, Let us see how long you can endure, Xiao Ruochen retorted with a cold scoff, moving like a specter as he employed his enigmatic techniques to evade Su Zongheng's assaults. His form was ghostly, elusive, prompting Su Zongheng's strikes to repeatedly miss their mark. Su Zongheng's approach was fiercely aggressive, akin to an ancient behemoth, with waves of relentless attacks crashing towards Xiao Ruochen. Each strike bore the weight of overwhelming power, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. In contrast, Xiao Ruochen danced like a wraith, his movements nimble and elusive, akin to an antelope's horns. Leaving no trace and denying Su Zongheng the opportunity for a direct confrontation, he skillfully evaded Su Zongheng's myriad attacks, seeking the perfect moment to counter. The battlefield took on a peculiar dynamic. Su Zongheng was as fierce as a tiger, while Xiao Ruochen floated gracefully like a butterfly. The stark contrast in their combat styles left the audience in awe, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Half an hour slipped away in an instant. At this moment, Su Zongheng also discerned Xiao Ruochen's intentions, yet confronted with such a predicament, he found himself devoid of superior strategies. Xiao Ruochen's speed was astonishingly swift. Each time Su Zongheng launched an attack, Xiao Ruochen would evade with grace, and with the slightest hesitation on Su Zongheng's part, Xiao Ruochen would counterattack like a wraith. This left Su Zongheng feeling as though his fists were striking against cotton, rendering him incapable of exerting his full strength. Xiao Ruochen, if you possess any semblance of courage, confront me directly. A glimmer of icy resolve flickered in Su Zongheng's eyes, akin to the cold moon in a frigid night, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. His voice was laced with fury and resentment, the pent-up frustration within him reaching its zenith. With each failed assault, he felt an unbearable weight compressing his chest, akin to being crushed beneath a mountain, leaving him breathless. Veins throbbed on his forehead, his eyes burned with intensity. Consumed with a desire to vanquish Xiao Ruochen immediately. As you wish. Xiao Ruochen let out a cold laugh, his form flickering like a specter, leaving only an afterimage behind as he surged towards Su Zongheng with the swiftness of lightning. At that moment, Xiao Ruochen sensed that the time was ripe. He had successfully ignited his opponent's emotions, and now, countering would be as effortless as drifting with the current. Seeking death, Su Zongheng bellowed, his hand wielding the battle blade with sudden ferocity, the blade's aura slicing through the air like the biting wind of winter, imbued with a chilling murderous intent that threatened to rend the very atmosphere. The ferocity of his strike was enough to instill dread. Soul Extinction Blade. In an instant, Xiao Ruochen unleashed a soul attack, and his body, like a phantom, appeared behind Su Zongheng in a flash. The unexpected nature of this soul assault caught Su Zongheng off guard. This fellow employs such a bizarre method of attack. A jolt of alarm surged through Su Zongheng. As a top genius of the Eastern Qian Empire, his reflexes were nonetheless swift. In the moment his soul was under siege, he quickly reacted, pivoting to unleash a powerful palm strike akin to a thunderclap. However, Su Zongheng's speed was ultimately a fraction too slow. As he turned, Xiao Ruochen delivered a devastating punch that struck his chest with the force of a cannonball. Bang! Crack! With a resounding snap of bones, Su Zongheng's body soared off the stage like a kite severed from its string. This spectacle left everyone astounded, plunging the arena into a profound silence. He had actually triumphed over the 18th prince. Every genius from the Eastern Qian Empire wore expressions of disbelief, as if witnessing an extraordinary phenomenon. They could scarcely fathom that Xiao Ruochen had defeated Su Zongheng, a figure they revered as a god of war. Xiao Ruochen, Xiao Ruochen, Xiao Ruochen, I want to bear your child. In that moment, the atmosphere erupted with fervor, the shouts of countless young maidens rising in a jubilant chorus. Xiao Ruochen's name resonated through the crowd, and he became the focal point of everyone's admiration. At this moment, Xiao Ruochen has become the idol of countless talented young women. His handsome visage, formidable prowess, and indomitable courage have captivated many. His victory signifies that the championship of this grand competition is unequivocally his. Throughout the history of the Eastern Qian Grand Competition, no other faction has ever claimed the title. Yet today, Xiao Ruochen has achieved this remarkable feat, etching his name into history as the pinnacle of the younger generation in the Eastern state. Truly, he is the man of Mu Wanqing. On a distant high platform, A woman clad in a black robe and wearing a conical hat silently observed Xiao Ruochen on the arena before turning away from the scene. A subtle smile graced her lips, her eyes brimming with pride and satisfaction. With Xiao Ruochen's triumph, no one dared to challenge him in the remaining matches. His strength had instilled fear in all, none wished to court defeat. Before the grand competition drew to a close, Su Qingyan, overcoming the third-ranked contestant, successfully secured a spot among the top 3. Her performance was equally outstanding, earning her the admiration of the crowd. Thus, the competition concluded, with the Cold Sky sect emerging as the most dazzling dark horse of the event. Their names will be remembered, becoming a legend within the Eastern Xian Empire. Indeed, the Cold Sky sect is remarkable, having nurtured 2 extraordinary talents. Yes, for the upcoming discipleship ceremony of the 4 major sects, we should definitely head to the Cold Sky sect. Where else could we go? I am eager to see what kind of sect can cultivate a genius like Xiao Ruochen. At this moment, the atmosphere was electric, with countless individuals animatedly discussing the event. The Cold Sky sect had become the focal point of conversation, their renown swiftly spreading throughout the Eastern Xian Empire. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the Eastern Xian Empire wore expressions of dismay. The rankings of Xiao Ruochen and Su Qingyan had far exceeded their expectations. They had anticipated that the champion would be Su Zongyang. With all top 3 positions occupied by individuals from the Eastern Xian Empire, yet the outcome left them sorely disappointed. Congratulations to the Cold Sky sect for winning first place in this competition. We now invite the top 10 contestants to the stage to receive their rewards. At this moment, Su Xiaodian rose from the platform. Although a smile adorned his face, a hint of helplessness and reluctance flickered in his eyes. Subsequently, the contestants who had secured positions in the top 10 ascended the arena one by one. Xiao Ruochen felt an overwhelming sense of excitement. The champion's reward amounted to a staggering 500,000 spirit stones, along with a spirit-gathering ginseng. With these resources, he was absolutely confident in his ability to break through to the Xian sect realm. Moreover, those who entered the top 10 were granted the opportunity to cultivate at the Eastern Xian Heavenly Pool for 3 days, an unparalleled opportunity for him. The Heavenly Pool opens only once every 3 years, and anyone fortunate enough to enter for cultivation invariably experiences a significant enhancement in their abilities, underscoring the preciousness of this chance. The Eastern Su Empire's decision to offer such precious rewards stemmed from their unexpected realization that other factions would secure places within the top 10. Thus, the value of these rewards seemed inconsequential, as the recipients would ultimately be their own. However, the eventual outcome defied their expectations. Reluctantly, yet inevitably, Su Xiaodian presented the champion's reward to Xiao Ruochen. Chapter 88. The conditions of Su Qingyan. 3 days hence, the Eastern Su Heavenly Pool would open. The 10 of you holding this token shall be granted entry to cultivate within for 3 days. Su Xiaodian distributed a golden token to each of the top 10 competitors, radiating a mysterious luminescence, as if imbued with boundless power and opportunity. Upon receiving the rewards and tokens, Xiao Ruochen and Su Qingyan returned to their seats at the Cold Heaven sect. Throughout their journey, both were engulfed in exhilaration, acutely aware that their achievements would profoundly influence their future paths in cultivation. As they descended from the arena, thunderous cheers erupted from the Cold Heaven sect members, who could scarcely believe their eyes. The entire area of the Cold Heaven sect erupted in jubilation, with cheers and applause resonating to the heavens. For countless years, the championship of the Eastern Su Grand Competition had been firmly grasped by the Eastern Su Empire, and Xiao Ruochen's triumph was indeed unparalleled. His victory not only brought immense glory to the Cold Heaven sect, but also shattered the long-standing monopoly of the Eastern Su Empire. In stark contrast, the representatives of the 3 major sects wore expressions as dark as storm clouds, particularly the sect leaders, whose eyes glimmered with sinister intent. They had anticipated that their disciples would excel in the competition, thereby elevating their sect's status and reputation. However, the outstanding performances of Xiao Ruochen and Su Qingyan dashed their hopes. Subsequently, under the guidance of Nangong Ju, the members of the Cold Heaven sect returned to their royal residence. Meanwhile, news of Xiao Ruochen's championship victory swiftly spread throughout Eastern Sioux City, rapidly extending across the entire eastern province. Tales of his valor and remarkable achievements were recounted by the populace, and his name became a topic of fervent discussion in every corner. At that moment, Xiao Ruochen had undeniably ascended to the status of an idol among the youth of the eastern province. Countless young individuals regarded him as their aspiration, yearning to emulate his illustrious accomplishments on the path of cultivation. Upon returning to his abode, Xiao Ruochen took a brief moment to refresh himself before approaching Su Qingyan's door. He lightly rapped on the door, feeling an intricate blend of anticipation and trepidation regarding the impending conversation. "Come in," came Su Qingyan's melodious voice from within, reminiscent of a clear mountain spring, delightful to the ears. Granted permission, Xiao Ruochen gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. At this moment, Su Qingyan had just emerged from her bath, clad in a gown as delicate as the wings of a cicada. The subtle contours of her bosom hinted at allure, and she emanated a faint, ethereal fragrance reminiscent of spring blossoms, enchanting and intoxicating. Undeniably, Su Qingyan's beauty was striking, particularly after her recent ascension in cultivation. Her innate air of aloofness captivated countless admirers. Her skin was as pure as snow, her eyes sparkled like stars, her brows resembled distant mountains, and her lips were like cherries, each feature seemingly a divine masterpiece. "Su Qingyan, it is not my desire to annihilate your family. I believe you understand the underlying reasons." Xiao Ruochen paused, fixing his determined gaze upon Su Qingyan before continuing. "I can see that your nature is not inherently malevolent. Otherwise, you would have already sought vengeance against the Xiao clan." There was a hint of sincerity and hope in Xiao Ruochen's tone. "Therefore, I wish to engage in a sincere dialogue, hoping to resolve our grievances. Present any conditions you deem necessary, and within the realm of my capabilities, I shall strive to fulfill them." Xiao Ruochen inhaled deeply, recognizing the importance of resolving the conflict with Su Qingyan. Given her strength and talent, should she continue to grow, she would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to him. Moreover, she harbored a mysterious soul entity within her. Unless absolutely necessary, he wished to avoid a deadly confrontation. If they could amicably settle their differences, even at a cost, it would be worth it to him. "If I were to annihilate your entire clan, would you be willing to negotiate with me?" Su Qingyan's voice flowed like chilling spring water, icy to the core, her stunning eyes glinting with a frigid light akin to icicles. Her gaze was imbued with defiance and resilience. "Let me pose a counter-question. Su Qingyan, if my grandfather were to ally with two other prominent families to obliterate the Su clan and leave your father gravely injured, would you spare the Xiao family?" Xiao Ruochen retorted, his words laced with a hint of frost. His gaze remained unwavering as it locked with Su Qingyan's. "No," Su Qingyan replied, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she spoke with unhesitating decisiveness. "Is that not sufficient? You would be unable to do such a thing. Do you truly expect me to act as a saint and spare your family?" Xiao Ruochen said with exasperation, his expression revealing a touch of helplessness. "I have no desire for superfluous conversation. It is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. Present your conditions, and I will do my utmost to meet them, provided they lie within my capabilities." His tone grew more solemn and earnest. "Very well, I have two conditions." Su Qingyan's voice was as cold as frost, seemingly emanating from the depths of the abyss. Her expression remained inscrutable, making it difficult to discern her true intentions. "Speak." Xiao Ruochen's heart raced involuntarily. Uncertain of the conditions Su Qingyan would propose. "My first condition is that you become my man," Su Qingyan stated expressionlessly, resembling a statue carved from jade, devoid of emotion. Her gaze fixed intently upon Xiao Ruochen, as if awaiting his response. "What?" Xiao Ruochen stood there in shock, as if struck by lightning, before finally uttering, "Is it possible to change that?" He never anticipated that Su Qingyan would present such a condition, leaving him momentarily at a loss. "What? Am I unworthy of you?" A sudden chill radiated from Su Qingyan, sharp as a biting wind. She had not expected Xiao Ruochen to refuse her. "That is not my intention," Xiao Ruochen replied earnestly. "Then what do you mean?" Su Qingyan's tone carried an unmistakable edge, as if ready to ignite. Her emotions grew increasingly agitated, revealing the dissatisfaction that simmered beneath the surface. "I do not wish to meet an untimely demise. Should we engage in intimacy, only for you to strike me down unexpectedly? That would be a most unjust end," Xiao Ruochen retorted, his irritation evident. The thought of being with Su Qingyan filled him with trepidation. Her formidable prowess and extraordinary talent made him wary. Should their connection deepen, he feared she might turn on him at a critical moment, leaving him defenseless. "You must choose. Either be my man or my enemy," Su Qingyan declared resolutely, her demeanor as unyielding as an iceberg. Her eyes conveyed an unwavering determination, with no room for negotiation. Xiao Ruochen was the fabled reincarnation sacred body, a being whose fate even her master could not foresee. It was clear he was a man of immense fortune. To forge a bond with such an individual would undoubtedly be beneficial for her. "What is the second condition?" Xiao Ruochen inquired, his voice deepening with gravity, uncertain of what to expect next. "If I am not mistaken, you must be the legendary reincarnation sacred body," Su Qingyan stated, her gaze gleaming with shrewdness and insight. "How did you know?" A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Ruochen's eyes. He had not anticipated that Su Qingyan could discern his unique constitution. "Do not concern yourself with how I know. Ancient texts suggest that the reincarnation sacred body, when cultivated to its utmost, possesses the power to reverse reincarnation. If one day you reach that realm, I hope you might resurrect my father." Su Qingyan fixed her cold gaze upon Xiao Ruochen, her eyes brimming with expectation and yearning. "Resurrect the dead? You cannot be serious," Xiao Ruochen exclaimed, bewildered. He truly did not foresee such a request from Su Qingyan. To bring back the deceased was a feat only the legendary immortals could achieve, and attaining such a level of cultivation was no simple matter. "That is merely my condition. Should you lack the ability, I shall not impose my will upon you," Su Qingyan replied slowly, her tone slightly softening, though the resolve in her eyes remained steadfast. "Very well, I accept your terms," Xiao Ruochen responded after a moment of contemplation. He understood that although these two conditions were arduous, he was willing to make the attempt in order to resolve the grievances with Su Qingyan. Subsequently, a slight smile graced Xiao Ruochen's lips as he cast a somewhat aggressive glance at Su Qingyan. "Is it possible to spend the night here?" He attempted to jest, hoping to ease the tense atmosphere. "If you're not afraid of death, you may certainly try," Su Qingyan replied, her expression cold as frost. Her beautiful eyes flashing with a glint of menace as she cast a threatening look towards Xiao Ruochen's groin. "Never mind. I shall return to sleep," he decided. Feeling a chill between his legs at the sight of her piercing gaze, he dared not take such risks lightly. "Xiao Ruochen, if within 5 years you fail to ascend to the pinnacle of the Xuanwu continent, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Su Qingyan's voice was frigid and cutting, filled with warnings and threats. "Ascend to the pinnacle of the Xuanwu continent in 5 years? Surely you jest." Xiao Ruochen's face displayed astonishment, finding the demand utterly preposterous. "In less than a year, you have risen from a person whose dantian was destroyed to the 8th level of Xianling realm, with such talent. If you cannot reach the summit of the continent in 5 years, what use are you to me?" A cold light flickered in Su Qingyan's eyes. "Whether I can reach the pinnacle in 5 years remains uncertain, but I am certain that by then, you will not be my match." Confidence radiated from Xiao Ruochen's face. "If you can indeed defeat me by then, you may do as you wish," Su Qingyan replied, equally confident in her relentless progress. "This is your promise." Xiao Ruochen smirked with a charming grin before turning to leave Su Qingyan's room. Resolving the troublesome matter of Su Qingyan so smoothly was indeed a stroke of good fortune for him. Chapter 89. Congenital Disability. As soon as Xiao Ruochen stepped out of Su Qingyan's room, Ling Yuhan approached him. "Junior brother Ruochen, someone from the palace has come to summon you." Her voice carried a hint of urgency and curiosity. "Summon me to the palace? For what purpose?" A flicker of confusion crossed Xiao Ruochen's face as he furrowed his brow, speculating on the emperor's intentions for summoning him. He quickly descended the stairs with purposeful strides. Upon his arrival, Nangong Ju hurriedly pulled him to stand beside a eunuch, introducing, "Ruochen, this is Eunuch Wei from the palace." "I have seen Eunuch Wei." Xiao Ruochen politely clasped his fists, his movements graceful and fluid, leaving an excellent first impression. A gentle smile adorned his face, and his eyes sparkled with clarity. "Indeed, young Master Xiao is quite impressive. His Majesty specifically sent me to invite you to the palace," Eunuch Wei remarked with a subtle smile, his gaze appraising Xiao Ruochen with a touch of admiration. "Might I inquire what His Majesty wishes to discuss with me?" Xiao Ruochen asked tentatively, filled with questions, yet maintaining a facade of calm and composure. "Young Master Xiao will naturally come to know," Eunuch Wei replied. The esteemed Wei Gonggong lightly flicked his feather duster, bowed slightly, and gestured invitingly, his countenance adorned with an enigmatic smile that was difficult to decipher. "I appreciate your guidance, Wei Gonggong," said Xiao Ruochen, his tone polite and gentle, evoking a sensation akin to a refreshing spring breeze. Subsequently, Xiao Ruochen followed Wei Gonggong from the royal villa and ascended into a luxurious beast-drawn carriage. The carriage, resplendently adorned, was embellished with jewels and gilded ornaments, while the formidable beast that pulled it raced toward the imperial palace, the scenery outside swiftly retreating. Under Wei Gonggong's adept leadership, the carriage traversed smoothly, soon arriving at the eastern Xian imperial palace. The palace walls towered towards the heavens, and the grand gates were both majestic and imposing, with guards standing tall, exuding an air of authority. Upon entering the palace, Wei Gonggong halted the carriage and escorted Xiao Ruochen toward the garden. The expanse of the Eastern Xian Empire's palace was vast and boundless, seemingly stretching endlessly, with countless palaces arranged in harmonious disarray, glittering like stars and soaring like majestic peaks. The entire palace complex was a breathtaking assembly of numerous palatial structures, exuding grandeur and opulence akin to a vividly colored tapestry. The pillars of these palaces were supported by robust, red-hued timber, each intricately carved with a coiling golden dragon, so lifelike that it appeared ready to ascend to the skies. A truly magnificent spectacle. Faced with the imposing array of palatial edifices before him, Xiao Ruochen was profoundly awed. He had previously visited the Forbidden City in his past life. Yet compared to this palace, it seemed insignificant, like a firefly in the presence of the moon, a stark contrast indeed. Navigating through the charmingly antiquated palaces, Xiao Ruochen soon found himself in the rear garden of the palace. Here, the melodious chirping of birds mingled with the fragrance of blossoms, creating a scene reminiscent of an earthly paradise, where exotic flowers and rare plants vied for attention amidst artificial hills, lakes, and pavilions, dazzling the eye. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the intoxicating scent of flowers, enveloping him in euphoria. Upon traversing the rear garden, Xiao Ruochen arrived before a resplendent palace, its brilliance shining like the stars fallen to earth. The dazzling light was so captivating that it elicited gasps of wonder. "Young Master Xiao, once we enter, while you need not kneel in homage, it is imperative that you maintain a respectful demeanor. Do you understand?" Wei Gonggong instructed solemnly, his expression serious and his tone imbued with authority. "Rest assured, I comprehend the decorum," Xiao Ruochen replied, nodding politely, mentally reminding himself to tread carefully. Thereafter, Xiao Ruochen followed Wei Gonggong into the opulent palace. Within the grand hall, enchanting songstresses gracefully performed, their beauty unparalleled as they adorned themselves in splendid garments, their movements captivating. On either side, tables were laden with exquisite delicacies, the aroma tantalizing and mouth-watering. The atmosphere was particularly lively, with princes and princesses seated on either side, indicating that this was a royal banquet. At the center of the hall, a robust and remarkably handsome middle-aged man sat upon the dragon throne, exuding a commanding presence. His gaze resembled a dazzling sun, radiating an aura of supremacy that rendered others unable to meet his eyes. At the same time, Xiao Ruochen sensed a perilous energy emanating from him, akin to confronting a primordial beast. This man was none other than Emperor Su Chaoga of the Eastern Xian Empire. Beside him sat a woman of extraordinary beauty, her figure alluring and mature. A mere glance from Xiao Ruochen sent a shiver through him. His instincts warned that this woman was exceedingly dangerous, perhaps even more so than Emperor Su Chaoga himself. The mysterious power in her eyes was chilling. "Your Majesty, Her Highness the Empress, young Master Xiao has been brought forth," announced Eunuch Wei with a deep and clear voice, bowing respectfully. "You are Xiao Ruochen," Su Chaoga declared, raising his gaze to meet Xiao Ruochen's. His sharp eyes pierced like those of an eagle in flight, exuding an intimidating presence that discouraged casual eye contact. His voice was deep and authoritative, capable of penetrating the hearts of those who heard it. "I am Xiao Ruochen, honored to meet your Majesty and Her Highness the Empress," Xiao Ruochen replied, clasping his hands and bowing slightly, his expression humble and respectful, devoid of any arrogance or disrespect. After all, he stood before the Emperor of the Eastern Xian Empire, and proper etiquette was essential. "Such youth, yet you have claimed victory in the grand tournament. This truly surprises me." Su Chaoga remarked, a hint of admiration crossing his face, his gaze tinged with curiosity and scrutiny. Your Majesty flatters me, Xiao Ruochen responded, humility gracing his features. Though pride stirred within him, he dared not express it overtly in the presence of the emperor. Yar, come forth. Su Chaoga suddenly beckoned toward the right side of the grand hall. Father, a robust woman, her face marred by blemishes and weighing over 800 pounds, emerged from the right side of the hall. As she stood, the very floor quaked beneath her weight, her steps heavy enough to reverberate through the chamber. Xiao Ruochen, as the champion of this grand tournament, your personal talents are commendable. Thus, I have decided to bestow upon you the most cherished Princess Muya. What say you? Su Chaoga's lips curled into a slight smile, yet an irresistible pressure emanated from him. By the heavens, is there truly such a distasteful arrangement? Xiao Ruochen felt an overwhelming frustration wash over him, his expression darkening like a storm cloud. He had never anticipated such a turn of events from the emperor. It felt as though he were being thrust into a pit of fire. Su Chaoga's words appeared to be a proposal, yet his stance was unyielding. A hasty refusal could spell disaster. However, Xiao Ruochen reacted swiftly, sighing softly. I appreciate your Majesty's kind intentions, although I harbor a desire to wed the princess. I am burdened by unspoken troubles. His voice carried a note of resignation and bitterness. Unspoken troubles? Upon hearing these words, Su Chaoga's face briefly displayed a hint of astonishment. What could this mean? His gaze remained fixed upon Xiao Ruochen, as if attempting to penetrate his thoughts. In truth, I am afflicted with a congenital disability. I was born a eunuch, Xiao Ruochen stated, his expression one of awkwardness, revealing a trace of self-mockery that was remarkably convincing, leaving no room for doubt. A congenital disability? Su Chaoga's countenance darkened like ink, for he had no faith in Xiao Ruochen's claims. If your Majesty doubts my words, you may summon Eunuch Wei for verification. Xiao Ruochen sighed, inwardly praying that his illusion technique would allow him to deceive those present. After speaking, he hastily employed his illusion technique, retracting his vital parts within his body. This technique, renowned as the pinnacle of transformation arts in the divine realm, not only alters one's physical form and appearance, but also possesses the ability to conceal male attributes. In the lower realm of Xuanwu continent, it was nearly impossible for anyone to see through such a ruse. Eunuch Wei. Su Chaoga signaled discreetly to the nearby Eunuch Wei. Please, young Master Xiao. Eunuch Wei understood the implication and gracefully gestured for Xiao Ruochen to step outside for examination. Thank you, Eunuch Wei, Xiao Ruochen replied politely, following Eunuch Wei out of the grand hall. Unexpectedly, the fellow turned out to be a eunuch. The 14th prince, Su Tiance, could not help but curl his lips into a faint smile. Previously, he had harbored designs on Ling Yuhan and Gu Yunxi. Yet the two women were closely associated with Xiao Ruochen, much to his displeasure. Now, having learned of Xiao Ruochen's condition, his spirits were considerably lifted. Within the adjoining chamber, Eunuch Wei scrutinized thoroughly, yet could not uncover any evidence of Xiao Ruochen's supposed affliction. After a prolonged silence, Eunuch Wei sighed, reflecting on the irony that such a talented young man shared a fate similar to his own. Alas, let us speak no more. Too much discussion only brings tears. Xiao Ruochen wore a bitter expression, his eyes filled with a sense of helplessness, yet within, he rejoiced. He understood that this maneuver had successfully allowed him to evade a perilous situation. Chapter 90. Do not act recklessly, Your Majesty. What Xiao Ruochen has stated is indeed true. He is affected in that regard, Eunuch Wei reported, conveying the young man's condition with an air of regret and inevitability. Upon hearing this, Su Chaoga's expression darkened slightly. Su Muya, the daughter of the former empress, had suffered poisoning as a child at the hands of a palace maid, leading to lingering repercussions that rendered her physique considerably corpulent. Despite her stout appearance and the toxic blemishes on her face, Su Muya's talents were nothing short of extraordinary. At the tender age of 23, she had already attained the 7th level of the Xianwang realm. Moreover, she had triumphed in the last 2 grand competitions, unequivocally earning her title as the foremost genius of the East Xian Empire. Were she not a female, Su Chaoga might have even contemplated naming her as the crown prince. Had it not been for the age restrictions, she would likely have claimed the championship once more. Thus, despite Su Muya's less than stunning looks, Su Chaoga continued to dote on his daughter, reflecting on her exceptional abilities and unfortunate circumstances. His heart filled with myriad emotions. As the champion of this grand competition, Xiao Ruochen was originally intended by Su Chaoga to facilitate a union, thereby luring him to the Eastern Su Empire. However, to Su Chaoga's astonishment, he discovered that Xiao Ruochen was, in fact, a eunuch. At this moment, his expression grew increasingly somber, and the plans he had meticulously crafted began to unravel. Father, the daughter does not mind his status as a eunuch. I humbly beseech you to bestow him upon me, Su Muyo asserted, a peculiar smile emerging on her face. Her gaze resolute, as if she harbored her own intentions. Oh heavens, are they truly intent on my utter ruin? Xiao Ruochen thought, feeling utterly helpless. His countenance as pale as parchment. He could never have anticipated Su Muya's bold declaration, finding himself ensnared in an enormous predicament. Since Ye is unperturbed, I shall personally officiate your union today, Su Chaoga announced, a faint smile gracing his face. Thank you, Father, Su Muya replied, a barely perceptible smile flickering across her features. Her thoughts inscrutable. Xiao Ruochen, from this day forth, you shall be my son-in-law, enjoying the privileges of a prince consort within the Eastern Su Empire, Su Chaoga declared, a sudden glint of fierce light emanating from his eyes. Though his tone remained calm as a deep abyss, an irresistible pressure radiated from him, akin to the weight of a mountain bearing down on Xiao Ruochen, leaving him bereft of any capacity for resistance. Yes, Your Majesty, Xiao Ruochen acquiesced, a fierce blaze of anger igniting within him, though his visage betrayed not a hint of discontent. He understood that he must not express any dissatisfaction at this moment. Conceding for now, Su Chaoga's cultivation had likely reached the legendary Xianhuang realm, rendering Xiao Ruochen utterly powerless in his presence. Moreover, the Eastern Su Empire stood as the uncontested sovereign of the Eastern continent. Provoking Su Chaoga would yield consequences far beyond his capacity to bear. Take him to dine. Later, I shall select an auspicious date for your wedding, Su Chaoga instructed, waving his hand to signal their departure. Thank you, Father. Su Muya replied with utmost respect, then took Xiao Ruochen, who appeared utterly dazed, toward her previous seat. Though Su Muya was of similar height to Xiao Ruochen, her weight was several times greater, rendering their walk side by side reminiscent of an adult alongside a child. The stark contrast elicited a suppressed chuckle from onlookers. Xiao Ruochen settled into a position beside Su Muya on the right side of the grand hall. Please, feel free to take what you wish to eat, she offered, her voice melodious as a nightingale, imbued with a hint of concern. Thank you, Princess, but I currently lack an appetite, Xiao Ruochen replied, his face ashen. At that moment, he was consumed by thoughts of how to extricate himself from this dire situation. What? Do you believe this princess is unworthy of you? Su Muya's voice turned sharp. An invisible aura of menace surged toward Xiao Ruochen, her gaze transforming into a piercing glare. The princess has misunderstood. I merely possess a lack of appetite. Xiao Ruochen replied with an air of nonchalance. He was indifferent to Su Chaoga's betrothal, for after all, to masquerade as a eunuch while enjoying the privileges of a prince consort presented no significant loss to him. However, the demeanor of Su Muya before him stirred a sense of apprehension. Following the royal banquet, under Su Muya's guidance, Xiao Ruochen arrived at the princess's residence. Su Muya's abode was steeped in ancient elegance and ostentation. The interior was a breathtaking spectacle, clearly indicative of her refined taste for indulgence. The pavilions, terraces, and gardens all exuded an air of nobility and sophistication. To Xiao Ruochen's surprise, the household staff serving Su Muya was remarkably sparse, leaving him to ponder the reason behind such an anomaly. Upon returning to her residence, Su Muya dismissed all attendants, leaving only Xiao Ruochen in her company. Might I return for a brief moment? Xiao Ruochen inquired, contemplating an opportunity to escape. Serve me well tonight, and I shall accompany you back on the morrow. Su Muya replied, a sly smile gracing her lips. Her expression sent a shiver down Xiao Ruochen's spine. How does your highness wish for me to serve? He asked, his face paling as a wave of dread washed over him, and an instinctive chill crept into his bones. He silently mused. Does this woman harbor peculiar inclinations? His visage was rife with trepidation and unease. Naturally, it pertains to the service between man and woman. Otherwise, why would I have summoned you as a prince consort? Su Muya's eyes gleamed with mischief, as if she delighted in teasing Xiao Ruochen. Your highness, I am but a eunuch, he replied, trembling. As an ominous premonition took root in his heart, he endeavored to reiterate his deficiency. Xiao Ruochen, do not feign ignorance before me. You are certainly not a eunuch. Su Muya asserted, a glint of wisdom flickering in her gaze, as if she could perceive all truths. Does your highness doubt the verification of Master Wei? Xiao Ruochen's countenance darkened. He was taken aback by Su Muya's unwavering conviction. I practice the sacred art of tying. I can discern your true nature with a mere glance, she declared, a chilling smile playing upon her lips. Her confidence only heightened Xiao Ruochen's anxiety. Your highness, I assure you, I am indeed a eunuch. If you disbelieve me, you may verify for yourself, he stated, his expression grim, as he had not anticipated her ability to see through his facade. Yet, no matter the circumstance, he would not confess. Doing so would undoubtedly lead to his disgrace. Since you refuse to acknowledge the truth, then remove your trousers, Su Muya commanded, her gaze playful yet firm. Your highness, is that truly necessary? Xiao Ruochen's voice quavered, the sense of foreboding swelling within him as he attempted one last defiance. Enough of this chatter. Remove your trousers at once. Su Muya's eyes blazed with authority, an overwhelming pressure emanating from her, rendering Xiao Ruochen powerless to resist. In utter dismay, Xiao Ruochen gazed upon the scene, his face as pale as a ghost, filled with despair. Su Muya's prowess had reached the 7th level of the Xianwang realm, surpassing Nangong Ju by 4 minor realms, leaving him utterly powerless to resist. If the princess wished to investigate, so be it. With a heavy heart, Xiao Ruochen resignedly removed his trousers. Realizing there was no retreat, he could only gamble on the hope that her intentions were merely bluster. At that moment, Su Muya swiftly summoned her profound energy, sealing Xiao Ruochen's body with the swiftness of a tempest, rendering him immobile. Your highness, why have you sealed my cultivation? He inquired. Confusion etched upon his face, his mind racing with anxiety. You will understand soon enough, Su Muya replied with a cold smirk, as she produced a golden needle from her right hand and gradually crouched down. Hey, don't do anything rash. Xiao Ruochen's heart raced with trepidation. Are you afraid? She taunted, her golden needle striking like a bolt of lightning into his abdomen. In an instant, a torrent of violent energy surged forth from his midsection, overwhelming him like a flood. With a whoosh, he was violently expelled, akin to an arrow shot from a bow. In Chapter 91, Healing the Princess, Su Muya took a step back, her face marred with toxic spots momentarily revealing a rare blush. Her heart raced, having been shunned for her appearance throughout her life. This was her first encounter with a man's body. Your Highness, I wish to speak with you, Xiao Ruochen said, his expression one of deep concern. He never anticipated that Su Muya would discover the vulnerability within his concealed powers. His emotions were tumultuous as he realized he must find a way to navigate this predicament. What do you wish to discuss? Su Muya asked, a flicker of suspicion crossing her eyes as she scrutinized his expression. Your Highness, I possess a method to eliminate the toxic marks on your face and can help you attain a more slender figure. But there is a condition. You must grant me my freedom, Xiao Ruochen stated earnestly. How absurd. On what grounds should I trust you? Su Muya replied with a scoff. Over the years, she had sought countless physicians in vain to rid herself of the blemishes and slim down, making her doubt Xiao Ruochen's claims. She believed he was merely fabricating a story to barter for his liberty. Your Highness, should I fail to heal you, I shall willingly serve you thereafter, without a word of complaint, and I shall not disdain you in any way, Xiao Ruochen professed with sincerity. However, if I restore you to your former beauty, I hope you will release me. His tone was earnest, and his eyes revealed an unwavering determination. Su Muya was afflicted by the heart-eating datura powder, a toxin of unparalleled potency that typically claimed the lives of its victims within half an hour. Fortunately, it was discovered early, allowing her to narrowly escape death. However, it left her with severe after-effects, causing her weight to soar to 800 or 900 pounds, and leaving indelible poison marks upon her face. Xiao Ruochen, since you have made such a claim, I shall grant you this opportunity. If you truly can cure me, not only will I release you, but I shall also regard you as my savior. Su Mushue's words resonated with strength, but her voice suddenly turned cold and merciless. Yet, if you fail to heal this princess, you shall dutifully become my consort. Her gaze held both anticipation and a veiled threat. It is settled then. Xiao Ruochen felt a sense of relief. Although the after-effects of the heart-eating datura powder were formidable, to him, they merely required additional time to address. He had faith in his medical skills to resolve this issue. How do you plan to treat me? Su Muya inquired with curiosity. Although Xiao Ruochen spoke with conviction, she harbored doubts about his ability to truly heal her. She had faced disappointment too many times to dare hope lightly. I will first perform acupuncture on you. Find a quiet place, Xiao Ruochen replied solemnly, his expression serious as he began to contemplate the specific steps of the treatment. Follow me, Su Muya commanded, her massive form moving towards the secluded chamber in the back courtyard. Each step she took felt heavy enough to cause the ground to tremble slightly beneath her. Soon they arrived in a sealed chamber. Without a word, Su Muya shed her outer garment and prepared to remove her inner clothing. What are you doing? Xiao Ruochen exclaimed, bewildered by her actions. Is it not necessary to undress for acupuncture? Su Muya asked, her expression innocent, clearly unaware of the procedures involved. Who said you need to undress? Just turn around, and I will apply the needles on your back, Xiao Ruochen quickly retorted. Given Su Muya's current appearance, resembling a hefty pig, the thought of her undressing was enough to make him feel nauseous. His expression grew grim, filled with reluctance. However, Su Muya was resolute. Without hesitation, she seated herself upon the stone bed, presenting her back to Xiao Ruochen. I shall begin the treatment now. Do not move, he instructed. Xiao Ruochen retrieved golden needles from the cycle of reincarnation, sterilizing them with his mystical energy before expertly inserting them into the broad expanse of Su Muya's back. His movements were practiced, his focus unwavering, each needle landing precisely on the critical acupuncture points. His technique was exquisite, with each needle infused with the essence of reincarnation, aimed at incinerating the fat within Su Muya's body. As all the golden needles punctured her back, a look of ecstatic joy blossomed upon her face. She suddenly felt as if her body were ablaze. Beads of sweat, akin to grains of mung beans, gushed forth from within her. These droplets were interspersed with oily fat, causing her clothes to become unbearably foul in an instant. Just hold on a bit longer. I shall retrieve the needles for you in half an hour, Xiao Ruochen declared. And with that, he dashed out of the secret chamber as if his feet were greased. The stench was unbearable. Upon exiting the chamber, Xiao Ruochen exhaled deeply, relieved. Thankfully, he possessed medical skills. Otherwise, being pushed by that hefty Su Muya would have driven him to despair. He stood at the doorway, inhaling the fresh air in an attempt to dispel the wretched odor he had just encountered. Soon, half an hour had elapsed, and Xiao Ruochen re-entered the chamber. At that moment, Su Muya was coated in grease, a nauseating smell emanating from her. Holding his breath, Xiao Ruochen cautiously removed the golden needles from her. Your Highness, do wash up quickly. I shall await you outside. With that, he darted out of the chamber like an arrow. He felt quite satisfied with the acupuncture session, as Su Muya had evidently slimmed down considerably. With another 7 or 8 sessions, she would return to a normal weight. His spirits lifted slightly, feeling closer to escaping his predicament. After about half an hour, Su Muya emerged from the chamber, clad in fresh attire. At that moment, she was exceedingly pleased, for she could distinctly feel her body had grown much lighter. Xiao Ruochen, you have indeed not disappointed me. If you can restore me to my normal weight, I shall ensure you are well rewarded. A glimmer of joy flickered in her eyes. Over the years, her weight had remained alarmingly high. Now, having lost 100 pounds in one go, how could she not be exhilarated? Her attitude toward Xiao Ruochen had also shifted markedly, no longer brimming with hostility. Your Highness, I have prepared these medicinal herbs for you, to counteract the toxic spots on your face. Xiao Ruochen produced a brush and ink, inscribing the names of the spiritual herbs before handing the list to Su Muya. I shall have them ready. Su Muya accepted the list, and then retrieved a transmission talisman, presenting it to Xiao Ruochen, saying, This is my communication talisman. Should you encounter any matters within Dongxian City, you may seek me out. Thank you, Your Highness. Xiao Ruochen expressed his gratitude and tucked away the talisman. Xiao Ruochen, how many more acupuncture sessions do you reckon I will need for my recovery? Su Muya inquired. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you should be completely restored in about a month, Xiao Ruochen replied. May I return home for a brief while? Of course, from this day forth. You are to be my friend, Su Muya. Su Muya made no effort to impede him, considering her health still relied on his treatment. Then I shall take my leave. I will return to administer the needles after emerging from Dongxian Heavenly Pool. Xiao Ruochen clasped his fists in a gesture of respect before turning to leave the princess's residence. His steps were light and his mood buoyant, having finally extricated himself from that troublesome situation. Upon returning to the royal villa where he resided at the Hantian sect, a profound sense of relief washed over him. Junior brother Ruochen, why have you returned so late? We were beginning to worry something had happened to you, greeted Ling Yuhan and Gu Yunxi as he stepped through the door of the villa. What could possibly happen to me? Xiao Ruochen replied with a smile. Junior brother Ruochen, I heard from the Grand Elder that the Eastern Xian Empire might arrange a marriage for you with a princess. Is there any truth to that? Gu Yunxi inquired with curiosity. Ahem, that is not the case. Xiao Ruochen coughed lightly, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Sister Yuhan, Sister Yunxi, I'm feeling a bit fatigued. I think I shall retire for the evening. He wished to avoid further entanglement in the conversation and sought only to return to his chamber for a well-deserved rest. Very well, do take care and rest early. The two women replied before heading off to their respective rooms. Chapter 92. The spread of rumors in the realm of reincarnation. Xiao Ruochen reflected on the day's events, his heart filled with myriad emotions. He was acutely aware that greater challenges awaited him in the days to come. Yet he believed that once he resolved the matter of Su Muya, he would attain freedom and be able to pursue his aspirations. Subsequently, he retrieved the spirit-gathering ginseng, a reward from the competition, and consumed it in a single gulp. His gaze was resolute. He was determined to leverage this ginseng to achieve a monumental breakthrough in his cultivation. He intended to elevate his prowess to the 9th level of the Xianling realm in one fell swoop, and then use the spirit stones at his disposal to push his cultivation to the pinnacle of that realm. Once he comprehended the principles of the Xianzong realm, he would be poised to ascend beyond it. This objective burned clearly and fervently in his heart, propelling him forward with unwavering resolve. As the spirit-gathering ginseng entered his body, it felt as though a great fire ignited within him, instantly filling him with an exceptionally pure essence of spiritual energy. Suddenly, an intense pain surged through him, akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, causing the veins on his forehead to throb violently. A sensation of impending rupture enveloped him, as if he were on the verge of exploding from within. The agony surged like relentless waves, battering against his consciousness. Fortunately, as a reincarnation saint body, he possessed the fortitude to endure such recklessness. Any ordinary person who dared to consume an entire spirit-gathering ginseng in such a manner would undoubtedly meet a disastrous end. In this critical moment, Xiao Ruochen's formidable willpower sustained him. He understood that he must persevere. In a pivotal instant, he swiftly activated the reincarnation technique, fervently refining the energy within him. His spirit became wholly immersed in the operation of the technique, meticulously controlling every flow of profound energy. As the reincarnation technique progressed, the excruciating pain gradually subsided, and the energy within him continuously transformed into profound energy. Xiao Ruochen could distinctly sense his meridians widening and strengthening under the onslaught of this formidable force. Immediately following Xiao Ruochen's cultivation, it surged upward like a rocket. He ascended to the mid-phase of the 8th layer of the profound spirit realm, then to the late phase, and finally reached the pinnacle. In less than 2 hours, Xiao Ruochen had achieved the utmost limit of the 8th layer of the profound spirit realm. His aura became increasingly formidable, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly under the weight of his power. In pursuit of a successful breakthrough to the 9th layer, he concentrated all the profound energy within his body into his dantian. Once the dantian was filled to capacity, Xiao Ruochen directed all his profound energy, surging forth like an ancient dragon, as he charged fiercely towards the barrier of the 9th layer of the profound spirit realm. Boom! A tremendous force surged within him, producing a series of resounding echoes. The 9th layer of the profound spirit realm, with a deafening roar resonating from within, Xiao Ruochen finally achieved his breakthrough. In that moment, he felt a new and invigorating power coursing through his body, accompanied by an indescribable sense of fulfillment. Subsequently, he retrieved all the spirit stones from the reincarnation space. These stones sparkled brilliantly like stars, numbering in the millions. Xiao Ruochen seated himself at the center of the spirit stones, entering a meditative state akin to an ancient monk. As he fervently began to refine them using the reincarnation technique, Reaching this level of cultivation, it was hardly wise to rely solely on spirit stones for a breakthrough. Given that Xiao Ruochen's physique was exceptional, requiring dozens of times the amount of spirit stones compared to an ordinary cultivator. For a typical practitioner at the 9th layer of the profound spirit realm, these millions of spirit stones would sustain their cultivation for an extended period. However, for Xiao Ruochen, he could refine them in merely 2 or 3 days. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. By this time, Xiao Ruochen had attained the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the profound spirit realm, and he had refined nearly 80% of the spirit stones in his possession. He paused his cultivation, fully aware that further refinement would be futile. The profound sect realm was vastly different from ordinary realms and required a careful comprehension of the laws of the realm for a successful breakthrough. Simultaneously, news of Xiao Ruochen being a eunuch spread like an explosive shockwave throughout the eastern profound city. Have you heard? Xiao Ruochen is actually a eunuch. Is that true? Absolutely. This information came straight from the palace, reportedly verified by Eunuch Wei himself. Heavens, my idol is a eunuch. Indeed, I was taken aback as well. But I've heard that the emperor still intends to betroth Princess Muya to him. You can't be serious. How could the emperor possibly betroth Princess Muya to a eunuch? Rumor has it that Princess Muya does not mind his status. Xiao Ruochen is quite unfortunate. With Princess Muya's looks, most would struggle to accept that. One cannot be so dismissive. Although Princess Muya may not be conventionally beautiful, she is still a princess with exceptional talent. If she were to openly seek a consort, there would likely be a line stretching from the east to the west of the city of those willing to be her man, regardless of her appearance. That does seem somewhat reasonable. Given her status, even if she is not the most attractive, many would still be willing. In a moment, the bustling streets of Dongxian City were filled with discussions surrounding the rumors about Xiao Ruochen being a eunuch. Such absurdity was simply unfathomable. How could Ruochen, her esteemed junior, possibly be a eunuch? Gu Yunqi pouted, deriding the baseless gossip. She vividly recalled the scene at the lake in the Dongxian Mountains, when a bare-skinned Ruochen had lunged toward her, an image forever etched in her memory. She was acutely aware that Xiao Ruochen was far from being a eunuch, rendering the rumors utterly ludicrous. This rumor is indeed preposterous, Ling Yuhan remarked, delicately sipping her tea. She, too, dismissed the notion, for during their time in that cave, not only had she held Xiao Ruochen's hand, but she had also discreetly grasped him, leaving her with a clearer understanding than most about his true nature. After a brief freshening up, Xiao Ruochen departed from the royal villa, making his way towards the Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce. Having not seen Mu Wanqing for 2 days, he found himself yearning for her presence. After all, in his past life on Earth, he had been an undeniable underdog. And a woman of Mu Wanqing's extraordinary beauty was someone he could only dream of encountering. Now, having such a stunning woman as his own, he wished to spend more time with her, especially given his youthful vigor. Upon entering the Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce, he headed directly to the VIP room on the 3rd floor. Presently, Xiao Ruochen enjoyed unfettered access to the establishment, as Mu Wanqing had already informed the staff below that no one was to impede his entrance. What brings you here? Upon seeing him, Mu Wanqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. With a mischievous grin, Xiao Ruochen approached her from behind and wrapped his arms around her waist. You scoundrel! Ah, you! Mu Wanqing exclaimed, half chiding, yet ultimately refraining from resistance. Perhaps a hint of astonishment and shyness flickered within her heart. But there was also an unspoken acceptance of Xiao Ruochen's closeness. As 3 hours passed, she playfully warned, next time you dare to ruin my makeup, do not blame me for being unkind. With that, she produced a small copper mirror and began to retouch her appearance. Her gaze held a trace of reproach, yet beneath it lay an almost imperceptible sweetness. Who would have thought you had such audacity? She mused. My apologies, Xiao Ruochen replied, his expression one of embarrassment. He had indeed acted impulsively, unable to resist the allure of her breathtaking beauty, leading him to such a bold act. He scratched his head, resembling a child caught in mischief. What is going on? Why are there rumors circulating that you are a eunuch? Mu Wanqing's beautiful eyes glimmered with curiosity, filled with concern and intrigue. Well, you see, that fool Su Chaoga insisted on betrothing me to Su Muya, with no other recourse. I had to resort to the technique of retracting my essence and feigning as a eunuch, Xiao Ruochen explained, his expression a blend of frustration and dissatisfaction towards Su Chaoga. Can you cure Su Mushua's condition? Mu Wanqing showed no hint of astonishment. She was somewhat familiar with Su Muya, aware that the latter was the foremost genius of the Eastern Qian Empire, albeit slightly overweight. Of course I can cure her. Your husband is the greatest divine physician of the Xuanwu continent. There is no ailment I cannot heal, Xiao Ruochen said, a proud smile gracing her lips. Chapter 93, Nangong Ju departed. Su Muya possesses exceptional talent. If you can restore her health, it would undoubtedly bring immense benefits to your endeavors in the Eastern Qian Empire. Mu Wanqing spoke softly, her voice gentle and melodious like a spring breeze, imbued with warmth and concern. Treating her is also a matter of necessity. Xiao Ruochen sighed lightly, a trace of helplessness appearing on her face. Were it not for Su Muya's insistence on choosing him as her husband, he would be reluctant to treat her. Regardless, Su Muya's talent is commendable. Should you restore her health, she will surely be grateful to you. Mu Wanqing's eyes sparkled with anticipation, hoping Xiao Ruochen could recognize the potential benefits. You make a valid point. Aside from her less than attractive appearance, she is genuinely a good person. Xiao Ruochen replied with a smile, a hint of acceptance evident in his expression. Ruochen, if one day I were to suddenly leave, would you come looking for me? Mu Wanqing suddenly spoke, her words laced with a touch of melancholy, her gaze filled with confusion and unease as though seeking a definitive answer. Leave? A flicker of perplexity crossed Xiao Ruochen's face as he asked, why would you want to leave? His eyes were fixed intently on Mu Wanqing, filled with confusion and concern. In truth, I hail from the Mu family in the Central Plains. I initially thought I wouldn't live past 20, so I quietly came to the eastern region, intending to spend my remaining days here. Little did I expect to encounter you. Mu Wanqing's voice was as soft as a whisper, tinged with sadness, her eyes reflecting nostalgia and emotion. In a month, I will celebrate my 20th birthday. Should my soul lamp remain lit at that time, my family will undoubtedly send someone to find me. Mu Wanqing's tone was gentle, yet her spirit seemed somewhat subdued as she slowly lowered her head, lost in contemplation of her future fate. Then, what if you simply choose not to return? Xiao Ruocheng's expression darkened slightly as he tenderly embraced Mu Wanqing, his actions radiating warmth and care. If I do not return, they will surely come to the eastern region, which would pose a significant threat to you. Mu Wanqing's voice remained soft, her mood noticeably low as she rested her head against Xiao Ruocheng's chest, her tone tinged with helplessness and worry, as though she was concerned for his future. Fear not. No matter where you go, I will find you, Xiao Ruochen reassured her, his voice resolute and powerful. As if making an eternal vow, he gently caressed Mu Wanqing's cheek, a confident smile on his face as he declared, although my current cultivation is modest, one day I shall grow to a stature that commands admiration from all, and at that time, your family will surely plead with me to take you as my bride. Xiao Ruocheng's gaze was imbued with confidence and determination, as if he had already envisioned the splendor of the future. You truly are audacious, but I find your rebellious spirit quite appealing. I hope you won't keep me waiting in vain. Mu Wanqing smiled brightly, her smile resembling a blossoming flower. Beautiful and captivating. She held a deep satisfaction with Xiao Ruochen, for he excelled among his peers in talent, appearance, and medical skills. More importantly, he was her savior, and their bond had transcended mere friendship. Such experiences had fostered profound feelings and reliance upon him. My prowess is unparalleled. The entire Xuanwu continent shall be under my dominion, Xiao Ruochen remarked with a devilish grin, turning Mu Wanqing around and enveloping her from behind, his skilled hands deftly slipping her garments away. You insatiable scoundrel. A moment of charged intimacy enveloped the private room on the third floor, creating an intoxicating atmosphere filled with passion and warmth. A day later, after bidding farewell to Mu Wanqing, Xiao Ruochen returned to the royal residence of the Hantian sect. He would commence his training at the Dongxian Heavenly Pool the following day. Thus, he had no intention of spending the night at the Xuanwu Merchant Association. Ruochen, tomorrow I shall lead the others back to the Hantian sect. You and Qingyan will remain in Dongxian City for your training. Nangong Ju spoke in a somber tone, his expression serious and earnest, filled with expectation for Xiao Ruochen. Understood. Esteemed elder, Xiao Ruochen replied respectfully, his gaze resolute, reflecting his determination for future cultivation. The Dongxian city is rife with complexity, and the royal family's strength is unfathomable. Unless absolutely necessary, Avoid entanglement in their disputes, Nangongju advised gravely, a hint of concern lacing his voice, hoping for Xiao Ruocheng's cautious approach. You and Qingyan are both disciples of the Hantian sect. I sincerely hope you can coexist harmoniously. If possible, I ask that you show her some consideration. The elder's eyes were filled with care and anticipation. Rest assured, there are no conflicts between us, Xiao Ruocheng assured sincerely, his demeanor earnest enough to bring a sense of comfort to Nangongju. Here are 500,000 spirit stones. Find suitable accommodation for you and Qingyan. Consider this a token of my support for you both. If you find your circumstances unsatisfactory, you may always return to the Hantian sect, Nangongju said, presenting a storage ring and pressing it into Xiao Ruocheng's hand. Esteemed elder, I possess spirit stones already. I must insist you take this back, Xiao Ruocheng quickly responded, returning the storage ring, feeling somewhat embarrassed to accept such a substantial sum. Do you dare to suggest it is insufficient? Nangongju admonished, his countenance taking on an authoritative demeanor. Well then, I shall accept it, Xiao Ruocheng conceded, seeing the elder's resolute stance, and ultimately accepted the storage ring. This is more like it. Nangongju paused momentarily, reiterating his advice. The distance between Dongxian City and the Hantian sect is vast. The communication talismans cannot reach such lengths. Should you find yourselves in any predicament, you must rely solely on your own wits to navigate it. Rest assured, esteemed senior. In your absence, I shall conduct myself with utmost discretion, Xiao Ruocheng replied with a smile, confidence subtly illuminating his expression, which eased Nangongju's concerns considerably. Very well. Go and take some rest. Tomorrow, you shall journey to Dongxian Heavenly Pool for your cultivation, Nangongju gestured dismissively. Then I shall take my leave, Xiao Ruocheng said, ascending the stairs. As he reached the threshold of his room, he unexpectedly encountered Su Qingyan, who was approaching. He glanced at her but remained silent, subsequently entering his chamber. However, the moment he stepped inside, a fragrant aroma enveloped him, and Su Qingyan's figure appeared in his room like a specter. Rumors abound that you are a eunuch. What is the truth behind this? Her voice was as crisp as ice, filled with curiosity and intrigue. The Emperor of Dongxian insists on marrying me to an unattractive princess. And left with no alternative, I had to masquerade as a eunuch. Xiao Ruocheng recounted the circumstances. Having heard of Su Muya's exceptional talent, at merely 23, she has already attained the 7th level of the Xianwang realm. Such a distinguished and gifted woman would undoubtedly bring unforeseen advantages to your future if you were to marry her. Why not consider it? Su Qingyan's lips parted slightly, the corners curling into a teasing smile, as if probing Xiao Ruocheng's thoughts. If a powerful but unattractive man sought to marry you, would you consent? Xiao Ruocheng retorted, laced with sarcasm, his eyes reflecting disdain for Su Qingyan's perspective. Of course not. I, Miss, shall inevitably become the most powerful woman in this world. Why should I rely on men? Su Qingyan's brows arched, her eyes shimmering with confidence, akin to radiant stars in the night sky. Just as you aspire to be the most formidable woman, must I not also strive to become the strongest man? Xiao Ruocheng replied, his tone equally resolute, unwilling to show weakness before Su Qingyan. What are your plans moving forward? Su Qingyan inquired, her curiosity piqued. Eager to learn about Xiao Ruocheng's intentions, I intend to immerse myself in cultivation within the Dongxian Empire for a while, and once my strength has ascended, I shall depart. What about you? Xiao Ruocheng answered steadily. I plan to head to Zhongzhou. I have no ties left in places like Dongzhou. I hope you won't linger in such trivial locales for too long, lest you find yourself left far behind. At that point, do not blame me for being ungracious. Su Qingyan replied, unyielding. Her tone bore a hint of provocation, as if urging Xiao Ruocheng to strive harder. Rest assured, if you wish to outpace me in cultivation, it remains to be seen whether you possess the capability, he responded with conviction. In Xiao Ruocheng's eyes, a gleam of unwavering confidence and determination shone brightly. After a brief but spirited exchange, Su Qingyan eventually departed from Xiao Ruocheng's chamber. Chapter 94. The Breakthrough at the Eastern Mystic Pool as dawn broke. The sunlight cascaded over the earth like delicate gossamer, enveloping all of creation in a soft, golden radiance. Xiao Ruocheng, having completed his morning rituals early, made his way to the grand hall of the royal residence. He stood tall and handsome, his gaze reflecting a hopeful anticipation for the new day ahead. Junior brother Ruocheng. Junior sister Qingyan, do take great care while outside, cautioned Ling Yuhan and Gu Yushi as they approached, their voices gentle and filled with concern, akin to a warm spring breeze that brings comfort to the heart. Senior sister Yuhan, senior sister Yushi, you two mustn't be so reluctant to part with me. Xiao Ruochen teased, a playful smile gracing his lips, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Why not stay and keep me company? Who would be so unwilling to leave you? Gu Yushi playfully retorted, her cheeks blooming like ripened apples, her gaze imbued with a hint of shyness and affectionate reproach, rendering her even more endearing. And what say you? Senior sister Yuhan, will you remain by my side? Xiao Ruochen fixed his gaze upon Ling Yuhan, a glimmer of cleverness flickering in his eyes. Perhaps you should devote yourself to your Princess Muya instead, Ling Yuhan replied, her lips curving into a subtle smile, a teasing yet tender expression dancing at the corners of her mouth. Indeed, junior brother Ruochen, you must fortify yourself. Otherwise, with your constitution, you might struggle to endure. Gu Yushi chimed in with a melodic laugh, her eyes sparkling with playful jest, the sound of her laughter resonating like silver bells in the air. When you wed the princess, do not forget to inform us. Very well, Xiao Ruochen sighed in mock resignation, shaking his head. At that moment, Nangongju, accompanied by the members of the Hantian sect, approached, their eyes filled with hope and encouragement for both Xiao Ruochen and Su Qingyan. The members of Hantian's sect bid farewell to Xiao Ruochen and Su Qingyan in turn before following Nangongju out of the royal residence. Let us set forth as well, Xiao Ruochen said, turning his gaze towards Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan replied with a slight nod, her expression neutral, yet her eyes conveyed a sense of resolve and focus. The two then walked side by side, heading towards the eastern mystic pool. Their steps were light, yet resolute, the sunlight casting elongated shadows of them on the ground. Today marked the opening of the Eastern Mystic Pool, and as top 10 contenders of the Eastern Mystic Tournament, they were granted the invaluable opportunity to cultivate within its depths for 3 days, a tremendous fortune for them both. The Eastern Mystic Pool, renowned for its rich spiritual essence, promised significant advancement in cultivation for those who entered. It was a coveted sanctuary, steeped in mystery and hope. Nestled at the eastern peak of the city, the Eastern Mystic Pool was guarded by formidable forces and was only opened once every 3 years. The East Xian Peak towers majestically into the clouds, shrouded in mist, evoking a sense of mystery and solemnity. Before long, Xiao Ruochen and Su Qingyan arrived at the foot of the East Xian Peak. They gazed upward at the magnificent summit, which seemed to connect with the heavens. After their tokens and identities were verified, they reached the entrance of a cavern at the mountain's base. At this moment, all the top 10 contestants of the East Xian Grand Competition had gathered at the site. Each face radiated anticipation and excitement, eyes glimmering with a yearning for advancement and cultivation. The heavenly pool has been opened. You have 3 days. Enter now, intoned a middle-aged man clad in armor, his visage stern and commanding. His voice resonated deeply, exuding an undeniable authority. As his words echoed, the crowd eagerly surged into the cavern's depths, akin to a flock of birds pursuing their dreams, rushing headlong into the unknown journey ahead. Upon stepping into the cave, a wave of pure, ethereal energy enveloped them, reminiscent of a refreshing morning breeze, instilling a profound sense of comfort. The rich and pristine aura seemed capable of cleansing the weariness and dust from their bodies and minds. Following the throng, Xiao Ruochen and Su Qingyan ventured deeper into the cave. The passage wound downward like a slumbering dragon, tranquil yet enigmatic. It was evident that the East Xian heavenly pool lay at the cavern's core. As they delved further, Xiao Ruochen sensed the spiritual energy intensifying, akin to a crystal-clear spring, rippling waves of sensation within his heart. He quickly began to circulate his breath, silently absorbing the energy around him. His body transformed into a vast vortex, greedily consuming the surrounding essence. After approximately 15 minutes, they reached the innermost sanctum of the cavern. Here, a pool spanning about 100 square feet lay before them, its waters a milky white, glistening like a resplendent pearl. The pool exuded a rich mist, resembling a mystical veil, while the surrounding spiritual energy flourished abundantly, akin to twinkling stars adorning this enchanting paradise. Scattered around were several luminous pearls, emitting a soft glow that invoked a dreamlike ambience. The gentle, Warm light illuminated the entire space, making one feel as though they had stepped into a realm of immortals. This was the East Xian Heavenly Pool. A surge of excitement washed over Xiao Ruochen's face. The abundant spiritual energy within the pool nourished both his body and soul, and he estimated that if he could cultivate here for 3 days, he would undoubtedly break through to the Xianzong realm, and perhaps even ascend to the second tier of the Xianzong realm. At that moment, his heart brimmed with anticipation and determination, as if he could already envision the formidable self he would become after his cultivation ascension. Meanwhile, the contestants from the East Xian Empire, brimming with exhilaration, charged into the heavenly pool like wild horses unleashed, immersing themselves in fervent cultivation. Their movements were urgent and fervent, as if racing against time to achieve the utmost enhancement within a limited span. Let us join in. Xiao Ruochen glanced at Su Qingyan, then without hesitation leaped into the celestial pool. His figure resembled a vigorous eagle, swift and resolute. To avoid drawing attention, he quietly settled in a corner of the pool, then activated the cycle technique, fervently absorbing the essence of spiritual energy within the water. Xiao Ruochen's body trembled slightly, as if bracing against immense power. As the cycle technique circulated, his dantian transformed into a colossal vortex, voraciously drawing in the spiritual essence from the pool at a breathtaking speed. In mere moments, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the profound spirit realm. He felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, as if on the verge of shattering an invisible shackle. Without a second thought, he channeled all his profound energy, surging forth like a tumultuous wave, fiercely assaulting the barrier of the profound sect realm. However, the barrier stood as steadfast as a mountain, impervious to his attempts. After dozens of relentless assaults, he found himself still unable to breach it. The barrier loomed like an insurmountable peak, instilling within him a profound sense of frustration. It seems I must swiftly grasp the principles of the profound sect realm. Xiao Ruochen mused inwardly, his brow knitted, eyes radiating determination and resilience. He then calmed his mind, focusing intently on comprehending the principles of the profound sect realm. His thoughts soared like birds, exploring uncharted territories in the vast expanse of the sky. Time flowed swiftly, a day passing in the blink of an eye. After a day of deep contemplation, Xiao Ruochen finally gleaned some insight into the principles of the profound sect realm. It was a subtle yet profound understanding, akin to discovering a glimmer of light in the darkness. Though he had not absorbed any spiritual energy that day, it nourished his body like gentle spring rain, elevating his physical prowess to an astonishing level. He felt invigorated and full of vitality, as if ready to unleash formidable power at any moment. It was time to break through. Confidence shimmered on Xiao Ruochen's face. He was certain of his ability to transcend his current cultivation. His gaze was steadfast and fervent, as if ignited by an inner flame. He then invoked the cycle technique once more, launching himself towards the barrier of the profound sect realm like an arrow released from a bow. Boom, boom, boom. The first layer of the profound sect realm. Xiao Ruochen finally breached that formidable barrier, stepping into a new realm. At that moment, he emanated a powerful aura that could not be overlooked. Following his breakthrough, he continued to employ the cycle technique, drawing from the spiritual energy within the celestial pool. He was like a parched desert, greedily absorbing every drop of rain. To his astonishment, he discovered that Su Qingyan had also ascended to the 4th layer of the profound sect realm, standing merely a step away from the 5th layer. What cultivation technique does this woman practice? The speed at which she absorbs spiritual energy is astonishing. Xiao Ruochen marveled inwardly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. At this moment, he could not help but feel curious and respectful towards Su Qingyan's cultivation methods. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and soon the 3rd day arrived. At this juncture, Xiao Ruochen's cultivation level had ascended to the pinnacle of the 1st layer of the Xuanzi realm. I shall attempt to draw the spiritual energy into the reincarnation pearl and channel it into my body from there. An idea sparked in Xiao Ruochen's mind, prompting him to activate the reincarnation pearl and begin fervently absorbing the spiritual energy from the Eastern Xian heavenly pool. The instant he activated the pearl, the spiritual energy within the entire pool surged towards him like a tidal wave. The scene was magnificent and astonishing, as if the entire pool was under his command. Strange, Why has the spiritual energy suddenly diminished so significantly? Many practitioners, immersed in their cultivation, revealed expressions of confusion. They opened their eyes and scanned their surroundings, attempting to discern the cause of the energy depletion. However, upon finding no abnormalities, they resumed their cultivation. Although the energy had abruptly decreased by 80%, it still remained abundant compared to the outside world, so they were reluctant to waste precious time. They understood that every moment in this invaluable cultivation period was crucial and could not afford to let a minor doubt hinder their progress. Chapter 95, Second Layer of the Xuanzi Realm. How could this fellow absorb spiritual energy at such a rapid pace? Su Qingyan, not far from Xiao Ruochen, finally sensed something unusual. A glimmer of surprise and doubt flickered in her beautiful eyes as she clenched her teeth, slowly moving closer to him. After all, the spiritual energy was most concentrated near Xiao Ruochen, and cultivating beside him would undoubtedly yield greater results. Why are you coming so close to me? Xiao Ruochen suddenly opened his eyes, a wary expression instantly appearing on his face. Su Qingyan was no ordinary woman. Although she was breathtakingly beautiful, she was also ruthless and cunning. If he were to let his guard down, the consequences would be dire. His gaze brimmed with vigilance, as if the enchanting woman before him were a fierce beast ready to pounce. Am I truly that frightening? Su Qingyan scoffed, her face clouded with displeasure as her brows furrowed slightly, a hint of chill gleaming in her eyes, seemingly dissatisfied with Xiao Ruochen's reaction. Perhaps a little. Xiao Ruochen replied earnestly, gradually shifting his position to maintain a safe distance. After all, this was the Eastern Xian Heavenly Pool, and he was on the verge of a breakthrough. If Su Qingyan were to strike unexpectedly, the losses would outweigh the gains. He moved cautiously, anxious not to provoke her ire or aggression. Come here at once. Otherwise, neither of us shall have the opportunity to cultivate today. Su Qingyan playfully scolded, feeling frustrated that after making an effort to be proactive, he dared to evade her. Her voice rose slightly, imbued with a touch of anger and undeniable authority. Su Qingyan, are you truly certain you will not ambush me? Xiao Ruochen's countenance darkened, yet he ultimately approached her. Time was fleeting, and he was loath to squander it. Am I so despicable in your eyes? Su Qingyan's voice was as frigid as ice, seemingly capable of freezing the very air around them. Despicable, perhaps not. However, your character leaves much to be desired. Xiao Ruochen replied in a neutral tone, laced with distrust towards Su Qingyan. With that, he closed his eyes to cultivate, simultaneously dividing a strand of his consciousness to remain vigilant against her. You! Su Qingyan exclaimed furiously, her delicate face paling to a ghostly white, her entire being trembling with rage at Xiao Ruochen's assessment. Her body quivered slightly, as if she were struggling to suppress the tempest within. Nevertheless, she refrained from disturbing him and similarly settled into a meditative posture to cultivate, for time was of the essence. Neglecting to absorb spiritual energy would result in significant losses. Taking a deep breath, Su Qingyan endeavored to calm her emotions and focus her attention on her cultivation. As a continuous stream of spiritual energy surged into her body like an unstoppable tide, Xiao Ruochen's cultivation level appeared to ascend rapidly. Akin to a rocket soaring through the sky, the dense spiritual energy crashed against his meridians and dantian, propelling his strength to new heights. In less than 2 hours, he found himself on the brink of breaking through to the second layer of the Xianzong realm, mere moments away from a significant advancement. At this juncture, Xiao Ruochen's aura became exceedingly unstable, resembling a volcano poised to erupt. He once more summoned the spiritual energy within him, charging forward toward the barrier of the second layer of the Xianzong realm with the force of a raging tide. Boom, boom, boom. As his meridians burst open, Xiao Ruochen's cultivation finally broke through, transforming him into a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, successfully entering the second layer of the Xianzong realm. A formidable aura radiated from him, and the surrounding spiritual energy swirled around him, as if celebrating his breakthrough. Noticing that Su Qingyan was quietly engrossed in her own cultivation and had not disturbed him, the weight that had burdened his heart finally lifted. In that critical moment of breakthrough, he had been fraught with anxiety, fearing that Su Qingyan might unexpectedly intervene. He secretly exhaled in relief, grateful for the absence of mishap. Seeing Su Qingyan remain focused on her cultivation, Xiao Ruochen once again immersed himself in his practice. With several hours remaining before their departure, He resolved to make the most of this time to elevate his cultivation to the mid-stage of the second layer of the Xianzong realm. His expression was concentrated and resolute, as if the world around him had faded away, leaving only himself and the ceaseless flow of spiritual energy. Time flowed like water, and as 3 days came to an end, all participants departed from the heavenly pool. At that moment, everyone had experienced varying degrees of enhancement in their cultivation. Aside from Xiao Ruochen and Su Qingyan, who had each ascended 2 levels, the majority of others had only achieved a minor advancement. Stepping out of the cave once more, Xiao Ruochen's mood radiated with the brilliance of a warm spring sun, his joy palpable. He felt an immense power coursing through him, as if the entire world lay beneath his feet. At present, Xiao Ruochen had achieved the mid-stage of the second layer of the Xianzong realm, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Even when facing a formidable opponent at the first layer of the Xianwang realm, he felt a confident resolve to engage in battle. His steps were light, yet resolute, and his eyes sparkled with self-assurance. "Miss Su, I hear that the delegation from the Han-Tian sect has departed. Might you be interested in residing at my princely estate for a time?" As Xiao Ruochen and Su Qingyan emerged from the cave, the 18th prince, Su Zongheng, approached with the grace of a refined gentleman. A gentle smile adorned his face, though a subtle cunning glimmered in his gaze. "How unfortunate! You must first inquire if my husband consents," Su Qingyan replied, affectionately linking her arm with Xiao Ruochen's. Her gesture was smooth and natural, as if they were indeed a loving couple. "Xiao Ruochen is your husband?" Su Zongheng furrowed his brow in surprise, incredulity lacing his voice. "Isn't he a eunuch?" His tone brimmed with astonishment and skepticism, clearly taken aback by the revelation. "Whether he is a eunuch is of no concern to me, as long as I cherish him. I would not mind even if he were a woman," Su Qingyan stated matter-of-factly, her tone cool and detached, as if presenting an inconsequential fact. Xiao Ruochen couldn't help but laugh softly. "Xiao Ruochen, you are the consort of my elder sister. Should she discover your indiscretions, the consequences need not be elaborated by this prince," Su Zongheng said coldly, a hint of menace in his gaze as it pierced through Xiao Ruochen like a sharp blade. "Su Zongheng, I assure you, my affairs require no concern from you," Xiao Ruochen replied with a slight smirk, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. "If you wish to report me, feel free to do so." His demeanor was relaxed, as if he regarded Su Zongheng's threats with utter disdain. "Xiao Ruochen, my sister possesses a rather irritable temperament. Should you find yourself missing limbs, do not say I did not warn you," Su Zongheng retorted with a sardonic tone, an expression of schadenfreude evident on his face, as if he had already envisioned Xiao Ruochen's grim fate. In a swift motion, Xiao Ruochen produced a sound transmission talisman and directed a message within. "Princess Muya, Su Zongheng claims you have a bad temper. Is this true?" His actions were quick and decisive, leaving no opportunity for Su Zongheng to react. "You," Su Zongheng seethed with rage, not anticipating that Xiao Ruochen would preemptively lodge a complaint. He was all too familiar with his elder sister's temperament. Anyone who provoked her would undoubtedly face dire consequences. As expected, not long after, Xiao Ruochen's transmission talisman began to vibrate, and soon a voice emerged from within. "Su Zongheng, have you grown weary of life? How dare you provoke my consort?" To ensure all could hear, Xiao Ruochen amplified the sound of the talisman with his Xian Qi. The voice echoed in the air, causing Su Zongheng's expression to darken considerably. "Xiao Ruochen, we shall see." Su Zongheng, consumed by fury, stormed away, his anger palpable. Were it not for the fact that Xiao Ruochen was the consort of his royal sister, he would have devised 100 ways to ensure Xiao Ruochen met a most untimely end. His figure swiftly vanished from the crowd's sight, leaving behind an aura of indignation. "Let us depart," Xiao Ruochen declared, striding purposefully towards the city's heart. "Where are we headed?" Su Qingyan inquired softly, her voice tinged with curiosity and anticipation. "I intend to rent a residence within the city, just for the time being," Xiao Ruochen responded, producing a storage ring from his hand and presenting it to Su Qingyan. "This contains 250,000 spiritual stones, part of the 500,000 bestowed upon us by the Grand Elder. Please accept it. I do not require it." "You should keep it," Su Qingyan replied, refraining from taking the storage ring. Her gaze remained serene, seemingly indifferent to the spiritual stones. "I cannot allow you to take advantage of me. This is meant for both of us," Xiao Ruochen insisted, pressing the storage ring into Su Qingyan's hand. Subsequently, the two rented a tranquil courtyard within the city, establishing a temporary residence. The serene environment, adorned with lush trees, was exceedingly comforting. That evening, Xiao Ruochen personally prepared a lavish feast, and for the first time, the two sat together amicably at the table. The array of delectable dishes, rich in flavor and aroma, was irresistible. When did you learn to cook? Su Qingyan asked, astonished. She had never imagined Xiao Ruochen could create such delightful cuisine. Having grown up together, their past companionship was akin to childhood sweethearts, yet she remained oblivious to his culinary skills. At that moment, her eyes sparkled with curiosity and surprise, as if she were discovering a new facet of Xiao Ruochen. Ever since you abandoned me, I have been devastated, which compelled me to practice diligently in the kitchen for half a month. Xiao Ruochen jested, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, as if deliberately teasing Su Qingyan. Chapter 96. Su Qingyan's departure. Humph. I was nearly struck to death by you, and now you claim to have been heartbroken. Do you not find that hypocritical? Su Qingyan retorted with a cold snort, her exquisite visage suddenly shrouded in frost, her demeanor turning icy enough to freeze the very air around her. She recalled the time during the family ranking battle in Sanyue City when Xiao Ruochen had dealt her a crushing blow, sending her flying with a single slap. The pain and humiliation still etched deeply in her heart. Later, when Xiao Ruochen had a fierce confrontation with Wang Linxian, she had merely been curious enough to glance into the servant quarters, only to be met with Xiao Ruochen's merciless grip around her throat, followed by another ruthless slap that sent her reeling. Despite enduring such brutal treatment on multiple occasions, Su Qingyan had never truly harbored hatred towards Xiao Ruochen. Until Xiao Ruochen annihilated her family, the moment her hatred for him erupted like a volcano, it surged within her heart, burning fiercely to the core of her being. Well, let us not dwell on the past, Xiao Ruochen remarked, gracefully pouring 2 glasses of his homemade red wine. He gently brought the glass to his nose, inhaling the intoxicating aroma, and then tilted his head back slightly to savor the exquisite flavor. By the way, when do you plan to depart? I shall leave tomorrow morning, Su Qingyan replied, taking a delicate sip of the wine. Her crimson lips, accentuated by the vivid hue of the wine, appeared even more enchanting as she spoke slowly. This tiny place, Dongzhou, is ultimately too small. I advise you not to squander too much time here. In a sense, we are kindred spirits, both aspiring for the pinnacle of the immortal path. Hence it is only natural that I cannot linger here for long. Xiao Ruochen spoke slowly, his gaze deep and resolute. He had contemplated venturing to the more prosperous central state, where opportunities and challenges abound, enriched by a profound foundation of the immortal path. Yet, his family's roots were in Dongzhou, and before he could leave, he must fortify his family, ensuring that he could embark on his quest for the pinnacle of immortality without any lingering concerns. That evening, the two conversed for an extended period. The twinkling stars in the night sky seemed to listen intently to their dialogue. It was not until the late hours of the night, amidst profound silence, that they each retired to their chambers. The following morning, as Xiao Ruochen stepped out of his room, the gentle morning sunlight bathed him warmly. However, Su Qingyan had already quietly departed from Dongxian City. Xiao Ruochen felt little attachment to her departure. After all, their values diverged significantly. Although both harbored a fervent desire for the pinnacle of the immortal path and yearned for immense power, Xiao Ruochen lacked the ruthlessness that characterized her. Su Qingyan was willing to forsake everything, including love, in her pursuit of strength. Yet, Xiao Ruochen found himself incapable of such a sacrifice. After all, humans are creatures of rich emotions, possessing desires and sentiments. If one were to lose all emotions, what significance would life hold? Xiao Ruochen silently pondered this before turning and leaving the courtyard. Upon exiting, he made his way directly to Princess Muya's residence, as he had a prior engagement to administer acupuncture to her. Greetings, Prince Consort. The guards at the entrance of Princess Muya's estate greeted him with utmost respect as he approached, passing through a series of resplendently adorned buildings. Xiao Ruochen arrived at the princess's back garden. Despite her lack of conventional beauty, Su Muya was indeed a woman of exquisite taste. The layout and decor of the princess's residence radiated elegance and nobility, with every detail meticulously crafted, as if a beautiful painting were unfolding before his eyes. Xiao Ruochen, I didn't expect you to be quite punctual, she remarked. Upon the arrival of Xiao Ruochen, A faint smile appeared on Su Muya's eerily haunting visage. Yet, this smile evoked an unsettling chill within the heart, akin to the biting winds of winter that send a shiver down one's spine. To treat Her Highness, I naturally dare not delay, Xiao Ruochen spoke softly. Then let us commence with the treatment, Su Muya declared, leading Xiao Ruochen along the winding pathway towards the secluded chamber where the previous treatment had taken place. Here are the medicinal herbs you requested. I have gathered them all, she announced upon reaching the chamber, carefully presenting a storage ring to Xiao Ruochen. I shall first administer the acupuncture, and afterward, I will concoct the elixir to resolve the poison on your face, Xiao Ruochen stated as he accepted the storage ring and retrieved a set of golden needles from the cycle of reincarnation. The golden needles glimmered with a cold sheen in the dim light as he focused intently on administering the acupuncture to Su Muya. Who would have thought you could also concoct elixirs? Su Muya's eyes widened with surprise, a striking contrast to her grotesque features. She had not anticipated that Xiao Ruochen was not only skilled in medicine, but also an alchemist. It is known that in the Xuanwu continent, alchemists are highly esteemed, capable of crafting wondrous elixirs that aid martial artists in enhancing their cultivation and healing ailments. At that moment, a powerful desire to possess him surged within Su Muya, leading her to a resolute decision. She must keep this man by her side at all costs. My master is an alchemist, so I have acquired some knowledge in this area, Xiao Ruochen replied, his focus unwavering as he administered the needles, his gaze radiant like the stars, emanating a subtle glow. Having broken through to the Xianzong realm, the mystical energy within him had become increasingly robust. With such formidable energy, he could swiftly expel the toxins from Su Muya's body, as well as eliminate excess fat. As Xiao Ruochen precisely inserted the golden needles into Su Muya's back, she felt as if her body had ignited, a torrent of scorching energy surging within her, nearly unbearable. Streams of black toxins and oily fat oozed from her body like ink, accompanied by a putrid odor that permeated the chamber. Your Highness, please bear with it a little longer. I shall remove the needles in half an hour, Xiao Ruochen assured her, and before his words could settle, he dashed into the adjacent chamber, swiftly securing the door behind him. He then retrieved a black cauldron and commenced the crafting of a detoxifying elixir, specifically designed to counteract the poison of the heart-devouring Tua Luo. The difficulty of concocting this antidote was exceedingly high. Had it not been for his inheritance from Lin Tianyang, which provided him with the complete process, an ordinary alchemist would have been utterly incapable of producing it, even with the formula in hand. Once all the medicinal herbs had been meticulously prepared, Xiao Ruochen ignited the alchemical fire, its flames dancing brightly and illuminating his focused visage. He devoted himself entirely to the crafting of the elixir, not daring to allow even a moment's distraction. After the passage of half an hour, a delicate, ethereal fragrance wafted from the black cauldron. Eagerly, Xiao Ruochen opened the cauldron and extracted all the detoxification pills within. The pills were smooth and round, exuding a captivating luster. Subsequently, he re-entered the secret chamber where Su Muya resided, carefully removing the golden needles from her body. With great caution, he presented her with a detoxification pill. Your Highness, consuming this pill will eliminate the poison spots upon your face. Having spoken, Xiao Ruochen turned and exited the chamber, wishing not to intrude upon Su Muya as she took her medicine. In the back garden of the princess's estate, Xiao Ruochen reclined languidly on a bamboo chair, savoring the picturesque scenery. The surrounding flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, and a gentle breeze carried the sweet fragrance of blossoms. Behind him, two lovely maidens gently kneaded his shoulders, their tender ministrations bringing him immense comfort. After approximately half an incense stick's worth of time, a woman, her skin as fair as snow and weighing around 600 pounds, approached gracefully. It was none other than Su Muya. Your Highness, Xiao Ruochen exclaimed, astonished at her arrival. His gaze was filled with disbelief. He had not anticipated that the disappearance of the poison spots would render her visage so exquisitely beautiful. Though her form remained quite ample, he could discern that if she were to lose the excess weight, her beauty would undoubtedly shine forth. Xiao Ruochen, thank you, Su Muya expressed, a hint of gratitude gracing her features. She could hardly believe that the affliction which had plagued her for over 20 years was effortlessly resolved by a single pill. And in just a few days, she had shed 200 pounds. Your Highness, you are too kind. If there are no further matters, I shall return in 3 days to administer another treatment, he replied. Is it that this place does not suit you for residence? Su Muya quipped lightly, a teasing smile playing upon her lips. Not at all. I am simply accustomed to solitude, Xiao Ruochen replied solemnly, his tone imbued with a resolute firmness. Then you may go. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me. She gestured grandly, her movements exuding grace. I take my leave, he said before turning to exit the princess's estate. He wished to spend the remaining days with Mu Wanqing, who would soon be departing. Chapter 97. Su Muya's cunning. Xiao Ruochen, do you truly believe you can escape my grasp? Upon witnessing his departure, a glimmer of greed flickered in Su Muya's eyes. A voracious glint as if she wished to consume everything in sight. Come forth. Her voice echoed in the expansive chamber, imbued with an undeniable authority. Your Highness. A woman clad in black appeared suddenly, like a wraith. The figure of this person seemed to meld seamlessly with the darkness, had it not been for meticulous observation. Her presence would have been nearly imperceptible. I require all of Xiao Ruocheng's growth records, Su Muya stated, her tone icy and resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Yes, Your Highness, the woman in black replied, her voice deep and respectful, and then she vanished without a trace, as if she had never existed. Xiao Ruochen, I eagerly anticipate uncovering the secrets you harbor. A glimmer of insatiable greed shone in Su Muya's eyes as she fixated on the direction Xiao Ruochen had departed, as though she wished to see everything about her through that door. In the ensuing days, Xiao Ruochen and Mu Wanqing were inseparable, immersed in an atmosphere of intimacy. To avoid drawing attention, Xiao Ruochen employed a clever ruse, skillfully utilizing her disguise techniques to alter her appearance. Together, they roamed every corner of Dongxian City. They were akin to two free-spirited birds, flitting through the bustling market and strolling along tranquil alleys. During this time, the surrounding peaks and desolate mounds of Dongxian City became witness to their tender memories. Initially, Mu Wanqing was somewhat resistant to Xiao Ruochen's requests. As a scion of a prestigious family, her upbringing and the stringent rules she adhered to made her hesitant and embarrassed by such bold actions. However, under Xiao Ruochen's fervent insistence, she gradually succumbed to the allure of the experience, even finding a distinct thrill in it. This breaking of convention and indulgence in spontaneity filled her with novelty and excitement. Will you miss me when I leave tomorrow, you rascal? Mu Wanqing whispered. Nestled in Xiao Ruochen's embrace, her voice soft as a gentle breeze caressing a lake, tinged with a hint of sorrow and reluctance. Of course, with my talents. I shall soon journey to Zhongzhou to reunite with you. A glimmer of confidence sparkled in Xiao Ruochen's eyes as he held Mu Wanqing tightly, as if wishing to merge her essence with his own. Do not reveal our relationship until you possess absolute strength, Mu Wanqing advised earnestly, a trace of reluctance evident on her face. She was acutely aware of the familial customs and pressures, understanding that this bond needed to be nurtured with utmost caution in their present circumstances. Rest assured, I am not foolish, given my current prowess. Your father would undoubtedly oppose our union. Xiao Ruochen smiled faintly, a blend of helplessness and determination gracing his features. He recognized the challenges that lay ahead, but was confident in his ability to overcome them. Are you hungry? I shall prepare something for you. Xiao Ruochen's voice was gentle and considerate, brimming with affection for Mu Wanqing. Do not speak of food, you rascal. You've made me lose all appetite. Just the thought of eating makes me feel nauseous, Mu Wanqing pouted, a faint blush tinting her cheeks. As she recalled the moments of intimacy they shared, her face burned with warmth, her heart filled with sweetness and bashfulness. Haha. Xiao Ruochen offered an awkward smile, a fleeting gleam of pride crossing his face. He was acutely aware of the myriad unforgettable memories he had gifted Mu Wanqing, and he reveled in the fact that she held such deep affection for him. Subsequently, the two returned to the Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce, a grand and imposing edifice, aglow with brilliant lights. That night, they were inseparable, entwined in each other's warmth until the early hours of dawn. Moonlight cascaded through the window, enveloping them in a silvery veil. The following morning, when Xiao Ruochen awoke once more, Mu Wanqing had already departed from Dongxian City. The room still lingered with her essence, yet her presence had vanished. Gazing at the emptiness around him, Xiao Ruochen was engulfed by a torrent of emotions. Memories of their shared moments, the laughter, the tender words, the heartfelt embraces, played like a film in his mind. His heart grew increasingly desolate, as though he had lost a crucial part of his existence. Mu Wanqing was the first woman to affirm their bond since his arrival in this realm, holding an irreplaceable position in his heart. Her beauty, her gentleness, her unwavering spirit were indelibly etched in his soul. Xiao Ruochen silently vowed that one day, he would journey to Zhongzhou to reunite with Mu Wanqing. He would surmount all obstacles with his own strength. In the blink of an eye, a fortnight had slipped away unnoticed. After enduring 5 sessions of acupuncture, Su Muya's physique had dwindled to a mere 300 pounds. Her movements had become significantly more agile, shedding the previous heaviness and sluggishness. At that moment, Xiao Ruochen was administering the final acupuncture session for Su Muya. Once completed, her body would fully return to its natural state. He concentrated all his vital energy into the golden needle, which shimmered with an aura of boundless power. With the speed of lightning, it pierced into Su Muya's back. Following the insertion of the needle, he channeled his internal energy to assist in the expulsion of fat, like a gentle stream flowing forth. He was utterly focused, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, yet his gaze remained resolute. Xiao Ruochen had resolved to restore Su Muya to her former self in one decisive act. He understood the significance of this session and was prepared to give his all. As the fat within Su Muya began to dissipate, her body shed its burdensome layers with astonishing rapidity. The once corpulent figure gradually transformed into a slender silhouette. Half an hour later, when Xiao Ruochen's energy was nearly depleted, a thick layer of fat had accumulated upon Su Muya's form. Though it emitted an unpleasant odor, this also signified the success of the treatment. Your Highness, from this moment forth, you are completely healed. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Ruochen gently removed the golden needle and stepped out of the secluded chamber. Upon hearing Xiao Ruochen declare her recovery, Su Muya's face immediately blossomed with excitement, radiating like the rising sun, imbued with hope and joy. Eagerly, she set about cleansing herself. After leaving the secret chamber, Xiao Ruochen made her way to the pavilion in the back garden, leisurely fishing. For the past half-month, he had remained at the princess's residence to attend to Su Muya, and the servants there treated him with utmost respect. Xiao Ruochen contemplated his return to the Hantian sect in a few days, followed by another trip to Tsangyue City, ensuring all matters were properly arranged before journeying to Zhongzhou. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, a graceful and enchanting woman emerged slowly from the secret chamber. Your Highness, Xiao Ruochen exclaimed in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the slender Su Muya would possess such delicate beauty. Her features were exquisite, her skin as white as snow, and her eyes sparkled with a lively confidence. While she might not be deemed a peerless beauty, she certainly belonged to the upper echelons of attractiveness. Xiao Ruochen, what do you think? Am I beautiful? Su Muya asked playfully, a hint of allure gracing her smile. Her laughter resembled a blooming flower, captivating and lovely. She spun gracefully, showcasing her new image, her gaze expectantly fixed on Xiao Ruochen. Ah, of course, you are beautiful. Xiao Ruochen replied with a somewhat awkward smile, tinged with insincerity. For in his eyes, such beauty was not enough to stir his heart. To ordinary people, Su Muya's appearance would indeed be considered beautiful, but for someone like Xiao Ruochen, who was accustomed to enchanting women, her beauty was merely average. Xiao Ruochen, feel free to articulate any rewards you desire. I shall do my utmost to fulfill your wishes. Su Muya offered with a gentle smile. Your Highness, should the day come when I leave Dongzhou, I hope you will look after the Hantian sect and my family. Xiao Ruochen stated earnestly. He would eventually depart from Dongzhou, and if she could extend her protection to the Hantian sect and his family, it would be most fortuitous. Leaving Dongzhou? Upon hearing Xiao Ruochen's intention, Su Muya's voice turned icy, suffused with an invisible pressure that surged from her being like a tidal wave. Her gaze sharpened, as if it could pierce through Xiao Ruochen. As my consort, do you believe I would allow you to leave? Your Highness, what do you mean? Xiao Ruochen's brow furrowed, his expression darkening like storm clouds, an ominous premonition rising within him. What do you mean? Su Muya's lips curved into a cold, mocking smile. You now have but one choice: to obediently reveal the secrets you harbor and remain in the Dongxian Empire as my consort. Secrets? What secrets? Xiao Ruochen's face turned as cold as frost. He had never imagined that she would so suddenly turn against him. Xiao Ruochen, in less than a year, You have elevated your cultivation from the Xuanta realm to the Xuanzong realm, and you possess an extraordinary ability to challenge those above your level. Your mastery of both medicine and alchemy is unparalleled. If you claim to have no secrets, who would believe you? A faint, elusive smile played on Su Muya's lips. Your Highness, are you truly willing to be ungrateful? Xiao Ruocheng's voice cut through the air like a chilling wind, filled with disappointment and fury. He felt an overwhelming rage towards Su Muya's actions. He had never anticipated that she would turn against him so swiftly. At that moment, he silently regretted his naivety in believing she would truly allow him to leave unscathed. Chapter 98. Escape from Peril. Xiao Ruocheng. This world is one of survival of the fittest, where the weak are devoured by the strong. If you reveal your secrets, I can assure you a life of glory, Su Muya declared, radiating an aura as fierce as a storm in winter, cold and violent. Her piercing gaze, sharp as a sword, was fixed on Xiao Ruocheng, as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. What if I refuse? Xiao Ruocheng's face darkened ominously, reminiscent of the oppressive clouds before a tempest. He had not foreseen the treachery of the woman before him, a lesson that exposed the malice lurking within human hearts. Xiao Ruocheng, I advise you not to test my limits, for otherwise, the Hantian sect and your family will face catastrophic consequences. You should trust in my strength, Su Muya replied, a mocking smile gracing her lips, devoid of warmth, instead exuding a chilling aura. Is your Highness truly intent on such ruthless measures? Xiao Ruocheng suppressed the raging fury within him, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white from the strain. Su Muya had reached the 8th layer of the Xianwang realm. With his current abilities, he could not contend with her. Thus, he was reluctant to provoke her unless absolutely necessary, to avoid bringing ruin upon himself and his family. Xiao Ruocheng, in light of your past assistance, I shall grant you 3 days to ponder this. Should you fail to disclose your secrets after 3 days, I will annihilate your family and cripple your Dantian, forcing you to serve me for eternity. Su Muya's voice was as frigid as ice, devoid of emotion, as if echoing from the depths of the abyss. As the foremost prodigy of the Eastern Xian Empire, she was not one to show mercy. Although Xiao Ruocheng had helped her purge the toxins from her body, restoring her to a semblance of normalcy, such a favor paled in comparison to the weight of the secrets he harbored. If she could uncover the secret to swiftly enhancing her cultivation, Xiao Ruocheng would be able to break through to the mystical emperor realm in a short span of time, thereby significantly augmenting her chances and leverage when contending for the position of crown prince in the future. Take her away and keep a close watch, Su Muya commanded with a casual wave of her hand, yet the gesture exuded an undeniable authority. Understood, Your Highness, came a chilling voice as a woman clad in black appeared like a specter in an instant. Her movements were as swift as lightning, capturing Xiao Ruocheng effortlessly and leading her toward the dungeon of the princess's estate. In that moment, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Xiao Ruocheng, her fury threatening to consume her rationality. However, she refrained from resisting. The black-clad woman had already attained the 5th level of the mystical king realm, and with Xiao Ruocheng's current capabilities, she possessed no means to fight back. Rather than engage in futile struggles, it was wiser to conserve her strength and seek an opportune moment to escape. After a brief interval, Xiao Ruocheng found herself confined within a dimly lit underground dungeon, nestled deep within the princess's estate, shrouded in secrecy. The dungeon was permeated by a damp, decaying atmosphere that instilled a sense of oppression and dread. To prevent her escape, the black-clad woman shackled her with heavy manacles, binding her tightly to an iron pillar. These pillars were forged from frost iron, an indomitable material that even experts of the mystical king realm would find challenging to destroy. To her astonishment, the manacles were advanced spiritual artifacts of the earth grade, making it exceedingly difficult for even a mystical king cultivator to break free. Not even the technique of bone contraction would yield any results, as the manacles would shrink in tandem, binding the wearer even more tightly. I advise you not to entertain thoughts of escape. The consequences will be yours to bear, the black-clad woman warned with a cold glance filled with menace before she exited the dungeon, leaving Xiao Ruocheng alone in the oppressive darkness. Once the woman departed, Xiao Ruocheng's expression turned icy, as if a layer of frost had settled upon her. Escaping from the shackles posed little difficulty. Entering the cycle of reincarnation would allow her to break free with ease. However, Her primary concern lay with the black-clad woman outside the dungeon. Even if she managed to extricate herself from the manacles, her current strength would render her escape from the woman's grasp nearly impossible. After much contemplation, Xiao Ruochen resolved to take a gamble. She planned to wait until the dead of night to free herself from the shackles, at which point she would employ the blood escape technique to flee the princess's estate at lightning speed. Once she had evaded the estate, she could assume another's appearance and quietly depart from Dongxian City, evading Su Muya's pursuit. As time gradually slipped away, the deep of night arrived, enveloping the world in a profound silence. Sensing that the mysterious woman clad in black had not utilized her spiritual awareness to probe her surroundings, Xiao Ruochen's body instantaneously transitioned into the cycle of reincarnation. Only a pair of empty shackles remained on the ground. Once liberated from their constraints, Xiao Ruochen suppressed his aura to the utmost degree, akin to a leopard lurking in the shadows. He then stealthily advanced towards the dungeon's exit, each step light and soundless. As he neared the dungeon door, his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting towards the exit with the swiftness of lightning, resembling a shooting star. The woman in black, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, abruptly opened them, her gaze betraying a flicker of astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, she pursued Xiao Ruochen. However, to her astonishment, within mere moments, his form rushed out of the princess's palace like a gust of wind, vanishing at the end of the street. How can this boy be so fast? The woman's eyes widened in disbelief. Without a second thought, she hastily retrieved a communication talisman to send a message to Su Muya. In less than a few breaths, Su Muya's figure appeared at the entrance of the palace, akin to a specter. What is happening? Your Highness, Xiao Ruochen has escaped. This boy is exceedingly swift, and I cannot keep pace, the woman in black reported respectfully, her voice tinged with a hint of anxiety and guilt. This boy indeed possesses some skill. A chilling glint flickered in Su Muya's eyes, as if the very air around her could freeze. However, the monk may flee, but the temple remains. Mu Ling, you must journey to Canyue City and ensure you bring him back alive. Yes, Your Highness, the woman in black responded dutifully before turning and swiftly disappearing into the night. After leaving the princess's palace, Xiao Ruochen promptly made his way to the Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce, his demeanor urgent and his complexion pale. Young Master Xiao, what has transpired? Upon seeing Xiao Ruochen's pallor, the steward of the Xuanwu chamber quickly ushered him inside. Steward Liu, I require a Xian boat, Xiao Ruochen stated directly, his voice laced with urgency and anxiety. Not to worry, please hold on a moment. I will make the necessary arrangements. Steward Liu responded respectfully before hastening to the third floor. Before her departure, Mu Wanxing had specifically instructed him that, regardless of the challenges Xiao Ruochen faced, he must be aided unconditionally. A short while later, Steward Liu descended briskly, presenting a storage ring to Xiao Ruochen. Young Master Xiao, the Xian boat is within this storage ring, containing ample spirit stones to support your flight back to Hantian sect. Thank you, Steward Liu. I must take my leave. Xiao Ruochen expressed his gratitude with a respectful clasp of his hands before turning and exiting the Xuanwu chamber, his steps hasty yet resolute. Xiao Ruochen transformed himself into the guise of a middle-aged man and stealthily departed from Dongxian City. Now that he had drawn the attention of Su Muya, he was acutely aware of the perilous nature of his situation. He must return to his family without delay. Should his adversary seek vengeance, the consequences would be dire. Upon exiting the city, Xiao Ruochen summoned his Xian boat and promptly boarded. The vessel soared with remarkable speed, akin to a streak of light traversing the heavens. And its operation was remarkably straightforward. Once the course was set, little further attention was required. Subsequently, Xiao Ruochen consumed several healing pills. Having just executed the blood escape technique, he had expended a considerable amount of his vitality, even though it had only been for a brief moment. If he did not restore his strength swiftly, he would find himself at a significant disadvantage in the event of a confrontation. After all, on this treacherous journey, no one could predict what might transpire in the next instant. Chapter 99. The unfortunate Dongfang. How Dongxian City lay an immense distance from Canyue City. Even with the Xian boat traveling at full speed, it would take no less than half a month to arrive. Fortunately, Steward Liu had meticulously prepared a substantial quantity of spirit stones for Xiao Ruochen in advance. Without such provisions, given his meager resources, he would have struggled to endure the prolonged journey. After 10 days of rapid flight, the spirit stones within the boat were completely exhausted. Reluctantly, Xiao Ruochen stowed the vessel away. Fortunately, he was now relatively close to Tsangyue City, and with his current cultivation, he could reach his destination within 5 or 6 days of vigorous flight. However, with his dwindling supply of spirit stones, should he exhaust them here, he would find himself in a precarious position when next meeting the Xian boat. After careful consideration, he resolved to rely on his own abilities to return. Little bastard. This time, I shall see where you can flee. Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated like thunder, as Dongfang Hao's figure materialized like a specter, swiftly positioning himself before Xiao Ruochen. The proximity to Hantian's sect was not far, and Dongfang Hao had been lurking in this area with ulterior motives, eagerly anticipating an opportunity to ambush Nangongju. To his astonishment, rather than encountering his intended target, he unexpectedly stumbled upon Xiao Ruochen, which he deemed a fortuitous surprise. In Dongfang Hao's eyes, Xiao Ruochen concealed numerous secrets, coveted treasures he had long desired. Should he succeed in uncovering these mysteries, he was certain he could elevate his own cultivation within a short span of time. At that point, he would maintain a firm grip on Hantian's sect. Dongfang Hao, have you not yet awakened? Just with you? Xiao Ruochen's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smile. Although he was currently no match for Dongfang Hao, if he truly wished to escape, the latter would find it impossible to pursue him. Little bastard. Even in the face of imminent peril, one dares to be arrogant. If today I do not show you a glimpse of my true power, you might genuinely believe that I am a benevolent soul, capable of mercy. The expression on Dongfang Hao's face shifted dramatically, turning as dark as the depths of a stormy sea, as though he wished to devour Xiao Ruochen whole. Like a ferocious wolf lunging for its prey, he surged forward with a fierce momentum, aiming directly at Xiao Ruochen. Dongfang Hao, do you truly overestimate your own worth? With your meager abilities, should I choose to flee, even if you had 10 legs, you would never catch up to me. Xiao Ruochen scoffed, his laughter echoing through the air, brimming with disdain for Dongfang Hao. Before his words faded, his figure vanished like a specter into thin air, his speed so extraordinary that it left the eye bewildered. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 feet away. How can this boy move with such swiftness? A flicker of astonishment crossed Dongfang Hao's eyes, a fleeting expression that betrayed his surprise. He had not anticipated Xiao Ruochen's speed would be so remarkable, far exceeding his expectations. Without hesitation, he darted after Xiao Ruochen like a flash of lightning. As a cultivator of the second layer of the Xianwang realm, he held considerable renown in this region. If he allowed a mere Xianzong youth to escape his grasp, it would utterly tarnish his reputation built over many years. However, to Dongfang Hao's astonishment, after merely a brief pursuit, Xiao Ruochen's figure had vanished without a trace, as though he had never existed. This kid is far too fast. At that moment, Dongfang Hao's countenance darkened, resembling a stormy sky on the brink of unleashing its fury. Oppressive and terrifying, he had intended to capture Xiao Ruochen and seize the inheritance the latter possessed to elevate his own power. But the youth's speed had completely thwarted his plans. You little brat, even if the monk leaves the temple, I refuse to believe you would abandon your family. A glint of icy malice flashed in Dongfang Hao's eyes, capable of freezing one's very soul, instilling a sense of dread. He turned and sped towards Tsangyue City, his velocity akin to a brilliant meteor streaking across the night sky. His mind was resolute. He would capture Xiao Ruochen's family, using them as leverage to compel Xiao Ruochen to comply. Only then could he hope to uncover the secrets concealed within the youth and fulfill his own ambitions and desires. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruochen had not traveled far. He had stealthily concealed himself within a nearby shadow. Damn it! Upon realizing Dongfang Hao had altered his course, Xiao Ruochen's expression darkened slightly, a glimmer of worry and fury flashing in his eyes. He recognized that the direction in which Dongfang Hao was heading was indeed Tsangyue City. Internally cursing, he yearned to eviscerate Dongfang Hao, yet reason urged him to bide his time. Subsequently, Xiao Ruochen cautiously followed in pursuit. The journey to Tsangyue City is still at least 6 days away. During this time, it presents the perfect opportunity for Xiao Ruochen, who is resolute in his decision to find a suitable moment to launch a surprise attack on Dongfang Hao, aiming to eliminate him once and for all. To seize this exceptional chance, Xiao Ruochen meticulously concealed his presence, ensuring that not a single ripple of energy escaped him. Simultaneously, he employed the illusory transformation technique, disguising himself as an unremarkable middle-aged man, an appearance so ordinary that no one could possibly connect him to Xiao Ruochen. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye, fleeting as a shadow. On this day, Dongfang Hao arrived at a secluded little town. After 3 continuous days of flight, he felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally, prompting him to decide to rest for the night, replenishing his energy before continuing his journey the following day. Upon settling into the tavern, Dongfang Hao ordered an extravagant feast, the table laden with delectable dishes that exuded an enticing aroma. Xiao Ruochen's eyes gleamed with a chilling light, filled with the fervor of vengeance and rage. As if he longed to consume Dongfang Hao whole, he stealthily approached the back of the tavern and, taking advantage of the server's momentary distraction, swiftly incapacitated him. Then, transforming into the server's likeness, he meticulously checked for any flaws before confidently carrying the food and drink towards Dongfang Hao's room. Among the dishes, Xiao Ruochen had secretly infused a spring poison known as the yin-yang harmony powder, which was colorless, tasteless, and undetectable, difficult even for practitioners at the Xian Emperor level to perceive. "Is there anything else you require, esteemed guest?" Xiao Ruochen humbly poured a glass of wine for Dongfang Hao, his voice laced with deference as he carefully attended to him. "That will be all, leave," Dongfang Hao replied, casually tossing a few gold coins to Xiao Ruochen. "Thank you, esteemed guest. Please enjoy." Xiao Ruochen responded respectfully before departing the room, his humble demeanor and obedient actions raising no suspicion in Dongfang Hao. Once Xiao Ruochen had left, Dongfang Hao swiftly grasped at the air, catching a mosquito with the speed of a gust of wind, and promptly tossed it into his wine glass. After a moment, observing that the mosquito exhibited no unusual behavior, he leisurely poured himself another drink with a different cup. However, unbeknownst to him, the yin-yang harmony powder was merely a spring poison, incapable of killing the mosquito, but rather invigorating it further. After indulging in the feast, Dongfang Hao suddenly felt a wave of heat enveloping him, an overwhelming desire surging forth like a tidal wave. As time progressed, this desire became increasingly intense, clouding his reason. This food and drink must be tainted. Dongfang Hao's eyes widened in shock. He never anticipated that despite his caution, he had fallen into a trap. Upon this realization, he swiftly began to channel his internal energy, attempting to expel the toxins from his body. However, to Dongfang Hao's utter dismay, no matter how fervently he exerted his efforts, the searing sensation coursing through him not only failed to diminish but intensified. As time elapsed, the desires simmering within him grew increasingly uncontrollable, akin to a wild stallion unbridled. At this juncture, Xiao Ruochen had transformed himself to mirror Dongfang Hao's appearance and sought out the innkeeper. "Innkeeper, summon a dozen strong men for me," he instructed in a voice mimicking Dongfang Hao's, albeit in a hushed tone. "Esteemed guest, what do you require such strong men for?" the innkeeper inquired, bewildered. "Spare me the trivialities. Is it a crime for a man to prefer other men?" Xiao Ruochen retorted, irritation lacing his words. "Surely you jest?" The innkeeper was taken aback by this peculiar request, having encountered many oddities in his line of work, yet this was a first for him. "Ensure my request is fulfilled, and a generous reward awaits," Xiao Ruochen declared, tossing a gold note of 5,000 taels to the innkeeper. "Rest assured, I shall arrange this promptly." The innkeeper, elated at the sight of the gold, his eyes gleaming with greed and excitement, hurried off in search of burly men. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruochen discreetly concealed himself once more. The carefully concocted aphrodisiac he had prepared was far more potent than the ordinary variety, and in this realm, there existed no remedy for its effects. Chapter 100. Returned to Tsungyu's city. Moreover, once afflicted by this spring drug, one's consciousness would become hazy and rationality entirely lost. The mere sight of a cylindrical object would compel one to pounce upon it uncontrollably, regardless of gender. Most alarmingly, after the act, a weakness would ensue for 3 days, rendering the individual utterly powerless, akin to an ordinary person with no means of resistance. In mere moments, the innkeeper returned, leading 10 imposing figures to stand before Dongfang Hao's door. At this point, Dongfang Hao teetered on the brink of collapse, the agony within him driving him to the edge of madness. He had exhausted every method to detoxify himself, whether by channeling his mystical energy through his meridians or consuming various elixirs, yet all had ended in failure. Just then, the spring toxin within him erupted like a dam bursting, a torrent of desire that he could no longer withstand. Previously, he had managed to suppress it with sheer willpower. But now he was utterly lost, perceiving everything around him as enchanting beauties. Even the wooden pillar beside him transformed into an exquisite maiden in his eyes. At that moment, a series of crisp knocks echoed from the door, followed by a procession of strong men entering the room, guided by the innkeeper. "Esteemed guest, I have brought the individuals you requested," the innkeeper announced. Before he could fully grasp the situation, Dongfang Hao lunged at them like a ferocious beast. The speed of his onslaught left everyone with little time to react. The innkeeper, witnessing this, was seized by terror, his face turning a ghostly white. He swiftly dashed out, closing the door behind him with a frantic urgency. The group of robust men, taken aback, stood frozen in bewilderment, trembling with fear. They had approached this task with overconfidence, believing it to be a mere trivial errand, only to find themselves in such an alarming situation. In that moment, regret washed over them, filling their hearts with profound remorse. They had assumed that a dozen of them could easily subdue a single individual, imagining a handsome reward in the process. Who could have anticipated that this person possessed such formidable strength, overpowering them all in an instant, leaving them utterly defenseless? The room echoed with their anguished cries, resembling the lamentations of souls from the depths of hell. What on earth was happening? Meanwhile, a crowd had gathered outside the guest room, their faces etched with astonishment. Whispers and speculations filled the air as they attempted to fathom the events unfolding within. Enough of the spectacle, disperse at once, the innkeeper urgently urged, shooing the onlookers away. At this moment, the innkeeper basked in his own triumph. Xiao Ruochen had bestowed upon him 5,000 taels in gold notes, from which he greedily pocketed 2,000 for himself, distributing the remaining 3,000 among the group of men. Though each received only 300 taels, it was a sum sufficient to indulge them for several carefree years. 2 fleeting days passed in the blink of an eye. At this juncture, Dongfang Hao resembled a fish languishing under the scorching sun, lying helplessly amidst the group of men, exuding an air of despondency. His eyes were vacant, devoid of spirit, as if his very soul had been stripped away. Once a formidable practitioner of the Xianwang realm, revered and commanding respect, he now found himself in such a wretched state that thoughts of despair coursed through his mind. What struck terror into Dongfang Hao's heart was the realization that he was utterly powerless, his body weakened to an extreme degree. To describe his condition as lacking even the strength to bind a chicken would be a gross understatement. "You scoundrel, you must pay up today, or we shall not be so courteous." One of the burly men, dragging his leaden body, approached Dongfang Hao with a furious glare. The weariness and anger etched across the man's face were evident. The trials of the past 2 days had been a tormenting ordeal. "Indeed, if you do not increase your payment today, do not expect to set foot outside this room." The others clamored, surrounding Dongfang Hao and effectively restraining him. They could see that, at this moment, he was akin to a spent arrow, devoid of any capacity to resist. If they did not extort something from him now, it would be a disservice to the sufferings they had endured over the last 2 days. Although Dongfang Hao had been exceedingly fierce and brutal during that time, they were still able to manage, given their superior numbers. "Enough, everyone step outside. I shall cover his debt," declared Xiao Ruochen, suddenly entering the room. With a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed the 5,000 taels in gold notes to the group of men. "Thank you, young master," they exclaimed in unison. Upon witnessing this scene, the group of burly men immediately displayed expressions of exhilaration, their eyes gleaming with avarice. They hastily collected the gold notes, supporting one another as they limped out of the room. "How do you feel, Brother Hao?" Xiao Ruochen remarked, a sardonic smile gracing his lips, brimming with the pride of a victor. "Xiao Ruochen, you despicable wretch." Dongfang Hao's voice trembled, his eyes ablaze with seething fury, the venomous glare seemingly capable of melting steel. The thought of his intimate encounter with the dozen strong men pierced his heart like 1,000 arrows, leaving him in unbearable anguish, wishing for death. "Dongfang Hao, with your intellect, I am at a loss as to how you have survived this long." Xiao Ruochen's eyes glinted with a chilling coldness, as if capable of freezing one's very soul. With a swift motion of his right hand, a sharp surge of profound energy surged forth, piercing Dongfang Hao's dantian like a swift arrow. Xiao Ruochen was never merciful to his enemies. He understood well that leniency towards foes equated to cruelty towards oneself. Ah, Xiao Ruochen, may you meet a wretched end. Dongfang Hao cried out in torment, his voice a haunting wail that shattered the silence. At that moment, despair filled his eyes, as if the apocalypse had descended upon him. The destruction of his Dantian signified that he would henceforth be a mere plaything, trampled underfoot. For one who had once been a formidable figure in the Xianwang realm, this was undoubtedly a torment more agonizing than death itself. Still daring to be arrogant even in the face of demise, Xiao Ruochen's lips curled into a slight smirk, exuding a hint of mockery akin to that of a devil. Plunging Dongfang Hao further into despair. Without hesitation, he gripped the Qingling's sword and swung it fiercely, for brilliant sword energies surged forth like lightning, severing Dongfang Hao's limbs with a clean precision, devoid of any hesitation. After completing this act, Xiao Ruochen unflinchingly removed the storage ring from his opponent and turned to depart, his figure vanishing from the tavern with ghostly swiftness. Just as he stepped out of the tavern, a middle-aged man, stark naked, plummeted from the third floor, his head striking the ground with a heavy thud, instantly extinguishing his breath. Xiao Ruochen merely shook his head lightly at this sight. He felt no surprise at Dongfang Hao's suicide. To him, this was merely the fitting end that Dongfang Hao deserved. Subsequently, Xiao Ruochen continued his flight towards Tsangyue City, his figure tracing an arc across the sky, vanishing like a shooting star. Time flowed like a shuttle, 3 days passing in the blink of an eye. On this day, Xiao Ruochen finally returned to Tsangyue City. His return was akin to a dazzling star descending to earth, igniting a fervor throughout the entire city. Numerous families surged forward, bearing lavish gifts to express their congratulations. Their faces were adorned with obsequious smiles, eager to forge closer ties with Xiao Ruochen. In the present day, Xiao Ruochen had become a prominent figure in Dongzhou, a paragon of unparalleled excellence. The news of his triumph in the Eastern Xian Grand Tournament spread like wildfire throughout the entire eastern province, leaving all in awe and admiration. Consequently, the Xiao family became the focus of attention among numerous clans vying for their favor. Upon returning to his clan, Xiao Ruochen distributed the meticulously crafted elixirs he had prepared for his kin. He understood well that only by empowering his grandfather and family members could he venture forth with peace of mind, pursuing a higher realm of martial arts. That evening, he sought out his grandfather and recounted his current situation. "Chun'er, share your thoughts." Xiao Tianya's eyes sparkled with anticipation and trust. "Grandfather, I propose we temporarily relocate the family from Tsangyue City. Once this crisis has passed, we can return without delay," Xiao Ruochen articulated gravely, laying forth his intentions. "But with so many family members, where shall we move?" Xiao Tianya furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. "Grandfather, I have a place in mind that could support the long-term development of our clan." Suddenly, Xiao Ruochen recalled the location, the Eastern Xian mountain range. Specifically the peak previously occupied by the Wild Wolf mercenary group. Relocating the family to that site would undoubtedly be a significant boon. The Eastern Xian mountain range teems with resources, and the young members of the clan would thrive in such an environment. Xiao Ruochen then elaborated on his plan in detail. "This location is indeed promising. If the family can thrive there, it would greatly benefit the growth of our younger generation." Hearing Xiao Ruochen's proposal to move the clan to the Eastern Xian mountain range, Xiao Tianya nodded in agreement. "Grandfather, let us hasten our departure tomorrow. We need not concern ourselves with Tsangyue City for the time being. We can simply assign a few subordinates to manage affairs. In the future, when we are stronger, we can return at any moment." Xiao Ruochen's expression was resolute, his eyes brimming with urgency and determination. "Let us organize matters tonight, and we shall set forth at dawn." Xiao Tianya, a man of decisive action, understood the gravity of the situation concerning the family's survival and did not dare to delay. He gathered the senior members of the clan and conveyed Xiao Ruochen's plan in its entirety. "Head of the family, we have labored to establish ourselves in Tsangyue City. Should we leave hastily, our territory and resources may be seized by other clans." The elder spoke with concern, his face reflecting reluctance and anxiety. Clearly reluctant to abandon the foundation they had built in Tsangyue City. "Indeed, family, we have worked hard to develop our standing. Leaving now would be a significant loss." The third elder lamented, his brow furrowed in discontent, evidently unwilling to relinquish their current position easily. "Esteemed elders, If you place your trust in me, then join me in this departure. As long as I draw breath, the Xiao family shall undoubtedly become the most formidable clan in the Xuanwu continent. Should you choose to remain, I shall not compel you, but know that your fates will no longer be intertwined with mine, Xiao Ruochen declared with unwavering certainty. His voice resonated with a commanding authority, his gaze piercingly scrutinizing each elder present, exuding an undeniable aura of confidence. As Xiao Ruochen's words settled, the elders of the Xiao clan began to murmur amongst themselves, their expressions a tapestry of seriousness and contemplation, enveloping the assembly hall in a palpable tension. After approximately half an hour, the clan members reached a consensus they would follow Xiao Ruochen. After all, aligning with him promised boundless possibilities for the future, whereas remaining in Songyue City could lead to the annihilation of their lineage at the hands of the Eastern Xian Empire. The gravity of their choice was clear to all. Excellent, you have all made the right choice. As long as you follow me, Xiao Ruochen, resources will undoubtedly be plentiful for you. Ensure you gather your essentials. We shall depart before dawn, Xiao Ruochen proclaimed, a smile of reassurance gracing his face as hope for the family's future blossomed within him. To safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, he resolved to leave before daybreak. Under Xiao Tianya's guidance, the Xiao clan procured all the Qi and horses in Songyue City, facilitating their journey. All necessary family items were stored in the reincarnation space, and each elder and young disciple received a storage ring for the convenient transport of their supplies. After several hours of diligent preparation, the Xiao clan hastily departed Songyue City before the first light of day. With nearly 1,000 clan members, their progress was understandably slow. Yet the cover of darkness kept them from attracting undue attention. By the time dawn broke, the Xiao clan had already distanced themselves from Songyue City. They pressed onward, unyielding in their pace. 20 days swiftly passed. Under Xiao Ruochen's protection, the clan finally reached the eastern Xian mountain range. Arriving at the very peak once occupied by the Wild Wolf mercenary group, the structures atop the mountain remained largely intact, sufficient to accommodate the entire Xiao family. With the Wild Wolf mercenary group having consisted of thousands, the modest number of over 1,000 members in the Xiao clan found ample space. In the subsequent days, Xiao Ruochen led his kin in the rebuilding of their home, sharing vital information regarding the eastern Xian mountain range. The family embraced their new surroundings with enthusiasm. The environment was exquisite, rich in spiritual energy, and teeming with an abundance of spiritual herbs and resources. Though fraught with peril, it was undeniably a rare sanctuary for practitioners. Additionally, its proximity to Hantian sect and nearby bustling cities rendered the procurement of goods quite convenient. Throughout the following days, Xiao Ruochen dedicated himself to instructing the younger generation in their cultivation while generously distributing a wealth of resources to the clan without reservation. Under his meticulous guidance, the cultivation levels of the younger members soared like a rocket. It is evident that, in the near future, the Xiao clan is destined to rise. With a wealth of resources at their disposal, Xiao Tianya and the upper echelons of the Xiao family experienced a significant enhancement in their cultivation. The elders, who had previously contemplated departing, now felt immensely fortunate. Had they not chosen to follow Xiao Ruochen, these resources would have been beyond their reach. They silently marveled at Xiao Ruochen's foresight and decisiveness, growing increasingly respectful and convinced of his capabilities. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Xiao Ruochen bid farewell to the members of the Xiao family and set forth towards the direction of the Hantian sect. During this month, he successfully advanced to the third layer of the Xian sect realm. Simultaneously, his martial skills and techniques saw considerable improvement through diligent practice. The rapidity of his breakthrough was largely attributed to the abundance of spirit stones within Dongfang House storage ring. Otherwise, at his usual pace of cultivation, it would have taken him at least another 2 months to reach the third layer of the Xian sect realm. Now, having attained this level, he felt confident in his ability to confront even those at the second layer of the Xian King realm. After 2 days of flight, Xiao Ruochen finally returned to the Hantian sect. Upon his return, he promptly made his way to the peak where Nangongju resided. Little one, how did you return? Upon seeing Xiao Ruochen, Nangongju, who had been lounging comfortably in the sun, forced himself to sit up. His face bore an expression of surprise, mixed with a hint of concern. Senior, what troubles you? Xiao Ruochen hurried forward, his face filled with worry. At that moment, Nangongju's complexion was as pale as paper, devoid of any color, and his aura was weak, clearly indicating that he had suffered severe injuries. Little one, you should not have returned, Nangongju sighed, a bitter smile crossing his face. Senior, who has harmed you? A surge of murderous intent welled up in Xiao Ruocheng's eyes. Since his arrival in this world, aside from his grandfather, Nangongju had been the most benevolent elder to him. Now that the latter was gravely injured, he could not remain indifferent. Enough with your questions. You must leave Danzhou at once. Delay any longer, and it will be too late. Nangongju spoke gravely, his voice weak yet urgent. Senior, how can I depart in peace if you do not clarify? Xiao Ruocheng's gaze was resolute, unwavering as he fixed his eyes on Nangongju. Since you insist on knowing, I shall tell you, but I hope you will not act rashly. Nangongju sighed lightly, his expression laden with seriousness. He understood Xiao Ruocheng's character. Once he made a decision, it was difficult to sway him, yet he still hoped the young man would remain rational. Senior, please lie down. Xiao Ruocheng supported Nangongju, gently assisting him to recline on the bamboo chair. A few days prior, the Crown Prince and the 14th Prince of the Dongxin Empire had unexpectedly proposed a marriage alliance to Yuhan and Yunxi, only to be met with my refusal. Nangongju paused momentarily before continuing. Subsequently, the members of the three major sects, in a bid to curry favor with the Eastern Xian Empire, came to our Cold Heaven sect to abduct individuals. I was gravely injured precisely because I attempted to thwart their efforts. His voice resonated with a mixture of anger and helplessness. What about Senior Sister Yuhan and Senior Sister Yunxi? Xiao Ruocheng inquired anxiously. Yuhan and Yunxi have been forcibly taken by the members of the three major sections. It is said they have already been sent to the Eastern Xian Empire. Nangongju sighed heavily, a profound sense of despair evident in his gaze. Damn them. Just wait. Xiao Ruocheng's countenance darkened, his eyes glinting with a fierce coldness. In that moment, he was genuinely enraged. Ling Yuhan and Gu Yunxi were his dearest friends in the Cold Heaven sect. Their abduction ignited a fury within him akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. There is one more thing I must inform you, Nangongju said solemnly. What is it? Xiao Ruocheng asked, his voice low and serious. You are wanted by the Eastern Xian Empire, Nangongju stated gravely. Wanted? What do you mean? Xiao Ruocheng's brow furrowed, an expression of confusion crossing his face. Chapter 102. The anger of Xiao Ruocheng at present. A rumor pervades the entirety of Eastern State, asserting that you have acquired an ancient inheritance. Whoever captures you will gain the secret to swiftly enhancing their cultivation level. Nangongju's voice was low and ominous. Curse them. I won't rest until I eradicate every last one of these beasts. Xiao Ruocheng clenched his jaw, icy determination flickering in his eyes, as if he intended to tear his enemies to shreds. A chilling aura of murderous intent radiated from him. Young one, you must not act impulsively, Nangongju said with a serious expression and a solemn tone. Although you possess extraordinary talent, your cultivation is still shallow. It would be wise to temporarily leave Eastern State and return once you have strengthened your abilities. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I am not reckless. However, they have abducted Sister Yuhan and Sister Yunxi, and I will ensure they pay a heavy price for this. Xiao Ruocheng's gaze was resolute as he declared, Elder, I may undertake some reckless actions henceforth, and I hope the Cold Heaven sect can expel me, allowing me to act without concern. With that, he turned and dashed away like an arrow released from its bow, racing towards the outskirts of the Cold Heaven sect. At this juncture, Xiao Ruocheng could not afford to linger. He was determined to make the three major sects and the Eastern Xian Empire pay dearly. This boy is far too impulsive. I hope no unforeseen mishaps occur. Nangongju sighed deeply, watching Xiao Ruocheng's departing figure with growing concern. After leaving the Cold Heaven sect, Xiao Ruocheng summoned his mystic vessel and sped toward the Yinsha Palace with great urgency. He had drawn forth all his spirit stones, intent on reaching the Yinsha Palace as swiftly as possible. Xiao Ruocheng had already formulated his plans, which involved first subduing the leaders of the three major sects, followed by thoroughly pillaging their resources. This would furnish him with ample resources to elevate his cultivation to a higher realm, at which point he would seek to eradicate the Eastern Xian Empire. He had never been one to endure humiliation. Vengeance was his life's creed. He refrained from immediately heading to the Eastern Xian Empire, for his current strength was still too feeble. Venturing there at this juncture would be tantamount to courting death. The speed of the Xianzhou was remarkable. Within 3 days, it reached the domain of the Yinsha Palace. Nestled within a canyon, the Yinsha Palace was surrounded by towering mountains that formed an impregnable fortress, making it a stronghold that was easy to defend yet difficult to assail. However, Xiao Ruochen felt no trepidation. With his current cultivation, he was confident in his ability to triumph over the leaders of the 3 sections. Moreover, he had the advantage of stealth, allowing him to strike unexpectedly. Once he had plundered the resources of these 3 sects, he would have sufficient confidence to break through several small realms, at which point he would exact his revenge upon the Eastern Xian Empire. After careful consideration, Xiao Ruochen decided to employ the illusionary arts to stealthily infiltrate the Yinsha Palace, seeking an opportunity to control the palace's master. Resolute in his decision, he quietly entered the Yinsha Palace and incapacitated an elder, subsequently using a soul-searching technique to extract the elder's memories. This soul-searching technique, bestowed upon him by Lin Tianyang, was an exquisite method that effortlessly seized the memories of others. With the acquired memories, Xiao Ruochen gained a general understanding of the Yinsha Palace. From the elder's recollections, he learned that the palace master, Zhou Shanghan, was currently in seclusion, with all matters of the sect being overseen by his wife, Li Junming. After much contemplation, Xiao Ruochen resolved to first capture Li Junming, using her to draw out Zhou Shanghan. With a plan in mind, he transformed his appearance to resemble Zhou Shanghan and swiftly made his way to the peak where Li Junming resided. Moments later, he arrived at a verdant mountain peak, lush with spiritual energy, adorned with rare medicinal herbs. At that moment, a mature and alluring woman, possessing striking beauty, was cultivating within the palace atop the peak. As Xiao Ruochen pushed the door open, Li Junming looked up, her eyes widening in surprise. "My husband, are you not in seclusion?" she exclaimed, quickly approaching him. At this advanced stage of cultivation, breakthroughs were no easy feat. Xiao Ruochen sighed softly, embracing Li Junming in a natural manner. The mature woman had reached the pinnacle of the second layer of the Xinhuang realm, making it quite challenging for Xiao Ruochen to subdue her directly with his current strength. Thus, he planned to bide his time, waiting for her to relax before making his move. "My husband, you must be tired as well. Allow me to massage your shoulders," Li Junming said, leading Xiao Ruochen to a chair and beginning to knead his shoulders. Xiao Ruochen did not resist, since the other party wished to indulge. He found no harm in enjoying the moment. He held a profound confidence in his illusionary arts. Unless Zhou Shanghan appeared in person, no one would be able to recognize him. Li Junming's touch was remarkably gentle, gradually making its way to Xiao Ruochen's thigh. "How long has it been since I felt this?" Xiao Ruochen mused inwardly, a smirk of amusement gracing his lips. He was well aware of the other's intentions, yet he refrained from obstructing them, not wanting to expose any vulnerabilities over such trivial matters. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, prepared for a soul attack at any moment. "Such audacity to impersonate my lord." At that moment, Li Junming suddenly admonished him, striking out with a palm aimed directly at Xiao Ruochen. She was acutely aware of her true husband's situation, and the absurdity of this individual before her was glaringly evident. Xiao Ruochen had anticipated this. The instant Li Junming made her move, he unleashed a soul attack. In that fleeting moment of her gaze turning vacant, he swiftly sealed her cultivation with lightning speed. "Who are you?" After her prowess was restrained, fear flickered across Li Junming's face. She had been utterly unprepared for a soul attack, caught completely off guard. "Who I am is inconsequential. From this day forth, you shall be my servant," Xiao Ruochen declared with a cold smirk, subsequently unleashing 2 more soul attacks that rendered her unconscious. He then forcefully inscribed a mark of servitude deep within her soul, using his formidable soul power. Xiao Ruochen's mastery of soul control was exceptionally profound, ensuring that the bound would never betray him. After a long while, when Li Junming regained consciousness, she appeared as docile as a kitten. "Come here," commanded Xiao Ruochen from his chair, his tone imbued with an irresistible authority. Upon hearing this, Li Junming obediently approached him. "My legs are a bit sore. Please give them a massage," he said, a subtle, wicked smile playing on his lips as he crossed his legs. Li Junming approached respectfully from behind, dutifully massaging his legs. Though she harbored thoughts of rebellion, the mere notion brought forth excruciating pain from deep within her soul. a torment beyond her capacity to endure. Reluctantly, Li Junming succumbed to her fate. To her surprise, she found solace in Xiao Ruochen's handsome appearance, which offered her a measure of comfort. "Brother Mingda, I finally understand you." Xiao Ruochen sighed softly, gently stroking her hair and lifting her chin, a satisfied expression adorning his face. It must be said that Li Junming was indeed beautiful, her long tenure in high positions granting her an inherent aura of authority. Such a mature and enchanting woman, imbued with an air of dominance, would be difficult for any man to resist. The protagonist possesses a somewhat villainous disposition. Those who disapprove are free to leave and should refrain from leaving distasteful reviews. Chapter 103. The sixth level of the mysterious realm. After a considerable time, Xiao Ruochen rose, gently lifting Li Junming's chin before turning away. "Yes, master," Li Junming replied respectfully, then slowly turned around. A day later, under Li Junming's attentive service, Xiao Ruochen enjoyed a splendid slumber. Subsequently, he instructed Li Junming to convey messages to each elder of the Yinsha Palace. With Li Junming's assistance, Xiao Ruochen managed to bring each elder under his control. Finally, he exhaled a sigh of relief. The entire Yinsha Palace was now under his dominion. Once he dealt with Zhou Shanghan, the situation would be perfectly resolved. "Let us proceed. It is time to meet Zhou Shanghan." A faint smile graced Xiao Ruochen's face, reminiscent of petals dancing in a gentle breeze. He had no intention of killing Zhou Shanghan. After all, Zhou had reached the realm of the mysterious king. Having such a subordinate would be beneficial to his future governance of East Zhou. Later, accompanied by Li Junming and the upper echelons of the Yinsha Palace, Xiao Ruochen arrived at Zhou Shanghan's secluded abode. He did not intend to take matters into his own hands, instead choosing to conceal himself among the crowd. With Li Junming and the numerous elders present, his direct involvement was unnecessary. Moments later, the doors of the cave opened, and Zhou Shanghan emerged, inquiring, "Junming, what compels me to leave my retreat?" "Serious matters have arisen," Li Junming replied, slowly advancing towards Zhou Shanghan. "What is it?" Zhou Shanghan asked, his voice low and somber. "Master seeks you." Upon finishing her words, Li Junming suddenly struck out with a powerful palm, unleashing a violent gust that crashed against Zhou Shanghan's chest like a surging tide. Caught off guard, Zhou felt as if struck by lightning. Blood spurted from his mouth as his body was propelled backward, crashing heavily against the mountainside, rendering him unable to fight. "Junming." Zhou Shanghan's eyes were filled with disbelief. He never anticipated that the woman he trusted most would turn against him so ruthlessly. "Seize him." Li Junming's voice was chillingly cold, not sparing Zhou Shanghan a second glance. As her command fell, the elders of Yinsha Palace pounced upon Zhou like hungry wolves. "Scoundrels! How dare you betray me?" Zhou Shanghan roared in fury, but he had lost his combat ability, unable to resist. "How far you've fallen, yet you still pretend to be formidable." At that moment, Xiao Ruochen stepped forth from the crowd, a barely perceptible smile on his lips, as if mocking Zhou Shanghan's arrogance. "You wretched brat, it's you." Zhou Shanghan's eyes burned with resentment. He could not fathom why his wife and subordinates would heed Xiao Ruochen's commands. "Considering you still possess some value, I shall spare your life for now, but I hope you do not disappoint me." After Xiao Ruochen finished speaking, he swiftly unleashed a formidable soul attack, akin to a tempest, directly striking the injured Zhou Shanghan, causing him to faint instantly. Following this, he forcefully implanted a soul mark deep within the depths of Zhou's soul. At that moment, the entire Yinsha Palace was entirely under his control. In the ensuing days, Xiao Ruochen devoted himself to profound cultivation within the Yinsha Palace, while Li Junming faithfully served by his side like a devoted handmaiden. Upon regaining consciousness, Zhou Shanghan discovered the absence of any guards around him, and he contemplated escaping the Yinsha Palace, plotting revenge against Xiao Ruochen. However, as soon as this thought emerged, he felt an excruciating pain within his soul, as if it were being gnawed upon by countless ants. This agony was akin to the flames of purgatory, threatening to incinerate his very essence, prompting him to emit a heart-wrenching wail. At that moment, an elder entered, coldly remarking, "Zhou Shanghan, it would be prudent for you to refrain from harboring any detrimental thoughts towards the master, lest your soul be utterly obliterated." Eventually, after a prolonged silence, Zhou Shanghan accepted the grim reality of his soul's domination. He realized that any thought detrimental to Xiao Ruochen would summon an overwhelming, chilling pain from the depths of his soul, an inhumane torment that no ordinary being could withstand. If he did not swiftly extinguish these rebellious thoughts, his soul would soon face complete annihilation. Time passed like a fleeting shadow, and 3 days swiftly elapsed. With an abundance of resources at his disposal, Xiao Ruochen's cultivation soared like a rocket, reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd level of the Xin sect, just a step away from the 4th level. At this moment, he sat in the reincarnation space, continuously circulating the reincarnation technique, channeling his inner Xin power like a surging tide, fiercely attempting to breach the 4th level of the Xin sect. Boom, boom, boom. After the breakthrough, Xiao Ruochen's eyes suddenly widened, a confident glimmer radiating from within. He then sought out Li Junming, instructing her to periodically supply resources to his family and to dispatch 2 elders to oversee matters. Once everything was arranged, Xiao Ruochen boarded the Xin boat, heading towards the direction of the Mo Yun sect. His next targets were the Mo Yun sect and the Tianjin sect. With the complete plundering of these 2 major sects, he was confident in breaking through to the 6th level of the Xin sect, at which point he would set out to rescue those in the Eastern Xin Empire. Having tasted the sweetness of plunder, Xiao Ruochen realized that diligent cultivation could not compare to swiftly acquiring resources through robbery. Over the next half-month, he employed the same tactics, successfully gaining control over the upper echelons of both the Tianjin sect and the Mo Yun sect, thoroughly scavenging their resources. Thus, all 3 major sects fell under Xiao Ruochen's dominion. What remained was to devote himself entirely to enhancing his cultivation. Subsequently, he entered the cycle of reincarnation, gathering all the plundered resources into one place before fervently refining them. In the blink of 7 days, with the immense support of these resources, Xiao Ruochen's cultivation soared like a rocket, advancing from the 4th level of the Xin sect to the 6th. Su Muya of the Eastern Xin Empire, I am coming. A glint of cold light surged in Xiao Ruochen's eyes, as if he intended to freeze everything in its path. His heart was set on annihilation for Su Muya. Initially, he had acted with benevolence to save her, only to discover her ulterior motives, as she sought to take advantage of him. The Crown Prince and the 14th Prince of the Eastern Xin Empire were also on his list for extermination, as they had abducted Ling Yuhan and Gu Yunxi, leaving him no choice but to pursue them relentlessly. Afterward, Xiao Ruochen departed from the Heavenly Sword sect and continued his journey aboard the Xin boat towards the Eastern Xin Empire. Having plundered 3 major sects, he was not short of spirit stones, allowing him to sustain the journey. 7 days later, he finally arrived at the Eastern Xin Empire. To avoid alarming the enemy and inciting unnecessary troubles, he wisely anchored the Xin boat 100 miles outside Eastern Xin City. Transforming himself into an inconspicuous youth, he made his way towards the city. Chapter 104. The rescue plan. Upon entering the city, Xiao Ruochen wasted no time in seeking information. To acquire valuable intelligence, he spent thousands of spirit stones and ultimately obtained some crucial news. It turned out that the Crown Prince and the 14th Prince were to hold a grand wedding at the end of the month, with the brides being Ling Yuhan and Gu Yunxi. Upon learning this, a raging fire ignited within Xiao Ruochen's eyes, and an overwhelming fury threatened to erupt. By the heavens, I shall not rest until I bring down those 2 beasts. He gritted his teeth, a chill of murderous intent flickering in his gaze. After the initial surge of anger, Xiao Ruochen gradually calmed himself, contemplating his subsequent actions with great care. After considerable reflection, he resolved to first infiltrate the residence of the 14th Prince. He understood that reckless actions would only exacerbate the situation. A meticulously crafted plan was essential for the chance to rescue his beloved. Having made up his mind, Xiao Ruochen stealthily positioned himself around the perimeter of the 14th Prince's estate like a ghost. Merging with the shadows, he patiently awaited the opportune moment. With unwavering determination and sharp focus, he monitored every movement within the estate. Before long, a middle-aged man clad in armor, exuding an imposing presence, emerged from the residence. Upon seeing this, Xiao Ruochen's senses heightened, and he swiftly followed, his movements light and silent. Observing the man closely, Xiao Ruochen discerned, through years of experience, that this individual held a significant position within the prince's household. Due to the distinct hue of the armor worn by the individual, which starkly contrasted with that of the ordinary guards, it was evident that the material and embellishments were far more exquisite and unique. Clearly, This individual held at least the rank of a guard captain. Before long, the guard captain arrived at an unoccupied corner. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Ruochen moved with the swiftness of the wind, striking like a bolt of lightning as he delivered a powerful blow to the man's back. This strike, imbued with formidable strength, rendered the guard unconscious. Without delay, Xiao Ruochen adeptly transported the individual into the realm of reincarnation and swiftly departed from the scene. Upon returning to the inn, Xiao Ruochen immediately immersed himself in the realm of reincarnation. He gently placed his hand upon the guard's head and, without hesitation, activated the soul-searching technique, voraciously consuming the essence of the guard's memories. The force of the technique surged forth like a tempestuous tide, relentlessly assailing the guard's soul in a quest for every fragment of useful information. Approximately 15 minutes later, the guard lay on the ground, lifeless and devoid of vitality. Akin to a marionette drained of its essence, frothing at the mouth and entirely breathless. All the memories within his mind had been meticulously stripped away by Xiao Ruochen. Through these memories, Xiao Ruochen finally uncovered crucial information. Gu Yunxi was imprisoned within the estate of the 14th prince, while Ling Yuhan was confined in the crown prince's residence. Subsequently, Xiao Ruochen employed the illusory transformation art, focusing his mind and channeling his inner spiritual energy to metamorphose his appearance and form into that of a middle-aged man. Not only that, he carefully donned the armor of the guard, ensuring that every detail was flawlessly executed. Once he confirmed that there were no discernible flaws, Xiao Ruochen discreetly exited the inn. With measured steps, he made his way toward the estate of the 14th prince. Xiao Ruochen harbored no fears of being recognized, for the illusory transformation art was a profoundly intricate technique. Unless one possessed a cultivation level surpassing his by 2 significant realms, no one would be able to see through his disguise. Presently, Xiao Ruochen's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the Xianzong realm. To unveil his true form, one would need to attain at least the Xianhuang realm. This implied that within the Eastern Xian Empire, aside from Emperor Su Chaoge and Empress Duge Yanran, hardly anyone could penetrate the intricately crafted facade he had devised. Xiao Ruochen strode confidently into the estate of the 14th prince, adopting an air of familiarity and assurance as he began patrolling within the premises. The persona he now embodied was that of Zhou Moyan, a captain of the guards in the 14th prince's estate. Following the memories gleaned from the soul-searching process, Xiao Ruochen nonchalantly advanced toward the back garden of the 14th prince. Gu Yunxi was confined in a palace adjacent to the back garden. However, as merely the captain of the guards, he was not permitted to tread into that area without explicit authorization. The palace beside the back garden served as the residence for the women of the royal family, heavily guarded and fortified. Any ordinary guard daring to intrude recklessly would face dire consequences, subjected to exceedingly harsh punishments. As Xiao Ruochen passed near the back garden, an overwhelming aura of divine consciousness swept over him. His heart tightened, yet he maintained an outward composure, as if oblivious to the intrusion, continuing his steadfast patrol in another direction. He was acutely aware that the back garden was protected by the royal prince's guards, their cultivation around the 4th level of the profound king realm, making them formidable adversaries. Although Xiao Ruochen felt no fear of these guards, he understood that disturbing them could complicate his rescue mission, potentially jeopardizing Gu Yunxi's safety. In the following days, Xiao Ruochen remained vigilant while patrolling the prince's residence, constantly on the lookout for opportunities. Each time he passed the palace where Gu Yunxi was imprisoned, his heart would clench with anxiety, yet he fought to suppress his urges, biding his time for the perfect moment. After much contemplation, he resolved to disguise himself as a woman to infiltrate the back garden. Believing this was the only way to approach the palace where Gu Yunxi was held. This plan was fraught with peril, but for the sake of his beloved, he was willing to take the risk. With a plan in mind, Xiao Ruochen set his sights on a middle-aged matron named Chun Wanrong, the stewardess of the prince's back courtyard, whose cultivation stood at the 2nd level of the profound king realm. She was responsible for managing the maidservants of the back garden and held a significant position within the prince's estate. To gain her favor, Xiao Ruochen made it a point to greet her during his daily patrols, gradually fostering a rapport between them. Chun Wanrong, charmed by the capable young captain of the guards, began to take a liking to him, often engaging in light conversation whenever they met. One evening, as Xiao Ruochen passed the back garden once more, he fortuitously encountered the matron emerging from the shadows. "Captain, still on patrol?" She greeted him with a warm smile, her eyes reflecting a hint of affection. "Wanrong, you haven't retired yet?" he replied, matching her smile with one full of concern. "There have been many matters to attend to, hence my late hours," Chen Wanrong explained. Her smile tinged with fatigue. "Where are you headed at this hour? May I accompany you?" Xiao Ruochen inquired, his gaze imbued with anticipation. "I simply felt a bit restless and decided to take a stroll," she admitted, a playful smile gracing her lips, her eyes flickering with barely concealed eagerness. "Then might I escort you on your walk?" Xiao Ruochen proposed, suddenly struck by inspiration. It was evident to him that Chen Wanrong harbored an interest in him, presenting a rare opportunity. "That would be delightful. I happen to have some free time now." "A walk sounds pleasant," she responded, a subtle smile illuminating her face, her heart secretly elated. Although she had already surpassed the age of 40, she diligently maintained her appearance. Coupled with her cultivation having reached the second layer of the Xianwang realm, she appeared to be merely in her 30s. For those who are fond of mature women, a lady of this age exudes a captivating charm that is immensely alluring. Furthermore, Chen Wanrong's beauty is commendable. Her features are exquisite and her complexion fair, which explains her selection to serve in the prince's residence. Thus, the two departed from the prince's manor, strolling side by side through the streets of Dongxian City. The evening in Dongxian City was adorned with flickering lights, and the streets were sparsely populated, their footsteps accompanied only by the occasional whisper. Unbeknownst to them, they reached the banks of Tianxin Lake in the western part of the city. At this hour, the surroundings were enveloped in profound silence, devoid of any shadows. The lake shimmered under the moonlight, its surface rippling gently, while a cool breeze caressed the air. Seemingly intentional, yet perhaps unintentional. Chen Wanrong's voluptuous figure leaned towards Xiao Ruochen like a willow swaying in the breeze, her gaze brimming with ambiguity and anticipation. Xiao Ruochen, undeterred, wrapped his arms around her soft waist, a look of enjoyment gracing his features. He understood that in this moment, he must align with her desires to better realize his own plans. Feeling Xiao Ruochen's embrace, Chen Wanrong grew bolder, her delicate hand curling around his neck like a playful serpent. "Sister Rong, you are truly beautiful," Xiao Ruochen exclaimed, feigning infatuation, his voice gentle and enticing. "Is that so? Do you like it?" A flirtatious smile danced upon Chen Wanrong's lips, her eyes filled with longing. Over the years, working in the prince's residence and the prohibition against relationships between guards and female attendants had rendered her devoid of male company for several years. Yet, the handsome commander before her, despite his slightly lower cultivation, stirred something within her heart. "Of course, I do," Xiao Ruochen replied, his hands becoming increasingly audacious as they roamed lightly over Chen Wanrong's form. "How shameless. You take advantage of me," she teased, her voice beguiling. Chapter 105. Reunion with Guyunchi Goodness. "How long has it been since I've seen a man?" Xiao Ruochen pondered silently, observing Chen Wanrong's fervent demeanor. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his soul martial arts, a surge of formidable power erupting instantaneously, rendering Chen Wanrong unconscious. In that fleeting moment of her fainting, Xiao Ruochen swiftly employed the soul-searching technique, imprinting all her memories into his own mind. However, he did not end her life. Instead, he inscribed a mark of servitude deep within her soul. This act ensured that Chen Wanrong would never betray him. Ever since his cultivation had ascended to the Xianzong realm, his reincarnation space had undergone a dramatic transformation. Initially, the space was merely the size of a football field, appearing cramped and limited. Yet now, it has expanded thousands of times, vast and boundless, resembling a world unto itself. In such an expansive space, it would indeed be a waste not to have a maidservant to attend to it. Subsequently, Xiao Ruochen entered the reincarnation space with Chen Wanrong. After approximately half an hour, Chen Wanrong slowly awakened. "Master," she said reverently, kneeling upon regaining consciousness. She could distinctly feel her soul firmly controlled by Xiao Ruochen. Any flicker of dissatisfaction or rebellion in her heart would lead to her immediate obliteration. "Rise," Xiao Ruochen gently gestured for her to stand, then softly instructed, "From now on, you shall manage this space. Over there, a bamboo house needs to be constructed, a lake must be excavated here, and flowers, grasses, and trees should be planted in that area." Xiao Ruochen articulated, contemplating transforming the reincarnation space into a serene paradise, akin to a fairyland. In the event of future peril, it would serve as a refuge for survival. Yes, Master, Chun Wanrong humbly replied, her eyes brimming with submission. Remove your clothing, Xiao Ruochen suddenly commanded. Yes, Master. Chun Wanrong assumed he desired her service, promptly shedding her garments without a trace of hesitation or embarrassment. However, Xiao Ruochen did not approach her. Instead, he employed the myriad transformation technique, assuming Chun Wanrong's appearance and donning her attire. Upon witnessing Xiao Ruochen transform into her likeness, Chun Wanrong's face registered shock. She had not anticipated such wondrous magic from him, and her heart swelled with awe towards Xiao Ruochen. Subsequently, he departed the reincarnation space, heading straight to the residence of the 14th prince. From Chun Wanrong's memories, he was aware that Gu Yushi was imprisoned in the grand hall at the center of the back garden. As the steward of the back garden, Chun Wanrong's daily duty involved overseeing the prince's maidservants. Upon entering the 14th prince's residence, Xiao Ruochen seamlessly made his way to the back garden. Disguised as Chun Wanrong, he encountered no obstacles along the way. Steward Chun, you have returned. Miss Gu has been throwing tantrums, refusing to eat and smashing things. A maid rushed over with an expression of urgency and helplessness as he stepped into the back garden. Go attend to other matters. I shall check on her. Xiao Ruochen mimicked Chun Wanrong's voice, infusing it with a hint of authority, before proceeding toward the palace where Gu Yushi resided. As he entered the palace, the sound of shattering porcelain reached his ears. Oh, quite the temper you possess, Xiao Ruochen remarked with a faint smile, directing his gaze toward Gu Yushi. Steward Chun, please persuade Miss Gu. She is about to destroy everything inside. Upon the arrival of Xiao Ruochen, the several maidservants in the room sighed in relief, as if they had glimpsed a savior. You may all leave. I can handle things here, Xiao Ruochen asserted with a wave of her hand, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Yes, Manager Chun. The maidservants responded respectfully before turning to exit the chamber. Miss Gu, you truly possess audacity, daring to smash items belonging to the prince's residence. Xiao Ruochen approached Gu Yushi, her countenance frigid and her steps deliberate, icy disdain radiating from her gaze. What do you intend to do? Gu Yushi instinctively recoiled a few steps as Chun Wanrong advanced towards her, an undeniable wariness enveloping her. The disparity in their powers was painfully apparent, and she knew she was no match for her. Why, you are quite the enchanting sight. Xiao Ruochen's eyes glimmered with a hint of greed, resembling a famished wolf eyeing its prey, filled with desire. Shameless woman, don't act recklessly, or I shall summon assistance. Gu Yunshi's complexion paled instantly at the threat, her body trembling involuntarily, fear lacing her voice. Haha, senior sister Yunshi, you truly are timid. Look how frightened you are. Xiao Ruochen suddenly chuckled lightly, the laughter shattering the tension and reverting the atmosphere to its former state. Is that really you, junior brother Ruochen? Gu Yunshi's expression was one of incredulity, as if struggling to trust her own eyes. She blinked, trying to ascertain the reality of the person before her. Indeed, it is unequivocally I. A warm smile graced Xiao Ruochen's face, akin to the sun of spring, radiant and comforting, dispelling the gloom that had settled within Gu Yunshi's heart. Now, let me ask you, where did we first meet? A sudden alertness flickered across Gu Yunshi's features, her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Ruochen, seemingly seeking validation of his identity from his response. Our first encounter was by a lake deep within the Dongxian Mountains, where I accidentally bumped into you, Xiao Ruochen recalled playfully, a nostalgic smile illuminating his face, sweetness enveloping his heart. Junior brother Ruochen, I thought I would never see you again. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Gu Yunshi leapt into Xiao Ruochen's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks and soaking his garments. During her days of confinement, Gu Yunshi's heart had grown desolate, each day steeped in despair. She had envisioned countless times that Xiao Ruochen would arrive like a heroic figure to rescue her from her dire circumstances. Yet, each fantasy was met with the harshness of reality, shattering her heart over and over again. It was only in this moment, with Xiao Ruochen standing vividly before her, that she comprehended the profound significance he held in her heart, a weight capable of sustaining her through all her tribulations. How could this be? As long as I am alive, I shall not permit anyone to bully you. Xiao Ruochen gently embraced Gu Yunshi, Sensing her trembling fragility, a warm smile gracing his face, imbued with comfort and promise. Ruochen, when we first met, did you intentionally pinch me? Gu Yunxi playfully chided, lightly tapping his chest, a delicate blush blooming on her cheeks, reminiscent of a breathtaking sunset. Sister Yunxi, how could you doubt my character? Xiao Ruochen replied helplessly, his gaze filled with indulgence. Your figure is so exquisite. I merely acted on instinct. Is my figure truly that remarkable? Gu Yunxi, still nestled against his chest, tilted her chin slightly, gazing at him with playful innocence, her eyes sparkling with both anticipation and a hint of shyness. Absolutely, Xiao Ruochen affirmed with a gentle nod, a smile radiating warmth akin to the spring sun, his eyes reflecting admiration and praise. His thoughts inadvertently drifted back to the moment they first crossed paths, when she emerged from the water like a mermaid, leaving an unforgettable impression that still captivated him. Ruochen, do you like me? Gu Yunxi's large, glistening eyes regarded him with earnest intensity, filled with fervent expectation, as if they could ignite the world. At that moment, she no longer wished to conceal her feelings. She had irrevocably fallen for this man and longed to hear his affirmative response. Of course, I do, Xiao Ruochen replied earnestly, unable to find any reason to refuse under Gu Yunxi's passionate gaze. Her beauty and kindness had profoundly touched his heart, rendering him utterly captivated. Gu Yunxi's allure was innate. Her graceful form resembled a finely carved jade sculpture, every curve impeccably defined, exuding an enchanting charm, coupled with her innocent visage and pure, radiant smile. One glance was all it took to ensnare anyone's heart. Such an extraordinary woman. Who could possibly resist? Ruochen, may I become your woman? A shy blush crept across Gu Yunxi's cheeks, her eyes still brimming with hope. Chapter 106. Gu Yunxi's Confession. Sister Yunxi, from this day forth, you shall be my woman, Xiao Ruochen declared with unwavering conviction, tightening his embrace around Gu Yunxi as if to meld her into his very being, and without hesitation. He kissed her cherry-like lips. In the face of such a stunning woman's ardent confession, any man would find it impossible to resist. At that moment, their lips collided with an intensity akin to dry tinder meeting fierce flames. They eagerly drew from each other's corners of their mouths, as if seeking to meld their very souls. Gu Yunxi, being inexperienced in the realm of kisses, exhibited a notable awkwardness in her movements. Before long, she found herself languishing in Xiao Ruochen's embrace, her cheeks aflame, her gaze dreamy, and her breath quickening. Sister Yunxi, Su Tiance has arrived. At that moment, Xiao Ruochen's senses detected an approaching presence. He promptly released Gu Yunxi, his demeanor shifting to one of solemnity and vigilance. Instantly, he transformed into the likeness of Chun Wanrong. Damn that Su Tiance, Gu Yunxi muttered under her breath, her heart brimming with indignation. She hurriedly adjusted her attire, her exquisite face blushing like a blossoming peach flower, captivating in its beauty. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door, followed by Su Tiance entering the room. Your Highness. Xiao Ruochen bowed respectfully, simultaneously extending his awareness to surreptitiously assess Su Tiance's strength and the surrounding conditions. He had already resolved to seize this opportunity to incapacitate Su Tiance and then impersonate him, intending to plunder the royal estate. Despite Su Tiance having attained the first level of the Xianwang realm, Xiao Ruochen remained unfazed. With his current strength, vanquishing his opponent would be a simple task. Leave. Su Tiance commanded haughtily, gesturing with his right hand for Xiao Ruochen to exit first. As you wish, Your Highness, Xiao Ruochen replied with utmost humility, his voice laced with deference. He then proceeded to walk towards the door, his steps steady and light, concealing any hint of anomaly. Just as he reached the space behind Su Tiance, he suddenly unleashed a soul attack. This assault surged forth like a tempest, imbued with a terrifying spiritual force, instantly crashing into Su Tiance's soul and rendering him momentarily dazed. Xiao Ruochen moved with the swiftness of the wind, swiftly sealing Su Tiance's cultivation and silencing him with precise, unhesitating actions. He then pressed his hand onto Su Tiance's head, ruthlessly employing the soul search technique. Nevertheless, he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. For Su Tiance was a prince of the Dongxian Empire and undoubtedly possessed a life-soul lamp. Should Su Tiance perish, the Dongxian Empire would likely discover it without delay. complicating Xiao Ruocheng's plans to plunder the royal estate. After acquiring Su Tian's memories, Xiao Ruocheng decisively crippled his opponent's dantian and rendered him incapable of resistance. He then stripped Su Tian's of his clothing, casting it into the cycle space, which currently required laborers for its construction. Su Tian's would serve as a suitable source of manpower. Junior brother Ruocheng, where is he? Gu Yunxi's face reflected surprise, her heart filled with confusion. I possess a secret treasure space capable of housing living beings. You too may enter it when the time comes, Xiao Ruocheng revealed, his eyes brimming with tenderness and trust. He harbored no secrets from the woman he cherished. So what shall we do next? Gu Yunxi's eyes shimmered with a blend of anticipation and trepidation. Of course, we shall plunder the prince's residence. A faint smile curled at Xiao Ruocheng's lips, infused with a trace of coldness, embodying both a yearning for riches and disdain for their adversaries. Upon uttering these words, he transformed himself into the likeness of Su Tian's. Junior brother Ruocheng, what kind of disguise technique is this? It's utterly astonishing. Gu Yunxi's face illuminated with astonishment. Having been thoroughly awed by Xiao Ruocheng within the short span of an hour, her eyes widened as she scrutinized him, as if beholding an incredible miracle. It's merely an illusion technique, Xiao Ruocheng replied, a hint of pride gracing his features. He gently wrapped his arm around Gu Yunxi's waist and said, "Come. Allow me to escort you to the prince's residence for our heist. Is it truly safe?" A flicker of concern crossed Gu Yunxi's face, her brows furrowing slightly, her heart still laden with worry. "What is there to fear? As long as I am with you, your safety is assured," Xiao Ruocheng declared, pulling Gu Yunxi close and offering her a resolute gaze that instilled profound reassurance. With determined strides, Xiao Ruocheng exited the palace and commenced a grand looting spree within the prince's residence. Thanks to Su Tian's memories, his pillaging efforts unfolded with remarkable ease. He deftly navigated through various chambers and treasure vaults, and in less than 2 hours, he had turned the prince's abode upside down, transferring all valuables into the cycle of rebirth. Subsequently, Xiao Ruocheng and Gu Yunxi boarded a beast-drawn carriage and departed from the 14th prince's domain. After leaving the prince's estate, Xiao Ruocheng stealthily led Gu Yunxi into the cycle of rebirth. Junior brother Ruocheng, the spiritual energy here is so dense. No wonder your advancement has been so rapid. Gu Yunxi exclaimed, her face a portrait of astonishment. She inhaled deeply, basking in the rich aura, as if she had entered a realm of immortality. Sister Yunxi, you should cultivate here from now on. This will surely expedite your progress, Xiao Ruocheng said, his eyes brimming with expectation and care. Indeed, Gu Yunxi nodded gently, resting her head softly against Xiao Ruocheng's chest, drawing comfort from his warmth and strength. Without hesitation, Xiao Ruocheng's right hand trailed down her collar, slowly descending. For now that she was his woman, he felt no need for restraint. "Ah, junior brother Ruocheng, how did I not notice your wickedness before?" Gu Yunxi's voice carried a playful reproach, her exquisite face resembling a ripe apple, radiant and alluring. However, she only feigned resistance for a moment before surrendering to his embrace, allowing his hands to roam freely. "In the past, you were not yet mine. How could I dare to be so mischievous with you?" Xiao Ruocheng's lips curled into a mischievous smile as she deftly shed Gu Yunxi's outer garments, revealing her skin, as pristine as freshly fallen snow. A sense of trepidation washed over me. Gu Yunxi's voice trembled slightly, her eyes glistening with a hint of unease. "Do not fear, I shall be gentle," Xiao Ruocheng said with a wicked grin, her lips brushing against Gu Yunxi's crimson ones like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Under Xiao Ruocheng's alluring influence, it took mere moments for Gu Yunxi to lose her will to resist. One cannot deny that Gu Yunxi is indeed a sensitive woman. Even the slightest caress elicited enchanting sounds that could ensnare the soul. Xiao Ruocheng gently laid Gu Yunxi upon the grass of the reincarnation space, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on her, the depth of her affection and fervor seemingly capable of melting Gu Yunxi's very being. With a delicate touch, she let her fingers glide down along Gu Yunxi's collarbone. Feeling the warmth radiating from Xiao Ruocheng's hand, Gu Yunxi's skin quivered slightly, a soft sigh escaping her throat, rendering her increasingly tense. Xiao Ruocheng leaned closer, her warm breath enveloping Gu Yunxi's ear, causing her to shiver anew. Xiao Ruocheng's hands wandered slowly over Gu Yunxi's form, each touch charged with an electric thrill, gradually dissipating Gu Yunxi's rationality. In that moment, Gu Yunxi instinctively wrapped her arms around Xiao Ruochen's neck, drawing her nearer. Xiao Ruochen responded in kind, their bodies pressed closely together, their heartbeats intertwining in a harmonious rhythm. Unbeknownst to them, their garments slipped away, and they became entwined in one another's embrace. A day passed. Xiao Ruochen quietly departed from the reincarnation space, setting her course toward the prince's residence. Her objective this time was to rescue Ling Yuhan. Xiao Ruochen retained a sense of caution regarding the prince's estate. From Su Tian's memories, she learned that the prince was named Su Tianma, possessing a cultivation level that had reached the 9th tier of the mysterious king realm within the Eastern Su Empire. Apart from Emperor Chaoga and the Empress Dugu Yanran, he was the most formidable. Thus, the challenge of rescuing Ling Yuhan from the prince's estate was daunting, to say the least. Nonetheless, regardless of the obstacles, Xiao Ruochen resolutely refused to abandon her mission to save Ling Yuhan. Subsequently, Xiao Ruochen employed the same tactics as before, subduing a guard from the prince's estate and altering her appearance, stealthily infiltrating the stronghold without a trace. Upon entering the prince's residence, her spirit tensed like a tightly drawn bowstring. The guards were evidently more formidable than those at Su Tian's abode, with many of the warriors within boasting cultivation levels at the 6th tier of the mysterious king realm. Given Xiao Ruochen's current abilities, exposure could severely jeopardize her rescue mission. To ensure Ling Yuhan's safe retrieval, Xiao Ruochen dared not exhibit any lapse in vigilance. She understood that a single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Thus, until she possessed absolute certainty, she would refrain from taking rash actions. Cautiously, she evaded patrolling guards, stealthily advancing toward the location where Ling Yuhan was confined. With each step, she exercised utmost care, her heart racing uncontrollably. Chapter 107. Farewell to Ling Yuhan. Time slipped away silently, and 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. During this brief interlude, the news of the disappearance of the 14th Prince Mu Tiance spread like wildfire throughout the Eastern Xian Empire. Speculation and rumors abounded as the entire empire was thrown into a state of anxiety by this sudden turn of events. In the Eastern Xian Imperial Palace, within the queen's chambers, a woman of unparalleled beauty lay languidly in a bath, surrounded by fragrant flower petals of pink and white that enveloped her. Her graceful figure boasted exquisite curves, her skin fairer than snow, reminiscent of warm, delicate jade, exuding an enchanting allure. She was the influential queen of the Eastern Xian Empire. Dugu Yanran. Have all matters been clarified? Dugu Yanran's voice was as cold as a mountain spring, laced with an unsettling undertone of menace. Her gaze flickering with a sharp intensity. Your Majesty, the 14th Prince departed the royal estate in the company of Gu Yunxi, and we have yet to receive any news regarding their exit from the imperial city, a trembling maidservant replied. What a hopeless fool. Dugu Yanran's tone was icily frigid, tinged with a hint of disdain. What of Xiao Ruochen? Any news on him? According to our sources, Xiao Ruochen returned to the Cold Heaven sect 20 days ago. It is said that he had a confrontation with Nangong Ju, and he has since left the sect, his whereabouts unknown, the maidservant reported earnestly, her voice laced with tension. Afraid of omitting any detail, stay vigilant on his movements, and inform me immediately upon any developments, Dugu Yanran commanded, then closed her eyes, dismissing the maidservant to bask in the soothing comfort of her bath. The rising steam enveloped her visage in a soft haze. Yes, Your Majesty, the maidservant responded hastily, retreating cautiously as if to not disturb the queen's tranquility. In the crown prince's estate, within the council hall, a strikingly handsome youth with hawk-like eyes sat poised in the main seat, radiating an aura of formidable authority. Clad in an opulent robe adorned with intricate patterns, he epitomized noble status. This individual was Su Tianma, the crown prince of the Eastern Xian Empire. Is Xiao Ruochen truly as enigmatic as you profess? Su Tianma's voice was deep, his brow slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of skepticism and wariness. Your Highness, this young man is not only peculiar but exceedingly formidable. He ascended from the Xian-Tu realm to the Xianzong realm in less than a year, and his ability to challenge opponents of higher ranks is astonishing. An elderly man with white hair stroked his beard and spoke slowly, his eyes filled with gravity and contemplation. Moreover, he is an exceptional alchemist and has even cured Princess Muya. With so many mysterious occurrences surrounding him, who would believe he harbors no secrets? The elder's voice resonated with a steady yet powerful timbre, each word seemingly weighted with immense significance. Could it be that he bore an ancient legacy? A glimmer of greed flickered in Su Tianma's eyes, a yearning for formidable strength and enigmatic heritage. The rumors regarding his possession of such an ancient inheritance could not be unfounded. If the old man's conjecture held true, this young man must have already arrived at Dongxian City, and the disappearance of the 14th prince was undoubtedly entwined with him. The white-haired elder deliberated. Mr. Lao will oversee Ling Yuhan's affairs, Su Tianma instructed. Rest assured, Your Highness, I have dispatched individuals to monitor Ling Yuhan day and night. Should that young man reveal himself, he will find himself ensnared with no escape, the elder vowed with conviction. Then I am grateful to you, Mr. Lao. Once I uncover this youth's secret, I shall have the opportunity to ascend to the Xianhuang realm. At that juncture, I shall no longer fear Dugu Yanran, and you, sir, will become the chancellor of the Dongxian Empire. A cold glint flashed in Su Tianma's eyes as he began to scheme grand plans for the future. Time flew by, and 3 days had swiftly passed. After meticulous observation, Xiao Ruochen had gained a fundamental understanding of the security situation at the prince's residence. Surrounding the palace that imprisoned Ling Yuhan were 4 formidable experts at the 5th level of the Xianhuang realm, their consciousness weaving an impenetrable net that perpetually ensnared the palace where Ling Yuhan resided. Any subtle movement would not evade their keen perception. Under such stringent defenses, it seemed nearly impossible for Xiao Ruochen to rescue him beneath their watchful gaze. After much deliberation, Xiao Ruochen resolved to infiltrate the establishment first and devise a long-term strategy. If no opportunity presented itself, he would remain by Ling Yuhan's side, biding his time for the right moment to whisk her away. This decision was not made lightly. It demanded immense courage and sagacity. With a firm resolve, Xiao Ruochen focused his attention on a maid named Xiao Yao, who was responsible for Ling Yuhan's daily needs and thus the most likely candidate to approach her. He meticulously observed and studied her movements and routines. With a target in sight, Xiao Ruochen began to wait quietly for the opportune moment. Concealed in the shadows, he resembled a patient cheetah, poised to strike at the perfect instant. On a fateful day, after his diligent vigil, Xiao Yao finally departed the prince's residence. Seizing the moment, Xiao Ruochen moved with silent grace, like a specter, trailing her discreetly. Ultimately, within a tailor's shop, he materialized behind Xiao Yao like a phantom, swiftly incapacitating her with a decisive strike. He then transformed himself to assume Xiao Yao's appearance and returned to the prince's residence. Through Xiao Yao's memories, Xiao Ruochen discovered that Ling Yuhan was currently unharmed. Given that Su Tianma was preoccupied with power struggles and had little time to attend to Ling Yuhan, a slight relief washed over him. Furthermore, Su Tianma was already engaged to a princess, showing scant interest in Ling Yuhan. This also provided Xiao Ruochen with a modicum of reassurance. At least Ling Yuhan was not currently facing any immediate peril. From Su Tian's memories, Xiao Ruochen was acutely aware that the primary objective of the crown prince in imprisoning Ling Yuhan was to draw him out and thus obtain the legacy that resided within him. Although Xiao Ruochen had transformed into the likeness of Xiao Yao, as he approached the palace where Ling Yuhan was held, he was still subjected to the probing of several profound king realm consciousnesses. This underscored the stringent vigilance maintained by the guards. Every individual who approached the palace was required to undergo rigorous scrutiny and surveillance. Xiao Ruochen possessed an exceptionally powerful consciousness, enabling him to sense that 4 formidable beings at the 6th tier of the profound king realm were concealed in the vicinity of the palace. Their powerful yet elusive auras were barely perceptible, detectable only by someone with Xiao Ruochen's acute sensitivity. The consciousness of these 6 profound kings enveloped Ling Yuhan nearly around the clock. Any slight fluctuation in her emotions would be immediately sensed by them. Any abnormal emotional shift could potentially trigger their alertness. Furthermore, Xiao Ruochen discerned that there was a more powerful protector within the crown prince's estate, whose cultivation had reached at least the 8th tier of the profound king realm, far beyond what the current Xiao Ruochen could contend with. Faced with such formidable adversaries, Xiao Ruochen understood the necessity of exercising utmost caution. Seeing Ling Yuhan grow increasingly frail stirred an inexplicable pain within Xiao Ruochen's heart, as if a blade were twisting within him. Ultimately, He resolved to inform her of his presence. Sister Yuhan, it is Xiao Ruochen. You must remain calm. There are 4 profound kings observing us, he conveyed through soul transmission. Upon hearing Xiao Ruochen's voice, Ling Yuhan's body trembled slightly, but she quickly regained her composure and responded. Who are you really? Why are you impersonating senior brother Ling Chun? Her wariness remained high. She suspected that this woman was merely attempting to masquerade as Xiao Ruochen to gain her trust. However, Ling Yuhan did not betray any outward signs of suspicion. Fearing that if this truly were Xiao Ruochen, her display of unease might inadvertently jeopardize him. Xiao Ruochen prepared a cup of tea for Ling Yuhan and discreetly transmitted. Sister Yuhan, I truly am Xiao Ruochen. If you doubt me, feel free to ask me questions, I can answer them all. Ling Yuhan, gazing intently at Xiao Ruochen, inquired through transmission, where did we first meet? At the Dongxian mountain range. I nearly lost my life at the hands of Dongfang Ling while protecting you. And later you brought me to a cave. Xiao Ruochen replied urgently and sincerely. Junior brother Ruochen, how did you transform into a woman? Ling Yuhan questioned through transmission. At this moment, she had confirmed that the individual before her was indeed Xiao Ruochen. I possess a transformation technique that allows me to assume the appearance of others. Xiao Ruochen reassured her through transmission. Sister Yuhan, do not worry, I will certainly rescue you. For now, focus on taking care of yourself and maintaining a positive mindset. In the early hours, junior brother, you should first rescue Sister Yunqi. It is far too perilous here. Ling Yuhan's eyes were filled with concern and care. He did not wish for Xiao Ruochen to fall into danger while attempting to save him. Sister Yuhan, rest assured. I have already rescued Sister Yunqi, Xiao Ruochen conveyed telepathically. Really? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Ling Yuhan's eyes. Yes, Sister Yuhan, you should quickly have something to eat. Xiao Ruochen's voice was filled with concern. His gaze tender and affectionate. Ling Yuhan nodded, and upon hearing that Gu Yunqi had been saved, the tension that had gripped her began to ease. And a long-lost smile graced her face. In the following days, Xiao Ruochen masqueraded as a maid, remaining by Ling Yuhan's side, while simultaneously seeking an opportunity to escape the prince's residence. He maintained constant vigilance, observing every movement around him, leaving no potential flaw or opportunity unnoticed. After much contemplation, Xiao Ruochen finally devised a means of escape. By releasing the maid Xuyue, he could disguise himself as Ling Yuhan. This notion gradually crystallized in his mind, evolving into a detailed and feasible plan. With this idea in mind, Xiao Ruochen quietly approached Ling Yuhan's bedside. This area was unlikely to be monitored, as Ling Yuhan was a woman and had already been betrothed to the prince, making her sleeping and bathing quarters off-limits for surveillance. This presented a rare loophole, the only opportunity he could exploit. With this gap in security, Xiao Ruochen proceeded with his plan. He released Xuyue and seized the chance to draw Ling Yuhan into the reincarnation space. Subsequently, he transformed himself to resemble Ling Yuhan. The entire process was fluid, executed without a moment's hesitation or doubt. At present, Xuyue had been placed under Xiao Ruochen's control and posed no risk of betraying him, making the impersonation of Ling Yuhan a safe endeavor. Within the reincarnation space, Sister Yunqi, I am finally seeing you. Ling Yuhan's voice was filled with excitement and joy as she swiftly approached Gu Yunqi. Reuniting with Gu Yunqi, Ling Yuhan embraced her tightly, both overwhelmed with emotion, as if they were finally reunited after a prolonged separation. Sister Yuhan, I am relieved to see that you are unharmed. Gu Yunqi exhaled in relief, a smile of comfort illuminating her face, tears glistening in her eyes. The spiritual energy here is so abundant. Ling Yuhan surveyed her surroundings, awestruck and amazed by the rich spiritual essence enveloping them. Isn't that Sutiance? Ling Yuhan's face registered shock as she recognized the figure digging not far away, none other than the 14th prince of the Dongxian Empire, Sutiance. She could scarcely believe her eyes. The once exalted prince was now laboring as a common worker. Indeed, he is Su Tianzi, but his dantian has been rendered useless, and now he toils here as a laborer. Gu Yunqi remarked with a hint of schadenfreude in her tone. I never expected junior brother Ruochen to possess such a mysterious space. Ling Yuhan displayed a look of astonishment, gaining a deeper understanding of Xiao Ruochen's abilities and secrets. Under the guidance of Chun Wanrong and Su Tianzi, the reincarnation space is currently undergoing extensive construction. In the future, lakes, forests, and houses will be established. Indeed, this place is vast. If fully developed, it could potentially become a grand city. A glimmer of anticipation appeared on Gu Yunxi's face. With just the two of them, how long would it take to complete? Why don't we lend a hand? Ling Yuhan suggested, her eyes brimming with enthusiasm and positivity. Certainly, let us build wooden houses. After all, we will be living here ourselves. Gu Yunxi exclaimed excitedly, eager to partake in the construction. Are you planning to reside here permanently? Ling Yuhan expressed her surprise, not expecting Gu Yunxi to harbor such intentions. Yes, I shall live here from now on. Wherever junior brother Ruochen goes, I shall follow. This place is replete with spiritual energy and all the necessities. Cultivating here is far more efficient than outside. Gu Yunxi's eyes shone with determination and dedication. It does sound appealing when you put it that way. I too shall cultivate here. Ling Yuhan nodded, moved by Gu Yunxi's words, and resolved to remain. At that moment, Xiao Ruochen had transformed into Qiu Yao's appearance and quietly departed from the prince's residence. Meanwhile, Qiu Yao lay on Ling Yuhan's bed. Thus the guards at the prince's residence did not notice any irregularities in the short term. After leaving the prince's residence, Xiao Ruochen finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he chose not to leave but instead stealthily lurked near the prince's residence, planning to seek another opportunity to infiltrate. Soon, he set his sights on a commanding guard. A formidable figure with an imposing demeanor, clearly a tough opponent. After several days of waiting, he finally seized the chance to incapacitate the guard commander as he exited. Xiao Ruochen acted swiftly and decisively, leaving no opportunity for the other party to react. Subsequently, he extracted the guard's memories through soul searching and transformed himself into the guard commander's likeness, infiltrating the prince's residence once more. By employing his exquisite transformation skills and knowledge of the guard commander's memories, he successfully evaded all suspicion and scrutiny. Meanwhile, the guard commander was rendered under his control and subsequently cast into the reincarnation space as a laborer. Thus, Xiao Ruochen resumed his covert presence within the prince's residence. Simultaneously, on the following day after Xiao Ruochen rescued Ling Yuhan, the four so-called Xianwang realm experts finally detected something amiss and hurried into the room. To their disappointment, Ling Yuhan had long since vanished. Lying on the bed was merely the maid, Xiao. Just as they were preparing to interrogate Xiao, she suddenly began to foam at the mouth and died instantly. This unforeseen turn of events left them utterly unprepared, plunging them into chaos and confusion. Faced with such a situation, the four formidable beings of the Xianwang realm were equally perplexed, unable to comprehend how Ling Yuhan had managed to escape. Could it be that she had the ability to transform? Their minds were rife with countless questions and speculations. Useless. You couldn't even keep a woman under control. Upon receiving this news, Su Tianma's face turned a shade of furious indigo as he hurled his teacup to the ground. Your Highness, Ling Yuhan is exceedingly cunning and adept in the art of disguise. Capturing her again will likely prove quite difficult. Spoke an elderly man with a head of white hair and a voice as deep as the abyss, his expression grave and tone heavy. Sir, what do you suggest we do? Su Tianma turned to the elder, his eyes brimming with expectation. Your Highness, the matter of inheritance relies heavily on fate. If your time has come, you will naturally acquire it. If not, it cannot be forced. In my humble opinion, you should focus on cultivating your own power for now, so that you can seize greater initiative when contending for the position of heir in the future, the elderly man advised. You speak wisely, Su Tianma nodded. With Xiao Ruochen now missing, it would be unwise to squander more time here. At the princess's residence, Your Highness, Xiao Ruochen has relocated his entire family and is currently nowhere to be found. Additionally, he has been expelled from the Hantian sect, making it quite a challenge to locate him again, a woman clad in black reported. Upon hearing this, Su Muya's expression darkened immediately. She had not anticipated Xiao Ruochen's swift response in relocating his family. At that moment, a flicker of regret surged within her. Had she directly crippled his Dantian at the outset, this predicament would not have arisen. The reason she had granted Xiao Ruochen 3 days was that she held a certain interest in him. After all, he had saved her and was exceptionally talented. If she could have secured his inheritance and kept him by her side as a consort, it would have been a splendid choice. However, she never imagined that Xiao Ruochen would escape from the dungeon and decisively relocate his family, which left her in a passive position. At this moment, she felt her plans had been utterly disrupted losing control of the situation. With a genius like Xiao Ruochen growing at such an alarming rate, offending him could lead to grave consequences if not resolved promptly. Chapter 109. The Beautiful Crown Princess in the Queen's Palace. A resplendent and solemn hall adorned with gold and jade, Queen Dugu sat regally at the main seat, resembling a blooming peony, exuding elegance and grace. Her exquisite visage was adorned with resplendent jewels, enhancing her already captivating beauty, while her opulent attire signified her unparalleled nobility. Before her stood a man clad in black robes, his eyes serpentine and malevolent, radiating a chilling aura of menace, as if he were a harbinger from the depths of the abyss. He inclined slightly, adopting a posture of reverence in the presence of the illustrious Dugu Yanran. "How fares the black prison and the mining operations?" Dugu Yanran inquired with an air of nonchalance, her graceful demeanor suggesting a complete mastery over the situation. Her gaze was as tranquil as still waters, yet imbued with an enigmatic depth that was hard to fathom. Reporting to the Holy Maiden, all proceeds smoothly. Barring unforeseen circumstances, we shall complete the excavation within 6 months, at which point we can depart this place. The middle-aged man's voice was deep and resonant, carrying a disquieting chill. His words were succinct, yet conveyed an unwavering allegiance to Dugu Yanran. "It is time to leave. After a decade in this accursed place, I find myself unwilling to linger for even a moment longer," Dugu Yanran declared, her tone frosty to the core. For one of her exalted stature, each passing moment over the past 10 years had been an agonizing trial. Time flew by, and soon a fortnight had slipped away. On this day, Xiao Ruochen finally encountered a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Both Su Tianma and a revered 8th-level practitioner had departed from the prince's residence simultaneously. This serendipitous event was, without a doubt, a divine boon for Xiao Ruochen, who had been tirelessly seeking a chance. Seizing this fortuitous moment, Xiao Ruochen employed his unique abilities to transform himself into the likeness of Su Tianma, mimicking not only his appearance but also his demeanor and even the minutest gestures with remarkable precision. He then strode confidently toward the prince's abode. Along the way, the guards and attendants, upon seeing him, offered respectful salutes without a trace of suspicion, allowing him to pass unimpeded. Once inside the prince's residence, Xiao Ruochen eagerly began his search. His gaze was keen and fervent, leaving no corner unexamined for hidden secrets. The room was lavishly appointed, filled with rare artifacts and extravagant decorations that dazzled the senses. However, Xiao Ruochen's mind was entirely focused on more substantive treasures than mere surface wealth. After a thorough exploration, he ultimately discovered a hidden chamber concealed behind a seemingly mundane calligraphy scroll. A wave of elation surged within him as he cautiously entered the secret room. The moment he stepped inside, astonishment washed over his face. The chamber was crammed with numerous chests, each brimming with spirit stones, hundreds of them, in fact. These stones radiated a brilliant luminescence, each one infused with rich spiritual energy. Xiao Ruochen quickly estimated that their total worth exceeded a staggering 100 million. His heart raced, excitement glimmering in his eyes. This represented an immense fortune, one capable of significantly enhancing his prowess. Moreover, within this secret chamber lay an abundance of martial arts techniques, combat skills, and precious spiritual herbs. The ancient tomes exuded an aura of antiquity, while the scrolls inscribed with enigmatic runes promised untold power. The exquisite spiritual herbs released a distinctive fragrance, a dazzling array that left one utterly mesmerized. "By heavens, this is truly a remarkable windfall," Xiao Ruochen exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Faced with such immense wealth, his visage radiated an uncontainable thrill. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, employing his unique abilities to draw all the treasures into the cycle of reincarnation. He then hastily exited the chamber, his heart brimming with joy and anticipation. "Your Highness, did you not enter the palace?" Suddenly, a gentle and melodious voice, like a nightingale emerging from the valley, graced the air. A woman of ethereal beauty and graceful form appeared, clad in a resplendent golden gown, adorned with a golden phoenix crown, her presence almost otherworldly. This was Nangang Xue, the princess consort of the Eastern Xian Empire. "There was little to attend to in the palace, so I returned early," Xiao Ruochen replied, his voice steady, revealing no hint of disarray. He gazed calmly at Nangang Xue, striving to maintain the composure and authority of Su Tianma. I have a matter to attend to outside. I shall return shortly. With that, he turned and walked toward the exit, aware that lingering too long might expose his ruse. Your Highness, Nangong Xue, with her alluring countenance, grasped Xiao Ruochen's arm, her eyes glimmering with a hint of longing and entreaty. What is it? He thought, feeling a slight tightening in his chest, instinctively becoming wary. He was acutely aware that Nangong Xue was no ordinary woman. She was the daughter of the Empire's great general. Possessing a cultivation level that had reached the 5th layer of the Xian King realm, her combat prowess exceptional among her peers. Thus, Xiao Ruochen knew he could not easily dismiss her in a short span. Your Highness, we have been married for several years now. Is it not time for us to have a child? Nangong Xue's voice was sultry as she embraced Xiao Ruochen from behind, her soft, ample form pressing closely against his back. Perhaps tonight, as I have some matters to attend to, Xiao Ruochen quickly interjected. At such a critical moment, he was determined not to act recklessly. Should Su Tianma return, the consequences would be dire. He attempted to extricate himself from Nangong Xue's embrace, but was cautious not to make any sudden movements that might arouse her suspicion. No, I want it now. Nangong Xue's voice was beguiling. With that, her enchanting lips pressed directly against his, and her delicate hand instinctively ventured beneath his garments. Oh dear, Brother Mingda. It seems I owe you my respects once again today. Faced with Nangong Xue's fervent advances, Xiao Ruochen, resigned, embraced her, fervently returning the kiss as he succumbed to the moment. At this moment, Xiao Ruochen was filled with an overwhelming sense of helplessness and anxiety. Yet he could only muster the courage to confront the situation. Meanwhile, Nangong Xue quietly leaned against the tea table, and the two embraced tightly. In an instant, the atmosphere became palpably intimate, heavy and hurried breaths permeating the air. A corner of the tea table trembled slightly, and the cups on it emitted soft clinks. At this juncture, Xiao Ruochen found himself devoid of any better options. He realized that if he did not tend to Nangong Xue properly, he might indeed find it impossible to leave. Now, he could only hope that Su Tianma would not return too soon, for that would bring considerable trouble. There was no denying that Nangong Xue's skin was exquisite, delicate, and smooth, akin to the warmth of jade, especially when adorned in the exclusive attire of a royal consort. She undeniably sparked a man's desires. The luxurious garments clung closely to her curves, enhancing her irresistible allure. An hour later, Xiao Ruochen donned his attire, tidied his slightly disheveled hair, and hastily departed from the prince's residence. His footsteps were quick and resolute, as if he were fleeing from some imminent peril. After his departure, a satisfied expression illuminated Nangong Xue's face. She narrowed her eyes slightly, savoring the passionate moments they had just shared. Subsequently, she summoned the maidservant who attended to Su Tianma. Your Highness, what elixirs has the prince consumed recently? Nangong Xue inquired, her tone laced with curiosity and intrigue. Replying to the princess consort, the maidservants are unaware. They answered respectfully, their heads bowed, not daring to meet Nangong Xue's gaze. Everyone, leave, Nangong Xue gestured dismissively. At that moment, her brow furrowed slightly as she fell into contemplation. Could it be that the prince had secretly taken medicine? How could he have grown so much so suddenly? She shook her head, a look of confusion crossing her face. She could certainly sense that Su Tianma today was entirely different from his usual self. Typically, he was preoccupied with political affairs and power struggles, rarely engaging with her. Even their intimate moments were but fleeting encounters. However, today, Su Tianma appeared exceptionally robust. So much so that describing him as strong as an ox would not be an exaggeration, and this brought her an unprecedented joy in her experience as a woman. Xue, what brings you here? At that moment, Su Tianma entered, his gaze settling on Nangong Xue, a gentle smile gracing his features. Your Highness, when did you change your attire? Nangong Xue asked, her face reflecting confusion. It had only been a brief moment. How could the prince have changed so swiftly? A sense of foreboding surged within her. I have been wearing this outfit all day. What is the matter? Su Tianma furrowed his brow, a hint of perplexity in his eyes. Your Highness, were you not wearing a blue robe just now? Nangong Xue's voice trembled slightly, her complexion shifting dramatically. This is not good. Someone is impersonating me, she realized with alarm. As Su Tianma's countenance suddenly darkened, his gaze turned piercingly sharp. He swiftly moved aside the paintings concealing the hidden chamber and hurriedly stepped inside. "Damn it," he muttered. Nangong Shui, pale as a ghost, hastily followed him in, her heart brimming with regret and fear. If Su Tianma were to discover her intimate connection with the impersonator of the crown prince, her fate would be dire indeed. At that moment, the hidden chamber lay utterly bare, all valuables having been removed, with only a few large characters left on the wall. Xiao Ruochen was here. "Xiao Ruochen, I shall annihilate your entire clan." The chilling glint in Su Tianma's fierce eyes radiated a terrifying, murderous intent that rendered onlookers hesitant to meet his gaze. At this instant, he was consumed by rage. The contents of this chamber represented his life savings, amassed over the years to cultivate talents. "Xiao Ruochen, you bastard, I will surely castrate you." He seethed. Nangong Shui, too, felt a tempest of fury brewing within her. Yet she understood that she could never reveal the truth, otherwise her status as the crown princess would be irrevocably lost. In the resplendent hall of the Eastern Xian Imperial Palace, Su Chaoga sat upon the dragon throne, exuding an air of unmatched authority. His solemn expression deterred anyone from approaching. "Your Majesty, it has been nearly confirmed that Xiao Ruochen has indeed obtained an ancient legacy, and the 14th prince has likely been abducted by him," reported the eunuch Wei, his voice high-pitched and his tone exceedingly respectful. "What audacity! To dare abduct my prince." Su Chaoga's voice was as cold as ice, imbued with an overwhelming aura of command. "Issue a decree. Summon the king of Zhentian personally to disband the Han sect and arrest all high-ranking officials, bringing them to the Eastern Xian Empire." His orders were resolute and uncompromising, leaving no room for dissent. "Yes, Your Majesty," Wei replied respectfully before turning to exit the hall, his footsteps hurried and cautious. In less than a year, he has advanced from Xian Tu to Xian Zone, demonstrating an extraordinary ability to challenge beyond his level, along with top-tier medical and alchemical skills. Su Chaoga murmured, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes. He recognized Xiao Ruochen's immense potential. If he could not be utilized for his own ends, he must be eradicated at the earliest opportunity. "Xiao Ruochen, I hope you do not disappoint me." Initially, he believed Xiao Ruochen's talents were merely above average. But upon learning of his growth and background, he felt a profound sense of crisis. Such a prodigious talent, if allowed to flourish, could undoubtedly overturn the rule of the Eastern Xian Empire, an outcome Su Chaoga could not bear to witness. More critically, Xiao Ruochen had already positioned himself as an enemy of the Eastern Xian Empire. Failing to eliminate him in his infancy would lead to catastrophic consequences. Chapter 110. The peril of the Han sect. At this moment, Xiao Ruochen was immersed in the cycle of space, wholly focused on his cultivation. The 20 million spirit stones resembled a resplendent treasure, providing him with ample resources, liberating him from concerns regarding cultivation supplies for a considerable duration. Naturally, with such an abundant quantity of spirit stones, Xiao Ruochen would not choose to indulge in them alone. Without hesitation, he summoned Gu Yunxi and Ling Yuhan to join him. As the two approached, Xiao Ruochen smiled and guided them to the heart of the towering pile of spirit stones. The three sat side by side, embarking on a shared journey of cultivation. As time quietly slipped by, the rich spiritual energy within the stones was gradually extracted and transformed. During this process, Xiao Ruochen's cultivation ascended like bamboo shoots breaking through the earth, showcasing an astonishing surge. However, to ensure the stability of his foundational cultivation, he deliberately controlled the pace of energy refinement. He understood well that refining too quickly would not only result in a considerable waste of spiritual energy, but could also undermine the stability of his cultivation path, necessitating immense time and effort to refine his abilities later. Conversely, adopting a slow and steady refining rhythm would not only solidify his cultivation, but also maximize the utilization of every ounce of spiritual energy within the stones. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Once all the spirit stones were thoroughly refined, Xiao Ruochen achieved a groundbreaking advancement, soaring directly from the 6th level of the Xian Zone realm to the 7th. Simultaneously, the martial skills he had mastered also saw significant enhancement during this process. With Xiao Ruochen's full support, both Ling Yuhan and Gu Yunxi experienced substantial breakthroughs, successfully ascending to the 3rd level of the Xian Zone realm. In light of such remarkable progress, the hearts of the two women brimmed with excitement and exhilaration. Throughout their lives, They had never encountered such abundant cultivation resources. This was their first encounter with such a vast quantity of spirit stones, and this experience undoubtedly injected formidable motivation into their cultivation journeys. Yunxi, do confess. What is your relationship with junior brother Ruochen? One day, curiosity sparkled in Ling Yuhan's eyes as she directly questioned Gu Yunxi. We're just senior and junior disciples. What's the matter? Gu Yunxi blinked her lively eyes, her face reflecting an innocent and utterly adorable expression. Stop pretending. I've seen you sneak into his room at midnight several times, Ling Yuhan said with a slight smirk, her lips curling into a teasing smile. You know, upon hearing this, Gu Yunxi's fair face instantly flushed, radiating a charming shyness that made her look exceedingly delightful. I'm not deaf. Your voice was so loud. How could I not hear? Ling Yuhan replied with a hint of reproach, her tone laced with a touch of helplessness. In recent nights, she had scarcely managed to get a good rest. Just as she was about to drift into the sweet embrace of slumber, the enchanting and passionate voice of Gu Yunxi ruthlessly shattered the tranquility, instantly invigorating her and rendering her unable to return to peaceful sleep. Sister Yuhan, how about we go together tonight? Gu Yunxi whispered softly. I definitely want to go, Ling Yuhan retorted with irritation. But you should. Junior brother Ruochen is simply unbearable. I can hardly manage alone. A hint of playful mischief danced in Gu Yunxi's eyes, her face adorned with a coy smile. This marked a notable distinction between the youthful girl and the mature woman, since becoming close to Xiao Ruochen. Gu Yunxi's boldness in conversation had evidently increased. Yunxi, who isn't human. At that moment, Xiao Ruochen approached, bearing a plate of exquisitely prepared beast meat. You? Gu Yunxi shot him a glance, her cheeks flushing crimson, akin to a blooming flower. How am I not human? Xiao Ruochen replied, his expression innocent, a hint of confusion glimmering in his eyes. He then gently poured each of the two women a glass of fragrant wine, and together they indulged in the sumptuous feast before them. Once satiated, Xiao Ruochen quietly departed from the reincarnation space. As he stepped into a bustling tavern, the murmurs of the crowd reached his ears. The Hantian sect is in dire straits. Indeed, I've heard all disciples have been disbanded and the leadership apprehended. Do you think Xiao Ruochen will show up? I doubt it. If I possessed a legacy, I would certainly conceal myself for a decade or so to cultivate in seclusion before emerging. You make a valid point. The Eastern Su Empire seems to be in a precarious position. If Xiao Ruochen doesn't appear, what good will it do them to annihilate the Hantian sect? These words struck Xiao Ruochen like a heavy hammer, igniting a tempest of fury within him. He stifled his anger and settled into an empty seat nearby, ordering some dishes and drinks in an attempt to calm himself, while attentively listening for more news regarding the Hantian sect. Soon enough, he gleaned a shocking and infuriating revelation from their conversation. The Hantian sect had suffered a catastrophic downfall, with all its leaders ruthlessly captured and the disciples forcibly disbanded. What incensed Xiao Ruochen further was the revelation that this cruel order had been issued by Emperor Su Chaoga of the Eastern Su Empire. Su Chaoga, you are courting death, Xiao Ruochen muttered through gritted teeth. In that moment, his eyes blazed with uncontrollable fury, his heart swelling with an insatiable desire for vengeance. He resolved silently to bring about the total annihilation of the Su royal family, seeking justice for the suffering endured by the Hantian sect. Initially, his enemies had only been the crown prince and Su Muya. He had never contemplated taking action against Su Chaoga himself. However, the opposing faction has unexpectedly issued a command to annihilate the Cold Heaven sect, rendering the continued existence of the Eastern Xian Empire unnecessary. Nevertheless, Xiao Ruochen is not one to act impulsively. As a young man from the 21st century, he firmly adheres to the principle that one must prioritize oneself above all else. He is acutely aware that only by ensuring his own safety can he contemplate rescuing the leaders of the Cold Heaven sect. If it is evidently a path to demise, he would not foolishly walk to his death, for he is no omnipotent sage. After meticulous inquiries and explorations, Xiao Ruochen learns that the upper echelons of the Cold Heaven sect are currently imprisoned in the Imperial Palace's celestial dungeon. Moreover, the Eastern Xian Empire has issued a grim ultimatum. Should Xiao Ruochen fail to appear within a month, they will execute one leader of the Cold Heaven sect each day until none remain. In pursuit of saving these leaders, Xiao Ruochen ultimately resolves to venture into the Imperial Palace, despite the inherent risks. His cultivation has reached the 8th level of the Xin sect, and his true combat prowess rivals that of a 7th level Xin king. In terms of speed, he possesses an unparalleled advantage. Even when confronted by an 8th level Xin king, he possesses sufficient confidence to evade capture. Should he employ the blood escape technique in a moment of peril, even a 9th level Xin king would find it arduous to pursue him, unless the Eastern Xin Emperor and Empress intervened personally. Naturally, Xiao Ruochen is unaware of the specific cultivation levels of the Eastern Xin Emperor and Empress, as his previous encounter with them occurred when his own strength was far too meager to discern their true capabilities. Having resolved his course of action, Xiao Ruochen stealthily approached the periphery of the imperial palace. He patiently awaited the opportune moment and ultimately succeeded in capturing a eunuch who was departing on an errand. Through a mysterious soul-searching technique, Xiao Ruochen extracted the eunuch's entire memory, then cleverly transformed into his likeness, boldly striding toward the imposing Eastern Xian palace. This eunuch, named Xiao Linzi, serves as a personal attendant to the imperial concubine, Nangong Jing. To Xiao Ruochen's surprise, this imperial concubine is, in fact, the aunt of the crown princess, Nangong Shui. What a fortunate coincidence. A slight smirk crept upon Xiao Ruochen's lips, igniting a wickedly charming smile. Simultaneously, memories of his day spent with Nangong Shui from a month prior involuntarily resurfaced in his mind. Upon entering the palace, Xiao Ruochen instantly steeled himself, fully focused and maintaining a heightened state of vigilance. His plan was straightforward: to utilize the powerful soul slave seal to control the high-ranking officials of the Eastern Xian Empire one by one. Should the plan unfold successfully, the entire Eastern Xian Empire would ultimately be firmly within his grasp. Following the route gleaned from Xiao Linzi's memories, Xiao Ruochen cautiously made his way to Yunqiu Palace. Throughout the journey, numerous eunuchs and guards, upon seeing him, respectfully bowed and greeted him. After all, his current status was that of a favored and prominent eunuch closely associated with the Empress. However, Xiao Ruochen chose not to respond to their salutations, fully aware of the previously arrogant and overbearing nature of Xiao Linzi. As the personal eunuch of the Empress, Xiao Linzi was accustomed to attracting sycophantic attention wherever he went. Now that Xiao Ruochen had assumed Xiao Linzi's guise, he felt compelled to emulate his demeanor, maintaining a similar attitude and behavior to avoid arousing suspicion and ensuring the smooth execution of his plans. To eliminate any potential flaws, Xiao Ruochen meticulously studied and refined the characteristics of Xiao Linzi's personality. He repeatedly recalled Xiao Linzi's daily mannerisms, expressions, and tones, continuously adjusting his own performance to achieve a flawless imitation. After thorough self-examination and confirmation of his preparation, Xiao Ruochen, filled with a sense of tension and caution, stepped into Yunqiu Palace. Yunqiu Palace was the residence of the esteemed Empress, Nangong Jing. Due to certain health issues, Nangong Jing had been unable to bear children over the years, resulting in her gradual neglect by Su Chaoguo. Fortunately, the Nangong family held significant status and influence within the Eastern Xian Empire, and her own exceptional talent and cultivation allowed her to retain the prestigious title of Empress. Upon entering Yunqiu Palace, Xiao Ruochen's gaze fell upon a woman adorned in a splendid empress gown, her head crowned with dazzling golden phoenix hairpins. She possessed an alluring figure and a mature, captivating beauty, elegantly seated upon an opulent red silk chair. Her exquisite features resembled finely crafted artwork, radiating an air of noble elegance that commanded respect and deterred any thought of impropriety. This woman was the revered empress of the Eastern Xian Empire, Nangong Jing. At this moment, beside her, a eunuch was cautiously fanning her, while maidservants dutifully massaged her shoulders. Clearly, she was a woman who thoroughly understood the art of indulgence. Particularly regarding her personal care, she placed immense importance on her appearance, indulging in luxurious baths infused with rare and precious spirit milk almost daily. Consequently, despite being over 30, her skin appeared exceptionally delicate and fair, akin to sheep-fat jade, exuding an irresistible charm. Your servant, Xiao Linzi, pays his respects to the Empress. Xiao Ruochen endeavored to mimic Xiao Linzi's tone, infusing his voice with just the right amount of flattery and reverence as he bowed deeply. Xiao Linzi, have all the items been procured? Nangong Jing's voice, languid yet enticing, wafted through the air like a gentle feather brushing against the heart, stirring a profound response within. Replying to your majesty, all the spirit milk you requested has been acquired. Xiao Ruochen answered with utmost deference, careful not to exhibit any hint of negligence or carelessness. Prepare hot water. I wish to bathe, came the melodious voice of Nangong Jing, akin to a crystal-clear mountain spring flowing gently through the air, bringing an extraordinary sense of comfort. Yes, your grace, Xiao Ruochen replied respectfully, swiftly turning to ready the hot water. During his flurry of activity, he discreetly observed Nangong Jing. Astonished by her formidable presence, he discerned that her cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Xianwang realm, radiating an almost imperceptible yet immense pressure that was suffocating. Xiao Ruochen understood that a direct confrontation with her would undoubtedly lead to his defeat. In that moment, he was profoundly taken aback. Although he was aware of the East Xian Empire's formidable strength, he had not anticipated it to be of such an overwhelming caliber. It was no wonder the East Xian Empire stood as the undisputed sovereign of the Eastern Prefecture. In comparison, the 4 major sects seemed utterly insignificant, almost inconsequential. After a brief while, Xiao Ruochen had finally prepared the hot water, carefully pouring the precious spirit milk and fragrant bathing petals he had procured into the tub. Instantly, the bathroom was suffused with a rich aroma and the unique essence of the spirit milk. Everyone else, please leave. Xiaolin, stay behind to massage my shoulders, Nangong Jing commanded. Her voice reminiscent of a golden aureole, crisp and enchanting, imbued with an irresistible authority. Although Xiaolin was a eunuch, he possessed striking features and an impressive demeanor, truly a paragon among men, making his role as a eunuch somewhat of a waste of his talents. His exceptional looks endeared him to Nangong Jing, who often entrusted him with significant tasks. Yes, your grace. Xiao Ruochen responded with utmost respect, then gradually approached Nangong Jing from behind, gently extending his hands to knead her shoulders. It must be said, her skin was as smooth as silk, akin to the finest satin. Years of immersion in spirit milk had rendered her skin as tender and silky as that of an infant, irresistible to the touch. This is truly taxing. Xiao Ruochen suppressed the turmoil within and focused intently on his task, diligently massaging her shoulders while silently seeking the opportune moment. He intended to strike when she was completely at ease, to subdue her in one swift motion. His technique today was notably more refined than in the past. Nangong Jing's voice carried a hint of languor, seemingly satisfied with Xiao Ruochen's services. To serve the princess, I have diligently trained outside. Today, it is finally of use. Xiao Ruochen humbly replied, his tone laced with flattery and deference. Such dedication is commendable. It is a pity you are a eunuch. A fleeting expression of regret crossed Nangong Jing's face, tinged with an air of helplessness. Come, join me in the bath. What? Xiao Ruochen stood frozen in place. He never anticipated that Nangong Jing would make such a request. According to Xia Linzi's recollection, Nangong Jing had never before invited him to bathe together. Why the hesitation? Nangong Jing cast a cold glance at Xiao Ruochen, an overwhelming pressure suddenly emanating from her, bearing down on him like a tangible force. Yes, your highness. Xiao Ruochen replied respectfully, inwardly lamenting his plight, yet realizing there was no turning back. He discreetly employed the technique of concealing his vital parts, then slowly removed his garments and cautiously stepped into the bath. Though he was a eunuch, he was rather handsome. Nangong Jing extended her snow-white hand, gently grasping Xiao Ruochen's chin, a glimmer of amusement dancing in her eyes. Could she have discovered his secret? A wave of anxiety surged within Xiao Ruochen, his heart racing. If she truly uncovered the truth, the consequences would be dire. At that moment, Nangong Jing suddenly pressed his head forcefully against her soft form. Goodness, this is quite unexpected. Xiao Ruochen was taken aback, a surge of primal desire instantly shattering his rationality. He could no longer restrain himself and embraced her. Just then, unexpectedly, he felt a sharp blow to his abdomen, causing his concealment technique to falter. This was bad. He was in deep trouble. Xiao Ruochen silently cursed his misfortune, intending to resist, only to discover that his powers had been sealed by her, his internal energy frozen, unable to be summoned. Xiao Ruochen, you certainly have audacity. Daring to come here, Nangong Jing's eyes flashed with a chilling murderous intent, a gaze that seemed capable of freezing one in place. Initially, She merely sought companionship in the bath to soothe her long-standing loneliness. However, upon Xiao Ruochen's entry, she distinctly sensed a strong masculine energy emanating from him, accompanied by an undercurrent of restlessness, an unmistakably inappropriate response for a eunuch. How did you realize? Xiao Ruochen's expression darkened, filled with frustration. He believed he had been sufficiently cautious. Yet this woman's thoughts were astoundingly intricate, her perception keen. The way you look at me exudes a heat that is far from typical for a eunuch. Furthermore, despite your attempts to suppress it, I can feel the agitation within your body since entering the bath. Nangong Jing's lips curled into a seductive smile, though it bore an unsettling air of danger. How does your highness wish to deal with me? Xiao Ruochen inquired solemnly, his tone tinged with resignation and determination. At this juncture, he was acutely aware of his predicament, his cultivation sealed, and the prowess of Nangong Jing far exceeding his own. Should she truly wish to take his life, he would possess no means of resistance. Surrender the ancient legacy, and I shall not only spare your life, but also ensure that your future is one of comfort. Otherwise, a life as a eunuch shall be your fate. Nangong Jing's alabaster hand suddenly clenched. Your Highness, please show mercy. I truly possess no legacy within me. Feel free to search. Xiao Ruochen hastily implored, as the excruciating pain emanating from beneath him caused beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Before me, do you still wish to play tricks? Do you truly wish to compel me to cripple your dantian? A chilling aura enveloped Nangong Jing, a palpable sense of murderous intent radiating from her, swiftly permeating the entirety of the bathing chamber. Your Highness, please refrain from taking action. I shall willingly present the legacy to you, but you must swear to spare my life and refrain from damaging my dantian. Xiao Ruochen's expression grew grave, his eyes filled with urgency and trepidation as he spoke. What right do you possess to negotiate with me? Either surrender the legacy immediately, or I shall render you a eunuch for eternity. Nangong Jing's stunning eyes widened, her piercing gaze seemingly capable of penetrating Xiao Ruochen's very soul as her delicate hand tightened. Your Highness, spare me. I will comply. I will comply. Xiao Ruochen cried out in a voice filled with despair and terror, hastily begging for mercy. At this moment, his complexion turned as pale as parchment, large beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Having reached this point, he had no choice but to plead for his life. He did not wish to become a eunuch, for that would be a fate worse than death. You display some understanding, Nangong Jing remarked coolly, parting her crimson lips before releasing her grip on Xiao Ruochen. I possess 3 legacies. One is my cultivation technique, which can rapidly enhance one's prowess. The others are alchemy and medicine. If your Highness desires, I can present them all. Xiao Ruochen pondered silently, reasoning that since he had countless techniques in his mind, offering one set was of little consequence, provided he could preserve his life and dantian. First, divulge the technique to me. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of delight graced Nangong Jing's countenance as she eagerly urged him to proceed. Very well. I shall now impart the technique to you. Xiao Ruochen, selecting a technique at random from his mind, took a deep breath and began to recite the incantation slowly. This technique is remarkably profound. Once Nangong Jing absorbed the words, astonishment spread across her face, prompting her to hastily engage with the incantation and commence her practice. As the technique unfolded, waves of pure spiritual energy surged toward the bathtub like a roaring tide, enveloping the entire bathing chamber in a dense aura, creating an ethereal mist that felt like a dream. Xiao Ying remained obediently in the bath, his cultivation sealed, rendering him hesitant to act recklessly. The potential consequences of inciting the other party were dire. He could only quietly observe Nangong Jing as she practiced, silently praying that she would honor her promise. Approximately 2 hours later, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from Nangong Jing, causing the bath to explode like a bomb, water splattering everywhere, leaving the entire bathroom in disarray. This technique is truly marvelous. In less than 2 hours of cultivation, I have broken through to the 9th layer of the Yinhuang Jing. Nangong Jing exclaimed, her face alight with euphoric joy, her smile radiant like a blooming flower. She had never anticipated that this method would yield such remarkable effects, effortlessly shattering the long-standing bottleneck of her cultivation. The joy of breaking through years of stagnation surged within her like a flood, impossible to contain. Your Highness, would you care to learn alchemy and medicine? Xiao Ruochen inquired, standing there in the nude, Alchemy and medicine do not pique my interest. From this day forth, you shall attend to me. Nangongjing replied, a faint smile playing on her lips, hinting at a deeper meaning. Your Highness, spare me. I truly do not wish to become a eunuch. Xiao Ruochen exclaimed, his expression filled with helplessness and resistance. Who said anything about becoming a eunuch? Come here. Nangongjing's voice was sultry as she beckoned him with her delicate, snow-white fingers. What do you wish to do? Xiao Ruochen asked, his expression darkening slightly, anxiety and trepidation swelling within him, yet he obediently approached her. What else? You are a man, surely. You know what to do? Nangongjing replied with an enticing smile, leaning in closer, her tender lips approaching his. Having been neglected by Ogre for years and kept in solitude, she felt a sense of emptiness within her. With a faux eunuch by her side, her suppressed desires ignited fervently. The emotions she had long restrained erupted like a volcano, uncontrollable and overwhelming. In that moment, Xiang could no longer restrain himself, and he embraced Nangongjing, fervently kissing her lips, his hands roaming eagerly across her form. Perhaps due to her long absence of contact with a man, Nangongjing was particularly sensitive at that moment, her movements wild and untamed. She clung tightly to Xiao Ruochen's neck, breathless, as an intimate atmosphere enveloped the room. This charged ambience spread throughout Xiaogong. The air was filled with exquisite sounds, rising and falling like the most enchanting melody, captivating all who heard. The following morning, the sun hung high in the sky, golden rays streaming through the window, illuminating the disordered bed. At this moment, Nangongjing lay quietly in Xiao Ruocheng's embrace. As if this man before her were a rare treasure she could not bear to release for even a moment. A satisfied and blissful smile graced her face, a sentiment she had not felt in many years. Return to your true form. I wish to see what you truly look like, she said, her beautiful eyes fixed on Xiao Ruocheng, filled with curiosity and anticipation. I cannot revert. My powers have been sealed by you. Xiao Ruocheng replied with a resigned expression, a faint wry smile revealing his helplessness and grievance. I can assist in releasing your powers, but you must vow not to flee, Nangongjing stated, her gaze tinged with vigilance, clearly still uncertain about Xiao Ruocheng's intentions. I swear that as long as you unseal my powers, I shall not escape. Xiao Ruocheng hastily raised his hand in oath. Nangongjing, seemingly satisfied, promptly lifted the restrictions on his powers. Subsequently, Xiao Ruocheng employed the illusion technique, transforming back into his original appearance. Why, you are rather handsome. Nangongjing gently caressed Xiao Ruocheng's cheek, a satisfied smile blooming on her face, reminiscent of a spring breeze that enveloped one in warmth. Now speak. What brings you to my Yunxiu Palace? Your Highness, I truly did not intend to intrude upon Yunxiu Palace, Xiao Ruocheng admitted, a hint of embarrassment and helplessness crossing his features. I originally sought to infiltrate the palace to rescue someone, and in my haste, I caught a eunuch. Only to discover this little Linzi is one of your attendants. The people of Hantian sect are not easily rescued. They are imprisoned in the dungeons. And even I cannot approach them, Nangongjing replied. Is there any way to rescue them? Xiao Ruocheng inquired tentatively, his eyes brimming with hope and urgency. I am the imperial concubine of the Dongxian Empire. It is already a favor not to hand you over. Why would I assist you? Nangongjing's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes gleaming with mischief and sarcasm. Your Highness, it has been several years since Su Chaoga has visited your Yunxiu Palace. With your talent and capabilities, do you truly wish to spend your life confined within the deep palace? Xiao Ruocheng coaxed gently. What are you implying? Nangongjing's expression softened into a subtle smile, tinged with curiosity and intrigue. Become my woman and assist me in toppling the Dongxian Empire. In the future, I shall make you a queen, Xiao Ruocheng declared, his eyes shining with confidence. With that, he turned and pressed her down once more, his gaze resolute and determined. You audacious boy, your ambitions are rather grand. Do you truly believe I am one of those naive girls who can be swayed by mere words? Nangongjing's face bore a hint of disdain, her eyes reflecting skepticism and disbelief. Your Highness, though I am merely 16 years of age, my true combat prowess is comparable to that of the 7th layer of the Xinhuang realm. Furthermore, I possess exceptional medical and alchemical skills. With your assistance, I am utterly confident in my ability to overthrow the Eastern Xian Empire, and I shall never betray you. Xiao Ruocheng spoke with utmost seriousness, his eyes brimming with sincerity and anticipation. "Are you willing to swear a heavenly blood oath, vowing to never let me down across lifetimes?" Nangong Jing inquired, her gaze unwavering as she scrutinized Xiao Ruochen, her eyes filled with both hope and trepidation. The heavenly oath. A slight furrow appeared on Xiao Ruochen's brow, as he was engulfed by hesitation and inner turmoil. Such an oath should not be taken lightly. Failing to uphold it could lead to a profound mental affliction when one attempts to break through to a higher realm, stalling their progress indefinitely. "You dare not." Nangong Jing's tone grew noticeably colder, her eyes reflecting disappointment and anger. "I, Xiao Ruochen, swear to the heavens that as long as you, Nangong Jing, remain true to me, I shall forever remain faithful to you. Should I violate this oath, may my soul be shattered and my spirit remain unreborn for eternity." Xiao Ruochen raised his hand above his head, his expression grave and resolute as he made his vow. "Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my man," Nangong Jing replied, a faint smile gracing her lips, filled with happiness and hope upon hearing Xiao Ruochen's oath. In that moment, she resolved to assist him in toppling the Eastern Xian Empire. As for Su Chaoga, she had long since given up, for years. He had not set foot in Yuxiu Palace, seemingly oblivious to her existence. Nangong Jing had grown weary of the solitude that haunted her. The arrival of Xiao Ruochen shone like a brilliant beacon in the darkest of nights, illuminating her path to a hopeful future. Their shared night of intimacy had bestowed upon her an unparalleled joy, and Xiao Ruochen's youthful, handsome visage perfectly matched her ideal of a partner. Chapter 113. Deep affection of Nangong Jing's sister Jing. "After having you on top of me all night, isn't it time we switch positions?" Xiao Ruochen remarked with a mischievous smile, his eyes glinting with a hint of irreverence and jest. "Such audacity! Are you plotting a rebellion?" Nangong Jing playfully chided, her stunning face radiating allure, her autumn-like eyes sparkling with captivating light, stirring one's heart. "Ahem, Sister Jing, could you possibly don the imperial concubine attire?" Xiao Ruochen grinned, a hint of mischief in his eyes as they roamed over Nangong Jing's form. "Why would I wear the imperial concubine attire?" Nangong Jing responded, a flicker of surprise crossing her face, her brows slightly furrowing in confusion regarding Xiao Ruochen's intentions. "Just wear it," he urged with a playful smile, his eyes filled with eager anticipation. "I never expected this little rascal of mine to have such peculiar tastes," Nangong Jing retorted with a playful glare. Understanding his intentions, she elegantly retrieved the imperial robe, draping it gracefully over herself. The resplendent garment accentuated her noble elegance, rendering her akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. "Su Chaoga, you foolishly squander such a rare beauty. If you fail to cherish her, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." A wicked smile danced upon Xiao Ruochen's lips as he embraced Nangong Jing's soft waist, savoring her warmth and fragrance. Another day slipped by, and the two finally emerged from their chamber. To prevent their affair from becoming public knowledge, Xiao Ruochen decisively took control of all the palace maids and eunuchs in Yunxiu Palace. In the days that followed, Xiao Ruochen lived in Yunxiu Palace with the ease and indulgence of an emperor, reveling in a life of leisure and contentment. He spent his days frolicking with Nangong Jing, delighting in exquisite delicacies, and basking in this rare tranquility and joy. Yet, he never allowed himself to forget his duty to save others. It was his responsibility and mission. One day, Nangong Jing summoned the chief eunuch, Wei Gonggong, to Yunxiu Palace. Uncertain of the reason behind the empress's summons, Wei Gonggong bowed respectfully, though a hint of confusion flickered in his lowered eyes. In truth, it was nothing of great import. She simply wished to inform him that from this day forth, she would be his master. Nangong Jing's voice rang clear and resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority. At that moment, Xiao Ruochen emerged from behind the screen like a specter, his figure as swift as lightning, and he seized Wei Gonggong by the throat. Wei Gonggong gasped in shock, attempting to struggle, only to find himself utterly powerless against Xiao Ruochen's iron grip. "Your Highness, you conspire with Xiao Ruochen." His complexion turned ashen, akin to liver under pressure, and his eyes betrayed his astonishment. He could scarcely believe that Xiao Ruochen had been concealed within Yunxiu Palace. Without uttering a word, Xiao Ruochen unleashed a soul attack, forcefully imprinting a mark of servitude deep within Wei Gonggong's essence. In an instant, Wei Gonggong was beset by excruciating pain, as though countless needles were piercing his mind. Master. Moments later, Wei Gonggong knelt, his face reflecting compliance, stripped of the arrogance he had previously displayed. Excellent. Return and keep a close watch on Su Chaoga, remaining ever vigilant for my commands. Xiao Ruochen handed his communication talisman to Wei Gonggong. Yes, master. Wei Gonggong responded with deep respect, gradually turning to leave Yunxiu Palace. His steps heavy with resignation and fear. Who would have thought you possessed such profound and inscrutable control? Nangong Jing's face revealed her astonishment, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. Did you intend to exert such control over me as well? Cough, how could that be? Xiao Ruochen hastily waved his hand, vehemently denying it, though a flicker of guilt passed through his gaze. What are your plans moving forward? Nangong Jing inquired, her lips parting with curiosity as she focused intently on Xiao Ruochen. Eager for his response. My intention is to seize control of all the influential eunuchs, the commanders of the imperial guards, and the leaders of the palace attendants within the imperial palace. This will significantly aid us in toppling the Eastern Xian Empire. A confident radiance flickered across Xiao Ruochen's visage. His intentions were straightforward, to systematically undermine Su Chaoga, and when his power reached its zenith, to eradicate the Su family from the royal lineage. He was acutely aware that this would be a formidable struggle, yet he possessed the confidence and courage to confront it. This is quite simple. I can summon them to Yunxiu Palace, and with our strength, controlling them will be effortless. Nangong Jing's voice rang clear as a lark, her eyes brimming with unwavering support and trust for Xiao Ruochen. Very well, let it be so. Xiao Ruochen nodded in agreement, his heart swelling with gratitude. In the ensuing 10 days, with Nangong Jing's assistance, Xiao Ruochen deftly seized control of the palace's imperial guards and several influential eunuchs. By this juncture, the entirety of the Eastern Xian Palace was nearly ensconced with his informants. Within the confines of Yunxiu Palace, Xiao Ruochen and Nangong Jing clandestinely strategized their future moves, acutely aware that they were drawing closer to success, yet peril loomed ominously. Master, Su Chaoga has issued an edict, 3 days hence, at Shenyang Gate. All high-ranking members of the Hantian sect will be publicly executed. At that moment, a message from Eunuch Wei echoed through Xiao Ruochen's communication talisman. It seems we must act swiftly to rescue them. Xiao Ruochen's expression darkened, almost as if he could exude water from his countenance. A chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from his eyes. His fists clenched tightly, his heart aflame with anger and urgency. After careful deliberation, Xiao Ruochen resolved to impersonate Eunuch Wei and take the leader of the imperial guards to the dungeon for the rescue. As a favored confidant of the emperor, he was the most suitable candidate for this undertaking. Once inside the dungeon, he could transfer all high-ranking members of the Hantian sect into the cycle of reincarnation. With the cover of Nangong Jing and the palace's imperial guards, Xiao Ruochen could exit the palace unnoticed. He understood the risk involved, yet he was willing to pay any price to rescue the Hantian sect's leaders. Are you truly prepared to rescue them? Nangong Jing inquired, her delicate brows furrowing, a hint of concern etching her features. She feared that Xiao Ruochen might encounter danger during this endeavor. The Hantian sect has shown me kindness. Thus, I must rescue them at all costs, Xiao Ruochen replied earnestly, determination glimmering in his gaze. Then I shall accompany you. Nangong Jing deliberated for a moment before speaking. Despite the inherent dangers, she resolved to face them alongside Xiao Ruochen. Jingjia, there is no need for you to join. I can handle this on my own. I do not wish for you to share in the peril, Xiao Ruochen stated. Since I have chosen you, even if it means traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire, I will face it with you, Nangong Jing responded earnestly. Unless you no longer consider me one of your own. Very well, then we shall go together. Xiao Ruochen's expression softened slightly as he gently embraced Nangong Jing. We shall set our plan into motion tomorrow night. Nangong Jing nodded. Though she recognized the impulsiveness of her actions, inexplicably, she felt no fear within her heart. Rather than spending a lifetime silently waiting within this deep palace, it is far more appealing to engage in a grand and fervent struggle. This sentiment resonates most authentically with her heart at this moment. After careful consideration, Xiao Ruochen meticulously devised a plan, conducting detailed simulations of all possible escape routes. He sketched a map of the palace, marking every potential ambush point and every road that might be blocked, to ensure the secrecy of his reincarnation space. Xiao Ruochen carved out a small, completely spiritless area within it. This was a dark and silent corner, devoid of any vitality. Once he successfully rescued the high-ranking members of the Hantian sect, he could temporarily relocate them to this spiritless enclave. After successfully fleeing Dongxian City, he could then release them. Although spaces capable of accommodating living beings are exceedingly rare, the absence of spiritual energy would lead the Hantian sect's leaders to perceive it as unremarkable, unaware of the astonishing secrets it concealed. Thus, this arrangement spared Xiao Ruochen from numerous unnecessary troubles. After all, if the secret of his reincarnation space were to leak, he could easily become a public enemy throughout the entire Xuanwu continent, an outcome highly disadvantageous for him. After much contemplation, Xiao Ruochen ultimately transferred Nangong Jing into the reincarnation space. Ruochen, I never imagined you would hide this so deeply and bring me here. Are you not afraid I might seize this treasure from you? Upon entering the reincarnation space, Nangong Jing's face displayed an expression of astonishment, for the spiritual energy within was evidently dozens of times greater than that of the outside world. She surveyed her surroundings, her eyes brimming with curiosity and awe. You are my woman. If you truly intend to betray me, then I shall accept it. Xiao Ruochen gazed tenderly at Nangong Jing, his eyes filled with trust and affection. Ruochen, thank you for believing in me. Nangong Jing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, touched by Xiao Ruochen's unwavering faith in her. Trust should be mutual in a relationship, should it not? Gently, Xiao Ruochen embraced Nangong Jing, patting her back reassuringly. Chapter 114. A conversation among three women faced with such an emotional response from Nangong Jing. Xiao Ruochen felt quite surprised. He had never envisioned that this woman, who had weathered countless storms within the palace, would reveal such a tender side before him. At the same time, he resolved that as long as she remained loyal to him, he would never betray her deep affections in the future. In truth, within the reincarnation space, Xiao Ruochen was not fearful of Nangong Jing turning against him. After all, the reincarnation space had recognized him as its master within this realm. Even Su Chaoga could not inflict harm upon him. Bringing Nangong Jing into the reincarnation space was primarily a test of her loyalty. Should she attempt any hostility towards him here, he would show no mercy. Ruochen, who is she? At that moment, Gu Yunxi and Ling Yuhan approached gracefully, their ethereal presence captivating. Upon witnessing Xiao Ruochen embracing another woman, Gu Yunxi's beautiful eyes unmistakably flickered with a hint of jealousy. Her gaze was imbued with a touch of inquiry and dissatisfaction, as if reproaching Xiao Ruochen for his fickleness. Sister Yunxi, this is Nangong Jing. Like you. She is one of my women. Xiao Ruochen scratched his head and introduced her awkwardly. At that moment, he was utterly perplexed, possessing no experience in managing affairs of the harem. Scoundrel, if you find one woman insufficient, you could also take in Sister Yuhan. Why must you seek companionship elsewhere? Gu Yunxi pouted, her face suffused with grievance. I certainly do not fancy this fickle-hearted scoundrel, chimed in Ling Yuhan, her cheeks flushed, hastily agreeing. Her eyes darted away, unable to meet Xiao Ruochen's gaze, yet her heart stirred with a subtle ripple. You too carry on. I shall prepare something for you to eat, Xiao Ruochen declared, and as if his feet were greased, he swiftly darted towards a nearby wooden cottage. It was best for women to resolve their matters themselves. Should he linger, he might inadvertently escalate the situation. My dear sisters, Ruochen is only 16 this year. Given his looks and talents, he will likely attract the attention of many exceptional women in the future. If you cannot adjust your mindset and merely indulge in jealousy, your positions within the harem will only deteriorate, Nangong Jing said in a calm and measured tone. As a seasoned imperial concubine who had navigated the intricacies of the palace for years, she understood the dynamics of the harem well. Don't think that just because you are older, you can assume the role of an elder sister. We are ahead of you, Gu Yunxi retorted with a pout, a hint of defiance still lingering on her face, unwilling to easily accept Nangong Jing's perspective. Whether I am an elder sister or a younger sister is of little consequence to me, as long as I can alleviate Ruochen's burdens. I find no harm in being this younger sister, Nangong Jing replied with a smile. This sister, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Although you arrived after me, given our ages, it is only right for me to address you as elder sister, Gu Yunxi conceded. At this juncture, she recognized that further contention would be futile. The woman before her evidently possessed greater skill in pleasing men. Continued jealousy would not only be unbeneficial, but might also instigate Xiao Ruochen's aversion. Thus, she chose to compromise and let go of her prejudices. Consequently, the three women began to engage in light-hearted conversation. Nangong Jing was remarkably adept at managing the relationships within the harem. She often opted to yield, affording Gu Yunxi and Ling Yuhan ample respect and understanding, considering they were merely teenagers. As Nangong Jing recounted her experiences within the palace and shared insights into navigating social interactions, Gu Yunxi and Ling Yuhan listened intently. Over time, the bond among the three women gradually deepened. Sister Nangong, I had no idea you were the imperial concubine. Ancient Yunxi displayed a look of astonishment upon her face. In truth, I would have preferred never to have been the imperial consort, for that would allow me to wholly dedicate myself to Ruochen. Nangong Jing's expression flickered with a hint of melancholy, her gaze revealing an air of helplessness and regret. In the presence of ancient Yunxi, she felt a twinge of inferiority, as the latter had shared youthful moments with Xiao Ruochen, while she had long ceased to be a maiden in their companionship. Ruochen was not one to be swayed by superficial matters. As long as love flourished between them, nothing else held significance. Ancient Yunxi gently grasped Nangong Jing's hand, offering her a comforting smile. What are we discussing? At that moment, Xiao Ruochen approached with a table laden with exquisite delicacies and fine wine. Noticing the harmonious interaction among the three women, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, his mind already conjuring images of the four of them sharing a bed that evening. His fondness for Ling Yuhan was evident, and he could discern her subtle interest in him. Ruochen, it seems that Sister Yuhan harbors feelings for you as well. Why not consider making her part of your life too? Ancient Yunxi teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Yunxi, what nonsense are you spouting? Ling Yuhan's cheeks flushed crimson, while she cast a furtive glance at Xiao Ruochen, as if awaiting his response. Her heart raced with a blend of anxiety and anticipation. Very well. Let us welcome her into our circle tonight. Xiao Ruochen's lips curled into a playful smile, his gaze bold and unabashed, revealing his unreserved thoughts. You rogue. Who said I wanted to be included? Ling Yuhan shot him an exasperated glare, though a flicker of expectation ignited within her heart. Since Xiao Ruochen had rescued her from the prince's manor, she had known that she could never love another man. At that moment, her eyes shimmered with a mix of shyness and joy. Sister Yuhan, whether you agree or not, your fate is sealed. You are destined to be my woman, Xiao Ruochen. He proclaimed with utmost seriousness. He was a man unafraid of love and hate, and coyness was not in his nature. Come, this is my special brew. Let us all partake. Xiao Ruochen eagerly poured his handcrafted spirit into glasses for the three women. That evening, they engaged in delightful conversation, truly becoming a close-knit family. They shared their stories, laughter echoing through the air. To enhance the revelry, Xiao Ruochen proposed that none should use their spiritual energy to dispel the effects of the alcohol, insisting on a genuine night of inebriation. Ultimately, as the night wore on, the three women succumbed to the effects of the drink. At last, they are drunk. Xiao Ruochen's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he assisted each of the women into their respective rooms, his heart brimming with anticipation. When he finally helped Ling Yuhan, he noticed her breath was slightly hurried, and a delicate flush grazed her stunning visage. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, revealing the tension within her. How dare you pretend to be drunk? Just wait and see how I deal with you. A thrill of excitement surged within Xiao Ruochen. In truth, he could discern that Ling Yuhan was not truly intoxicated. At that moment, Ling Yuhan felt an intense anxiety. She could hear the rapid pounding of her own heart. Yet, despite this, she kept her eyes tightly shut, afraid to move. She feared that Xiao Ruochen would see through her facade, even as she longed for what was to come. A smirk played at the corners of Xiao Ruochen's lips, a glimmer of mischief dancing across his face. He sensed Ling Yuhan's nervousness, and it was precisely her reaction that fueled his excitement and thrill. His fingers, as light as feathers, caressed Ling Yuhan's skin, each touch bringing a delicate, silken sensation that intoxicated him. His movements were gentle and slow, as if he were admiring a precious treasure. At that moment, Ling Yuhan was engulfed in extreme tension and unease. Could you just be more decisive? Noticing that Xiao Ruochen had yet to make a further move, Ling Yuhan suddenly opened her eyes wide, her beautiful gaze radiating a captivating allure. The tension that had already gripped her spirit intensified due to Xiao Ruochen's hesitation. She desperately longed for release, but was also afraid of facing whatever might occur next. "Sister Yuhan, you are truly beautiful," Xiao Ruochen said. His gaze filled with affection as he slowly leaned down to gently cover Ling Yuhan's lips with his own. This kiss was imbued with tenderness and adoration, enveloping Ling Yuhan in warmth. His kiss was soft yet profound, as if expressing his love. "Ruochen, please do not disappoint me," Ling Yuhan murmured, completely entranced. As soon as the words left her lips, she embraced Xiao Ruochen, her body trembling slightly, yet filled with passion and anticipation. Chapter 115. Rescuing from the celestial prison. The following morning, Xiao Ruochen led Gu Yunxi, Ling Yuhan, and Nangong Jing out of the small cabin. The faces of the group were aglow with relaxation and contentment as they savored the serene moment. After enjoying a lavish breakfast, Xiao Ruochen departed the reincarnation space with Nangong Jing. Within, he was meticulously contemplating every detail of the operation to rescue the high-ranking members of the Hantian sect, each aspect replaying in his mind. He planned to infiltrate the celestial prison that very night, and to ensure the success of this mission, he decided to disguise himself as the esteemed Wei Gonggong. Wei Gonggong was a favored figure by Su Chaoga, holding a position of considerable influence. Acting under his identity would surely mitigate numerous obstacles. Additionally, he intended to bring the Imperial Guards along to aid in the rescue. He understood well that with the protection of Wei Gonggong's identity and the presence of the Imperial Guards commander, the prison guards would harbor little suspicion. Xiao Ruochen was acutely aware that once he rescued the person from the heavenly prison, he could confidently escape the royal palace using his blood escape technique. Unless Su Chaoga personally intervened, the royal guards would be utterly incapable of catching up with him. This was a race against time and destiny, and he needed to be thoroughly prepared. That night, the world was enveloped in silence, with only the twinkling stars adorning the night sky. Xiao Ruochen received a message from Eunuch Wei, informing him of Su Chaoga's whereabouts. Upon confirming that Su Chaoga was accompanying concubine Jean in the splendid palace, his heart leaped with joy. This was undoubtedly an opportune moment to execute his rescue plan. Without hesitation, Xiao Ruochen transformed himself into the likeness of Eunuch Wei, mimicking the delicate features, distinctive voice, and even the subtle habitual movements with remarkable precision. Subsequently, he sent a message to the commander of the Imperial Guards, outlining the forthcoming actions. Once all preparations were in place, Xiao Ruochen, accompanied by the commander of the guards, set forth towards the royal palace's heavenly prison. Throughout the journey, his heart raced, yet he maintained an exterior of calm. To prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, he also brought Nangong Jing into the cycle space. He was acutely aware of the perilous nature of this venture. Should he encounter any unexpected situations or find himself ensnared in a crisis, he could release Nangong Jing. Of course, he would only do so if absolutely necessary, for exposing her could endanger her family, and he could not allow innocent individuals to suffer due to his actions. After a brief while, Xiao Ruochen arrived at the formidable heavenly prison within the palace. The prison loomed in the darkness like an enormous shadow, exuding a chilling aura. As he stepped into this realm, numerous terrifying consciousnesses swept over him like a tempest, scanning him with relentless intensity. The formidable awareness bore an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if it sought to penetrate his very soul. However, Xiao Ruochen felt no trepidation, for he had already employed the concealment technique, hiding his vital areas within himself, ensuring that no matter how keenly they probed, his true identity would remain undetected. "What brings Eunuch Wei here?" the captain guarding the heavenly prison inquired, his face etched with confusion. His eyes brimmed with suspicion as he scrutinized Xiao Ruochen from head to toe. "I have come on His Majesty's orders to interrogate the individuals of the Cold Heaven sect," Xiao Ruochen proclaimed, standing tall with an authoritative voice. Every gesture and expression emanated an irresistible aura. Although Eunuch Wei was a eunuch, his status within the palace was considerable, as he served closely beside the emperor. Thus, he had to project the necessary presence. Otherwise, he risked being unmasked. Xiao Ruochen understood this well, deliberately straightening his posture and allowing a sense of haughty superiority to glimmer in his eyes. "Eunuch Wei, please enter alone. Commander Wang must remain outside," the captain of the prison guard stated. His tone, though respectful, still carried a hint of hesitation. Had it been another individual, they would never have easily permitted entry to the other party. However, due to the unique status of Master Wei, a favored confidant of the emperor with significant authority. He dared not act impulsively despite harboring some doubts. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruochen turned to the commander of the Imperial Guard and said, "Commander Wang, please wait here for a moment. After I have completed the interrogation of the prisoner, I shall return with you to report to His Majesty." "Understood. I shall remain here and await your return, Master." The commander of the Imperial Guard promptly bowed in deference. Following this, accompanied by several guards from the dungeon, Xiao Ruochen stepped into the depths of the prison. The dungeon was imposing, vast in scale, housing an extensive number of cells, numbering in the thousands. The dim, damp corridors seemed endless, permeated by a stench of decay and despair. The prisoners confined within these cells were all individuals who bore deep-seated grievances against the Eastern Qian Empire. Some displayed vacant stares, while others were filled with fury and hopelessness. The walls of the Imperial Palace dungeon were constructed from exotic black stones, incredibly sturdy, emitting a faint, cold glimmer. The columns were forged from precious dark iron, unyielding in nature. Even a formidable warrior at the Qian King level would find it nearly impossible to breach such a fortified stronghold once imprisoned within. Moreover, the perimeter of the dungeon was heavily guarded by a multitude of elite soldiers dispatched by the royal family, each bearing a serious expression, sharp gazes, and weapons glinting ominously. The level of vigilance was extraordinary, aptly described as a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. Hence, even for a Qian King-level warrior, escaping from such a well-guarded and impregnable fortress without external assistance was nearly an insurmountable task. Soon, Xiao Ruochen arrived at the cells housing the members of the Cold Heaven sect. "Open the door. I have pressing matters to interrogate them," he commanded with an authoritative tone, his gaze fixed intently on the closed cell door. The guards hesitated slightly, exchanging uncertain glances, seemingly deliberating whether to comply with the order. "I am acting under the Emperor's command. Do you dare defy?" Xiao Ruochen's voice turned icy, a formidable aura emanating from him like a chilling wind, causing the guards to shudder involuntarily. "Please, Master, do not be angered. We shall open it at once," they stammered, now visibly shaken, and hurriedly unlocked the cell door. "You may withdraw for the time being." Xiao Ruochen waved his hand dismissively, his expression rife with impatience. "Yes, Master." The guards responded respectfully, then slowly retreated. Inside, the higher-ups of the Cold Heavens sect appeared haggard and devoid of vitality. Their garments were tattered, and their bodies bore numerous injuries, clearly having endured inhumane treatment within the confines of this dungeon. Especially Nangguang Ju, whose complexion was ashen and devoid of any color, his meridians severely injured in multiple places, and his breath feeble, as if he could extinguish at any moment. "Senior, I apologize for my tardiness." Xiao Ruochen's eyes glistened with moisture, his voice laden with guilt and remorse. He never anticipated that his actions would lead to such torment for the higher-ups of the Hantian sect, and a furious blaze of indignation ignited within him. In that moment, an overwhelming desire for vengeance surged forth from the depths of his heart, vowing that those who had inflicted such suffering upon them would pay a grievous price. "Ruochen, is that you?" Nangguang Ju slowly opened his eyes, his gaze dazed and weak, shaking his head as if to ascertain whether he was dreaming. "Senior, it is I?" Upon uttering this, Xiao Ruochen reverted to his original form, shedding all pretense. "Little one, you must leave quickly. This place is perilous." Upon realizing that the eunuch before him was actually Xiao Ruochen, Nangguang Ju urgently spoke, his eyes filled with concern. "Indeed, Ruochen, you should depart at once. This place is fraught with danger." Gu Tian had chimed in, his voice hoarse and feeble. "Rest assured, esteemed seniors, I shall escort you out immediately." Xiao Ruochen's gaze was resolute, brimming with determination. With a swift motion of his right hand, a formidable force erupted instantaneously, and the high-ranking members of the Hantian sect within the prison were swiftly enveloped into the cycle of reincarnation, leaving behind nothing but a pile of shackles on the ground. Having accomplished this, Xiao Ruochen's figure flickered like a specter, skillfully manipulating the intricacies of the reincarnation space to hastily extract all the prisoners from their cells. "You have regained your freedom. Whether you can escape the palace depends on your own fortunes." His voice, though soft, seemed to carry an enchanting power, resonating clearly in the ears of each prisoner. "Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives." The prisoners, who had been trapped in the dark confines of their cells, were initially struck with disbelief upon finding themselves unexpectedly liberated, only to be swept over by waves of joy and exhilaration. They expressed their gratitude with tears of joy, hastily thanking Xiao Ruochen. In an instant, the entire prison was engulfed in chaos. The prisoners cheered and erupted with unrestrained emotions, finally releasing the pent-up feelings they had long endured. Charge! Let us fight our way out together. Soon after, the prisoners surged forth like a tidal wave, fervently rushing towards the exit of the prison. Chapter 116. Escape from the palace. Meanwhile, the captain of the prison guard stationed outside sensed the unusual commotion within the prison. Peering inside, a look of terror instantly crossed his face, and he inwardly lamented his misfortune. It is vital to note that the prisoners confined within this prison were notorious powerhouses from the eastern state. Each of them possessed strength at least at the Xianzong level, with several hundred being formidable Xianwang experts. Faced with such a multitude of skilled fighters, even the elite guards would find it exceedingly difficult to suppress them all at once. Kill! The captain of the guards stationed at the celestial prison, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, waved his hand decisively, leading all the guards without hesitation towards the prisoners. In an instant, chaos erupted outside the prison, with anguished cries ringing out as numerous palace guards fell victim to the prisoners. The clashing of weapons and the sounds of pain intertwined, shattering the tranquility of the night. At this moment, Xiao Ruochen stealthily lurked amidst the tumultuous crowd, skillfully concealing his presence. Like a specter, his form flickered and fluctuated, eluding detection. Such audacity! To dare escape from the imperial palace's prison. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a deafening voice suddenly pierced the air, followed closely by several figures clad in black robes, appearing as phantoms with remarkable swiftness. These elders, cloaked in black, had all attained the 8th level of the profound king realm and were the royal offerings dispatched by Su Chaoga to guard the prison. Each bore an imposing demeanor, their gazes sharp, emanating a formidable pressure. Upon witnessing the scene outside the prison, their expressions darkened like stormy waters, their eyes flashing with uncontrollable fury. Su Chaoga had entrusted them with the defense of the prison, and should any prisoners escape under their watch, the consequences would be dire, potentially endangering their families as well. Thus, the black-clad elders swiftly unleashed their consciousness, akin to radar, meticulously scanning the throng for the high-ranking members of the Hantian sect. Their awareness was powerful and acute, leaving no corner unchecked. However, after a thorough investigation, their faces turned pallid with discomfort, for among the thousands of prisoners, there was no trace of the Hantian sect's upper echelons. Upon realizing this outcome, an ominous premonition surged within them, as events had spiraled beyond their control. Consequently, one elder promptly produced a communication jade, sending a message to Su Chaoga. With the arrival of these formidable royal offerings, the previously chaotic battle underwent a dramatic transformation. The royal offerings moved as if in a realm devoid of obstacles, weaving through the prisoners with ease. Their spiritual weapons whirled in their hands, and wherever they went, prisoners fell to the ground in agony, blood splattering everywhere. Their strikes were fierce and lethal, each move imbued with immense profound energy. Seeing the dire turn of events, Xiao Ruochen made a swift decision, his form blurring into a crimson shadow as he darted towards the nearest palace at an astonishing speed, vanishing from sight in an instant. Moments later, he burst into the hall, utilizing the complex terrain to navigate swiftly, soon disappearing without a trace. The corridors within the palace were winding and intricate, yet Xiao Ruochen, with his nimble agility and acute awareness of his surroundings, adeptly evaded any potential pursuit. However, just moments after Xiao Ruochen had vanished, Su Chaoga appeared above the prison like a specter. At that moment, his gaze emanated a chilling aura, seemingly capable of freezing one's very soul. With a swift motion of his right hand, a dazzling beam of light erupted forth. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a torrent of terrifying energy swept through the surroundings, annihilating countless prisoners before they could even react. The formidable force turned everything in its path to dust. In an instant, the vicinity of the prison resembled a hellscape, with blood flowing freely and thousands of mutilated corpses strewn haphazardly across the ground, the air thick with a pungent, nauseating scent of blood. The scene was reminiscent of an apocalyptic event, chilling to the bone. What transpired? Are the members of the Hantian sect still present? Su Chaoga's eyes sparkled with sharpness, radiating an immense pressure. His voice was deep and authoritative, laced with fury and inquiry. Your Majesty, I have thoroughly searched the scene. Yet I found no corpses of high-ranking members of the Han Tian sect. A trembling royal attendant stepped forward, his face as pale as parchment. His voice quaking as he reported to Su Chaoga. Beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead, acutely aware of the severe consequences of his negligence. How could these prisoners have escaped? Su Chaoga's countenance darkened further, his piercing eyes gleaming with a fierce coldness, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping him. Your Majesty, just moments ago, Eunuch Wei entered the prison. I assumed he came on your orders, so I permitted him entry. I had no inkling the captain of the guards, trembling, emerged from the crowd, his voice quivering. Your Majesty, I assure you, I never left your side. Eunuch Wei exclaimed, rising in a flurry, his face etched with fear and innocence. What a formidable character Xiao Ruochen is, indeed. His skill in disguise is astonishing. A wave of intense murderous intent surged within Su Chaoga's eyes. His teeth ground together, his rage towards Xiao Ruochen reaching its zenith. According to the original plan, he intended to publicly execute the high-ranking members of the Han Tian sect within the next few days. At that moment, should Xiao Ruochen attempt to rescue them, he would seize the opportunity to capture him in one fell swoop. However, what Su Chaoga had not anticipated was Xiao Ruochen's audacity to infiltrate the royal prison. Upon successfully escaping the city, Xiao Ruochen swiftly summoned the Xianzhou, guiding it directly towards the direction of the Xianin Palace. The vessel streaked through the night sky like a comet, its speed breathtaking. He intended to deliver the high-ranking members of the Han Tian sect to the Xianin Palace for recuperation, planning to reconstruct the sect after vanquishing the Eastern Xian Empire in the future. Throughout the journey, his heart remained tense, anxious that Su Chaoga might pursue him. After a continuous flight spanning 7 days, Xiao Ruochen successfully arrived at his destination, the Xianin Palace. Here, mist swirled around, and the majestic palace loomed, exuding an air of mystery. At this moment, he released all the senior members of the Han Tian sect. Ruochen, how did we arrive at the Xianin Palace? Nangong Zhu inquired, his face bearing signs of exhaustion and confusion. Esteemed elders, do not be troubled. The Xianin Palace is now firmly within my control. You may rest and recuperate here with peace of mind. Once I eradicate the Eastern Xian Empire, we shall rebuild the Han Tian sect. Xiao Ruochen declared with resolute and powerful words. I never anticipated that within just a year, you would grow to such an astonishing degree, Nangong Zhu exclaimed, his face reflecting shock. He reminisced about the former Xiao Ruochen, and the transformation left him astounded. Before he could finish, a chorus of voices erupted. Welcome back, Master. Li Junming led the senior members of the Yinsha Palace, approaching with utmost respect and reverence, their faces filled with awe and submission. From this day forth, the members of the Han Tian sect shall temporarily reside here. Please arrange for several discreet abodes, Xiao Ruochen commanded, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Yes, Master. Li Junming responded with a deeply respectful demeanor, hastily dispatching subordinates to prepare several secluded caves for accommodation. Esteemed elders, these are some healing pills I have concocted. Xiao Ruochen produced exquisite elixirs, distributing them to the senior members of the Han Tian sect. Ruochen, have you seen Yunshi? Gu Tianhe approached with heavy steps. A hint of worry etched on his face, his heart concerned for his granddaughter's safety. Noticing Gu Tianhe's inquiry, Xiao Ruochen hastily replied, Grandfather Gu, please rest assured. Both Yunshi and Sister Yuhan are well. As he spoke, he released Gu Yunshi and Ling Yuhan from the reincarnation space. Grandfather, Gu Yunshi exclaimed, leaping into Gu Tianhe's embrace like a bird returning to its nest. Although she had not shown it, she had been deeply worried about her grandfather during this time. Child, as long as you are safe, Gu Tianhe breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing his granddaughter unharmed. He exhaled gently, and a tender and comforting smile slowly blossomed on his weathered face. Gu Tianhe understood clearly that the bond between his obedient granddaughter and Xiao Ruochen was likely extraordinary. After all, how could Xiao Ruochen affectionately refer to him as Grandfather Gu unless their relationship was special? Naturally, Gu Tianhe held great satisfaction in Xiao Ruochen, a remarkably talented individual. After all, not only was Xiao Ruochen a prodigious martial arts genius, but he was also an exceptional alchemist. Such a remarkable person was more than worthy of his granddaughter. As nightfall descended quietly, the brilliant lights began to illuminate the surroundings. That very night, Xiao Ruochen, accompanied by two enchanting ladies, gathered with the esteemed members of the Hantian sect, sharing in detail his aspirations and plans for the future. Nangong Ju expressed immense support for the goals set forth by Xiao Ruochen. The following morning, Xiao Ruochen, along with Gu Yunxi and Ling Yuhan, embarked on their journey homeward, soaring swiftly in the direction of the eastern Xian mountain range. Having been away from home for quite some time, Xiao Ruochen's thoughts were constantly occupied with the well-being of his family. In addition to visiting his kin, he returned with a wealth of invaluable resources. If utilized effectively, these resources could elevate the Xiao family's development to unprecedented heights. During the journey back, Xiao Ruochen also released Nangong Jing from his spatial realm. After all, they were all beloved women of his. Returning to the Xiao family, he could not favor one over the others. As time flowed like a fleeting shadow, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Xiao Ruochen and his 3 companions finally arrived at the familiar eastern Xian mountain range. Gazing at the undulating landscape before him, his heart brimmed with nostalgia. A year prior, while on a mission here, he had merely been a practitioner at the lowly Xian realm. Now, his cultivation had ascended to the 8th layer of the Xian sect, with combat prowess rivaling that of a 7th-layer Xian king. Xiao Ruochen led Gu Yunxi, Nangong Jing, and Ling Yuhan to the peak where the Xiao family resided. Upon learning that his grandson had returned with 3 stunning daughters-in-law, Xiao Tianya's joy was palpable, overflowing in his expression. He immediately decreed a grand celebration, planning a feast that would last for 3 continuous days. The current mountain where the Xiao family resided boasted well-developed facilities, and the younger generation cherished this new home. Here, they not only gained greater strength, but also accessed a wealth of resources. With the abundant support of the resources provided by Xiao Ruochen, the entire Xiao family thrived as if basking in a spring breeze, exhibiting a scene of flourishing prosperity. Both the elder and younger generations experienced significant advancements in their cultivation. In the days that followed, Xiao Ruochen remained within the family. During his leisure time, he diligently guided the younger members in their cultivation paths. At night, he would enter the reincarnation space to practice alongside the 3 ladies. Now, possessing an abundance of resources, he had formulated a detailed plan to elevate his own cultivation to the 9th layer of the Xian sect before embarking on a course of vengeance against the Eastern Xian Empire. As the years flowed silently by, 2 months swiftly elapsed. Through arduous training during this period, Xiao Ruochen finally reached the pinnacle of the 8th layer of the Xian sect. At this moment, he sat poised within the realm of reincarnation, his eyes firmly shut, hands forming intricate seals resting upon his knees. He relentlessly propelled the vibrant and surging essence within him, akin to the ceaseless torrents of a mighty river, its momentum resembling the tumultuous waves of the ocean, relentlessly launching wave after wave of fierce assaults towards the 9th layer of the Xuanzong realm. After 2 months of devoted cultivation, the meridians and dantian within Xiao Ruochen had grown broader and more resilient than ever before. Simultaneously, his formidable spiritual power had experienced a significant enhancement. At this juncture, Xiao Ruochen furrowed his brows, his entire being drenched in perspiration. Nonetheless, he gritted his teeth, steadfastly enduring. For he understood all too well that as long as he persevered in his onslaught, he would ultimately break through to the 9th layer of the Xuanzong realm. However, should he fail this time, achieving another breakthrough in the near future would prove to be quite a challenge. After numerous relentless attempts, the barrier of the 9th layer of the Xuanzong realm finally revealed minute fissures. Break! Xiao Ruochen clenched his teeth and bellowed, channeling all the essence within him with fervor, launching a final, desperate assault towards the 9th layer of the Xuanzong realm. Boom, boom, boom. Upon successfully breaking through the 9th layer, a confident and contented smile graced Xiao Ruochen's face. It is worth noting that reaching this level of mastery, achieving a breakthrough within a mere 2 months, was a feat reserved for the most extraordinary talents of the time. Throughout these months of cultivation, Nangong Jing and the other 2 women also exhibited substantial advancements in their own realms. Nangong Jing's cultivation ascended directly from the early stage of the 9th layer of the Xianwang realm to the mid-9th layer. Meanwhile, Ling Yuhan and Gu Yunxi each surpassed 2 minor realms, elevating from the 3rd layer of the Xuanzong realm to the 5th layer. On the following morning, Xiao Ruochen bid a heartfelt farewell to his kin and subsequently led the three women on their long journey to the Eastern Qian Empire. Before departing, he made sure to leave behind a considerable amount of cultivation resources for his family. Sister Jing, will your sudden absence for 2 months raise any suspicion from Su Chaoga? Xiao Ruochen inquired, his expression grave with concern. Rest assured, I have often secluded myself for cultivation before, sometimes for as long as half a year. Su Chaoga would not interfere with me, Nangong Jing replied with unwavering confidence. That is a relief. Upon hearing this, the heavy burden in Xiao Ruochen's heart finally lifted. Time swiftly passed, and 10 days later, the Xian boat carrying Xiao Ruochen and his companions gradually came to a halt in a secluded, lush grove outside Eastern Xian City. Xiao Ruochen ushered the three women into the realm of reincarnation, then employed the illusion technique to transform himself into an ordinary middle-aged man before setting forth towards Eastern Xian City. Subsequently, Xiao Ruochen prepared to launch a chilling and merciless act of vengeance against the Eastern Xian Empire. On the first night after entering the city, under the cover of darkness and amidst a haunting silence, Xiao Ruochen, like a wraith, stealthily infiltrated the residence of the 18th prince, Su Zongheng. Without hesitation, he unleashed a bloody and frenzied massacre. That night, the prince's mansion was enveloped in a tempest of flashing blades and the acrid scent of blood. The guardians within the residence, devoid of any means to resist, fell victim to Xiao Ruochen's arrows, each meeting their end with a single shot. Ultimately, Xiao Ruochen beheaded Su Zongheng and exhibited the severed head at the entrance of the prince's abode for all to see. In a calculated move to instill greater terror within the Eastern Xian Empire, he deliberately inscribed his name at the scene of the crime. Once this was accomplished, he swiftly concealed his presence, vanishing without a trace. Such audacity from Xiao Ruochen is astonishing. Indeed, it is utterly inhumane. It is rumored that apart from the lowly maids and eunuchs, all others within the 18th prince's residence were mercilessly slaughtered. The rate at which his prowess has escalated is alarming, and it appears that the Eastern Xian Empire has encountered an insurmountable challenge. In my opinion, the Eastern Xian Empire has been exceedingly short-sighted. Xiao Ruochen had not provoked them, yet they insisted on seizing his legacy and annihilating his sect. Keep your voice down. Do you wish to perish? I do not. At this moment, discussions erupted throughout Eastern Xian City, with countless individuals fervently debating Xiao Ruochen's astonishing exploits. Chapter 118. The relationship between the crown princess and Nangong Jing within the grandiose halls of the imperial palace. Su Chaoga sat upon the dragon throne, his expression dark and foreboding, exuding an icy aura reminiscent of the depths of winter. His rage had reached an apex, for Su Zongheng was undeniably a top-tier genius among the royal youth, now ruthlessly slain by Xiao Ruochen within the sanctity of his own residence, a profound humiliation for the royal family that would be nearly impossible to erase. Your Majesty, this Xiao Ruochen possesses unparalleled skills in disguise, rendering his true identity exceedingly difficult to uncover. Furthermore, he exhibits extraordinary capabilities to challenge opponents beyond his level, making it a daunting task to extract him from the vast sea of people. A middle-aged man clad in armor remarked gravely, his demeanor serious. Indeed, Your Majesty, this individual is not only ruthless, but employs exceptionally cruel methods. Judging by his merciless slaughter of the guardians at the 18th prince's residence, his true combat prowess has undoubtedly reached the 6th level of the profound king realm. Coupled with his alarming rate of growth, he poses an immense and lethal threat to our Eastern Xian Empire in the future. An elder with a dignified visage and graying temples stated, his gaze profound. What, in the Prime Minister's view, should our response be? Su Chaoga directed his authoritative and anxious gaze towards the venerable elder. Based on this individual's modus operandi, it is evident that he will not relent. Henceforth, he is certain to target other princes and princesses. Therefore, I propose that we immediately summon all princes and princesses back to the palace, meticulously setting a trap within its confines. Once he reappears, we shall seize him with overwhelming force. The stern-faced elder spoke with unwavering resolve, articulating his thoughts with clarity. Let us proceed as the Chancellor suggests. Henceforth, all princes and princesses are to be recalled to the palace, declared Su Chaoga decisively after a moment's contemplation. Within the queen's chambers, a resplendent palace adorned in gold and brilliance exuded an aura of unparalleled luxury and elegance. Dugu Yinran sat gracefully at an extraordinarily magnificent vanity, her delicate fingers expertly and tenderly removing her makeup. As her impeccably refined visage was gradually unveiled, a countenance akin to warm, delicate mutton fat jade emerged in the mirror, a breathtaking beauty that captivated the soul. In the reflection, her elegantly arched brows framed enchanting eyes that sparkled like autumn waters, and her naturally crimson lips appeared luscious and tempting, her face reminiscent of a blooming rose yet imbued with an air of aloofness. With every subtle movement, she radiated an innate grace and noble charm that would leave any fortunate observer utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. After all, who could fathom that the poised and dignified empress of Dongxian, often perceived as mature and composed, was in reality a young and stunningly beautiful woman in disguise? Your Highness, the spiritual vein at the palace's foundation has nearly been depleted. When shall we depart? At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, his countenance as frosty as the winter chill, approached Dugu Yanran with hurried steps, lowering his voice to inquire softly. Do not be hasty. The current situation in the eastern state is chaotic, with the Dongxian Empire plunged into turmoil by Xiao Ruochen's meddling. It would be prudent for us to linger here a while longer, observing the unfolding events. We may yet uncover unexpected opportunities, Dugu Yanran replied, a faint smile curling her alluring lips, her exquisite face reminiscent of a peony blooming in the spring, captivating and enchanting. Dugu Yanran harbored thoughts regarding the legacy possessed by Xiao Ruochen. After all, the rapid ascent of such a remarkable figure within a single year undoubtedly concealed secrets yet to be revealed. Thus, her plan was rather straightforward, to remain poised, observing the unfolding conflict from a distance. In the princess's residence, the atmosphere at this moment felt particularly oppressive, as if shrouded by a heavy, leaden cloud that rendered breathing nearly impossible. How could this boy's rate of advancement be so astonishingly swift? Su Muya sat in the resplendent main seat, her expression dark and foreboding. She bit her lip, her countenance so grim it seemed as if countless droplets of water could be wrung from it. Simultaneously, a flicker of shock and an unmistakable sense of unease surged within her. She had never anticipated that Xiao Ruochen's growth would be so remarkable, far surpassing her expectations. Although she had successfully ascended to the 8th layer of the Xianwang realm, the mere thought of Xiao Ruochen's unfathomable and unpredictable potential sent waves of indescribable panic coursing through her. If Xiao Ruochen were to continue growing without hindrance, it was conceivable that in due course, he would possess the formidable strength to surpass her. At that point, given Xiao Ruochen's profound resentment towards her, she would undoubtedly be his first target. As Su Muya sank deeper into her contemplations, a maid approached her cautiously, bowing with utmost decorum before softly inquiring, Your Highness, shall we proceed to the palace? Gradually emerging from her reverie, a resolute glimmer flashed in Su Muya's eyes. She exhaled slowly, striving to regain her composure, and replied with an air of calm, Let us make a brief preparation and set off for the palace immediately. Although she did not truly believe that Xiao Ruochen posed a significant threat at this moment, she dared not defy her father's orders in the slightest. Yes, Your Highness. The maid responded respectfully before retreating slowly. Xiao Ruochen, do not presume that hiding in the shadows renders you beyond my reach. I am eager to see who will ultimately prevail. A chilling smile crept upon Su Muya's lips, an icy aura of murderous intent emanating from her eyes, without reservation. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruochen, still masquerading as a young boy, followed Nangong Jing back to Yunqiu Palace. In the days that followed, Xiao Ruochen enjoyed an existence of unbridled ease. The eunuchs and palace maids of Yunqiu Palace were deftly manipulated by him, leaving him unconcerned about the discovery of his true identity. One day, a young woman, strikingly beautiful with a voluptuous figure, adorned in a splendid crown princess gown, arrived at Yunqiu Palace. It was none other than Nangong Jing's niece, Nangong Shui. During his previous impersonation as the crown prince, he had shared an unforgettable intimate encounter with her. Aunt, you have finally emerged. I have visited several times recently, but have been unfortunate in not encountering you. Nangong Shui's voice, as melodious as a lark's song, inquired charmingly. What is it, Shui'er? Do you miss your aunt? A gentle smile, akin to the warmth of spring, graced Nangong Jing's face. It had been quite some time since she last saw her aunt. And today, as fate would have it, she returned to the palace, eager to visit her. Your Highness, please enjoy this tea, said Xiao Ruochen, pouring a fragrant cup for Nangong Shui, who stood with a smile. She then respectfully took her place behind Nangong Jing, cautiously attending to her needs. At that moment, Xiao Ruochen was filled with astonishment. She had never anticipated that the crown princess would come to Yunxiu Palace. If Nangong Jing were to discover that she had once pinned her niece against the tea table and engaged in unspeakable acts, the repercussions would be endless. Shui, how have you been in the crown prince's residence lately? Nangong Jing inquired gracefully, taking a delicate sip of tea. Don't mention it. It's all that Xiao Ruochen's fault. Nangong Shui replied, her teeth clenched, and a fleeting glimmer of icy rage flickered in her beautiful eyes. Xiao Ruochen, you know him? Nangong Jing asked, her expression unchanging. Yet curiosity danced in her gaze. And, could you ask him to step outside? Nangong Shui glanced at Xiao Ruochen, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Xiao Linzi, you may leave us, Nangong Jing instructed. Yes, Your Highness, Xiao Ruochen responded, a torrent of frustration swirling within him, yet he could only comply respectfully, lamenting internally that this truly was a dire predicament. Shui, now that we are alone, please tell me what has transpired, Nangong Jing urged, her gaze fixed on her niece. Genuine concern etched across her features, filled with worry and urgency. Aunt, my relationship with the crown prince has utterly disintegrated, Nangong Shui confessed. Her teeth gritted tightly as if to break her own lips, her beautiful eyes shimmering with uncontrollable fury, burning with an intensity capable of incinerating everything in its path. It seems your tone suggests this is related to Xiao Ruochen. Do you know him? Nangong Jing inquired calmly, though a subtle probing glimmer flickered in her eyes. Humph, how could I possibly know that scoundrel? Last time he was at the crown prince's residence saving someone, he disguised himself as the crown prince, and I was oblivious, leading to an ill-fated intimacy between us. As she spoke, Nangong Shui's voice fell into a low murmur, laden with profound shame and regret, her delicate features clouded with sorrow, resembling a flower battered by the storms. Did he truly take advantage of you? Nangong Jing's anger ignited at these words, her teeth clenched, her eyes ablaze with fury. Yes, Nangong Shui nodded, her face a picture of grievance, as if she had suffered a great injustice. How could Su Tianma know? Nangong Jing furrowed her brow, perplexed. That villain left not long before the crown prince returned unexpectedly, and since then, he has treated me with indifference, as if I were invisible. Nangong Shui's growing frustration was palpable, her voice quivering as if to unleash the tempest of anger within her. It appeared that Su Tianma had likely caught on to the underlying tension. Meanwhile, Nangong Jing's brows furrowed tightly, as if she could crush a fly between them, her face etched with gravity. I was acutely aware that he had discerned the truth. Even a fool could see my disheveled state. And Su Tianma had refrained from casting me aside out of concern for his own reputation. With a heart full of bitterness, Nangong Shui muttered, her exquisite face adorned with a pitiful expression that evoked deep sympathy. Shui, why not stay with your aunt from now on? Since Su Tianma does not cherish you, returning to him serves no purpose. Nangong Jing gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort in a soft tone. But I cannot remain here indefinitely, Nangong Shui replied, her eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. Why not? We are family. Besides, even if you return to Su Tianma, he would scarcely glance your way. Nangong Jing earnestly counseled. Then I shall stay with you for a while, Nangong Shui conceded with a nod, resembling a wounded creature that had finally found a sanctuary from the storm. Shui, when you were close to Xiao Ruochen, did you not sense something amiss? Nangong Jing suddenly inquired, as if struck by a revelation. I felt something was off at the time, thinking the crown prince must have taken some potion. Nangong Shui's cheeks flushed crimson, the hue spreading to her ears like a splendid sunset. In truth, she had sensed an unmistakable anomaly the moment Xiao Ruochen touched her. He was evidently much older, and at that moment, she had presumed Su Tianma had consumed something, which was why she did not resist. Is Xiao Ruochen particularly formidable in that regard? Nangong Jing asked curiously, her expression tinged with a hint of gossip. This scoundrel is utterly inhuman. He nearly left me unable to stand. Nangong Shui exclaimed indignantly, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Uft! Nangong Jing could not help but chuckle. Is it truly that exaggerated? Aunt, this is no exaggeration. Compared to the crown prince, that scoundrel is like a bull, utterly tireless, Nan Gongshui whispered, her voice barely above a murmur. Were you not quite disdainful of him? What is this? Are you beginning to reminisce? Nan Gongjing teased, her laughter laced with a playful mockery. Aunt, you still jest. Nan Gongshui retorted, her demeanor radiating shyness. Thus, Nan Gongshui settled into Yunxiu Palace. That very night, Nan Gongjing confronted Xiao Ruochen, her fury unabated. Scoundrel! How could you commit such an unspeakable act? Jingjia, please allow me to explain. Xiao Ruochen's expression was fraught with distress as he hurriedly defended himself, saying, at that time, I had just plundered the prince's secret chamber and was preparing to leave when unexpectedly, Nan Gongshui burst in. Without a word, she leaped towards me, clinging tightly as if to imply that unless I acquiesced, I could not depart. In a moment of desperation, I relented. He then recounted the entire incident in detail, his tone rife with helplessness and grievance. Is it truly necessary to be so hypocritical? To claim that it was beyond my control? Nan Gongjing arched an eyebrow, revealing a trace of disdain. It seems that not a single one of you men is worthy of trust. Xiao Ruochen appeared flustered, his face alternating between crimson and pale. Yet he offered no further defense. Nonetheless, he held no regrets, for he was no saint. Faced with Nan Gongshui's enchanting allure, how many men could withstand such temptation? Moreover, had he defied her wishes, it was unlikely she would have allowed him to escape so easily. After spending several days in Yunxiu Palace, Nan Gongshui took her leave, opting not to return to the prince, but rather to return to her own family. In the ensuing days, Xiao Ruochen remained in the cycle space, diligently cultivating his skills, mindful that any lapse in effort could hinder his progress. Time flew by like an arrow, and 3 months swiftly passed. Throughout this lengthy period, through relentless dedication and perseverance, Xiao Ruochen elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Xianzong realm, now just a step away from the coveted Xianwang realm. At this moment, he was within the cycle space, wholly focused on breaking through the barriers that separated him from the Xianwang realm. It is important to note that such a significant breakthrough is no trivial matter. To successfully ascend to the Xianwang realm, one must grasp the principles of the heavenly path and comprehend the profound essence contained within. Fortunately, Xiao Ruochen possessed commendable insight, and he had consistently prioritized the refinement of his foundation, rendering it remarkably solid and stable. Otherwise, achieving this breakthrough could have taken several months or longer. With each determined effort, Xiao Ruochen soon perceived a minute crack in the barrier of the Xianwang realm. Without hesitation, he summoned all the Xianqi within him and surged towards the Xianwang realm. Boom, boom, boom. At that instant, Xiao Ruochen's cultivation successfully broke through to the first layer of the Xianwang realm. Subsequently, he immersed himself further in his training, honing his martial skills and strengthening his physical form, striving for a comprehensive enhancement of his abilities. With Xiao Ruochen's dual cultivation assistance, Nan Gongjing also made remarkable progress, advancing from the mid-stage of the 9th layer of the Xianwang realm to the late stage. Meanwhile, Ling Yuhan and Gu Yushi, having comparatively lower cultivation, achieved a small breakthrough, both stepping into the ranks of the 6th layer of the Xianzong realm. As 3 months elapsed, the Eastern Xian Empire gradually returned to a state of tranquility. In the initial month, the Eastern Xian Empire remained in a state of heightened vigilance, uncertain of when Xiao Ruochen might strike again. However, much to their dismay, the following 3 months passed languidly, during which Xiao Ruochen seemed to have vanished from the mortal realm, failing to make any further appearances. Consequently, the Eastern Xian Empire gradually began to relax its guard. Nevertheless, all princes and princesses continued to reside within the imperial palace, refraining from returning to their own estates. It was time to exact revenge. A bloodthirsty smile crept upon Xiao Ruochen's lips, a smile imbued with coldness and resolve. Now having attained the realm of Xianwang, he felt confident in his ability to evade even the first layer of Xianhuang realm experts. Should he employ the blood escape technique, even those of the 2nd layer of Xianhuang realm would find it exceedingly difficult to pursue him. After thorough investigation, Xiao Ruochen discerned that Su Chaoga's cultivation was likely around the 2nd layer of Xianhuang realm. As for the Empress, Duga Yanran, her precise cultivation level remained unknown, but it was presumed to be comparable to Su Chaoga's. After much contemplation, Xiao Ruochen ultimately decided to pay a visit to Su Chaoga. He intended to thoroughly assess the latter's abilities before formulating his next steps. Having already stepped into the realm of Xianwang, Xiao Ruochen was confident that should he utilize the 10,000 illusions technique, Su Qiaoge would never discern his true identity. This assurance granted him the audacity to investigate the situation. Resolute in his decision, he invoked the 10,000 illusions technique, transforming his appearance into that of an inconspicuous and unremarkable young eunuch. With a steady gait, he made his way directly towards the Yangxin Hall, a crucial location where Su Qiaoge conducted state affairs and diligently pursued his cultivation. The guise of the young eunuch had been meticulously arranged by Eunuch Wei, intended to facilitate Xiao Ruochen's proximity to Su Qiaoge, thereby allowing him to gain a clearer understanding of the latter's true prowess. After approximately 15 minutes, Xiao Ruochen finally arrived at Yangxin Hall, respectfully positioning himself behind Su Qiaoge. At that moment, Su Qiaoge sat upon the dragon throne, his expression gravely somber. His countenance darkened to an extreme, and his deep-set eyes emanated a chilling and menacing aura. In recent months, Su Qiaoge had maintained a state of heightened alertness, fervently awaiting the re-emergence of Xiao Ruochen. Yet, to his immense frustration, Xiao Ruochen had seemingly evaporated into thin air, leaving no trace behind. This situation ignited a seething fury within him, threatening to consume his reason entirely. "Your Majesty," he thought, "Xiao Ruochen has yet to reveal himself. Allowing the princes to remain in the palace for an extended period, this cannot be a sustainable strategy." A middle-aged man, distinguished in appearance and bearing an air of elegance, stepped forth from the crowd, his expression clouded with concern. "Indeed, what the left chancellor has stated holds true, Your Majesty. The imperial harem is a sanctuary for the ladies of the court. Prolonged stays of the princes here may lead to certain inconveniences and potentially incite unnecessary troubles." Another elder, clad in official robes and with hair as white as snow, echoed his sentiments. At that moment, Crown Prince Su Tianma rose to voice his agreement. "Father, the minister's words are indeed valid. We are no longer youths, and residing in the harem presents numerous challenges." Hearing this, Su Qiaoge furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes. After a moment of introspection, he replied slowly, "Very well, if that is the case, you may all return to your residences. However, be vigilant and prioritize your safety. Should you encounter any danger, promptly report to me." "Understood, Father." The princes and princesses responded in unison, their voices harmonizing and echoing throughout the Yangxin Palace. At this juncture, Xiao Ruochen, who stood beside Su Qiaoge, concealed a wave of uncontrollable joy in the depths of his eyes. With the departure of the princes and princesses from the palace, he felt assured of his ability to eliminate them all. Furthermore, through this close observation, he had confirmed that Su Qiaoge's cultivation level indeed resided at the second tier of the Xianwang realm. "Everyone may disperse." Su Qiaoge's countenance was as dark as water. He waved his hand, his tone tinged with weariness and resignation. "Yes, Your Majesty." All present respectfully acknowledged his command before gradually exiting the Yangxin Palace. Each step they took bore the weight of diverse thoughts, some heavy, others light. Among all the princes and princesses, none wore a countenance more grim than Su Muya's. She understood all too well that Xiao Ruochen would never let her off the hook. If she lingered within the palace, her future would undoubtedly lead to demise. In that moment, a thought of fleeing Dongzhou surged within Su Muya. As the foremost prodigy of the Dongxian Empire, she harbored a deep-seated yearning for unparalleled power, a desire that had shaped her cold and ruthless nature. In her heart, nothing held greater significance than life and the possession of immense strength. Although the Dongxian Empire was her birthplace, it paled in comparison to the value of her own life. After much contemplation, Su Muya ultimately resolved to journey to Zhongzhou, in pursuit of her own transcendent path. Once all the princes and princesses had departed, Xiao Ruochen seized a suitable opportunity to stealthily exit the Yangxin Palace. He had meticulously devised plans to enter a mode of slaughter once more that very night, targeting Princess Su Muya, the 8th Prince Su Tianlong, and the 6th Prince Su Tianjun. As the night descended like a vast black curtain, it enveloped the earth, plunging the world into an eerie silence. Xiao Ruochen, akin to a specter, stealthily infiltrated Su Muya's residence. Yet, to his dismay, Su Muya had not returned to the princess's palace. Where on earth could that wretched woman be? Xiao Ruochen's countenance darkened, his brows knitting together in a storm of frustration. He never anticipated that Su Muya would be absent from the princess's abode. Reluctantly, he redirected his focus toward the 8th and 6th princes. With agility reminiscent of a swallow and speed akin to lightning, he melded into the inky night, rendering himself virtually undetectable. In mere moments, he arrived at the 8th prince's residence like a phantom. In order to approach Su Tianlong unobtrusively, Xiao Ruochen cleverly disguised himself as an ordinary palace maid, carrying tea with utmost reverence to Su Tianlong's side. The instant Su Tianlong accepted the tea, Xiao Ruochen struck with deadly precision. The Qingling's sword gleamed with a chilling light as it swiftly severed Su Tianlong's neck. A dull thud echoed as his head fell, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the ground crimson. The assassination was executed with remarkable efficiency, devoid of any hesitation. Having accomplished this, Xiao Ruochen wasted no time, swiftly ransacking the 8th prince's residence. After exhausting all valuable resources, he lifted Su Tianlong's head and, like a wraith, hung it above the entrance of the 8th prince's palace. Without pause, he hastened to the residence of the 6th prince, Su Tianjun. Employing the same ruse, he once again successfully infiltrated Su Tianjun's domain. With his extraordinary agility and masterful disguise, he effortlessly claimed Su Tianjun's head and thoroughly pillaged the estate of all its resources. After this, he hung the head of the 6th prince, Su Tianjun, above the entrance as well. Subsequently, Xiao Ruochen silently returned to Yunxiu Palace. In the span of a single night, he had assassinated 2 princes and returned with ample spoils, a feat that left him feeling remarkably satisfied. However, Xiao Ruochen was far from finished. His quest for vengeance had only just begun. He was not yet in a position to entirely obliterate the Eastern Qian Empire, as his strength had not reached such formidable heights. Nevertheless, he would ensure that his adversaries would not find peace. He resolved to unleash a bloody massacre at intervals, instilling a perpetual state of fear and unease among the people of the Eastern Qian Empire. The following morning, within the Yangxin Hall, Su Chaoga sat with a grim expression. Resembling a statue frozen in time, his gaze dark and brooding upon the dragon throne that symbolized supreme power. He could hardly fathom that within a mere night, both of his princes had met their demise at the hands of Xiao Ruochen. What instilled even greater terror and despair in Su Chaoga was the fact that among the slain were 2 royal guardians who had attained the 8th tier of the Xianwang realm. The astonishing rate of Xiao Ruochen's growth had stirred a profound sense of dread within Su Chaoga, as an unprecedented sense of crisis surged through his heart like a tidal wave. In desperation, Su Chaoga summoned all the princes and princesses back to the palace. For blood is thicker than water. These princes and princesses were his own flesh and blood, and he could not bear to witness their tragic fates at the hands of Xiao Ruochen. At this moment, a twinge of regret surfaced in Su Chaoga's heart. Had he not ordered the extermination of the Hantian sect, perhaps matters would not have devolved into such a dire state. Chapter 121. The Proposal of Nangong Gohan, Your Majesty. This Xiao Ruochen is ruthless and merciless. His methods are exceedingly cruel. If this continues, our Eastern Qian Empire will surely suffer grave losses. A middle-aged man, whose gaze was as piercing as that of a hawk, spoke with a serious countenance and a deep, resonant voice. This man was none other than Nangong Gohan, the elder brother of the imperial consort, Nangong Jing. What insights might General Nangong have on this matter? Su Chaoga inquired, his brow furrowing deeply, as if it could crush a fly, his tone heavy with anxiety. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, the best course of action is to find a way to resolve this conflict. Given Xiao Ruochen's currently displayed terrifying talent, it will not be long before he reaches a level that we can only look up to in awe. If we do not promptly resolve the grievances between us, the consequences will be unimaginable, Nangong Gohan said gravely, his eyes reflecting profound concern, each word laden with immense weight. Nangong Gohan, Xiao Ruochen has already murdered 3 princes. Are we to simply let him go? At that moment, another middle-aged man, his expression dark and brooding, interjected with a voice filled with anger and indignation. Sun Sinyu, since you oppose the resolution of this enmity, why not take on the responsibility of capturing Xiao Ruochen? Nangong Gohan's lips curled into a barely perceptible, cold smile, tinged with sarcasm and disdain. You. Sun Sinyu's face turned ashen with fury, veins bulging on his forehead like writhing earthworms, his lips trembling. Yet he could not utter a single word. He understood that Xiao Ruochen was merely targeting the royal family, should he speak further. And if Su Chaoga entrusted the task to him, it would be a case of risking more than he could afford to lose. After all, the prowess of Xiao Ruochen was evident. With his meager strength, should he provoke the other party, his demise would be utterly tragic, perhaps leading to the destruction of his entire family. Witnessing Sun Sinu's reaction, the other ministers naturally refrained from voicing their opinions, opting instead for silence. At that moment, the court fell into an oppressive stillness, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if a colossal stone weighed heavily upon each heart. With no one daring to be the first to speak out. At this juncture, Su Chaoga's countenance was so grim it seemed capable of dripping water, his dark expression akin to the sky before a tempest, creating an overwhelming sense of dread. Although he perceived some validity in Nangong Gohan's suggestion, the prospect of easily letting Xiao Ruochen off the hook was exceedingly difficult for him to accept. After all, it was Xiao Ruochen who had slain his 3 sons. If he could not avenge this blood feud, how could he continue to command the Eastern Xian Empire with any semblance of dignity? Yet, should he stubbornly refuse reconciliation and allow the adversary to grow stronger, the consequences would be dire indeed. For once Xiao Ruochen's cultivation reached new heights, the entire imperial family would be at risk of annihilation. Nangong General, what do you believe should be done to resolve this enmity? After a period of deep contemplation, Su Chaoga slowly inquired, his voice emerging as if squeezed from between clenched teeth. Your Majesty, Nangong Gohan replied, I believe the immediate priority is to issue an edict to re-establish the Hantian sect and confer upon Xiao Ruochen the title of a princely lord of a different surname. He paused momentarily before resolutely continuing. Moreover, we should select from within the palace a princess of unparalleled beauty and elegant demeanor to be betrothed to him. In doing so, not only will it showcase your Majesty's magnanimity, but it may also alleviate the hostility between the two parties. Perhaps, in gratitude, Xiao Ruochen would willingly serve the Eastern Xian Empire. As Nangong Gohan's proposal concluded, the assembly was left in a state of astonishment. Their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg within. No one had anticipated such a bold suggestion from him. While the rationale behind the proposal was sound, none dared to voice their agreement, for no one wished to provoke Su Chaoga's sensitive disposition. Nangong General, you are no longer young. It is best to leave the generalship to the younger generation. Indeed, as soon as Nangong Gohan's words fell, the expression on Su Chaoga's face darkened to an extreme, his visage as black as the bottom of a pot. As the emperor of the Eastern Xian Empire, he understood that compromises and concessions were sometimes necessary. However, the suggestion put forth by Nangong Gohan filled Su Chaoga with profound rage. For this proposal was nothing short of a tremendous humiliation for the Eastern Xian Empire. Xiao Ruochen had murdered his 3 princes, yet Nangong Gohan proposed to bestow upon him a princely title and offer a princess in marriage. This was something Su Chaoga could never tolerate. Had it not been for the unwavering loyalty of the Nangong clan through generations and their substantial influence within the court, he would have long since dragged them out and executed them. I, your humble servant, faithfully adhere to your Majesty's decree. Nangong Gohan's brow furrowed slightly. Though his heart brimmed with discontent, he betrayed not a hint of dissatisfaction upon his countenance. In truth, Nangong Gohan was merely 37 years old this year, in the prime of his life. Yet, Su Chaoga had the audacity to strip him of his power under such a preposterous pretext, which was clearly beyond his expectations. Since Su Chaoga was unwilling to heed his counsel, further discussion would be futile. The Eastern Xian Empire had already descended into a state of decay, having attracted formidable adversaries like Xiao Ruochen. In such circumstances, distancing himself from the court could indeed be a prudent choice for Nangong Gohan personally. After the court session, he returned home with a visage clouded by gloom. Father, what troubles you? Nangong Shui, noticing her father's troubled expression, hurried forth with evident concern. It is nothing, Shuer. From today onward, you shall remain at home. There is no need for you to return to the palace, Nangong Gohan replied slowly, his voice tinged with fatigue. He understood that his daughter was no longer favored by the crown prince, rendering her return to the palace futile. Moreover, with Xiao Ruochen's recent attempts on the lives of princes, keeping his daughter near the crown prince posed a significant risk. Father, what has transpired? Nangong Shui inquired anxiously. Her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Alas, the matter is thus, seeing his daughter's eagerness to understand. Nangong Gahan recounted the events that had unfolded in the court that day in detail. "Father, is Xiao Ruochen truly that fearsome?" A hint of curiosity graced Nangong Shue's face, as memories of her previous encounters with Xiao Ruochen surfaced in her mind. However, she harbored no profound impression of him, having never seen his true visage. The only striking memory was of his remarkable prowess, which had left her somewhat overwhelmed. This youth possesses extraordinary talent and unmatched capability to challenge those beyond his level. If no unforeseen events occur, the days of the Eastern Xian Empire are numbered, Nangong Gahan sighed, speaking with resignation. "Tomorrow, go visit your aunt, and it would be best to bring her back, lest she be embroiled in the troubles of the royal family." His daughter understood and nodded earnestly, her delicate features reflecting her seriousness. In the ensuing days, tranquility returned to the palace, as if Xiao Ruochen had vanished entirely, never to reappear. Yet, a heavy shadow loomed over the hearts of all princes and princesses, for they recognized that this semblance of peace was merely a fleeting calm before the tempest. Given Xiao Ruochen's nature, it was certain that he would not relent, and the next to fall would inevitably be one among them. Thus, each prince and princess remained on high alert. Even the servants around them dared not approach too closely. The princes and princesses lived each day ensnared in fear and anxiety. At that moment, Xiao Ruochen loomed above them like a sword suspended in air, leaving them in suspense about when the impending peril might descend upon them. During this period, every subtle sound and unfamiliar figure could send shivers down their spines. Nights were fraught with sleeplessness, while days found them in a daze. The once resplendent wealth and glory now appeared pale and powerless under the shadow of death's threat. In this dire hour, they could only pray silently, beseeching Xiao Ruochen for mercy and hoping to elude this calamity. Chapter 122. The second layer of the Xianwang realm. The following morning, in the Yunxiu Palace, Xiao Ruochen engaged in a fervent and tender exchange with Nangong Jing within the cycle of reincarnation. Xiao Ruochen's breath was slightly hurried, beads of perspiration dotting her forehead, while Nangong Jing panted delicately, her complexion flushed, resembling a blooming flower in its prime. Just then, a voice from the outside announced, "Your Highness, the Crown Princess requests an audience. Get ready, will you?" "Shuer is here," Nangong Jing playfully chided, a few alluring droplets of sweat trailing down her exquisitely pale forehead, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful, as if she had stepped out of a painting. "Do not rush, it will be ready shortly," Xiao Ruochen replied with a serene smile, the corners of her mouth curving into a subtle, enchanting arc, her gaze imbued with an irresistible allure. "You little rascal." Approximately half an hour later, Nangong Jing had tidied herself after a brief wash, adjusting her somewhat disheveled attire before contentedly departing the cycle of reincarnation. "Aunt, what were you doing? Why did you keep me waiting for so long?" Nangong Shui inquired, her expression filled with curiosity as she looked at her aunt. "Oh, nothing much. I was just practicing my marksmanship in the backyard, and you arrived right at a crucial moment." Nangong Jing hastily fabricated an excuse, her eyes evasive, unable to meet Nangong Shui's gaze. "Aunt, what have you been consuming lately? You appear positively radiant." Nangong Shui exclaimed in surprise. Although she had always known her aunt to be beautiful, she had never seen such a brilliant smile on her face before. Yet today, she noticed her aunt's smile had become more frequent, her entire being glowing as if rejuvenated, her skin now appearing considerably more delicate and youthful. "Oh, I haven't eaten anything special," Nangong Jing said, shaking her head, her heart fluttering at the thought of her recent encounter with Xiao Ruochen, feeling a flush akin to fire coursing through her. "Aunt, if you truly possess something for skincare, do share it with me. My skin is nowhere near as fine as yours." Nangong Shui pouted playfully, tugging at Nangong Jing's sleeve with gentle insistence. "Aunt has nothing special to offer. If I did, you would be the first to know," Nangong Jing laughed, lightly tapping Nangong Shui's forehead with her finger. "Indeed, Aunt, the palace is not particularly safe nowadays. Father has asked me to inquire if you would like to return home," Nangong Shui said, her eyes brimming with concern. "No need, Aunt is quite comfortable here. I will return when I wish to," Nangong Jing replied with a smile, her demeanor relaxed and at ease. "Aunt, I heard that last night Xiao Ruochen killed the 8th and 6th princes. It is too dangerous for you to stay here. Shall we return?" Nangong Shui suggested, a hint of worry in her voice. "What is there to fear? I reside here alone. He cannot possibly come to kill just one woman. Nan Gongjing laughed, though a trace of barely perceptible tension flickered in her eyes. What if he develops ill intentions and comes to Yunqiu Palace? What would you do? Nan Gongshui asked anxiously, her brow furrowed in distress. Were you not the one who claimed he is formidable? I would quite like to test that. If he dares to come, I wouldn't mind giving him a chance, Nan Gongjing teased playfully, a provocative smile gracing her lips. Aunt, you truly dare to speak so boldly. Are you not afraid that the emperor will find out? Nan Gongshui whispered, glancing around nervously as if to avoid being overheard. What is there to fear? Su Chaoga has not visited Yunqiu Palace in years. Even if Xiao Ruochen were to come, I would not inform him. Nan Gongjing replied with a carefree smile, her expression untroubled. The two continued their conversation for a while, and upon realizing that Nan Gongjing had no intention of leaving, Nan Gongshui reluctantly departed from Yunqiu Palace. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. During this extensive period, Xiao Ruochen had been entrenched in the cycle of reincarnation, diligently honing his skills. With the aid of abundant precious resources, his cultivation soared like a rocket, ascending from the initial stage of the first layer of the Xianwang realm to the pinnacle of the second layer. Simultaneously, his martial techniques and agility had experienced substantial enhancement. Each training session allowed him to wield his power with greater precision and gain a deeper understanding of combat. Remarkably, within the recesses of his mind, he unexpectedly discovered an extraordinary cultivation method perfectly suited for Ling Yuhan and Gu Yunqi. Moreover, he spared no effort in imparting top-tier martial arts and agility techniques to the three women, ensuring that each session was filled with patience and meticulous care, enabling them to grasp the essence of the teachings. With Xiao Ruochen's guidance, the trio's cultivation levels also ascended significantly. Among them, Nan Gongjing soared to new heights, successfully transitioning from the late stage of the 9th layer of the Xianwang realm to the early stage of the Xianhuang realm. Meanwhile, Ling Yuhan and Gu Yunqi astonishingly advanced to the 9th layer of the Xianzong realm. At this moment, Nan Gongjing radiated joy, her smile blooming like flowers in spring, vibrant and enchanting. She felt immense gratitude for her earlier decision, never anticipating that Xiao Ruochen's unique constitution would consistently bring her substantial improvement with each encounter. This elevation transcends mere cultivation, representing a profound new understanding and mastery of power. Moreover, the martial techniques imparted to her by Xiao Ruochen are equally enigmatic, seemingly derived from an ancient and mysterious lineage. This has significantly augmented her combat prowess. Beyond these intricate martial skills and agility, she possesses ample confidence to retreat unscathed even when confronting Su Chaoga. Ruochen, what are our plans moving forward? Nan Gongjing inquired, her voice soft and melodious, imbued with anticipation for the future and a hint of confusion. Do not rush, we have ample time. Our immediate priority is to ascertain the Empress's cultivation level, Xiao Ruochen replied, a flicker of wisdom shining in his deep-set eyes, which bore a steadfast intensity. As though contemplating a thrilling game of chess, he was not inclined to engage the Eastern Xian Empire in direct conflict without absolute certainty. Dugu Yanran has been exceedingly enigmatic in recent years. She scarcely makes an appearance except at significant royal gatherings. 3 years ago, she had already attained the Xian Emperor realm. But her current level remains unclear to me, Nan Gongjing said, her brow furrowed with concern. I will investigate tonight. Once we ascertain her cultivation, we can make our decision. Xiao Ruochen stated solemnly. Be careful, Nan Gongjing urged, her eyes filled with worry and reluctance. Rest assured, with my current level of cultivation, no one will recognize me. Even if I am confident in my ability to escape, Xiao Ruochen declared, his face radiating self-assurance, as if no obstacle could impede his progress. That night, Xiao Ruochen employed a remarkable spell, transforming himself into a lowly servant within the Empress's chambers. His form slightly hunched, he moved with steady and cautious steps toward the Empress's quarters. To his surprise, there were almost no guards surrounding the Empress's palace. The eerie silence enveloped the area, evoking a sense of the uncanny and mysterious. Subsequently, Xiao Ruochen meticulously circled the vicinity of the Empress's chambers, each step as light as a cat's paw, each breath controlled to a fine degree. However, to his dismay, he found no trace of the Empress. Reluctantly, he departed, his heart heavy with uncertainty. Ruochen, you mean the Empress is not in her chambers? Nan Gongjing asked, her voice tinged with astonishment and confusion. Indeed. I thoroughly searched the entire palace and found no sign of her, Xiao Ruochen replied, his brow furrowed in contemplation. What shall we do next? Do we still proceed tonight? Nan Gongjing inquired, her lips parting slightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of worry, as if a delicate mist enveloped her heart. Certainly, tonight I will eliminate all the princes. Xiao Ruochen's eyes gleamed with a chilling light, reminiscent of winter's frost, instilling a sense of dread. After enduring months of arduous training, this night marks the moment of self-assessment. Then I shall accompany you, Nan Gongjing declared with unwavering determination. No, it is not yet time for a direct confrontation. I can manage alone to avoid endangering your family. Xiao Ruochen replied with a serious demeanor. You are my man. Wherever you are, that is my home. No one can replace your position in my heart. Nan Gongjing asserted with resolute conviction, her beautiful eyes gazing deeply into Xiao Ruochen's, filled with love and trust. Rest assured, even if Su Chaoga were to appear in person, he would not be able to obstruct my escape if I so wished. You simply wait here for my return. Xiao Ruochen tenderly embraced Nan Gongjing, gently kissing her cherry-like lips, offering comfort. Once I break through to the third layer of the Xian realm, we shall join forces to annihilate the Eastern Xian Empire. You must be careful, Nan Gongjing replied softly, nodding gently as she rested her head against Xiao Ruochen's chest, resembling a docile kitten. Xiao Ruochen nodded, then turned to leave Yushu Palace. His figure gradually receded under the moonlight until it vanished into the vastness of the night. Chapter 123. Brutal Slaughter on that tranquil night. The world was enveloped in silence, and a radiant full moon hung high in the expansive sky. Xiao Ruochen moved with an ethereal grace, stealthily navigating through the intricate structures of the imperial palace. He resembled a specter of the night, stealthily advancing toward the quarters of the princes. Utilizing his profound and elusive agility, the guardians responsible for protecting the royal family of the Eastern Xian Empire remained blissfully unaware of even the slightest trace of his presence. Even when fully attentive, they were unable to detect Xiao Ruochen's shadow. In the blink of an eye, within mere breaths, those guardians concealed within the prince's quarters had been soundlessly incapacitated by Xiao Ruochen's swift actions. However, Xiao Ruochen did not execute them. His mercy was not born of weakness, but rather of strategic contemplation. He inscribed a mark of servitude deep within their souls and transferred them all into the cycle of reincarnation. It is worth noting that these royal guardians were of considerable prowess, with most having reached the 8th layer of the Xian King realm, and some even stepping into the 9th layer. To eradicate them so easily would be a tremendous waste. After all, his family and the formidable force he planned to establish in the future would require such powerful guardians for protection and support. Having successfully seized control of these royal guardians, Xiao Ruochen felt as if he had entered a realm devoid of obstacles, unimpeded as he charged toward the palace where the princes resided, poised to unleash a bloody massacre. At this moment, Xiao Ruochen exhibited an unparalleled mastery of movement, his aura meticulously reined in, akin to a merciless hunter emerging from the shadows, embarking on a frenzied harvest of the lives of the princes of the Eastern Xian Empire. His actions were swift and resolute, devoid of any hesitation or compassion. In less than a few breaths, 7 or 8 princes and princesses of the Eastern Xian Empire met untimely ends in their slumber. Bewildered by the relentless hand of their assailant, these royal figures left this world without ever comprehending how they lost their lives, not even catching a glimpse of their murderer's visage. Strangely, where was Su Tianma, that fool? After meticulously scouring the palace, Xiao Ruochen's expression darkened. At this juncture, nearly all the princes and princesses had been ruthlessly slain by him, save for Su Tianma, who was conspicuously absent. Subsequently, like a whisper in the night, Xiao Ruochen departed the scene. He mused that since his adversary was not present, there was no haste. He would have ample time and opportunity to strike again. No sooner had Xiao Ruochen left than a terrifying pressure suddenly descended, followed by the appearance of Su Chaoga, akin to a fearsome primordial beast, instantaneously materializing above the palace where the princes resided. Upon entering the palace and witnessing the ghastly sight before him, Su Chaoga's countenance contorted with rage, an icy malevolence emanating from him with ferocity. Xiao Ruochen, Unless I rend you limb from limb, I shall not consider myself a man. Su Chaoga's gaze turned frigid. His teeth clenched in fury, his entire being trembling like a leaf caught in a tempest. Father, the rate at which Xiao Ruochen has grown is alarmingly formidable. At that moment, Su Tianma soared in from the distance. Upon witnessing the bloody chaos that unfolded, a profound fear welled up within him. He could scarcely fathom how Xiao Ruochen's cultivation had ascended with such astonishing speed. It was worth noting that this palace was guarded by 5 royal guardians, 2 of whom had already reached the 9th level of the Xianwang realm. Even Su Tianma himself harbored no hope of conquering these guardians. The realization struck him with dread, had it not been for Su Chaoga summoning him for a discussion. He too might have met a tragic fate akin to that of his siblings, falling victim to Xiao Ruochen's merciless hands. Su Chaoga's eyes widened in fury, his form soaring above the palace like a majestic eagle. He cast his consciousness like an expansive net, meticulously searching the palace's surroundings, probing each eunuch and maidservant with acute precision. However, to his dismay, after conducting a thorough search of the entire palace, he found no trace of Xiao Ruochen. In that moment, Su Chaoga experienced, for the first time in his life, the bitter taste of despair and helplessness. He could never have anticipated that the Eastern Xian Empire, with its legacy spanning thousands of years, would face such a formidable crisis in his generation. At this very moment, the entire Eastern Xian Empire was enveloped in an atmosphere of oppression and heaviness. The following morning, within the Hall of Nurturing the Heart, Su Chaoga sat in his exalted wheelchair, resembling a statue carved from ice, his eyes ablaze with a fierce and wrathful flame, exuding an aura of chilling menace. On either side of the Grand Hall, the civil and military officials stood in silence, paralyzed by fear, none daring to utter a word. They were acutely aware that Su Chaoga teetered on the brink of fury, much like a volcano poised to erupt, capable of unleashing devastating wrath at any moment. To interject at this juncture would be akin to courting disaster. They would surely meet an untimely and obscure demise. Simultaneously, a sense of impending doom loomed in the hearts of all officials. This was largely due to the terrifying talent of Xiao Ruochen, who had rapidly ascended in power. His prowess was unparalleled, moving like a shadow, rendering the defenses of the Eastern Xian Empire utterly ineffectual, leaving them powerless against him. In truth, many officials harbored a sense of schadenfreude, for Xiao Ruochen's wrath was directed solely toward the royal family, and did not directly implicate them. With a selfish mindset of "may my adversary perish while I remain unharmed," these officials felt no pity for the deceased prince. "Have you all lost your voices?" Su Chaoga's voice sliced through the air like ice, chilling to the bone. His piercing gaze swept across the officials like a blade. Observing their dumbfounded expressions, Su Chaoga felt a flicker of regret within. Had he heeded Nangong Guhan's counsel from the start, perhaps his princes and princesses would not have met such an untimely and inexplicable fate. Although Su Chaoga was confident in his ability to defeat Xiao Ruochen in a direct confrontation, the latter evaded open conflict, opting instead for stealthy ambushes, leaving him in despair and feeling utterly powerless. It was as if he possessed boundless strength, yet could find no outlet for it. Su Chaoga understood all too well that if this stalemate continued, only death awaited him. The speed at which Xiao Ruochen was growing was simply beyond his own capabilities to rival. Perhaps in 2 months, or maybe 6, the latter would possess the strength to match him. Su Chaoga had contemplated abandoning the Eastern Xian Empire, but the thought of forsaking the legacy painstakingly built by his ancestors over millennia filled him with shame at the idea of facing his forebears. Meanwhile, the news of Xiao Ruochen's brutal slaying of the Eastern Xian Empire's princes spread like wildfire throughout Eastern Xian City, rapidly engulfing the entirety of Eastern Zhou with astonishing speed. "I have just received word that Xiao Ruochen killed more than a dozen princes and princesses in a single night. Is that even possible? Xiao Ruochen is far too audacious." Initially, I too found it hard to believe. However, this news has now spread throughout the entire Eastern Xianzhou, and it seems unlikely to be erroneous. The prowess of Xiao Ruochen has escalated to a terrifying degree, especially within the imperial palace. He traverses it as if it were an unguarded realm. Indeed, if only I possessed his strength, I would indulge with every concubine within the palace. It appears that the Eastern Xianzhou Empire has encountered an insurmountable obstacle. If the current situation continues to unfold as it has, the empire may face annihilation within mere months. Yet, whether the Eastern Xianzhou Empire thrives or perishes holds little significance for us common folk. Regardless of who governs, our fates as the lower echelon remain unchanged. At this moment, the streets of Eastern Xianzhou buzz with fervent discussions regarding Xiao Ruochen's astonishing exploits. Chapter 124, The Great Battle with Su Qiaoge. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruochen had swiftly returned to the realm of reincarnation. Just moments ago, he had keenly sensed Su Qiaoge's terrifying spiritual probe. Xiao Ruochen was acutely aware that, given his current capabilities, he was still vastly outmatched in a direct confrontation with Su Qiaoge. Thus, he resolved to dedicate himself to further cultivation, intending to break through to the third tier of the Xianwang realm before emerging to decisively eradicate the Eastern Xianzhou Empire. Time slipped away like fine grains of sand in an hourglass, quietly and imperceptibly. On the surface, the Eastern Xianzhou Empire seemed as tranquil as a placid lake. Yet beneath this veneer lay tumultuous undercurrents and lurking crises. All families found themselves in a state of watchful waiting, offering only perfunctory responses to Su Qiaoge's decrees. No longer as eager or proactive as before. Some officials even cited illness as a reason to avoid court. They were acutely aware that the demise of the royal family was merely a matter of time. Should Xiao Ruochen re-emerge, the Eastern Xianzhou Empire would surely collapse like a house of cards, plunging into irrevocable ruin. These officials now sought only to bide their time, preparing mentally for the inevitable. Once Xiao Ruochen emerged victorious, they would promptly declare their allegiance, seeking greater rewards and a chance for their families to secure a foothold for survival. Within the Yangxin Palace, the whereabouts of the Empress remained unknown. Su Qiaoge sat quietly in his wheelchair, his gaze deep and suffused with a bloodthirsty glint, emanating an unsettling chill. He had not anticipated that, at such a critical juncture for the Eastern Xianzhou Empire, the Empress Duge Yanran would vanish without a trace, intensifying his murderous intent. Your Majesty, reported eunuch Wei respectfully, the palace attendants say the Empress departed several months ago for external training. Ungrateful wretch, I have treated you well, yet you choose to abandon me. Su Qiaoge's countenance twisted into a grotesque mask of fury, as if seared by an unquenchable blaze, presenting an exceedingly terrifying visage. At this moment, the Eastern Xian Empire teetered on the brink of chaos, with the entire court of civil and military officials feigning illness to evade attendance, while the queen, a figure of national significance, had inexplicably vanished. Confronted with such a despondent predicament, Su Qiaoge's heart was engulfed by boundless wrath and indignation. He silently vowed that once he could eradicate the detestable Xiao Ruochen, those treacherous ministers would be made to bear the excruciating consequences of their betrayal. As time slipped by, 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Xiao Ruochen finally arrived at a moment of paramount importance, for he had subtly brushed against the threshold of the third layer of the Xianwang realm. At this juncture, he sat within the cycle of reincarnation, his mind focused and serene, channeling the reincarnation technique to unleash all the profound energy within him. With the force of a raging tempest, he launched a fervent assault towards the third layer of the Xianwang realm. With each impact, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, as if countless sharp blades were ruthlessly carving through his insides. After numerous attempts, the boundary of the realm remained steadfast and immovable, akin to an imposing mountain. However, Xiao Ruochen refused to concede. He bore the nearly unconscious agony, charging forward like a frenzied beast towards the third layer of the Xianwang realm with reckless abandon. Ultimately, the heavens do not forsake the diligent. After relentless attempts, the barrier of the third layer of the Xianwang realm began to tremble slightly, revealing a fine crack. Witnessing this, the long-suffering Xiao Ruochen could not suppress a flicker of joy upon his countenance, for he understood that success was now within his grasp. Thus, Xiao Ruochen took a deep breath, striving to calm his restless heart, and began to gather all his energy, consolidating the previously scattered profound energy within him. At that moment, the profound energy coursing through his body resembled gentle streams converging into a powerful torrent, ultimately coalescing into an exquisitely sharp sword radiating with a piercing brilliance. "Break from me!" Xiao Ruochen roared, his voice echoing like a cry from the depths of his soul. He propelled the formidable, profound energy within him towards the slender fissure in a final, fervent assault. Boom, boom, Boom. The third layer of the Xianwang realm, accompanied by a series of crisp sounds emanating from his dantian. Xiao Ruochen felt an indescribable surge of power flood into him, like a tumultuous tide. This force was so overwhelming that he could scarcely contain his exuberant cheer, yearning to express the joy and excitement swelling within him. At this moment, Xiao Ruochen had successfully broken through the bottleneck of his cultivation, stepping into an entirely new realm, the third layer of the Xianwang realm. After his cultivation breakthrough, Xiao Ruochen exuded an unparalleled confidence and authority. He soared into the sky, accompanied by Nangong Jing and the 5 royal offerings he had under his control, heading directly towards the imperial palace. Su Chaoga, come forth to meet your demise. Xiao Ruochen's voice resonated like a thunderclap, echoing throughout every corner of Dongxian City. At this moment, he appeared ethereal and unrestrained, standing above the palace like a legendary war god. His piercing gaze surveyed the majestic palace complex below, radiating an intense desire for combat. A terrifying pressure, akin to surging waves, swept across the surroundings, rendering the countless palace guards beneath him silent and trembling, too fearful to even raise their eyes to meet his. Xiao Ruochen, today I shall tear you to shreds. Suddenly, a chilling voice reverberated through the air, as if emanating from the depths of the netherworld, sending shivers down spines. Almost instantaneously, Su Chaoga's figure appeared nearby like a ghost. His eyes were sharp as blades, resembling an ancient ferocious beast, fixated on Xiao Ruochen with an intent to skewer him with his gaze. You've chosen the wrong foe to provoke. Xiao Ruochen smirked coldly, a hint of derision lacing his expression. He pulled Nangong Jing close, and, before Su Chaoga, planted a kiss on her lips. This was a calculated strike to shatter Su Chaoga's psyche and drive him to madness. Dare to offend me? I shall annihilate your sons, obliterate your empire, and even seize your women. A wicked smile crept across Xiao Ruochen's face, brimming with provocation and arrogance. Prepare to die, you little wretch. At that moment, Su Chaoga was consumed by rage, his hair standing on end, his fierce eyes ablaze with fury. His expression twisted in a terrifying grimace as if he intended to devour Xiao Ruochen whole. Grasping his battle spear tightly, he swung it with all his might, sending it hurtling toward Xiao Ruochen like a meteor streaking across the sky, imbued with a destructive momentum. Jing, I leave Su Tianma to you. Xiao Ruochen roared, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination and a fervent desire for victory. No sooner had he spoken than his long sword was drawn with the swiftness of a storm, its fierce aura gleaming as though it could rend the very heavens apart, cleaving directly towards Su Chaoga. In that instant, 2 immensely powerful forces collided like twin meteors, erupting in a dazzling display of brilliance, showering sparks in every direction. How can this brat possess such formidable strength? A sudden jolt reverberated through Su Chaoga's heart, his visage awash with astonishment. He had never anticipated that Xiao Ruochen's prowess had ascended to such a terrifying level. Yet, in the blink of an eye, an unmistakable fervor ignited in his gaze. Although Xiao Ruochen's strength surpassed his expectations, their recent confrontation had clearly placed him at an advantage. Should he manage to vanquish Xiao Ruochen today and seize the legacy from him, every loss would be deemed worthwhile. With this thought in mind, Su Chaoga brandished his war spear once more, charging towards Xiao Ruochen with an aura of unstoppable momentum. Chapter 125. The enraged Su Chaoga, you old fool. Do you truly believe I fear you? Xiao Ruochen's voice rang out coldly, slicing through the air like a frigid winter gale that sent shivers down one's spine. In an instant, he unleashed a brilliant arc of sword light from his long sword, its radiance blinding and reminiscent of stars erupting in the night sky. A strike named Heavenly Destruction, akin to a thunderous tempest, swept horizontally towards Su Chaoga. The sword's energy was dazzling, as if the scorching sun had taken form. Fierce and unrelenting, imbued with an overwhelming might. This formidable move not only displayed exceptional swordsmanship, but also resonated with a sharp, piercing sound that seemed capable of shattering eardrums. The very fabric of space appeared to tremble under the weight of this immense power, as if the heavens and earth themselves were on the verge of being torn asunder, instilling a sense of awe that made it nearly impossible to withstand its brilliance. How can this boy's swordsmanship be so exquisite? Su Chaoga, upon witnessing this, felt a flicker of trepidation, his pupils narrowing as he fixated on the menacing sword energy. He swiftly wielded his war spear, carving a fierce trajectory in the air. His movements fluid and seamless. With his actions, a formidable force coalesced, sharp and biting, as if it could cleave through all existence. This energy surged forward with indomitable momentum, colliding directly with Xiao Ruochen's sword energy. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous detonations erupted, the noise deafening, as if it could shatter souls. Both Xiao Ruochen and Su Chaoga were propelled backward several hundred feet, the air rippling in their wake. "Father, save me." Suddenly, a cry of sheer terror resonated from Su Tianma not far away, his voice laden with despair and fear. There stood Nangong Jing, her sword poised at his throat. Her gaze resolute and unwavering, devoid of any hesitation. "Nangong Jing, you vile wretch, release my son at once, or I shall annihilate your entire lineage." Su Chaoga bellowed, his voice brimming with rage and menace, his fierce gaze directed at Nangong Jing, as if he wished to rend her into 1,000 pieces. He could scarcely fathom that the imperial consort he had cherished had not only betrayed him, but had also taken his designated heir hostage. "Su Chaoga, surrender immediately, or I shall ensure your line ceases to exist." Nan Gongjing's face bore no trace of fear. Her expression was resolute, as if she had prepared for this moment with utmost diligence. With a gentle flick of her sword, a thin line of blood erupted from Su Tianma's neck. "Very well. Today you shall all meet your demise." Su Chaoga's voice was chilling, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of the abyss. His countenance twisted in an instant, morphing into a grotesque mask of terror that sent shivers down the spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged towards Xiao Ruochen, disregarding Su Tianma's fate. After all, at merely over 40 years of age, he believed that acquiring Xiao Ruochen's legacy would enable him to father countless offspring anew. Seeing Su Chaoga's indifference, Nan Gongjing acted with unwavering determination, free of hesitation. With a swift arc of her sword, Su Tianma's head fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. This scene left the multitude of onlookers in Dongxian City utterly astounded. Their expressions froze, as if time itself had come to a standstill. No one could have anticipated that the imperial concubine of the Dongxian Empire would become Xiao Ruochen's woman. It was utterly preposterous. The members of the Nangong family gazed in disbelief at Nan Gongjing suspended in midair. At that moment, Nan Gongshue's eyes widened, her heart shaken to its core. She could hardly fathom that her own aunt was now associated with Xiao Ruochen. The thought of how to face her aunt after what that wretched man had done filled her with dread. Yet, as her gaze settled upon Xiao Ruochen's strikingly handsome visage and his graceful, commanding presence, an unexpected flutter stirred within her heart. This man was indeed remarkably attractive, his chiseled features resembling a masterpiece crafted by a master sculptor. Even more impressive was his extraordinary talent and formidable strength, surpassing belief. Contemplating Xiao Ruochen's extraordinary looks and robust physique, Nan Gongxue suddenly felt that perhaps her situation was not so dire after all. A subtle blush crept onto her cheeks. At this juncture, the battle between Xiao Ruochen and Su Chaoga had escalated to a fever pitch, each combatant exchanging lethal blows with relentless ferocity. Every strike was imbued with boundless intent to kill and immense power, as if destined to annihilate the other. Initially, Nan Gongjing and several royal attendants sought to assist Xiao Ruochen, but their offers were firmly declined. Su Chaoga was undeniably a formidable adversary. Having reached the pinnacle of the second tier of the Xian Huang realm, with combat prowess slightly exceeding that of Xiao Ruochen, each of his assaults emanated a colossal force, as if capable of obliterating all in their path. Thus, engaging such a formidable opponent provided Xiao Ruochen with an invaluable opportunity for growth, prompting him to reject Nan Gongjing's assistance. In this critical moment, Xiao Ruochen's figure flickered with agility. His movements were as swift and graceful as a spirit cat, deftly evading Su Chaoga's fierce onslaught with his war spear. Suddenly, he executed a swift reverse strike with his sword, its brilliance flashing like lightning streaking across the sky. As swift as the wind, with a fierce momentum, it aimed at Su Chaoga's throat, as if intent on sealing his fate. "You little bastard, you indeed possess some skill. But today you shall not escape death." Su Chaoga's expression changed drastically, his face suddenly grave. He gripped his war spear tightly, skillfully maneuvering it to form a dazzling arc before him. The spear seemed to come alive in his hands, moving with agility and grace. Simultaneously, He unleashed a powerful palm strike, a torrent of energy surging forth like a tidal wave, hurtling towards Xiao Ruochen, the force of the palm carrying immense pressure. As if it sought to crush him, Xiao Ruochen's eyes flashed with a piercing light, akin to a cold star in a frigid night. In an instant, his right hand shot out like lightning, the fierce palm strength crashing forward like a roaring wave, striking against Su Chaoga with overwhelming might, unstoppable in its ferocity. With a thunderous roar, a sound erupted that shook the heavens, akin to thunder cracking, deafening and seemingly capable of tearing the very fabric of the void apart. Xiao Ruochen felt as though he had been struck in the chest, a searing pain coursing through him, as if a great mountain were pressing down upon him. He sensed his blood surging violently within, a bitter taste rising in his throat, which he forcefully suppressed. Meanwhile, Su Chaoga was not faring any better. His body staggered back for hundreds of feet before he managed to stabilize himself. At this moment, his face was as pale as paper, devoid of color. A sight most unseemly. After this harrowing clash, Su Chaoga was astonished to realize that Xiao Ruochen was growing increasingly formidable, his combat prowess surging with each exchange. Initially, Su Chaoga had held the advantage, but as time passed, his superiority was gradually eroded by his opponent, to the point where he could barely maintain a slight edge. A situation highly disadvantageous for him. This boy, how could his talent be so terrifying? Su Chaoga mused in astonishment, perceiving him as a veritable monster. He could not fathom how Xiao Ruochen had ascended to such heights in such a short span of time. Yet, with circumstances as they were, he knew he had no path for retreat. If he failed to slay Xiao Ruochen today, the Eastern Su Empire would vanish from the annals of history, and he would be relegated to the status of a fallen monarch, scorned by all. With this thought, Su Chaoga clenched his teeth resolutely, a fierce determination flashing in his eyes. He brandished his war spear with the spirit of one fighting for his life, charging towards Xiao Ruochen like a blazing meteor. The fierce, unyielding winds howled around him, threatening to obliterate everything in their path, streaks of brilliant light forming a terrifying tableau. It was clear that Su Chaoga was utterly consumed by the desire to kill. Xiao Ruochen, witnessing this, felt no fear. His gaze was steadfast and resolute, brimming with a yearning for victory. He raised his sword high, soaring towards Su Chaoga to meet him head-on. The wretched creature, this time you are undoubtedly doomed. As Xiao Ruochen stood his ground, unflinching, Su Chaoga's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile, a grin that sent shivers down the spine, as if he could already envision the moment he would slay his opponent. The soul destruction blade. Suddenly, Xiao Ruochen unleashed a soul attack, an invisible and colorless strike that harbored immense power. Simultaneously, he swung his long sword with great force, producing a dazzling sword light imbued with a sense of profound antiquity and the essence of reincarnation, which swiftly aimed for Su Chaoga's neck. The speed of the sword light was astonishing, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Boom! In an instant, as Xiao Ruochen's soul attack struck Su Chaoga's mind, the latter's gaze momentarily froze, his thoughts blanking out. However, he quickly regained his composure, a surge of intense danger flooding his heart. In a critical moment, Su Chaoga hastily raised his hand to shield his neck. With a sharp, piercing sound, Su Chaoga's arm was severed as cleanly as a branch snapped by a tempest. Ah! Wretched creature, I shall tear you limb from limb. The agony surged through him like a relentless tide, and Su Chaoga let out a heart-wrenching scream, a sound that seemed to pierce the heavens and shatter the sky. His roar echoed like rolling thunder, filled with boundless fury and resentment. In a frenzied response, his left hand unleashed a ferocious punch, a force akin to crashing waves, imbued with the intent to annihilate, hurtling towards Xiao Ruochen. Xiao Ruochen's expression changed drastically, his pupils constricting in alarm as he realized the perilous situation. He had not anticipated that Su Chaoga could muster such a potent and lethal counterattack at this moment. In light of Su Chaoga's desperate retaliation, Xiao Ruochen dared not exhibit even a fraction of carelessness. Like a specter, he activated his agility, moving with the swiftness of lightning, narrowly evading the formidable and unstoppable punch. He then thrust his long sword, which shimmered like a serpent emerging from its lair, with a radiant glow, piercing through the air towards Su Chaoga's dantian with overwhelming force. Seeing this, Su Chaoga's face turned pallid with terror, devoid of any color, as he struggled to evade, but found himself utterly powerless. He was trapped in the awkward state of having exhausted his old strength while his new power had yet to manifest, akin to a beast ensnared in a desperate plight. In the face of impending death, Su Chaoga could only frantically attempt to dodge to the side, striving to escape this fatal strike. Swoosh! Xiao Ruochen's sword energy sliced through the air like lightning, grazing Su Chaoga's dantian, penetrating his abdomen with a precision reminiscent of a master butcher carving meat. Su Chaoga emitted a cry of excruciating pain, a sound so harrowing it sent chills down the spine. His body fell from the sky like a kite severed from its string, plummeting as if a fallen star. Bang! In the distance, Nangong Jing, witnessing the scene, unleashed her delicate hand with the force of a thunderbolt, delivering a fierce palm strike that crashed into Su Chaoga's back like an unstoppable tide. The overwhelming power propelled him through the air like a cannonball. Boom! With a deafening roar echoing, Su Chaoga's body plummeted to the ground like a meteor, sending dust soaring into the sky, obscuring the light. At that moment, he had completely lost his will to fight, his face etched with despair and helplessness, resembling a trapped beast plummeting into an abyss. Wretched creature, may you suffer a terrible fate. Su Chaoga's gaze was venomous, fixated on Nangong Jing with a hatred so profound it seemed capable of consuming her whole. Even at death's door, you dare to utter such bravado, Xiao Ruochen scoffed, his tone laced with disdain and scorn. He wielded his sword as a dragon emerging from the sea, slicing through the air with a brilliant sword aura that swiftly severed Su Chaoga's throat. With a gasp, Su Chaoga's eyes reflected endless reluctance and despair. As his vision dimmed, so too did the vitality of his body, his life force dissipating into the void. All officials of the Eastern Qian Empire, assemble immediately at the Yangxin Palace. Those who defy this order shall be executed without mercy. Xiao Ruochen's voice resonated like crashing waves, reminiscent of thunder rolling through the heavens, carrying an unparalleled authority that swiftly permeated every corner of Dongxian City. The sound seemed to possess an omnipotent force, causing the entire city to tremble. No sooner had the words left his lips than his figure descended gracefully within the palace. I, the humble Wei Zhongxian, pay my respects to His Majesty, the Morning Emperor. Grand Eunuch Wei promptly led his fellow eunuchs to kneel, showing utmost deference to their new master. His body quivered, his forehead pressed firmly to the ground, exuding profound reverence. The other palace maids and eunuchs, witnessing this, followed suit, causing everyone in the palace to kneel in unison, as if partaking in a grand ceremonial homage. The commander of the imperial guards, leading all the attendants, also knelt, collectively exclaiming, "We pay our respects to His Majesty, the Morning Emperor." Their voices rang out loud and harmonious, echoing throughout the palace. Rise! Xiao Ruochen's voice carried an unmatched dignity, akin to a divine decree from the heavens above. He then took Nangong Jing by the side and strode towards the Yangxin Palace, his steps resolute and powerful, emanating an irresistible aura. At this moment, the entire Eastern Qian Empire was wholly under Xiao Ruochen's dominion. Meanwhile, the 5 imperial attendants had already turned their attention towards the royal family, including the side branch princes of the Su family, all of whom were within their merciless grasp. Their figures flitted through the palace like specters, bringing with them a wave of bloodshed and terror. In the harem, the concubines, upon catching wind of the events, scurried about like headless flies, hastily retrieving bronze mirrors to adorn themselves with makeup. They adorned themselves meticulously, hoping to capture the attention of the newly ascended emperor. With the new emperor now on the throne, they aspired to receive the favor of Xiao Ruochen, much like Nangong Jing, believing that such affection would secure their status and opulence. At this moment, the entirety of Dongxian City was ablaze with excitement. The rulers of prominent families and officials who once held significant positions within the empire were like startled birds, trembling with apprehension, hurrying toward the palace without a moment's delay. In the Nankong family, an imposing elder sat in the main seat. This man was Nankong Xia, the patriarch of the Nankong clan. What? Jing'er has broken through to the Xianhuang realm and is now Xiao Ruochen's woman? Nankong Xia was taken aback. He had been in seclusion for several days, oblivious to the happenings outside. It was only when his son summoned him that he learned of his daughter's unexpected liaison with Xiao Ruochen. Father, my younger sister is indeed with Xiao Ruochen, and Su Chaoga has been killed by him. Now, the entire Dongxian Empire is under his dominion. Nankong Guhan recounted the events surrounding Su Chaoga's demise with a hint of exhilaration in his voice. Excellent. Truly, she is my daughter, possessing remarkable insight. Nankong Xia's face broke into a smile, expressing relief and joy. What are you waiting for? Come, let us hasten to the palace. Yes, father. Nankong Guhan replied, slightly speechless, recalling how their father had once compelled his sister to marry Su Chaoga. Grandfather, I wish to go as well. Nankong Shui eagerly interjected, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Nonsense. What business do you have there? Nankong Guhan scolded, feeling that his daughter was merely complicating matters. I just want to see. What if Xiao Ruochen takes a liking to me? Nankong Shui pouted, her mind filled with fantasies. Preposterous. Are you intending to compete with your aunt for a man? Nankong Guhan exclaimed in exasperation, believing his daughter to be lacking in propriety. Xiao Ruochen is now the esteemed emperor of the Dongxian Empire, and it is only natural that he will have 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. If I could become one of his women, I could also assist my aunt. Preventing other women from vying for his affection, Nankong Shui retorted defiantly. At this juncture, she no longer wished to hold back. Xiao Ruochen was not only handsome and talented, but now held the lofty title of emperor. Most importantly, they had shared a connection, and by supporting her aunt, she might truly become Xiao Ruochen's woman. Since Shui wishes to go, let us take her along. Nankong Xia's eyes sparkled with newfound consideration. It dawned on him that if 2 women from the Nankong family were to marry into the palace and become Xiao Ruochen's consorts, their family's status would undoubtedly soar. If Xiao Ruochen were to bestow upon them some precious cultivation techniques, it would indeed be a monumental boon for the Nankong clan. Nankong Guhan felt helpless, but with his father's decree, he had no choice but to bring his daughter along. Indeed, there are many who share the same aspirations. Within the grand city of Dongxian, various noble families have eagerly brought forth their most exquisite daughters to the imperial palace, hoping to catch the eye of Xiao Ruochen. Should such a wish be fulfilled, it would undoubtedly be a momentous occasion for their lineage. Deep within the resplendent Yangxin Hall, the atmosphere is solemn and dignified. The hall is now bustling with numerous officials from the Dongxian Empire gathered in unison. Behind each of these dignitaries stands a young maiden, radiantly beautiful. Their delicate features adorned with exquisite makeup, their eyes brimming with anticipation and anxiety. Furthermore, some audacious officials have even brought along their enchanting wives. Believing that since Xiao Ruochen has shown favor towards Nankong Jing, he might possess a particular fondness for married women. Thus, they present their beloved spouses, hoping to cater to his preferences and secure greater benefits for their families. Chapter 127. The thoughts of Nankong Shui at this moment. The imposing and dignified figure of Xiao Ruochen made his grand entrance into the solemn and stately Yangxin Hall. With steady steps and an upright posture, he gently held the slender waist of Nankong Jing, leisurely taking his place upon the dragon throne, a symbol of supreme authority. Pay your respects to His Majesty, the Morning Emperor. All the officials present bowed respectfully, their voices resonating powerfully and harmoniously, as if they could pierce the heavens and echo throughout the entire palace. Xiao Ruochen raised his hand slightly and commanded, "Please rise." His gaze, as piercing as a cold star, swept over the officials gathered below. When his eyes fell upon the maidens standing behind them, an expression of disbelief crossed his face. It was evident to him that these officials were attempting to ingratiate themselves. Yet did they truly believe he was so lecherous? However, at that moment, a troubling sight caught Xiao Ruochen's attention. Among the crowd, he spotted the striking figure of Nankong Shui, who playfully winked at him. In an instant, memories of their previous intimate encounter, where he had her pinned against the tea table, flooded his mind. The thought sent an inexplicable wave of guilt surging through him, causing his heart to race involuntarily. From this moment forth, the Dongxian Empire shall be renamed the Tianqian Empire, and Nankong Jing shall be bestowed the title of Empress. Henceforth, all matters of state shall be under her complete jurisdiction. Xiao Ruochen's voice was chilling, as though it emanated from the depths of the underworld, capable of freezing the very air around him. His gaze, sharp as a blade, flashed like lightning across the assembly, compelling all present to lower their heads. Unable to meet his authoritative stare, as if subdued by his formidable presence. "Yes, Your Majesty." The Morning Emperor, the assembly responded in unison, their voices respectful and resonant, echoing within the grand hall. "Jinger, You shall bear the burden of state affairs henceforth. Should anyone harbor dissent, they may voice it to me, or you may address it as you see fit." Xiao Ruochen spoke softly, her gaze imbued with trust and concern for Nangong Jing. "Your Majesty, please rest assured. I shall exhaust all my efforts to manage the affairs of the empire judiciously." Nangong Jing responded with a delicate smile, akin to the blossoming of spring flowers, radiating confidence and determination. She then rose gracefully, methodically issuing edicts with a voice as melodious as a celestial melody, captivating all who heard her. It is undeniable that Nangong Jing exhibited far superior expertise in governing the empire compared to Xiao Ruochen. Each command she issued struck true, akin to a well-aimed arrow, and every decision was made after careful contemplation, perfectly timed. Her unique management philosophy astonished Xiao Ruochen in that moment. He realized he had underestimated Nangong Jing, a woman of remarkable charm and exceptional intellect. Judging by the directives she proclaimed, the Tianqian Empire was destined to flourish under her stewardship, embarking on a path of prosperity and brilliance. Approximately an hour later, Nangong Jing had adeptly addressed all matters of the court, while Xiao Ruochen observed as if watching a performance, refraining from intervention. Once the affairs were concluded, Nangong Jing elegantly took Xiao Ruochen's arm, and together they returned to the imperial harem. Meanwhile, the officials who had come with their beloved daughters wore expressions of disappointment, as Xiao Ruochen had not even glanced at their offspring. The most jubilant among them were the Nangong family, for with Nangong Jing's ascension to empress, their clan was assured of a bright future, destined to bask in wealth and prosperity, with their status rising correspondingly. Soon after, sweeping reforms were initiated within the palace. The former consorts of Su Chaogo were expelled by Xiao Ruochen. Both Ling Yuhan and Gu Yunxi were elevated to the rank of imperial noble consorts. In the harem, the standing of the three women remained equal. Nangong Jing's elevation to empress primarily facilitated her governance of state affairs. Concurrently, Xiao Ruochen issued a decree to reconstruct the Hantian sect and dispatched emissaries to the Dongxian Mountains to welcome his grandfather and family. Now that he had become the emperor of the Tianqian Empire, it was only natural for him to bring his family to share in this honor and prestige. "Ruochen, would you accompany me home for a visit?" Nangong Jing blinked her enchanting eyes, her exquisite cheeks revealing a hint of anticipation. Her gaze filled with longing for her family and a desire for Xiao Ruochen's companionship. Of course, Xiao Ruochen replied with a warm smile, his expression radiant like the sun in spring. After a brief preparation and the gathering of precious gifts, the two set forth on their journey to the Nangong family. At that moment, the Nangong household was abuzz with activity. All the maids and servants were busily preparing. Prior to her departure, Nangong Jing had conveyed the news back to her family, prompting Nangong Xiao to take it very seriously. Although his daughter and son-in-law had come to visit, Xiao Ruochen's status was extraordinary. He was not only the most formidable figure in Dongzhou, but also the emperor of the Tianqian Empire. Naturally, he could not afford to be the least bit negligent. Upon entering the Nangong family residence, all members of the Nangong clan respectfully bowed in homage to His Majesty the Emperor and Her Majesty the Empress. The atmosphere was solemn and dignified. "Uncle Nangong, you are too courteous. From now on, we are all family. There is no need for formalities," Xiao Ruochen said, a warm smile gracing his face, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. He was not one to indulge in pretentiousness, and he was not fond of the constant bowing that accompanied his presence. "Greetings, uncle," Nangong Shui said with poise as she gracefully approached Xiao Ruochen and performed a deep bow, exuding the elegance and refinement characteristic of a distinguished lady. "Miss Shui, you are most courteous," Xiao Ruochen replied, his voice tinged with a hint of self-consciousness, as memories of their past ambiguous relationship stirred within him, leaving him somewhat uneasy. "Uncle, I hear you enjoy tea. What do you think of our family's tea table?" Nangong Shui inquired playfully, her demeanor charming and alluring, her eyes sparkling with a hint of deeper meaning. "Ahem, quite nice indeed." Xiao Ruochen coughed lightly, suddenly realizing that the tea table seemed familiar, reminiscent of the one from the Crown Prince's residence. He recalled the ambiguous moments he had shared with Nangong Shui on that very table, and waves of nostalgia washed over him. "If you like it, I could bring the tea table to you tonight," Nangong Shui suggested, a flirtatious smile gracing her lips, seemingly brimming with irresistible allure. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruochen inwardly mused, "What a little enchantress," and cast a hopeful glance at Nangong Jing, seeking her subtle encouragement or support. Fully aware of Nangong Shui's intentions, "Your Majesty, let her bring it to you then. After all, Shui enjoys tea. It would be nice for her to keep you company." Nangong Jing remarked with a knowing smile that hinted at deeper significance. "Very well," Xiao Ruochen acquiesced with a nod. He understood Nangong Jing's implications, since she was unconcerned. There was no need for him to be overly reserved. After enjoying dinner at the Nangong residence, Xiao Ruochen returned to the palace with Nangong Jing and Nangong Shui. The tea table was stored in Nangong Shui's spatial ring, as she declared her intention to deliver it personally. Seated in the beast cart, Nangong Shui grew bolder, entwining her arm with Xiao Ruochen's and resting her head against his chest. Prior to Xiao Ruochen's arrival, Nangong Jing had reassured her that as long as she played her cards right, her aunt would not mind. With Nangong Shui leaning against him, a flame of desire ignited within Xiao Ruochen. What rendered Xiao Ruochen speechless was the audacity of Nangong Shui, who had grown increasingly bold, her hands stealthily reaching towards him. In that moment, Xiao Ruochen turned his gaze to Nangong Jing, as though seeking her counsel. "Your Majesty, I have a matter to attend to and shall return early. The scenery outside is quite delightful. It would not matter if you return a little later," Nangong Jing declared, and with a swift motion, she leapt from the beast carriage. "Nangong Shui, you are courting death. How dare you provoke me so brazenly?" Xiao Ruochen could no longer contain his fury, seizing Nangong Shui's wrist and drawing her into his embrace. Chapter 128. Unifying Dongzhou. The beast carriage was exceedingly opulent, its body crafted from precious purple gold Nanmu wood, adorned with resplendent gems, and its interior lavishly decorated with soft silk cushions and exquisitely carved screens, all exuding an air of nobility and extravagance. However, due to the fierce battle within, the carriage would occasionally sway. Inside the beast carriage, the atmosphere between Xiao Ruochen and Nangong Shui was charged with passion, a fervent energy that seemed to ignite the very air around them. Nangong Shui gasped, her eyes dreamy, yet even so, she exerted every effort to completely ensnare this man. The swaying of the carriage intensified, as if narrating the tumultuous events within. This undulation persisted for 3 hours, during which the temperature inside rose steadily, their emotions deepening amidst the fervent clash. Upon returning to the palace, Xiao Ruochen embraced Nangong Shui as they entered the inner palace, their figures appearing particularly intimate under the moonlight. The following morning, sunlight bathed every corner of the Tianqian Empire, and a resounding edict echoed through the palace, bestowing the title of Snow Consort upon Nangong Shui. As soon as the news spread, Dongxian City erupted in excitement, with everyone engaging in fervent discussions. "Xiao Ruochen is indeed my idol. It seems he shares my tastes," exclaimed a young man standing on the street, animatedly conversing with a companion. "Indeed, it's exhilarating to think of it. A crown princess and a royal consort from the same family," another man replied, his eyes gleaming with envy. The announcement of Nangong Shui's elevation to consort swept through Dongxian City like a spring breeze, resonating in every alley, tea house, and tavern, as people eagerly discussed the sensational news. In the days that followed, Xiao Ruochen lived in blissful ease. He felt quite content with his 4 women, each exuding a unique charm. Nangong Jing embodied the allure of a mature woman, her every gesture radiating elegance and composure. Her wisdom and steadiness provided Xiao Ruochen with invaluable counsel and support in matters of state. Gu Yunqi was a girl so endearing that one could not help but feel protective of her. She perpetually wore an innocent smile, her lively spirit akin to the blossoms of spring, bringing endless joy and warmth to Xiao Ruochen's life. Ling Yuhan, on the other hand, was as pure as a water lily, embodying the essence of innocence. Her gentleness and kindness seemed capable of healing all weariness and troubles. Whenever Xiao Ruochen returned to the palace and beheld Ling Yuhan's clear gaze, the pressures within her heart would dissipate in an instant. In contrast, Nangong Shui resembled an alluring and enchanting woman, exuding a wild and captivating charm that could ignite Xiao Ruochen's desires at any moment. Her boldness and passion allowed Xiao Ruochen to experience an unprecedented thrill and excitement. Each of these 4 women possessed unique qualities and styles, enriching Xiao Ruochen's life in vibrant ways. "Ruochen, you are renowned as a divine healer. Please assist me and see why we have been together for so long without conceiving." Nangong Jing softly murmured, nestling her delicate form against Xiao Ruocheng's embrace. Deep within her heart, she harbored an earnest desire to bear a new life for Xiao Ruocheng, a wish that epitomized her aspirations as a woman. Rest assured, there is nothing amiss. It is merely a blockage in the pregnancy meridian that needs to be cleared. Xiao Ruocheng replied with a gentle smile, offering her comfort. Please expedite the process. I long to bear you a child. Nangong Jing's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. I wish for that too. Nangong Shui interjected, her impatience palpable as she hurriedly expressed her eagerness, her alluring face tinged with urgency and her gaze filled with longing. And we too. Gu Yunxi and Ling Yuhan chimed in unison, echoing their desire to bear children as well. After all, in a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, offspring are crucial to a woman's future standing, and none of them wish to be left behind. Pregnancy cannot be rushed. It requires harmony with the timing and circumstances. Xiao Ruocheng thought with a hint of helplessness as he regarded the eager expressions of the four women. At that moment, he was not yet ready for fatherhood. Yet faced with the earnestness of his beloved wives, he felt compelled to acquiesce to their wishes. Should they indeed conceive, it would be a mere matter of bearing the child, which he believed would not impose a significant burden upon him. As time swiftly passed, more than half a month had elapsed. On that clear morning, as the sunlight gently graced the earth, the Xie family's celestial vessel, shrouded in mist, finally arrived at its destination, Dongxian City. The vessel resembled a colossal aerial fortress, emanating an aura of mystery and power. Gazing upon the magnificent and grand city before them, the younger generation of the Xie family widened their eyes in uncontainable excitement. They had never witnessed such a bustling and prosperous metropolis. The towering buildings, the throngs of people, and the myriad of shops filled them with wonder and astonishment. Dongxian City was vast and immense, its towering walls exuding grandeur and majesty, rendering Cangyue City a mere insignificant village by comparison. The city walls, constructed from sturdy blue stones, were intricately engraved with mysterious runes, exuding an aura of ancient solemnity. Cousin Ruoyang, please enlighten us on how Ruocheng has become so formidable. Xiao Ruojuan inquired eagerly, her face radiant with admiration. Xiao Ruoyang inhaled deeply, overwhelmed with emotion, and remarked, perhaps Ruocheng is indeed the fabled child of destiny. The miracles he has wrought surpass our wildest imaginations. His voice was imbued with respect and pride as he reflected on Xiao Ruocheng's arduous yet glorious journey. A wave of sentiment swelling within him. Indeed, Cousin Ruoyang speaks the truth. Only a title such as the Child of Destiny could befit Ruocheng. Others chimed in, expressing their agreement. At that moment, the elders of the Xiao clan were equally astonished, their mouths agape. They could scarcely believe that within a mere 2 years, the once downtrodden Xiao Ruocheng, whose future had seemed bleak after the destruction of his Dantian, had transformed into the foremost champion of Dongzhou and established the illustrious Tianqian Empire. To them, it was akin to a fantastical dream, utterly incomprehensible. They recalled their previous concerns and helplessness regarding Xiao Ruocheng, their hearts swelling with both guilt and relief. They felt remorse for not having offered him sufficient trust and support, yet were consoled by the knowledge that he had, through sheer determination and effort, created one miracle after another. Simultaneously, the elders of the Xiao family silently rejoiced, thankful they had chosen to follow Xiao Ruocheng. This decision had proven to be exceedingly wise. Had they not done so, the present glory of the Xiao clan may well have eluded them. They understood that all current honors and status were a direct result of Xiao Ruocheng's ascent. At this juncture, Xiao Ruocheng, accompanied by the royal guard and his 4 beloved women, arrived outside Dongxian City to greet his grandfather and the members of the Xiao clan. Clad in an opulent dragon robe, he stood tall and dignified, his face both regal and warm with anticipation. To ensure the well-being of his kin, Xiao Ruocheng had taken great pains, constructing a grand and magnificent estate within Dongxian City and acquiring various enterprises to support the long-term development of the Xiao clan. He understood that the prosperity and flourishing of the family depended on a stable foundation and sustained growth. Grandfather, Xiao Ruocheng's 4 women hastened forward, approaching Xiao Tianya directly. Granddaughter-in-law pays her respects to grandfather. They each greeted, bowing gracefully, their demeanor exuding the poise of refined ladies. Good. Xiao Tianya's face radiated with joy. a benevolent and appreciative smile gracing his features. Faced with such an extraordinary grandson, he was overwhelmed with emotions, momentarily at a loss for words to express his delight. He had never imagined that within less than 2 years, his grandson could achieve such remarkable heights. His gaze was filled with affection and hope for Xiao Ruochen, wishing for him to continue leading the family towards a more splendid future. "Grandfather, please get in the car." Xiao Ruochen respectfully assisted Xiao Tianya aboard the prepared exotic beast carriage. The beast was grand and fierce, with a lustrous coat and adorned with magnificent embellishments. Meanwhile, the rest of the Xiao family boarded the luxurious convoy of exotic beasts that had been arranged, setting off towards the newly established estate. After a while, the convoy arrived at a manor that exuded grandeur, elegance, and opulence. The estate sprawled across a vast area, showcasing a unique architectural style that blended various elements, embodying both classical solemnity and luxurious elegance. Under Xiao Ruochen's guidance, the members of the Xiao family entered the magnificent and resplendent manor with enthusiasm and anticipation. At first glance, the estate was expansive, featuring lakes, a back mountain, gardens, a martial arts arena, and a variety of palatial structures, everything one could desire. This vast area was more than sufficient to accommodate thousands of residents. Furthermore, the servants and maids within the estate had been meticulously selected from the Nongguang royal palace, highlighting the meticulous nature of its owner. As night fell, the Xiao family hosted a grand and lively family banquet. The influential nobles and prominent families of Dongxian City responded to the news, arriving at the Xiao estate with lavish gifts to express their congratulations. At the banquet, exquisite wines and delicacies were plentiful, and the performances of song and dance were captivating. Xiao Tianya sat at the head table, beaming as he engaged with the guests who had come to offer their best wishes. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruochen navigated through the crowd, sharing in the joy with his relatives. Xiao Tianya, undaunted, graciously accepted the gifts, expressing his gratitude. As the patriarch of the Xiao family, despite not matching the prowess of the heads of other noble families in Dongxian City, he held a commanding presence. Especially now that his grandson had become the ruler of Dongzhou, he had to maintain his dignity and not diminish his grandson's reputation. To ensure the safety of the family members, Xiao Ruochen specifically dispatched a unit of city guards to protect his kin. Additionally, he secretly appointed a 9th-tier expert from the Xianwang realm to lurk in the shadows, devotedly safeguarding his grandfather. In the ensuing days, Xiao Ruochen remained by his grandfather's and family's side within the estate, also taking time to instruct his relatives in their martial cultivation. He imparted his insights and experiences without reservation, hoping they would advance further on the path of martial arts. After all, Xiao Ruochen could not remain in Dongzhou forever. Since his arrival, his greatest ambition had been to pursue the path of immortality. He was acutely aware of the challenges and obstacles that lay ahead, yet he had never harbored a notion of retreat. Xiao Ruochen believed that with unwavering dedication and effort, he would one day realize his dreams. Chapter 129. The reconstruction of the Cold Heaven sect after spending some time at the Xiao family estate. Xiao Ruochen set off with Ling Yuhan and Gu Yunxi on their journey to the Cold Heaven sect. The trio boarded a resplendent celestial vessel, gliding swiftly through the clouds, embraced by a gentle breeze. Currently, the Cold Heaven sect was in a phase of reconstruction, with the other 3 major sects extending their hands in support, actively participating in this monumental endeavor. After all, these 3 sects had become entirely beholden to Xiao Ruochen, functioning almost as his personal army. They were acutely aware of his formidable power and authority, leaving no room for complacency as they dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to the rebuilding efforts. After a full 7 days of rapid travel, they finally arrived at the former site of the Cold Heaven sect. Stepping off the celestial vessel, they were profoundly awestruck by the scene before them. With the unwavering support of the Tianqian Empire and the 3 major sects, the Cold Heaven sect had undergone a remarkable transformation, its architectural scale expanded by several folds. The magnificent structures were arranged with exquisite harmony, with new palaces soaring into the clouds and pavilions and towers scattered throughout, exuding an aura of solemnity and mystery. At that moment, Nangong Ju and the senior members of the Cold Heaven sect were diligently overseeing the construction progress at the site. Their faces were filled with concentration and seriousness, demanding perfection in every detail. Upon catching sight of Xiao Ruochen, A joyful smile instantly illuminated Nangongju's face. He approached briskly, his eyes brimming with admiration for this young prodigy. Xiao Ruochen was the most outstanding disciple in the history of the Cold Heaven sect, and now the strongest in the Eastern continent. His presence would undoubtedly bring a unique impact to the grand ceremony of the sect's inauguration. Ruochen, you have arrived. Nangongju greeted with a smile, his eyes reflecting pride, as though Xiao Ruochen's achievements were a shared glory. Senior, the construction of the sect is progressing quite smoothly. At this rate, it should be completed shortly, Xiao Ruochen replied with a smile. He surveyed the bustling workers and the emerging structures, his heart filled with anticipation. Indeed, it is nearing completion. I estimate it will be fully finished by the end of the month, Nangongju nodded, his expression radiating satisfaction and joy at the rebirth of the Cold Heaven sect. Senior, when will the inauguration ceremony be held? Xiao Ruochen inquired with curiosity. The inauguration and the disciple recruitment ceremony still require some preparations. I anticipate we should be able to hold it at the beginning of next month. Nangongju's words conveyed a sense of hope and excitement for the future. Senior, how many of the previously dismissed disciples have returned? Xiao Ruochen asked with concern. The news has indeed spread. The disciples who were previously dismissed have begun to return one after another. Nangongju stroked his beard, a look of contentment gracing his face. How delightful, he remarked. Xiao Ruochen offered a gentle smile, then carefully retrieved a storage ring, presenting it before Nangongju with utmost reverence. Esteemed elder, this is but a token of my gratitude, a humble offering to the sect, especially as it is in dire need of resources during its reconstruction. The ring contained precious martial arts manuals and rare spiritual treasures that he had recently gathered. These resources would play a pivotal role in the development and prosperity of the Hantian sect. Haha, since it is your heartfelt intent, I shall not refuse, Nangongju replied, his face radiating warmth. The Hantian sect, in its rebuilding phase, was in urgent need of such support. After bidding farewell to Nangongju, Xiao Ruochen made his way towards the outer sect of Hantian. As he walked, memories of his time there flooded his mind, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. Before long, he arrived at the location of Elder Lin Tiancheng. This elder held significant meaning for Xiao Ruochen, as it was Lin Tiancheng who had given him the opportunity to enter the sect's auxiliary academy. Upon seeing Xiao Ruochen's visit, Lin Tiancheng was filled with joy and pride, recalling his own discernment from years past. Once, Xiao Ruochen was merely a fledgling cultivator, deemed unworthy due to his perceived waste spirit root. Yet, it was Lin Tiancheng's benevolence that allowed him to remain in the auxiliary academy. Who could have foreseen that within just 2 years, the once inconspicuous cultivator would rise to become the most formidable force in the eastern state? Moreover, he had founded the Tiantian Empire, surpassing even the Dongxian Empire in strength, an achievement that would echo through the ages. After conversing with Lin Tiancheng and presenting him with a wealth of precious resources, Xiao Ruochen hoped to assist the elder in advancing on his cultivation path, a gesture of gratitude for the kindness shown to him in his youth. Subsequently, he hurried to visit another significant figure, Elder Gongsun Han. Gongsun Han had provided invaluable assistance to Xiao Ruochen during his early struggles, and now, as he basked in his success, he could not forget the elder's generosity. Gongsun Han felt immense pride upon Xiao Ruochen's arrival, having witnessed his growth. He had never imagined that Xiao Ruochen would achieve such heights. After leaving some resources with Gongsun Han, Xiao Ruochen exited the mission hall. At that moment, a familiar voice reached his ears. Boss. He turned abruptly, astonishment etching his features. The newcomer was none other than Xiongda, who had once sworn fealty to him in the auxiliary academy. Boss, you are truly remarkable, exclaimed Xiongda, rushing over with eyes brimming with admiration and reverence for Xiao Ruochen. Rather than feeling intimidated by Xiao Ruochen's esteemed position as the ruler of Dongzhou, Xiongda remained unfazed, engaging in light-hearted conversation as if no disparity in status existed. They reminisced about their days in the miscellaneous courtyard, recalling the struggles and hardships they endured together. As if those moments were just yesterday. Keep up the cultivation. One day, you too will reach my level, Xiao Ruochen encouraged, patting Xiongda on the shoulder with a supportive smile. Xiongda had indeed shown remarkable improvement, ascending from the realm of a mere Xian practitioner to the 9th level of a Xian master, now ranking among the top 10 disciples within the inner sect of the Hantian sect. Although Xiong Da's innate talent was not exceptional, his rapid progress over the past 2 years was a testament to his relentless diligence. I will certainly strive to do my best, Xiongda affirmed, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. After a brief conversation, Xiao Ruochen entrusted Xiongda with some cultivation resources, advising him to seek assistance from the Tianqian Empire should any difficulties arise before taking his leave. At that moment, a familiar figure, Yang Linger, came to mind. Their relationship had always been amicable, having collaborated in hunting down the Wild Wolf mercenary group, fostering a significant rapport between them. With this thought, he soared towards Yang Linger's mountain peak. Upon arrival, after some inquiries, he discovered that she had been missing for 2 years, a revelation that stirred a sense of worry and melancholy within him. With no leads on her whereabouts, Xiao Ruochen decided to head towards Damling Peak. Meanwhile, Gu Yunxi was diligently assisting her grandfather in concocting medicinal pills. The alchemical furnace blazed with flames, emanating a peculiar glow and a rich fragrance of herbs. Upon his arrival, Xiao Ruochen chose to remain silent, patiently waiting nearby, aware that alchemy demanded undivided attention and could not tolerate the slightest disruption. As time passed swiftly, the day of the grand inauguration ceremony of the Hantian sect arrived. Numerous influential factions and clan leaders from Dongzhou gathered to extend their congratulations, bearing precious gifts and sincere intentions, eager to forge closer ties with the Hantian sect. Notably, their presence was largely motivated by the formidable influence of Xiao Ruochen, whose power was well recognized, ensuring that none dared to offend him. Simultaneously, a tide of spirited youths surged towards the entrance of the Hantian sect, each harboring dreams and aspirations of becoming a part of the sect, embarking on their journey of cultivation in pursuit of higher realms and greater strength. They were all drawn to this grand discipleship ceremony, which was unprecedented in scale, surpassing any previous events held by the sect. Due to the emergence of the extraordinary prodigy Xiao Ruochen from the Cold Heaven sect, the sect's disciple recruitment ceremony naturally attracted countless young aspirants eager to enroll. They all hoped to receive exceptional training and guidance within the Cold Heaven sect, aspiring to become formidable figures like Xiao Ruochen. Following the grand ceremony, Xiao Ruochen returned to the Tianqian Empire accompanied by Gu Yunxi and Ling Yuhan. In the ensuing days, Xiao Ruochen found himself drawn into a fervent romantic escapade with Nangong Jing. Within the imperial harem, their bond deepened as they indulged in endless affection. Their silhouettes intertwined in the imperial garden, where the fragrant blossoms seemed to enhance the romantic ambience of their love. In the pavilions, they leaned against one another, whispering tenderly and expressing their profound feelings. On the grassy expanse, they surrendered to their passions, as if the world around them had dissolved into mere existence for the two of them. The scene was one of extravagant indulgence, with the imperial garden, pavilions, and grassy fields bearing witness to their amorous traces. Of course, in the current harem, all eunuchs and guards had withdrawn, leaving only a few maidservants behind, granting them a sense of unrestrained freedom. Chapter 130. Summer moon cicada. Deep beneath the earth in Dongxian City, the ambience was dim, illuminated only by faint beams of light struggling to penetrate through stone crevices, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and mystery. The air was thick with rich spiritual energy, forming a gentle mist that rendered the place akin to a celestial realm. At this moment, a stunningly beautiful woman, with an enchanting figure and peerless beauty, sat quietly in a spiritual vein, reminiscent of a celestial maiden from the heavens. Her presence stood out in the dim environment, as if she were the sovereign of this mysterious world. Her skin was as fair as snow, emanating a delicate sheen under the soft light, akin to the smoothness of exquisite jade. Her long, elegant neck radiated an air of nobility and grace, breathtaking in its beauty, cascading like a waterfall. Her raven hair fell casually over her shoulders, adding an alluring charm to her already captivating demeanor. This woman was named Xiao Ruochen, the saintess of the Qingyun sacred land in central continent. A decade ago, the sacred land entrusted her with a significant mission, leading her to the distant eastern continent. This task was of paramount importance to the Qingyun sacred land, and Xiao Ruochen was acutely aware of the weight of her responsibilities. Her mission was to unearth the low-grade spiritual vein beneath Dongxian City. To fulfill her objective while avoiding arousing suspicion, Xiao Ruochen cleverly disguised herself as the empress of the Dongxian Empire and established her residence within the royal palace. Throughout the past 10 years, Xiao Ruochen rarely made public appearances, spending most of her time hidden within the spiritual vein, devoted to her cultivation. At this moment, a terrifying aura emanated from Xiao Ruochen, as if she had become one with her surroundings. She closed her eyes tightly, her long eyelashes fluttering gently like resting butterflies softly flapping their wings. At that moment, her exquisite visage appeared profoundly solemn and focused, wholly immersed in her cultivation. She continuously circulated her technique, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy as if she were a colossal vortex, ceaselessly absorbing the ethereal essence around her. As her method progressed, the spiritual energy surged forth like a tide, converging towards her form in an unending stream. The pure and rich spiritual essence swiftly melded into her body, amplifying her already profound mystical energy to an even more formidable and refined state. With nearly every breath, her aura intensified, as if she were on the brink of a qualitative leap. Her body trembled slightly, a manifestation of the power surging within her. A faint, shimmering light flickered upon her skin, a sign of the mystical energy coursing through her meridians. The air around her also quivered subtly due to her cultivation, as if celebrating her burgeoning strength. Suddenly, just as Xiao Ruochen was fiercely striving to break through her cultivation bottleneck, her breath became unexpectedly rapid. The once tranquil state of her mind was suddenly rippled by a flicker of disturbance, and a captivating blush graced her stunningly beautiful cheeks, rendering her a vision of poignant allure that evoked a sense of tenderness. How infuriating! This damned hell dared to unleash such malevolent poison upon this holy maiden. Xiao Ruochen cursed inwardly, abruptly opening her eyes. The originally cold and resplendent features of her face now betrayed a hint of panic. Her gaze brimmed with fury and shock. Unable to fathom that the hell, which had always lingered by her side, would commit such an outrageous act. In that moment, she exerted all her strength to dispel the toxins within her, only to find it utterly futile. The poison coiled around her like a tenacious serpent, inescapable no matter her efforts. How does it feel, Your Highness? Do you find your entire body unbearably itchy? A sinister laughter, reminiscent of the depths of a hellish abyss, suddenly echoed in Xiao Ruochen's ears. The laughter was rife with malevolence and glee, as if relishing her suffering and helplessness. Following this chilling laughter, a middle-aged man clad in black robes, exuding an aura of wickedness, slowly entered the scene. His eyes glimmered with treachery, and a disconcerting smile crept upon his lips. His steps were deliberate and steady, each stride seemingly laden with an invisible pressure that left one breathless. Hell, you are incredibly audacious. Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? Xiao Ruochen suppressed the restless toxins within her, her stunning eyes glinting like sharpened blades as they coldly fixed upon hell. Her voice was frigid and piercing, as if it could freeze the very air surrounding her. Your Highness, the Saintess, it would be wise not to attempt to dispel the poison, for you have been afflicted by the legendary venom of the water lust python. This toxin is exceedingly potent, and there exists no antidote. Should you fail to find a man to engage with within a quarter of an hour, your demise is inevitable. In response to Xiao Ruochen's inquiries and threats, Heiyu exhibited an utter disregard, bursting into a more piercing and maniacal laughter. His gaze brimmed with avarice and desire, as if he could already envision Xiao Ruochen capitulating at his feet. Beast, if I survive today, I shall rend you to pieces. A glacial chill flickered in Xiao Ruochen's eyes as she unsheathed her longsword, unleashing a razor-sharp sword chi that surged towards Heiyu. The sword chi sliced through the darkness like a bolt of lightning, infused with boundless fury and murderous intent. Observing this, Heiyu's body flickered, deftly evading Xiao Ruochen's formidable strike in an instant. His movements were swift and agile, clearly premeditated. Simultaneously, the corners of his mouth curled into a sinister and cunning smile. 10 years have I endured. Do you know how I have spent these years? To possess you. I forsook the promising future of a core disciple and followed you to this wretched eastern state. Yet, you have treated me like a mere dog. It is time for you to repay me. Soon, you shall kneel before me, begging for mercy. Ha ha. Heiyu's voice dripped with resentment and bitterness, feeling he had sacrificed too much for Xiao Ruochen without receiving anything in return. Damnable fiend. Xiao Ruochen gritted her teeth, her exquisite eyes momentarily revealing a trace of panic. Following that previous strike, she realized her available mystical energy had dwindled to a mere fraction. Should she fail to swiftly vanquish Yu, the consequences would be dire. With this thought, Xiao Ruochen bit her lush lips, their color fading from the pressure, while a tide of murderous intent surged within her gaze. At this juncture, she could afford no distractions. Even surrendering herself to a stranger seemed preferable to being sullied by this despicable wretch. Xiao Ruochen, are you unable to resist? Beg me. Yu's lips curled into a devious smile, reveling in the prospect of the once lofty saintess descending to become his plaything. In that moment, an expression of wicked excitement washed over Yu's face. The thought of the previously pure and untouchable saintess Xiao Ruochen becoming his possession stirred restless anticipation within him. Beast. Perish. Suddenly, a glint of icy resolve shot from Xiao Ruochen's eyes. Her sword, akin to a flash of lightning, surged forth, rapidly forming a colossal circular sword formation in midair. The brilliance of the sword formation radiated a formidable aura, as though it could consume everything in its path. In an instant, a multitude of sword beams erupted like a torrential downpour, propelled towards Yu with unparalleled ferocity. Each beam was imbued with Xiao Ruochen's wrath and murderous intent on obliterating Yu entirely. Void Sword Spirit Formation. A glimmer of astonishment and despair flickered in the eyes of Yu. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of this sword formation, one of the premier arrays of the Qingyun's sacred land, which required an immense expenditure of profound energy each time it was activated. Initially, Yu believed that Xiao Ruochen was rendered incapable of further combat, considering the venom of the Shuang python was not something an ordinary person could endure. However, he could hardly fathom that even in the throes of the Shuang python's poison, Xiao Ruochen could still unleash such a terrifying sword array. Yet, at this moment, it was far too late for Yu to evade. The Tai Su sword formation was exceptionally intricate and powerful, and the myriad sword lights had completely locked onto Yu, leaving him no avenue of escape. Countless beams of sword light enveloped Yu like an immense net, ensnaring him tightly. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free. In an instant, the sword light unleashed by the formation surged forth like a tumultuous wave, swiftly engulfing Yu within its depths. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A sharp sound pierced the air as the sword light rapidly penetrated Yu's body, akin to 1,000 arrows piercing through his heart. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably from Yu. His eyes filled with boundless reluctance and despair. He never anticipated that his meticulously orchestrated plans would culminate in such a manner. At this moment, he was beset by profound regret. Had he arrived at this place just a little later, waiting until the poison in Xiao Ruochen had fully manifested before taking action, perhaps he would have escaped death. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. After dispatching Yu, Xiao Ruochen swiftly seated herself in a meditative posture, channeling her energy to once again attempt to purge the toxins from her body. Yet, despair washed over her as she realized that the activation of the Tai Su sword formation had fully triggered the toxins within her. At this moment, the toxins in her body surged forth like the yellow river in flood, uncontrollable and overwhelming, a seductive and enchanting sound escaping her lips. The sound was laden with pain and helplessness, evoking a sense of pity in those who heard it. Damn Yu! A flicker of despair crossed Xiao Ruochen's eyes. She understood that she could no longer suppress the poison. She faced a grim choice: either perish in this subterranean abyss or seek out a man to alleviate her plight. Neither of these outcomes was her desire. Chapter 131. The fourth layer of the Xianwang realm. At this moment, Xiao Ruochen was frolicking in the imperial garden with 4 maidens. The scene indulgently extravagant, difficult to behold. The garden was awash with floral fragrances, butterflies fluttering about, yet the atmosphere was saturated with ambiguity and debauchery. Fortunately, all the palace maids had been dismissed. Otherwise, such a spectacle would have left them blushing and at a loss. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, and without warning, a nearby artificial hill exploded. The deafening noise resonated like the roar of thunder, shaking the very ground. Instantly, debris scattered throughout the rear garden, dust swirling as if a volcano had unexpectedly erupted, catching everyone off guard. The once tranquil and intimate imperial garden had transformed into a scene of chaos and ruin. In an instant, A breathtaking figure surged forth from the shattered rocks like a wraith, ascending to the heavens. Her form was exquisite, reminiscent of an ethereal goddess descending from the celestial realms, each movement imbued with a graceful elegance, yet exuding an indescribable sense of power. Her skin was as pale as freshly fallen snow, translucent and radiating an enchanting luster, akin to the purest jade in existence. However, in stark contrast to her unparalleled beauty was the fiery intensity burning within her captivating eyes, a flame that seemed capable of incinerating all in its path. Before her feet could touch the ground, she transformed into a fleeting shadow, hurtling towards Xiao Ruochen at an astonishing speed, swift as lightning, leaving no time for response. Xiao Ruochen, who had been laboring diligently, was startled by the sudden, thunderous explosion, causing him to tremble involuntarily. What on earth is happening? In his astonishment, he hastily turned to look, only to see a flash of white light approaching. Before he could react, a hand as cold as ice gripped his neck with a vice-like strength, rendering him breathless. In the next moment, he seemed to vanish into thin air, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. All of this transpired so swiftly that there was no time to react. "Where's Ruochen?" At that moment, Nangong Jing also regained her composure, her face betraying shock as she hurriedly draped her clothing over herself. Just moments before, she and Xiao Ruochen had been engaged in a crucial moment, yet in the blink of an eye, he had been abducted, eliciting both fear and anger within her. "I didn't see clearly. It seemed a woman took him." Gu Yunxi quickly donned her clothing, her expression filled with urgency and confusion. "Did any of you see who it was?" Nangong Jing inquired, her brows furrowed with concern and unease. "I couldn't make it out." All three women shook their heads, their faces etched with panic and bewilderment, clearly rattled by this unforeseen turn of events. It was entirely understandable that they hadn't seen clearly. After all, Xiao Ruochen's cultivation far surpassed theirs. Her speed was so remarkable that they hadn't even registered what had transpired before Xiao Ruochen was whisked away. Meanwhile, within a lavish and elegant celestial vessel, Xiao Ruochen found himself completely immobilized, akin to a fish on a chopping block, vulnerable to the whims of fate. Xiao Ruochen sat atop him, her alabaster hands gripping his head as she fervently kissed the corners of his lips. Her actions were desperate and fervent, reminiscent of a traveler parched in the desert finally discovering a source of water. At that moment, Xiao Ruochen was utterly bewildered. He had realized the situation. This woman was clearly under the influence of an intoxicating passion. His heart was filled with helplessness and dread, uncertain of the fate that awaited him. His only concern was whether she would ultimately bring about his demise, for in matters such as these, no one could predict the outcome. Xiao Ruochen had already deduced the identity of the woman before him, for her aura bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Eastern Xian Empress he had encountered previously. This implied that the woman in front of him was likely the Eastern Xian Empress herself. However, what perplexed Xiao Ruochen was the stark contrast in age. The Empress was well past her 40s, yet this woman appeared remarkably youthful. His mind was awash with questions. Yet there was no time to ponder these mysteries at that moment. A day later, Xiao Ruochen lay on a bed within the mystical vessel, deep in slumber. He felt an overwhelming fatigue, as if every ounce of his strength had been siphoned away. Normally, given Xiao Ruochen's constitution, a single day would not render him exhausted. However, he had spent several days frolicking in the back garden. Just as he had intended to rest, he unexpectedly found himself besieged by Xiao Ruochen for an entire day. Even a figure as resilient as he was beginning to feel the toll. Unbeknownst to Xiao Ruochen, at the very instant he succumbed to sleep, a vast and formidable force of primordial yin energy began to permeate through his limbs, bones, and the meridians of his dantian. This power was both potent and enigmatic, surging through his body like a relentless tide. Almost immediately, a sharp pang of discomfort jolted him awake. "Ah!" Xiao Ruochen let out a cry of anguish, bolting upright as he swiftly initiated the cycle technique to refine the energy. His complexion turned pale, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, clearly enduring immense suffering. As he practiced the cycle technique, the pain within began to dissipate gradually, and his cultivation level began to ascend rapidly. Before long, he reached the pinnacle of the third layer of the Xianwang realm. However, while his dantian and meridians brimmed with overwhelming Xian energy, only half of the pure primordial yin energy had been refined. To avoid wasting this potent primordial yin energy, Xiao Ruochen needed to swiftly break through to the fourth layer of the Xianwang realm. Only then could he continue refining this formidable energy. With determination etched in his gaze, he channeled all his vitality toward the fourth layer. As the cycle technique surged forth, the Xian energy within him crashed like tumultuous waves, relentlessly assaulting the barrier of the fourth layer. In mere moments, the boundary of the fourth layer of the Xianwang realm began to tremble. Boom, boom, boom. The reverberations echoed within him, reminiscent of the thunderous roar at the dawn of creation. At that moment, Xiao Ruochen's cultivation successfully broke through, and his dantian and internal meridians expanded, accommodating the newfound power. An unprecedented strength coursed through him, invigorating his spirit. Once more, he activated his technique, commencing the refinement of the remaining primordial yin energy within him. Midway through the fourth layer of the Xianwang realm, his aura continuously intensified, seemingly suffocating the air around him with his formidable presence. Late stage of the fourth level of the profound king realm, Xiao Ruochen emanated a dazzling radiance, a testament to the potent energy bestowed by his ascension. At the peak of the fourth level of the profound king realm, as Xiao Ruochen elevated his cultivation to this pinnacle, the purest essence of the primal yin energy within him was finally refined completely. In that instant, he felt as though he had emerged from a long drought into a refreshing rain, with all fatigue and weariness swiftly ebbing away like the retreating tide. At this moment, Xiao Ruochen experienced a profound transformation, every part of his being brimming with surging power, as if a mere punch could shatter the very air itself. This exquisite sensation filled him with unparalleled exhilaration. His gaze sparkled with confidence and joy, as if he had grasped the entirety of the world. Meanwhile, in a nearby secret chamber, Xiao Ruochen was at a critical juncture in her breakthrough. As she found herself beneath Dongxian City, she had reached the precipice of transcendence, merely a step away from entering an entirely new realm. However, fate can be capricious. At this pivotal moment, the shadow prison maliciously poisoned her. The malevolent spring poison not only interrupted Xiao Ruochen's progression, but also inflicted irreparable damage to her once solid foundation. The fact that she did not fall into madness on the spot was a stroke of fortune amidst calamity. Consequently, for Xiao Ruochen, the prospect of achieving another breakthrough seemed nearly impossible. Yet, unexpectedly, Xiao Ruochen's unique constitution proved extraordinary the moment their essences intertwined. An overwhelming surge of pure yang energy flooded into her being. Under the influence of this potent energy, her damaged foundation swiftly regained its integrity, allowing her to once again find the opportunity for her breakthrough. Where is this destined to soar? Xiao Ruochen furrowed his brows, a hint of perplexity crossing his face. The vessel before him was evidently of a much higher caliber than his own, and its speed was astonishing. Its sleek contours and the shimmering runes emanating a mysterious glow spoke volumes of its exceptional quality and formidable capabilities. At that very moment, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from a nearby secret chamber, powerful and enigmatic, as if capable of tearing apart the fabric of space and annihilating all in its wake. In an instant, Xiao Ruochen emerged from the chamber like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, her movements ethereal and graceful. Her beauty was unparalleled, skin as fair as snow and as smooth as jade, with a long, elegant neck and enchanting collarbones, rendering her exquisitely elegant and noble. Yet, at that moment, her mesmerizing eyes were as cold as ice, radiating a chilling brilliance. An invisible pressure emanated from her, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld her. Chapter 132. The notion of keeping male slaves. Xiao Ruochen, relinquish your inheritance, and this holy maiden may allow you to retain your intact body. In the summer, the cicadas clung tightly to their crimson lips, their voices chilling and piercing, as if imbued with the frigid essence of millennia-old ice, capable of instantaneously freezing the very air around them. Her exquisitely beautiful eyes, at that moment, resembled an exceptionally sharp sword, capable of cutting through iron as if it were clay, firmly locking onto Xiao Ruochen, filled with resolute determination and fierce intensity, as if she wished to subject him to the most brutal of tortures. The purity she had safeguarded for a full 28 years was sullied by this despicable and shameless scoundrel, igniting within her an insatiable fury and murderous intent. Initially, She harbored little animosity toward Xiao Ruochen. Her intentions were merely to seize the legacy he bore. However, upon her sudden emergence from the underground, the scene that unfolded before her eyes filled her with indignation. She could never have anticipated Xiao Ruochen's utter debauchery. Under the vast heavens, he dared to commit such shameless and morally corrupt acts within the royal palace's garden, a transgression that was truly appalling. Furthermore, Nangong Jing was the esteemed imperial consort of the Eastern Qian Empire, while Nangong Shui was the crown princess. Engaging in such acts of adultery was the epitome of depravity, a moral degradation beyond measure. Dear lady, have I wronged you in any way? Even if I were to possess your body, it was under your coercion. Is it not excessive to kill the donkey after it has carried its load? Xiao Ruochen's countenance darkened considerably, his legs trembling slightly, as if he might kneel in fear at any moment. The depth of Xiao Ruochen's cultivation was unfathomable, rendering him unable to perceive her true strength. Akin to standing before an insurmountable mountain, instinctively, he sensed the peril she presented. The mere aura of pressure she exuded caused his heart to race with trepidation. Were it not for his formidable willpower, he might have succumbed to this overwhelming force and knelt before her. Shameless scoundrel, under the bright light of day, you brazenly defile another's wife. Do you truly believe this holy maiden would let you go? The chilling aura emanating from Xiao Ruochen seemed capable of freezing everything in its vicinity, her eyes, filled with murderous intent, coldly fixating on Xiao Ruochen. Dear lady, could there be a misunderstanding? Xiao Ruochen furrowed his brows, a look of perplexity crossing his face as he sought to defend himself. Misunderstanding? A glint of cold light flashed in Xiao Ruochen's captivating eyes as she parted her ruby lips, coldly retorting, then may I inquire, whose wives are Nangong Jing and Nangong Shui? Xiao Ruochen narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of cunning flickering within, before responding calmly. The Eastern Qian Empire has already fallen at my hands. Now, both Nangong Jing and Nangong Shui have been conferred the titles of Empress and Imperial Consort by me. A disdainful smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he continued. If that qualifies as defiling another's wife, then you cannot claim to be virtuous either, for you have unlawfully abducted me and forcibly claimed me. Does that not make you an adulteress? His words were laced with provocation and defiance. Xiao Ruochen's face flushed a deep shade of anger, leaving her momentarily speechless and at a loss for words. She never anticipated that Xiao Ruochen could be so articulate, presenting his twisted reasoning as if it bore a semblance of truth. Left speechless, Xiao Ruochen, noticing her silence, secretly reveled in his triumph and continued to rebuke her with feigned righteousness. The rise and fall of dynasties is a common occurrence. It is entirely natural for the concubines of a former regime to pledge allegiance to a new ruler. Moreover, I have not coerced either of them. His tone grew increasingly fervent, as if he were the paragon of justice. In contrast, you, without my consent, brazenly intruded upon my person. My forbearance in not holding you accountable is already an act of magnanimity. Now, you even wish to turn against me, engaging in such despicable behavior that is no different from the machinations of evil. With an air of haughty righteousness, Xiao Ruochen posed his inquiries with conviction, his demeanor suggesting that one might think he had suffered an immense injustice. You vile and shameless scoundrel, if I do not bring you to your knees today, I shall bear your surname. Xiao Ruochen's delicate visage turned pale with rage. She had witnessed disgraceful conduct before, but never had she encountered such audacious shamelessness. Suddenly, a long whip materialized in her grasp, glinting ominously as it lashed out towards Xiao Ruochen like a serpent striking its prey. Crack! The crisp sound of the whip echoed through the air, and Xiao Ruochen let out a piercing scream as a horrendous lash mark appeared upon his handsome cheek, blood seeping forth. He attempted to evade the strike, but in the face of Xiao Ruochen's overwhelming power, his efforts were futile, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, trembling yet powerless to resist. After the initial strike, another whip followed suit, landing with ferocity. Crack! Crack! Ah! The interior of the vessel was filled with anguished cries, Xiao Ruochen rendered powerless against the relentless onslaught. In mere moments, blood flowed from multiple wounds on his body, his garments torn and tattered, revealing ghastly streaks of crimson. Now tell me, who is the true evil? Who is the despicable wretch? Xiao Ruochen's eyes blazed with fury, as if she sought to incinerate Xiao Ruochen entirely. Though she sensed a flicker of validity in his words, she could never concede to being labeled as evil. You wretched woman, do you possess no conscience? I saved you, and yet you repay kindness with malice. If you are not the embodiment of wickedness, then who is? Xiao Ruochen spat in anger, his eyes brimming with indignation and defiance. Still daring to speak defiantly, you court your own demise. Xiao Ruochen admonished sharply, unleashing another flurry of strikes upon him. Each lash bore immense power. Even a typical practitioner of the Xian King realm would likely succumb to unconsciousness from a single blow. Crack! Crack! Ah! Xiao Ruochen's cries of agony filled the air, his body a grotesque tableau of shredded flesh, the excruciating pain rendering him unconscious. Yet, even in the depths of his unconsciousness, his hands remained clutched tightly over his groin, as if that instinctual response was all he had left. Upon witnessing that Xiao Ruochen had lost consciousness, Xiao Ruochen immediately employed her formidable powers to seal his cultivation. Subsequently, she retrieved a heavenly spirit rope, binding Xiao Ruochen firmly. This rope, composed of celestial energy, is inescapable even for practitioners at the 9th level of the Xianhuang realm. Cursed lecher, my pristine reputation has been tarnished by your hands. Xiao Ruochen thought, a tempest of murderous intent surging in her eyes. She could scarcely endure the notion of losing her virtue to such a man. Despite his unsavory nature, his physique was exceptionally unique. If nurtured properly, it could greatly benefit her own cultivation. Is it befitting for a dignified saintess of the Qingyun sacred land to engage in the act of keeping a male slave? She pondered, if I keep this to myself, who would ever know? Though he may not be virtuous, he is quite handsome. Having him by my side could prove advantageous. Bah! When did my thoughts become so sordid? Yet, there is nothing truly vile about it. This is, after all, a world governed by power, and many women indulge in the keeping of male slaves. Why should I not do the same? At worst, once my cultivation ascends, I could eliminate him. This notion struck her as rather appealing. After all, she had already engaged in intimate contact with him, and further encounters would entail minimal loss. Consider it a reward before his demise. In that moment, Xiao Ruochen's thoughts swirled tumultuously, and two distinct ideas surged in her mind. The first was her fervent desire to acquire Xiao Ruochen's legacy, her deepest yearning. Conversely, a bolder, more ambitious thought began to take root, to obtain his inheritance and fully tame him, transforming him into her most loyal male companion. This idea proliferated in her heart like rampant weeds, intertwining and clashing with her other desire, as if two forces vied for supremacy. Amidst this internal conflict, Xiao Ruochen gradually recognized a burgeoning possessiveness towards Xiao Ruochen. His extraordinary constitution held immeasurable potential for her cultivation if nurtured alongside her own. Most importantly, this man undoubtedly harbored secrets unknown to the world. Otherwise, his rapid ascent in power would be inexplicable. After an intense mental struggle, desire ultimately triumphed over reason. After all, countless women in this world kept male slaves. Her gaze grew resolute, as if she had made a monumental decision. Chapter 133, The Passionate Goose-Cicada Impudent Boy. In light of your usefulness, I shall spare your life for now. Xiao Ruochen gazed deeply into Xiao Ruochen's face, her eyes shimmering with a complex glimmer. This light reflected a blend of hesitation, unwillingness, and an indescribable anticipation. She turned abruptly and strode toward the control room of the Xianzhou, her silhouette graceful yet emanating an undeniable authority. The distance between the eastern state and the central state was vast, akin to the ends of the earth. The eastern state lay on the eastern continent of the Xuanwu continent, and reaching the distant central state required traversing the boundless ocean. This endless ocean, expansive and tumultuous, seemed like an insurmountable chasm separating the eastern state from the central state, placing them in entirely different realms. However, crossing this vast expanse of water was no simple feat. Relying solely on flight to navigate the ocean was nothing short of a fantasy. After all, human strength is limited, making long-distance flight a struggle to sustain. Moreover, the unpredictable climate of the endless ocean often subjected travelers to ferocious storms and violent hurricanes, and should one falter during flight, death would be inevitable. In this mysterious and perilous ocean, every moment brimmed with unknown dangers, and a moment's inattention could lead to a watery grave amidst the surging waves. Despite the Xianzhou possessing the ability to traverse the endless ocean, The resources required were extraordinarily immense, a burden that most could scarcely bear. Thus, the great wheelboats emerged, becoming the essential vessels for countless individuals crossing the ocean. These enormous wheelboats carried the hopes and dreams of many, bravely forging ahead through the tumultuous waters. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Xiao Ruochen slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he did was to reach down and ensure his belongings were still there, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Awake? At that moment, the door creaked open gently, and Xiao Ruochen, with her alluring and graceful gait, entered the room. Each of her steps was light and elegant, yet carried an undeniable sense of oppression. Her expression was aloof, and within her stunning eyes flickered a hint of coldness and disdain, as if Xiao Ruochen were nothing more than a trivial ant in her eyes. "What must I do for you to let me go?" Xiao Ruochen inquired with a low, resigned voice. It was evident that she was a woman of unpredictable temperament, and after having suffered once, he was reluctant to provoke her again. After all, the whip in her hand was not something an ordinary person could endure, otherwise he wouldn't have been rendered unconscious. "Speak. You must possess a hidden secret if you have managed to elevate your cultivation to the Xianwang realm within 2 years. If you divulge the heritage you carry, this holy maiden will not only refrain from troubling you, but will also grant you unexpected rewards." Xiao Ruochen's voice was cold as ice, her exquisite figure radiating an invisible pressure that left no room for resistance. Her tone was resolute and indisputable, as if she had already seen through all of Xiao Ruochen's secrets. Is an accelerated cultivation necessarily indicative of a secret? Could it not simply be due to my extraordinary talent? In the face of such aggressive questioning, a flicker of defiance shone in Xiao Ruochen's eyes as he retorted with irritation. "Impudent brat, this is your final opportunity. Do not be ungrateful." With a swift motion, Xiao Ruochen's delicate hand seized Xiao Ruochen's throat, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. "Stop pretending to be a saint before me. Just days ago, you were pleading for my favor, not displaying this insolence." A cold smirk curled at the corners of Xiao Ruochen's lips. In that moment, he was wholly resolved. He understood that if Xiao Ruochen had not yet acquired her desired prize, she would not so easily take his life. However, should she attain what she yearned for, she would undoubtedly eliminate him without hesitation. Therefore, he was determined to protect his secrets at all costs, as they were intrinsically tied to his very survival. "You." Xiao Ruochen's face drained of color, her previously gentle hand now clenched tightly, akin to an iron vice, constricting Xiao Ruochen's neck. The sound of creaking bones echoed as he felt as though his throat might snap at any moment. "Go on, kill me if you dare." His face flushed crimson, bloodshot eyes betraying his defiance, yet he bore no intention of begging for mercy. In his eyes, pleading before a woman as ruthless as Xiao Ruochen was futile. Her objective was to acquire his legacy, and should she succeed, it would herald his demise. "Brat, I shall grant you one last chance. Reveal the secret you harbor, or I will destroy your Dantian immediately." Xiao Ruochen's voice was as chilling as the depths of winter, her gaze piercing with a lethal intent that sent shivers down Xiao Ruochen's spine. That murderous aura felt capable of reducing him to mere fragments in an instant. "I have already stated that I am an unparalleled genius, and my unique constitution allows me to cultivate at an accelerated pace compared to most. What must I do for you to believe me?" Xiao Ruochen managed to utter, each word a laborious struggle. "You may choose not to speak, but as long as you agree to one condition of mine, I shall cease my torment." After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Ruochen ultimately refrained from crippling Xiao Ruochen's Dantian. His extraordinary constitution was too valuable. To destroy it would render any potential dual cultivation meaningless, resulting in a significant loss for her. "Speak," she commanded. "As long as it lies within my power, I shall strive to fulfill your request." Xiao Ruochen gasped for breath, feeling as though his neck might snap at any moment. His voice was weak, yet he endeavored to maintain a semblance of composure. Xiao Ruochen bit her lip, summoning her courage to propose. "Your constitution would greatly benefit my cultivation. If you are willing to be my male consort, I shall no longer impose upon you." "Male consort?" Xiao Ruochen was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such an outrageous proposition from Xiao Ruochen. At this moment, his eyes widened in astonishment and disbelief. "Indeed, as long as you obediently remain by my side as my male companion, I shall not only spare you any hardship, but also bestow upon you unimaginable benefits." Xiao Ruochen gently set Xiao Ruochen down, then extended her hand, as smooth and white as sheep's fat jade, to caress his sculpted visage. Given the circumstances, she felt no need to conceal her intentions. After all, this man was destined to be her plaything, and she could indulge in him as she pleased. Having lived for 28 years as a paragon of virtue, now that she had relinquished her purity to him, she might as well indulge herself. Moreover, in the Xuanwu continent, the practice of keeping male companions was not uncommon. Once one overcame their own reservations, there was nothing shameful about it. With your capabilities, does my consent truly matter? Xiao Ruochen's expression darkened, his gaze icy as if the very air around them had solidified into frost, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Xiao Ruochen's cultivation was unfathomable and likely had ascended to the legendary Xian Emperor realm. Given his current strength, he was utterly powerless against such a formidable opponent. As fragile as glass in her presence. Consume this, and I shall no longer trouble you. At that moment, Xiao Ruochen suddenly extended her palm, and a gleaming golden object materialized in her grasp. Upon closer inspection, it was a golden cicada, a Jiqing Gu Chan. Xiao Ruochen's countenance changed dramatically. Terror etched across his features as he instinctively recoiled several steps. Internally, he lamented his misfortune. The Jiqing Gu Chan was a creature specifically designed to control men. Should a man ingest this goo, he would become utterly devoted to the one who administered it, forever incapable of harboring any thoughts of betrayal. If the ensnared man ever dared to betray, the goo would activate, gradually consuming his internal organs, inflicting excruciating pain that few could endure. Chapter 134. Xiao Ruochen's shift in mindset. Kid, I didn't expect you to possess some knowledge. Upon seeing Xiao Ruochen recognize the Jiqing Gu Chan, a flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Ruochen's enchanting eyes. Her gaze, akin to autumn waters, widened slightly, filled with astonishment. She had not anticipated that this remote and backward lad from Eastern State could identify such a rare and peculiar goo. It was known that even across the vast expanse of the Xuanwu continent, those aware of the Jiqing Gu Chan's existence were exceedingly few. In the flourishing core areas of the continent, only a select handful of top-tier experts and erudite scholars had any knowledge of it. I could be your male companion, but is it possible to forego consuming this? Xiao Ruochen's face drained of color as he involuntarily retreated several steps, his eyes brimming with fear and resistance. He was acutely aware of the terror that the Jiqing Gu Chan entailed. Once this cursed insect is ingested, one is condemned to face but a single woman for all eternity. Any hint of betrayal, however slight, will lead to a fate most tragic. An endless tide of fear crashes upon his heart, leaving him engulfed in despair. You, having recognized this object, surely comprehend its effects. As long as your heart and body remain loyal to me, it shall not harm you, but rather aid you in your cultivation. Xiao Ruochen parted her crimson lips, a beguiling smile gracing her countenance. Her voice flowed like a mountain spring, crisp and enchanting, yet the underlying threat was unmistakable. In a flash, her movements were as swift as the wind. She seized the dimples at the corners of Xiao Ruochen's mouth, then with a forceful push, unceremoniously thrust the love goo into his mouth. Her actions were resolute and unyielding, affording him no chance to resist. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Ruochen choked, desperately attempting to expel the recently swallowed insect. His body trembled violently as he clasped his throat, trying to cough the creature out. However, all his efforts proved futile. For the instant the goo entered his throat, it seemed to vanish, swiftly embedding itself deep within his veins. The insect was like a phantom, seamlessly merging into his being. Stop coughing, it is futile, exclaimed Xiao Ruochen, a smirk dancing upon her lips. The love goo is already integrated into your bloodstream. You shall never escape the fate of becoming my male pet. At that moment, an unprecedented sensation surged within her, a realization that having a male pet was not entirely intolerable. Xiao Ruochen, with his strikingly handsome features and refined demeanor, possessed a remarkably unique physique. To have such a perfect companion, one who could assist in cultivation and boast unparalleled beauty, was an invaluable treasure for Xiao Ruochen. Yet at this moment, Xiao Ruochen was engulfed in torment. Beads of sweat the size of peas cascading down his forehead, while his heart endured excruciating pangs akin to being sliced by 1,000 daggers. The agony was overwhelming, rendering him nearly breathless. A mere fleeting thought of Nangong Jing and other women brought forth a wave of heart-wrenching suffering. In that instant, he could feel the goo thrashing wildly within his veins, unleashing unfathomable pain. At this juncture, Xiao Ruochen dared not entertain visions of other women. His thoughts were solely devoted to Xiao Ruochen, for only then could the torment in his heart be somewhat alleviated. His gaze became hollow and helpless, filled with dread and confusion about the future. Xiao Ruochen, to be fortunate enough to become the male pet of this holy maiden is a blessing you have earned over 8 lifetimes. If in the future your mind dares to wander towards other women, do not blame me, the holy maiden, when the venomous insects consume your very organs. Xiao Ruochen's crimson lips curled into a cold and mocking smile, her voice piercingly frigid, like the biting northern wind of winter, causing Xiao Ruochen's heart to tremble. Her delicate hands, as pale as jade, softly caressed his extraordinarily handsome cheek, as if toying with a priceless treasure. In that gentle gesture lay a sense of possession and satisfaction. Rest assured, from this moment forth, you shall reside solely in my heart. Xiao Ruochen's countenance remained devoid of expression, his voice betraying no emotion, as if he were merely responding mechanically. At this moment, his cultivation was sealed, and the venomous insect had been planted within him. Any slight misstep could provoke the wrath of the woman before him, leading to an inevitable and gruesome fate. Could you not grace me with even a semblance of a smile? This somber demeanor, who do you present it to? Xiao Ruochen's expression shifted dramatically, an oppressive chill emanating from her, a formidable aura that instilled a disquieting fear. Shall I refer to you as Dugu Yanran or Xiao Ruochen? He suppressed the fury bubbling within, forcing a strained smile. Dugu Yanran had long been gone for a decade. The woman before him was merely an impostor donning her guise. As for my true name, it is unnecessary for you to know. You need only call me master. Xiao Ruochen elegantly extended her fingers, as white as snow, gently lifting Xiao Ruochen's chin, a seductive smile blooming at the corners of her lips. Master, as your male pet, what must I do? Xiao Ruochen furrowed his brows, his deep and piercing gaze fixed upon Xiao Ruochen as he inquired in a low voice. What do you think? Xiao Ruochen's lips parted slightly, a barely perceptible smile gracing her perfect mouth, reminiscent of dazzling stars in the night sky. Her hands, delicate and tender as if they might weep, playfully held Xiao Ruochen's chin, her gentle movements exuding an irresistible charm. Ah, you wish to play, do you? Very well, I shall indulge you. Xiao Ruochen silently cursed, fully comprehending the implications of Xiao Ruochen's actions. In that moment, he ceased to hold back, abruptly extending his arms to firmly embrace her. His actions were fueled by anger and impulse, his lips wild and domineering, imbued with an irresistible force. Since this woman treats him as her male pet, he saw no reason to remain polite. In this passive situation, he resolved to assert some measure of control. Faced with Xiao Ruochen's initiative, Xiao Ruochen exhibited no sign of resistance. To her, Xiao Ruochen had already become her private possession, and thus, his assertiveness was merely akin to serving her. Certainly, regarding the handsome and charming appearance of Xiao Ruochen, Xiao Ruochen was quite satisfied, which was one of the pivotal reasons for choosing him as her favored companion. Had she been involved with someone of grotesque visage, even with exceptional physical attributes, she would have swiftly condemned them to oblivion, let alone consider them as a consort. 3 days later, the Xian boat gradually docked at a secluded harbor. Xiao Ruochen led Xiao Ruochen out of the vessel. At that moment, her complexion was radiant, vibrant and alluring, her steps ethereal and buoyant. Her rosy cheeks resembled blossoming peach flowers, enchanting and captivating. After 3 days of profound interaction, Xiao Ruochen suddenly felt as if her previous 28 years had been squandered. In those years, she had been engrossed in cultivation, leading a monotonous and dreary existence. Now, with the presence of the dashing and elegant Xiao Ruochen, she began to savor a different kind of joy in life. During these 3 days, Xiao Ruochen had brought her unprecedented experiences and delight. Xiao Ruochen completely liberated herself, shedding the cold and pristine image of a saint, no longer constrained by rigid conventions, and began to indulge in enjoyment. Her spirit experienced immense fulfillment and release, as if she had rediscovered the vitality of life. Her beliefs underwent a profound transformation. She realized that cultivation and enjoyment need not be mutually exclusive, but could indeed coexist harmoniously. She understood that life was not merely a tedious pursuit of cultivation, but also brimming with beautiful experiences awaiting her discovery. At this moment, Xiao Ruochen's mind was expansive and clear, filled with anticipation for the future. She believed that with Xiao Ruochen's support in her cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of her aspirations was merely a matter of time. Her eyes sparkled with confidence and dreams of the future, as if she could already envision herself standing at the summit. Chapter 135. Journey to Zhongzhou, where are we headed? Xiao Ruochen gazed at the vast and magnificent ocean before him, his brow furrowing involuntarily, his expression etched with confusion and curiosity. Why ask so many questions? Just follow along. Xiao Ruochen's voice was cold and crisp, akin to winter's ice, devoid of warmth. Her stunning eyes cast a frigid glance at Xiao Ruochen, radiating an undeniable authority. Xiao Ruochen took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure, and with a tone of resignation, he inquired, "Could you possibly lift the seal upon me?" "Lift the seal? What do you intend to do?" Xiao Ruochen raised an elegant eyebrow, her delicate brows shaped like crescent moons, yet imbued with a chilling aura. Her rosy lips curled into a beguiling yet perilous smile. However, within the depths of her exquisite eyes lay a subtle warning, as if to caution Xiao Ruochen against any rash actions. "Master, as your devoted servant, if I possess no cultivation at all, would not my ability to serve you be greatly diminished?" Xiao Ruochen endeavored to adopt a tone of utmost submission, his voice gentle and humble, his gaze filled with fervent pleading, hoping to move Xiao Ruochen to assist him in lifting the seal on his cultivation. In this moment, Xiao Ruochen was engulfed in an unprecedented sense of despair and helplessness. Not only was his cultivation sealed, but a lethal goo worm had also been implanted within him, rendering even the recollection of his beloved woman a distant luxury. Although his current predicament was exceedingly dire, a glimmer of hope lingered within Xiao Ruochen's heart. If only Xiao Ruochen would release the seal on his cultivation, he could devise a means to expel the goo worm from his body, or at the very least, temporarily seal it away. While your argument does hold some merit, I must caution you, dear servant, against harboring any ill intentions. For with but a mere thought, I could unleash the passion goo, which would swiftly consume your very innards. A fleeting yet chilling threat flickered in Xiao Ruochen's enchanting eyes, her gaze seemingly capable of piercing one's soul, instilling an icy dread. Upon uttering these words, she gracefully waved her delicate hand, her movements fluid and elegant, reminiscent of a celestial being casting her ethereal garments. In an instant, the seal binding Xiao Ruochen was lifted. Xiao Ruochen recognized the validity of his words. Having a sealed cultivator by her side could indeed prove troublesome. By unsealing his cultivation, not only would she enhance his capabilities, but she could also enlist his assistance in various endeavors. "Master, you are the most exquisite woman in this world. To be fortunate enough to be your servant is a blessing accrued from my past life's virtuous deeds. How could I ever bear to leave your side?" Xiao Ruochen spoke with a tone of flattery, his expression one of obsequiousness that bordered on the absurd. How utterly revolting. Am I truly born of such lowly stock? To utter such nauseating praise with such ease is enough to incite my own ire. Xiao Ruochen silently cursed himself within. However, his spirits soon lifted once more, as the unsealing of his cultivation offered a glimmer of hope. The pressing concern now was to find a means to seal away the passion goo that lay dormant within him. After careful contemplation, Xiao Ruochen resolved to devise a method to seal the worm within him. To expel it outright would undoubtedly alert Xiao Ruochen to the anomaly, placing him at a severe disadvantage. Subsequently, he followed Xiao Ruochen to the edge of the harbor. There, with a graceful flick of her delicate hand, she summoned a magnificent and opulent vessel that emerged majestically upon the sea's surface. This grand ship resembled a colossal palace afloat on the water, exuding an air of luxury and mystery. "Let us depart." Xiao Ruochen spoke softly, her voice melodious and clear, akin to the soothing flow of a mountain spring. As her voice faded, she gracefully descended onto the deck of the boat, moving with the lightness of a flying swallow. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Ruochen wasted no time. He leapt into the air like a majestic eagle, landing steadily on the deck of the vessel. Once inside the boat's cabin, Xiao Ruochen began to maneuver the craft with remarkable skill and confidence, propelling it swiftly into the depths of the ocean. The boat bore a striking resemblance to the Xian boat, with both relying on spirit stones for power. In theory, as long as there was an ample supply of spirit stones, the boat could maintain its course indefinitely. However, the energy consumption of the boat was significantly less than that of the Xian boat, as one soared through the sky while the other traversed the sea, subject to vastly different resistances and energy expenditures. For this reason, when traveling to Zhongzhou, most chose to embark on such vessels. Seated within the luxurious cabin of the boat, Xiao Ruochen could hardly contain his excitement. Having never experienced the sensation of cruising in a luxury liner in his previous life, finding himself in a foreign realm aboard such an opulent vessel was truly astonishing. Despite the boat's rapid pace, it sailed with an extraordinary smoothness inside the lavish compartment. There was hardly a hint of turbulence, as if it floated serenely upon the water's surface rather than navigating through it. Observing the direction of the boat, Xiao Ruochen surmised that their destination must indeed be Zhongzhou. For a long time, Xiao Ruochen had harbored a deep yearning for Zhongzhou, rumored to be a land of flourishing immortality, abundant sects, and countless masters, a veritable paradise for cultivators. Of course, while Zhongzhou was a haven for those pursuing immortality, the competition among its practitioners was exceptionally fierce, even described as brutally intense. Regarding the Tianshan Empire, Xiao Ruochen felt little concern. After all, the cultivation levels of Nangong Jing and her companions were practically unmatched in Dongzhou, and his family enjoyed the protection of the royal lineage, ensuring their safety. That deep into the night, after an intense exchange, Xiao Ruochen retreated to a nearby chamber to focus on her cultivation. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruochen cautiously activated the reincarnation technique, beginning his search for the elusive emotion Gu Cicada within his own body. However, after a thorough investigation, he found no trace of it, as if it had vanished into thin air, leaving him quite vexed with furrowed brows. Unwilling to relent, Xiao Ruochen continued to employ the reincarnation technique in his relentless pursuit. Finally, after 2 hours, he detected a trace of the emotion Gu Cicada deep within his heart. Yet, just as he attempted to seal it, the creature, like a bolt of lightning, disappeared once more into the depths of his heart. Goodness, this thing is exceedingly slippery, Xiao Ruochen thought to himself, his face a mask of exasperation as he couldn't help but mutter a low curse. However, he remained unperturbed. Although he was unable to seal the parasitic insects within him for the time being, he harbored confidence that as his cultivation steadily advanced, there would come a day when he could expel this entity from his body or confine it securely. In the days that followed, Xiao Ruochen experienced a semblance of tranquility, as Xiao Ruochen did not impose excessively upon him. The sole source of his vexation was the somewhat frequent demands from Xiao Ruochen, which rendered him unable to immerse himself wholly in his cultivation. At times, just as Xiao Ruochen was about to settle down to meditate, Xiao Ruochen would rush over, embracing him fervently and showering him with kisses, treating him almost as a mere instrument for her whims. Fortunately, Xiao Ruochen was breathtakingly beautiful, with a voluptuous figure, skin as fair as snow, and a countenance as radiant as a flower. Her graceful form, with each curve in perfect harmony, exuded an irresistible allure. For Xiao Ruochen, this was a fortunate turn amid his misfortunes. Had she been a woman of coarse stature and unappealing visage, he might have contemplated despair. Under Xiao Ruochen's attentive care, Xiao Ruochen flourished, her vitality renewed, radiating a youthful exuberance. Her skin became even more delicate and smooth, and her eyes sparkled with renewed brightness, reminiscent of her youthful days. Unbeknownst to her, she had grown accustomed to having Xiao Ruochen at her side, nearly reaching the point of being entirely dependent on him for her needs. Whenever she desired food, Xiao Ruochen would dive into the sea to catch exquisite fish for barbecuing. His culinary skills were unparalleled, producing fish that were crispy on the outside and tender within, wafting aromas that made one's mouth water. When she sought relaxation, he would provide her with massages, his techniques deft and perfectly attuned to her needs, sweeping away her fatigue entirely. Moreover, during their intimate moments, Xiao Ruochen's unique constitution could yield unexpected benefits for her cultivation. Such a flawless and exceptional companion gradually ensnared her heart. Yet, Xiao Ruochen soon cast aside such thoughts, perceiving them as dangerously misguided. To her, it was perilous to develop feelings for a mere male consort. The prospect of falling in love with him was fraught with risk. Thus, she constantly reminded herself to remain steadfast, resolutely avoiding any emotional entanglement with her male consort. Chapter 136. The sacred land of Qingyun. Time swiftly passed, and before long, half a year had slipped by. On this day, Xiao Ruochen stood tall at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance. Before him, amidst the vast and boundless sea, appeared a series of indistinct black dots. As the vessel continued its forward journey, these dots gradually sharpened and expanded, ultimately revealing an endless coastline that stretched as far as the eye could see. Without a doubt, after their prolonged voyage, they had arrived at the fabled and enchanting central continent. Having endured 6 months adrift at sea, Xiao Ruochen profoundly sensed the vast disparities between the central continent and the eastern continent. The closer they drew to the central continent, the more the spiritual energy in the air thickened, approaching a near tangible essence. The majestic aura enveloped the surroundings like ethereal mist, immersing one in a boundless ocean of spiritual energy. It is precisely for this reason that the people revere Zhongzhou as a sacred land of the immortal path, while they regard Dongzhou as a barren, desolate corner, forsaken by all. From this moment forth, in the presence of outsiders, you may only regard yourself as a servant. Without my permission, you are forbidden to engage in any intimate gestures with me. Xiao Ruochen's voice was frigid to the bone, reminiscent of ice that had not melted for millennia, each word emanating an irresistible authority. Beneath her exquisite visage lay an air of haughty pride that seemed unattainable. As you command, my master, Xiao Ruochen replied with lowered eyes, appearing obedient. Yet, internally, he was already cursing. Damn it, just moments ago, I was utterly captivated, breathless. And now she turns her back as if she were a paragon of purity. After disembarking, Xiao Ruochen waved her jade hand, retracting the boat, and then led Xiao Ruochen onto the Xian boat, soaring towards the Qingyun sacred ground. The Qingyun sacred ground, one of the 8 foremost powers of Zhongzhou, held an unparalleled status throughout the land, a coveted sanctuary for countless cultivators. After 6 months of close proximity, Xiao Ruochen not only learned Xiao Ruochen's name, but also understood her status as the immensely esteemed saintess of Qingyun. At this moment, Xiao Ruochen was not eager to escape Xiao Ruochen's control, for he was deeply intrigued by the enigmatic and formidable Qingyun sacred ground. To him, joining Qingyun was undoubtedly a splendid opportunity. After all, as one of the 8 premier sects in Zhongzhou, only by becoming part of such an elite order could he access more advanced and precious cultivation resources, elevating his own prowess to new heights. Seated within the Xian boat, Xiao Ruochen found a quiet corner, slowly settling into a cross-legged position and closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit, seeking a semblance of tranquility amidst the tumultuous journey. There are no outsiders here. Why sit so far away? Noticing Xiao Ruochen maintaining a distance, Xiao Ruochen's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her stunning face betraying a hint of discomfort. After all, over the past 6 months, she had grown accustomed to leaning against Xiao Ruochen's warm and strong embrace, relishing those moments of peace and warmth. Did you not say I cannot approach you without permission? Xiao Ruochen quickly rose and walked over, gently enveloping Xiao Ruochen in his arms, allowing her to rest once more against his sturdy embrace. In the absence of outsiders, you may still be as close as before, do you understand? Xiao Ruochen's voice softened gradually, her tone akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing the lake's surface, imbued with a touch of warmth. With that, she tenderly pressed Xiao Ruochen's head against her bosom, her face radiating an expression of bliss, reminiscent of a blooming flower in full splendor. For reasons unknown, ever since she became entwined with Xiao Ruochen, she found herself deeply enamored with the profound intimacy they shared. Over the past 6 months, she had engaged in affectionate exchanges with Xiao Ruochen almost daily, to the point that when Xiao Ruochen slightly distanced herself just moments ago, an unsettling emptiness enveloped her heart, leaving her feeling disoriented. This woman's possessiveness is overwhelming. I have barely rested for half a day. Xiao Ruochen sighed inwardly, resigned to accept the current state of affairs. After 7 days, the Xianzhou gradually came to a halt before a towering, majestic mountain gate. This impressive gate seemed to connect with the heavens above. Suspended above it was a grand plaque, upon which the words Qingyun Sacred Land were inscribed in bold, black gold characters, each stroke shimmering with a radiant brilliance, as if imbued with boundless mysterious power. Nestled within an expansive range of mountains, The Qingyun's sacred land emanated an astonishingly rich spiritual essence. Its environment as exquisite as a painting. Surrounding it were formidable peaks, rising and falling like great dragons coiling through the landscape, both awe-inspiring and magnificent. Towering ancient trees, their branches lush and verdant, reached skyward, seemingly striving to pierce the heavens. The crisp air of the mountains was filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrances of blooming flowers, evoking a sense of being immersed in a realm of ethereal beauty. Fair maiden, this is the Qingyun sacred land. Unless summoned, please depart swiftly. A disciple stationed at the mountain gate obstructed Xiao Ruochen's path. Having not returned to the Qingyun sacred land for a decade, these gatekeepers naturally did not recognize her. Do you still recognize this? Xiao Ruochen's expression remained composed as she retrieved an exquisitely carved token from her bosom. The token radiated a mysterious glow, as if narrating its own nobility and authority. Welcome back, Saintess Ruochen. Upon seeing the token in Xiao Ruochen's hand, the disciple's countenance shifted dramatically. The formerly stern expression was replaced by awe and reverence, and he immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. Although they had only recently joined the Qingyun sacred land, they were well aware of the significance of the token representing the saintess. Subsequently, under the guidance of this disciple, Xiao Ruochen gracefully entered the Qingyun sacred land, with Xiao Ruochen dutifully following behind her. Within the sacred confines, ordinary disciples were prohibited from bringing servants, only those of esteemed status, such as core disciples or higher-ranking true inheritors, possessed the privilege to bring their attendants into the sanctum. As Xiao Ruochen trailed behind Xiao Ruochen, a tempest of astonishment roiled within him. He had not anticipated that within such a transcendent place as the Qingyun sacred land, a formidable figure at the Xianwang realm could merely stand guard at the entrance. It was noteworthy that in the eastern state, Nangongju, at only the third level of the Xianwang realm, had already attained the esteemed position of a grand elder among the four major sects, revered by all. At that moment, Xiao Ruochen gained an entirely new understanding of the Qingyun sacred land's formidable power. Ah, is that not the illustrious Saintess Ruochen? After a decade of absence, I had presumed you had met your demise. At that moment, a voice laced with mockery pierced the air, sharp and filled with malice. Approaching was a woman clad in a flowing white gown, her beauty radiant and enchanting, her every smile and frown imbued with an irresistible allure. Her figure so alluring it set one's heart racing. Beside her trailed a demure and obedient maid named Lu Piapiao, one of the four esteemed saintesses of the Qingyun sacred land. A long-standing enmity existed between Lu Piapiao and Xiao Ruochen, their relationship characterized by mutual disdain and hostility, a fact well known among all in the Qingyun sacred land. When they crossed paths in the past, their encounters were marked by cold glares and biting sarcasm, often escalating into physical confrontations. 10 years gone, and yet your tongue remains as venomous as ever, Lu Piapiao. Xiao Ruochen's tone was frigid, her beautiful eyes radiating an icy chill that seemed capable of freezing the very air around her. How surprising to witness the once pure and untouchable Xiao Ruochen engaging in the shameless act of keeping a male companion. At this moment, Lu Piapiao's gaze shifted to the figure of Xiao Ruochen standing behind Xiao Ruochen, her face lighting up with astonishment, as if she had stumbled upon a new world, her eyes gleaming with mockery and derision. Know this, he is merely a humble servant of mine. Refrain from your nonsensical chatter, or I shall not hesitate to show you my displeasure. Xiao Ruochen's voice was as cold as ice, infused with a palpable aura of menace that instilled fear in those who heard it. Humph, such a strikingly handsome youth, and you claim he is but a servant? Who would believe such a tale? Lu Piapiao's lips curled into a smirk, brimming with scorn and provocation. Believe it or not, I have no time to indulge in your idle gossip. Xiao Ruochen, disinterested in further discourse with Lu Piapiao, turned on her heel and strode towards her residence on the mountain peak. Her previous image within the Qingyun sacred land was that of an ethereal and aloof saintess. If others were to discover her secret of harboring a male companion, it would undeniably tarnish her reputation. Thus, in public, she could only regard Xiao Ruochen as a mere servant. Observing this interaction, Xiao Ruochen hastened to keep pace, not daring to show any sign of hesitation. Chapter 137. Rumors take flight under Xiao Ruochen's guidance. Xiao Ruochen arrived at a towering mountain peak, majestic and awe-inspiring. The The mountain stood like a colossal giant between heaven and earth, its grandeur inducing a sense of reverence. The slopes were lush with verdant trees, adorned with vibrant blossoms, while birds sang joyously in the branches, as if performing a splendid symphony of nature. The scenery here is not only picturesque but also imbued with an ethereal essence that feels almost tangible. Each breath seems to cleanse the soul, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. At the summit, a luxurious and elegant palace stands majestically. This resplendent edifice, adorned with glazed tiles, sparkles under the sun's rays, as if encrusted with the world's most precious gems. The walls of the palace are intricately carved with exquisite patterns, vividly narrating ancient and mysterious tales. Behind this magnificent structure cascades a waterfall, pouring down like the Milky Way, its splashes creating a mist that captivates the senses and ensnares the heart. The waterfall resembles a colossal white dragon, plunging from the mountaintop with a thunderous roar. As it crashes into the pool below, countless crystalline droplets are sent flying, refracting sunlight into splendid rainbows. Undoubtedly, this locale is an exceptional sanctuary for cultivation. From this day forth, that courtyard over there shall be your abode. Furthermore, you shall be solely responsible for the maintenance of the entire peak. Plant some spiritual flowers and rare herbs for me, and ensure the enchanted fish in the lake are well cared for. This is my communication, Jade. You must respond to me promptly, no matter the time or place. With a crisp and resolute voice, Xiao Ruochen issued several commands, leaving no room for doubt, before handing her communication jade to Xiao Ruochen. Master, rest assured, I shall accomplish the tasks you have entrusted to me with utmost diligence. Xiao Ruochen replied respectfully before turning toward the adjacent courtyard. In the days that followed, he meticulously managed the entire mountain. Each morning, he would rise early to clear the fallen leaves and dust from before the palace, ensuring that the entire area remained impeccably pristine. During his leisure moments, he practiced in the courtyard. Though modest in size, the courtyard was remarkably tranquil and serene. Xiao Ruochen would sit upon a stone bench, close his eyes, and immerse himself in the rich spiritual energy surrounding him, gradually guiding it into his body for cultivation. Naturally, every night, he would receive a message from Xiao Ruochen and would quietly slip away to spend enchanting evenings together, leading a life of leisure and ease. After 6 months of arduous training, Xiao Ruochen's cultivation had soared to the pinnacle of the 4th layer of the Xianwang realm, with only a step remaining to reach the 5th layer. Although this step appeared tantalizingly close, achieving a breakthrough in a short span was far from simple. Once one reaches the Xianwang realm, each advancement to a minor level demands considerable time for accumulation, unless one acquires rare spiritual herbs or higher-grade spiritual stones. Progress through mere meditation and absorption of the world's spiritual energy will be exceedingly slow. Half a month swiftly passed. On this day, Xiao Ruochen finally approached the barrier of the 5th layer of the Xianwang realm. In the stillness of midnight, with silence enveloping the world and the moon hanging high in the sky, Xiao Ruochen sat cross-legged by the waterfall at the back of the courtyard, as motionless as a venerable monk in deep meditation. His countenance was as tranquil as water, continuously circulating the reincarnation technique, summoning the profound energy within him to launch relentless assaults on the 5th layer of the Xianwang realm. As the energy surged within him, akin to turbulent waves, after repeated collisions, a faint looseness appeared in the seemingly impenetrable barrier of the 5th layer of the Xianwang realm. Break! Xiao Ruochen gritted his teeth, veins protruding on his forehead, his expression reflecting unwavering resolve. He condensed his internal energy into an indomitable sword, hurtling towards the 5th layer of the Xianwang realm like a thunderstorm. The air resonated with a thunderous roar within him, reminiscent of the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation, with a series of crisp cracks echoing through his meridians and bones. The seemingly unassailable barrier of the 5th layer of the Xianwang realm shattered like fragile pottery. At that moment, Xiao Ruochen's cultivation finally broke through. He abruptly opened his eyes, which gleamed with a fierce brilliance akin to lightning. Feeling the immense power within him, akin to a boundless ocean, a look of ecstatic joy illuminated his face. He then redirected his internal energy, sweeping towards the cherished emotional Gu cicada within him like a raging flood. This time, the speed at which he propelled his energy was noticeably faster, yet it still paled in comparison to the agile maneuverability of the emotional goose cicada. Reluctantly, Xiao Ruochen had to concede defeat. He estimated that to seal this cursed emotional goose cicada, he would need to ascend at least to the 6th layer of the Xianwang realm, to expel the goo worm entirely from his body. It seemed that only a breakthrough to the Xianwang realm would offer a chance. At that moment, the communication jade in Xiao Ruochen's pocket began to tremble violently, prompting him to hastily retrieve it. In that instant, a fragrant breeze surged towards him like a whirlwind, and a delicate figure, like a bird darting into the forest, suddenly tackled him into the pool behind the waterfall. "Master, I was in the midst of a breakthrough and did not hear your transmission," Xiao Ruochen gasped, feeling a constricting sensation around his neck, his voice trembling with anxiety. "You possess quite the audacity. Who permitted you to break through at night? Do you not realize that during this time, you belong to me?" Xiao Ruochen chided playfully, her stunning eyes flashing with an icy glint. "I will certainly be more cautious next time. Could you please let me go?" Xiao Ruochen struggled to articulate, his breath quickening. "I shall grant you a temporary reprieve this time, as I too am nearing a breakthrough. Your performance tonight will be under scrutiny," Xiao Ruochen declared, releasing her grip on Xiao Ruochen's throat. Then, her cherry-like lips parted enticingly, drawing closer to his. "But this is by the pool." Xiao Ruochen, with a face full of helplessness, found himself, a robust man, pinned against the stones by the edge of the pond by a woman. If anyone were to witness this, it would undoubtedly lead to a loss of dignity. What's wrong with the pond's edge? At this late hour, who besides us would venture here? Well, having reached this point, Xiao Ruochen no longer pretended to be a paragon of virtue. He embraced Xiao Ruochen tightly, reciprocating her fervor. "Have you heard? The Saintess Ruochen has returned, and she has brought back a male companion," remarked one inner sect disciple. This revelation struck like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring a tempest of disbelief among the other disciples, whose faces reflected incredulity. How is that possible? Given the proud nature of Saintess Ruochen, how could she possibly take a male companion? One could hear the indignation in another's voice, his expression etched with confusion and anger. Many inner sect disciples found it difficult to accept this news, for in their hearts, Saintess Ruochen had always been an unreachable, ethereal figure. I, too, find it hard to believe, yet this is the undeniable truth. Many have witnessed it firsthand. The word has spread, and it is said that the male companion has resided atop Saintess Peak since being brought back. Consider this, with her aloof demeanor. How could Saintess Ruochen coexist with a man unless there existed a special bond? In the inner sanctum of Qingyun's sacred land, numerous senior disciples exchanged whispers, their discussions echoing throughout. This sudden news plunged the entire Qingyun sacred land into a state of uproar. Some lamented the decline of societal morals, expressing sorrow and disappointment over the transformation of Saintess Ruochen, while others harbored skepticism. Indeed, one must not judge by appearances. Who could have anticipated such a drastic change in Saintess Ruochen after 10 years? Mused a young disciple. He recalled the saintess he had once encountered, who appeared like a celestial being, cold and proud, evoking awe that deterred direct gazes. Yet now, this immaculate figure had returned with a male companion, a revelation that defied all expectations. In no time, rumors and speculations began to swirl. "Well, I must say, I am rather handsome myself. Why hasn't any saintess taken me as a male companion?" quipped a self-important young man, prompting laughter from those nearby. "Don't fret, there are still 3 other saintesses. Perhaps you should try your luck with them. You may indeed find an opportunity," another jested. "Better not. I have no desire to meet my demise." Despite the skepticism surrounding this matter, the news of Xiao Ruochen taking a male companion spread like wildfire, resonating throughout Qingyun's sacred land. All the senior disciples engaged in fervent discussions, speculating about the truth behind it all. After all, the previous impression left by Xiao Ruochen was indelibly profound. Her pristine image made it difficult for many to believe that this could be genuine. Chapter 138. The 4 women expecting in the tranquil and harmonious gardens of the eastern state, nestled within the Tianqian Empire, a serene atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. The gentle sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the garden with warmth and beauty. 4 expectant women, Nangong Jing, Gu Yunxi, Ling Yuhan, and Nangong Shui, strolled leisurely, engaged in soft conversations. Their steps were light and measured, each movement taken with utmost caution, as if they feared to disturb the precious lives growing within them. Jingjia, do you think Ruochen might be in trouble? He has been away for quite some time, and there has been no word from him, Gu Yunqi remarked, tenderly caressing her prominent belly, her gentle gesture imbued with maternal affection. A trace of worry flickered in her eyes, her brow slightly furrowed, evoking a sense of deep concern. Yunqi, do not fret too much, Nangong Jing replied with a reassuring smile, her countenance as warm as a spring breeze, striving to dispel the gloom that shadowed Gu Yunqi's heart. Before he left, Ruochen entrusted me with a soul jade pendant. If he were in danger, the pendant would shatter. Its current intact state signifies that he is safe. Perhaps he has merely encountered unforeseen circumstances, which have delayed his return. As the eldest among the women in Xiao Ruochen's harem, Nangong Jing was acutely aware of her responsibility to maintain stability and morale among her sisters. Though her heart, too, was heavy with concern for Xiao Ruochen's well-being, she understood the necessity of remaining composed and collected, endeavoring to soothe the anxieties of her companions. Should she falter, the others would only become more unsettled. With this thought, Nangong Jing took a deep breath, striving to imbue her voice with unwavering confidence. My dear sisters, we must have faith in Ruochen. He is no ordinary man and will surely return safely. Our task now is to care for the children within us, manage the affairs of the Tianshan Empire with diligence, and patiently await Ruochen's return. Her gaze swept across each sister, her eyes brimming with encouragement and hope. Jingjia is right. Let us discuss names for the children. Upon hearing Nangong Jing's words, Gu Yunqi and the others felt a modicum of reassurance. They nodded in agreement, rallying one another with words of encouragement. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through the garden, caressing the women's skirts and hair like a tender hand, carrying with it the fragrance of blooming flowers. This breeze seemed a soothing balm from nature, lifting the previously heavy atmosphere and replacing it with a lighter ambience. The flowers swayed in the wind, as if dancing for their hopes and steadfastness. The birds sang joyfully from the branches, seemingly celebrating their strength and conviction. Time flowed silently like a gentle stream, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. During this period, Xiao Ruochen had nearly sequestered himself within the realm of cultivation, tirelessly dedicating day and night to the relentless pursuit of his spiritual advancement. After 6 months of relentless and fervent training, Xiao Ruochen finally elevated his cultivation to the 6th layer of the profound king realm. At this moment, he was completely engrossed, his mind unwavering as he operated the reincarnation technique. His gaze was resolute and focused, every subtle expression revealing the determination and courage within him. Xiao Ruochen gathered all the vital energy within him, coalescing it into a vast, intricate net of profound energy. This net shimmered with an enigmatic radiance, as if it contained boundless power and wisdom. Silently, it advanced towards the cherished emotion Gu, concealed within his heart. Xiao Ruochen's movements were exceedingly discreet and cautious. Each action appeared meticulously calculated and designed, striving for absolute precision. The net advanced with an excruciating slowness, akin to a stealthy assassin navigating through shadows, carefully approaching its target to avoid arousing suspicion. At that moment, Xiao Ruochen's heart raced with anxiety, yet he dared not lapse into any semblance of carelessness. He held his breath, every muscle taut, resembling a bowstring drawn to its limit. He exerted all his strength to propel the ever-contracting net toward the region of his heart. With each incremental advance, his heartbeat quickened. He understood that if he could successfully eliminate the troublesome emotion Gu, he would no longer be subject to the control of Xiao Ruochen. Approximately half an hour later, the net, intricately woven by Xiao Ruochen, finally reached the vicinity of his heart. In a flash of brilliance, he summoned his resolve, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. In an instant, he unleashed all the remaining profound energy within him, igniting it to its peak state. The net, which had been advancing sluggishly, suddenly struck like a bolt of lightning, surging towards the heart's region where the emotion Gu resided. At that critical moment, the emotion Gu, hidden deep within his heart, sensed the impending crisis. Its diminutive form trembled violently, instinctively attempting to conceal itself once more. However, before it could fully retreat, Xiao Ruochen's meticulously crafted net lunged forward like a tempest, swiftly ensnaring it. The trapped emotion Gu displayed a look of sheer panic in its tiny eyes. It opened its mouth and, without hesitation, lunged to bite at Xiao Ruochen's heart. Yet, he was prepared for this very action. As the goo revealed its fangs, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted, akin to a volcanic eruption, flooding into its mouth and shattering its formidable teeth into mere dust. Immediately thereafter, Xiao Ruochen hastened to channel his soul power, thrusting it with lightning speed into the depths of the emotion goo spirit. His soul power was potent and imposing, commanding with an unparalleled might that forcibly seized control of its essence. All these actions transpired in the blink of an eye. What appeared effortless concealed an undercurrent of peril and tension. The situation was perilous, yet fortunately, it had been resolved. At this moment, Xiao Ruochen finally exhaled a sigh of relief, as if all the strength had been drained from his body, leaving him limp and collapsed on the ground. A cold sweat broke out across his brow, his garments thoroughly soaked. Had there been even the slightest misstep, his fragile heart would undoubtedly have been devoured entirely by the merciless passion goo cicada. Had it come to that, his demise would have been gruesome, with his innards consumed completely. Now, Xiao Ruochen felt utterly exhausted, lying weakly on the ground as beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. He gasped for breath, striving to calm both his heart and his breathing. To vanquish the troublesome passion goo cicada, he had expended nearly all his energy, depleting not only his profound essence, but also a significant portion of his soul power. He then seated himself cross-legged, beginning the process of recuperation. The surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him like a tidal wave, drawn into his being. After several arduous hours of meditation, Xiao Ruochen finally regained his composure. He slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of clarity and determination shining within them. Once restored, he deliberated seriously. Remaining here would only lead to a fate of servitude, as Xiao Ruochen would never provide him with the resources to cultivate. If he were to leave recklessly, Xiao Ruochen would undoubtedly pursue him, possibly even venturing to Dongzhou. Even if she could not find him, it might endanger Nangongjing and the others. After much contemplation, Xiao Ruochen ultimately resolved to have a serious discussion with Xiao Ruochen, hoping she would permit him to join the Qingyun sacred land. If she consented to his request, it would be a joyous outcome. If she steadfastly refused, he would have no choice but to seek an opportunity to depart quietly, returning to Dongzhou to take his women with him. Arriving at the entrance of Xiao Ruochen's palace, Xiao Ruochen took a deep breath, striving to calm himself before gently knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Moments later, Xiao Ruochen answered the door, slowly emerging. What is it? She inquired, a hint of surprise crossing her features. This was the first time in half a year that Xiao Ruochen had taken the initiative to knock on her door. I wish to speak with you. His voice was steady and resolute, devoid of any hint of timidity or subservience. Do you believe you are worthy of negotiating terms with me? Xiao Ruochen narrowed her beautiful eyes, her gaze as cold as a starry night, laced with an almost imperceptible disdain. Apologies for the interruption, Xiao Ruochen stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, a flicker of helplessness and disappointment crossing his face. He then turned away dejectedly, his silhouette appearing somewhat desolate and forlorn in the twilight glow. Since Xiao Ruochen was unwilling to engage, he would have to seek another opportunity to leave. At that moment, Xiao Ruochen suddenly called out, "Stop!" Her voice pierced through the tranquil atmosphere, causing Xiao Ruochen's steps to falter, for reasons unbeknownst to her. Upon seeing the forlorn silhouette of Xiao Ruochen as he turned, a flicker of compassion welled up within Xiao Ruochen. This man was truly remarkable, handsome and capable. Most importantly, his physique could aid her in her cultivation. Had she been too indifferent towards him? Xiao Ruochen found herself reflecting deeply. In that fleeting instant, myriad thoughts intertwined in her mind. She recalled the moments spent with Xiao Ruochen, those instances she had once overlooked or taken for granted, now vividly resurfacing in her consciousness. Is there something you wish to convey? Xiao Ruochen slowly turned back, his tone respectful and humble. Although he had successfully dispelled the emotional curse within him, Xiao Ruochen's strength was still beyond his current capacity to resist. Thus, he was determined not to provoke this woman unless absolutely necessary. What would you like to discuss? Xiao Ruochen's tone softened gradually, and a rare smile blossomed upon her exquisite face, reminiscent of early spring flowers, enchanting and stirring the heart. Her smile seemed to harbor a hint of anticipation, intertwined with a trace of hesitation. I wish to join the Qiyun sacred land, Xiao Ruochen stated firmly and earnestly. His gaze locked onto Xiao Ruochen, filled with desire and determination. Xiao Ruochen paused for a moment before slowly responding. That is acceptable, but you must agree to one condition. Over the past 6 months, Xiao Ruochen had endured countless whispers and slanders. Those words were like sharp needles, repeatedly piercing her heart. Each taunt and every peculiar glance felt like a dagger, etching scars upon her soul. These remarks incessantly reminded her that her actions had deviated from the righteous path, severely tarnishing her reputation. Yet, this period of silence allowed her to reflect profoundly. She realized that her conduct over the past half-year had indeed been excessive. Initially, her heart had been consumed by insatiable desires, blinded by power and vanity, leading her to commit acts that betrayed her true self. However, through this period of introspection, she recognized that her actions had crossed moral boundaries. To indulge in a male companion was not disgraceful. What was ignoble was forcibly claiming a man as a concubine, a reprehensible act indistinguishable from the wickedness of those who exploit others. Nevertheless, having been with Xiao Ruochen for over a year, relinquishing him easily proved to be an exceedingly difficult endeavor. The thought of losing him stirred an inescapable affection within her heart. Just moments ago, when Xiao Ruochen had turned to leave, an inexplicable wave of compassion surged within Xiao Ruochen. Before her stood a man of remarkable talent. Yet he had been forcefully possessed by her for an entire year. She found it difficult to reconcile this reality with her former identity as a pure and virtuous maiden. What conditions? Xiao Ruochen's voice remained calm, devoid of any ripples, as though this inquiry were merely a trivial matter. However, only he knew the tumultuous tension that resided within him, an emotion he endeavored to suppress. Be my man, Xiao Ruochen suddenly exclaimed, her voice bursting forth as if from the depths of her heart, imbued with impulsiveness and resolve. A subtle blush appeared on her cheeks, reminiscent of the evening glow, lending her an air of shyness and allure. Be your man? Xiao Ruochen could not help but furrow his brow, his countenance a tapestry of astonishment and confusion. His eyes widened in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend the absurdity of her proposition. Could it be that he had truly captivated her? Though such thoughts crossed his mind, he dared not display any hint of disdain upon his face. Yet, before Xiao Ruochen could fully recover from his shock, Xiao Ruochen had already approached him, extending her delicate hand, as smooth as finely polished jade, to gently encircle his neck. Her movements were tender and suggestive, exuding an irresistible allure. Should you agree to become my man, not only will I grant you ample freedom, but from this moment forth, within the sacred land of Qiyun, I shall protect you, ensuring that no one dares to insult you in the slightest. A resolute gleam sparkled in Xiao Ruochen's gaze, conveying her earnestness. She was not jesting. Men and concubines are worlds apart. Are you truly certain you wish for me to be your man? Despite the enticing conditions Xiao Ruochen presented, Xiao Ruochen did not immediately succumb to temptation. Instead, he questioned her with a serious demeanor. His expression was grave, as if weighing the pros and cons of such a proposition. Of course, do you not wish to? Xiao Ruochen's brows furrowed, her gaze fixed intently upon Xiao Ruochen, her beautiful eyes flickering with a hint of discontent. Her expression seemed to communicate that should he dare to refuse, she would not let the matter rest easily. It is not merely a question of willingness. Your volatile temperament and ruthless nature, coupled with your propensity for domestic violence, render the risks of becoming your man exceedingly high. A trace of genuine concern surfaced on Xiao Ruochen's face, stemming from the experiences of the past year that had made him acutely aware of Xiao Ruochen's temper, compelling him to tread carefully. A soft chuckle escaped Xiao Ruochen's lips, her enchanting visage adorned with an alluring smile that captivated the heart. Were you not a mere concubine before? Naturally, this saintess must refine you. If you become my man, I shall unveil my gentlest side to you. Her voice was sweet and melodic, tinged with a hint of playful coaxing. Xiao Ruochen, steeling himself, boldly remarked, if I were to become your man, could you make an exception and allow me to train you as well? Before his words had fully settled, Xiao Ruochen's voice transformed into a melodious, almost coy tone, reminiscent of a nightingale's sweet song. My lord, might you be a tad gentler? After all, this is my first time. As she spoke, her delicate countenance radiated an air of vulnerability, evoking a sense of protectiveness. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation and shyness. as if she had truly morphed into a tender and charming maiden. Xiao Ruochen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He gently tilted Xiao Ruochen's exquisite chin, his gaze brimming with challenge, his voice dripping with audacity. So, who truly holds the reins in our relationship? My lord, it is certainly you who has the final say. I shall obediently heed your commands from now on, Xiao Ruochen replied, her body shivering slightly as she let out an alluring sound, feigning a pitiful demeanor that stirred one's compassion. In that moment, she seemed to have transformed entirely, shedding her previous lofty persona as a saintess, now embodying the essence of an obedient and docile woman. That's more like it. I'm a bit fatigued. Do you recall how I attended to you before? Surely I need not instruct you on that. Satisfied by her response, Xiao Ruochen nodded approvingly, a wicked yet captivating smile curling at the corners of his lips. His heart swelled with triumph, having finally gained the upper hand in his relationship with Xiao Ruochen. Yes, my lord, she replied in a melodious tone, then obediently approached him, kneeling at his feet. Her touches were gentle and practiced, as if she had performed this act countless times before. 2 hours later, Xiao Ruochen held Xiao Ruochen tightly, both standing silently at the edge of a cliff, the evening breeze tousling their hair and garments, as if the entire world had been reduced to just the two of them. The surrounding scenery was ethereal, the sunset casting a golden glow upon them, outlining their figures in a resplendent hue. You rogue, it seems I have completely succumbed to you, Xiao Ruochen murmured softly, resting her head gently against Xiao Ruochen's broad, solid shoulder, a sweet smile illuminating her face. Her voice was as soft as the whispering wind, imbued with satisfaction and reliance. In this moment, she finally acknowledged a profound truth within her heart. She had deeply fallen in love with the man before her. His presence was akin to an irresistible poison, intoxicating her completely, rendering her utterly lost in herself. Just moments ago, she had merely intended to indulge Xiao Ruochen slightly by masquerading as a humble servant. However, the outcome of this role reversal was unexpectedly staggering, filling her with exhilaration and thrill. After all, for a long time, Xiao Ruochen had occupied the position of the dominator, while Xiao Ruochen had merely been her male pet. Yet now, this sudden reversal of roles has stirred an ineffable joy within Xiao Ruochen. Especially when Xiao Ruochen displays his dominant and assertive side, she finds herself increasingly enamored, even invigorated by his presence. She realizes that her heart has undergone a profound transformation, all due to the man before her. Chapter 140. The tenderness of Xiao Ruochen, is it truly so exaggerated? A look of astonishment crossed Xiao Ruochen's face, for he had not anticipated that Xiao Ruochen would utter such words. The depth of emotion and self-deprecation in her voice took him by surprise. Is it not so? Xiao Ruochen sighed softly, her breath reminiscent of autumn leaves falling, laden with a sense of endless solitude and sorrow. Her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of melancholy. Since our acquaintance, I feel as though I have become a different person. Once, I was aloof and indifferent, pure as jade, akin to a celestial being untouched by the world, every movement imbued with an air of sanctity. Yet now, I have sadly devolved into your devoted paramour. Reflecting on the myriad moments of the past year, as well as the various personas she had adopted before Xiao Ruochen, Xiao Ruochen felt a flush of embarrassment, accompanied by an undeniable shyness. Those once cherished memories surged forth like a tidal wave, each image vivid and profound. Everything she has done over the past year were actions she had never even contemplated before. Do not belittle yourself in such a manner. You are merely a normal woman. Besides, were you truly happy as that pretentiously lofty and frostily detached individual? Xiao Ruochen tenderly caressed Xiao Ruochen's face, his movements gentle as a soft breeze gliding across a lake, creating ripples upon its surface. He then gently pressed a kiss upon her forehead. That kiss akin to the warm sun of spring, comforting and affectionate. Perhaps you are right. Maintaining that frigid, pristine facade all day long is indeed exhausting. Xiao Ruochen nodded slightly, her eyes reflecting a mixture of confusion and relief. For long, she had upheld the image of a saint, as if wearing an unremovable mask, concealing her true self deep within. Ruochen, can you forgive me for the humiliations I have inflicted upon you this past year? Xiao Ruochen's gaze flickered uncertainly, her voice barely a whisper, as if carried from a distant valley like a wisp of smoke, seemingly fearful of the answer she might receive. Her heart was filled with trepidation and unease, fearing that Xiao Ruochen might refuse her forgiveness and that their bond might fracture as a result. Given your earlier courteous demeanor, I shall forgive you. Xiao Ruochen's lips curled into a faint smile, radiant like flowers blooming in spring. That smile seemed infectious, instantly dispelling the surrounding gloom. In that moment, an indescribable delight surged within Xiao Ruochen, akin to a slave joyously singing his newfound freedom. Xiao Ruochen, a paragon of ethereal beauty, pristine and aloof, has surprisingly cast aside her noble status and reserved demeanor. She now humbly implores him, even willing to don the guise of a servant to please him. The mere thought of her bowing her proud head in devoted service ignites a fervent exhilaration within Xiao Ruochen, stirring a profound sense of accomplishment and fulfillment deep within his heart. Ruochen, with merely a month remaining until the grand disciple ceremony at the Qingyun Sacred Land, do you intend to participate in the assessment personally, or shall I advocate on your behalf for direct entry into the outer sect? Her voice, gentle and warm, envelopes him like a spring breeze, filled with anticipation that he might opt for a more effortless path into the sacred realm. Well, I believe I shall partake in the assessment myself, Xiao Ruochen replied after a moment's contemplation, his gaze resolute and unwavering, as though he had arrived at an irrevocable decision. After all, as the saintess of Qingyun, Xiao Ruochen's every move would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. Should Xiao Ruochen rely on her connections to enter the sacred land, it could lead to complications, and their unusual relationship would be easily discernible to others. This would not bode well for his earnest desire to cultivate in peace. Since arriving at Qingyun's sacred land, Xiao Ruochen had remained secluded on the Saintess Peak, with only a handful of individuals having glimpsed him during his journey to the sacred site. Now, over 6 months have passed, and he suspected that few would remember this inconspicuous figure. Thus, entering through the assessment route undeniably seemed a far wiser choice for him. And what if I miss you? Xiao Ruochen blinked her large, luminous eyes, which shimmered like a clear lake, glistening with unshed tears, as she gazed at Xiao Ruochen with an endearing vulnerability. Her voice carried a hint of fragility, reminiscent of a helpless child seeking comfort. If you miss me, you can always send me a message using the communication jade. Then we could venture together into the desolate wilderness. Xiao Ruochen responded with a mischievous grin, as if he had already envisioned the delightful scene in his mind. You troublesome rascal, how could we possibly go to the wilderness? What if we are discovered? How would that affect my reputation? Xiao Ruochen playfully poked his forehead, feigning annoyance, her cheeks blooming with a delicate blush, akin to the splendid hues of a sunset. Rest assured, no one will ever find out about us. Xiao Ruochen's lips curled into a sly smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement. For it was in the embrace of nature that one could truly experience unparalleled thrills and adventures. His gaze was filled with eager anticipation, as if he could hardly wait to savor such exhilarating sensations. Well, very well then. Xiao Ruochen shyly nodded her head in agreement, yet deep within her heart, an indescribable sense of anticipation began to swell. However, you must accompany me well during this time, for in a few days, I plan to venture out into the world. Her gaze revealed a flicker of determination and longing, as if she had already begun to prepare for the forthcoming adventure. Of course, that shall be no problem. With my constitution, enduring daily toil is entirely within my capabilities, Xiao Ruochen said with a faint smile gracing his lips, exuding confidence. His chest swelled with pride, as if to showcase his strength and vitality to Xiao Ruochen. From that moment on, Xiao Ruochen moved directly into the palace where Xiao Ruochen resided, and their time together was marked by sheer joy and unrestrained freedom. Within the palace, every corner resonated with their laughter and the warmth of their affection. Remarkably, Xiao Ruochen's attitude toward Xiao Ruochen underwent a profound transformation. She not only became as gentle as water, but also took the initiative to remove the deep-seated feelings of affection lodged within him. Every glance and gesture of hers brimmed with care and love for Xiao Ruochen. Consequently, their relationship grew increasingly intimate, free from even a hint of discord. They were nearly inseparable, perpetually immersed in a sweet and tender atmosphere. As time swiftly passed, a month had elapsed in the blink of an eye. Ruochen, tomorrow marks the day of the disciple ceremony at the Qingyun Sacred Land. Are you confident? Xiao Ruochen's beautiful eyes glimmered with a trace of concern. her gaze fixed intently upon Xiao Ruochen, as if seeking answers within his expression. Do not worry. With my talents and strength, joining the Qingyun sacred land will undoubtedly be a breeze. Xiao Ruochen's eyes sparkled with unwavering confidence, the light within them seemingly capable of piercing the darkness and illuminating the path ahead. His tone was resolute and powerful, leaving no room for doubt regarding his determination. Are you truly planning to depart tonight? A hint of reluctance graced Xiao Ruochen's lovely countenance. Over the course of the past year, they had been inseparable, and now, with Xiao Ruochen's sudden departure, a wave of inexplicable emptiness and melancholy washed over her. Her voice trembled slightly, as if she were struggling to suppress her inner sorrow. Indeed, if one were to descend during the day, it would inevitably attract attention, which would certainly affect your reputation, Xiao Ruochen stated with a serious tone. His expression earnest and thoughtful, clearly having considered the various potential consequences. I hardly care, after all. The disciples of the sacred land have long been spreading rumors that I keep a male companion, and I have grown weary of it, Xiao Ruochen replied nonchalantly, a hint of defiance on her face, as if to assert her stance to Xiao Ruochen. Ruochen, for now, these are merely rumors. Most people do not believe them. However, if I were to leave your side in broad daylight, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of all, making it impossible for me to cultivate in peace. Xiao Ruochen gently comforted the enchanting figure in his embrace, softly drawing Xiao Ruochen closer. His movements were tender and warm, as if he were cradling the most precious treasure in the world. All right then, but I wish to have another, Xiao Ruochen playfully retorted, her voice laced with a hint of allure. Her cherry lips curled into an enticing smile, and with a swift motion, she seized Xiao Ruochen firmly. Her eyes sparkled with longing and anticipation, reminiscent of a charming little kitten. Little enchantress, watch how I deal with you. A mischievous smile graced Xiao Ruochen's lips as he suddenly pulled Xiao Ruochen closer, passionately kissing her delicate, petal-like lips. His actions were bold and fervent, as if he sought to merge her essence with his own. Xiao Ruochen, ever compliant, melted into Xiao Ruochen's embrace, surrendering to his ardor. In that moment, they seemed to forget everything, lost in the warmth of their affection, as if they wished to completely intertwine their beings. The surrounding air grew heated, thick with an atmosphere of intimacy and passion. Chapter 141. The Assessment of the Sacred Land of Qingyun that evening. Xiao Ruochen stealthily departed from the summit of the Holy Maiden. The night was as still as water, the moonlight casting a silvery glow upon him, elongating his shadow. He moved with a light yet determined stride, akin to a lone wanderer in the dark, making his way towards the plaza at the entrance of the sacred land of Qingyun. Upon reaching the plaza, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Despite the late hour, it was teeming with life and vibrancy. Countless talented individuals from across the central continent had gathered, each bearing dreams and aspirations, yearning for the precious opportunity to join the sacred land of Qingyun. These youths clustered in small groups, engaging in animated conversation, their faces reflecting their yearning and admiration for the sacred land. Their eyes were filled with desire, their voices resonating with passion, as if they could already envision themselves shining brightly within the sacred land. The myriad forces of the central continent were intricately woven, categorized by strength into 4 tiers: lower-level forces, mid-level forces, top-tier forces, and the superpower that dominated the entire continent. The sacred land of Qingyun, as a top-tier force, was renowned throughout the Xuanwu continent, commanding respect from all. Each time the sacred land held its grand recruitment ceremony, it attracted an influx of young talents eager to partake, driven by the desire to pass through rigorous assessments and become disciples within its ranks. Undoubtedly, as a formidable power, the recruitment standards of the sacred land of Qingyun were exceedingly stringent. To successfully gain entry into the sacred land of Qingyun, one must not only cultivate their abilities to the realm of Xinhuang, but also be under the age of 25, with a pristine identity. Should one be discovered to be a spy sent by rival sects, they shall face severe repercussions. Xiao Ruochen quietly manifested in this place, yet he did not attract undue attention. His presence was inconspicuous amidst the bustling crowd. He discreetly settled into a secluded corner, silently observing all that transpired around him. His gaze traversed the multitude, noting the expressions and movements of each individual. Xiao Ruochen patiently awaited the arrival of the assessment the following day. feeling both anticipation and a hint of trepidation. Gazing upon the densely packed throng, he surmised that the number of talented youths gathered to partake in the examination was at least 20 to 30,000. The sheer scale of this assembly filled him with astonishment. It is worth noting that in the eastern province, those who attain the realm of Xianwang are often esteemed figures of significant influence, held in high regard and veneration. However, within the confines of the sacred land of Qingyun, even Xianwang practitioners are relegated to the status of mere outer disciples. Moreover, Xiao Ruochen learned from Xiao Ruochen that the quota for disciples during the grand ceremony was limited to only 1,000. Therefore, to secure a place within the sacred land, one must rank among the top 1,000 in the examination. Yet, despite such stringent requirements, countless young talents remain fervently eager to join the Qingyun sect, flocking to this opportunity. Observing these aspirants, Xiao Ruochen felt a surge of incredulity. For many of the young men and women present had already attained levels exceeding the 3rd tier of Xianwang, with some even having broken through to the 7th tier. They adorned themselves in splendid attire, showcasing their family's prestige, or emanated an extraordinary aura, hinting at profound heritage. Nevertheless, in the face of this scene, Xiao Ruochen exhibited no signs of fear. After all, he had endured countless trials to reach his current stature. Compared to these so-called young geniuses, they appeared merely as sheltered flowers, nurtured in luxury and untouched by the world's tribulations. Should conflict arise, he possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to surpass these so-called prodigies. Xiao Ruochen contemplated his path, resolving to remain within the sacred land of Qingyun to diligently cultivate his skills. Once his strength reached a certain pinnacle, he intended to return to Zhongzhou and bring Nan Gongjing and the others to his side. He held deep concern for the women in his life. For instance, although his time with Nan Gongxue was brief, once he accepted her, he would bear the responsibility wholeheartedly. His thoughts drifted in the night breeze, envisioning myriad possibilities for the future. The following morning, the sun gradually ascended from the east, its golden rays piercing through the darkened heavens like a multitude of sharp swords, illuminating the world with vibrant life and prosperity. At this moment, the plaza before the gates of the sacred land of Qingyun was teeming with a multitude of young talents, gathered from all directions to participate in the assessment. Among these young talents, both male and female, each radiates vitality and enthusiasm, harboring aspirations and expectations for the sacred land of Qingyun. They stand quietly in place, patiently awaiting the commencement of the assessment. Some exhibit signs of anxiety, taking deep breaths to calm their nerves. Others exude confidence, as if victory is assured. Just as anticipation fills the air, a sharp figure suddenly descends from the sky, landing gracefully on the high platform at the forefront of the square. Clad in the resplendent robes exclusive to the elders of the sacred land of Qingyun, this individual possesses a serious and dignified countenance, emanating an aura of authority that demands respect. This person is Feng Yiyao, the outer elder of the sacred land of Qingyun. Welcome, everyone, to the grand ceremony of disciple recruitment at the sacred land of Qingyun, Feng Yiyao proclaims, his piercing gaze sweeping across the assembly. His voice resonates like a great bell, echoing throughout the square and reaching every ear with clarity. After a brief pause, he continues. This recruitment ceremony consists of 2 rounds of assessment. The first round will focus on evaluating your age, talent, and cultivation level. The sacred land of Qingyun has always placed great importance on the innate potential and foundation of its disciples. Only those with exceptional talent and solid grounding are qualified to join our ranks. The second round will involve a trial of illusions. Ultimately, the top 1,000 individuals who excel in these 2 rounds will have the honor of becoming outer disciples of our sacred land. However, I must caution you. The regulations of the sacred land of Qingyun are stringent, and the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Without unwavering conviction and indomitable will, it is difficult to persevere. Furthermore, I must advise those amongst you with questionable backgrounds to depart now. I will not hinder your exit. Should any of you be discovered to be spies from rival sects, do not blame me for my ruthless measures. An air of authority emanates from Feng Yiyao, his stern gaze sweeping over the crowd, making it difficult for anyone to meet his eyes. His words resonate like a hammer, striking deep into the hearts of all present, instilling a sense of the seriousness and solemnity of the sacred land of Qingyun. As his words linger in the air, Feng Yao gestures for the assembly to begin lining up for the assessment of their talent, age, and cultivation level. Following his command, the eager young talents rub their hands together in anticipation, their faces alight with excitement. They swiftly form 10 orderly lines, maintaining perfect decorum. The efficiency of the sacred land of Qingyun's assessments is remarkable, with 10 testing points set up. Within 2 hours, it is finally Xiao Ruochen's turn. At 17 years of age, with a cultivation level at the 6th layer of the mysterious king realm, her talent remains uncertain. The testing attendant gazes at the spirit testing stone before him and furrows his brow, a hint of astonishment flickering across his face. He inwardly ponders. This spirit testing stone has been verified multiple times. How could it suddenly malfunction? The spirit testing stone is known for its accuracy, yet it now presents such an anomaly in the face of Xiao Ruochen, leaving him thoroughly perplexed. At this moment, confronted with the inscrutable talents of Xiao Ruochen, the steward found himself in a quandary. Just then, a resonant voice broke the tension. What is happening here? Elder Feng Yao strode over with measured steps, exuding an undeniable authority. Upon the elder's arrival, the steward hurriedly reported with utmost respect, Elder Feng, this young lad's talent cannot be discerned by the spirit stone. Oh, Feng Yao exclaimed, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He then scrutinized Xiao Ruochen with a piercing gaze. Under his scrutiny, Xiao Ruochen remained composed, neither obsequious nor arrogant. Feng Yao inquired further, what is his bone age and current cultivation level? The steward, not daring to be negligent, promptly replied, reporting to Elder Feng. This individual has a bone age of 17 years and has reached the 6th level of the profound king realm. To achieve such cultivation at this tender age suggests remarkable talent. A glimmer of astonishment flitted across Feng Yao's eyes. He understood that attaining such a level of prowess at this age was no simple feat. He then turned his attention to Xiao Ruochen, asking in a steady tone, Young one, what is your name, and from whence do you hail? Have you previously affiliated with any other factions? I am Xiao Ruochen, hailing from the distant eastern province. Prior to this, I have not engaged with any sects in the central province. Xiao Ruochen replied with unwavering confidence and sincerity. Consider yourself qualified for the first round. Feng Yao nodded, then turned to leave, his judgment resolute and self-assured. Young lad, consider yourself fortunate. Please wait over there. The second round of assessments will follow. The steward gestured for Xiao Ruochen to proceed to the designated area for those who qualified. Thank you, steward. Xiao Ruochen exhaled a sigh of relief and walked towards the qualifying area, his steps resolute and his gaze filled with anticipation for the future. Chapter 142. The Illusory Realm Assessment, Songqing Snow, Bone Age 18, Cultivation Level 9th Layer of the Profound King Realm, Possessing Spiritual Level Talent. Song Yunfei, Bone Age 18. Cultivation Level 9th Layer of the Profound King Realm, Possessing Spiritual Level Talent. At that moment, the assessment venue erupted into a cacophony of voices, akin to a surging tide. Deafening in its intensity, the crowd collectively turned their astonished gazes towards the pair of young individuals, their expressions brimming with envy, jealousy, and awe. Even Elder Feng Yao, responsible for overseeing the assessments, could not help but exhibit a look of astonishment. His eyes were firmly fixed on Songqing Snow and Song Yunfei, glimmering with surprise and disbelief. After all, spiritual level talent is exceedingly rare. Across the entire Xuanwu continent, such gifted individuals are considered prodigious talents. For the Qingyun Sacred Land, accepting a disciple of such extraordinary spiritual level talent bears immense significance, potentially attracting the attention of the clan's higher echelons. This implies that the sacred land of Qingyun may experience a significant enhancement in strength due to their inclusion, thereby securing a more advantageous position in the impending conflicts of the martial world. Not far away, Xiao Ruochen stood quietly, his expression as tranquil as still water, betraying not a hint of emotion. In his eyes, innate talent was not the sole determinant of success. Through Lin Tianyang's memories, Xiao Ruochen understood that this world was never devoid of so-called geniuses. However, what was truly lacking was a relentless pursuit of the great path. After all, the success rate of geniuses is exceedingly low. Even among 1,000 exceptional talents, it is likely that only a mere handful will truly rise to prominence. It is essential to recognize that the path of cultivation is fraught with peril and challenges, teeming with insurmountable obstacles. In this merciless realm of cultivation, without a resilient heart, even the most gifted cultivator would find it arduous to endure the tempest of trials and emerge unscathed. At this moment, a girl, resembling a celestial being with a youthful visage and ample bosom, walked gracefully into the designated area alongside a handsome and charismatic young man, drawing the attention of the crowd. She was Tsang Qingxue, her figure enchanting and her beauty unparalleled. Each step she took seemed to float with ethereal elegance, as if a fairy had descended upon the mortal realm. Beside her stood her twin brother, Song Yunfei, whose striking features exuded confidence and pride. Their presence illuminated the examination grounds like two radiant stars. The first round of testing swiftly passed. Among the 30,000 participants, only 25,000 successfully advanced. Next, the second round of the illusionary trial would commence. At this juncture, Feng Yao stepped forward once more, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, echoing across the square and reaching the ears of every individual present. The illusionary trial is, in essence, a brutal combat training within the illusions. You will not face true death, allowing for unrestrained combat until the final 100 emerge victorious. Those who rank within the top 1,000 will be fortunate enough to become outer disciples of the sacred land of Qiangyun, while those within the top 100 will be personally accepted as inner disciples by the esteemed elders of the sacred land, who will impart upon them unparalleled techniques. As Feng Yao's words lingered in the air, the atmosphere surged to a fever pitch. At that moment, excitement illuminated the faces of all present, their hearts brimming with uncontainable enthusiasm, eager to showcase their prowess. Their gazes burned with desire and determination, as if they could already envision themselves standing out within the illusions, becoming inner disciples of the sacred land of Qiangyun, attaining unmatched glory and formidable skills. At this time, Feng Yao soared gracefully towards a nearby mountain, his demeanor ethereal, akin to a celestial being gracing the earth. He produced a mystical artifact from his hands, emanating an enigmatic glow, as if it harbored boundless power. With a sudden flourish, he opened a mysterious spatial entrance on the mountain, splitting it apart with astonishing precision. At the entrance, a peculiar glow flickered, as if leading to an enigmatic realm unknown. The portal to the illusion had opened. All were beckoned to enter. As Feng Yao's words resonated, those young talents participating in the assessment surged towards the portal like moths drawn to a flame. Their figures streaked across the sky like meteors, propelled by dreams and aspirations for the future, recklessly plunging into the illusion. Witnessing this, Xiao Ruochen leaped without hesitation, soaring towards the entrance like a bird in flight. And in the blink of an eye, he passed through the threshold. However, the moment he stepped into the illusion, a wave of intense dizziness engulfed him, causing the entire world to spin violently. It felt as though he had been ensnared in a colossal vortex, rendering his mind a chaotic whirl. When his vision finally clarified, Xiao Ruochen found himself amidst a dense mountain range. Towering ancient trees surrounded him, entangled with thorns, permeated by an aura of mystery and danger. Though true death was absent within the illusion, Xiao Ruochen remained acutely vigilant. After all, his ambition was to join the sacred land of Qingyun. Any lapse in caution could render him a stepping stone for others on their path to success. The authentic combat prowess of the prodigies from Zhongzhou far surpassed that of Dongzhou. While both belonged to the Xuanwu continent, it would not be an exaggeration to describe Dongzhou and Zhongzhou as two separate worlds. Zhongzhou boasted abundant spiritual energy and a flourishing path of immortality, with resources, martial arts, and techniques available to its talents that were utterly incomparable to the impoverished backwaters of Dongzhou. Consequently, in terms of genuine combat effectiveness, the so-called geniuses of Dongzhou fell significantly short when measured against those of Zhongzhou within the same realm. Kid, I must say, your luck is truly wretched. Had you not encountered me, perhaps with your current cultivation, you might have had a slim chance of breaking into the top 2,000. At that moment, a haughty and disdainful voice suddenly pierced Xiao Ruochen's ears. The tone was grating and arrogant, laced with palpable provocation. A strikingly handsome youth, wielding a folding fan, appeared not far from Xiao Ruochen. This individual exuded an unparalleled arrogance, his gaze sharp as a sword, emanating an air of supreme confidence, as if to him Xiao Ruochen were already a mere ghost. To hell with you. Xiao Ruocheng's figure flashed like lightning, akin to a thunderclap, as he swiftly swung his staff towards the young man. His movement was rapid and fierce, imbued with boundless fury and resolve. The demon dragon staff soared like a tempest, enveloped in an intense, ferocious energy, as if seeking to tear through the air and unleash a storm, accompanied by a deafening crack of sound. The momentum seemed capable of obliterating any obstacle that lay before him. How could this kid be so fast? The handsome youth's expression turned to one of horror. It was too late for him to evade, and he hastily raised his sword to defend. His eyes brimmed with terror and disbelief, having never anticipated such a swift and formidable assault from Xiao Ruocheng. Bang! With a thunderous explosion echoing through the air, Xiao Ruocheng's demon dragon staff descended upon the youth's battle sword with the weight of a mountain, unleashing a relentless force akin to a torrential flood, effortlessly shattering the youth's weapon. The overwhelming power rendered the young warrior utterly defenseless, causing his sword to slip from his grasp in an instant. The ferocious aftermath of Xiao Ruocheng's strike continued its trajectory, mercilessly smashing into the youth's head, obliterating it, and sending brain matter splattering in all directions. At the very moment the handsome youth's head was crushed, his body dissipated like smoke, vanishing into the illusion. After dispatching the striking youth, Xiao Ruocheng embarked on a frenzied hunt within the illusion. The realm was engulfed in a horrific chaos, with countless individuals engaging in brutal combat. The cacophony of battle cries, anguished screams, and clashing weapons intertwined, creating a scene of utter turmoil. Although Xiao Ruocheng faced multiple ambushes, his formidable strength allowed him to vanquish every assailant. He wove through the throngs like a wraith, each strike precise and lethal. As time progressed, Xiao Ruocheng soon discerned a peculiar shift. The participants within the illusion no longer fought as solitary warriors, but began to coalesce in groups of 3 or 5, with some factions amassing over 100 individuals. It was evident that these individuals were familiar with one another. Their decision to band together was a strategic maneuver to bolster their safety through collective strength, thus eliminating lone contenders and enhancing their chances of securing a place among the top 1,000. However, in the face of such a scenario, Xiao Ruocheng exhibited no sign of trepidation. With his agility and prowess, he stood as one of the elite among the candidates. The only potential threat to him likely resided in the siblings, Song Qingxue and her brother. Possessing extraordinary talent and having attained the 9th level of the profound king realm, they undoubtedly wielded formidable capabilities to challenge opponents beyond their level. Should fate bring them into direct conflict, Xiao Ruocheng could not guarantee victory over the siblings. After all, he was not the sole genius in this world, nor was he the only one endowed with exceptional abilities. Chapter 143. Confrontation with Song Yunfei. 3 hours swiftly elapsed. Within this brief yet seemingly interminable span, Xiao Ruocheng embodied the fierce spirit of a battle god amidst the hellish arena, showcasing an awe-inspiring power. By this point, he had claimed the lives of several hundred individuals, single-handedly decimating a group of 10. His figure flitted through the illusion, each strike imbued with lethal intent. The 10-member faction had initially brimmed with confidence, believing that their numerical advantage would easily subdue Xiao Ruocheng. However, they were gravely mistaken. Like a specter, he appeared before them in an instant, his weapon carving arcs of death through the air. His attacks were swift and precise, each strike targeting the vital points, causing the 10-man gang to collapse in panic. In the present, Xiao Ruocheng, within the realm of illusion, resembled a deity of death. The mere sight of him instilled terror, prompting all to flee in disarray. His gaze was cold and resolute, exuding an aura that evoked dread. Even gangs comprising hundreds dared not provoke Xiao Ruocheng lightly. They observed him from a distance, their hearts brimming with fear and reverence. The once arrogant gang leaders could only silently pray to avoid an encounter with Xiao Ruocheng, lest they become another soul claimed by him. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air as a fierce, sword aura surged forth. Xiao Ruocheng's heart tightened, sensing impending danger. In an instant, he dashed into the nearby grass, narrowly evading the lethal strike. The sword aura was exceedingly fierce. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have surely sustained grave injuries. Quite the capable lad. A voice of astonishment echoed as Song Yunfei, sword in hand, appeared like a specter not far from Xiao Ruocheng. Song Yunfei's handsome face was now a canvas of surprise and curiosity. He had not anticipated that this young man, merely at the 6th level of the Xianwang realm, would emerge unscathed from beneath his blade. It was worth noting that Song Yunfei had attained the 9th level of the Xianwang realm himself, and he felt confident in besting even a typical practitioner at the 4th level of the Xianwang realm. Yet, this young man had effortlessly evaded his strike. Despite Song Yunfei exerting only 30% of his strength, the power of that blow was far beyond what an ordinary 6th level Xianwang practitioner could withstand. Let us engage in battle. The fire of combat ignited in Xiao Ruochen's eyes, his unwavering gaze ablaze with a fervent desire for conflict and an unyielding commitment to victory. He keenly perceived that this young man, Song Yunfei, possessed formidable strength, and a direct confrontation with such a genius would be invaluable for enhancing his own practical experience. Do you truly wish to fight me? A flicker of surprise crossed Song Yunfei's eyes. He had encountered many arrogant individuals, but none quite as audacious as Xiao Ruochen. His expression bore a hint of disdain and skepticism. How could a mere 6th level Xianwang practitioner dare to challenge him, displaying a shocking lack of awareness of his own mortality? Enough with the trivialities. Xiao Ruochen unsheathed his Qingling sword, his foot pressing down with force as his body surged forward like a cannonball, moving so swiftly that he was nearly a blur. His movements were decisive and rapid, akin to a flash of lightning slicing through the night sky. Simultaneously, he swung the Qingling sword, unleashing a dazzling sword light that enveloped a fierce and unmatched killing intent, aimed directly at Song Yunfei's throat. The sword light surged forth like a silver dragon, roaring towards its adversary. What an arrogant young man! As Xiao Ruochen boldly initiated the offensive, Song Yunfei snorted coldly, wielding his sword with a swift motion. The blade shimmered with a dazzling radiance, and where its tip sliced through the air, a cacophony of shrill sounds erupted, as if the very atmosphere were being torn asunder. In an instant, an oppressive aura of murderous intent surged forth from the sword's point, swiftly permeating the surroundings. This presence seemed capable of freezing all it touched, instilling a sense of dread. Clang, clang, clang. In that moment, the air resonated with the crisp sounds of clashing weapons. Sharp sword energies rampaging between the two combatants. Sparks flew like resplendent fireworks, as their figures darted through the air like phantoms, exchanging dozens of strikes in the blink of an eye, neither gaining the upper hand. Their speed was so astonishing that it left onlookers bewildered. Each collision unleashed tremendous waves of energy. Boom! Suddenly, the two unleashed a powerful palm strike against one another, and their terrifying energies collided with a thunderous roar that seemed capable of shattering the very fabric of the illusionary realm, causing the surrounding air to tremble. A wave of formidable energy radiated from their bodies, toppling the nearby trees in its wake, as both combatants were propelled backward. Xiao Ruochen performed several somersaults in midair before barely stabilizing his stance. A smile of exhilaration spread across his face, as though he had unearthed the most precious treasure. In this moment, Xiao Ruochen's fighting spirit surged to unprecedented heights, akin to a blazing inferno igniting within him, his face glowing with irrepressible excitement. From their brief exchange, he discerned the formidable strength of his opponent. Even he lacked absolute confidence in victory. Yet, rather than feeling daunted, he became increasingly animated. For it was only through contending with an equally matched genius that his own capabilities could truly flourish. In stark contrast, Song Yunfei's expression soured. Throughout his life, he had been the one to challenge others, and now he found himself confronted by a mere 6th-tier Xianwang cultivator. To make matters worse, he had initially held back, nearly suffering a significant setback. His quick reflexes had only just managed to stabilize the situation, preventing him from falling into a disadvantageous position. Truly, this was a prodigy with spiritual-level talent. I hope you do not disappoint me in the forthcoming exchanges. The depths of Xiao Ruochen's eyes sparkled with an insatiable desire for combat, and he soared into the air like an arrow released from its bow, once more swinging his longsword, unleashing an unparalleled sword energy that sliced through the air towards Song Yunfei like a bolt of lightning. His voice brimmed with challenge and anticipation, as if declaring war against fate itself. This young man is indeed an anomaly. How can a 6th-tier Xianwang cultivator possess such extraordinary combat prowess? Although Song Yunfei was deeply shocked, his gaze became increasingly sharp. He wielded his long sword with greater speed and ferocity, unleashing a fierce sword aura that struck at Xiao Ruochen like a torrential storm. His pride had been profoundly challenged. He could not permit himself to be defeated by someone of lower cultivation. Song Yunfei, an individual of immense self-confidence and the most powerful genius in this assessment, could not tolerate the thought of losing to a mere sixth layer of the Xinhuang realm. The disgrace of being bested by such a person would be unbearable. Thus, Song Yunfei unleashed his most formidable killing move from the outset. His swordsmanship was exceptionally exquisite, resembling the boundless ocean, with waves crashing one after another, relentlessly striking towards Xiao Ruochen. Each sword strike contained boundless power, as if intent on completely overwhelming Xiao Ruochen. In the face of Song Yunfei's relentless and ferocious assault, Xiao Ruochen remained composed and unperturbed, devoid of any trace of fear. He gracefully maneuvered, his long sword dancing in the air, executing the burning sky sword technique to perfection, forming an impenetrable web of swords that directly blocked his opponent's onslaught. His movements flowed like water, as though he and the sword were one. Simultaneously, Xiao Ruochen employed his exquisite agility to dart through the air, engaging Song Yunfei in a dynamic duel. His figure resembled a phantom, making it difficult for Song Yunfei to pin him down. At that moment, the battle grew exceedingly intense, and the atmosphere became exceptionally charged. The two exchanged blows, soaring from midair to the ground, and then battling their way to the mountain peak. Wherever they passed, trees shattered with a crack. Broken branches and splintered wood flew through the air, and dust rose in clouds. The entire scene resembled an apocalyptic vision, filled with destruction and chaos. This breathtaking and tense confrontation captivated the attention of numerous onlookers. After all, this illusory space was not particularly vast, and such an intense and shocking battle naturally drew the clandestine gaze of other contestants. Those spectators lurked in the shadows, their eyes fixed on the battlefield, filled with anticipation and calculation. Unbeknownst to them, a considerable number of people had gathered around the two combatants. These individuals did not boldly reveal themselves, but quietly concealed themselves within the foliage, waiting for the opportune moment. Like wolves hidden in the dark, they awaited a chance to exploit any weakness shown by their prey. Should either Xiao Ruochen or Song Yunfei be injured and fall, they would swiftly pounce, seeking to eliminate these two formidable opponents, thus enhancing their own chances of entering the top 1,000. The fierce clash between Xiao Ruochen and Song Yunfei persisted for over an hour. Neither yielded an inch, both unleashing their unique techniques in relentless assaults against one another. Yet even so, they remained evenly matched, neither gaining a discernible advantage over the other.